I clearly possess max-level comprehension, yet I was rejected by all sects as a disciple, because I have the worst waste spiritual root, with no hope of reaching foundation establishment even after a century of cultivation. But just as the disciple recruitment ceremony was about to end, I suddenly and stealthily picked up a large chair and followed behind the servant disciples who were cleaning up the tables and chairs. Just as I was about to sneak into the Nine Mysteries sword sect, a large hand suddenly slapped down on my chair. "You brat! Without wearing this robe, you're not even qualified to move chairs," the laborer Lu Gao said, snatching the large chair from me. I secretly scoffed what's so great about a menial laborer, and suddenly yanked the chair back. Lu Gao turned his head and glared at me fiercely. "You brat, if you keep causing trouble." Before he could finish, the half-piece of spirit stone that flashed briefly in my hand interrupted him, and I gave him a meaningful look. Lu Gao glanced around and nodded slightly. Then we dragged a large chair to the corner of the mountain gate. "Brother, I just want to join the Nine Mystic Sword sect," I said, handing over half a spirit stone from my hand. Lu Gao pondered for a moment and whispered, "You just want to enter the Nine Mystic Sword sect, right?" I quickly nodded. I hadn't expected much help from this menial laborer anyway. As long as I could get through the gate with my own comprehension, I could make some waves even if I had to force my way in. The Sword Pavilion is currently short of a sword watcher. I'll take you there. Sword Pavilion, the name alone sounds classy enough. Sword watcher, what kind of job is that? With this question in mind, I followed Lu Gao as we carried the large chair, finally stepping through the mountain gate of the Nine Mystic Sword sect as I had hoped. Taking a deep breath, I felt a surge of rich spiritual energy coursing through my chest, abdomen, heart, and lungs. Is this the taste of spiritual energy? Come on. The only place with spiritual energy on Joshuan Mountain is the secluded area at the back. The air you're breathing here is no different from the foot of the mountain. Lu Gao's words cut short my excitement. He led me toward a pavilion. Yet for some reason, Lu Gao stopped far away from it. "This is the Sword Pavilion. Go to the entrance and look for someone named Huang Lao Lu. He'll arrange your duties as a sword watcher." I handed him half a spirit stone. "Brother Lu, you're truly a good man. Once I settle in a few days later, I'll treat you to drinks." But I could never have imagined that as I strode toward the Sword Pavilion. Lu Gao behind me stroked the spirit stone and chuckled. "Next time we drink, it'll probably be your farewell toast." With that, he turned and left, as if unwilling to spare another glance at the Sword Pavilion. By then, I was already standing outside the Sword Pavilion. I had just announced my intention to become a sword watcher, but to my shock, the words spoken by old Huang Lu inside the pavilion frightened me to the core. The Sword Pavilion houses 100,000 swords, their sword energy crisscrossing and wounding people. Without cultivation, one wouldn't survive here for a year. Are you here to throw your life away? I hadn't expected the Sword Pavilion to be so perilous. After a moment of contemplation, I asked, "I wonder, with cultivation, could one survive for a year? And during that year, in which months would the sword energy pose a danger?" The series of questions left old Huang Lu momentarily stunned. He gave me a strange look and said, "Do you really want to be a sword watcher?" Of course, I didn't want to in my heart, but what choice did I have? So I nodded. "Follow me." Old Huang Lu grinned and beckoned, leading me through the pavilion gate. To my surprise, the moment I stepped inside, my hair stood on end. Before me stretched endless rows of wooden racks, each holding gleaming long swords that seemed ready to unsheathe and strike at any moment. "Not bad. Didn't piss yourself right away." Old Huang Lu glanced at me. Then, pointing at the countless swords, he said something strange. "A sword watcher's job is to watch these swords." I was somewhat puzzled. "Why do these swords still need to be watched?" Old Huang Lu grinned and said, "Newly forged swords are fine, but those that have been used by others, if they harbor lingering resentment, might just crave a taste of blood in the dead of night. So, tell me, should these swords be watched or not?" After hearing this, I began to regret taking on this job. However, old Huang Lu's next words immediately made me choose to stay and become a sword watcher in the Sword Pavilion. "As long as you don't die, you'll receive 10 spirit stones every month, along with all the benefits of an inner sect disciple. If you survive for 10 years, you'll directly become an elder of the 9 profound sword sect. And if you last 60 years, I stopped paying attention to old man Lu's other words. 10 spirit stones and the benefits of an inner sect disciple, that was more than enough for me. With my max level comprehension, I was confident I could embark on the path of cultivation. Tempted, old man Lu pointed to a side room. The last sword watcher left just 3 days ago. You can stay here for now. I quickly clasped my hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior. Huang Lu recorded my name and other details, prepared a meal for me, and was about to register me when he suddenly turned back and said, "Don't call me senior. I'm only a few years older than you." Hearing this, I froze in place. Huang Lu clearly had graying hair, yet he claimed to be only slightly older than me. Was this the result of being injured by the sword energy in the sword pavilion? I couldn't help but swallow hard. After transmigrating into this cultivation world, I was all set to find a fairy maiden and experience the pleasures of dual cultivation. But if I end up like old Huang Lu here, wouldn't you have to have a heart? After hurriedly finishing his breakfast, Han Mai walked over to the wooden rack filled with long swords. Each of these swords looked meteorologically extraordinary, and when taken to Earth, they would certainly be worth a lot of money. Reaching out to grip the hilt of a long sword, Han Moyo gripped it tightly with 5 fingers and pumped it hard. He looked around to see that no one was around before he let go of his hand with a slightly distended face. Make a fool of yourself, the long sword is not unsheathed. Unwilling to try a few more times, Han Mai didn't believe it and went to pull out the swords one by one on the wooden frame. Quran. After walking past a few wooden shelves, a long, slender sword was pulled out of his hand. The light of the clear sword flashed like water, and the blade was long and narrow, with a ghostly green light. Okay. Han Mai's gaze landed on top of the longsword's blade, and he only felt images flashing in his brain with a loud bang. In front of him, there seemed to be several craftsmen wielding hammers, striking one after another with sparks flying. 1,000 hammers. These big, burly men struck with all their might 1,000,000 times, and the iron embryo took shape. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Hardened, polished, adjusted, and decorated. The refining of a long sword was completed. 38,251 heavy blows, 86,513 light hammers, polished 5,620 passes, the blade hardened 9 times. The sword is 2 feet 8 inches 9 minutes long and 1 inch 1 minute wide. The sword weighs 8 pounds, 6 taels and 7 coins. The art of 9 turns of quenching, the 100-fold forging technique. Whispering under his breath, a crystalline halo of light flowed through Han Mai's eyes. An imperceptible aura penetrated his body and then went nowhere. Is this the full level of enlightenment added? At a glance, the long sword in his palm didn't have a single secret, and he had also comprehended 2 forging methods. With such a golden finger in place, would one still worry about not being able to cultivate? Placing the long sword back in its original place, Han Mai reached out and gripped the hilt of another long sword. Without exerting any force, he already felt that he could pull out the long sword. What for? You think you're going to live long? Before he could draw his sword, Huang Laoyou's voice came. Letting go of his hand, Han Muoi stepped out from the side of the wooden frame. If you want to live longer, then stay away from these swords. Huang Laolu threw the cupped clothing and waist plate in front of Han Muoyi, then said in a cold voice, "The last sword watcher was just a bit too curious, and didn't stay in the sword pavilion for more than 3 months before leaving. Where did it go?" Han Mai picked up his waistband and looked at it, then shook off his greenish-gray 9 Xian sword sect disciple's robe. Where did it go? Huang Laolu gave a hefty laugh and said, "Dead, drained of his blood and qi by a long sword, gone very unsettled." Speaking of which, he looked at Han Mai and said, "Last night, when you slept in his house, you didn't hear anything?" Han Makino's arm, who was fastening his belt, stiffened. The swords in the sword pavilion were either newly forged and waiting for a disciple to come and collect them, or, if a disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect fell, the accompanying sword weapon was brought back to wait for the next owner. The first floor in the sword pavilion housed tens of thousands of swords, most of which were mortal. The second floor of the sword pavilion housed thousands of sword artifacts, with the lowest grade being at the grade of entry-grade spiritual artifacts. As for the third floor, Huang Laolu did not introduce it. One day no outsiders came to the sword pavilion. The actual age of only 30 years old Huang Laolu will be the general situation of the sword pavilion will be told to Han Mai listen. The sword weapons hidden on the first floor of the sword pavilion are divided into 12 areas. Each area is about 3,000 long swords, and we sword watchers need to wipe one area every month. In 1 year's time, all sword weapons need to be wiped down at least once. You have to tan your sword once a year on June 6th. Other times, avoid it if you can. When it was time to close the pavilion door at night, Huang Laolu patted Han Mai's shoulder and said, "You're quite an interesting kid. I don't want you to live longer than 3 months." As he lay down on the wooden couch, Han Mai's mind was filled with the image of the forged longsword, and then the story of the longsword sucking blood told by Huang Laolu. In the half-light, a soft call suddenly came to his ear. "Lang, want to double up?" The new book period begs for catch-up reading, reviews, and votes. The inner cast has passed the immediate change of status. End of chapter. Chapter 3. The rules of receiving swords from the sword pavilion, seeking favorites and catching up. Dual practice? Is it meat or vegetarian? Beautiful? Han Makino opened his eyes, a little disappointed. In front of him, there was only a 3-foot-long sword, gently crossed in front of him, its light dim. He sighed, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Sword? With a jolt, he jumped and climbed to his feet, no longer half asleep. "Lang, want to double up?" The elegant and bland voice came again. Han Mai shrank on the wooden couch and whispered, "Double cultivation with a sword? I don't become it? You see me as a sword?" A clear, elegant voice exclaimed. "Black iron for the blade. The sword is 2 feet 8 inches, and the hilt is bronze and clouded with 3 intertwined blood filaments. The sword weighs 9 pounds and 5 taels, and the blood groove in the blade is half an inch deep. The sword is forged with the 1,000 forging and condensing hammers method, and quenched with." Han Makino's voice suddenly paused. A picture appeared in front of him. The 1,000-hammered longsword was clamped in an iron vise, then slowly plunged into the heart of a green-clad girl. Maiden heart blood quenching, this means, is not the right way sword refining techniques, right?
Han Makino muttered softly.
The art of blood refining is comprehended. The long sword gently shook, and a trace of sword light quivered on it, seemingly fluctuating in mood, before the blade turned and stabbed toward Han Mai's chest. Just then, an old cough suddenly came from next door. The long sword fell to the wooden couch with a crash. "What's with the big night toss? Sleep." Huang Lao's voice came. Han Mai, who had been shocked out of a cold sweat, reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of the long sword in front of him. Boom! A picture unfolded in his mind. The sword light in the hands of a young man dressed in white resembled a swimming dragon, and each sword light carried a blast of cold light. Above the blade of the sword, there was a bloom of blood color. It was a life being reaped.
"Juner, hand over Juner."
The youth roared furiously, the sword in his hand, so fast that it was only a phantom. He killed from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and was finally blocked by an old man dressed in linen robes. He, the 8th of the 9 Shen sword sect's outer sect, it does have a few tricks up its sleeve. A cold color flashed across the old man's face, and a long-handled battle sword in his hand crossed in front of him. "It's her you're seeking, isn't it?" The old man raised his hand and pointed to the front, where a young girl dressed in green with a tear-stained face looked at the youth and couldn't stop shaking her head. "Cloudy, let go of my sister." The youth roared wildly and flew up. It was only his figure that was stopped by a short sword that was placed across the young girl's neck. "Era, hand over the sword in your hand. Otherwise, you can only get her corpse." The masked man standing beside the young girl spoke faintly. "Brother, go away. You leave me alone." The young girl was in tears. "Don't you guys just want this Shen Yang sword?" The youth named Ji Yuan swept his gaze from the hemp-clothed old man, then looked at the black-clothed man in front of him and said, "Just take it." He raised his hand and threw the long sword in his hand. The moment he threw his long sword, the hemp-clothed old man flew out, the long knife in his hand slashing down towards his head. The youth without a long sword in his hand was losing ground and, eventually, fell off the cliff. Ji Yuan fell off the cliff. The green-clothed girl's eyes showed despair. The black-clothed masked man took a step forward, reached out and grabbed the long sword that Ji Yuan had thrown out, and a coldness came out from his eyes. "This isn't the Shen Yang sword. How is it possible? Without the Shen Yang sword, how could he kill the snow spirit fox?" The hemp-clothed old man's face changed. Could it be that he really cultivated by virtue of his sword Dao talent? The black-clothed masked man snorted coldly, reached out and grabbed the green-clothed girl and left. The scene that follows is repeated with the image of a long sword being quenched with the blood of a young girl's heart. What was quenched, though, was the long sword that Era had thrown down. This long sword that had killed a demon fox was remelted and quenched with the blood of a young girl's heart. This sword took on the guile of a demon fox and the resentment of a young girl. So, This sword will suck people's chi and blood. The image in front of Han Makino's eyes dissipated, and an aura penetrated his body from the long sword. Unlike the pale breath in the longsword in the daytime, this time, the breath in the longsword was thick and long, flowing continuously along the tendons and veins of his body, and eventually returning to silence. He could feel a subtle change in his body, he just couldn't tell again. Xian Yuan's sword art, Ichiba. Closing his eyes, the sword stance that Ji Yuan wielded was eventually fixed, and then transformed into a sword stance that kept going back and forth. This move is called Ichiba. This sword, why is it in the sword pavilion? Era, is it life or death? Looking at the long sword in his hand, Han Mai's mind was flooded with one question after another. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. When he walked out of the quiet room on the second day, Huang Laolu saw Han Mai and looked him up and down, his face filled with suspicion. It's okay. I didn't get squeezed for anything last night. In front of his eyes, Han Mai was radiant, without a trace of fatigue. Han Mai smiled, arching his hand and saying, "Thank you, sixth brother, for coming to the rescue. That sword. You will just send the sword back later." Huang Laolu waved his hand, and as he walked away, he muttered, "It seems to be a hard life as well. Maybe he can really stay in the sword pavilion for a long time." In the morning, Huang Laolu entrusted Han Mai to guard the sword pavilion, and he himself went to the bottom of the mountain to fetch some wine. According to Huang Laolu, if you don't drink some wine, you'll be kept awake at night. When Huang Laolu left, Han Mai looked toward the long swords on those wooden racks, his eyes glowing. He walked over, reached out and gripped the hilt of a long sword and gave it a gentle jerk. Unlike yesterday's long sword, which did not move at all, the long sword was pulled out with a clang, and a cold light flashed on the blade. There was a hint of intimacy coming from that sword. The sensation was profound, all from the breath that had been poured into his body last night. It seemed as if the breath flowed through his body and the long sword treated himself as a relative. The sword is 3 feet 1 inch long, weighs 13 pounds 8 taels, and the blade is 4 inches wide and 2 inches thick. Refined by the method of 1,000 hammers, quenched with water from 1,000-year cold pool. Holding the long sword in his hand, Han Mai's arm gently probed out. Shoo! The blade of the sword shook, as if a green-colored falling leaf fluttered, landing nowhere and swirling back and forth. Before this piece of falling leaves, the opponent had nowhere to land and could not capture the traces of it. Xian Yuan's sword art, Ichiba. This was the same sword technique that Han Mai had comprehended from the longsword last night. Because of the full level of enlightenment, not only did I comprehend this move, but I was also able to see through the intent of this move, so I can make this move more unpredictable than in the hands of Era. Han Mai could feel that this sword of his was something that even Era couldn't make. Unfortunately, he had no cultivation on his body and was empty of sword skills, so if he really wanted to fight against someone, I'm afraid that without handing out his longsword, the person would have already chopped his longsword off. No martial arts under the sky were indestructible, only speed was unbreakable. Without cultivation to add to it, speed and power could not be displayed at all. However, there was no hurry in the matter of cultivation, having already mixed into the 9 Shen sword sect. Were you still afraid of not having the opportunity to cultivate? Sheathing his long sword, Han Mai reached out to grip the hilt of the other sword. A long sword was pulled out, and then he could see through all the secrets hidden in these long swords. Unconsciously, a faint aura merged into his body. He had also comprehended several methods of forging sword weapons. These long swords were all unused, and there were no traces of the sword owner's cultivation in them. Perhaps one of those swords that someone used could have something in it? Han Makino raised his head and walked toward the front of the wooden rack, where he had placed the sword from his room in the morning in the front position. All around that sword, there should be long swords that show signs of having been used. Disciple Jiang Han, come to the sword pavilion to receive a long sword. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the sword pavilion. A disciple receiving a sword? This is one of the main businesses in the sword pavilion. According to Huang Laolu, it is also the business with the most oil and water. Han Mai turned around and walked to the front of the pavilion door, standing with his head hanging down, and faintly said, "The rules of the sword pavilion: to receive the sword, first bathe and change clothes, burn incense and meditate, and eat vegetarian food for 10 days. To lead the sword." After a pause, he said with a wave of his hand, "Come in." The green-robed disciple at the bottom of the stone steps spread his hands out, and in his palms were 3 crystalline spirit stones. Catching up on new books is the biggest support for authors. Thank you to everyone who has helped the new book grow. End of chapter. Chapter 4 Comprehending the Xian Yuan Sword Technique. Doki seeking favorites to catch up. Name.
Yang Han.
Why do you lead the sword? 8th era senior brother of the outer sect has been missing for a year, and according to the rules of the sect, his qualification for the top 100 of the outer sect was removed, and I would have been the 111th of the outer sect. Now make up for it and become the 100th in the outer gate. Joshen Sword Sect's rules. The top 100 of the outer sect are eligible to receive 100 refined long sword.
Outer sect on 100.
Han Mai muttered under his breath and closed the booklet registered in front of him. 9 Xian Sword Sect is one of the 9 sects of the Western frontier, a dominant party, hundreds of thousands of square miles in its control. 100 places in the outer gate is nothing. But just this outer door 100, also from the tens of thousands of outer door disciples, the following there are nearly 100,000 various hall handymen. Above the outer sect, there were nearly 10,000 inner sect disciples, hundreds of elite disciples and dozens of direct disciples. This is still the disciple generation, on top of which there are even deacons, hall masters, elders, and other powerful people. Calculating this way, Han Mai, who currently doesn't have a shred of cultivation in his body and is a wasted spirit root, is afraid that he is at the bottom of the entire 9 Xian Sword Sect. Shame on me. I only made it into the top 100 of the outer sect by a fluke. Hearing Han Mai mutter, Zhang Han's face reddened and he spoke in a low voice. While saying that, he pulled out 2 more spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the table. His dangling outer door 100 was the last of the Sword Pavilion's lead sword disciples. 5 spirit stones in one moment. Han Mai collected the spirit stones without a trace. The young man is quite virtuous. Han Mai let out a laugh, then pointed to the wooden rack in front of him and said, "Go choose a sword." Hearing Han Mai's words, Zhang Han finally showed a happy face. I have heard that the Sword Pavilion to choose the sword can let the sword viewer satisfied. You can get a good sword. If the sword viewer is not satisfied, or even directly dump you a piece of broken iron, you have no place to say reason. Who dares to say that the swords in the Pavilion of Swords are broken? Jiang Chun walked quickly to the wooden shelf, reaching out to touch this and that, but did not dare to really draw his sword. Those who cultivate swords are concerned with sword karma. If a handle pulls out the sword to watch and then puts it back, it is evil to the sword. Other swords, then, will not be close. Han Mai didn't rush, placing the 5 spirit stones in his coat pocket, heavy and incomparably full. He had only earned half a spirit stone from his own stall for half a year, and this was only one disciple who came to receive a sword and earned 5 spirit stones. The job of sword watcher is a really fat one. Han Mai pondered when he must buy a drink for Lu Gao, who had helped him get this job. Turning his head to see that Zhang Han had not yet chosen, he raised his hand and picked up the small hammer on the table, when a sound on the small bronze bell. Hearing the sound of the bell, Zhang Han sighed slightly and reluctantly retreated a few steps, picking up a sword that he had looked at earlier. The bell that Han Muo Yi had rung was both to limit the time of the sword selection disciples and to protect them. According to Huang Lao Lu, these disciples who had come to choose their swords were those who had cultivated good sword skills and wanted to warm up their own sword chi. Countless sword chi was running through the sword pavilion, and if these disciples stayed in it for a long time, the sword chi infestation would mess up their cultivation. This was why the sword pavilion sword watchers were not selected from the disciples of the sect. When a person who cultivates swords spends a lot of time in the sword pavilion, their cultivation is wasted. Jiang Chun cupped the long sword and handed it to Han Mai. The sword watchers will register each sword weapon that is claimed, and those that are included will also be registered. Receiving the long sword, Han Mai gripped the hilt and gently drew it. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and the green light was cold. Small stamped inscriptions on the blade and blade edge. Light shadow. Jiang Chun spoke in a low voice, a hint of joy flashing across his face. Swords that can leave a name are mostly considered nice and fine. Number 395874, sword name Light and Shadow. After registering it, Han Mai paused and whispered, "The sword is 3 feet, 5 inches, and 7 minutes long, and weighs 15 pounds, 6 tails, and 7 coins. The blade is 1.5 inches wide, and the spine is 3 points thick." Jiang Chun looked at Han Mai with some surprise. Just a moment ago, with a single grip, this sword viewer in front of him understood all the messages of this light and shadow sword. When Han Mai handed the long sword back, Zhang Han reached out and pulled it out, examining it carefully. Gently pulling a few sword blossoms and waving a few skillful sword moves, He felt that what Han Mai had said really wasn't the slightest bit off. It was said that the Sword Pavilion sword watchers were mysterious and eccentric, and it seemed to be true. Jiang Han sheathed his long sword back, arched his hand toward Han Mai, and turned around to walk outside the Sword Pavilion. As soon as he walks out of this door, the sword is his. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Han Mai's voice came from behind. Jiang Han's grip on his sword tightened, and he turned to look nervously at Han Mai. This, senior brother. I wonder if there are any formalities processes that have not been completed? The 5 spirit stones had been given away. The sword weapon had arrived, and Jiang Han felt that he wouldn't have to deal with the Sword Pavilion's sword watchers for a long time. I think you'd be better off with a different sword. Han Mai looked at Jiang Han and spoke faintly. Why? Jiang Chen frowned. 5 spirit stones were also a large portion of the outer disciple's fortune. Spirit stone is something that is needed for weekday cultivation expenses, and no one can have too much of it. Could it be that this sword watcher in front of him wanted to knock another sum? The sword stance you cultivate is not muddy all the way. This sword is a bit heavy for you. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai sat in front of the long case, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. Heavy, carrying his long sword, Jiang Han perceived it faintly, his face changing color. Whether a sword is in good hands or not is a matter of life and death for a sword cultivator. If Han Mai hadn't pointed it out, he really hadn't cared. The sword was a bit heavy for him. At this point, when I carry it in my hand and weigh it, it really feels a bit heavy. Also, with your height and arm length, you should be using a sword that is 3 feet and 1 inch long. This sword longer. Clutching the long sword tightly, Jiang Han's palm trembled slightly. No wonder there was a slight distortion in his movements when he retracted his sword just now. Originally, he had only thought that it was because this sword had not been honed enough with himself. He recalled what the outer sword technique instructor had said when he had only just joined the Nine Xian sword sect. The sword is the second life of the person who cultivates the sword to live with it. Know your sword to live long. He thought that he had cultivated the sword for several years and was in the top 100 of the outer sect, so he was confident that he was a person who knew how to use the sword. But after being reminded by a few words from Han Mai, he was covered in cold sweat. Himself is actually a little cutie. General, nothing Reaching out and pulling out the remaining 5 spirit stones in his coat pocket, Jiang Han bowed toward Han Mai. Please teach me, senior brother. Stupid yes, but quite on the ball. Han Mai put away the 5 spirit stones, then reached out and pointed toward the wooden shelf in front of him. 3rd row, 7th shank, green harvest. Jiang Chun hurriedly walked over and placed the light shadow sword back in its place, then sought out the 3rd row of positions and reached out to hold the 7th sword in his hand. The sword is 3 feet and 1 inch long, weighs 10 pounds, 3 tails and 5 coins, has a double-sided blood groove on the blade, and swings with a sharp whistle, just right for that sword move of yours. Han Mai's voice came, and Jiang Han slowly drew his sword, holding the hilt of the sword in his hand. He had a feeling that his chi and blood were connected to it. There was no need to look. This sword was the one he wanted. That sword skill of yours mainly attacks the opponent's chest, abdomen, and neck. You need to be 3 times faster when you strike your sword, and you can't close your sword straight, you need to stretch it out a bit. And remember, when you strike your sword, you will have a habit of thumbing the hilt, which is deadly. Han Mai leaned back in his big chair and said faintly, this is sort of a bonus attached to it. Jiang Chan gripped his sword tightly, bowed to Han Mai, and gently exited the sword pavilion. Straight back to the bottom of the 9 steps. He only straightened his waist, a long breath, narrowed his eyes and looked toward the glittering sword pavilion 2 words above his head. These 10 spirit stones today are truly worth spending. Jiang Chen's eyes were surging with light, and his face was full of surprise. Several senior brothers of the inner sect were unable to tell the drawbacks in my sword stance. But this sword viewer actually saw through it with a single glance. I've always felt that my sword was not coming out well, but I struggled to find the reason. So it turned out that it was the wrong gesture when I was coming out of the sword. Turning around and striding away, Jiang Chan had an unspeakable battle intent rising from his body. With closed door and diligent cultivation to remove the ills, I am confident that I will step within the top 80 of the outer sect. In the middle of the sword pavilion, Han Mai slightly closed his eyes, and a sword light flowed in his mind. The sword man is still Jiang Han's appearance, but that sword light, I do not know how many times stronger. Xian Yuan sword art, Doki. Comprehending another sword technique, the corners of Han Mai's mouth gently curled up, The errand of the sword watcher was one he enjoyed. I'm begging for a catch-up read, a vote, a favorite, and all the support I can get for a new book, so thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 5. My generation of sword cultivators, invincible at the same level seeking votes to follow. At noon, Huang Laolu returned with a smell of alcohol, carrying a gourd that could hold 3 pounds of wine in his hand, wobbling. As soon as he entered the door of the sword pavilion, he bared himself and scurried to the long case, his figure as athletic as it could be. On the long case there were 3 spirit stones. Reaching out to touch and rub the spirit stones, Huang Laolu cracked his mouth. You can do it, Han boy, you've only come to the sword pavilion for this much time, and you've already got spirit stones coming in. As he spoke, he stuffed 1 spirit stone into his bosom and pushed the other 2 in front of Han Mai. The unwritten rule of the sword pavilion is that when there is an advantage, the sword watchers split the bill 37%. Currently, there were only 2 of them here, Han Mai and Huang Laolu, and Han Mai collected 10 spirit stones and distributed 3 to Huang Laolu. Keep it, you'll have to use it soon. Hearing his words, Han Mai smiled and shook his head. It's all yours, 6th brother. I've already collected my share. Taken? The 3 pieces on the table aren't all of them? 10 spirit stones? Which ingrate, Huang Laolu stared wide-eyed at Han Mai and lowered his voice. Don't be some elder, firstborn, or intersect elite It's not easy to get spirit stones from these people. Before Huang Laolu told Han Mai about the rules of the sword pavilion, it's okay to ask for favors in passing, but you must have eyesight. The elders in the door, those people not to mention, the sword door direct disciple, the elite disciples in the inner door, are all promising, knock these people's spirit stone, maybe when people developed they will give you a trip. Although most of the sword watchers do not live long, but it is not guaranteed that they will live longer, but they will be settled in the fall. Hearing Huang Lao's words, Han Mai smiled and waved his hand, spreading out the booklet in front of him. Outer Sect 100, Zhang Han.
Outer Sect 100.
Such a guy you can scrape down 10 spirit stones. Huang Laolu collected all the spirit stones on the table, muttered a few times, and then hugged the wine gourd into his own hut. Only when he reached the door, he turned around and said, I'll guard the sword pavilion in the afternoon. You go around the gate and see what's going on. Saying this, he paused and said, 7 spirit stones. You can go to the Dan Hall and buy 2 solid Dan. This elixir will make your tendons and bones strong, and you will be able to live for a few more days even under the erosion of sword chi. Good. Thank you, 6th brother. Han Mai smiled and arched his hand. Watching Huang Laolu shake his head and walk away, Han Mai didn't know if he really cared about himself or if he wanted to guard the sword pavilion this afternoon to see if he could catch a fat sheep or 2. But being able to walk out of the sword pavilion, that was exactly what Han Mai wanted. He didn't really mix into the 9 Xian sword sect for the sake of hanging around in the sword pavilion and waiting to die. After eating at the nearest dining hall at noon, Han Mai didn't return to the sword pavilion. 9 Xian sword sect up and down hundreds of thousands of people. This 9 Xian mountain stretches for hundreds of miles up and down the mountain. Divided into one area, the light of the disciples to eat the dining hall there are thousands of. Nearly 100,000 handymen, all of whom came to take care of the disciples in the sect's living and living. Han Mai didn't go to the Dan Hall that Huang Laolu said first, but asked around along the way and touched the transmission hall where the new disciples practiced. None of the outer disciples had their own masters, and they all practiced in the transmission halls in various places, and after 3 years, those who showed outstanding qualifications would be able to enter the inner sect. Of course, 3 years is the shortest period of time, the longest, hanging out in the outer door for 10 or 8 years, or even do a lifetime of green outer disciples have. When Han Mai arrived at the transmission hall, there were already 3 or 2 young disciples there practicing martial arts techniques and polishing their muscles and bones. On the 100-foot square bluestone square, there were all sorts of stone locks, iron chains, and long and short weapons. Not all disciples of the Jiuxian sword sect practiced swords either, and other weapons were not forbidden. Han Mai swept a glance at these disciples and shook his head slightly. Rarely. The moves suck and the learning sucks even more. This kind of stuff he's not interested. Instructor Lin is here. Only halfway around the circle, the noise of drums came from the square, and a big man in a gray robe came striding in. This big man wore gray martial arts clothing, bronze face, thick arms and legs, and a big sword on his back. He walked straight to the stone steps of the verdant square and sat down, and the group of new disciples were busy sitting cross-legged in front of him, chest out and back up, eyes not slanting. Han Mai sought out the side a little off the place and sat down on his butt. Yesterday I taught you the basics of boxing and kicking, You must practice diligently and toughen your muscles and bones. And today this instructor will teach you a sword technique. Upon hearing that they were going to pass on the sword art, the eyes of the people sitting on the disc were glowing. Didn't you come to the Joshin sword sect just to learn the sword? Han Makino also sat slightly upright. Ahem. Before I teach you sword arts, I first need to introduce you to the legacy of my 9 Shen sword sect. Coughing lightly, Instructor Lin straightened his body with a solemn expression. Han Mai knew that this was the inevitable process before all sects passed on their skills and teachings. Ideology shaping, clan honor cohesion, and collective consciousness cultivation were more important things than imparting sword skills. Otherwise, no matter how good the techniques are, how can we teach all the white-eyed wolves? Instructor Lin's voice was loud and impassioned as he introduced the glorious achievements of the Joshin sword sect aside, hearing the crowd of disciples below just short of wailing. But don't tell me, to Han Mai's ears, this 9 Shen sword sect was really quite impressive. Among the western border of Tianshan world, one of the top 9 sects, the 4 top sword Dao sects in the western border, the 9 Shen sword sect ranked third, not quite at the bottom. The western frontier was countless thousands of miles in circumference, with as many sects as there were, and to be the topmost sect among them was a visible strength. The world's cultivation is divided into 3 realms and 9 heavens, the human realm, the earth realm, and the heavenly realm, and in each realm there are 3 sub-realms of cultivation. Among the 9 Shen sword sect, there were several powerful people who had stepped into the heaven realm. You guys think that sword Dao cultivators are the same as ordinary martial arts cultivation? With pride all over his face, Instructor Lin looked around and let out a loud cry. My generation of sword cultivators are invincible at the same level. Invincible at the same level. This kind of heroic words really let a group of new disciples just enter the blood boiling. Can't wait to learn the sword moves now, and then go out the same class invincible. When my Joshin sword sect's sword Dao experts go out, they are all able to fight one against the other, and are honored as sword immortals. The stout-bodied Instructor Lin forked his legs and stood on the stone steps, tilting his head proudly. The way of the sword, of course, is also one of the most difficult cultivations in the world. Slowly pulling out the long sword behind him, a strange aura seemed to flow from Instructor Lin's body. My 9 Shen sword sect's sword arts are divided into 5 lineages, each of which starts with the Shen Yuan sword art and goes straight up to the Zhen school's 9 Shen, with a total of 10 grades. Today, I will teach you a move, Shen Yuan sword art, cracking stone. As the words fell, the great sword was raised high and slashed down heavily. Boom! The stone fence in front of the green stone square cracked in response and turned into 2 halves. Debris flew about, frightening the group of new disciples sitting in front of them as they rolled and fled in a panic. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Instructor Lin let out a laugh and crossed his greatsword. The hilt of the sword turned upside down and facing forward. Can you see it? Who's going to demonstrate it? Understand? Demo? The room full of disciples shook their heads straight. Just now, he was only focused on watching the show. Where did he see how the sword slashed down? Han Mai felt that he could make this sword himself. The image of Instructor Lin raising his hand and swinging his sword continued to flash in his mind, eventually condensing into a sword art. Shen Yuan sword art, cracking stone. This sword repair when it's really interesting. Han Mai quietly left the martial arts arena and wandered further afield. Joshin Mountain is full of cultivators with swords, and they always call themselves senior brothers, and within a few sentences, they draw their swords and ask for guidance. This kind of scene, Han Mai looked rare, do not know until dark, but did not find the Dan Hall. The Hall of Dan, it's dozens of miles away from the Sword Pavilion. Returning to the Sword Pavilion, Huang Laolu saw Han Mai's hands empty, let out a laugh, and took out 2 steamed buns. At night, he lay down on the wooden couch, but in a few moments another call rose in his ears. There was seduction in that voice. But seeing through that the other party was a sword made Han Mai a pain in the ass. Turn around, hug your head and go to sleep. For the next few days, Han Mai and Huang Laolu were both at the Sword Pavilion, but there was no more 10 spirit stone business coming their way. On the contrary, Huang Laolu was very talkative, leaning on the big chair behind the long case, smiling and telling all the stories of Joshin Mountain and Joshin Mountain. Which Elder's Affair, the latest hourly price of the flower house at the bottom of the mountain, and how to stay at the bottom of the mountain at night without spending spirit stones. The days in the Sword Pavilion are easy, but there is hard work. Rub the sword. On the 10th day of Han Mai's visit to the Sword Pavilion, after breakfast, the Sword Pavilion closed its doors, and then Huang Laolu walked to the rows and rows of wooden shelves with a solemn expression on his face. All of these sword weapons are swords worn by human realm sword cultivators, from the beginning of Peiyuan to the peak level of Foundation establishment. Huang Laolu's face was solemn as he reached out and pointed forward. Sword weapons have spirits, and for us sword watchers to draw our swords is not to desecrate the spirit in the sword. A bow was made toward the front, and then he walked to the wooden frame with a greased linen cloth in his hand. Quran. Huang Laolu reached out and drew a long sword, and then his face solemn, no sadness, no joy, eyes flashing, raised his hand to take the linen from the long sword blade to the hilt of the sword all wiped once. After going back and forth 3 times, he sheathed his long sword and breathed a light sigh of relief. See, treat these sword weapons with reverence. Looking up at Han Mai, Huang Laolu said in a deep voice, these newly refined sword artifacts are fine, but if it's the ones that had been warmed up for a long time, the sword won't be able to be unsheathed if you're not sincere.
Han Mui nuded.
He knew this. He had made a fool of himself before, and with all his strength, he could not pull out his sword. Following the example of Huang Laolu, Han Mai first bowed and prayed, then raised his hand and drew his sword. The linen cloth gently stroked, and the light of the sword was as clear as water. The long sword returned to its sheath. Opposite Huang Laolu opened his mouth, finally lowered his head and muttered, "What a natural sword watcher it!" The new book begs for collection comments and votes, and there are topics you can leave a message to add some popularity. Thank you, thank you. Thanks to Nightfall Rainsong for the monthly ticket. Thanks to Brother Two Dogs, Laughing Joching, and Miss 100 Miles for their rewards. Thanks for catching up on the new chapters and voting. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Within 100 breaths, one can battle the heavenly realm. Each of the 2 men took charge of one side, drew their swords, wiped them, and then sheathed their long swords. Han Mai could sense the length and weight of the long sword and the refining technique as long as his hand was on the hilt. Initially, he wiped extremely fast. The sword weapons over here were all just refined, and there weren't many messages for him to comprehend. It wasn't until later, when he reached out and gripped the hilt of a sword, that he shuddered as images fell into his mind. A young swordsman in a green robe, walking across the country with his sword, free and unimpeded. The sword light was like water, and the waves of smoke were vast. Xian Yuan's sword art, Qing Shui. A cool breath penetrated Han Makino's body. This time, he could clearly feel this cool breath flowing through his body before dispersing into his chest and abdomen. This breath, what is it? Curious in his heart, Han Mai raised his hand to draw another long sword. Again the picture appeared. An old man in a gray robe cultivated only one sword, which split the wind and thunder and blocked the mountains. Xian, it's finally time to say goodbye. The old man spoke softly. Then his long sword started a prairie fire, burning 100 miles of mountains and rivers. When the clouds and smoke cleared, the old man was already gone, and only a mottled long sword was there. Wuxuan's sword art, prairie fire. Boom! A tyrannical force steeply infused Han Mai's body, and the magma like scorching breath instantly ravaged his meridians, making his body seem to spasm and tremble uncontrollably. Yang! The long sword fell to the ground, and opposite Huang Laolu hurriedly ran over. Han boy, what's wrong with you? Han Makino turned his head and gave a grin. Then he intuited that his entire chest seemed to be about to explode as a flame force penetrated into it. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Han Mai's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. In a daze, Han Mai heard Huang Laoyo's voice. Many thanks to old ancestor for making a move. When he opened his eyes, there was a white-haired old man in front of Han Mai in addition to Huang Laolu. The old man held a mottled short sword in his hand, the very same sword that Han Mai had pulled out earlier. Although this sword is only a mortal product, it is the sword worn by the old Tao Ran ancestor who rebelled against the sect at the time. Holding the short sword in his hand, the old man's facial expression revealed a hint of abnormality. Old ancestor wears a sword? Huang Laolu froze and busied himself. Old ancestor wears a sword. Wouldn't that contain sword intent? Old ancestor, is he okay with this injury? Sword chi into the heart and chest. Something will happen depending on his destiny. The old voice came. The old man's face was bland, and when he saw Han Mai waking up, he placed his short sword on the wooden stand and turned to leave. Huang Laolu shouted from the back before calling out in a low voice, "Greetings to old ancestor." Han Mai watched as the old man stepped onto the stairs of the sword pavilion toward the second floor and disappeared. "Don't look," We're the three of us in the sword pavilion. When you see him in the future, you just call out directly to old ancestor. A trace of envy and longing appeared on Huang Laoyu's face as he softly said, the sword pavilion has been observing swords for an aeon of time, and is ranked the same as a supreme elder in the Nine Xian sword sect. Ancestor? There's always been a third person in this sword pavilion? Han Makino froze for a moment. However, thinking about it, this three-story pavilion, he and Huang Laolu were only responsible for the first floor, the second and third floors, naturally needed a stronger person to sit in the town. Didn't you say, sixth brother, that it's hard for a sword watcher to survive more than a year, and that to live for 10 years is to be a sect deacon in existence? This one, who has lived past the age of one? As it turns out, sword watchers are capable of living a lifetime. So how did this one survive? Seeing Han Mai's expression, Huang Laolu grunted and waved his hand. Kid, don't think about it so much. It's hard to say if you can survive 3 months with your sword chi in your chest and abdomen. Speaking of this, his voice on his face had a touch more softness as he looked at Han Mai. If you want to eat something, drink something. If you want to do something, do it. Picking up the linen cloth for wiping the long sword, Huang Laolu patted him on the shoulder and said, Go rest. I'll wipe the rest of the swords and weapons. When he finished, he sighed softly and hunched over to go ahead of the wooden frame. Quran. The sound of swords being drawn came. Han Muoi was a little confused. You yourself have only 3 months to live? Didn't we agree on a year? Sword chi into the chest and abdomen? Sword chi? As the thought moved, his body shook and an image instantly exploded in his mind. At that moment, he saw the image in his chest and stomach. A 10-foot square ball of crimson flames tumbled, and around it, there were green clouds, gray and yellow earth, and a clear spring like mist. Then there were wisps of pale breath in the emptiness around them, constantly intertwining and entwining. This is sword energy. These sword chi, where are they? In the next instant, he had sensed that all of these sword chi, all of them were gathered in an empty bright illusory space. The space was, indeed, right in the center of his heart. Sword chi into the heart and chest, one's life is really not long. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. When his mind moved, those sword chi were moving slightly. Han Mai could feel the emotions coming from these sword chi. Aggression. Sword chi with emotions? Aggrieved? Could it be that these sword chi were trying to tell themselves that it was none of their business whether or not they lived past 3 months? Sure enough, as Han Muoye's thoughts came together, those sword chi vibrated again. So spiritual. Han Makino sighed softly in his heart. As if sensing his admiration, those sword chi undulated and jumped as if they were cheerful. As soon as the sword chi moved, Han Mai could feel power weaving and surging through all the limbs and bones of his body. A trace of sword chi passed through the illusory space and traveled through his body's meridians. The fiery red sword chi brought scorching heat, making him feel warm all over, and the earthy yellow sword chi made his muscles and bones feel like they had inexhaustible power. The green-colored sword chi, which seemed to urge his body to grow, and the sword chi, which was cold as if it were water vapor, traveled through his body, calming his mind. These sword chi, will they really hurt themselves? Han Muoi slowly got up and looked around at the wooden shelves that stretched around him. At this moment, it was as if he saw every sword calling to him. Every sword here seemed to be close to him. How could such a sword chi harm itself? With a movement of his mind, that empty illusory space dissipated, and all the sword chi in his body returned like a trickle of clear water. Han boy, in a couple days, you'll go to the inner sect to find a body refining technique to cultivate. Over at the wooden frame in front, Huang Laoyu's voice came out. Body refining technique?
Han Mui nodded.
Indeed, he needed to cultivate a technique now. He had comprehended many sword arts from various sword weapons, but had no feats. You don't practice your sword, you'll be empty in your old age? Also, tomorrow go to the Dan Hall and buy 2 solid Dan. This will allow you to live longer. Huang Laolu glanced at it, and Han Mai said softly. Han Mai nodded, reaching out to touch his chest that felt warm, and curiously said, Sixth brother, I've heard Instructor Lin say that my 9 Xian sword sect has a Heaven Realm powerhouse in attendance? That old ancestor, isn't he a Heaven Realm powerhouse? The Heavenly Realm, what's it really like? Fart. He's putting gold on the face of the 9 Xian sword sect. Huang Laolu gave an unkind burrow. I, Zhou Xian sword sect, don't have a single Yuan-ing realm. The Yuan-ing realm was the first level of the Heaven Realm. Without a Yuan-ing, then how could there be a Heaven Realm? Is Instructor Lin really talking nonsense? But looking at him yesterday, he's a simpleton. Not to mention my Jiuxian sword sect. There are only 3 Yuaning stage ancestors in total among the western border. Huang Laolu grunted. There are only 3 heavenly realms in the western frontier. Han Mai thought that the world was full of heaven realm and the earth realm was inferior to a dog. Yesterday, when I was motivated by Instructor Lin for a few sentences, I still thought how strong the Jiuxian sword sect was, but it turned out it was just like that. Huang Lao's voice came again. But that guy isn't exactly lying to you. Although my 9 Xian sword sect doesn't have a heavenly realm, there are several Jetin great completions and half-step Yuaning. Along with the power of that 9 Xian sword on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, I can fight against the heavenly realm and not be defeated. Speaking of this, Huang Laolu poked his head out from over the wooden frame and whispered, "It is said that there is a divine sword on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, and with this sword, the heaven realm can be fought. There are such treasures in the sword pavilion?" Han Makino's face twitched. That kind of treasure is not something that can be moved easily. The sword pavilion viewing sword is immortal for a year, and his body is cohesive with no cast sword chi before he can catalyze this sword for 100 breaths. Speaking of this, Huang Lao's face darkened slightly. Yet there was a hint of bravado. Within 100 breaths, one can battle the heaven realm. Book lovers can leave comments, catch up on new chapters, and help me add to my popularity. End of chapter. Chapter 7. I once boasted in front of people that I would reach the heavenly realm in this life. After 100 breaths, the sword chi in your body is exhausted, and to coalesce, you'll need another armor. One more ace in the hole? Han Makino knew in his heart that that was impossible. The exhaustion of the sword chi was equivalent to the dissipation of all the body's power, transforming it into an ordinary person. So how could there be any possibility of living for another term? Even if I could live another year, I am afraid that I would not be able to condense that kind of sword energy. That is to say, the sword pavilion sword watchers survived 1 year, 10 years, 1 armor, before they could have 100 breaths of heavenly realm. For a single year, it spells out the splendor of these 100 breaths. Looking toward Huang Laolu in front of him and seeing his expression, Han Mai said softly, "Sixth brother came to the sword pavilion for this?" Huang Laolu shuddered, then nodded his head gently. 100 breaths of heavenly realm. I once boasted in front of people that I would reach the heaven realm in this life. Even if it's 100 breaths, that's still the heaven realm, isn't it? Huang Laolu let out a laugh, lowered his head, and turned back to proceed with polishing the longsword. A lifetime of training for 100 breaths. Is it worth it? Han Mai looked at Huang Lao's back without opening his mouth. If you're alive, you should pursue something, right? So what is it that you, yourself, have come to this world for? Turning his head, he saw the wooden rack of sword weapons stretched out in front of him. Each of these sword weapons, it seemed, was calling to him. Sword? Sword. The image of that old Tauran ancestor praying 100 miles with a single sword appeared in Han Mai's mind. To come to this world of cultivation, is it not to master such power? With a long sword in his hand, he can travel the world, and this is not a wasted journey. For a moment, Han Mai only felt energized. The sword chi within his body instantly surged as if it was going to rush out beyond his body. The entire 1st floor of the sword pavilion, the 30,000 sword weapons, all emitted faintly undetectable vibrations. Huang Laolu gripped the long sword that was lightly trembling in his hand, a trace of doubt showing on his face as he looked up to the 2nd floor location. Is this old ancestor sacrificing the 9 Xian sword? Han Mai didn't bother resting again, but picked up the linen cloth and wiped those swords and weapons once more. At this point, each sword entered his hand, and he could sense the joy on it. Stroking the long sword lightly, he could still feel a hint of shyness from the blade, as if gently touched by a beloved. Unconsciously, a trace of breath penetrated Han Mai's body, and in that illusory space of his, there were also threads of sword chi coming through, following his palm and infusing into the long sword held in his hand. At this moment, Han Mai could feel the tremor coming from the long sword in his hand. It was as if, with unspeakable joy, dual practice? These 2 words flashed out of Han Mai's mind. As soon as this word appeared, the swords in the entire 1st floor of the sword pavilion all shook. A trace of bewilderment appeared on Huang Laolu's face as he muttered, "What's wrong with old ancestor? Taken a great tonic pill." One day to wipe 3,000 sword weapons, sword impact, Huang Laolu pale, body shaky, pour a few mouthfuls of wine, then go to sleep. Han Mai lay on the wooden couch, his eyes closed, his mind falling into emptiness and illusion, watching the countless sword chi dazzle and intertwine in it. Because he was exhausted from watching Huang Laolu, Han Mai wiped down quite a few more long swords. On this day, he had harvested nearly 2,000 sword chi. A few of them were thick, and there was a tenth of what was in that purple flame sword. At this moment, the 2,000 sword chi wandered in the void of emptiness and illusion, seemingly joyful to the extreme. In addition to these sword chi, Han Mai had also comprehended quite a few sword arts. 31 Xian Yuan sword arts, 13 types of Yixuan sword arts, 3 types of Erxuan sword techniques, 1 type of Sanxian sword art. As for above the 3 Xian, there was only that 1 5 Xian sword art, Prairie Blaze. That's enough. The 5 Xian sword technique, the counterpart was a Jeden realm elder ancestor before he could exert his power. He had already mastered such a sword art long ago, and he still didn't know enough? Lying on the wooden couch, Han Mai grinned lightly. With a body of sword chi and mastery of dozens of sword arts, was he considered a sword man? When he woke up early the next day, Han Mai found a short sword on his couch. The sword was no more than 2 feet 8 inches long, and its green light shone. Reaching out to grip the hilt of the sword, Han Muoi froze slightly. Violet flame. This is the rusty old ancestor's sword from yesterday, purple flame. Only at this time the purple inflammation sword completely changed its appearance. If it is an outsider, absolutely not recognize. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The body of the sword was ordinary, but holding the hilt, Han Mai could feel the blaze like fire within the sword, mirroring the mass of sword chi within him. Warm breath traveled from his arm to his entire body. Are you, trying to follow me? Whispering under his breath, Han Mai walked to the small courtyard with his sword and began to swing his sword in a drill. Dozens of sword arts flashed between his blades. The light of the sword was suddenly heavy, sometimes gentle, sometimes with blazing intensity, and sometimes as if it was freezing cold. With so many different moods and powers of sword techniques being performed, if an outsider were to practice swordplay like this, I'm afraid that the body's meridians would have been destroyed into rags long ago. However, these sword techniques were transformed at will in Han Mai's hands, waved recklessly and without obstruction. The various sword chi in his illusory space kept changing and wandering in his meridians along with his sword technique. It was a feeling that was extremely soothing. Huang Laolu, who came to the small courtyard, looked at it for a while, then shook his head. He couldn't understand at all what Han Mai meant by waving his sword around there. Of course, he wouldn't dissuade Han Mai. In Huang Laolio's opinion, Han Mai only has less than 3 months of life left, so let him toss and turn. No one came to the sword pavilion for the morning, so Han Mai pestered Huang Laolu about the various palimpsests in the cultivation world. Huang Laolu had been in the sword pavilion for more than 7 years, hanging out in the Jiuxian sword sect, and had still heard quite a few stories about the various cultivation worlds. For example, in the middle of the western frontier, which of the sword Dao cultivation sects were there, which one the 9 Shen sword sect was at odds with, and which one was an ally. There was also the question of who had the highest cultivation level among the western frontier, and which clan was the one that liked to trip behind the scenes the most. True and false, as if they were parents in the cultivation world, Han Mai listened with great interest. He felt that this world of cultivation was also full of human desires and red dust. After speaking about the cultivation world, Han Mai pestered Huang Laolu to speak about the Jiuxian sword sect. Huang Laolu yawned, but could not resist Han Mai pestered, had to tell him about the elders of the Jiuxian sword sect, the direct lineage, as well as the elite of the door. As long as we don't offend these people, we sword watchers don't need to look at anyone's face in the sect. We're lousy at life anyway, nothing to be afraid of. Standing up with a yawn, Huang Laolu shook his head and said, I'm going to go get some sleep. Yesterday's sword polishing was an injury to my vitality. Speaking of which, he turned his head to look at Han Mai, a hint of curiosity on his face. Why do you look so good? Indeed, at this moment, Han Mai's face was rosy, and there was absolutely no trace of fatigue. You know, he was just injured by the sword chi yesterday, making him half dead. When he said this, Han Muoi himself was puzzled. Perhaps it's because the young man has a good base. Without waiting for Han Mai to figure it out, Huang Laolu had already brainstormed the reason. When I receive my salary next month, I'll also get a solid dan to replenish my body, Huang Laolu said as he turned back to his quiet room. For his part, Han Mai shook his head, stood up, and went to the wooden rack where the long sword was placed. He reached out and gripped the hilt of a long sword and gently drew it out. New book period. Please read and leave a review. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Changing Swords? The sword chirped softly, seemingly with joy. Picking up the linen cloth used to wipe the longsword, Hanmai wiped the blade once before sheathing the longsword. During the process of wiping the longsword, he could feel more than clearly that the sword chi in his body was infused into the blade of the longsword, and the sword chi contained in the longsword penetrated into his body. The long sword infused with sword chi was even clearer and brighter. A win-win situation. Walking over to the wooden rack, Hanmai began to polish those long swords that Huang Laolu had polished yesterday. Anyway, it was idle to polish the sword weapon and get some sword chi, and encountering a used longsword, one would be more able to comprehend the sword art. Without realizing it, after half an hour had passed, he had already polished 100 longswords, and in between, he had comprehended 3 more sword arts. Many of the sword weapons used by the lower-ranked disciples and the sword techniques contained within them overlapped. However, during Hanmai's comprehension, the comprehension varied again depending on the sword techniques used by different people. For example, the Xian Yuan sword art, a leaf, some people make out like a withered leaf floating, light not force. Some people make out as like a new bud sprouting, full of vitality. Wiping the long sword and the sword arts corroborated each other. Hanmai's understanding of the sword arts deepened. Huang Laolu. As he was polishing his long sword, a voice came from the doorway of the sword pavilion. Hanmai turned around and saw a young man wearing the white robe of the inner sect standing there, sticking his head out and looking around. Business? Cough? With a light cough, Hanmai stepped forward with his hands behind his back and droned lowly. In the 9 Xian sword sect's sword pavilion, there shall be no clamor. The youth froze and looked Hanmai up and down. Not Huang Laolu? When did a newcomer come into the sword pavilion? Muttering, he reached out his hand and handed a burlap bag to Hanmai. New. I'll change swords. Switching swords? In the sword pavilion, there is the expression of exchanging swords, but that requires a great merit of the clan or a handwritten certificate from the elders before it can be exchanged. Hanmai frowned, took the burlap bag, unraveled it, and his face changed. In the burlap bag was a broken sword. The sword was broken into several pieces, and there were also openings. Reaching out to grip the hilt, there was an image coming from the broken sword. A young man in a white robe held a long sword in his hand, his expression cold and stern. The long sword in his hand stabbed out towards the lapis lazuli bic in front of him, and with each sword he pointed at a single location. Erkshuan sword art, point of gold. After comprehending this sword art, Hanmai frowned even more. The point gold sword art emphasized point to point, and the sword blade did not need to actually touch the lapis lazuli at all. But the sword in front of him was not only broken at the tip, but also had a lot of openings on the blade. How did the sword break? Hanmai spoke in a deep voice. Huh, kid, aren't you meddling too much? The youth who came to change his sword raised an eyebrow and droned in a low voice. If I tell you to change your sword, change it is. Hanmai sat down in front of the long case and spread his hands. If you don't say why the sword broke, how can I replace it for you? Hearing his words, the youth sneered. This sword was broken by senior brother Luo Tian. If you don't replace it, I'll go back and report.
Roda?
Han Muoi thought for a moment and shook his head. Not an elder deacon nor a full-fledged protege. Then it's all right. Seeing Hanmai shaking his head, the youth in front of him sank in color and looked at Hanmai with a furious smile. Good. Good. New present boy. Don't fall into my hands. After saying that, he grabbed at the short sword on the table. Hanmai raised his hand to block it and said indifferently, sword weapons are disabled, and when they enter the sword pavilion, they have to be registered for destruction. You, the youth's hand was in mid-air, pointing at Hanmai, gritting his teeth. Kid, this sword belongs to senior brother Luo Tian. It's the sovereign's sword that enters the sword pavilion and has to be registered like this. Hanmai spread out the booklet, his ink pen brushing and recording. Inner disciple Luo Tian has damaged a sword weapon for no reason and is now included in the sword pavilion. When he finished writing, he looked up and said, What's your name? The youth froze, a little uncertain. What for? With a hint of a smile on his face, Hanmai softly said, All those who damage a sword weapon for no reason will not be allowed to set foot in the sword pavilion for 3 years. And after 3 years, the merit required to redeem a sword weapon will be doubled. What's your name? I'll mark you down as well. The youth's face changed, and with a fling of his sleeves, he turned around and left. Hanmai laughed softly. dropping his pen to add 2 words to the position he had just written in the booklet. Violet flame. Since that purple flame sword was willing to follow him, then let him follow him. The broken sword in front of him just filled the lack of one less sword in the sword pavilion. Han Mai's operation is considered to be a supervised theft. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. But in the sword pavilion, in the eyes of the sword watchers, it really wasn't a big deal. With so many swords, who cares if 1 or 2 are missing? Huang Lao Lu then hit a good sword. Yesterday time, Han Mai also saw him quietly polishing. Looking at the broken sword on the case, Han Mai gently reached out and fixed it. A faint sword chi poked out from his palm, infusing the broken sword. The broken sword shook slightly, and at the break, there was a trace of green-colored breath that was hard to see with the naked eye intertwined. 10 breaths later, Han Mai let go of his hand. It really works. Looking at the broken sword that had been connected, a hint of joy flashed across his face. When the sword chi in his body mingled and flowed with the aura in the sword weapon before, he wanted to explore the role of the sword chi. Now look, it's really good for swords. The sword in front of him was literally picked up even though there were still marks on the break, and it would snap just by swinging it. In the future, if you use sword chi to slowly repair it, it will always be as good as new. It only cost 32 sword chi, and to be able to repair a broken sword, Han Mai felt it was worth it. He now had over 23,800 various sword chi left in his body. If you want to get more sword chi, just polish the long sword often in the back. Delivering the mended long sword on the case to the wooden stand, Han Mai once again began to polish the long sword. Halfway through the afternoon, Huang Lao Lu, who had taken a nap and looked a lot better, came out and frowned when he saw Han Mai wiping his long sword. He didn't speak out to dissuade him, though. Han Magne has only 3 months left to live. Do what you like. Someone came to swap swords just now, and I blew them away. Han Mai opened his mouth as he wiped his long sword. Switching swords? Huang Lao Lu raised his hand to flip open the booklet on the long case, and when he saw Han Mai's record, he frowned and said, Luo Tian? The first son of Inner Gate Deacon Luo Yixing. Han Mai turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Or a royal relative. Huang Lao Lu closed the booklet and let out a laugh. It's fine. It's just an unusual character in the inner sect. It's not like we sword watchers have any dealings with them. After saying that, Huang Lao Lu took a look at the sky and spoke. Han kid, I'll guard the sword pavilion. You go to the Dan Hall and try your luck. See if you can buy 2 solid Dan back. Han Mai nodded, packed up, and walked out of the sword pavilion. When he passed by the martial arts arena, he saw Instructor Lin with a gloomy face, roaring angrily there. After more than 10 days of initiation, you guys can't even learn this one style of sword art. With this, you deserve to learn the sword? Review exchanges and punch cards all add to popularity and get new books on early recommendations. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Drawing swords by the thousands, cracking stones and destroying mountains. He swung his large sword in his hand and slashed down. It was that stone-splitting sword technique. Who's going to try again? The martial arts arena was silent. Those first-time disciples, one by one, shrank back, not daring to look at Instructor Lin's eyes. Instructor Lin frowned and raised his hand to take out a spirit stone as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Whoever can chop out 30% of the essence of this style, take this spirit stone. There are spirit stones to be taken? Han Mai's eyes lit up, and the footsteps he had been preparing to leave stopped. The crowd of new disciples whispered, but no one stepped forward. 30% of the essence can't do it. Instructor Lin was impatient and was just about to open his mouth to rebuke, when he suddenly heard someone make a sound. Instructor Lin, I want to try. He turned his head to look, only to see Han Mai striding forward, raising his hand, gently grasping the hilt of the great sword he had handed out. A finger touched the hilt of the sword, and a message penetrated directly into Han Mai's mind. Fine iron heavy sword. The sword is 4 feet long and weighs 80 pounds. These heavy swords were not hammered, but poured with abrasives and then polished. This sword was refined rather roughly, but it only won because the material used was good. It was the finest grade of fine iron, and it was worth a lot of money. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the image of a bare-chested man wielding a sword flashed in front of Han Mai. My generation's sword practice is about diligence. The 9 Xian sword sect has 5 veins of inheritance: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and one of them, the earth vein, emphasizes thick and steady swordplay. Draw your sword by the millions, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. This big man was none other than Instructor Lin.
Boom!
The long sword split a piece of green stone, and Instructor Lin grinned a long smile. Drawing my sword for the millionth time, soon, when I destroy the mountain with my sword, I'll be invincible at the same level. Xian Yuan sword art, cracking stone. Yixuan sword art, destroy mountain. The first Xian sword art was already the highest-ranked sword art practiced by the outer disciples of the 9 Xian sword sect. 2 sword arts were comprehended, and then a thick aura infused Han Mai's body, causing his figure to tremble slightly. This time, he clearly felt the presence of that power traveling through his body's meridians. Not bad, collecting another sword energy. Han Mai's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. Ahem, this sword is heavy. Instructor Lin took a look at Han Mai's body and spoke out with some apprehension. In the next moment, Han Mai had raised his long sword with one hand. With the flow of sword chi in his body, Han Mai realized that he didn't even need much strength to hold the sword. The long sword was raised high, his back arched slightly, the force extending from his feet forward to the blade. This is the sword-out trick of the split stone sword art. Only by utilizing all the strength of one's body can one have the power to break mountains and rocks. You don't want to split this sword of mine. Lin's sect leader rubbed his hands and reminded in a small voice. Who? Before he could finish his sentence, Han Mai had already slashed down with his sword. This sword slashed in the air, bringing up the sound of wind whistling, causing those new disciples sitting in the front to blanch and subconsciously retreat backward. By the time they came back to their senses, Han Mai had already handed the long sword back. Instructor Lin, how is my sword? Han Makino arched his hand. This sword. Instructor Lin hesitated for a moment and nodded. It is about to be considered over the top. He looked toward Han Muoi, then lowered his voice. What's your name? My name is Han Mai. I'm a sword pavilion sword viewer. Han Mai smiled and arched his hand as he slipped the spirit stone into his bosom and turned to leave. This Instructor Lin's skills are just like that, and there's no great use in staying any longer. Spirit stones in your hand, don't walk fast. Sword watchers. Instructor Lin stared blankly until Han Mai had already walked away, and only then did he say with a face full of confusion. To be able to rehearse 50% of the essence of the Xian Yuan sword art so casually, such a genius, how can he be a sword viewer? Leaving the transmission hall, Han Mai headed for the Dan Hall. It seems that the outer gate can't learn any real skills. To learn, I guess I still need to go to the inner gate to take a look. When we go back, we'll look for Huang Lao Lu to ask about the situation of the inner gate. Dan Hall is not close. Han Mai walked half an hour before smelling a fire breath mixed with the smell of medicine. Turning around the foot of the hill, a continuous stretch of low bamboo buildings, that's Dantang. The Dan Hall is not built with masonry because the place is prone to fire. Built of masonry, too much trouble to rebuild. Although the bamboo building is easy to burn down, but destroyed and rebuilt is no heartache. There were already quite a few disciples at the entrance of the Dan Hall. There were those who came to buy Dan, and there were also Dan Hall disciples selling Dan. Han Mai went up and explained his intentions, and a Dan Hall disciple in a green and gray robe led him into the bamboo building. Which senior brother has solid pills for sale? This senior brother wants 2 solid Dan. The lead Dan Hall disciple shouted at the top of his voice, causing the alchemy disciples who were circling around the furnace in front of them to all look up slightly. Solid Dan? That stuff is used sparingly. I've never made it. Solid Dan is not available. Do you want the Qi condensation Dan? Only Earth Chakra disciples want the solid Dan, right? This Dan usually doesn't have many people buying it. 9 Xian sword sects 5 veins of sword cultivators, 4 of which are all on the path of lightness and haste, emphasizing speed and sharpness, and only the earth vein seeks to be heavy and calm. The solidity pills were generally only used by their lineage. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This room full of Dan Hall disciples, surprisingly, no one had a solid Dan in their hands. You want 2 solid pills? How about 6 spirit stones and I'll help you refine them? A green-clothed female cultivator around 10 raised her head and looked toward Han Mai. This female cultivator had clear eyebrows and pure eyes, sitting there on a plate as if she were a green lotus. Senior sister, you don't often refine solid pills. If you destroy a few more stoves of elixir, it will cost you more than it's worth. Someone beside the female cultivator whispered. Senior sister Mu Wan, why are you being like this again? Cultivation is about chance, and him not being able to buy the solid pill means that chance has not yet arrived. Not far away, A Taoist in his mid-30s frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Others chimed in. Cluck. Then isn't it just chance that he encountered me refining pills today? The female cultivator stood up and raised her hand, putting away the foot-high bronze-colored Dan furnace in front of her. Let's go. Let's go collect the elixir. Holding the Dan furnace in one hand, the female cultivator beckoned toward Han Mai, then headed toward the connecting corridor on the side of the bamboo building. My name is Mu Wan. What is your name? Are you an Earth Vein disciple? While walking, the female cultivator opened her mouth. My name is Han Mai, a sword pavilion sword viewer. Han Mai voiced out. Sword watcher. Mu Wan's feet lurched and she turned her head, looking Han Mai up and down with a strange expression on her face. It is said that you sword watchers are an anomaly in the clan, and there is nothing odd-looking about this. Muttering a few words softly, Mu Wan proceeded to walk forward. In front of them was the place to collect the spirit medicine. Mu Wan very nimbly collected the 9 kinds of spirit medicine for the 3 furnaces of refining solid Dan, spending a total of 3 spirit stones. You see, it's true that I don't earn you spirit stones. Letting Han Mai help carry the elixir, Mu Wan spoke out again. I understand. Han Mai nodded and said softly, from now on, I'll always buy solid pills from you. Hearing his words, Mu Wan let out a laugh and led him to a secluded location. Are you waiting here for me to make pills? Or are you going to look elsewhere? Mu Wan sat cross-legged, the Dan tripod floating in front of her, a puff of flame rising above her left palm. This is alchemy? Han Mai curiously took a few steps back and watched as Mu Wan struck out to refine the elixir. The flame scorched the Dan furnace, causing heat to rise in the Dan furnace, at which point, Mu Wan began to drop the first spirit medicine into the Dan furnace. This was the elixir that was thick into the roots of the tree, and as soon as it was thrown into the Dan furnace, a bitter flavor filled the air. With one hand, Mu Wan nudged the Dan furnace to rotate, and with the other hand, she kept dropping all kinds of spiritual medicines into it. Some of these elixirs were like roots, some were grass blades, and some were straight-up verdant slag. 9 kinds of elixirs were put into the Dan tripod in different orders, and then the flames kept changing size and position. Mu Wan began to carefully rotate the Dan furnace, which, in Han Mai's opinion, was to allow the spirit medicine in it to fuse the medicinal power. Boom! Suddenly, the Dan ding shook with a muffled sound. Mu Wan's face stiffened. Then, with a frustrated face, she stopped rotating the Dan tripod and lifted the lid of the furnace, and a burnt smell came from it. It's true that my hands are raw, and I wasted a furnace of elixir. If this wastes another furnace, I'm going to lose money. Pouring out the dregs of the Dan, Mu Wan began to reconcoct the Dan. Han Mai's eyes closed slightly as images of Mu Wan's alchemy flowed through his mind. Every step is crystal clear. After 3 times, he was slightly shaken. Comprehend the art of alchemy of the arcane fire. Comprehend the method of solid Dan refining. The formula and the best means of refining the solid Dan were instantly clear. Opening his eyes and looking at Mu Wan in front of him, who had already thrown the 7th spirit medicine into the Dan tripod, Han Mai suddenly spoke out, wait a moment. Put in the clear ringworm grass first. Otherwise this furnace will still be refined and wasted. Clear moss grass after the release of the Dan formula is correct, but Mu Wan's skills are poor, the first release in order to stabilize the strength of the medicine in the Dan furnace. This was the result of Han Mai's deduction after comprehending the Dan formula. Guys, catching up on your reading is just a quick stop by. It's a new book period, and it really needs to be pampered. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Will it hurt the first time you take the elixir? Hearing Han Muoye's words, Mu Wan's hand lurched and she looked up at him. Elder brother Han, you've practiced the Dan Dao? Han Muoye shook his head. It's not repaired. A light smile appeared on Mu Wan's face and said, then you dare to instruct me in alchemy, senior brother? She was a famous genius in the younger generation of the Dan Dao lineage of the Jiuxian sword sect. If not for the fact that the Jiuxian sword sect's Dan Dao wasn't considered prosperous, her reputation would have been even louder. Now a sword watcher who had never made an elixir before had come to tell himself that his alchemy technique was wrong. Is this a joke? Or was this one, in front of him, deliberately drawing attention to himself? It's on me if this furnace is refined and wasted. Han Mai raised his hand, placing 6 spirit stones on the stone platform in front of him before setting another one aside. This is the spirit stone from Instructor Lin.
Mu Wan frowned.
Is this guy for real? Other things can be faked, but this spirit stone can't be faked. They were all low-ranked cultivators, and no one's spirit stones came for nothing. Good. Frowning, she raised her hand and replaced the spirit medicine in her hand with a verdant spirit herb before throwing it into the Dan furnace. After that, Han Mai didn't open his mouth again and waited for Mu Wan to put all the spirit medicines into the Dan furnace, then began to gently rotate the Dan furnace, a dull spirit light flashing in his hand. Han Makino looked on with some envy. This is the practitioner who has condensed aura. Huang Laolu had told him that the realm of cultivation was divided into the three realms of heaven, earth and man. Human realm Peiyuan, qi condensation, foundation establishment. The earth realm passes through the source, enlightens the gods, and forms the Dan. Heavenly realm Yuaning, out of body and transformation of God. To be able to condense one's own aura is to cross over the first step of cultivation, the Peiyuan stage, and reach the second step of the human realm, the qi condensation stage, where the body gathers aura and sheds its mortal body. Han Mai had comprehended a few sword techniques, and had just comprehended the method of alchemy, as well as knowing quite a few means of forging sword weapons. But without having practiced the gongfu, without cultivation to support it, all these skills were just rootless water. Despite having a full level of enlightenment, he was convinced that he only lacked a chance to cultivate. However, the wasted spirit root qualification of the 9th grade dragged him down, making his heart a little weak. Buzz! The Dan furnace shook as Mu Wan raised her hand and 2 muddy yellow bean-sized pills flew out of the Dan furnace. Reaching out and catching it, a hint of joy flashed across Mu Wan's face as she said, 2! A furnace of elixir could supposedly only produce 1 elixir, and by producing 2 elixirs, she had saved a furnace of elixir, which was equivalent to earning a furnace of elixir stones in disguise. As her eyes swept over the elixir in her palm, surprise permeated Mu Wan's eyes. The quality of this elixir was much better than anyone he had ever refined. Dan Dao's elixirs were also like the cultivation of spiritual roots, ranging from unimpressive to first-rate. But the evaluation of pills out of the grade of its own pills, but also to see whether the medicinal power is pure, condensed just right. That's the characterization. Second best, average, fine, excellent. An unusual elixir is about these 4 grades. As to whether there are other characters on it, there is little circulation in the world, and there is no way to prove it. Most of the substandard pills are rich in Dan toxicity and are not suitable for consumption. The pills made by ordinary Dan Dao practitioners were still mostly of ordinary quality. The fine work on it requires pure skill. As for the very best, it's unattainable. A low-grade elixir, if it was of good enough quality, could be completely comparable to a high-grade elixir. For example, an extreme grade of a 9th grade elixir, the medicinal power was even quite a bit thicker and purer than an ordinary 8th grade elixir of the same attribute. The better the phase of the pills, the purer the medicinal power contained in them and the fewer the impurities.
Boutique?
Whispering softly, Mu Wan handed the 2 pills to Han Mai with some reluctance. Although the solid Dan was only a 9th grade Dan, a fine solid Dan was considered a good thing. However, this Dan was originally commissioned by Han Mai to be refined, and the process of refining was also guided by him. Mu Wan would have wanted to keep the elixir herself, but she just didn't have such a thick skin. Is this the potion? Receiving the 2-bean pill like solid Dan, Han Mai sighed in his heart, to wherever, things that can enter the mouth are not cheap. And the smaller it is, the more golden it is. 7 spirit stones for this. If Mu Wan knew what Han Mai was thinking, I'm afraid she'd burst into tears. The price of the fine solid Dan is 5 times the price of the ordinary solid Dan, and now it's given to Han Mai at the price of the ordinary solid Dan, and he's still not happy about it? Who's the one who's losing out? If you're busy, senior sister, I'll leave first. Putting away the pills, Han Mai arched his hand toward Mu Wan. It's not good to keep watching people make pills. Mu Wan nodded, then looked at Han Mai and said, Senior brother Han, you said that you have never practiced the Tao of Dan. So why were you able to point out that the order in which the 2 elixirs were put into this solid Dan of mine was wrong just now? Knew you'd ask. Han Mai let out a laugh before saying, I don't know anything about this alchemy, but as a sword watcher, I still have some understanding of sword refining. Firm but not durable, brittle and unbreakable, refining swords and refining pills, there should be a similarity. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the bamboo building. It wasn't close to the sword pavilion, and he had to get back before nightfall. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Firmness is not durable, brittle and unbreakable. Looking at Han Mai's back, Mu Wan whispered a few times. LOL, this sword watcher, he's really a funny guy. With a turn of the furnace in her hand, Mu Wan began to refine the pills once again. Just now, she had refined 2 high-quality solid pills in one furnace, giving her a huge boost of confidence. While that feeling was still there, she had the confidence to refine another batch of fine solid dan. Hurriedly rushing, Han Mai rushed back before the doors of the sword pavilion closed. "How's it going? Did you buy the solid dan?" Huang Lao Lu asked with a smile. Han Mai nodded and brought out the 2 pills. "Huh, this solid dan." Huang Lao Lu was shaken, and he was busy coming forward. "This is a fine dan."
Boutique?
Seeing Han Muo Ye's bewilderment, Huang Lao Lu introduced the difference between the grade and character of the pills. Hearing Han Muo Ye say that he had bought the 2 fine pills for just 7 spirit stones, Huang Lao's eyes widened even more. "Tisk tsk. People are probably looking at you." Huang Lao Lu looked Han Mai up and down, his words filled with sourness. He reached out and fished out a wine gourd, taking a big gulp before handing it to Han Mai. Han Muoi shook his head. He doesn't like to drink. Seeing that he didn't pick it up, Huang Lao Lu retrieved the wine gourd, then smiled and said, "You can live in peace tonight." That sword was claimed in the afternoon. "The sword?" Han Makino froze and whispered, "That's the handle that's been making trouble? The sword that cries out for double-crossing every night." Huang Lao Lu nodded, and looking at his expression, he grinned. "What, you want to double cultivate one more time?" Han Makino's brows furrowed slightly. "There's something sinister about that sword. It's not the refining technique in it, but how it got to the sword pavilion, evil." "Who claimed the sword?" He looked to Huang Lao Lu. Huang Lao Lu glanced at him and spread out the booklet on the long case before pointing his finger. "Inner disciple Su Yang is the one who exchanged the mission reward for the opportunity to receive the sword. I didn't get a single spirit stone benefit." Han Mai doesn't care about how many spirit stone benefits. In his opinion, this errand of the sword viewer, the oil and water, is secondary. The key is the inner disciple benefits and the opportunity to comprehend the sword technique from various sword weapons. It's strange to say, that guy came to claim his sword. Straight away he claimed that sword and left. Closing the booklet, Huang Lao Lu muttered, "Claimed that sword straight away?" Han Mai turned his head to look at one of the wooden racks in the sword pavilion, his eyes narrowing. "Forget it, who cares, we're just sword watchers." Huang Lao Lu reached out and patted Han Mai's shoulder, then said, "In a couple days we'll have to polish the long sword on the first floor. It's a laborious job. At night you will first take the solid dan." Speaking of this, he was again looking at Han Mai. "Good looking is good. How come I didn't meet someone who gave me fine dan for nothing in the first place?" Han Muo Ye's figure was upright, and although he wasn't exactly burly, his face was circumspect and he really didn't look bad. However, Han Muo Ye knew that Mu Wan had sent herself the fine dan because of the words she had spoken during the alchemy. After all, it is not the face to eat people, or to rely on strength. Sighing softly, returning to his quiet room, Han Mai sat cross-legged, 2 pale yellow pills appearing in his palm. "Take the elixir. First time, does it hurt? What should be the name of this arrogant supporting character? Call for it." End of chapter. Chapter 11, Mu Wan's request. When the elixir entered the mouth, it was like lightly flavored candy, and before it was even savored, it had already transformed into a wonderful breath that penetrated through the intestines and dispersed into the limbs and bones. Then Han Moyo only felt a slight heat all over his body. "No? Fine solid dan on this?" Hesitating again and again, Han Mai put away the other solid dan. "This thing can still be taken out and exchanged for a dozen or so spirit stones, so it can't be spoiled." Perhaps this was the reason for his own 9th grade qualification, and he didn't blame others for making the dan. Sitting cross-legged, Han Mai's eyes narrowed. From the time he stepped into the 9 Shen sword sect, he had already relied on his full level of enlightenment to obtain quite a few things about cultivation. The means of refining sword weapons, the skill of refining pills, and dozens of sword arts. From Shen Yuan level sword arts to 5 Shen's prairie. The image of a comprehended sword art is memorized, but that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be practiced. Today, in the martial arts arena of the Hall of Transmission, holding the greatsword in his hand, Han Mai had clearly comprehended all of the essence of the split stone sword technique, but he had only managed to utilize 50% of his skills. It seems that the way of cultivation is not enough to rely on enlightenment alone, but also requires diligent practice. Just like that Sensei Lin who swung his sword millions of times, destroying mountains with a single stroke. I don't know if it's the effect of swallowing the solid dan or the fact that there's no more swords that want to double cultivate at night to startle, but Han Mai slept well all night. Early in the morning of the second day, Han Mai sought out a sword at random and went to the backyard of the sword pavilion to practice. A leaf, a single tree, cracks a rock, destroys a mountain. Without the support of cultivation, purely practicing sword skill means, in front of Han Mai, the sword light condensed into a piece. After several times, the various sword arts were no longer distinguishable from each other, only turning into an endless dark halo. For Han Mai, who had realized the essence of the sword art, it didn't matter if the sword move had a shape or not. The key was the meaning of it. A leaf, the sword out like a leaf drifting away, no trace at all, as if the antelope hanging. Doki, a single tree is difficult to support, but it is quite and more solid, not bent, not broken, not afraid of the wind and frost. Sword moves through the firm. Cracking rocks and destroying mountains is easy, steady, hard, accurate or not, no big deal. A sword that could cleave mountains was the same whether it cleaved at the top or the bottom of a mountain. When Huang Laolu came out, he was seeing Han Mai slashing about with a hilt sword. He grinned and didn't say anything. In his opinion, Han Mai had swallowed the solid Dan and had nowhere to use the chi and blood power in his body. There's no place to take a leak, so let's just toss it around a few more times. Only he didn't see a tiny crack appear on the stone wall in front of Han Mai. It was a crack that had been eroded by some force. At noon, Han Mai and Huang Laolu chatted about the illusions among the sword sect. As he was speaking, Huang Laolu raised his head and looked towards the doorway of the sword pavilion. Han boy, after you came to the sword pavilion, it's all much more lively. In the past, it was common for no one to come for 10 days and a half months. Only after his words fell, a clear voice already came from the doorway. Dan Hall disciple Mu Wan has come to the sword pavilion to see senior brother Han Mai. Huang Laolu grinned and chuckled. So it's for you, Han boy. Wan, the little alchemist girl who gave herself the fine Dan yesterday? Han Mai put away his long sword and walked to the door of the sword pavilion. I'll go out for a spin first, you guys talk slowly. Huang Lao's smile with his missing teeth looked a bit comical, but in Han Mai's eyes, it was a bit more affectionate. Huang Laolu reached out and patted Han Muoye's shoulder, walking out of the sword pavilion, then gave a hefty laugh at Mu Wan and walked away. This is the sword pavilion? Mu Wan, who had stretched her head in, only felt a chill run through her body, and the clear halo that filled her eyes made her feel dizzy. It is all the sword pavilion here, sword chi hurt, cannot just do not come, it seems to be true is not false. Han Mai waved his hand, and the building full of sword weapons seemed to receive the order, all hiding their sword chi. When Mu Wan stepped into the sword pavilion, she could no longer feel the slightest bit of biting coldness, as if what she had just felt was just an illusion. I didn't realize those two solid Dan were fine until after I came back. Han Mai took out the remaining solid Dan and placed it on the long case. This one is returned to you, that one has already been swallowed. When I gather enough spirit stones for the pill, I will send it to the Dan Hall. People are coming to the door, we can't hide it, can we? A high-quality elixir that costs 15 spirit stones apiece, it's not a good idea to take advantage of this cheapness directly. Not to mention the cheapness of a little girl. When she heard Han Muoyi speak, Mu Wan froze, then hid her face and laughed. Senior brother Han, you think I'm here to ask you for spirit stones? The little girl has a good figure and her eyebrows are quite nice and this smiling look not bad. Han Mai gave it a 9 out of 10 in his heart. Mainly because the body hasn't grown yet, size-wise, there's still room to grow. Seemingly sensing Han Mai's gaze, Mu Wan hummed lightly and raised her hand to take out a small jade bottle. Yesterday I was able to refine a fine quality Dan. All because of your guidance, senior brother. These are the 2 solid pills refined in the 3rd furnace. I've come to present them to senior brother. With that, she placed the jade bottle on the long case. Send me? Han Muoy was a bit surprised. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In the cultivation world, the days of the lower-ranked disciples were not very good. No one had much extra spirit stones on hand. These 2 fine solid pills could be exchanged for quite a few spirit stones. Little girl, that's, kind of interesting. Of course, it's for senior brother. The expression on Mu Wan's face remained unchanged. Han Mai reached out to hold the jade bottle, then looked at Mu Wan. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Hearing his words, Mu Wan blushed, but still nodded her head before whispering. Yesterday, senior brother's words struck a chord in me. Unfortunately, I'm rather obtuse and can't understand it for a while. Saying that, she looked up at Han Mai. I've been learning to refine a furnace of pills recently, and it's always difficult to accomplish. So I'd like to ask for senior brother's help to take a look. Look at the alchemy? It's a thing that one doesn't lose out on. Hanmai took a moment to calculate, nodded and said, success? Then, the day after tomorrow, the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, I'll go to the Dan Hall. He was going to go to the intersect tomorrow to see if there were any suitable cultivation techniques. Good. I will wait for senior brother at the Dan Hall the day after tomorrow. A smile appeared on Mu Wan's face as she bowed slightly and turned around. Hanmai shook his head and looked at the jade bottle in his hand, a hint of joy coming through his eyes. This is all money. Hey, where's the little girl? Leaving already? Not staying for a meal or anything. Huang Lao Lu, who had turned back from nowhere, stuck his head out, first looking in the direction of Hanmai's quiet room before opening his mouth rather regretfully. What are you thinking about? Hanmai was too lazy to bother with him, reaching out to uncover the jade bottle and pour out the 2 pills in it. Good boy, another fine solid Dan? Huang Lao Lu came forward. Then with a look of envy on his face, he said, how many spirit stones did you buy? Senior sister Mu gave it to me. Hanmai put his own solid Dan into the jade bottle along with it and said indifferently. Huang Lao Lu had the urge to reach out and scratch Hanmai's face. Do female cultivators in this world all look at their faces? You can give away all the fine Dan for nothing? What, want it? Hanmai looked at Huang Lao Lu and handed the jade bottle over. If Brother Six wants it, take 10 spirit stones apiece. Huang Lao Lu frowned and was just about to speak when Hanmai already said, I'd like to gather some spirit stones and go to the Intersex Gong Transmission Hall tomorrow to see if I can buy a gong method. This solid Dan, I don't feel like it's very useful to me. Hearing his words, Huang Lao Lu nodded. Without modifying the gongfu, the potion's medicinal power could not be refined, and it was indeed of little use. It would be different if he could practice a body-refining technique. Perhaps it will give Han Magne a chance of survival. Success. Then I'll take this elixir. Receiving the jade bottle, Huang Lao Lu returned to his quiet room, placed a packet of spirit stones on the case, turned around and left. Hanmai unraveled the cloth bag and his face was stunned. Inside this cloth bag there was a whole 100 spirit stones. Intersect feats aren't cheap. You can't buy a good one without 100 spirit stones. Count it as a loan from me, and remember to pay me back with interest. Huang Lao's voice came. Without ranting, let's have a card for any readers reading this. Is it snowing where you are? End of chapter. Chapter 12 Intersect Evolution Building. Iron Bull Strength. 100 Spiritual Stones. Huang Lao's spirit stones were also saved piece by piece, this favor, but it was a big one. Hanmai collected the spirit stones and let out a soft laugh. Sixth brother isn't afraid that I won't live for more than 3 months and won't be able to pay back the spirit stone capital? 3 months' salary plus extra money, not spending a single piece. I'm afraid it can't be worth the extra 70 spirit stones. If Hanmai dies in 3 months, Huang's investment will be lost. There have been dozens of people who have come and gone as sword watchers in the past 7 years, and you boys are the most in tune with my temperament. Don't die too soon. Huang Lao's voice was still old, but it was permeated with a hint of a different emotion.
Han moinoded.
Sword watchers were an alternative existence in the Jiushen sword sect. Most of them didn't live long, and outsiders seldom had much interaction with them. Huang Laolu rarely met Hanmai in chat. Really do not want him to die. Don't worry, none of us will die. Hanmai turned his head to look at the sword weapons on those wooden racks and spoke in a low voice. The sword weapon over there vibrated softly, as if in response. The Intersect Dharma Performance Building was located on the peak of Jiushen Mountain, further away from the sword pavilion. On the second day, Hanmai set out at noon and walked hard until the afternoon. On the way to the acting law building, Hanmai met a few fellow outer disciples who had followed the clan's mission some time ago and gained some merit, and this time they came to the acting law building wanting to exchange for the ability to cultivate the technique. Don't look at their young age, each of them was at the 7th or 8th cultivation level of the human realm Peiyuan stage, and as long as they practiced for another year or two, they would be able to reach the qi condensation stage. At the qi condensation stage, the body absorbs the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and cleanses the body's meridians with the spiritual qi, and then it possesses the power that transcends mortals. Although the qi condensation stage is not yet able to fly through the air, but with the qi harnessing the sword, the body is like a flying bird, treading on the snow, and the heavy supernatural power is mesmerizing. All of this was what a little girl named Xiao Qing'er, one of those outer disciples, had told Hanmai. Senior brother Han, that's the Dharma Performance Building. The 16 or 17-year-old girl in a green robe pointed ahead and spoke joyfully. She's Jo Ching-er. From afar, the 5-story pavilion covered a vast area, and its aura was much stronger than the sword pavilion. Senior brother Han, we're going to seek out our master. Do you want to join us? Chao Ching-er smiled and looked toward Han Mai. On the way, Han Mai already knew that Chao Ching-er and a few of them were valued by the deacon in the inner sect and were taken in as registered disciples, only waiting for them to reach the chi condensation stage, then they would be directly worshipped under the sect. Unlike people's ordinary outer disciples who struggled, they were much stronger than others from the start. Because of their cultivation qualifications, they were all of the 6th or 7th grade. Cultivation qualifications above the 5th grade can take one step straight into the elite in the Jiuxian sword sect, and there will be elders in the sect who will accept them as their own and cultivate them carefully. A qualification of 6th or 7th grade was already top-notch among ordinary disciples. People like Chao Ching-er and the others didn't worry about cultivation at all, as long as they cultivated step by step. This time they were able to receive the mission rewards as outer sect disciples, and it was also arranged by their master, with the help of several senior brothers. Senior sister, master is only looking for us to go. If outsiders go, his old man will be unhappy. A dry and thin youth wearing a green robe suddenly spoke out. You guys go ahead. I'll go search for a suitable technique. Han Mai smiled and arched his hand, then turned around and headed for the Dharma Performance Building. Seeing Han Mai walk away, the dry and thin youth in the green robe snorted coldly before looking at Chao Ching-er and saying, "Why should senior sister put effort into a sword watcher? I don't think this person will live for more than half a year." Hearing him, Chao Ching-er turned around and laughed softly. "Huaping, let's make a bet and see if he can survive past half a year. 100 spirit stones. I'll bet he can live past half a year." Hearing her words, the young man named Huaping didn't hesitate to say, "Bet on it. I bet he won't live for more than half a year." Chao Ching-er let out a laugh and stepped to the side. A young man carrying a long sword followed him forward, then turned to look at Huaping and said, "What you should be thinking about is whether you'll have to receive a sword from someone's hand in case this senior brother Han really lives past half a year. Their qualifications are the top of their peers, and if they cultivate for a while longer, 100 of the outer gate will be no more than words, and it will be a matter of time before they enter the inner gate. If Han Muo Yi could survive more than half a year, there was a real possibility that they would have to collect the saber from Han Muo Ye's hands. It is said that there are many rules in the sword pavilion, and that some people were made to suffer for 3 months without receiving their swords because they had offended the sword watchers. In 3 months, everyone else had already bonded with their swords and their battle power had increased a lot. One slow step can be a slow step. Huaping froze above and looked in the direction Han Mai left, a glint of essence flashing in his eyes. 6 months. Let's see if you can survive 6 months. Around the Performing Law building, there were quite a number of white-clad inner disciples scattered on the verdant stone square, some whispering, some chatting. Unlike the outer sect transmission hall where one instructor taught tens or hundreds of disciples, the evolution building was taught by the inner sect's elites and deacons who taught feats and swordsmanship. It was said that the Dharma Performance Building would also have elders come from time to time, and if they took a liking to anyone, they would be able to directly take them as disciples. That's when the odds are stacked against you, one step at a time. Han Mai walked into the acting law building, slightly disappointed. He had thought that this Dharma Performance Building was the same as the outer sect transmission hall, where there were quite a few disciples practicing and he could steal a little bit for free. I didn't realize it was a bookcase and a quiet room, just labeled at the door. In the middle of the lobby, it was quiet. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This senior brother. I wonder what I need? A middle-aged man in greenish-gray robes stepped forward and looked at Han Mai, asking softly. Han Mai was wearing the robe of an inner disciple, and he was carrying a cloth bag in his hand, so it was obvious that business was coming to his door. I want to seek a body refining technique.
Han Mai nodded.
Body refining techniques? The robed middle-aged man muttered, turning his head to look around and reaching out to point at the rows and rows of bookshelves in front of him. Over there are the body refining techniques, so whichever one you fancy, you can bring it to the quiet room to release the task of performing the technique, and someone will take the task and come to teach the cultivation technique. It is said that the Dharma is not transmitted to the 6 ears, and it is a good way to perform the Dharma in a quiet room. Han Mai nodded and bowed his hand before walking towards the bookshelf. This bookshelf that the robed middle-aged man was guiding was indeed all body refining techniques. The art of iron armor. The 3 forges of copper skin. The golden iron bridge. Han Mai took out one by one, and saw that there were only a few introductory sentences on these feats, followed by the qualifications required for practice and the price. The latter content, all empty. The art of iron armor. After practicing it, one's own sinews and bones can condense a piece of iron armor, which is hard to be injured by swords and spears. To practice this technique, one needs an 8th grade qualification, and the price is 300 spirit stones or 3 merit values. Han Mai didn't have 300 spirit stones in his hand, nor did he have clan merit equal to the value of 300 spirit stones, and he didn't have an 8th grade qualification. The copper skin and 3 forging techniques, 3 times of refining, the final achievement of the copper skin and iron bones, a body strength can be up to 3,000 kilograms. To cultivate this technique, one needs a 7th grade medium qualification, and the price is 500 spirit stones or 5 merit values. This one is even more hopeless. Flipping through a few feats, Han Mai only felt a chill in his heart. Either the qualification requirements are not up to scratch or they are too expensive. This intersect technique, it seems to be very unfriendly to lower-ranked disciples. Sighing softly, Han Mai whispered to himself, "That's actually how it was supposed to be. Performing the law building and the gongfa are to cultivate for a few years. Cultivation is good inner disciple preparation. Even if a few qualified to come to the outer disciples, that is the qualification, spirit stone merit, everything is not lacking." Going through all the body refining techniques, the pricey ones were tens of thousands of spirit stones, and the qualification requirement was above the 5th grade. Most of the cheap ones also cost 200 or 300 spirit stones, the key being that the qualifications were basically at the 8th grade requirement. After searching around, Han Mai could only pick up a booklet. Iron Bull Strength, which refines the sinews and bones, can accumulate the strength of a bull and bring together the body of an iron bull. This technique does not require cultivation qualifications and can be practiced diligently for a price of 80 spirit stones. Code hands are cold. I also want to practice a body refining technique. Practice your fingers. End of chapter. Chapter 13 Cultivation Technique. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The strength of a bull is the strength of 1,000 pounds. Cultivating the body refining technique and only cultivating the power of a bull. This iron bull strength was honestly the absolute bottom of the list among so many body refining techniques. There was no need for qualifications, and the price of 80 spirit stones was the most in line with Han Mai's own conditions. He couldn't afford to buy it even if it was more expensive, and the qualification requirements were higher, so he couldn't necessarily cultivate it. Even if it sucks a little bit, this is at least an intersex body refining technique, isn't it? Isn't it a lot better than those flowery fists of the outer sect? Besides, although Han Mai didn't believe that those sword chi would harm him, practicing a body refining technique was always a bit more realistic. Taking this Iron Bull Powers tome, Han Mai turned around and prepared to leave the bookshelf.
Practicing kung fu.
The rows and rows of bookshelves next door were all cultivation techniques. This is the dharma that will lead to long life after real cultivation. He hesitated and walked over. I can't afford it. It's not a crime to look, is it? White cloud technique? Qi condensation stage technique. A water vein cultivation technique that can condense cloud qi in the body, dredge the blood veins, and enhance longevity. This technique required a 7th grade lower qualification, and the exchange price was 3,000 spirit stones, or 30 merit badges. The qi condensation technique is so expensive? 3,000 spirit stones, how long do you have to save up to afford this? Putting the white cloud kung fu down, he picked up another copy. Red sun skill, fire technique, main cultivation of the power of the fire source. After cultivation, the aura is like fire, can condense the 3 yang power qi, blood battle in 8 directions. This technique requires an affinity for the power of the fire system, a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the qi condensation stage, and a selling price of 30,000 spirit stones. So damn expensive. Han Mai raised his hand and threw the gong fu back onto the bookshelf. Looking at the other feats, no matter which vein, there were none below 2,000 spirit stones. Cultivation requires resources to be piled up, and it is true that wealth accumulation comes first. Without sufficient wealth, it was difficult to even get started in cultivation. What, no suitable technique? Seeing Han Mai searching around, an old man in a green-colored Taoist robe asked with a smile. Green-colored Taoist robes, either outer sect or elder. This is so old-looking and extraordinary temperament, quite some immortal-style look. It seems to be an elder. Could it be chance? Han Mai nodded and smiled bitterly. It's just too expensive. Hearing him say that it was too expensive, the old man let out a laugh. Cultivation is never cheap. Then he looked at Han Muoyi and said, I'm mostly clear on the prices of the feats here. What price do you want to look for a book for? What price? Han Mai counted. He wanted to find a book, 20 spirit stones. He only had 100 spirit stones in his hand, and after Iron Ox Power spent 80 spirit stones, he only had 20 spirit stones left. Seeing that Han Mai didn't say anything, the old man said, "Are there 2,000 spirit stones?" Han Muoi shook his head. "So, 1,000? The old man's face changed slightly as he said. Han Muoi still shook his head. "There's always 500, right?" the old man asked with a frown. Han Muoi still shook his head. Hiss, the old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, 100. Han Muoi still shook his head. Opening his mouth, the old man turned away. Walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to Han Mai. "Do you really want to seek out a technique? What's this nonsense?"
Han Muoi nodded.
The old man raised his hand, handing over a booklet. "This gong method. Only 10 spirit stones. Whether to cultivate it or not, it's up to you." Han Mai took it and saw 4 big words written on the flap. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The name of this gong fu is atmospheric. Flipping open the cover, the inside is empty. There is nothing. This technique is worth 10 spirit stones? Why is this thing as unreliable as the legendary palm of God? Looking up again, the green-robed old man had already disappeared. Could it be that this was a test from some former senior? Pinching the booklet and hesitating for a moment, Han Mai decided to spend the extra 10 spirit stones. The big deal is that it's just thrown in the water. Has this senior brother chosen his technique? When Han Mai clutched the 2 tomes to the long case in front of him, the robed middle-aged man who had received him earlier smiled and handed over a sign. Quiet Room 73. Han Mai took the sign and walked along the entrance to the quiet room, seeking out quiet room number 73 and walking in. This quiet room was empty, just a 2 feet square space. Instead, there was a jade on the wall in front of it, on which there was a constant flickering of spiritual light. Quiet room number 3 needs to perform the method 100 elemental feats, 1,000 spirit stones, or 10 merits. Quiet room number 124, requesting the performance method, Yun Yang Strength, Power Transportation Method, 300 spirit stones. Quiet room number 17 needs to perform the technique, Broken Shen Triple Stacked Force, for a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. The words flashed, some disappearing before they appeared, others scrolling several times and still remaining. Han Magne tried to write his needs for the acting method on it. Quiet room number 73, need a demonstration of the Iron Bull Strength technique, rewarded with 80 spirit stones. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This is in accordance with the markings on the sale price of the feats. Only then did he write the demand down, and with a flash of light, someone picked it up. However, a moment later, a bald young man with a tall figure and a large sword walked in with great strides. Seeing Han Muoye's appearance, the bald youth frowned. "You want to cultivate the Iron Bull Strength?" He sized up Han Mai and shook his head slightly. "The Iron Bull Strength needs to beat up the sinews and bones, so I'm afraid you won't be able to make it with your body and bones. So down on people."
Han Mai nodded. I know.
Hearing his words, that bald youth also stopped speaking. His feet split, his fists flat with his waist, and he struck out with 1 punch. Iron Bull power has a total of 5 punches to match, with the power coming from the feet and the waist as the axis. The youth practiced 1 punch after another, and also explained one of the phrases. It could be seen that he had cultivated his Iron Bull Strength extremely purely, and Han Mai could see that it was extremely natural when he was running his power. After the youth's 5 styles of boxing were repaired, the image on Han Mai's face moved, and in his mind he automatically broke down the 5 styles of boxing, and then began to run them in conjunction with the mnemonics in them. Comprehend the Iron Bull power. My name is Zhao Pu. If you have any problems with this Iron Bull Strength when practicing, feel free to come to the intersect to find me. The bald youth said, extending his hand. 80 spirit stones. Han Mai nodded and opened the cloth bag, counting out 20 spirit stones to leave behind and handing the rest to Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu received the spirit stone and turned to leave. Chopper, an elite disciple of the intersect, known as a top 10 ranked expert of the younger generation in the Earth One vein. The name introduced by Huang Laolu yesterday. It seemed that this guy was quite honest, and even told Han Mai to seek him out if he had any problems. Standing in the quiet room, Han Mai's feet slowly spread apart. He dropped both fists slowly, stopping at his waist. A surge of power rose from his heels. Drink. With a low gulp, he struck out with his fist. Hoo! There was a soft thud in front of him, and the wind of his fist carried a whistling sound as it struck the wall 10 feet away. Is this the Iron Bull power? One move at a time, Hanmai walked through it, and immediately felt a lot more chi in his body. Without the strength of a bull, there are always 500 or 600 pounds of strength. A slight clench of the fist feels full of power. The muscles and bones feel much stronger. No wonder Huang Laolu said that body-refining feats were beneficial in resisting sword chi erosion. Delight flashed across his face as Han Muoi walked back to the Jade, hesitated, and wrote down another sentence. Quiet room number 73. Requesting the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, cultivation method. Reward, 10 spirit stones. The spirit light flickered on the Jade, and after roughly 100 breaths, the message was picked up. In a few moments, however, the door to the 73rd quiet room was pushed open. Looking at the visitor, Han Mai slightly froze.
Seigneur.
This person in front of him, wasn't he the old man who had given him the 10,000 swords returning to the sect before? The old man's face was solemn. His hands folded in front of him as he looked at Han Mai and said indifferently, "Do you really want to cultivate the 10,000 swords? It's almost New Year's Eve and I'm trying to code." End of chapter. Chapter 14. No sword in hand, sword in heart. The old man's expression was solemn. His breath solidified, and his eyebrows were solemn. This made Han Mai's heart panic a little. For a business of 10 spirit stones, is it necessary to be so serious? Or was this senior, a certain big shot in the Nine Shen sword sect, who had taken a liking to himself and wanted to pass on the mantle? Perhaps this is chance. Han Mai looked respectful, arching his hand and saying, "Latecomer wants to learn." The old man nodded, his expression unchanged as he looked at Han Mai. "Good. Then I'll ask you a few questions, and you'll have to answer truthfully. It's a process that looks like a certain big brother passing on the mantle." Han Mai suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded heavily. "All right, let me ask you, what did you come to the Nine Shen sword sect for?" The old man opened his mouth, and there seemed to be an exquisite light surging in his eyes. "Come to the Jiushen sword sect. For what?" As Han Moyo thought back, his mind couldn't help but flash back to the rows and rows of sword weapons in the sword pavilion. "For the sake of the sword." Shaking his head, Han Mai solemnly said, "For the sake of the sword and long life. Being born again, how can you be a little bit outstanding? Naturally, you have to aspire a little bit higher." Hearing his words, a hint of a smile appeared on the face of the old man across from him, and he clapped his hands. "Good! If you don't have the thought of running across the world and suppressing the world with your sword, then you're not qualified to learn this 10,000 swords returned to the sect from me." Han Mai's heart rejoiced. He had indeed made the right bet. He was just about to bow when the old man raised his hand again. "Let me ask you again, is your cultivation qualification above the 5th grade? Cultivation qualification of 5 or more grades. Cultivating the 10,000 swords to the soul requires such a qualification." It was also true that this kind of atmospheric and grandiose name, how could it be more than a 5th grade qualification? Han Mai's face stiffened and he shook his head. No. With a slight sigh in the bottom of his heart, it seemed that he didn't have the chance to cultivate a supreme technique. "Good." The old man on the other side let out a loud shout, startling Han Muoi. "If your qualifications are good enough, you don't need to come and cultivate my 10,000 swords returning to the sect at all. Just follow the steps directly." Speaking of this, the old man's eyes stared at Han Mai as if he were staring at a piece of absolutely beautiful jade. Empty of a world of rampage, but no qualifications, no resources. The world is full of such people. These people, they should just resign themselves to their fate and be mole crickets for the rest of their lives? The old man's face flushed red as he shouted loudly, and a tyrannical aura seemed to rise from his body. The old man's a bit of a maniac. Are all the people in the world like this? Han Magne kept his mouth closed and didn't say anything. After roaring enough, the old man's aura was withdrawn from his body, and his face was as normal as he looked at Han Mai and said, "Today, I'll pass on your 10,000 swords to the sect. Remember, you're taking a path to heaven for the ordinary sword cultivators of the world. Do you understand?" Han Muoi nodded. "Isn't that a bit too much responsibility?" Seeing Han Mai nodded, the old man put one hand behind his back and took a step forward. "I, Mo Yuan, have wasted 100 years since I joined the Nine Shen sword sect, studying 360 sword arts, but I have never been able to get through the door. It was only after watching the 3 sword pavilion elders strike, with their sword chi spreading across 3,000 zhong, and a sword capable of splitting mountains and breaking rivers, that I came to realize this. Cultivate a strand of sword chi, hammer it into thousands, divide it into 128,000 filaments, and condense it into sword intent. Sword intent wax and needs 100 folds, transforming into 100 refined steel, softening around the fingers, gathering 3,000 sword intent, transforming into the great power of heaven and earth. This, that is to say, the old man raised his right hand with both fingers together and pointed forward. 10,000 sword returning sect. His eyes were distant and firm. His body was erect, and his posture was as blazing as a sword. If it is coupled with thousands of sword weapons flying and indulging, endless sword light dazzling, and heavenly earthquakes chirping, then it would truly be the return of 10,000 swords to the sky. Only in this bucket room between the square inches it seems there is less momentum. After a long silence, Hanmai couldn't help but whisper out loud, "No more." The old man slowly withdrew his hand, and instead of answering him, he asked, "How much have you comprehended?" "Comprehending? Just the moves, no, the poses?" Hanmai closed his eyes, and in his mind, the image of the old man standing still and raising his hand with his fingers slowly emerged. This time, the screen went slow, so slow that Han Makino wanted to fast forward. But he could feel that there was something in the image. He looked closely at the eyes of the old man in the picture, the movements of the old man when he pointed out his fingers, and the expression of the old man when he shouted out, "10,000 swords return to the sect." Without realizing it, he sensed a hint of difference. Seriously, firm. The old man's eyes were filled with determination. The old man's two fingers probed with determination. The old man had a firm expression on his face. Switching the images over and over again, the aura on the old man's body became more and more condensed until all the images collapsed. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Makino's eyes widened. Comprehend the return of the 10,000 swords. Right at the moment of comprehending the return of all the swords to the clan, he felt that all the sword chi in the illusory space within his body vibrated and surged, as if it was about to surge out. You can control the sword energy in your body? It's true that all swords are returned to their families. This 10,000 swords returning to the father is truly condensing all of the world's thousands of sword arts. And with just one sword, it can cut through the stars and rivers. Looking at the old man in front of him, Hanmai had nothing but admiration in his heart as he raised his hand and bowed. "Many thanks for the senior's teachings. I've comprehended. A great power who could create such a technique deserved respect." "You learned." Seeing Hanmai's movements, the old man froze and said sharply, "What have you realized? Is this the final test?" Hanmai straightened up and clenched his fist with one hand, his gaze determined. "With one sword in hand, the world is mine." The old man frowned and was just about to speak when he heard Hanmai add, "I realize that there is no sword in my hand, but a sword in my heart." "No sword in your hand, but a sword in your heart?" The old man was stunned and whispered, "No sword in your hand, but a sword in your heart? Ha ha! No sword in your hand, but a sword in your heart." The old man let out a long laugh and turned around. It wasn't until he left that Hanmai remembered that he hadn't paid for his 10 spirit stones. And what about the promised apprenticeship? Can look at once to comprehend the 10,000 swords return to this kind of technique, this enlightenment, this big brother, do not accept himself as a disciple, inherit the mantle? 10,000 swords return to the sect. It's not like it's a crappy technique, so casual. Shaking his head, Hanmai had no choice but to put away the 2 booklets in preparation for leaving the quiet room. Perhaps this was fate. One was born without that good fortune to become an elder disciple. Collecting the books, there were still flashes of spiritual light on the jade disc in front of him. Ha! A message on the jade disc caused Hanmai's mind to flutter. Quiet room number 85. Requires an explanation of the performance of the second Xian sword technique Bibo. Rewarded with 500 spirit stones. Bibo? It was a sword move he happened to have comprehended yesterday, and not just once. Subconsciously, he reached out and tapped on the jade, and the message directly dissipated. That's taking the assignment? Hanmai walked out of the quiet room and went to the door of the 85th quiet room, took a deep breath and pushed the door in. In the middle of the quiet room, a young man wearing the white robe of the inner sect saw Hanmai and glanced up and down with a slight frown. "This senior brother, I don't seem to have seen you in the inner gate," Hanmai said indifferently. "You know all 3,000 disciples of the inner sect?" That's not. The youth's face was shortened, and before he could finish his sentence, Hanmai waved his hand and said, To perform the Dharma Bibbo sword technique? The youth nodded. Han Mai looked at the long sword at the youth's waist and extended his hand. Bring the sword. Catch up on the voting comments. Click a little and help out. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Outer Sect Number 1. MOU on. For sword cultivators, the accompanying sword are treasures, that is comparable to the existence of the Tao couple. The average person don't even think about touching it. Hearing that Han Mai wanted the long sword at his waist, the youth's face changed color. Hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand and drew out his long sword, then turned the blade upside down and handed the hilt to Han Mai. Han Mai reached out and took the long sword, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The name of the sword is Jade Stream. It is 3 feet 3 inches long and weighs 8 pounds 2 taels. For a 3-foot sword to weigh this much, the forging technique and the spirit materials used are not bad. Han Mai's words caused the youth's eyes to light up. The sword into the hand can distinguish the weight and length of the slightest difference. This means a few points. I used 1 or 2 light spirit iron in this sword. The youth whispered. Light spirit iron? 1 or 2 light spirit iron can turn a long sword into a semi-spiritual weapon, so it seems that this thing is a treasure. Han Mai's eyes narrowed as images of when this sword was forged surfaced in his mind. The forging technique is the method of pleated forging, with basalt iron paired with a piece of greenish-gray spiritual material mixed in, made by 1,000 hammers. This kind of forging means was called spirit weapon initial forging. This was a common means of refining long swords suitable for chi condensation to foundation establishment stage sword cultivators to imperialize, and in the first floor of the sword pavilion, quite a few of the sword weapons used this technique. In fact, such a sword artifact belonged to a semi-finished product called a semi-spiritual artifact, which was still categorized as a mortal product. In the future, to use it for a long time after the sword cultivator has risen to the earth realm, he can then cleanse it with his own aura to enhance its spirituality, and eventually it can be transformed into a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons, the sword weapons hidden on the second floor of the sword pavilion is the strongest person of the earth realm royalty, royal sword to take off in the air, split the sword light, the wonderful use is endless, the power of 10,000 times. The scene changed again, and Han Mai saw the young man in front of him standing in front of a big river with a long sword in his hand, constantly dancing with the sword. The sword light was clear and bright, and it was none other than the second Shen sword art Bibbo. Streams of light flashed on the screen, and in Han Mu's opinion, this youthful cultivator's swordsmanship wasn't bad. Just looking at it, it's missing something. Han Mai held the long sword in his hand, his palm reversed, and the blade gently probed forward. This style was countless times slower than the youth's sword dance in the picture. The opposite youth was just about to make a sound, but suddenly his face changed, and his eyes tightly stared at the sword in Han Mu's hand. That sword light flickered gently, unhurriedly, and kept suppressing. In the youth's opinion, this kind of suppression was the very essence of this style of Bibbo. When his master performed the law for him, he had said that the cold pool of blue waves, when it is like a cloud like fog. This by Bo sword art, well, it's about waves and water. Han Mai spoke softly under his breath. Then his long sword gently nodded. The sword light resembled a water wave gently swinging, light in front and heavy in the back. So it is. I practiced the sword on the big river, the water waves rippled, all the strength leaked away. There is absolutely no such water waves do not move, the power of the feeling of constriction. Surprise flashed across the youth's face as he raised his hand and cupped his fist, and was just about to speak when Han Mai's longsword was withdrawn and he calmly said, "This is only the first realm of the Bai Bo sword art. The first wait? What do you mean?" A puzzled look appeared on the youth's face. When Master taught the sword art, he didn't say that there was a second realm for the Bai Bo sword art. Ah? Han Mai pointed the long sword in his hand lightly, then let out a low gulp under his breath. Watch this. That sword light was suddenly fragrant, like a swimming dragon startling the waves, swinging up 10,000 hectares of clear waves. The youth only felt endless waves gushing over his head, and he could not help but let out a cry of alarm, retreated several steps, and only stopped when his back hit the wall of the quiet room. When he fixed his eyes and looked again, there was only a long sword lightly crossed in front of him. Han Mai's fingers lightly clasped the blade of the sword and handed him the hilt. Silently receiving the long sword, the youth returned it to its sheath before bowing toward Han Mai. Yang Xiao thanks senior brother for his guidance. With that, he held up 5 pale golden finger-length jade tiles and sent them to Han Mai. This was the merit voucher of the 9 Xian sword sect. 1 piece could be exchanged for 100 spirit stones. Han Mai reached out to receive the merit badge, turned around and left, And when he reached the doorway, he paused and said softly, "In fact, this Bibbo sword art, there is still a third level." After saying that, without waiting for the wide-eyed Yang Shao to make a sound, he had already walked out of the quiet room. There's a third weight? Erkshuan's sword art. How could there be a third? Yang Shao looked towards the gently closing door of the quiet room, a trace of bewilderment showing on his face. By the way, who is this senior brother? His sword technique has reached the point where he can lift light weights as if they were light weights, and he can show intent without infusing his aura. Could it be which one of the newest full bloods? A hint of a smile appeared on Han Mai's face as he walked out of the quiet room. Business has to be long-lasting, and with this style of Bibbo alone, you might be able to make a fortune on your own. The Baibo sword art was originally a second Shen sword art, and it was already rare for it to contain a second meaning, and a third which shouldn't have been there in the first place. The reason Han Mai said that there was a third level was that he had realized this sword art 3 times when he was polishing his longsword in the sword pavilion. After 3 imprints, he unexpectedly had another realization and deduced the third level of the Baibo sword art. The first water wave does not rise, the second is wild, and the third, returning to the essence, looms large. Han Mai walked to the front desk and handed back the doorplate of the 73rd quiet room and 2 blank booklets. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The green-robed middle-aged man in reception stood up and collected the door tag and the iron bull strength, then smiled and said, "This senior, the 10,000 swords returns to the sect does not belong to my evolutionary Dharma building's feats. Not part of the acting house?" It was also true that this return of all laws was as strong as it was. It shouldn't be something that an ordinary inner disciple could cultivate. Then I wonder where that elder Moen lives in the sect. I forgot to ask for a moment just now. Han Mai opened his mouth to ask. Hearing him, the green-robed middle-aged man let out a grin and said, "Which is what elder? Mo Yuan, the first person in the outer gate, has been hanging out with my Joshin sword sect for almost 200 years. Speaking of this, he lightly laughed and shook his head. When I say the first person in the outer sect, it's not that his cultivation is the first in the outer sect. It's that he's the oldest qualified in the outer sect. The outer door? Not an elder, just an old man who's been hanging out in the outer sect for 200 years? That temperament, that a finger probe, as if the sky pours and face does not change color momentum, just a disciple of the outer door? It's said that he had good qualifications when he first practiced, but I don't know which of his tendons was wrong, and he had to study some kind of all-encompassing sword technique. Look, it's been 200 years and there's still no chi condensation. I guess he doesn't have much longer to live." The green-robed middle-aged man shook his head and looked at the book in Han Mai's hand. "This gong method is a lie. What good gong method can a disciple who can't enter the inner sect in his entire life create? It took 200 years and a lifetime of not condensing chi to create this book. 10,000 swords returning to the sect." Han Mai looked at the booklet in his hand and only felt the weight of 1,000,000 pounds. He gently put the booklet away, then turned and walked away. "That, senior brother, I wonder if you would like to take on a mission at the Dharma Performance Building?" The green-robed middle-aged man behind him spoke out. Han Mai turned back and said faintly, "What mission?" Answering the cultivation questions of the disciples in the Dharma Performing Building. Not only do you get paid to do so, but for every 10 answers, the Dharma Performing Building additionally rewards you with 5 merits. The green-robed middle-aged man smiled and said, "Just now, senior brother Yang Shao was very satisfied with senior brother's answer to your question, and was willing to add another 3 merit badges. With that, he handed out 3 merit vouchers. Still, Han Makino reached out and took the merit badge. 300 spirit stones. It's a cutie if you don't take it. It's fine to answer questions about the acting method, but I'm just not too willing to have my identity known by outsiders." Putting away the merit vouchers, Han Mai spoke out. "Easy," the green-robed middle-aged man smiled. "There are quite a few senior brothers and even elders in the sect who are unwilling to reveal their identities to take on missions. They all report an alias and cover their faces with masks." With that, he reached out and pointed ahead. "Look, isn't that one?" Han Mai turned his head to look, and he saw a man in a long robe with a bronze mask push the door into a quiet room. "Okay, I'll take this mission." Han Mai nodded and left straight away. Pay your respects. End of chapter. Chapter 16. 3000 Sword Intent. Iron Ox Condensing Forms. Knowledge is power. Han Moyo had a deeper understanding of this sentence now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gained so many insights about sword arts through his superb enlightenment, how could he be carrying 8 merit vouchers in his arms? When he came, he had only 100 spirit stones, but when he went back, he was already worth close to 1,000 spirit stones. On the way, Han Mai was in a good mood. After all, money is a man's waistband. Money in the pocket, the heart does not panic. And that's just the beginning. In the future, maybe you can make more big money. He took large strides while running the iron bull strength in his body. At once, there was a feeling of dust under the feet and a lightness of being like a swallow. This is what it looks like after practice? It's really cool. With a step of 10 feet, the time it took to return to the sword pavilion was 3 times faster than when he came. Twilight clouds shrouded the area, and golden spiritual light was scattered outside the sword pavilion. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the sword pavilion, a tall sword cultivator wearing a black robe walked out of the pavilion. This person's figure was upright, with a long sword behind his back, and his face was somber as he glanced at the oncoming Han Mai, didn't open his mouth and left straight away. With this one glance, Han Mai only felt his body shaken, and all those sword chi in the illusory space in his chest surged, wanting to rush out of his body. It seemed that these sword chi were provoked to press back. This is a great master. Walking into the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu was putting away the books on the long case. Sixth brother, which one was that just now? Hearing Han Mai's words, Huang Laolu didn't even lift his head. Sword Battle Hall Deacon Ling Che. A strong Earth Realm enlightened God stage. The Sword Battle Hall was the hall in the Jiuxian sword sect that was mainly responsible for defending the enemy from the outside world, and there were many experts in it. How about it? Does it make you feel bad to even look at it? Huang Laolu grinned. It was the first time Han Makino had seen a strong person of the Earth Realm. It turned out that the strongest people in the cultivation world were really so powerful. 3 stages of the Earth Realm, passing the veins, enlightening the divine, and conjuring the Dan. Was an Earth Realm enlightened God stage expert even this strong? What about the Jedon or even the heavenly realm above it? Essence light flashed in his eyes. Human realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, with the golden finger added. He was more and more excited about his future. A sword across heaven and earth. That was one's goal. An Earth Realm expert of the Sword Battle Hall fell a few days ago, and tomorrow his sword will be returned. Putting away the booklet, Huang Laolu looked at Han Mai and said with a sullen face, "Tomorrow morning, we'll welcome the sword into the pavilion. Lead the sword, meet the sword, rub the sword, sun the sword. The last thing a sword watcher wants among these operations is to meet the sword. New swords in the pavilion are a bit better. Most of the sword auras in them are rather thin. To welcome the sword, to welcome back the long swords of those sword masters who have fallen, which may contain all kinds of grievances and fury. For the sword watchers, every time they welcome the sword, it is a torment. Once there was a sword viewer who welcomed a long sword of spirit weapon level, and as a result, he was charged by the grievances in the sword, and died of vomiting blood in less than half a year. What body refining technique did you go to the evolution building to find? As if he didn't want to put pressure on Han Mai, Huang Laolu digressed. I sought out a book of Iron Bull Strength.
Han Mai smiled.
Iron Bull Strength. Huang Laolu muttered, seemingly not having heard of this technique. By the way, sixth brother, your spirit stone. Han Mai reached into his pocket, ready to pull out a merit voucher. It's fine. It's only 100 spirit stones. I'm not that bad. Without waiting for Han Mai to pull out his voucher, Huang Laolu already waved his hand and turned to leave. Get a good night's sleep tonight, and meet the sword tomorrow, so be careful how you deal with it. Han Mai clutched the merit vouchers in his hands and let out a light laugh without opening his mouth again. It's only 100 spirit stones. A favor more valuable than a spirit stone. Returning to his quiet room, he sat on his knees and gently spread out a tome. This booklet, there were only 4 big words, 10,000 swords. Slowly closing his eyes, the image of Mo Yuan's one hand behind his back and his parallel fingers pointing forward once again surfaced in his mind. Han Mai only felt that all the sword chi in the illusory space in his chest began to stir, as if it was about to spurt out with his beck and call. It's just that, if you really want to invoke these sword chi, there seems to be something missing in the middle. Opening his eyes, Han Muoi looked at the wall in front of him. His heart shook as he thought of what Ma Yuan had said. Cultivate a strand of sword chi, hammer it into thousands, divide it into 128,000 filaments, and condense it into sword intent. Sword intent wax and needs 100 folds, transforming into 100 refined steel, softening around the fingers, gathering 3,000 sword intent, transforming into the great power of heaven and earth. 128,000 sword chi were needed to condense into a single sword intent. 3,000 sword intent, transformed into the great power of heaven and earth. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. With the great power of heaven and earth pouring pressure, one sword is 10,000 swords. This is the meaning of 10,000 swords returned to the clan. 128,000 sword chi, condensing one sword intent. Sword chi, not enough? Boom! In a split second, in that illusory space, the ball of fiery red sword chi taken from the purple flame sword abruptly exploded, turning into countless thousands of strands of sword chi, scattered as sword chi, condensed as sword intent. It turned out that this mass of the most massive and pure sword chi was the sword intent that used the sword Tao cultivation as its will and condensed its essence as a thread. Not only did the sword intent explode, but in the illusory space, all of those thick sword chi blasted into countless strands. In an instant, the illusory space was completely filled with sword chi. There were more than 1,000,000 sword chi residing in this illusory space. Essence shining in his eyes, Han Mai raised his hand and looked at his palm. An erection awaits. As long as he stretched forward with his parallel fingers, in front of him, mountains and rivers could be shattered, and heaven and earth could be fought. This is the return of all swords. This is a sword that cannot be blocked by 10,000 people in the world. Outside the quiet room, all the sword weapons seemed to have senses and trembled gently. These swords and weapons seemed to be soldiers waiting for a call. As long as Han Mai in the quiet room pointed his arm forward, all the sword weapons would move forward in a determined battle. Pressing down the tumbling sword chi between his chest and abdomen, Han Mai slowly withdrew his palms. This quiet room is not the place to test the return of the 10,000 swords. Retracting the palm of his hand, the sword chi Dao in his illusory space circled, then recoalesced and slowly rotated. The sword intent from the violet flame sword seemed to have become more refined between the gathering and scattering just now. Those other sword chi that were originally densely covered in space helped to collide and merge, eventually transforming into 13 thick sword intent. Countless sword chi coalesced and condensed into these 13 sword intent. At this point, Han Mai had a total of 14 sword intentions under his control and could catalyze the return of the 10,000 swords 14 times. I wonder what it would be like if 3,000 sword intentions were condensed into a sword momentum? Sword power, the power of heaven and earth. A sword is heaven and earth overturned. How many people in the world can master such a sword? A sword momentum requires 3,000 sword intent. A smile appeared on Han Mai's face, and his eyes were all crystallized. How many long swords in the pavilion of swords contain endless sword energy? How many do you want? 3,000 sword intentions will eventually be condensed. At that time, with a sword in his hand, who in the world could stop him? Harnessing his sword chi, Han Mai slowly operated his newly cultivated body refining technique, Iron Bull Strength. This was a body refining technique that could make one's muscles and bones strong and resist the erosion of sword chi. Although he didn't believe that the sword chi that was close to him would harm him, it would be a good idea to put the body refining technique into good practice. Even if we use it to hurry, it's still faster, right? The images of Zhao Pu practicing the Iron Bull Strength in the performing law building continued to flow, and on Han Mai's body, a solid chi and blood began to converge. An illusory green bull figure with the color of gold and iron slowly appeared behind him. The iron ox condenses its form, and the feat is complete. Happy New Year! Thank you to book club member Rikidu for the monthly ticket. Thanks to everyone who chimed in and clocked in to catch up on their reading. Let's move forward together in the new year to a good story. End of chapter. Chapter 17 Iron Ox Strength Great Achievement. By Bow Sword Techniques 2nd Level Happy New Year. If an outsider saw the scene in this quiet room, he was afraid that he would have to buckle his eyes. Having only practiced the technique for less than half a day, Han Mai had already directly cultivated it to the state of great completion. The world's kung fu starts from the initiation of the first glimpse of the door, and still needs to reach the realm of the lean and pure minor accomplishment before reaching the realm of the great accomplishment of the integration of the world. Even a simple gongfu, if you want to achieve great success, it is not an overnight matter. Which one who had cultivated the technique to its great completion had not spent years or even decades of hard work. A full level of gnosis is just too much. The iron ox condensed out, and a faint divine light came out of Han Mai's eyes. Beyond his body, there was also a faint dark golden halo. It was just that the halo was too faint to be perceived at all. Running with the body refining technique, the body is as firm as iron, the meridians are solid, This is considered to have stepped into the Peiyuan stage? Whispering under his breath, Han Mai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this a surprise? What he wanted to cultivate was a cultivation technique that would allow him to live a long life, not this body-refining technique that could only strengthen his body. Even if a body-refining technique was cultivated to its peak, it would only be the peak of the human realm. There was no one in the world who could cultivate to the earth realm with a body-refining technique. The green ox silhouette behind him slowly dissipated, and Han Mai was ready to close his work. The images in his mind kept changing, causing him to faintly stare. After it's condensed into a green cow, it continues? Buzz! With a soft sound, behind him, a second green ox silhouette emerged. The chi and blood in his body was as if it was going to rush out of his body. In an instant, Han Mai only felt his body's strength skyrocket, with the fullness of his muscles and bones exploding. He was certain that a single punch would shatter the wall in front of him at this point. Han Mai stared wide-eyed as the images in his mind dissolved with a bang. After a great accomplishment of a feat, it can be deduced again? This Iron Bull strength, is there a second level? The body-refining technique bought with 80 spirit stones could still deduce the second level? Perhaps Iron Bull strength was not the lowest-ranked body-refining technique. The image in his mind had dispersed, and Han Mai didn't push it any further. He decided that he would have the opportunity to go to Zhao Pu and ask him about this Iron Bull strength cultivation. This intersect elite, he was still a good person. Han Mai's current pitiful bit of cultivation experience told him to cultivate, to be steady. 9 Xian Mountain, intersect disciple residence area. Yang Xiao, who had a complex complexion on his face, stood before an attic. Senior brother Yang Xiao, master doesn't want to see you, you'd better leave. A young man wearing a white robe with an arrogant look on his face coldly spoke. Failing to cultivate by bow in 3 months, you are no longer qualified to cultivate under the master's door. Another youth with the same white robe and jade belt spoke indifferently. In the future, when you go out, don't say that you are my Su Cheng Yun's senior brother. After that youth finished speaking, he flung out his sleeves and left in large strides. One of the 72 masters of the inner sect, Su Cheng Yun. The 3,000 disciples of the inner sect, every one of them was above chi condensation, and most of those who could be ranked in the top 100 were already at the foundation establishment realm. Su Cheng Yun was the expert who had already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Yang Xiao nodded and stood still without speaking. After a long time, voices came from the attic. Yang Xiao, I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't cultivate by bow in 3 days, you won't have to come to my Santan pavilion in the future. The voice was cold and ancient. A trace of excitement flashed across Yang Xiao's face as he bowed. Master, I've already cultivated by bow. Hearing his words, there was silence in the attic for a moment. Then a voice rang out. Fine. I'll give you one last chance. Come up and see me. Yang Xiao completed his clothes and stepped into the attic with large strides. In front of the pavilion, several youths in white robes looked at each other. Yesterday his by bow was still clueless, and today he was able to cultivate it? A youth carrying a long sword frowned and spoke. These people of theirs had a 3-legged tripod pattern printed on their shirts, which was the mark of their fellow disciples. Santan Pavilion is the cultivation gates of intersect elder Su Haosheng, and the disciples under him are marked with this 3-legged tripod. Go and take a look, as long as he doesn't disgrace my Santan Pavilion. The tall and thin youth standing at the very front turned around and took a step into the pavilion. A few others looked at each other and followed quietly. At this moment, Yang Xiao had bowed and stood in front of an old man wearing gray clothes with white hair. Yang Xiao, when you first came under my tutelage, I had said that you have good qualifications. It's just that your enlightenment is a bit poor. This Bibo sword art is a test for you. The old man's face was expressionless and he only spoke faintly. Disciple understands. Yang Xiao lowered his head and replied softly. How many inner disciples could worship under the elder's door? Such a chance, he had to grab it even if he had to fight to the death. It was just that, as his master said, his enlightenment was indeed quite poor, and he failed to realize the Bibo sword art in March. Several of his fellow disciples quietly approached, then bowed toward Su Haosheng, who was seated at the top and stood to the side. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Su Haosheng nodded and looked at Yang Xiao, swinging his large sleeve. Then you will rehearse the Bai Bo sword technique. Yang Xiao nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. Today, in the Dharma Performance Building, That Dharma performance elder brother used an extremely slow and clear explanation, which made him instantly clear. Bibo. But that's it. With his hand pressed on the hilt of the sword, what Yang Xiao thought in his heart was no longer the first meaning of Bibo. Master is a sect elder, an earth realm powerhouse with countless experts under his door. To be recognized and favored by the master, one needed to stand out. Today, this is an opportunity to take. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, Yang Xiao's arm was picked, and the sword light turned into a thin line. The thin line is fast, so fast that it seems like a big river running. Hey! Still no comprehension. Not far away, someone shook their head gently. Hee. Cultivating the Bibo sword technique to such a state in 3 months also qualifies you to stay in the Santan Pavilion? On the other side, a cold smile flashed across someone's face. It's no wonder that senior brother Su looks down on it. No mediocrity is left under the master's door. The tall and thin disciple standing in front said in a cold voice. At the top, the seated Su Haosheng frowned slightly. His eyes stared at the sword in Yang Xiao's hand, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The light of the sword in Yang Xiao's hand was thin and fast. He imagined what he had seen, the light of that sword as if the heavens were tilting. That was the sword that made his own mind lose focus. The blue wave and the second intention. Buzz! The long sword in his hand seemed to understand him, and a halo of light spread out as if it had exploded. A flash of light. The light of the sword flashed with dazzling coldness, as if monstrous waves were surging from a waveless ancient well. Su Hao, who was seated at the top, stood up, took one step, and raised his hand to point a finger on top of Yang Xiao's sword blade. Yang! The long sword shook and flew out 3 feet, landing on the floor. Su Haosheng's eyes were fixed on Yang Xiao. His breath was heavy to the extreme. Why? Your Bibo is made to look like this? Why? Holding his trembling right hand, Yang Xiao said in a low voice. Disciple thought, even if there are no waves in the cold pool, there will be a time when the waves will overturn. This sword is when the blue waves rise. To be able to comprehend the second meaning of Bibo in 3 months, Yang Xiao, your enlightenment is not the grade of the test. Looking at Yang Xiao in front of him, Su Haosheng was as if he was looking at a piece of beautiful jade that had yet to be polished. Slightly clenching his fists, Yang Xiao raised his head and looked at Su Haosheng. Master, I think that Bibo still has a third realm of meaning. Only, I haven't realized it yet for a while. Su Haosheng's spread arm froze there. The third weight. Real-time update. Good New Year. End of chapter. Chapter 18, True Transmission, welcoming the sword into the pavilion. There was silence in the lobby. Su Haosheng, who was standing there, seemed to think of something and his gaze was a bit lax. The crowd of disciples below all bowed their heads, hiding the shock on their faces. Yang Xiao didn't know if he had made the right bet or not. Good! Su Haosheng suddenly let out a long shout. His eyes were filled with a brilliant light as he reached out and patted Yang Xiao's shoulder, letting out a long laugh. Going forward, you'll be my Su Haosheng's third inductee disciple, entry-level disciple. Above the hall, those white-clothed disciples all stared with wide eyes. There are dozens of Santan Pavilion disciples, but only 2 of them have entered the room. Su Changyun, one of the 72 experts of the inner sect, was not even a Santan Pavilion entry disciple. The 2 initiates of Santan Pavilion were both elites of the sect. At this time, the master wanted to accept Yang Xiao as his third disciple. Without hesitation, Yang Xiao knelt down on one knee, bowed and shouted, Disciple Yang Xiao, pay respects to master, like teacher, like father. This, for the initiates. An initiated disciple is the one who carries on the mantle of existence. The resources received are worlds apart from those of outsiders. Yang Xiao, within 3 years, if you can comprehend the third level of the Bibo sword technique, my master will fight for you for a true lineage. At the top, Su Haosheng, who had put away his palms, spoke in a deep voice. True biography. Joshen sword sect, tens of thousands of outer doors, 3,000 inner doors, true legends, how many? Together with those who have been practicing for who knows how many years, is there 100? Which true successor in the sect is not famous and holds a party's power in his hands? After today, 1 step to heaven. Greetings to senior brother Yang. In the Santan Pavilion, a group of disciples saluted Yang Xiao. Entered disciples, ranked above the inner sect. The true legend, on the other hand, was an existence that competed with all his peers throughout the entire clan. The master has such high regard for Yang Xiao. How can the disciples dare to disrespect him? Yang Xiao wore a smile on his face as he gently raised his hand. Senior brothers, be free of etiquette. In the future, in Santan Pavilion, his status would still be above Su Chongyun. Other than the two initiates, everyone else is a senior. All of this came from the explanation and performance of the Dharma by that senior brother in the Dharma performing building. Thinking of Han Mai, who was performing the spell in the Dharma performance building, Yang Xiao's heart was on fire. Cultivating the third level of Bai Bo, he became his master's most valued disciple and became a pivotal true disciple in the sect. Yang Xiao seemed to see the golden road in front of him. Acting Dharma House, and from now on, I will live in acting Dharma House myself. I don't know if it was because he had cultivated the Iron Bull strength or practiced the 10,000 swords. But when Han Mai woke up in the morning, he was in high spirits. In the small courtyard, he practiced a few sword arts, and actually felt that his understanding of the sword arts had quite a bit more. Han boy, when we meet the sword later, you stand behind me. Tucked in neatly and wearing a black shirt, Huang Lao Lu's figure was slightly more upright, only his eyebrows were still pale. By the time the two of them had packed up, in the distance, a bell rang. The bell rings 3 times. When the earth realm falls, the bell rings 3 times, and when the heaven realm falls the bell rings 6 times. Huang Lao Lu shook his head and whispered to himself, in these 2 years, 3 bells have been rung. It seems like 7 times. His words caused Han Makino to tremble slightly. 7 times 3 bells sounded. That would mean that at least 7 Earth Realm powerhouses had fallen. Earth Realm powerhouses, but the pillars of the clan, they were all experts in any house. The Earth Realm, with its long lifespan, is unusual in that it does not die. Unless it's a conquest with someone. This cultivation world, is it not peaceful too? Didn't you say that the 9 Xian sword sect doesn't have a heavenly realm? Where did the 6 rings come from? At the entrance of the sword pavilion, Han Mai, who was standing behind Huang Lao Lu, asked, there is no heaven realm, there are experts that are comparable to the heaven realm. Doesn't the sword pavilion ancestor Huang Lao Lu didn't finish his sentence and suddenly stopped. Han Mai turned around and saw the white-robed old ancestor stepping down. Sword pavilion ancestor, this fall will be 6 rings? Han Makino muttered in his heart. When can we hear the 6 bells? The sword pavilion ancestor didn't look at the two of them and walked straight to stand in front of the stone steps of the sword pavilion. Before the sword pavilion, a group of sword cultivators in black robes walked solemnly. These people carried long swords and wore black robes, taking one step at a time as if their feet weighed 1,000 pounds. At the forefront of the black-robed sword cultivators, a white-bearded old man held a narrow wooden box in both hands, staring ahead with a grave expression on his face. This Han Mai had met yesterday the deacon of the War Sword Hall, Ling Che, a strong man of the Earth Realm Enlightened God stage. Ling Che walked to the steps of the sword pavilion and stood in front of it, holding the sword in both hands. Ling Che, deacon of the War Sword Hall of the 9 Xian sword sect, sends back the sword accompanying senior brother Zhou Yan, deacon of the War Sword Hall. Ling Che lifted his steps forward and shouted under his breath. Behind him, the 2 rows of black-clothed sword cultivators all bowed and clasped their fists. Senior brother Zhou Yan entered the Zhou sword sect for 300 years, and after achieving great success, he entered the battle sword hall to fight and kill for the clan in 100 battles. Today, senior brother returns to fall. The battle sword hall respectfully sends senior brother Zhou Yan to wear his sword into the sword pavilion, and his heroic name will live on forever. With a loud cry, Ling Che held the wooden box in both hands and handed it to the sword pavilion ancestor. All the black-clothed sword cultivators in the back shouted in unison, "Greetings to senior brother Zhou Yan." The sword pavilion ancestor lifted his hand to unveil the wooden box, then probed his hand and took out a green-colored long sword with a sheath. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Buzz! The long sword vibrated, seemingly unwilling, and seemingly with endless resentment. A stern and clear aura instantly filled a 3 feet square. Han Mai's body was chilled, and his iron ox strength was unconsciously activated to block out the chill. Don't worry, senior brother. My battle sword hall will set out to avenge senior brother and take the head of Qin Yuanhe of the Tai Ling sword sect to sacrifice senior brother. Tai Ling sword sect, one of the 9 sects of the western frontier, ranked 4th among the 4 major sword sects. The Zhou sword sect's Earth Realm expert died at the hands of a Tai Ling sword sect powerhouse? That's no small thing. If the 2 major sword clans of the western frontier were to fight, I'm afraid that the entire western frontier would be involved. Han Mai poked his head out and looked at the long sword held in the sword pavilion ancestor's hand. Welcome Deacon Zhou's sword into the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion ancestor raised his hand and passed his longsword behind him. Huang Laolu stepped forward, bowed and raised his hand. Let him come. Sword pavilion old man's sword remained raised as he spoke faintly. Huang Laolu was shaken. Old ancestor, Han Mai, he just came. Before Huang Laolu finished his words, the sword pavilion elder turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on Han Mai. Buzz! In Han Mai's body, all the strength of the Iron Ox force was stirred up in an instant, and his muscles and bones seemed to have been struck by a blow of a heavy hammer, causing his eyes to blink. The 14 sword intentions stored in the illusory space of his chest and abdomen shook as if they were going to rush out directly. One glance, inducing all the sword intent to stir. To what extent was the cultivation of this sword pavilion ancestor in front of him strong? But this kind of power, again, seemed to be completely different from the Ling Che of the God Enlightenment stage, and it was all from the pull of the sword intent. With a light sigh of relief, Han Mai stepped forward and nodded to Huang Laolu, whose face was crossed and who gave him a wink, before bowing and saying, "Disciple welcomes the sword." The sword pavilion ancestor placed the long sword in Han Mai's hand, put it away on the second floor. Han Mai nodded his head, resting his long sword in both hands as he turned around and headed for the second floor. Huang Zhenxiong, you've been a sword watcher for 7 years. Have you seen fewer of them back and forth? If you become a sword watcher, if you live or die, it's up to fate. Behind him, the voice of the sword pavilion ancestor came faintly. Huang Zhenxiong, it turns out that Huang Laoyo's big name is quite domineering. Holding the long sword in his hand, Han Mai had no sadness or joy on his face. The words of the sword pavilion ancestor were addressed to himself. Since he had already had his sword chi enter his heart and chest, and his life would not be long, this task of welcoming the sword to himself would be considered a good use of his resources. One couldn't blame the sword pavilion ancestor for being heartless. If you are a sword watcher, you should have the realization that you will die from the erosion of the sword energy. Except that maybe that's not the case? Stepping onto the steps of the second floor of the sword pavilion, a hint of a smile spread across the corners of Han Mai's mouth. His palm, gently pressed on top of the hilt of the long sword held in his hand. Buzz! A sword roared and a picture appeared in his mind. The sword of an Earth realm powerhouse. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, pay respects. Thank you to my fellow bookworms for the rewards and monthly tickets. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Sending the sword into the second floor of the sword pavilion, enlightenment of the sword again. A scene emerged in Han Makino's mind. Under the green pines and bamboos, a young Taoist in a green robe held a long sword, sword after sword, sword light flowing back and forth. This swordplay is smooth and simple, from youth to middle age to gray beard. The sword light continued to flow vertically and horizontally, simple to cumbersome and from cumbersome to simple. Comprehend the Shen Yuan sword art, gold and silk. Comprehend the Yishuan sword art, melting gold. Comprehend the second Shen sword art, point of gold. Comprehend the 3 Shen sword art, shattered gold. Aside from the Erkshuan sword art of pointing gold, the other several gold system sword arts were all newly comprehended. It could be seen that the owner of this sword cultivated the golden lineage sword art, and his sword art cultivation was profound. Just a strong person of the Earth realm who only cultivated up to the 3 Shen sword art. With his cultivation level, he should at least be cultivating the 4th Shen. Han Mai held his sword up the stairs, but suddenly his footsteps lurched. In the mental image, the Taoist who was originally simple in his swordplay suddenly had sharp sword strokes, and all of his moves and styles changed drastically. Sword strokes with killing intent. Comprehend the 4-spirit sword art of the Tai Ling sword school, clear kill. The sword art of the Tai Ling sword school. Isn't this a rival sect of the Jiushen sword sect? Wasn't Deacon Zhou Yen of the Battle Sword Hall killed in the hands of the people of the Tai Ling sword sect? Our Tai Ling sword sect's sword art focuses more on essence condensation than your Jiushen sword sect's, so you'll have a chance to break through by practicing my Tai Ling sword sect's sword art. Don't worry. In this world, no one knows that you've cultivated the Tai Ling sword school sword art. You and I are brothers, would I harm you? In the middle of the picture, a short, bearded, middle-aged man wearing a green robe opened his mouth with a smile. The sword light in his hand flashed, and it was that 4-spirit sword art clear kill. Qin Yuanhe, the item you are seeking is in the sword pavilion. As long as I break through, I will get it for you. From now on, we're clear. A hint of hesitation permeated the pale voice, and he eventually turned around and left. The picture, to this point, is broken. Qin Yuanhe, that expert from the Tai Ling sword sect, the one who beheaded Deacon Zhou Yan. What are they looking for? What's in the sword pavilion? Was it taken? What was the mystery behind Zhou Yan's murder and the strife between the Zhouxian sword sect and the Tai Ling sword sect? After looking at the screen, Han Mai had more doubts in his mind. A sharp aura followed his palm straight into his body. Sword chi, indeed, would do damage to the body, and at this moment he sensed something. He could feel his body's meridians as if they had been scraped by a blade, and the slightest tingling pain went straight to his heart. However, in an instant, there was a green-colored, ice-moist sword intent in the illusory space that penetrated into the meridians, smoothing out all the tingling. Can sword energy hurt and nourish the body? Knowing too little about sword chi, Han Mai didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. A cloud of golden sword chi landed in the illusory space. On top of this sword chi, there were wisps of greenish-black sword chi that intertwined with each other. This stream of sword chi didn't seem to have made up the number of 128,000 and hadn't condensed into sword intent, and compared to the other 14 sword intent in the illusory space, it was a bit thinner. At this time, Han Mai had already set foot on the second floor of the sword pavilion and stood before the rows and rows of wooden shelves. An endless sharp and ghostly cold aura pounced on his face. The sword chi on the second floor of this sword pavilion, compared to the first floor of the sword pavilion, I don't know how many times sharper and colder it is. The silhouettes of two green oxen emerged around him. But without waiting for the shadow to coalesce, it was directly churned apart by the sword chi. The pounding sword chi rushed towards the middle of his body, seemingly wanting to tear him into pieces. Escape. If you don't escape, you will be killed by these sword chi. Such thoughts flooded Han Makino's mind. In the back of his mind, a voice seemed to ring out, urging him to turn and run. His feet, however, did not move in the slightest. The hand holding the long sword slowly clenched, and there was a brilliant light surging in Han Mai's eyes. The fiery red sword intent in the illusory space in his chest and abdomen directly exploded. Blazing breath ran through his entire body, his meridians and limbs, instantly filling up, and a wisp of flame like breath floated out from Han Mai's body. In the middle of the second floor, swords and weapons vibrated. All the sword chi rushing towards him all dissipated. What a naughty little bunch! As the flames melted away and his limbs and meridians ached, Han Mai shook his head and whispered. It was obvious that the sword weapons on the second floor of the sword pavilion were not only sharp, they were also furious, and not at all docile like the first floor. In order to be recognized by these sword weapons, one had to show strength that convinced them. Old Man Tauron's sword intent was proof of strength. Traveling further, there was no more sword chi raging, and it seemed to be all well behaved. Finding an empty spot, Han Mai placed his hand held long sword on it. 5869 Mingfeng. Zhou Yan wears a sword, Mingfeng. Turning, he headed back. After only a few steps, he suddenly paused, then slowly turned around. Looking at the rows of wooden shelves in front of him, a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. Non-sword pavilion old ancestor conscription. Not to achieve 10 years to watch the sword people are not allowed to go to the second floor of the sword pavilion. It's a great opportunity to go up to the second floor of the sword pavilion this time. Raising his hand, he pressed down on the hilt of a long sword. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Quran. The long sword was drawn. Picture flashed in Han Mai's mind. A sword art was comprehended. He raised his hand and gripped the hilt of another long sword. It was already noon when Han Mai woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the walls of the quiet room and the anxious face of Huang Laolu. Sixth brother. Getting up slowly, he felt nothing but soreness in his torso, as well as a buzzing in his head and a heavenly spinning appearance. Lie down, lie down. Huang Laolu hurriedly reached out and pressed down on Han Mai. Hey! The sword chi on the second floor is just too fierce. The gaze fell on Han Mai's face, and Huang Laolu couldn't bear to turn his head away. You have a good rest. Patting Han Mai's shoulder, Huang Laolu turned and walked out. On the wooden couch, Han Mai slowly sat up, recalling the situation in the morning, could not help but let out a bitter smile. One still thinks too little of these sword weapons. Cultivation, life, sorrows and feelings. When the first floor of the sword pavilion was not yet felt, the second floor of the sword pavilion, every longsword that had a master was the life of an Earthrealm powerhouse. The sword chi was only secondary. Those long swords held images of every sword cultivator's life. Just now, when Han Mai was sensing the 10th longsword, he suddenly had a stabbing pain in his head before he lost consciousness. Now that I think about it, there must have been too many sensations in a short period of time, and my own mind's power was not enough. Ignorance is not an option. Sighing softly, he slowly got up and out of bed. In the future, it is important to refresh your knowledge of the practice. Otherwise, you don't know how to die. Standing in front of the door to the quiet room, a smile appeared on Han Mai's pale face. Perilous, often accompanied by reward. At this moment, 10 more radiant sword intent appeared in the illusory space of his chest and abdomen, slowly rotating around the center mass of fiery red sword intent. In addition to sword intent, he had even comprehended the sword art mastery practiced by 10 Earthrealm powerhouses. 4 Xian sword arts, 13 kinds of Sanxian sword arts, 30 types of Erxuan sword techniques, 82 types of Yixuan sword techniques, Xian Yuan sword art, 5 types. Those Earthrealm powerhouses had almost forgotten all about the Xian Yuan sword art. Han Mai walked out of the quiet room, and Huang Lao Lu, who was sitting in front of the long case in a daze, raised his head. Didn't I tell you to get some rest? Han Mai shook his head and whispered, I'll go to the Dan Hall. Earlier, he had promised Mu Wan that he would go and help her to comprehend the art of alchemy. Huang Lao Lu opened his mouth and finally nodded. Good, go. With that, he added, Are there enough spirit stones? Han Mai let out a laugh and looked over at him. Sixth brother, you're still borrowing my spirit stones? Not afraid I won't have the life to pay it back. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Do something you love too. What's with or without life? Huang Lao Lu glared at Han Mai and stood up, ready to fetch the spirit stones. Han Mai pulled back and said, I'm just going to watch senior sister Muin make pills. I'm not going to buy any pills. After saying that, he turned around with a smile and walked out of the sword pavilion. It's not about buying Dan. It's about that. Huang Lao Lu shook his head and sat back in front of the long case. Anyway, the old ancestor said there's only a month left to live, so it's good to do something you love to do. Looking at Han Mai's back, Huang Lao Lu whispered softly, his face looking forlorn. I just don't know how long I can hold out. When Han Mai arrived at the Dan Hall, Mu Wan was already waiting in front of the bamboo building. Hee. Senior brother, your face doesn't look very good. You seem to have injured your vital energy? Seeing Han Mai, Mu Wan frowned and said in a low voice, It's not a problem. I met the sword today and suffered some sword chi intrusion. Han Mai waved his hand, then laughed lightly. Let's go. What kind of Dan are you going to refine? Is senior brother really all right? Mu Wan asked one more time in an uneasy manner. Han Mai shook his head and walked toward the bamboo building. Mu Wan led him and sought out a secluded corner. Senior brother, what I'm going to refine is one of the more difficult of the 9-grade Dan, the Cloud Chi Dan. This elixir can divide the aura and allow softening of the meridians, making it one of the best elixirs for the Chi condensation stage. A Cloud Chi Dan can be sold for 30 spirit stones. Lifting her head and looking toward Han Mai, Mu Wan smiled coyly and said, With this elixir, I won't be short of spirit stones for cultivation.
Han Mui nodded.
It's hard to beat a hero for a penny, and it's even more so in the world of cultivation. A decent gongfu costs thousands of spirit stones. Not to mention that practicing the Dandao, refining a bad furnace of elixir is a large amount of spirit stones going down the drain, which is even more costly. Buzz! In front of Mu Wan, the flames of the Dan furnace rose, and then a portion of the spiritual medicine was placed on the table. Han Makino's eyes narrowed as he watched her movements. Mu Wan obviously hadn't refined this Cloud Chi Dan once or twice. Placing the pills and running the furnace were all very skillful. It was just that by the time the elixir was put in, it seemed that her own cultivation was insufficient, her forehead was sweating, and she was struggling to run the Dan furnace. By half a quarter of an hour later, the Dan furnace began to shake. A look of regret appeared on Mu Wan's face as she slowly withdrew her hand. She gave up. Still doesn't work. Looking up at Han Muoi, she froze slightly. At this moment, Han Mai's eyes were staring at the Dan furnace that was still hovering and rotating at a height of 3 feet, and his eyes were filled with a brilliant light, matching the civil and military, harmonizing yin and yang. Whispering under his breath, Han Mai said in a low voice, Senior Sister Muin, you're missing an ingredient in this elixir. The medicine? A blank look appeared on Mu Wan's face. I had only heard that medicine dispensing in the mundane world required a medicinal primer, but I had never heard that alchemy also required a medicinal primer. Then, what is this medicine guide you speak of, senior brother? Hanmai looked at Mu-won and swept his gaze for a moment. Are you at the chi condensation stage, senior sister? Mu-won nodded. I entered the chi condensation stage more than 3 months ago. Good. Cast a strand of your aura into the Dan furnace as a medicine guide. Hanmai voiced out. A ray of aura? What kind of tactic is this? Willing to be convinced. Mu-won raised her hand and a strand of light green-colored aura was pointed out from her fingertips and landed in the Dan furnace. Buzz! The Dan furnace that was originally vibrating continuously shook gently, and then the scattered medicinal power in it began to rotate in an orderly manner. Mu-won stared with wide eyes as she watched the medicinal power in the Dan tripod coalesce into a ball. Still not condensing pills?
An muy egoísta reminder.
Oh good. Mu-won panicked and slapped her palm with a ray of green light on the Dan furnace. The medicinal power in the furnace slowly condensed and eventually turned into a light green bean-sized pill that flew out of the furnace. Refined! Mu-won reached out and caught the elixir, placing it in her palm and surveying it, her face all elated. When she looked up, she realized that Han Muoi had already left. Senior brother Han, truly a strange man. Holding the elixir in her hand, Mu-won whispered softly to herself. Han Mai, who had left the Dan hall, didn't turn back to the sword pavilion at the first opportunity, but instead inquired around and headed for a square not far away. Just moments ago, watching Mu-won refine pills, he comprehended the alchemical means to refine the Cloud Chi pill. More than that, he was inspired by the means of improvement he provided for Muin. As long as he used the Chi condensation stage's aura to catalyze it as a medicine guide, wouldn't it be possible for even he himself to concoct a pill? Alchemy is a lucrative business. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Walking to the small square, Han Muoi looked around. The square is surrounded by small stores. Some of these stores were opened by disciples of the Joshen sword sect. Some were opened by foreign cultivators, and there were a few that were directly the Joshen sword sect industry. Here, it was a workshop market that was exclusively for the disciples of the Nine Shen sword sect to trade. Han Mai looked in front of one store after another and saw that many of them sold ores, sword weapons, and some talismans and pills. The quality isn't great, it's better because it's cheaper. After all, it was exclusively for outer disciples. Those elites in the sect didn't need these at all, and the sect quest rewards could be directly redeemed. Inner disciples can also receive sword weapons from the sword pavilion. Only the huge number of outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples who wanted to cultivate would exchange their valued treasures in such a marketplace. Seeing Han Mai, who was wearing a white robe, many of the store owners' eyes lit up, with eager smiles on their faces. In this small workshop full of green and gray robes, the white robes of the inner sect were extremely bright. Han Mai made a half-turn and walked into a store called Sujin Lu. Outside the store were some spirit medicines and objects related to the Dan Dao. Walking into the store, the two female cultivators who were chatting turned around. This senior brother, I wonder what you're looking for? The green-robed female cultivator, who was clearly the store's owner, looked toward Han Mai and spoke with a smile. The female cultivator, who climbed into conversation with the shopkeeper, on the other hand, curiously surveyed Han Mai and frowned slightly when she saw Han Mai's pale face. I'm looking for a Dan furnace, and also, I want some Yun Chi Dan elixirs. After a pause, Han Mai added, it would be even better if I could have a Cloud Chi Dan. Hearing Han Mai's words, the shopkeeper's face was filled with smiles as he said repeatedly, yes, yes. She placed a watermelon-sized 3-legged Dan furnace on the shelf behind her on the counter, and then fetched a few more medicine bags. Fairy Golden Edge, please give out a Cloud Chi pill. The store owner reached out and looked at the female cultivator on the side with a smile. The female cultivator nodded and raised her hand to take out an elixir. This Dan was exactly the kind of Cloud Chi Dan that Mu-won had refined earlier. 30 spirit stones for pills, 100 spirit stones for 10 pills, and for this furnace. The store owner sized up Han Mai and softly said, I'll charge you 500 spirit stones, senior brother. Han Mai took a look at the pills and elixir, then at the furnace and said indifferently, together, 500 spirit stones. The shopkeeper froze, then laughed. Senior brother's slash was really vicious. 500 is 500, but if senior brother refines extra Cloud Chi Dan, you can sell it to me by Sujin. By Sujin? I wonder if her husband's name is Su Xian? Han Mai muttered and nodded before pulling out 5 merit vouchers and placing them on the counter. He reached out and put the pills away, holding the Dan tripod as he headed out. This senior brother, you, I'm afraid, don't have long to live. Suddenly, the female cultivator in the store who had been silent spoke in a low voice. Han Magne turned around with a footstep. Look at me. How much longer can I live? Han Mai looked at the female cultivator. A halo of light flickered in the female cultivator's eyes as she carefully surveyed Han Mai, then softly said, I'm afraid that senior brother only has a month of lifespan left. End of chapter. Chapter 21 7 Days of Longevity Sword Chi Alchemy. An ordinary mortal's lifespan is no more than 100, and once a cultivator steps into the Peiyuan stage with a solid bloodline and strong muscles and bones, his lifespan will increase by a lot. Those who know how to maintain their health even at the Peiyuan stage can enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. As for its upper level of qi condensation to foundation establishment, on the contrary, the enhancement of longevity was not very much. After all, after reaching qi condensation, the flesh and sinews were not too much hammered. At the foundation establishment stage, at best, he would have a lifespan of 300 or 400 years. However, as long as one breaks through the human realm, steps into the earth realm, and reaches the pulse passage stage, the lifespan can increase dramatically. With the help of the power of the channeled veins, communicating the power of the world's origin, some people can enjoy 1,000 years of life. In fact, for most cultivators, longevity is not something that needs to be considered. As long as one's cultivation was refined, longevity would naturally not be a hindrance. If one's cultivation stagnated and one's lifespan shortened with it, it would be a matter of returning to the heavens. These, all of them, were the messages Han Mai had gotten from the sword artifacts on the second floor of the sword pavilion. Unfortunately for these cultivation messages, very little survived among the sword weapons. Sword artifacts, most of which only leave behind feelings about sword cultivation. You're saying that I only have a month of lifespan left? Han Mai only felt a shock in his heart as he looked at the female cultivator. He knew that his sword chi had entered his chest and abdomen, and that he had also injured his soul today. But how come there's only a month of life left? Senior brother, you've cultivated the body refining technique, so by all accounts your own lifespan should be no less than 100 years. The female cultivator's gaze swept over Han Mai. It's just that, your divine soul is damaged and, after a pause, she said in a low voice, and your meridians are being impacted by sword chi, and the sea of consciousness in chi sea is being infused with sword chi, which is constantly hurting your longevity. Saying that you have a month of life expectancy is already more than enough to tell. If you don't stifle the sword chi in your body, I'm afraid you won't live for more than 7 days. It's only been a month. How come it's 7 days? When she heard the female cultivator say that there was a sword chi residing on Han Mai, there was a brilliant light flickering in the eyes of the female shopkeeper named by Sujin. Sea of Qi. Han Mai's heart stirred. That illusory space, that's the Sea of Qi? The energy is stored in the lower abdominal dantian, the Qi chakra resides in the heart-chest Qihai, and the mind is concentrated in the brow-heart Shinzong. This was also the knowledge gained in the second floor of the sword pavilion, only that Han Mai had heard it but not understood it. At this moment, the female cultivator's words woke him up. It turned out that those sword Qi were stored in the Sea of Qi. The female cultivator nodded and said softly, Senior brother, you haven't yet cultivated to foundation establishment and haven't opened your Qi Sea. It's normal that you don't know that you've already been injured by the sword chi in your origin. So, is there any salvation for this injury of mine? Han Mai asked in a low voice. The old sword pavilion ancestor said that he didn't have long to live, and this female cultivator in front of him also said that she was dying. Although he didn't believe that those sword chi would hurt him, Han Mai was still apprehensive in his heart. An elixir to increase longevity or raise the body refining technique to the 9th level of the Peiyuan stage. If we can channel these sword chi, it will be possible. After the female cultivator finished her words, she slightly shook her head and sighed. The pills to increase longevity are incomparably precious. The body refining technique is easy to learn but hard to master, and channeling sword chi. I'm afraid that this one will require a Jedin stage ancestor to make a move. Precious elixirs naturally required a lot of spirit stones. It wasn't easy to cultivate the body refining technique to the 9th level of the Peiyuan stage. The Jedan stage ancestor made a move to channel the sword chi, and that was even more difficult to find the doorway. Han Mai gave a bitter smile and turned his head away. Watching him leave, the female cultivator named Jean Yuan sighed lightly and shook her head. Forget it. Cultivation is supposed to be a matter of seeing through life and death. I'm leaving. That Dan remember to settle my account. Waiting for her to leave, the shopkeeper revealed a strange look on his face. Among the Jiuxian sword sect, those who would suffer from sword qi entering their bodies and having their lifespan damaged, it seems, are only the Sword Pavilion sword viewers? The Sword Pavilion, that treasure that the clan mission is looking for, is in the Sword Pavilion, right? Perhaps this is an opportunity. In the Sword Pavilion, Huang Lao's eyes widened when he saw Han Mai holding back a Dan furnace. What are you doing? Han Mai put the Dan furnace toward the long case, reached out and patted it, then smiled and said, "It doesn't show? Alchemy, alchemy." Huang Laolu was filled with suspicion. How can you make pills without the qi condensation cultivation to catalyze it? It seems that Han Mai is aware that he does not have a long life expectancy and can vigorously toss it. It was that Mu Wan who was also generous, sending fine Dan last time, and this time even the Dan furnace. This Dan furnace is not cheap. Muttering under his breath, Huang Laolu looked toward Han Mai's pale face. Sure enough, white boys are popular. By the way, an outer sect instructor named Lin Shin came to look for you during this afternoon. Looking toward Han Mai, Huang Lao's face was strange. He said that you're strangely perceptive, and that it's a pity to be a sword watcher. Han Makino's face stiffened. That instructor Lin from the outer gate is kinda naive. I say you go find him tomorrow. Huang Laolu glanced at Han Mai, then whispered, "If you can really leave the Sword Pavilion, you should go." Leaving Sword Court? Han Mai turned his head to look at those sword weapons on the wooden rack. If you get out of here, will you live longer? But where could he go with this 9th grade qualification? Shaking his head, he walked into the quiet room holding the Dan furnace. Instead of leaving, it's better to find your own way to stay alive for a long time. An elixir to increase longevity. The body refining technique was cultivated to the 9th level of Peiyuan. The Jedan elder ancestor stepped in to channel the sword qi. 7 days. I'm not only going to live, I'm going to live a long time. Han Mai took a deep breath and took out the packet of spirit pills for refining the cloud qi pill, putting them away one by one. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The palm of his hand gently pressed on the Dan furnace, and the image of the Dan furnace casting was revealed. But what he wanted at this time was not the comprehension of this Dan furnace casting method. In the sea of qi, the fiery red sword intent split into a strand of sword qi that passed through his meridians and penetrated out from his palm. Buzz! A flurry of fiery red instantly wrapped around the Dan furnace. Sword qi alchemy. If this scene was seen by a Dan Dao cultivator, he was afraid that he would be cursed as a madman. Dan Dao is a matter of caution and gentleness. How can a sharp force such as sword qi be used to make Dan? If an orthodox sword Dao practitioner saw someone using fire-based sword qi to refine weapons, they would probably die of anger. My generation of sword cultivators, when they kill people, when they battle the heavens and the earth, taking sword energy to make pills, get lost. But this is something that Han Makino just did. The harsh sword qi transformed into a soft, warm flame. Sword qi wrapped around the Dan furnace, and blazing heat began to emanate. Without hesitation, he threw all sorts of spirit medicines into the Dan furnace. The Dan furnace rotated, the medicinal fragrance escaped, and was wrapped by the fiery red sword qi and pressed into the Dan furnace. The sword qi penetrated into the bronze furnace wall of the Dan furnace and probed into the furnace to stir. All the medicinal power turned into a vortex and then condensed into a cloud. Han Mai took out the cloud qi pill, which was worth 30 spirit stones, and raised his fingernail to scrape off a layer and pop it into the furnace. That's what he came up with as a lead in the medicine. Sure enough, a layer of cloudy qi elixir powdered into the furnace, and the medicinal power in the furnace had an attachment and kept rotating, transforming into 5 small crystal bright balls. The fiery red sword qi turned and fished out 5 clear, bean-sized beads. The potion, it's done. Possessing a full level of enlightenment, Han Mai's means of refining the cloud qi pill was already thoroughly familiar. Just 5 dawn were refined in this furnace. Isn't it true that you can only refine a maximum of 3 pills in one furnace? Moreover, this Dan seems to be different from the cloud qi Dan. Surveying the crystal bright jade pearl like elixir in his palm, Han Mai hesitated a bit. This elixir sold countless times better than the cloud qi elixir in his hand. Could it be that this is a fine Dan? After a moment of contemplation, he sent the cloud qi Dan, which had been scraped off a layer, into his mouth. The Dan body was injured, and the medicinal power would slowly escape if it was not taken. The elixir tasted sweet in the mouth, and it seemed like a light cloud of qi swirled in the mouth, then traveled along the meridians of the body. The tendons and veins that were originally scorched by the fire-based sword chi also seemed to be cleansed by clear water, which was very comfortable. This cloud chi dan other effects not to mention, just swallowed on the body meridians combing, Han might feel 30 spirit stones spend value. At this moment, he also felt the drawbacks of his 9th grade qualification. An elixir taken at the chi condensation stage traveled through his meridians a few times before the medicinal power on it escaped. His body, it seemed, directly absorbed these medicinal powers, not giving them a chance to gather and then settle. Cultivation, without precipitation and accumulation, what's the point of cultivation? No wonder the 9th grade qualification was unable to build a foundation for the rest of his life. When that cloud chi pill's medicinal power dissipated, Han Mai didn't hesitate to take another one of his own refined pills and send it into his mouth. He didn't swallow pills to cultivate in the first place. He just wanted to feel the difference between the pills he had made and those made by others. The elixir entered the mouth and the clouds dispersed. Han Mai suddenly shook and stared, selling misery. People spend New Year's Eve with me coding. People eat and I code. People drink and I code. People play cards and I code. People sleep and I code. Are you guys touched that I'm so diligent? End of chapter. Chapter 22, The Price of the Extreme Cloud Chi Pill. If the medicinal power transformed by the previous cloud chi pill was a trickle of water, then this crystalline pill was a reckless river. A surge of abundant medicinal power directly penetrated all of Han Mai's meridians, and then, as if it were a waterfall from the 9 heavens, it fell straight down to his lower abdomen. Dantian. Boom! The originally silent and closed Dantian was smashed open by that force, and the clouds of chi tumbled and all surged into it. Within 100 breaths, a 10 feet square of cloud energy accumulated in the Dantian. Sure is wasted. Watching the other cloud chi surging and tumbling through the meridians but not being allowed to do so, only slowly escaping into the tendons and veins, Han Mai whispered and sighed softly. From the message obtained from the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion within that sword artifact, the Dantian was opened after the 3rd weight of the Peiyuan stage. The size of the Dantian opening relates to the foundation of future cultivation. Exactly how big a Dantian the Peiyuan 3rd grader should have, Han Mai didn't know. But the medicinal power of a single elixir couldn't even be contained, so it was obvious that this Dantian wasn't working. Although the open Dantian was unpleasant and caused Han Mai to be a bit frustrated, the fact that he had refined an extreme-grade cloud chi dan in his first furnace still made his heart rejoice. At least 100 times the medicinal power of an ordinary cloud chi dan, this must be an extreme-grade dan. An ordinary cloud chi dan was worth 30 spirit stones, and according to the fact that a solid dan fine dan was 5 times the price of an ordinary dan, a fine cloud chi dan would cost 150 spirit stones apiece. Extreme dan. How can you quintuple it again? 1 dan, that's 750 spirit stones? Just 1 elixir is worth teaching a set of second Shen sword techniques at the evolution building? No wonder alchemy was categorized as one of the most lucrative lines in the cultivation world, while sword cultivators were known as the poorest group of people in the cultivation world, and there was really some truth to it. Because his Dantian was bulging, Han Mai didn't swallow another cloud chi dan. Currently, he hadn't cultivated to the 9th level of Peiyuan, so even if the Dantian opened up, it would still be of little use. Those auras stored in it will eventually escape. Turning his head to look at the elixir in front of him, Han Mai's eyes glowed. Pills to increase longevity are expensive, right? How expensive can it be? 10,000 spirit stones? 100,000 spirit stones? In these few days, he went all out to refine an extremely high-grade cloud chi pill, and he didn't believe that he couldn't buy an elixir that could increase his longevity to come. The desire for life motivated Han Mai to clean down the furnace and begin the 2nd furnace of the elixir. This night, the flame glow in Han Mai's quiet room. The opportunity did not stop, so much so that in the morning when he woke up, it was already 3 rods of sunrise. As he walked out of the quiet room, Han Mai was slightly stunned. In the sword pavilion, besides Huang Laolu, there was another person. Senior sister Mu Wan? Who is the one who is chatting with Huang Laolu, if not Mu Wan? Senior Han. Seeing Han Mai come out, Mu Wan looked a bit strange on her face, gently calling out and then lowering her head. What's the situation? Han Mai turned his head to look at Huang Laolu and saw him grinning. I'll go wash up first. Han Mai went to wash up in the small courtyard, and when he walked out, Huang Laolu had already gone somewhere, leaving Mu Wan alone. Where's 6? Han Mai asked suspiciously. He said to go around. Mu Wan replied back with a somewhat low trembling voice. What's going on? Han Mai frowned and spoke. What kind of difficulty has senior sister Mu encountered again? Ah,
No, no.
Mu-won hurriedly waved her hands, then thought of something and took the 2 jade bottles out of her arms. Senior brother Han, these are 2 bottles of solid Dan, both of which are fine. Looking toward Han Mai's pale face, Mu-won softly said, yesterday, senior brother instructed me to refine the cloud chi Dan. This is considered a small reward. Han Mai reached out and took the warm jade bottle, feeling that a lot of pills had been placed in it. That's not exactly a small reward. Han Muyi let out a laugh and held the jade bottle in his hand as he looked toward Mu-won. Senior sister Mu, but is there any other queries you need me to help with? This business, it can be done. Mu-won pondered for a moment and shook her head. No business? That's a shame. Putting the jade bottle away, Han Mai said, does senior sister know of anyone in the Dan Hall who sells pills to increase longevity? Hearing the elixir that increased longevity, Mu-won's shoulders trembled as if she thought of something. However, she suppressed the thoughts in her mind and thought back for a moment. In the Hall of Dawn, there is no one who can refine an elixir of increased longevity. Even an elixir that can only increase longevity by 1 year is a 7th grade. No one can make it. Disappointment flashed across Han Mai's face. Senior brother is not in a hurry. I will help senior brother inquire when I return. Mu-won said, about to turn around and leave. Senior sister, I also wanted to ask, where in the sect is the extreme cloud chi pill sold? Han Mai's voice came from behind. Mu-won turned around in surprise. Senior brother wants extreme Dan? That's something to be desired. I'm afraid that if senior brother wants to seek out extreme pills, he'll have to look for stores that specialize in selling pills. Speaking of this, she said softly, the extreme cloud chi pill, it's not cheap. I'm afraid it will cost 3,000 spirit stones. Until Mu-won left, Han Mai hadn't returned to his senses. An extreme grade cloud chi pill that costs 3,000 spirit stones? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Not the 5-fold doubling of ordinary elixirs as previously thought, but 100-fold. Holding the jade bottle sent by Mu-won in his hand, Han Mai didn't feel his heart burning. Last night's 10 furnaces of Dan yielded a total of 35 superb products and 7 fine products. I was really a little sleepy in the middle of the day and my energy was low. But for all that, it was enough. 1 extreme cloud chi pill was 3,000 spirit stones, 35 of them 100,000 spirit stones. Definitely enough to buy a longevity-increasing elixir. This senior brother, you are indeed in the Sword Pavilion. Right at this moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from the entrance of the Sword Pavilion. Han Magne looked up and frowned. At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, there stood a female cultivator wearing a long pink dress with a face like the moon. Bai Sujin, that store owner who sells pills. How did she find her way here? You've come to claim your sword? Han Mai frowned and spoke faintly. Bai Sujin let out a light laugh and walked into the Sword Pavilion in a few steps, her body shivering slightly as her gaze landed on the wooden frame in the distance. This is the Sword Pavilion? It's so cold and creepy. Shaking her head, she walked over to Han Mai. Senior brother, I'm not here to receive a sword. I'm here to do business with you. Saying so, her gaze turned to the jade bottle held in Han Mai's hand. Senior brother's pills have been refined? Han Mai shook his head and put the jade bottle away. All he wanted to do now was to live, and then keep condensing his sword intent in the Sword Pavilion until the time when his sword power became great. This Bai Sujin must have some plans. It seems it is better not to have more contact with her. Han Mai put away the jade bottle, but Bai Sujin smiled, came forward, and whispered, Senior brother, don't you want to search for an elixir to increase your longevity? An elixir to increase longevity. A brilliant light flashed in Han Mai's eyes, and as the sword intent within his sea of chi moved, the sword weapons in the entire first floor of the Sword Pavilion seemed to be vibrating out. A chill directly enveloped her heart, causing Bai Sujin to tremble. You have.
Han Moe looked at Bai Sujin.
Bai Sujin shook her head. Without waiting for Han Muoi to speak, she had already spoken. But I know where there's one. Speaking of this, she let out a light laugh and looked at Han Mai. What price are you prepared to pay for this information? Senior brother, what do you want? Han Mai looked at her and said with an expressionless face. Bai Sujin's gaze flicked to the wooden rack that held countless sword weapons. If you're hitting on the hidden swords in the Sword Pavilion, it's better to keep your mouth shut. Han Mai's voice came out coldly. Bai Sujin's face changed and she said in a low voice, if senior brother is so absolute, I won't say anything. If it's figured out, I'll be waiting for you at the Sujin building. You don't have much time. With that, she laughed softly and turned around to leave the sword pavilion. Han Makino's eyes narrowed. Is this here to beat up on the sword weapons in the sword pavilion? What's the best way to choose between a potion to increase longevity and a sword hidden in the sword pavilion? Ahem, Han boy, I really didn't expect that you were such a person. Just then, Huang Lao's angry voice rang out, causing Han Mai's face to change. I'm not that kind of person, I don't get into flings, and I don't show up with a female lead up front. The editor said, you'd better not write about feelings, you can't. I said, how can a man say no? Some things, she said, don't work, just don't work. End of chapter. Chapter 23. A person like you is not worthy of Sister Mu. Huang Laolu strided in from outside the sword pavilion, then grabbed Han Mai's collar. Thanks to that, I even said in front of Senior Sister Mu that you had suffered a great deal of vitality and might not have long to live, so perhaps you would do something out of the blue. I can feel that the girl has been barely receptive. But you, Huang Lao's old face was all pained. Such a nice girl you let down. Turn around and hook up with this one. People like you don't deserve Senior Sister Mu. You're only fit to find a piece of spirit stone under the mountain where you can stay for 3 nights with a streaming firefly. What do you mean? Han Mai blinked his eyes a few times for a long time before he realized it. Emotionally, just now, Mu Wan's speech was twisted, and it was Huang Laolu who said something in front of her. This guy was setting himself up with Mu Wan? That girl is nice, but we've only met her a few times, so it's not that bad. Is it? Han Mai broke Huang Lao's palm apart, then looked at him with a smile on his face. Sixth brother, I want to ask about the matter of a spirit stone lodging for 3 days. Huang Laolu froze, his old face steeply swelled red. What I heard. Han Mai laughed long and hard, taking out the 2 jade bottles filled with solid dan and placing them in front of Huang Laolu. Sixth brother, whether it's with Senior Sister Mu or that shopkeeper Bai, I'm innocent. This is the elixir given by Senior Sister Mu. After a pause, he said softly. It's not something she gave me for nothing. It's something I earned with my own skills. This thing is useless to me, so I'll give it to you. A smile flashed across Han Mai's face. Offset the bill. After saying that, he fixed his clothes and turned around, heading up to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. This Huang Laolu looked at the jade bottle in front of him and reached out to uncover it, seeing that there were 10 pills in it. 2 bottles, 20 pills, all fine solid dan, worth 600 spirit stones. The corners of his mouth moved lightly, eventually dissolving into a long sigh. Brat, so capable and rich girl, you still clean. Are you no good? Han Mai, who had already walked up to the 2nd floor, almost didn't step on the ground. You're the one who can't. The old man was horrible to himself when he was on the line. Going up to the 2nd floor, Han Mai collected himself and stood at the location of the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, bowing once. Old Ancestor, Han Mai would like to beg Old Ancestor to save his life. His voice was so loud that Huang Laolu at the 1st floor was startled. Boy, that's some nerve. Huang Laolu whispered under his breath, a hint of expectation on his face. On the 2nd floor, Han Mai bowed. Waiting for a moment and seeing no response, he shouted again, Old Ancestor. Han Mai begs Old Ancestor to save his life. This time, there were voices coming from the 3rd floor. Kid, I can't save you. As a sword watcher, if you can't carry the hurdle of sword chi entering your body, you're ultimately dead. There won't be any old ancestors in the 9 Xian sword sect who will step in to help you comb your meridians. It takes a sword intent that has been condensed for decades. Do you think that you're qualified enough to make them fight? Can't be saved. There would be no one in the 9 Xian sword sect to come to the rescue. Although Han Muoyi had known this would be the outcome, he still had a slight sinking in his heart. Longevity is something that is invisible, but real. The female cultivator, Golden Edge, said he only had 7 days to live, and he didn't dare to bet on it. At that time, Jin Yuan said 3 paths, the body refining technique Peiyuan 9, the longevity increasing pills, and the old ancestor's hand in combing the meridians. Now the path of the old ancestor's hand is sort of blocked, but it's not like there's no chance of increasing the longevity elixir. Also, the body refining technique Peiyuan 9, even if it's difficult, you can't give it up. Gently inhaling a breath, Han Mai bowed and said, Many thanks to the old ancestor for his enlightenment. When he finished, he glanced at those sword weapons at his side and turned to go downstairs. In the middle of the 3rd floor, there was a halo of light flowing in the eyes of the old sword pavilion ancestor who was sitting cross-legged. Only into the sword pavilion on the sword gas into the body. If not dead, the sword pavilion, perhaps there will be the next ruler. In the afternoon, Han Mai left the sword pavilion and came to the outer sect transmission hall. Lin Shen, the outer sect transmission hall instructor, held him in high regard and even made a special effort to seek him out. He hadn't come to thank Lin Shen, but to ask if there was any way for him to cultivate his body refining technique to the 9th level of Peiyuan. 7 days to cultivate to the 9th level of Peiyuan. Going to the outer sect transmission hall, there were still quite a few disciples practicing their punches and kicks there. It's only been a few days, and a few of them are really looking good. It's just that this boxing and kicking feats are still sparse in Han Mai's opinion. Han Mai, Instructor Lin, who was carrying a large sword, came from the side of the verdant square. Han Makino arched his hand and saluted. Seeing Han Mai, Lin Shen frowned. "Why do you look so bad?" When the words left his mouth, he suddenly thought that Han Mai was a sword watcher in the sword pavilion, and immediately whispered, "Kid, that place in the sword pavilion is evil, so don't be a sword watcher and come to the outer gate to cultivate." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Outside practice? If I was qualified enough to enter the outer door, I wouldn't have to dive into the sword pavilion and screw myself up with only 7 days left in my life. Han Mai shook his head, looked at Lin Shan, and whispered, "Instructor Lin, I've come to ask if there are any quick fix body refining and cultivation techniques? Refining the body and cultivating the energy? Quickie." Lin Shan froze, then shook his head, and just as he was about to speak, he heard someone at his side voice out, "Body refining techniques are most concerned with accumulation. Where is there any quick success?" Han Mai turned his head to see a young man in his 30s wearing the white robes of the inner sect, with a cold face and a disdainful sneer stored at the corner of his mouth. "Is this the person with excellent enlightenment you mentioned, Senior Brother Lin? What's the use of just having enlightenment? If you can't sink your heart into proper cultivation, you'll be a waste for the rest of your life." Speaking of the word waste, he suddenly smiled. "Senior Brother, I'm not talking about you. You are willing to wield your sword millions of times, thick and thin. The master's disciples all admire your perseverance." Lin Shen sighed softly and shook his head without saying anything. The youth didn't even look at Han Mai and turned straight around. "Senior Brother, there's a lot going on in the inner sect, so I won't waste my time in the outer sect." After saying that, he left the lapis lazuli square in large strides. "Han Mai, although my senior brother Su Ming is arrogant, his cultivation is so profound that he ranks within 300 in the inner sect. Originally, I wanted to recommend you to cultivate under him." Lin Shen regretfully whispered. His words Han Muoi was a bit surprised. Just by meeting one person, Lin Shen even helped himself to a recommendation? The path of cultivation is difficult. Who wouldn't want to be able to meet a noble person to help them at the slightest moment? Lin Shen reached out to pat Han Mai's shoulder and smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, I'm not your nobleman." Han Mai understood what he meant. He really valued his own enlightenment, and only thought of helping himself out in anticipation that he would turn around and help him later when he had soared to greatness. It's just that Lin Shen didn't expect his current predicament, and without solving the longevity problem, he simply didn't have the day to soar. Among the outer sect, the one who has studied the body refining technique Peiyuan the most thoroughly should be the number 1 person in the outer sect, Senior Brother Mo Yuan. Lin Shen suddenly spoke out. "He lives in the outer sect residence by the clear stream. You can seek him out and ask Murabuchi, that old man who had taught himself the 10,000 swords." Han Mai nodded and turned toward Lin Shen with a clasp of his fist. Only a few steps away, he stopped in his tracks. "Instructor Lin, it's wrong to draw your sword and crack rocks and destroy mountains." As Han Mai's words fell, a tyrannical aura rose from Lin Shen's body.
Impossible.
Lin Shen's eyes were crimson as he gritted his teeth and shouted lowly, "For this sword, I gathered my strength and drew my sword 8,357,560 times, and I fought with all my might every time. Just wait for the millions of times you draw your sword and practice the mountain-destroying sword technique. You dare to question my cultivation method? I wonder if there are 100 catch-up reads? For all you bookworms reading this, can you stop by and make a card?" End of chapter. Chapter 24, The Cause of Lifespan Depletion. Lin Shen's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Han Mai as if he wanted to eat someone. It is his way to draw his sword for millions. This is his faith. Now someone who questions his faith is destroying his word. Destroying people's paths is not a common goal. Han Mai looked toward Lin Shan and whispered, Instructor Lin, let me ask you, is there a difference between waving a sword 1,000 times and waving it 10,000 times? Yes, Lin Shan said without hesitation. Swinging the sword 10,000 times. I have a much deeper understanding of the sword path. Han Mai nodded and added, Then between 100,000 times and 1,000,000 times, are there any changes? Yes, Lin Shan replied in a loud voice once again, only to pause slightly after his answer. 1,000,000 times later, drawing and swinging a sword in one fell swoop. Just as he finished speaking, Han Mai had already spoken. So 5,000,000 times and 6,000,000 times? Is there a difference? This time, Lin Shan hesitated and didn't open his mouth. After a long time, he seemed to be giving himself confidence and whispered, No matter what, I just need to hold on for a few more years and draw my sword 1,000,000 times, and I'll be able to soar into the sky. Han Mai shook his head and said faintly, If the sword is in the heart, drawing it 1,000 times is enough. If there is no sword in your heart, it is useless to draw it 1,000,000 times. When he finished speaking, he turned around and left in stride without stopping again. No sword in your heart? Lin Shan froze there, his face all bewildered. I have a sword in my heart, my sword is not. No, I only trust the sword in my hand. What do I need a sword for in my heart? Wrong, draw your sword for millions. I should trust the sword in my heart. He muttered, and for a moment seemed to completely forget where he was. Han Mai left the transmission hall and asked for the way to the clear stream. Running all the way, and 2/4 of an hour later, he already saw a small, tranquil river swirling. On both sides of the creek, stretches of emerald bamboo mountains, between which is a bamboo building. This is the Clear Creek Stream. Mo Yuan is also considered a celebrity here. Han Mai knew where he lived after a little inquiry. Unfortunately, he's not here today. Perhaps in the acting house? Han Mai turned around and headed for the Dharma Performance Building. Going to the Dharma Performance Building, Han Mai took a quiet room door plate, then walked into the quiet room and wrote a line on the Jade. Quiet room number 183. Seeking to perform the method, 10,000 swords returning to the soul, rewarded with 10 spirit stones. The message flickered on the jade disc for a long time, and no one responded. Han Mai could only regretfully reach out and scatter this message. It seems that outer sect number 1, Mo Yuan, is not in the Dharma Performance Building. He had reached out to write a line. Quiet room number 183. Seeking the method of subsequent deduction of the Iron Bull strength. Reward, 3 merit. He only has 3 merit badges in his hand. The follow-up to Iron Bull power is worth the price. A moment later, the halo flashed and the message quest was picked up. But a moment later, the door to the quiet room was pushed open. It's you. When the tall Zhao Pu saw it was Han Mai, he frowned and said, What, you didn't get it last time? With that, he said in a deep voice, You will remove the mission, as I said. If there's anything Iron Ox Power doesn't understand, just come and ask me. Han Mai shook his head and said, Senior brother Zhao Pu, I want to know how many weights the Iron Bull strength can have with subsequent derivations. With this technique, is it possible to cultivate to the 9th level of Peiyuan? His words made Chopper freeze. How many weights? The Iron Bull strength is only 1 weight, and is one of the lowest ranked techniques in the evolutionary law building, with the cultivation efficacy only slightly better than the outer door fist and foot technique. Speaking of this, he shook his head and said, It is absolutely impossible to reach the 9th level of Peiyuan with this body refining technique. Only 1 weight? It's impossible to reach the 9th level of Peiyuan? Han Makino was a little disappointed. It was impossible for Zhao Pu to lie to him. Let me rehearse it again for you, Zhao Pu said. His feet were in horse stance. He raised his hand and threw a punch, and a green ox shadow floated behind him. After a single fist walk, he looked to Han Mai. You walk through it? Let me see what went wrong.
Han Moi nodded.
This Zhao Pu is a good person. Cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Taking a light breath, Han Mai raised his hand and swung his body. Buzz! Behind him, the green ox silhouette instantly floated. This is not already a small success. Zhao Pu's eyes lit up, and then the essence of light in the eyes flashed. No, this is going to be a big success. To be able to cultivate the green ox strength to a great accomplishment in so few days, your enlightenment. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Mai struck out with a fist, and behind him, a second green ox silhouette emerged. Zhao Pu was shaken and froze. Han Mai closed his fist, and the 2 green ox silhouettes behind him slowly dissipated. That's my question. Looking toward Zhao Pu, Han Mai spoke in a low voice. Two green bulls in silhouette. Zhao Pusi stared at Han Mai and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, how did you do it?" Han Mai didn't hide anything and recounted his own epiphanies from his cultivation. Following the method, he said, Zhao Pu rehearsed it a few times, and then he condensed the second and third green ox images. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Seeing the three silhouettes behind him, Han Mai's eyes lit up. Originally, he had felt that this iron ox strength could condense more green ox shadows, but he just wasn't sure if this was the right direction to cultivate, and didn't dare to deduce it further. Dispersing the imaginary shadow behind him, Zhao Pu looked at Han Mai. This iron ox power really seems to have deeper cultivation means. I'll go back and deduce it with my master, so don't rush into cultivation for the time being. After he finished speaking, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "What is your name and where do you practice?" Han Mai arched his hand. "My name is Han Mai, Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer." Sword Viewer. Zhao Pu froze for a moment before nodding. "Good, when I figure it out, I will go to the Sword Pavilion to find you." With that, he turned and strutted away. Didn't ask for Han Makino's 3 pieces of merit. Han Mai shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that Zhao Pu could give him some help, but now that he looked at it, there wasn't much hope. How can it be so easy to deduce a technique? Turning his head, he saw that there were quite a few messages on the Jade asking for sword instruction. Interspersed with this was a recurring message: "Seek the third reenactment of Bebop." It seems that this must be that Yangshao. Just for the time being, Han Mai didn't have the heart to deduce the Bibo sword art for Yangshao. He searched for a few messages that weren't too bad in terms of price and took the bronze mask from the front desk and walked into the quiet room. In half an hour, he had earned a total of 11 merit vouchers. Then he went and picked out 3 body refining techniques. 2 books of 400 spirit stones of the 5 elements body forging technique and the great iron armor technique. There was also a 500 spirit stone copy of dual elemental body forging. A quiet room was found. A message was posted, and then someone came to rehearse the feats. Han Mai also uttered a few inquiries. The results were disappointing to him. None of the 3 body refining techniques could be accomplished quickly. Even the intersect senior brother who performed the Dharma admonished him in a serious manner that cultivation should be done step by step, and that it could not come to be half-assed. But the reality, how can he allow him to practice slowly? Returning to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu looked at Han Mai with some strange eyes. By the time he ate dinner and washed up, Han Mai looked at his reflection in the water basin and froze for a moment. In the reflection, there were actually many more gray hairs on his temples. Could it be that one's lifespan is really coming to an end? Returning to the quiet room, he began to rehearse his body refining technique. From the iron bull strength to the body forging technique, the 4 feats were constantly replaced. He could feel the increase in physical strength. But it won't stop him from aging. Instead, because he had practiced the body refining technique, he could clearly feel some sort of power in his body rapidly draining away. This is because the sword intent in the Sea of Qi is too thick for the body to withstand, and that's why there's longevity depletion? So, to disperse all this sword intent? Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Han Mai's eyes flashed with brilliant light. Perhaps there is another way? After a moment of contemplation, Han Mai still couldn't part with these sword qi. In the cultivation world, cultivation battle power was everything. Without the sword energy in his body, he was not solid in his heart. Don't raise it or you'll become someone else's cutie pie. End of chapter. Chapter 25. That one who bought away the elixir. Who is it? 2 of the 3 paths to lifting the longevity crisis had already been blocked. Then we can only look at the Dan Dao and see if we can find an elixir that increases longevity. If there's really no way to do it in 7 days, then let's disperse the sword energy. After all, lives matter. Early the next morning, after practicing his sword art feats for a few moments in the small courtyard, Han Mai walked out. 6th brother, I'll go to the Dan Hall. Hearing him say that he was going to the Dan Hall, Huang Laolu grinned and said, "Success. Go ahead. I've got this." Looking at Han Mai's departing figure, Huang Laolu's face was all smiles. It seems that this kid is enlightened. Then, he shook his head again, his face full of bitterness. "AI, it's a pity that if I look like this now, Sister Ping is afraid that she won't even recognize me." In the Dan Hall, Muwan exclaimed when she saw Han Mai. "Han, senior brother Han, how did you?" Her gaze fell on Han Muoi's temples. It had only been a day since I had seen him, and Han Mai was already graying at the temples. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was still young-looking, he would simply be an old man in his 50s. I wonder if Senior Sister Mu can inquire about news of pills that increase longevity? Han Mai said without pleasantries, opening the door. Mu Wan looked around, nodded, and whispered, "Senior brother, follow me." Leading Han Mai to a secluded location, she said in a low voice, "I asked the Dan Hall masters and brothers last night, and the only one in my 9 Shen sword sect who can make longevity-increasing pills is Elder Su Liang."
Han Mui nodded.
It's good to have. Senior brother, you have to be prepared. That elixir that increases longevity is extremely expensive. Mu Wan raised her head and looked at Han Mai. How expensive? Han Muoi said softly. No matter how expensive it was, he was going to take it. It is said that an elixir that can increase your lifespan by 1 year requires 30,000 spirit stones.
Mu Wan whispered.
30,000 spirit stones. This figure was unattainable for most inner and outer disciples. 30,000? 1 year of longevity, 30,000 spirit stones, expensive, not too expensive. Han Mai narrowed his eyes, did some calculations in his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Elder sister, would you wait here for me for a moment, and then take me to find Elder Su Liang?"
Mu Wan nodded.
Han Magne turned around and walked away. The direction he went to was none other than the Jiuxian Sword Sect's outer gate workshop. When he walked into Sujin Lu, the eyes of the shopkeeper, dressed in a pink dress, lit up. "Looks like you've figured it out?" Bai Sujin stepped forward with a smile on her face. Han Mai walked straight to the counter and placed a small jade bottle on the tabletop. Bai Sujin froze and frowned slightly as she reached out and picked up the jade bottle before uncovering it. "Ah!" She let out a cry of surprise and stuffed the jade bottle. Her face tensed as she looked at Han Mai. Extreme! There were 10 extreme cloud chi pills in the jade bottle, each of which was crystal bright and round. "Not accepting?"
Han Mai spoke faintly.
"Collect," Bai Sujin replied hurriedly. Putting the jade bottle away, she reached out and wiped her hand on the jade-colored ring on her fingertip, and a small wooden box appeared, uncovering the wooden box, in which was a radiant aura. "This is a top-grade spirit stone, and one piece will be worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones." Placing 3 crystal-clear spirit stones in front of Han Mai, Bai Sujin spoke in a low voice. A spatial ring for storing items, top-grade spirit stones that ordinary people had never even seen. Han Magne glanced at Bai Sujin in front of him. This woman who runs a store at the outer gate, I'm afraid her identity background is not simple. Seeing Han Mai look at himself, Bai Sujin laughed softly. "Senior brother, an elixir master who can refine 10 extreme cloud chi pills at once is something the 9 Xian sword sect hasn't heard of." The meaning of her words, "You found out my secret and I found out yours." Han Mai grabbed 3 top-grade spirit stones and turned around. As he walked to the entrance of the store, he suddenly turned around. "Is the one in the 9 Xian sword sect who can refine longevity-increasing pills Elder Su Liang?" Bai Sujin's face froze. Han Makino turned his head and left straight away. He's got the answer.
Extreme Cloud Kidan.
Sword Watchers of the Sword Pavilion. These 2 things, how can they be put together? Bai Sujin looked at the door, her eyes all crystallized. Compared to the clan mission, this person, that's what's more interesting. The Pondwater residence where Elder Su Liang lived was not close to the Dan Hall, and Han Mai and Mu Wan walked for more than an hour before arriving. Rolling grass huts, living by the water. This pond house is aptly named. The faint medicinal fragrance came from the body, giving a sense of invigoration to one's chi and blood. Taking a deep breath, Han Mai took a big step forward. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Only a few steps across the stream, Mu Wan suddenly spoke out. "Senior Sister Jin Yuan, Golden Edge?" Han Mai froze, not far in front of the female cultivator who was swishing medicinal herbs in the river. Is not the person encountered in the Sujin building that day? It was also this female cultivator called Golden Edge who told herself that she only had 7 days of life left. The female cultivator looked up, saw Mu Wan, and said with a smile, "So it's Senior Sister Mu Wan." Her gaze swept aside to Han Mai and she was slightly startled. "Senior Sister Jin Yuan, Senior Brother Han wants to beg for an elixir to increase his longevity. So I'll trouble my sister to help me introduce me to Elder Su Liang." Mu Wan walked forward and spoke in a low voice towards Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan glanced at Han Mai, then whispered, "You guys know each other well? Do you know each other well?" Mu Wan wasn't sure if she knew Han Muo Yi very well, but she didn't want Han Muoyi to die because his lifespan had run out. She nodded. Seeing her nod, Jin Yuan turned his head to look at the grass hut behind him. Let's go. I'll take you to see Master. It turned out that Elder Su Liang was Jin Yuan's master teacher. Han Mai followed behind the two, seeing many people in the grass hut refining pills, the furnace fire lingering and the aroma filling the air. After walking through several layers of corridors, Jin Yuan stood in front of a wooden pavilion and bowed to the middle-aged female cultivator seated inside the pavilion. Master, this sword sect disciple would like to request for an elixir to increase his longevity. Upon hearing her words, the middle-aged female cultivator who was originally reading a book with her head down raised her head. This is Elder Su Liang who can refine longevity-increasing pills? When Han Mai raised his head to take a look, the middle-aged female cultivator was also looking at him. Sword energy into the heart and chest. Lifespan depleted? Why are you hurt like this? The female cultivator frowned and asked in a low voice. Back to the elder. I'm the Sword Pavilion Sword Watcher. Han Mai bowed once and said, Sword Watchers. Elder Su Liang murmured, then nodded. No wonder. A trace of regret flashed across her face before she shook her head and said, You're too late. The longevity extension pill you asked for that can increase your lifespan by 1 year has already been bought. Bought out? Han Makino shuddered. Mu Wan also had an anxious look on her face. Han Magne was going to need that elixir to save his life. Then, I wonder if the elder might help my junior refine another one? Han Mai raised his hand, 3 crystalline top-grade spirit stones in his palm. Elder Su Liang shook his head and waved his hand. It's not that I don't want to help you. There are several types of elixirs required for the refining of pills that increase longevity that can be encountered and not sought. I'm missing the bright origin bone and the marrow-turning fruit here, and I can't refine a pill. I haven't seen these 2 types of elixirs for sale in the markets around me lately either. It can't be refined. Han Mai had the feeling of his heart sinking to the bottom. Could it be that this is the will of the gods? Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly whispered, May I ask, Elder, who is that one who bought away the pills? Hearing his words, both Jin Yuan and Mu Wan's faces changed. Such prying into the identity of the buyer of the Dan is a major taboo. At the top position, Elder Su Liang pondered for a long time before spitting out 2 words. Mo Yuan. It's on the recommendation, and it's important to catch up on the comments. Come on everyone and punch in, we'll meow together. End of chapter. Chapter 26 Mo Yuan's conditions seeking catch-up votes. Outside the pond house on the mountain path, Mu Wan lowered her head. Elder brother, I'll find a way to help you go searching for pills to increase your lifespan again. How hard it was to find elixirs that increased longevity, completely unattainable. When Mu Wan said such words, she didn't even have a bottom in her own heart. Han Mai let out a light laugh and turned his head to look at her head and said, Don't worry, senior sister. It's just a depletion of longevity. It's no big deal. With Mu Wan's Dan Dao cultivation, she naturally couldn't yet see through how much longevity he had left. Nodding her head, Mu Wan softly said, Then senior brother, you go back to the sword pavilion. I'll go back to the Dan Hall. Han Mai looked at the late day and nodded. Good. I'll go to the Dan Hall when I have time, and you can also come to the sword pavilion to seek me out if you have anything you need me to help you comprehend. This little girl would look better if she grew up. Not to mention a little rich girl with a pure heart. Huang Laolu egged it on, and with good reason. The 2 of them each left down the mountain path, and only a moment later, Mu Wan with a sad face returned to the intersection. She looked at the direction Han Muoyi had left, then turned her head toward the Peng Shui residence. A few moments later, the pale-faced Mu Wan turned back again. Senior brother Han, there are only 6 or 7 days of life left, she whispered under her breath, her brow furrowed and her fists clenched as she ran forward with great strides. Han Mai did not return to the sword pavilion. Operating the power of body refining, his figure was like the wind, a step spanning several feet, but in a quarter of an hour or so, he had already arrived at the clear stream where the outer disciples lived. Looking at the wooden house in front of him, taking a deep breath, Han Mai took a big step over. The owner of that cabin seemed to be aware of this and pushed open the door. Murabuchi, the first of the outer sect. Yesterday when they said someone was looking for me, I guessed it was you. Mo Yuan laughed and raised his hand in a gesture, then turned around and walked back to the wooden house with a somewhat hobbled gait. Han Mai walked into the wooden house and saw that the furnishings were simple, not even some necessities. Mo Yuan sat down in front of a small wooden table on one side and looked up. If you had come a day or two later, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to find me. What do you mean? Han Mai sat cross-legged across from Moon and whispered, Why? There is despondency on Mo Yuan's face, and there is relief. Oh, the wish has been fulfilled, but also stay here for what? Speaking of this, he looked toward Han Mai, a hint of crystal light coming through his cloudy eyes. Wish fulfilled, is it that the 10,000 swords have been passed on to him? There was a glimmer of realization in Han Mai's heart. Mo Yuan stayed in the Jiuxian sword sect because he wanted to pass down the 10,000 swords returning to the sect that he had created throughout his life. Now that he had learned the 10,000 swords returning to the sect himself, his wish had been fulfilled, and he was ready to leave the Jiuxian sword sect, either to go into seclusion or to return to his hometown. Mo Yuan looked up and smiled. You? But do you have any questions about practicing 10,000 swords? Han Mai pondered for a moment, then whispered, Senior, I wonder how you'll solve the problem of sword chi entering the body? Hearing Han Mai's words, Ma Yuan stroked his hand, his face all joyful. I knew you were born practicing swords. How long has it been? And you've already touched this 10,000 sword returning trick. A hint of sighing flashed across his face, as if Mo Yuan had fallen into reminiscence. Back then, I was determined to create the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and I didn't make the slightest progress for 10 years. Later, I went to seek an audience with the Sword Pavilion Elder, whose lifespan was short due to the dissipation of his sword chi because of his use of the Jiuxian sword, and he told me. With those words, Mo Yuan raised his hand and took out an ancient long sword, placing it on the desktop in front of him. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, clear as water. Wipe your sword with you every day and raise your sword energy for 10 years. When the first wisp of sword energy enters the body, Mo Yuan suddenly grinned, and his body moved forward, gently sending the long sword into its scabbard, as if he didn't want what was said to be heard by the long sword. Ever been double-crossed? The old man was all lewd out of the corner of his eye. Han Mai nodded, the feelings that Mo Yuan had described he had experienced. Seeing him nodding, the lewdness on Mo Yuan's face grew even more, waving his hand and saying, Yes, that's what it feels like. You've tasted it once? I know what it's like to have sword chi enter your body. Han Mai spoke in a low voice. Haha, that's good. That's what. The originally laughing Mo Yuan overturned the wooden table in front of him with one hand, and didn't even care when his long sword fell to the ground. He pounced in front of Han Makino and grabbed him by the arm. Sword energy into the body, sword energy into the body. His palms moved forward inch by inch on Han Mai's arms, feeling around, his face all pale. You're too eager, 3 years. 3 years to condense the first strand of sword chi. That's when the body's sinews and bones are adapted to sword chi. That's the best time. If you do this, you will injure your vital energy, and your lifespan will be sapped by the sword chi. AI, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for not properly talking to you about the taboos of cultivation. Mo Yuan's face was all self-blame. I'm a sword pavilion sword viewer, and this sword chi entering my body has nothing to do with practicing 10,000 swords. Looking at the old man's expression, Han Mai said softly, Sword watchers. Ma Yuan froze. He slowly sat back to his position and whispered under his breath, Yes, sword viewers. Sword viewers have the easiest access to sword chi. Why didn't I think of that? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Saying this, he gave a beat and looked at Han Mai. How long do you feel like the Yuan chi in your body can still support you? How much longer can it last? Han Mai sighed lowly in his heart. If he could still hold out for a long time, he wouldn't have come to seek out Mo Yuan, the old man in his old age, to ask for Dan. Seeing Han Muo Ye's silence, Ma Yuan nodded. I understand. He fumbled around for a bit and pulled out a small wooden box before unveiling it, which contained a small jade bottle. Kid, I have an elixir here that can help you slightly increase your lifespan. He gently handed the elixir to Han Mai. Looking at the elixir in front of him, Han Mai was once again silent. This Dan is worth 30,000 spirit stones. With 30,000 spirit stones, you can do a lot of things. For an outer disciple like Mo Yuan, 30,000 spirit stones should be a lifetime savings. Moreover, this Dan was the one that Ma Yuan had given himself to renew his life. His own lifespan, it should be coming to an end. Senior, this elixir is precious and useful to you, Han Mai said in a low voice. Originally, he was prepared to come and seek out Mo Yuan to buy this elixir. But after seeing Mo Yuan and seeing him pack up all his things, Han Moyo already understood. Ma Yuan's lifespan was also coming to an end, and he wanted to take advantage of his last days to leave the clan. Now that Ma Yuan had delivered the elixir to Han Mai, he couldn't bear to ask for this elixir anymore instead. He was asking for an elixir to renew his life. Why wouldn't Ma Yuan be? Hee, my old bones. What difference does it make if I want this Dan or not? Ma Yuan shook his head and looked toward Han Mai. This Dan is not given to you for nothing. You promised me 2 conditions. With that, he raised his hand. First, accompany me down the mountain tomorrow and make a trip to my hometown. Secondly, if, in his day, he must not let the 10,000 swords returning sect break its legacy. What Ma Yuan meant was that if one day Han Moyo's own lifespan ended, he must pass on the 10,000 swords to the sect and not just break the legacy. It's just that he didn't say it as plainly as he should have. If I don't come, is Senior prepared to return to his homeland alone? Han Mai looked toward Ma Yuan. When I came, 7 or 8 of my friends were accompanied by a small 200 years, and I am the only one left. Mo Yuan nodded his head and said, cultivation is like that, 100 years of time, the deceased wither away. Then, I wonder if Senior's hometown is far away? Han Mai asked in a low voice. He wanted to give Ma Yuan a ride, but didn't want to leave the sword pavilion for too long. It's not far, 1,000 miles down the mountain, taking the clan carriages and horses. A round trip is only 4 or 5 days. Mo Yuan looked at Han Mai. In his eyes, there was a hint of expectation. All right, tomorrow, I'll wait for Senior at the mountain gate. Han Mai bowed once, then bent down, picked up Mo Yuan's long sword and placed it on the wooden table, then turned to leave. Looking at his departing back, and looking at the pills that were still placed on the table, a hint of relief appeared on Mo Yuan's face. Thanks for catching up. We'll punch together. It's that punch, not that punch. End of chapter. Chapter 27, playing the role of Ma Yuan's disciple, returning to his hometown. When he returned to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu was packing up the books on the desktop. When he saw Han Mai come back, he grinned before placing 2 spirit stones on the table. 6th brother is also open today? Han Mai smiled and reached out to pick up the 2 spirit stones. He now had 3 upper-grade spirit stones on him, and really didn't have a single lower-grade spirit stone left. Today is good. There are 2 inner disciples who have come to lead the sword. Huang Laolu revealed a hint of smugness on his face and said cheerfully, receiving filial piety for receiving the sword, and sharing the spirit stones among the sword watchers. This is the unspoken rule in the sword pavilion. It's just up to the sword watchers themselves to knock in a few pieces. Huang Laolu can share Han Mai 2 pieces of spirit stone, their hands at least 5 or 6 pieces, this entry of course happy. 6th brother. I want to go down the mountain for a few days. Han Mai collected the spirit stones and spoke in a low voice. Downhill? Huang Laolu looked toward Han Mai. Then a look of realization flashed across his face. This guy, the speed can be this is ready to go down the mountain with that wood sister to achieve good things? In the mountains, there are many things that are not very convenient. As in the double cultivation thing. Chung, about a few days, if old ancestor asks, I can report. Huang Laolu asked with a smile. 5 or 6 days. Han Mai calculated that the round trip was about the same. It's still good for you young people. Huang Laolu swept his gaze over Han Mai's graying temples, shook his head, and paced back to the quiet room. Han Mai felt that Huang Laolu must have misunderstood something, just think about it, and did not explain. He returned to the quiet room and observed those sword intentions in his chi-si, then thought back to the body refining technique he had cultivated and those sword arts. It was strange that when I held the long sword of Ma Yuan today, a sense of resistance came from that sword. Nothing was comprehended. I don't know what this is about. Early in the morning of the 2nd day, Han Mai placed both an extreme cloud chi pill and 3 fine cloud chi pills on the wooden couch in the quiet room before quietly leaving. If one's lifespan really ends, then these cloud chi pills are given to Huang Laolu as an acquaintance. Walking out of the sword pavilion, he looked towards the fish-bellied east, took a deep breath, adjusted the violet flame sword behind his back, and took big strides towards the front of the mountain gate. Along the way, from time to time, there were outer disciples in green and gray robes, and miscellaneous disciples bowing and saluting. It was because he was wearing the white robe of an inner disciple. When he arrived at the mountain gate, Ma Yuan had not yet arrived. Instead, there were quite a few outer disciples and handymen coming in and out of there. Listening to their discussion, it seemed that there were visitors from outside sects coming today, and they were going to set up the square in front of the mountain gate to welcome them. Pa! There was a crunch as a flower pot held by a gray-robed handyman fell and shattered. Don't you have eyes? With a low shout, the outer disciple on the side of the handyman disciple shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick the handyman disciple in the back. The handyman disciple's body stumbled, tumbled over, and fell to the ground. Location not far from Han Mai. Originally lazy to care about this matter, Han Mai lowered his head, saw that the handyman disciple face flashed a smile, walked 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand. Brother Lu. The one who fell to the ground was none other than the handyman disciple who had led Han Mai into the Nine Shen sword sect in the first place, Lu Gao. Lu Gao looked up and saw Han Mai, who was dressed in white robes, slightly stunned, and subconsciously climbed to his feet before bowing and saluting. The servant disciples had the lowest status in the sect, not to mention seeing the inner disciples in white robes, even the outer disciples could call out to them. Lu Gao meets senior brother. When he finished speaking, Lu Gao quietly looked up to survey Han Mai. His eyes fell on Han Mai's face, and he froze once again. Han, brother Han. These 2 people were here catching up, and the surrounding outer sect and miscellaneous disciples also saw them. Hearing Lu Gao call brother Han Mai, the face of the outer disciple who had kicked Lu Gao turned white. Good boy. Lu Gao has a brother from the inner gate? A handyman in gray robes whispered, his face full of envy. I haven't heard about it on weekdays, and I don't know what the relationship is. Some people, on the other hand, had their eyes glancing at Han Mai and Lu Gao, wanting to guess the affinity of the 2. This miscellaneous disciple even has an inner disciple as a backer. Sun Santong has kicked the bucket this time. Not far away, among the outer disciples wearing green robes, there was also someone who spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, calm your anger. I didn't mean to kick brother Lu Gao. It's really because the mission is urgent. The outer disciple named Sun Santong busily stepped forward and bowed toward Han Mai, sweating profusely as he explained. He is not stupid. When Han Mai pursues or Lu Gao complains, then in order to save face, Han Mai will also step in to punish himself. It would be better to admit your mistake first. Han Mai didn't look at him, but just looked at Lu Gao and said, Is there something wrong with big brother Lu's body? He surprised Lu Gao with this attitude. He knew that Han Mai was a sword pavilion sword watcher, not a true inner disciple with profound cultivation, but outsiders didn't know that. Among the clans, only the robes are recognized. Today here, Han Mai, who was wearing the white robe of the inner sect, was kind to himself, and in the future, others will look at themselves highly wherever they are. Nothing. Lu Gao reached out and patted himself on the dust, then cheerfully opened his mouth. Han Mai nodded and turned his head to see that a carriage had already arrived at the mountain gate, and 2 outer disciples in green robes followed the carriage in stride. The carriage came to a halt, and the 2 tall stallions snorted in their mouths, their hooves kicking on the verdant stone floor. Well, you don't have to send it. From the frame came the pale voice. It's none other than Ma Yuan. The 2 men behind the frame glanced at each other and sighed softly. One of them arched his hand and said, Senior brother, this is a long and mountainous journey. Have a safe journey. Another person also said, Senior brother, take care. In the frame, Murakumo gave a soft hum. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Makino narrowed his eyes and looked at the frame. Mo Yuan had been hanging out in the outer sect for 200 years, and when he left, there were only 2 people to see him off. It was a sight that was truly bleak. He took a few steps forward and leapt to sit in the front position of the frame. Many thanks for seeing me off. Turning his head, he raised his hand and flung out 2 pills. The 2 green-robed outer disciples froze and subconsciously caught it. Hiss! This is the fine cloud Chi Dan. The 2 of them exclaimed lowly in surprise, then bowed toward Han Mai. Many thanks for the reward, senior brother. A fine quality cloud Chi Dan, one of which cost 300 spirit stones. For an outer disciple, one couldn't earn it without eating or drinking for several years. Han Mai gave a tug on the reins and the frame slowly moved forward. When he reached Lu Gao's side, he smoothly tossed over the jade bottle with only the last remaining fine cloud Chi Dan. Brother Lu, I'll buy you a drink when I get back. Lu Gao reached out and caught the jade bottle, clutching it tightly with both hands. Okay. Drink. The corners of his mouth quivered and his shoulders shook uncomfortably. Fine cloud Chi Dan. This was heavenly fortune for him. The 2 outer disciples over there who were also rewarded arched their hands toward Lu Gao. I'm Luo Chang, and I'm Qin Yi. I don't know the name of the senior disciple. Lu Gao hurriedly arched his hand. Lu Gao has met the 2 senior brothers. The two nodded and left with a smile. It's kind of a nodding acquaintance. With this friendship, we may be able to promote a hand in the future. All this from one man. Everyone looks forward to the frame. A breeze blew the curtains on the car window, revealing one of them with a green robe and white beard. Green-colored robes, either outer sect or elder, hiss. Someone whimpered out, turning his head to look at the grinning Lugo with even more envy. Inner sect brothers driving cars can only be elders. This inner sect senior brother, surprisingly, was so close to an elder that he was traveling in company. Senior brother Lu, we need to be closer in the future. Senior brother Lu, I'll carry these flowers, you rest. Senior brother Lu, are you thirsty? I have some fine clear flower water here. A group of outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples wearing green and gray robes gathered around. The most eager of them was that Sun Santong who had kicked Lugao earlier. Rugo arched his hand back at the crowd while cocking his head at the far-off frame. Kid, how about going to my hometown and you pretend to be my disciple? In the frame, Ma Yuan suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I won't let you play one for nothing. Recommendation spot on for catch-up reading and punching support. End of chapter. Chapter 28. The mountains and rivers are as old as they were. Things are different. Good. Han Mai didn't hesitate and agreed directly. If Mo Yuan could be willing to give him the precious longevity-increasing elixir, what was there for him to play the role of a disciple for a little while? Han Mai has met Master. With a flick of his horsewhip, Han Mai said in a loud voice. Haha. Good, good. Mo Yuan in the frame laughed long and hard. Come on, let's talk first. Even though I only hang out at the outer gate, I still know quite a bit about cultivation. Mo Yuan's words caused Han Moyo's eyes to light up. Compared to old man Huang, who was mostly only in the sword pavilion, Mo Yuan, who had been in the outer sect of the Nine Shen sword sect for nearly 200 years, was indeed a jack of all trades. Whether it was the many tips in cultivation or the various rules in the cultivation world, or even some of the secret stories circulating in the trail, Mo Yuan knew them all. For 3 days, Han Mai was completely mending the various general knowledge in cultivation. It was also through Mo Yuan's explanation that he realized that his 9th grade spiritual root, what a concept it was. The 9th grade spiritual root wasn't really hopeless, it just needed a large amount of aura to wash away the impact. For ordinary cultivators, without a huge amount of spirit stones, it was indeed as if they were wasted. But for Han Mai, learning to refine the cloud chi pill, he was no longer lacking in aura. Speaking of cultivation, Ma Yuan even told him a surprise that took him by surprise. As it turns out, when an unusual cultivator opens a dantian, it starts out as a space the size of a fist. To be able to open up a dantian the size of a faceplate was already a rare elite. When Han Muoyi quietly asked what grade it was if the directly open dantian was 10 feet square, Ma Yuan only said 2 words. Demon. Those are not good words. But in describing talent, that's the highest praise. It turned out that one's own dantian was of the demonic level. This caused Han Mai, who was driving the car, to not be able to help but have a light smile at the corner of his mouth. Not to mention the opening of the dantian. The opening of the Sea of Qi was a direct way to enable Han Mai to begin spiritual and physical dual cultivation. According to Mo Yuan, the best path for a sword cultivator was to cultivate the spiritual Dao method of harnessing the sword with Qi while cultivating the physical cultivation means of using force to control the sword. It's a pity that I comprehended it too late. Mo Yuan in the carriage sighed lowly. He saw through it all, and he himself had run out of chances. It was already difficult to raise his cultivation level any further, and all of his knowledge of the sword Dao could only remain at a theoretical height, but could not be realized in person. This whole way of talking to Han Mai, he could be said to be pouring his heart out. If you can't realize your own dreams, then let someone else do it. Looking towards the distant sky, a trace of longing came out from Mo Yuan's eyes. He couldn't imagine the grandiose sight of 10,000 swords following him after 10,000 swords returned was practiced by Han Mai. The mountains are as old as ever. Things are different. Mo Yuan spoke softly, then pointed to the end of the avenue in front of him. Over there is my hometown, Greenwood Town. Han Mai nodded and said, Master, where's your home? Are we going straight back? Directly. Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement, then shook his head somewhat timidly. Let's first find an inn to stay and inquire before we go. I'm worried about. Near home, Mo Yuan was worried that he hadn't returned to the family for 200 years. And the family didn't know how things were really going. Han Mai nodded and drove the carriage toward a small building with an inn sign. Nine Xian Sword Sect, Sword Pavilion entrance location. outer disciple Jiang Han was carrying the long sword Qin He. With a regretful look on his face, he turned to leave. He had come to pay his respects to the sword watchers of the sword pavilion. It's a pity that the one who instructed him isn't there. For a few days in seclusion, he practiced sword arts diligently without realizing it, grinding with the long sword in his hand, and his own battle power increased a lot. When he left the gate, he had a private sparring session with an outer disciple who was ranked before him. That battle surprised him beyond measure. The outer sect's 90-ranked senior brother didn't last 10 moves under his sword. According to that senior brother, his sword fits with his swordsmanship and comes out swiftly, making it hard to defend. That senior brother also said that Jiang Han's battle prowess would probably be ranked within 50 places in the outer sect. He also exclaimed that Jiang Han was a one-day enlightenment and would have a great future in the future. Jiang Chun himself knew that all of this was the guidance of that sword pavilion sword viewer. "Tomorrow I'll come back." Muttering under his breath, Jiang Chun left straight away. In the sword pavilion, sitting in front of the long case, Huang Laolu lowered his head and muttered, "Han boy is really well liked, only being in the gate for these few days. So many people have come to seek him out. Inner sect elite Zhao Pu, outer sect disciple Jiang Han, handyman Lu Gao, and, well, this kid's peach blossoms are flourishing. That white shopkeeper has made 2 trips." Once he raised his head, his face looked blank. "Senior with sister? You're not with Han kid." His mind tightened. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Isn't Han Makino hanging out with sister Mu down the mountain? Well, where did he go? With a complex expression on her face, Mu Wan bowed toward Huang Laolu before handing over a letter. "Trouble brother Huang to forward this letter to senior brother Han. If he can still see it." After saying that, Mu Wan turned around and left. "Hey you guys," Huang Laolu looked at the envelope, his face changing colors as he turned and ran into Han Mai's quiet room. A few moments later, his eyes were red, his shoulders trembled, and he walked out slowly. He held 2 small jade bottles in his hands. Impossible. Han kid can definitely survive this level. At this time, Han Mai, who was being read to by him, had already accompanied Mo Yuan and arrived in front of a magnificent mansion outside of Greenwood Town. Fortunately, after 200 years of not returning, my Mo family has become more and more prosperous. Looking at the tall gate, Mo Yuan lightly stroked his long beard and lamented in a low voice. Staying in the inn for a night and inquiring a little bit about the current state of the Mercers turned out to be a bit of a surprise. The Mo family had actually slowly risen in the decades since Mo Yuan headed to the Nine Shen Sword Sect because of his relationship in the outer door of the Nine Shen Sword Sect. In these 200 years, the Mo family claimed that their own old ancestor Mo Yuan was already in a position of power and prestige in the Nine Shen Sword Sect. Together with the fact that the head of the Mo family, Mo Yunting, was at the 3rd level of qi condensation cultivation and was a rare powerhouse in Greenwood Town, the Mo family was already the #1 family in a 100-mile radius. You are going to the Mo family to deliver congratulatory gifts, right? Tomorrow, the Mo family and the Sun family of Changgu County will be joined in marriage, and most of the inn is filled with guests coming to congratulate them. The store assistant's words reminded Mo Yuan. Han Mai quietly went to find an invitation, and on the 2nd day the 2 of them went to the Mo family in company. The master of ceremonies who greeted the guests at the entrance invited the 2 of them into the mansion, and Mo Yuan looked at the surrounding scenery with endless emotions in his heart. Han Makino was half a step behind him, slowly moving forward. By the time they reached the brightly lit lobby in front of them, a number of guests were already seated, and a few not so badly built and dignified moists greeted them. My master traveled here in the clouds, heard about the marriage between the Mo family and the Sun family, remembered the friendship with the Mo family's old ancestor back then, and prepared a congratulatory gift. Han Mai stepped forward and handed over a small wooden box. When the greeting Mo family member heard Han Mai's words, his face froze before he looked at Mo Yuan in surprise. "Elder knows my family's old ancestor?" Ma Yuan nodded, and Han Moyo replied, 100 years ago, my master and the old ancestor of the Mo clan used to travel the rivers and lakes together, and were considered old friends. Old ancestor's old friend. Those few moists were busy bowing solemnly, then turned around to pass the congratulatory gift to the people behind them, whispering a few words of instruction. After a short while, Mo Yunting, the head of the Mo family, came running in stride. The old ancestor's old friend's congratulatory gift was a top-grade spirit stone. How could he dare not come? 1 top-grade spirit stone can buy 2 Majia. Senior Mo Yunting pays his respects to Senior. I don't know Senior's name? Mo Yunting bowed, then looked at Mo Yuan and asked in a low voice. The surrounding guests had long since dropped their attention on Mo Yuan, and at this moment, they were shocked when they saw the Mo family head treating them with such courtesy. Who is this one? Even the head of the Mo family had to personally come to greet him. Someone whispered, their eyes filled with curiosity. More than personally greeting, haven't you seen the head of the Mo family bowing and saluting? The speaker's eyes flashed as he looked toward Han Mai and Mo Yuan. They all carry swords, at least they are sword cultivators. It's healthier to catch up on your reading. End of chapter. Chapter 29. In your hands, the 10,000 swords returning sect will surely flourish. Within moments, word had spread through the lobby. The old ancestor of the Mo clan's old friend was visiting, and he came out with a lavish gift of a top-grade spirit stone. Hearing a top-grade spirit stone, many people came with envious expressions on their faces. Sect cultivators have the sect to provide for them, and when their cultivation reaches high depths, they don't have to worry about spirit stone sustenance at all. The path of cultivation was much more difficult for family cultivators and those casual cultivators who were not qualified enough. A single spirit stone could be used for half a year by a casual cultivator at the 3rd or 4th level of the Peiyuan stage. A top-grade spirit stone, a treasure like this, there might not even be one in the entire Greenwood town. Mo Yuan, who had assumed the name of the 10,000 sword ancestor, and Han Mai were invited to take their places at the main table. A group of experts from the Mo clan all sat around to the left and right. Mo Yunting, the head of the Mo family, was a chi condensation 3rd-grade expert, and at this time he was also carefully accompanying him to sit on the side seat. He looked at this 10,000 swords old ancestor's cultivation seemed to be only at the peak of Peiyuan, and his disciple hadn't even reached the 3rd level of Peiyuan. But think of the impossibility of that. A strong person who could casually take out a top-grade spirit stone must have profound cultivation to the extreme, and the cultivation that was revealed was only to not shock the world. Perhaps Old Man Sword Ancestor was already Foundation Establishment or even Earth Realm. If you can make friends with such a strong person, the Mo clan, in this case, will soar into the sky no matter what. With his heart on fire, Mo Yunting and the group of Mo family members became even more eager, gathering around Mo Yuan to climb into conversation so enthusiastic. Mo Yuan just casually asked a few questions, and Mo Yunting and the others introduced their family's rise to power, the strongest members of the clan, and other things in great detail. Mo Yuan asked a few words from time to time, always pointing at the key points, making the Mo family member sigh with emotion. This one is really a senior high-ranking person who sees so thoroughly. It was that there were some cultivation matters, stories of the cultivation world, and Mo Yuan casually mentioned a few sentences, all of which made the crowd feel that they had benefited greatly. My master has traveled the world in the clouds, and now he also has the intention to return to his hometown. This place, Greenwood Town, has a nice view. Han Mai, who was sitting on the sidelines, opened his mouth intentionally or unintentionally. Retreat. Mo Yunting's face revealed a joyful expression, and he quickly bowed. Old ancestor. My Mo family can be called the #1 family in Greenwood Town. If old ancestor lives in seclusion in Greenwood Town, my Mo family will be able to take care of all the ups and downs. Han Mai turned his head to look at Mo Yuan. This is what they discussed before. The Mo family wants to pull Mo Yuan's tiger skin, if he returns as Mo Yuan and lets people know that Mo Yuan is just a dying old man who hasn't stepped into chi condensation. I'm afraid that it will poke at the Mo family's tiger skin and cause the Mo family's reputation to decline. It would be better to return under a pseudonym, become a guest servant and offerings, and stay in the Mo family for the rest of your life. Anyway, 200 years had passed and no one knew him anymore. Hearing Mo Yunting's words, Mo Yuan didn't directly nod his head, but just smiled and faintly said, "Let's talk about this matter. It depends on fate." The more he did, the more fervent Mo Yunting and the people behind him became in their hearts. Maybe if the Mo family had more sincerity, they could impress the strong man and willingly stay in the Mo family? Mo Yunting was just about to increase some of his chips when a clamor came from the doorway. The Sun family newcomers have arrived. Hee. You guys hurry up and receive the marriage. Don't worry about me. Mo Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Such joyous things have to be done in a lively manner, and I like it when I look at them. Hearing Mo Yuan's words, Mo Yunting's eyes lit up. Older people are like that, they like to see their offspring hot and prosperous. This old ancestor truly viewed the Majia family as a kindred spirit to say such a thing. As long as this marriage was done beautifully, it might be able to move old man Jian to stay in the Mo clan. What Senior said is true. Then Senior will go ahead and receive the bride. Mo Yunting bowed to Mo Yuan and led the Mo family members away in large strides. The entire lobby of guests, too, followed them out. AI. For the Mo family to be so strong, I am also rejoicing in my heart. In the empty lobby, Mo Yuan turned his head to look at the corridor pillars hung with red silk, as well as the high-hanging happy words, and spoke in a low voice. Passing down the 10,000 swords to the sect and going back to my hometown to see it. Two things. Both of my heart's desires have been fulfilled. And both of those things were more than I expected. Makino, you are definitely a wizard at cultivating swords. The 10,000 swords returned to the sect will definitely flourish in your hands. The Mo family is so prosperous. If I go out and tutor a few more juniors, in this life, I will have no regrets. Saying that, Mo Yuan unhooked the long sword dangling from his waist and placed it on the tabletop. Makino, for letting you pretend to be my disciple. This sword I have with me is a reward for you. Also, you take this elixir. The jade bottle that contained the elixir that increased longevity by 1 year was also placed on the tabletop. Senior, these are all useful things for you. Han Mai shook his head and whispered. Mo Yuan smiled and said, what is useful or useless? I can see through it, you still can't see through it? Han Mai was still about to speak when Moen said in a deep voice, quickly take it. Don't let outsiders see it. At the doorway, the clamor was close. Han Mai nodded and reached out to put away the jade bottle, then cupped the long sword with both hands, palms, pressing on the hilt. Buzz! There was a soft thud that only he heard, and the long sword that had resisted him vibrated softly. Picture flashed in Han Mai's mind. The forge of 1,000 hammers. A young man's spirited sword dance. Hundreds of sword arts are practiced. Vowed to create the grandiose words of a sword that pours the heavens. After wasting 200 years, the sword energy was condensed, but he was unable to control it. Han Mai felt that within the long sword, there was a flow of thick sword chi that was about to condense into sword intent. This sword chi was warmed by Ma Yuan, who had devoted his entire life to it. But this sword chi, Ma Yuan was no longer able to control it because of his old age. Han Mai's palm gently loosened the hilt of his sword. He had already comprehended nearly 100 sword arts from this long sword named Qingdian. But he couldn't bear to charge the sword's sword energy. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This sword energy is Ma Yuan's whole life. If the sword chi was collected, this sword, from then on, would be disconnected from Ma Yuan. In the lobby, there was a lot of rejoicing, and Mo Yuan sat there, smiling and watching, and the people who came to toast were not refused. In particular, the pair of newlyweds in red went up to kneel and salute, and Mo Yuan laughed long and hard and went up to assist them. Grandpa, I have nothing to give away. In this way, in a few days, you guys come and I will teach you a few handfuls of sword skills. Stroking his long beard, Mo Yuan's face was filled with smiles. His words surprised the Murphys. It was clear that the old man was willing to stay, if only for a while. Still not quick enough to thank grandfather ancestor. Mo Yunting was busy drinking lowly, making his own son and daughter-in-law kowtow to Mo Yuan. Not far away, among those guests who were seeing off the bride, there were a few people who watched this scene with cold eyes. Senior brother Jiang Heng. What's the origin of this what's-his-name old man of 10,000 swords? A middle-aged man with a red cedar outer shell and thin armor lining asked in a deep voice. The short-bearded middle-aged man named Jiang Heng had a glint in his eyes. His feet are weak and his eyes are cloudy. It is clear that his lifespan is about to end. There is some sword chi residing on his body, but his aura is refuted, and his cultivation level is at most 3 or 4 levels of chi condensation. Stick to the plan. This old man is not enough to worry about. Hearing his words, several others looked at each other before nodding. Pa! A china bowl fell to the floor, the sharp sound in the midst of the jubilant atmosphere, as if it were scissors cutting through brocade. What kind of crap wine is this? The Mo family is looking down on my son family too much. An 8-foot-tall youth staggered to his feet and reached out to point at the couple. Mo Yuching, is this how your Mo family treats its guests? Above the lobby, there was a sudden silence. Old man Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yunting's heart thumped as he hurriedly stepped forward. It's me, the Mo clan, who has been slacking off. Quick, send 10 altars of falling snow brew. Falling snow brew, that was a good wine that was known far and wide. It contained a hint of spiritual chi, and it cost 1 spirit stone for 1 altar. Taking this kind of good wine to treat guests, Mo Yunting's heart ached. But at this point, All he had to do was to keep the scene jubilant and lively, and never have any ups and downs. Don't send any falling snow brew. The youth who spoke out looked at Mo Yunting with suppressed anger in his eyes. Just now, I heard someone say that the Mo family is the #1 family in Greenwood Town. My Sun family is just an ordinary family in Yanggu County. And to be able to tie the knot with your family is something my Sun family has climbed high on. The young man took a step forward, and the long sword wrapped in red silk at his waist came out of its sheath. Let me see just how much skill your younger generation of the Mo clan has. Draw your sword. With such a great joy, it was surprising that a clear and cold sword light appeared, and all the Mo family members had a cold face. In the middle of the hall, those guests all quietly moved back. No one is a cutie. Of those people from the Sun family who sent the family to the wedding, no one has spoken out until now, which is a clear indication that they want to stir up trouble. P.S. Thanks to Bitch Sage for the monthly vote, and to everyone who participated in the commenting campaign. I read them all. They're all really talented and more joyful than I could have written myself. I'm on the recommendation. First time for a newbie, inevitably nervous, asking for comfort. Up on the recommendation bit. Newbie so nervous. Touché. End of chapter. Chapter 30. I don't want to see blood today. Seeing that big man draw his sword, Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a low voice, "This is the San Qin sword sect's internal sword art, the sword drawing starting stance. 200 years of the outer door is not mixed for nothing, although Mo Yuan cannot contact the upper level of the various sects of the important things, but has a difficult to reach the insight of outsiders. San Qin sword school?
Han må noded lightly.
No wonder these people want to pick things. The San Qin sword sect was a sword sect hundreds of miles away. The sect was not big, but there were many experts in it, and it was not very respectful to the Joshuan sword sect on weekdays. A few years ago, the inner gate of the Nine Shen sword sect sent out experts to clean up the San Qin sword sect up and down ruthlessly, only to make them a lot more honest. Looks like a few years without suppression and something is going on? With Mo Yuan explaining various cultivation world illusions, Han Moyo now knew more various news than those disciples who had been hanging out in the gate for decades. Hehe. It's not good to draw swords on this big day today, right? An old man in robes from the Mo clan wore a smile on his face and gently arched his hand. This is the 9th son of the Sun family, Liu Yang, right? I heard that he practiced in the San Qin sword sect, so it seems that he has achieved great success in divine power. The old man punctured the big man's identity, then smiled and said, "That little strife between the Nine Shen sword sect and the San Qin sword sect isn't enough to implicate our families, right?" Although his words were euphemistic, they made the people around him understand that there was a reason why the Sun clan's Duke Sun Luyang was provoking. That's because of the matter of the two sects clans. The Mo family had been staunch supporters of the Nine Shen sword sect since the beginning, and if they really had any strife with the Sun family today, if they spread the word, they might even be able to gain the goodwill of the Nine Shen sword sect. Mo Yuntang turned his head to look and observe the seated Mo Yuan's demeanor, seeing that there was no change in his expression. Only then did he let out a light sigh of relief. I originally did not agree with this marriage. You Mo family always stick gold on your face. What Joshen sword sect ruled the family so many years have not seen the Joshen sword sect take more care of your Mo family. Sun Luyang was cold, lifting his hand and pointing his long sword around. Today, if someone in the younger generation of your Mo family can defeat the sword in my hand, I will turn around and leave. If no one can win, this marriage, it's fine if you don't tie the knot. There was silence in the hall. The bride in her wedding dress was full of trembling, her eyes full of tears. The groom on her side reached out and put his arm around her shoulders and whispered a few words. "No, master, although the San Qin sword sect and the Nine Shen sword sect are at odds, it's not to the point of implicating the Mo family." Han Mai's brows furrowed as his gaze landed on the tables where the Sun family was presenting the bride. "Be careful. These people have killing intent on them." Mo Yuan's hand pressed on the table, and there was a glint of refined light flashing in his eyes. Killing intent? Han Makino was slightly stunned. Even if there is strife, it is not to the extent of seeing life and death, so how can there be killing intent? Quran. There were already impatient Mozi disciples in front of them who had struck out. "Today is my brother Yuqing's big day. Since Uncle Sun family wants to help out, then I, Mo Yuqi, will come to accompany him." The young man who spoke had a long crystal sword in his hand and an upright figure. Someone from the Mo family finally responded with a straight face, instantly causing a slight clamor in the lobby. Seeing the person who stepped out, there was immediately a familiar low voice introduction. "It's the 5th son of the Mo family, It said that this one is already above the 5th level of Peiyuan, counting as a strong person in the younger generation in Greenwood Town. The Mo family's sword art was sent by the old ancestor from the Nine Xian sword sect, so I don't think it will be any worse than the Sun family's. This game is bound to be wonderful. Someone's eyes shone brightly as they laughed softly and opened their mouths, looking forward to it. Hee hee. Do you guys think that this is a deliberate setup by the Sun family and the Mo family to take advantage of the spectacle and show off their own young generation? Some guests sitting far away lowered their voices and voiced their speculations. These words caused many guests who were not aware of the strife between the Nine Xian sword sect and the Sanqin sword sect to nod their heads. In the middle of the hall, a 2 to 3 feet square field had been vacated, and 2 youths holding long swords stood opposite each other. MOU resignation of the Mo family, asking for advice from Duke Sun Luyang of the Sun family. The Mo clan's son with a red sash tied around his waist drank lowly under his breath, and the long sword in his hand stabbed straight out. This sword carried the sound of breaking air, and the sword light was clear and calm, fast and sharp. Just based on this sword, it could be seen that this 5th son of the Mo family had a solid foundation in swordsmanship, at least several years of hard work. The Mo family is known as the #1 family in Greenwood Town. The children in this family are truly outstanding. With this sword, there aren't many among the younger generation of Greenwood Town that can catch it. MOU resignation's sword drew all sorts of whispers, but Sun Luyang across from him did not change his face. The long sword arrived in front of his body. Sun Luyang's long sword met it, and with a flash of sword light, the 2 swords struck each other. Yang! MOU resignation took a step back. His face reddened. Sun Luyang's long sword did not move, once again pointing forward. There were bright-eyed people around who frowned. This Sun Luyang's sword strokes weren't considered sharp, but his cultivation was obviously quite a bit stronger than Mo-Yuchi. He was hard by virtue of his cultivation, suppressing the sword of Mo-Yuchi. This kind of behavior in the matter of sword competition is to win. This son's swordsmanship isn't bad. He's purposely using his strength to overwhelm people. The Sanqin sword school sword art he practiced was originally the path of the multi-force sword. Mo Yuan cast his gaze toward the 2 sides of the sword competition and spoke softly to Han Mai. Look at the sword. Mo-Yuchi, who had been shaken back a step, gritted his teeth and drank lowly as he handed out his long sword once again. Coldness flashed across Sun Luyang's face on the opposite side, and the sword in his hand suddenly slammed down. Yang! Ink Jade resignation's long sword directly snapped in 2, and the tip of the sword flew and swirled and fell. MOU resignation's face was pale and he retreated back and forth, holding his right arm with his left hand, blood dripping from his right tiger's mouth. With this kind of ability, you are worthy of challenging this Gongzi. Sun Luyang sneered and pointed his long sword forward. Mo Yuching, why don't you come? Mo Yuching was the eldest son of the Mo family, the first person in the young generation, already in the 8th cultivation level of the Peiyuan stage, and was the exclusive existence of the young generation in the Greenwood Town. A hint of anger flashed across Mo Yuching's face. Today is his big day. It would be unlucky for him to strike. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Moreover, today he went out to fight against the Sun family, and the bride beside him was afraid that she did not know how sad she was. He couldn't say that he had deep feelings for Miss Sun, but since he was going to get married and become a couple, he always had to think about the other person. Miss Sun Jia's hand was tugging at Mo Yucheng's sleeve at this time. Her eyes were full of tears. Don't be crazy. My Mo clan has plenty of people to fight you. There's no need for the Grand Duke to make a move. Someone on the Mo clan side shouted, and several young sons jumped into the battle circle. Go back. Right at this moment, Mo Yunting, the head of the Mo family, suddenly drank lowly before taking a step forward. A vigorous chi energy exploded from his body, causing the surrounding Mo clan's children to be unsteady on their feet and all of them to retreat. The chi pushed Sun Luyang on the opposite side of the room back on his feet, hitting the table and chair behind him, and his face turned white. This is the chi condensation stage. The Peiyuan stage didn't even have the qualifications to make a move in front of the chi condensation stage. A playful game, that's all. Mo Yunting spoke indifferently, sweeping his gaze across the front before turning around and turning back. Right at this moment, behind Sun Luyang, a green light shot out, directly stabbing at Mo Yunting's back. Do it! A dozen figures darted and rushed around, sword light blossoming. Tai Ling's sword sect's inner sword art drawing silk. It turns out that Sanqin's sword sect has long since defected to Tai Ling's sword sect. Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Tai Ling sword sec's internal sword art, that person who had made the sword was at least at the chi condensation stage. Han Makino's gaze was cast in front of him. Ahead, the station ends in a flash. I am unwilling to see blood today, Mo Yuan whispered under his breath, and an erection rose from his body. That breath was light, yet it carried a stern and sharp edge. The breath only turned and transformed into 1,000 channels, spreading out in all directions. Sword chi. This was the sword chi condensed within Ma Yuan's body. Buzz. In the entire lobby, all the sword weapons all vibrated, uncontrollably. The short sword that shot at Mo Yunting's back was fixed at a position 3 inches behind him. Han Mai, who was standing behind Ma Yuan, had a brilliant light surging in his eyes. This is the return of all swords. When the sword energy was condensed, all the swords echoed. P.S. Thank you for the book friend super. Snow diffuse pale ears of the reward. Thank you for the book friend Whiting Zoo. Pear Flower came to the monthly ticket. There are still casting recommendation votes. Message comments support book friends greatly. Has been chasing reading punch card book friends we charge together. Come on. All swords return. 10,000 swords return to the clan. End of chapter. Chapter 31. This is 10,000 swords returning to the sect requesting for follow-up readings. Requesting for votes. Yang. A green-colored short sword that had been shot at Mo Yunting's back position fell to the ground. In the lobby, everyone looked with horrified faces at the white-bearded old man sitting in the upper main seat position. What kind of strong person could make all the sword weapons in the lobby tremble with a single word? Is there really such a master in the world? Earth Realm, it must be the Earth Realm. The pale-faced Mo Yunting looked towards Mo Yuan and whispered excitedly. Those who had originally scampered and scattered to send their relatives slowly backed up and gathered together, holding their long swords and looking around vigilantly. The leading few had their gazes fixed on Mo Yuan, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. A word to set the sword, such means it can be called a word to follow the law. It is definitely a strong person of the Earth Realm. But how could there be an Earth Realm powerhouse in the small Mo family? You're just going to give up on something you've been planning for a long time? Even if you don't give up, what can you do with an Earth Realm powerhouse here? Didn't you hear my master? Han Mai held the long sword Qingdian in both hands and took a step out. He had to step in. The Earth Realm powerhouse seen in the eyes of outsiders was actually just an empty shelf. His own cultivation was only at the Peiyuan stage. He was old and decrepit, and it was a bit of a struggle to lift his sword. Just now, he had felt the vibration of the Green Destiny longsword in his hand. That was the weakening of the ties on Qinghe and Mo Yuan. The sword chi condensing out of Mo Yuan's body was about to run out. As Han Mai stepped out, the sound of sword and weapon vibrations in the lobby disappeared. The crowd of family mourners looked at each other, then slowly exited outside the lobby and ran away. Only when these people walked away did those guests in the lobby slowly return to their senses. It's overwhelming how a good wedding banquet can turn into this. But for the Murphys, joy is still joy. Everyone unconsciously turned their gazes to Mo Yuan, who was at the top. The Mo family even had an Earth Realm powerhouse sitting in the town. In the future, it wouldn't be as simple as being the #1 family in Greenwood Town. A family with an Earth Realm sitting at its side was the first family in a county hundreds of miles around, and it was possible to become an ally of the Nine Shen sword sect. In the cultivation world, it was never strength that spoke. You guys are not comfortable with me being here. The seated Mo Yuan suddenly spoke out. May I have a compartment? The old man is a little weary and would like to go to rest. Mo Yunting hurriedly bowed and stepped forward. Yes, senior. Please follow me. Mo Yuan waved his hand and said, There's no need. Let them 2 little guys take me. Mo Yuan pointed to the couple in red robes. The 2 men froze slightly. Originally, the bride, Miss Sun, was panicking in her mind. Sun family sent relatives just now that one. Let her do not know how to cope with. She was beside Mo Yuching also do not know whether the wedding banquet will continue. Just hold the cold hands of Miss Sun family. Didn't you hear what Grandpa Zhu said? Why don't you go now? Mo Yunting let out a low gulp, and Mo Yuching hurriedly bowed with the bride to lead Mo Yuan away from the main table and toward the back compartment. Cough, gentlemen. This banquet. Let's continue. How about it? Mo Yunting's voice came from the hall. That's natural. Today is a big day for the Mo family. Right, we'll have to walk around with Brother Mo more in the future. Walking to the backyard location, Mo Yuching pushed open the door of a compartment. Mo Yuan raised his step and stepped out. Then his body stumbled, and Han Mai, who was following behind, reached out to assist. Mo Yuan's face paled as he turned to look at Han Mai and said in an urgent voice, "Mai, quickly, you take them out of Greenwood Town and go to the Nine Xian Sword Sect. When those people come to their senses, no one here will survive." Mo Yuan's words and present appearance left the two newcomers at a loss for words. At this moment, where did Mo Yuan look like an Earth-realm powerhouse? Mo Yuan turned his head to look at Mo Yuqing and the bride. "I am your grandpa Mo Yuan. Back then in the family, it should be called Mo Lingyang. Mo Lingyang, Mo Yuan, that old ancestor of the Mo family." Mo Yuqing and the bride stared in disbelief. This 10,000 swords ancestor is his own ancestor? The self-same old ancestor, wasn't he in the Nine Xian Sword Sect? Why would he come here? "I'm not as cultivated as you guys think. Instead, my cultivation and longevity are depleted and I don't have much to live for." Mo Yuan's words caused the two to instantly pale. Everything in the Mo family had its roots in that old ancestor in the Nine Xian Sword Sect. If there is no this old ancestor to hold up the banner, the Mo family, I'm afraid that it is not even considered the top stream in Greenwood Town. Although I calmed those people just now, they will inevitably turn back when they react. "This is from the Jiuxian Sword Sect." Mo Yuan pointed to Han Mai. "My name is Han Mai, a disciple of the master."
Han Mai spoke frankly.
Mo Yuan didn't expect Han Muoyi to recognize him as his master at this time, and looked at him gratefully before saying, "Muoyi will take you guys to the Nine Xian Sword Sect, so that we can at least leave a bloodline inheritance for my Mo family." Han Mai nodded and looked toward Mo Yuqing and the bride. "You guys come with me." After saying that, he turned around without hesitation and left straight away. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The old man is not really strong, and those strong men are going to make a comeback. Mo Yuqing and Miss Sun were both pale. With those people's cultivation skills, no one in the entire Mo family could stop them. "Hurry up and leave. Don't stay longer." Mo Yuan waved his hand and said in a low voice. Mo Yuqing nodded and led his bride away. As they walked out the door, the two of them turned toward Mo Yuan and knelt down, kowtowing 3 times before quickly following Han Mai. Watching the 3 leave, Moen let out a low sigh and said softly, "It's good to be gone. It's good to be gone, ah." He sat paralyzed before the table and chairs, reaching down to press his hand against the tabletop, and suddenly shuddered. Slowly turning back, he saw the long sword, which he knew all too well, sitting on the table. Qingdian, Han Muoi didn't take it with him. His body shook as he gripped the scabbard in his hand, feeling the sword chi surging from the long sword. "No, this kid, what does he want?" Struggling to get up, Mo Yuan's gaze looked toward the distant sky. At this time, Han Mai had already led Mo Yuqing and the bride outside the Mo family. "My master, he really isn't any Jiuxian sword sect expert. He's just an outer sect first who failed to step into chi condensation for 200 years. Han Mai walked in front, no sadness or joy in his gaze, and spoke faintly. 200 years without condensation. Mo Yuqing and the bride did not expect that the prestigious old ancestor of the Mo family would be this wasted. He spent 200 years creating a sword style. Han Mai took large strides forward, an inexplicable aura surging through his body. This aura made Mo Yuqing, who was following him, have their hearts startled. "Today, I'll show you all what a stunningly powerful person your family's old ancestor is." Han Mai's words were light under his breath as his gaze fell not far away. Over there, a dozen figures wearing greenish-gray robes came rushing in. "Ha-ha! As expected, they are trying to escape. Quickly, after rounding up the Mo clan and finding the treasures, we'll go to the Tai Ling sword sect, except for Sun Luyang, the 9th son of the Sun family, who had a trace of intolerance on his face when he looked at the bride on Mo Yuqing's side. All the others were overpowering with murderous intent as they flew to the scene. Han Mai stood still, one hand behind his back, one hand slowly stretched forward, 2 fingers together. There is sword chi in the sword, which can be rigid or soft and change in many ways. 128,000 sword chi condensed into sword intent. This sword intent, mountains and rivers can be destroyed. This is the return of all swords. Buzz! As the words fell, the sword light rose. Thousands of sword chi, rushing to the sky to dazzle the sun. Punch the duck. All swords return to the clan. Brothers, help me make it to the top of the new book list. Ahem, let's make a card first. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Ma Yuan, concentration of chi, please read it. Thousands of stern sword lights flashed and endless sword chi exploded. Sword chi became a river, running for 100 feet. Sword intent. On a mountain range dozens of miles away, several martial artists in white robes looked up, and someone cried out in shock. An Earth Realm powerhouse, it must be that Qin Yuanhe of the Tai Ling sword sect who struck. An old man in a gray robe coldly shouted in a low voice. Quickly go, surround and kill this person. The Nine Xian sword sect will have a heavy reward. The old man's body had a heavy aura, and he was carrying a long sword, and there was a sharp aura emanating from his body. Boom! A pale red firework exploded in the distant sky. It's a rallying order from the Zhou sword sect. Hurry up, surround Qin Yuanhe and you'll get 3,000 merits. A group of people wearing the robes of the inner disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect flew away and sped forward.
Suortanta.
Oh, good boy. The Mo family mansion. Mo Yuan looked up at the rushing sword light, his face all smiles. It's a pity that I didn't personally see this style of 10,000 swords returning. Falling down to sit on the threshold, Mo Yuan's eyes had a free flow and a hint of regret. This is the return of the 10,000 swords. Slowly closing his hand, Han Mai spoke faintly. The 100 feet of space in front of him seemed to have been plowed by an iron plow. The dozen or so martial artists all spat blood from their mouths, their bodies broken into sieves. This was just a 10,000 swords returned by a single sword intent. If the 3,000 sword intentions were condensed into a sword momentum, what would be the sight of the 10,000 swords returning to the palace that would be executed? Han Mai had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were full of refined light surging through them. 10,000 swords returned to the... Mo Yuqing clutched his bride's cold little hand. Mute, whispered to himself. A sword that killed dozens of Peiyuan and Qi condensation experts, such a strike, was it really created by his own ancestor? How could an outer disciple who had failed to step into the Qi condensation stage for 200 years create such a magnificent sword? Han Mai slowly stepped forward, crouched down, and looked at the twitching figure on the ground. Say, why are you here? The man's eyes were filled with fear. His mouth cackled a few times, his head tilted, and he broke off. Han Makino reached out and grabbed the long sword on the ground. An image appeared in his mind. The young man worships in the Tai Ling sword sect. Young to cultivate the sword, the elite of the gate. He came here along with the elders of the sect to stir up the great power of the Zhou sword sect. That Shenyang sword has the supreme principle of the sword Dao in it. As long as it is found, it will definitely help my Tai Ling sword sect step into the position of the top of the 4 sword sects in the western border. In the picture, the person speaking with a long black beard and robes was none other than the Tai Ling sword sect's expert, Qin Yuanhe.
Tai Ling Sword School, Xuanyang Sword.
Han Mai's eyes narrowed. The last time I heard the name of the Shenyang sword, it was still in the sword pavilion, in the picture of the disciple of the Jiushen sword sect, the disciple of the Jiyuan sword sect who was wearing the sword. What is the secret of this sword? Sister. Sun Luyang, who was lying in a pool of blood, gasped and looked at the bride. Miss Sun reached out to cover her mouth as tears fell from her eyes. Sister, don't blame Nine. The Sun family has been exterminated by the Tai Ling sword sect. We have no choice. You have to be good, live. Before the words were finished, he had broken off. Boom! Not far away, fireworks rose into the air. Han Mai stood up and turned around. Let's go. With that, he strides back. Mo Yuqing and the others didn't see that at this moment. Han Mai's face was pale. It's not nice to kill someone for the first time. Inger, don't worry. My Mo family has an old ancestor. I, Mo Yuqing, will definitely help you avenge your death in the future. Mo Yuqing held his bride whose shoulders were trembling and spoke in a deep voice. By the time Mo Yuqing and the others arrived at the location of the battlefield, not a single living soul had been seen. Sword Chi. This was injured by Sword Chi. Earth Realm. It must be an Earth Realm powerhouse. Everyone turned their heads to look at Mo Yuqing, their faces full of awe. The person who made the shot speaks for itself. Mo Yuqing smiled without saying anything, only casting his gaze into the distance. A figure darted in. Each of these people had an upright figure, with a stern aura flashing from their bodies. All of them are strong sword cultivators. Mo Yuqing has met all the seniors. Mo Yuqing stepped forward and bowed to the visitors. The first person to come was dressed in a gray robe, carrying a long sword, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. Is this from you? Mo Yuqing shook his head and said, Back to senior. This is the hand of a senior of my MO family. That senior has a close relationship with my MO clan's ancestor. With that, he bowed and said softly, my MO clan's old ancestor is in the Nine Xian sword sect. The old man in the greenish-gray robe's expression changed slightly before he nodded and said, well, good. So the MO clan and my Jiuxian sword sect still have such an affinity. Old me, Su Linjin, deacon of the Battle Sword Hall of the Nine Xian sword sect. That Earth Realm powerhouse stepped in to remove the scourge for the Nine Mystery sword sect. It is only right for us to visit that Earth Realm powerhouse at your MO clan. Land boundary. This powerful person from the Nine Xian sword sect in front of him personally said that 10,000 swords old ancestor was an Earth Realm powerhouse. Mo Yunting's face was filled with smiles, and he was busy reaching out his hand. Senior, please. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The bodies all over the floor were naturally cleaned up by someone. A crowd of people surrounded and clustered around the Jiuxian sword sect experts as they headed towards the Mo clan. Boy! The Mo family is completely developed. Surprisingly, even the experts of the Nine Xian sword sect are going to pay their respects. This Mo clan is really flying high. Those guests whispered behind their backs and followed again toward the Murray house. No one wants to leave first in a scene like this. In the back of the Mo family's house, Han Mai returned with great strides. Mo Yuan's face was agitated as he sat there and struggled to get up. How? Condense your qi and cultivate your energy, and cut them all with one sword. Han Mai spoke in a deep voice. Haha. Good. Good. Mo Yuan laughed out a long, hearty laugh. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect. It really does have the ability to cut down thousands of enemies with a single sword. After spending 200 years to create such a stunning sword, Mo Yuan realized that he had no regrets in his life. His face swelled red and he coughed a few times, his body swaying to fall. Han Makino stepped forward and reached out to hold his arm. Mo Yuqing and Miss Sun Clan also came to the front. The two of them looked at each other and bowed and knelt in front of Mo Yuan. Greetings to the old ancestor. Hey, don't you guys think that this old ancestor of mine is useless? Mo Yuan let out a laugh. There was a hint of relief and a hint of regret in his eyes. Old ancestor is a celestial being, and the 10,000 swords returning to the world created is strong beyond the world. Mo Yuqing raised his head to look at Mo Yuan, his eyes full of worshipful elixir. The power of Han Mai's sword just now had completely broken his heart. The person who could create this sword was the old ancestor of the Mo family, and how fortunate it was to be a member of the Mo family. Hearing Mo Yuqing's words, a trace of a pleased smile appeared on Mo Yuan's face before he sighed softly. It's a pity that my dantian is empty and incapable of gathering spiritual qi, or else, I would have been able to live for a few more days. I do want to see the Murphys again. The words faded, and the divine light in Mo Yuan's eyes began to dissipate. Right at this moment, Han Mai suddenly reached out and pressed Mo Yuan's shoulder. A surge of power poured into his body, causing him to stare blankly. Sword intent. It was a complete sword intent that directly penetrated into Mo Yuan's body's meridians, running all of them straight through before crashing into his chest and abdomen and landing in the sea of qi. Han Mai's other hand pressed an elixir into Mo Yuan's mouth. The elixir melted in the mouth and dissolved into vigorous aura. The aura traveled along the meridians that had been penetrated by the sword qi and instantly landed in Ma Yuan's dried-up dantian. Buzz! A force of abundant power emanated from Ma Yuan's body. Qi condensation stage. A sword intent opened up the sea of qi, and an extremely high-grade Yun Qi Dan filled the meridians and dantian, directly allowing Mo Yuan's cultivation to break through and reach the realm of qi condensation. As soon as he entered the condensation, the originally depleted longevity rapidly increased, and the breath on Mo Yuan's body continued to reverse, and his full head of white hair turned gray. His originally dry and thin face also had a lot more blood color. Buzz! Mo Yuan opened his eyes and a sword light flashed in his eyes. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, all the swords and weapons were vibrating. Before the Mo family mansion, Su Linjin, the deacon of the War Sword Hall of the Jiuxian sword sect who was striding forward, was shaken. The long sword he carried on his back was constantly vibrating. Not only him but the disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect behind him, the swords in their hands, even more so, could not even hold them and seemed to be flying away. Sword intent condensed. Earth realm enlightened God. Su Linjin stood still and bowed slightly. It's about honoring the strong. P.S. Thank you for the Book Friends Heart Only Day. Book Friends 2019120720113958. Little brother stupid, your nickname has been in the use of the monthly vote support. Thank you for everyone's catching up on the reading and voting comments. The book results are getting better and better. Thank you, we witnessed the splendor together. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Returning to the sect, Chin Yuanha intercepts. A few miles outside the Mo family mansion, a number of people stopped in their tracks. What a thick sword intent. It's even directly condensed, causing one's soul to be shaken. A gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice, his face full of emotion. This kind of sword intent in the body can be called invincible at the same level. A black-robed middle-aged man whispered, then shook his head and said, originally, this Mo family was married to the Sun family and invited trouble, but I didn't expect. Let's go. The Mo family has such a strong person sitting in their midst, and the Nine Xian sword sect won't seek trouble from them. The other black-robed man turned around and left. This person's sword aura is magnificent. His sword intent is condensed, even more above Chin Yuanha. No need to go look, it's not him. Outside the Mo clan, a group of powerful people quietly retreated. The Murphys don't know it yet. They've all gone from ghost to ghost. Before the mansion, the vibrations of all the sword weapons dissipated, and Su Linjin, the deacon of the Nine Xian sword sect's sword battle hall, straightened up and looked at Mo Yunting. Mo family master, since this senior is going into seclusion for the time being, we won't disturb. We still have to go after the Tai Ling sword sect villain Chin Yuanha. Su Linjin's words caused Mo Yunting to freeze. Why did the people of the Jiushan sword sect not enter again when they reached the entrance position? Seeing his incomprehension, Su Linjin smiled and arched his hand. Don't worry, Mo family master. My Nine Xian sword sect will naturally have people come to pay their respects. My sword battle hall specializes in chasing down and fighting, and has another mission. With that, he bowed toward the mansion, then turned and left. As he watched the crowd of the Nine Xian sword sect leave, Mo Yunting's heart shook, and he felt nothing but cold sweat all over his body. The Sword Warrior Hall was only in charge of killing and attacking, so why did they have to come to the Mo clan just now? He turned his head to look at the back of the mansion, a look of respect in his eyes. No wonder the 10,000 swords old man had signaled with his sword intent just now. If it wasn't for his old man's intervention, I'm afraid that the Nine Xian sword sect really came with bad intentions. At this time, in the back of the mansion, the divine light was converging internally, and Mo Yuan, whose burgeoning sword intent was constantly rising, stood in the compartment, his face full of emotion. Mako, do you really want to go back to the sword pavilion? At this time, his cultivation to the chi condensation stage, life expectancy is still hundreds of years. The body gathered sword intent, 10,000 swords can cross the stage and battle with the Earth Realm. At this moment, he was an Earth Realm powerhouse. If Han Mai was willing to cultivate under him, he would teach him with all his might, allowing him to grow into a master of the sword Dao. But Han Mai refused, wanting to return to the Jiushan sword sect and the sword pavilion as a sword watcher. Master, all the sword chi I have condensed comes from the sword pavilion, and the method of condensing sword chi you mentioned is more convenient for me to practice in the sword pavilion.
Han Mui whispered.
Hearing Han Mai say something about sword chi, Mo Yuan nodded his head. If it wasn't for Han Mai sending him a sword intent and that extremely high-quality elixir to punch open the Dantian Chi Si, he would probably have exhausted his lifespan by now. Good. Mo Yuan looked toward Han Mai and reached out to hand over the long sword Qing He. The only thing I can pass on to you is the 10,000 swords returning. You go back to the Nine Xian sword sect to cultivate, and if something comes up, come directly to me. I, Mo Yuan, will never forget this bond between you and me, master and disciple. Whether it was passing down the 10,000 swords to the sect or allowing him, Mo Yuan, to renew his lifespan and have the opportunity to continue his cultivation, Han Mai was a favor too great for Mo Yuan to describe. Take care, master. Han Mai received the Green Destiny longsword and arched his hand before walking out of the compartment. Mo Yuan sighed lightly as he watched him leave. He no longer needed a longsword in his hand at this point. As Han Mai once said, there is no sword in his hand, but a sword in his heart. 10,000 swords are returned to the emperor. Without a single sword in his hand, he has 10,000 swords in his heart. Since that's the case, old me will live in seclusion and cultivate here in the future under the name of the 10,000 sword ancestor. Maybe in 100 years, the 10,000 swords will return to the sect, and it can be famous. Mo Yuan's eyes were filled with an irrepressible grandeur. Driving the carriage back to the Jiushan sword sect, Han Mai was quite a bit faster. It had only been half a day, and he had already traveled more than 200 miles. It was a pity that those treasures sought by the Sanchin sword sect and the Tai Ling sword sect people were nowhere to be found. According to the bride, Ms. Sun, it was a black long sword with a sheath, one of the dowries of the Sun family. There were a few strange things going on in this matter, but Han Mai didn't want to meddle with it. Mo Yuan was living in seclusion in Greenwood Town, and with him in charge, the Mo family would naturally be fine. Toward sunset, he lit a campfire on the leeward side of the mountain range, then set the dry food he carried on the fire and slowly roasted it. Sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, Han Mai took out a jade bottle. This was the jade bottle that held the longevity-increasing elixir, an elixir that increases longevity by 1 year. Originally, according to the projections of Elder Su Liang and the female cultivator Jin Yuan, Han Mai's lifespan should have ended by now. But now Han Mai not only didn't feel his longevity depleting, but his body was much more relaxed. It seems that dispersing the two sword intents is indeed able to alleviate the depletion of longevity. Han Makino whispered softly, his eyes crystal clear. Today, he first used a sword intent to directly execute 10,000 swords returning to the father, and then sent another sword intent to Mo Yuan. At this moment, there were 2 less sword intent in his chi si, and his own longevity had instead returned a bit. Hihi. It's not bad to come across a mouthful of hot food in these wild mountains. A voice suddenly came, and Han Mai put away the jade bottle in his hand. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Turning his head, a middle-aged swordsman wearing a green robe with a short beard under his jaw and crystal-clear eyes came walking in a big way. The swordsman sat down in front of Han Mai and reached out to take down the steamed buns that were set on the fire. Hoo, it's hot as hell. Nonchalantly stuffing the steamed bun into his mouth, the swordsman lifted his head and looked at Han Mai. Got any wine? Han Muoi shook his head. Go, find a place and beat some wine. The middle-aged swordsman waved his hand and spoke out casually. Han Magne sat where he was and didn't move. Kid, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Han Mai didn't move, the middle-aged swordsman glared and shouted down, Do you want to die? Han Mai's face remained unchanged as he said lightly, You won't kill me if I go and fetch the wine? You hid under a carriage all the way from Greenwood and traveled with it for 200 miles. Didn't you do it just to kill me? The middle-aged swordsman's face changed drastically, and his body moved a few steps back, his eyes staring at Han Mai. Good boy. No wonder that old monster protected you in Greenwood Town. You really have some skills. He let out a cold laugh, pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and said in a low voice, Then I'll let you die in peace. I'm Tai Ling's sword sect Qin. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Mai stood up and raised his hand to point forward. Qin Yuanhe. Zhou Yan treated you as a brother? Why did you kill him? Qin Yuanhe. This person was the Tai Ling sword sect's Qin Yuanhe, who was being pursued by the 9 Xian sword sect. Bull, how could I kill Zhou Yan? Anger appeared on Qin Yuanhe's face, and the long sword in his hand was sheathed. It was just that he moved fast, and Han Mai's movements were even faster. Who? The fire in the middle of the 2 men suddenly flamed to the sky, and a dark red sword chi burst out explosively. On Han Mai's body, 2 green and red sword lights were sheathed. Then with castless sword intent, they slammed straight into Qin Yuanhe. 2 sword intentions. How? Qin Yuanhe's eyes widened as the long sword in his hand went all out to block a green-colored sword intent, while another fiery red sword intent exploded and transformed into countless sword chi that wrapped around him. Scatter! Qin Yuanhe roared, and the sword light on the sword in his hand transformed into 1,000 sword chi, colliding with the green and red sword chi in front of him. It was just that no matter how much sword intent flourished on his body, he couldn't block the ravages of the 2 sword intent, but in a few breaths, his body had already been cut open by the fiery red sword chi. Chop! Qin Yuanhe raised his long sword and ruthlessly slashed at the green-colored sword intent in front of him. Then his body used the rebound force to withdraw 10 feet away. Yang! The long sword that recoiled and flew up into the air fell to the ground. The 2 green and red-handled long swords hung above the fire, gently hovering. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes and rewards from Bailey and book friend Tion Jerklu. The beautiful operation officer Miss Bailey helped me to open the comment and blessing activity. My God, your comments are more wonderful than my body text. And the insights of bookends Yuri Superbrain and Shoujo about Kendo have inspired me a lot. Thank you for supporting, catching up, and voting for this new book. We can go far together. End of chapter. Chapter 34 repeating. obtaining a spiritual weapon long sword. The empty-handed Qin Yunhe was filled with fear as he looked at Han Mai in front of him. He gritted his teeth and stared at Han Mai unwillingly. "Kid, I don't believe you still have." Qin Yunhe flew up and rushed toward Han Mai. Before he finished speaking, another sword intent condensed out of Han Mai's body. Being in mid-air, Qin Yunhe's body turned and scurried into the mountain forest. Got away. An Earth Realm powerhouse who had cultivated sword intent escaped. Han Mai looked at the figures running away in the mountains and forests in a sorry state, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. With a flutter of his sleeve, he withdrew his fingers. Quran. The long sword Qingdian and the short sword Xian returned to their sheaths. The return of the 10,000 swords was not necessary for the sword intent to transform into 10,000 sword chi. Facing an Earthrealm powerhouse, only sword intent against sword intent would be enough to shock and kill. If Qin Yunhe didn't leave, his life would be left behind. Standing in place, Han Mai carefully recalled his previous strike. Having a full level of enlightenment allowed him to review the battle he had just fought. All the images kept running through my mind. The crushing of the two sword intent was cool, but it wasn't really necessary. Qin Yunhe actually didn't have any killing intent when he struck just now. He didn't really want to kill himself. Moreover, Qin Yunhe was just at the beginning of condensing his sword intent, and it was enough for himself to use one sword intent against him. As for when striking out, there was no need to directly use the 10,000 swords returning style. This was a style that had no return. It was too draining of sword intent. It would be better to use the Sanxian sword art. Constantly summarizing, he had various simulations of a rematch coming up in his mind. Only after a long time, both of them defeated their opponents with a single sword before the image disappeared. Han Mai felt like he had an additional layer of knowledge about the use of his various sword arts. When he met Qin Yunhe again, he was confident that he could cut him down with one sword. Sure enough, actual combat is the test of all truth. Although he had just passed 2 moves with Qin Yunhe, but that was an Earthrealm powerhouse of which there were comprehensions, many. The consumption of the 2 sword intentions on his body caused him some flesh pain. This was the disadvantage of him having empty sword intent without cultivation. The sword intent was inspired to remove it, and without enough aura of his own to pull it, he could only let it dissipate. After slightly running the sword intent left in his Qi Si and the aura in his Dantian, a trace of joy flashed across his face again. The depletion of the 2 sword intentions allowed him to regain some of his longevity. Now, at least for a while, he didn't need to worry about longevity. Moreover, understanding that as long as he didn't reside his sword intent in his Qi Si, he wouldn't deplete his lifespan, Han Mai had already thought of a good way to test it out when he returned to the sword pavilion. Taking a few steps forward, he reached out and grabbed the long sword that Qin Yunhe had dropped. Buzz! The long sword vibrated, and a resisting force on it constantly twisted. This sword, it's not an ordinary mortal. Han Mai's face was delighted as his palm gripped the hilt of his sword, and the sword intent in his body was pushed. Yang! There was a crunching sound in the long sword, and then a trickle of sword chi was extracted from the long sword. The sword chi contained in this long sword had not yet condensed into sword intent, indicating that the sword chi in it was not warm enough. An image flashed in Han Magne's mind. Thousands of hammers adding spiritual materials, drawing spiritual patterns. Comprehend the art of spirit possession. It turned out that this was the means of refining spiritual weapons. When the art of spirit attachment was comprehended, Han Mai realized the difference between a mortal weapon and a spiritual weapon. Mortal sword weapons could only store sword chi, and to condense sword intent, unless it was warmed up for 100 years on the go. And a spirit weapon grade sword weapon with added spirit materials and drawn spirit patterns could directly carry sword intent. Even because the spirit material itself possessed great power, the power of a spirit weapon level sword weapon added up tremendously. After comprehending the art of spirit attachment, images of the owner of this long sword practicing swordsmanship appeared in Han Mai's mind. It was an old man in a greenish-gray brocade robe, sword light flowing in his hand as he continuously waved it. Comprehending the sword art Pine Wind. Understanding swordsmanship between the bright moon. Comprehend the sword art White Clouds and Falling Sun. When 7 or 8 sets of sword techniques were comprehended, Han Muoyi understood who the original owner of this sword was. An elder of the San Qin sword sect, a figure who had cultivated a half-step sword intent. It's just that this person was beheaded by Qin Yunhe and seized this sword. It was also through the beheading of the San Qin sword sect's elders that the San Qin sword sect was deterred before it was made to submit to the Tai Ling sword sect. There were still quite a few things that Qin Yuanhe had done under the rule of the Joshen sword sect in the mind's image. It turned out that not only a San Qin sword sect had submitted to the Tai Ling sword sect, but there were several other forces that had also quietly defected. Zhou Yan. When Zhou Yan, the deacon of the Nine Xian sword sect's sword battle hall, appeared on the screen, Han Mai's spirit shook. Qin Yuanhe and Zhou Yan were indeed hairy kids and had a good relationship. Qin Yuanhe was also sincere when he helped Zhou Yan make a breakthrough. It's just that one of them relates to the clan's mission.
Xuan Yang Sword.
A long black sheathed sword. This sword is secretly hidden and relates to the Heaven Realm feats. As soon as that imitation Shenyang sword appeared, Han Mai recalled the sheathed longsword that exterminated the Sun family and implicated the Mo family. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Also, the murder of Ji Yuan of the Nine Xian sword sect seemed to be related to this sword. This sword, in the Zhou Xian sword sect. In the picture, Qin Yuanhe and Zhou Yan were practicing swords and drinking wine, chatting about old childhood stories, and getting along happily. But the good times don't last long. Another deacon of the Tai Ling sword sect asked Qin Yuanhe to urge Zhou Yan to complete his mission. Qin Yuanhe didn't agree and the two ended up parting on bad terms. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yan was killed and Qin Yuanhe took the blame. It seems that this Qin Yuanhe really didn't kill Zhou Yan. Han Mai wasn't interested in writing Qin Yuanhe's name. He had led the sect's mission to come here, and even if he hadn't killed Zhou Yan, he had done quite a bit to harm the Zhou sword sect. After comprehending a few sets of Tai Ling sword school sword arts, Han Mai put away the long sword named Flowing Moon. Spiritual weapons worth their weight in gold. This sword, of course, he had to take it back. Extinguish the campfire, sit on the frame, and meditate on your knees. The groomed two steeds slowly moved forward, but in a moment, they left the mountains. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Qin Yuanhe, whose body was in a sorry state, ran out of the mountain forest. He stood still and looked in the direction the carriage had left. Who is this kid? When did such a demonic figure emerge from the Nine Xian sword sect? Clenching his fists, Qin Yuanhe muttered through clenched teeth. "Tay grandma, I'm afraid this mission is not going to be easy to accomplish." Shaking his head, his figure disappeared down the mountain path. When the carriage stopped in front of the Zhou sword gate's mountain gate, looking at the tall clear jade stone gate court, Han Mai's heart actually inexplicably felt a sense of affinity. Thinking about this trip down the mountain, his longevity problem had turned around, and he saved Mo Yuan from dying, and he also killed someone with his 10,000 swords. All kinds of experiences that seem like a lifetime ago. It's still this Zhou mountain that's quiet. Whispering, he drove the carriage forward.
Han, Bruder Han.
Only when he reached the mountain gate, Lu Gao, a handyman in gray robes, rushed forward with an excited face. "Haha, it's Big Brother Lu." Han Mai jumped off the carriage, reached out and patted Lu Gao's shoulder as he spoke cordially. Returning to the Nine Xian sword sect, he was in a really good mood. "Hey, don't dare to be Big Brother, don't dare to be." Rugo waved his hand and grinned. Not far away, those gray-robed handymen, as well as the green-shirt outer disciples, all looked on with envy. This Lugo is really opportunistic. "That, brother, you are going back. I'll send this carriage for you." Lu Gao saw that no one was in Han Mai's car, so he busily opened his mouth and asked. It just so happened that Han Mai didn't know where the carriage was going to be delivered to, so he handed the carriage to Lu Gao and then probed to take down the longsword from the car. "Then I'll trouble brother Lu. When you're free, let's drink together." When it came to drinking, Han Mai hadn't really drank for a long time. He somewhat missed Huang Lao's big wine gourd. "Hey, good, good." Lu Gao glanced enviously at the two swords Han Mai carried behind his back and the crystalline sword weapon he carried in his hand, and drove the carriage toward the mountain road. Han Mai carried his long sword and walked toward the sword pavilion in large strides. Before arriving at the sword pavilion and looking up at the 3-story pavilion, the golden light shone brightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. It was as if he felt the vibrations of those sword weapons in the first floor of the sword pavilion. These little guys, they miss themselves too, don't they? Raising his step onto the steps, Huang Lao's breathless voice came from the sword pavilion. Sword pavilion rules for receiving a sword: bathing, burning incense, quieting the mind. 6th brother. Han Mai stepped into the sword pavilion with great strides. P.S. Thank you for the book friend Songhai Juzhou. Book friend Chi Pepper Yen stopped the monthly ticket. Thank you for the book friend Moo Moo Brother I the reward. Everyone's catch-up reading, voting comments I remember, thank you, and later must add more. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Since you survived, it's fate with the sword pavilion.
Han boy.
Huang Lao Lu, who was sitting paralyzed on a wooden chair, jumped up and scurried to Han Mai's body. His eyes wide and looking up and down, he reached out and patted Han Makino's shoulder and arm, and took his fist and slammed it into Han Makino's chest a few more times. Haha, you kid didn't die. It's really not dead. In vain, sixth brother. I was sad a few times. Huang Laolio's pale face was filled with joy, and his eyes were a little moist. Han Makino also had a smile on his face. Huang Laolu seemed to think of something, grinned, flipped open a small wooden box, poured out the contents in a brain, and then counted them one by one. Nah, you get these potions back. And this is the spirit stones I've collected over the past few days. This one is reserved for you. This is the elixir that white shopkeeper sent you. This is a letter from that girl Muin to you. This is a token given to you by inner sect Zhao Pu. In bits and pieces, it's quite a lot. Han Mai looked at the things piled up on the tabletop and asked with a smile, "Sixth brother, why are all these things in this box? What are you going to do?" "Buried. If you don't come back, I'm going to bury the stuff and make a mound for you." Huang Lao Lu turned his head and said with a solemn expression, "Clothesline." Han Makino's face twitched. "Han Muoi, come up and meet me." He was about to speak when suddenly an old voice came from above the sword pavilion. Han Makino was shaken. It was the voice of the sword pavilion elder. Huang Laolu and Han Mai exchanged glances. Huang Laolu made a wink towards the stairs. Han Mai nodded, placing both the sword in his hand and the purple flame Qingdian on the tabletop before straightening his clothes and ascending the stairs in stride. Going to the second floor, he glanced at the wooden racks that held the long swords, took a deep breath, and proceeded to the third floor. On the third floor, the space was only 2 feet square, with no wooden racks for long swords, and the windows around it were open and the light was penetrating. Dressed in white robes, the sword pavilion elder sat cross-legged in front of him, and behind him, there was a dark, even sheathed long sword worshipping on a long case. Disciple Han Mai, greetings to the sword pavilion elders. Han Makino bowed and clasped his fists in salute. The white-haired sword pavilion elder nodded, his gaze sizing him up. How did you solve the danger of longevity? Knowing that he would inevitably be asked about his longevity, Han Mai was already thinking about it along the way. Not only himself, but Huang Lao Lu and the sword pavilion elders would definitely be in danger of having their longevity depleted. The sword watchers of the sword pavilion can't escape this. Returning to the words of the elder, this time I returned to my hometown with the first person of the outer sect, Mo Yuan, and thanks to his guidance, I dispersed my sword chi, and within 3 or 2 years, there is no danger to my longevity. Han Mai returned aloud. Scattering sword chi? The sword pavilion elder fixed his gaze on Han Mai, then nodded. At this time, Han Mai's sea of chi contained only solid sword intent, and outsiders could not perceive the presence of escaping sword chi. Even a high-ranking person like the sword pavilion elder didn't notice the abnormality. Then, what are you going to do in the future? The sword pavilion elder spoke again. Han Mai raised his head and looked toward the calm-faced sword pavilion elder. He didn't expect that the sword pavilion elder would still say so much to himself and ask how he would do in the future. Doesn't this old man care very little about his own death? However, he still answered truthfully. Back to the elder. I'm preparing for spirit-body dual cultivation, striving to toughen my fleshly body to be able to withstand sword chi attacks. This was what Mo Yuan had told him the most suitable cultivation method for him. The sword pavilion elder nodded, then said faintly, on the path of cultivation, everyone has everyone's destiny. If you fail to survive the hurdle of the sword chi entering your body, then it is the end of your karma. Since you survived it, it's fate with the sword pavilion. With that, he looked toward Han Mai and lowered his voice. From now on the 1st and 15th of every month, come see me after closing the pavilion. Come to meet me after the closure? Han Mai instantly thought of Bodhi Laozu teaching Sun Monkey the 72 transformations in his heart. Was he really opportunistic enough to be rewarded by the sword pavilion elder? Disciple understands. Han Mai nodded and bowed to the sword pavilion elder before exiting the 3rd floor. As he walked down the stairs, he subconsciously turned back and glanced at the black longsword that was placed behind the sword pavilion elder. This is the 9 Xian sword that suppresses the 9 Xian sword sect's fortune? Why was the style of this sword exactly the same as that Xianyang sword? Han Mai hadn't seen this sword before, but he had seen it a few times in Qin Yuanhe's memory of his sword. Qin Yuanhe was on a mission for the clan, seeking the long black sheathed sword called Xianyang sword. Xianyang, Jiuxian, among them, is there something involved? Shaking his head, Han Mai didn't think any deeper about the matter. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Let those big shots bother. He himself shrinks in the sword pavilion to get away. Slowly warming the sword chi, he does not smell good. Coming downstairs, Huang Laolu placed everything that had been grouped together in a wooden box and handed it to Han Mai. Sixth brother, the sword pavilion elder he. Before Han Mai finished speaking, Huang Laolu had already raised his hand and said, "Don't tell me about this matter." After saying that, he grinned, patted Han Mai's shoulder, and whispered, "Han boy, I've been in the sword pavilion for 7 years, and in 3 more years, I'll be in the status of clan deacon." Hearing his words, Han Mai also laughed lightly. "Worrying too much about yourself, as the sword pavilion elder said. Everyone has their own karma. Huang Laolu too has his own karma. He could survive 7 years in the sword pavilion, so why should he worry about him?" Sixth brother, is there any more wine? Han Mai asked with a smile. Huang Laolu hemmed and hawed, turned around and went to get the big gourd out, shaking it a bit. There's still half a gourd left. Han Mai reached out and took the gourd, uncorked it, and brought it to his mouth to smell it. Spicy, mellow. The wine went down his throat, cool with a fiery heat, through his intestines and through his stomach. A dry heat penetrated into his whole body. Hiss! Ouch! Still wanting to take another sip, Huang Laolu had already snatched the gourd and squinted a small mouthful himself before heartily plugging it up. "I've got some expensive wine here." Han Mai smiled and shook his head, unveiling the wooden box, taking out the pills in it and handing them over to Huang Laolu. "Sixth brother, I made this Dan myself. Going forward, we're not missing this." Until Han Mai returned to the quiet room with the wooden box in his arms, Huang Laolu, who was holding the jade bottle in his hand, still hadn't regained his senses. He looked at the elixir in his hand and then at the quiet room over there. Seemingly thinking of something, he took out the few spirit stones in his coat pocket. Rubbing his palm over the spirit stone for a moment, a complicated expression appeared on his face. "Brat, so you're the real tycoon. Come on, in the future, I, Huang Laolu, will also have a golden leg to hold." As he spoke, he shook his head, took the jade bottle, carried the wine gourd, and walked back. In the quiet room, Han Mai took out the various objects in the wooden box. 5 spirit stones. This was the oil that Huang Laolu had scraped from the sword leader disciples in the past few days. Han Mai left 2 top-grade spirit stones with Mo Yuan when he left Greenwood Town. He who was able to refine extremely high-grade Dan would no longer worry about spirit stones. However, he still accepted these 5 spirit stones. After all, it was Huang Laoyu's intention. Among the wooden box, there were 2 other medicine packets with the names of their medicines written on them. Bright Origin Bone, Turning Marrow Fruit. Han Makino was slightly stunned. Thanks to the book friend 3000 Green Silk Dream Alone Love Hair Like Ink monthly ticket support. Thanks to the Brothers Chase reading. The results are getting better and better. We charge together. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Sending Swords into the Pavilion, 13 Disciples Fallen. What Bai Sujin had sent was actually the 2 main medicines that were missing from the refining of the longevity increasing elixir. This white shopkeeper is really something. Even this kind of treasure can be found easily. Looking at it this way, he had a chance of surviving even if he didn't find a solution to his longevity problem. It's just that I'm afraid that what this white shopkeeper is scheming won't be a good thing, and this medicine, it's a bit hot. Putting the elixir aside, Han Mai picked up a bronze plaque engraved with 3 mountain rocks. This is a token from Zhao Pu. It seemed that the research on the body refining technique Iron Bull Strength of Ting Na had some eyebrows raised. This body refining technique wasn't considered the most important to Han Mai anymore, but he felt that the Iron Bull Strength didn't seem to be as simple as it appeared. I'll have to seek out Zhao Pu sometime and ask for information. If this Iron Bull Strength could be cultivated, he would deduce it further back. At the bottom of the wooden box, a letter with a beautifully written envelope. Han Makino smiled softly and picked up the envelope. Is this like a love letter? I wonder what that girl Mu Wan will write for herself. Han Mai was a little curious and nervous in his heart. How long has it been since you've felt in love? Carefully unwrapping it and unfolding the letterhead, his brow slowly furrowed. After a letter was read, he let out a long sigh, folded the envelope carefully and put it back in the wooden box. In the letter, Mu Wan said that she had left the Jiuxian sword sect for a sect called Linghua Pavilion. It was a sect that was dominated by female cultivators and specialized in the Dan Dao. She said it was because she felt that she could do nothing about Han Mai's longevity problem and blamed herself in her heart that she made up her mind and headed to Linghua Pavilion. She also said that she would come to see Han Mai when she was able to refine pills to increase her longevity. Finally, Mu Wan instructed Han Mai to cultivate well, and with his understanding, he would certainly be able to achieve great things. He also said that children's affairs should not be taken to heart, and that it was best to concentrate on cultivation. Until he put the letter away, Han Mai didn't taste it. Between these words, I don't know if it was telling him not to care about Huang Laoyu's setup, or telling him to focus on cultivation and not to get involved with other female cultivators. Does it mean the first or the second? That night, Han Makino almost kicked the bed sheets. Waking up early in the morning and going to the small courtyard to lightly dance the longsword, Han Mai felt that his understanding of swordplay was much deeper. The various Xian Yuan sword arts had all converged to great perfection, even fused, and there were different sword art derivations again. When he practiced the 1 Xian 2 Xian sword art, a lot of it was just grasping the meaning of it, not bothering about the sword moves at all. The more those sword strokes became gazelle-like and unpredictable. Slightly sweating, a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. Because of the reason of longevity loss, these days his body functions have declined quite a lot, and today he moved, only then did he feel soothed all over. It was immensely pleasurable to rip off my shirt and lift a handful of clear water from the pool. It's still good to be young, ah. Huang Laolu wrapped his heavy robe around him and muttered a few times under his breath, causing Han Mai to laugh. In the morning, Han Mai stood before the wooden frame, holding a piece of linen cloth in his hand that wiped the long sword. Kid Han, do you really want to rub your sword? Huang Laolu looked at Han Mai with an odd expression on his face. Previously, it was because he thought that Han Mai didn't have much longevity anyway, and he didn't stop him when he wanted to polish his longsword. But now, do you really want to let the sword chi penetrate your body and deplete your lifespan a bit more? Sword chi entering the body, maybe it's not such a big deal. Han Mai murmured, walked over to the wooden frame, and reached out to pull out a long sword. Holding the sword in one hand, he wiped the blade with a linen cloth. In his sea of chi, a sword intent boomed and spread out, transforming into 128,000 sword chi. One of the sword chi followed his palm and infused into the long sword in his hand. The sword chi entered the body of the sword, and he could feel an ethereal light shining from the long sword. 1, 2, 3, 10, 30. After the 48 sword chi had infused the blade, the long sword in his hand was already transmitting a clear and cold light. When he wanted to infuse his sword energy again, the long sword transmitted a sense of resistance. Han Mai understood that if he poured any more sword chi into the sword wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, it was only a mortal weapon, and the sword chi that could be infused at one time was limited. Han Mai wasn't in a hurry, sheathing his long sword and then starting to polish the other long sword. In 1 day's time, he dispersed a sword intent and infused it into 2,000 long swords. These long swords have his infused sword chi, and have a trace of inexplicable induction with him. That is, if someone comes to receive the sword, they will subconsciously not choose these swords. Dispersing a sword intent, Han Mai felt his body relax a bit more. It seemed that the combination of cultivating the body technique and dispersing the sword intent, one's longevity would not be a problem for the time being. It was just that if one wanted to completely solve the longevity problem, the most important thing was to raise one's cultivation so that the body could carry the power of the sword intent. In 3 days' time, Han Mai dispersed the 3 sword intentions, as well as the scattered sword chi, into the thousands of long swords, leaving only 8 sword intentions in his body. These sword intentions were enough for him to perform the 10,000 swords return 8 times. And again, it wouldn't be too much of a drain on his lifespan for the time being. The sword chi dispersed into the sword weapon not only warmed the long sword and made it sharper, but also slowly increased the amount of sword chi. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai tried, unusual sword weapons need 7 or 8 days to have sword chi gathered, to warm up a sword chi at least half a month. However, after infusing dozens of sword chi into it, that long sword would produce sword chi in 1 day, and would be able to collect a perfect sword chi in 2 days. In this way, in the future, there was really no worry about the lack of sword energy. In the afternoon, Huang Laolu went down the mountain to fetch some wine, and Han Mai, who had finished polishing his long sword in the sword pavilion, sat in front of the long case with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked beyond the sword pavilion. A group of sword sect disciples wearing black robes walked slowly. These disciples were holding a long sword in their hands. The sword pavilion is an important place, and no one may enter unless they receive a sword to deliver it. Getting up and walking to the door of the sword pavilion, Hanmai spoke in a deep voice. By order of the elder, I am sending the accompanying swords of the 13 senior brothers who died back to the sword pavilion. In front of the stone steps, the lead disciple bowed once, holding his sword in both hands, and spoke in a low voice. 13 disciples fell together? Han Makino was slightly stunned. The 9 Xian sword sect was one of the 9 sects of the western border, the third of the 4 sword sect. 13 disciples had fallen at once. Could it be that something big had happened? Han Makino didn't ask more questions. As a sword pavilion sword watcher, his duty was to watch over the sword pavilion, not to care about why the clan disciples fell. Nodding his head, he raised his hand to take the long sword from the disciple in front of him, then reached out to pull out the blade and gently surveyed it. This sword is the sword worn by inner disciple Wu Teng. That disciple spoke in a deep voice. Quran. The long sword returned to its sheath, Han Mai said indifferently. Today, I received a sword of the inner disciple, checking that there is no error, and entering the sword pavilion. With that, he turned into the sword pavilion and sent the long sword to the wooden rack. Stepping forward, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. An image flashed through his mind. Long sword forge. A young disciple in a white robe led the sword. The long sword was waved and the sword light flashed. Comprehend the Yishuan sword art, smoke and fire. Comprehend the second Xian sword art, beacon. The sword light reappeared, and Han Mai's body shook. All sword arts are fire chakra. He knew the identity of the sword's owner. The disciple from the lineage of Old Man Tao Ran who rebelled against the sword sect in the first place. When the old ancestor rebelled, every disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect who cultivated the fire vein was ostracized and had a hard time. The sect missions they completed were the most bitter and dangerous in the sect, with the least pay. Without the Tao Ran ancestor around, many of the fire vein's legacies are difficult to continue, and a lineage of experts is withering away. This time, the mission was to hunt down the Tai Ling sword sect's villain Qin Yuan He, and a group of fire vein disciples searched around to finally get the news. But instead of finding Qin Yuan He, they encountered a fellow disciple. Era. Seeing the figure that suddenly laid down the killer, Han Mai's eyes narrowed. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Performing the law building, practicing the prairie sword technique. Ji Yuan, the outer disciple who had been missing for a year, when his sword was somehow sent to the sword pavilion. From that sword, Han Mai saw Ji Yuan fall down the cliff, and also saw his sister have her heart's blood taken to refine the sword. A dead man who not only reanimates, but also kills his fellow disciples. Moreover, Ji Yuan, who was originally only an outer disciple, had struck out to kill a group of fire vein inner disciples, but it was actually effortless. What's the hidden agenda here? The images seen in the 13 longswords were much the same. The fire vein is really declining. A few cultivation is not bad. Deacon alone. Early set aside the relationship, let the disciples to survive on their own. A group of disciples were unable to increase their own battle power because of the crippled inheritance. Registering the 13 longswords returned to the pavilion. A group of sword sect disciples in black robes left. At sunset, Huang Laolu came back with a wine gourd. His face did not look very good. I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the sword gate. Huang Laolu entered the door, looked around to see that no one was around, and rushed to Han Mai in a low voice. When pursuing the Tai Ling sword sect's villain Qin Yuanhe, the fire vein was said to have suffered heavy losses this time, and several elders were furious, rebuking the sword battle hall for acting ineffectively. Huang Laolu shook his head and analyzed the general situation under the mountain, then said with great certainty, I think that Qin Yuanhe must be a Jedon realm, otherwise he definitely can't stir up such a big storm. When he finished speaking, he saw that there was no change in Han Mai's expression on his face, so he couldn't help but stare. You know all that? Han Mai nodded and reached out to point at the booklet on the long case. The 13 disciples of the fire vein who fell and returned their swords to the pavilion have been registered. Huang Laolu opened his mouth and did not speak again. During the morning hours of the second day, not long after the sword pavilion opened its doors, the handyman disciple Lu Gao quietly came outside the sword pavilion. He stood outside the sword pavilion and didn't dare to enter, or Han Mai saw it and came out to see him with a smile. Lu Gao came to just mingle with Han Mai, greet him for a few moments, and then chat about things inside and outside the clan. The matter of the 13 disciples of the fire vein falling yesterday had already spread throughout the clan, and even Lu Gao, who was a handyman, knew about it. That Qin Yuanhe is said to be a heaven realm expert, killing 13 inner disciples with a single wave of his hand. You have to be careful, brother. Lu Gao looked around and whispered. When had Qin Yuanhe been rumored to be in the heavenly realm? Han Muoi smiled and shook his head. If Qin Yuanhe saw himself, I'm afraid he'd have to turn around and run away. Brother, don't you take it seriously. When a strong person of the heaven realm strikes, the mountains will crumble and the earth will break, and mortals like us, who are like ants, will suffer. Seeing that Han Muoyi didn't care, Lu Gao was very solemn in his instructions. And it's rumored that the sect already has the intention of annexing the fire vein. So many elders were running around last night. After all, it's a vein that holds a lot of resources in its hands, and whichever vein swallows it can greatly increase its strength. Don't look at Lu Gao as a handyman. The more the bottom, the more gossip he holds. Han Mai's eyes surged with light and he nodded slightly. The clan elders are not even hiding it, and the news has spread to the fact that the clan's handymen are aware of it. So it seems that the matter of annexing the fire vein will not be false. But the biggest thing in the sect right now is still the hunt for Qin Yuanhe. Yesterday there were quite a few messengers out of the clan all night long, summoning all the sects in a 3,000-mile radius. It should be that my Jiuxian sword sect is going to get real. When Lu Gao left, Han Mai sent him off with a smile and asked him to come back when he had time. His invitation made Rugo look pleased. Sixth brother, I'm going out. Waiting for Lu Gao to leave, Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion and opened his mouth toward Huang Laolu. Huang Laolu sat in front of the long case and waved his hand, then suddenly raised his head again and said, "Don't be going to see that white shopkeeper, right? Then I'd say you, people's senior sister Mu Wan has paid so much for you, you can't be negative to her. Zipak Suyong?" Han Muoyi really did have the idea of making a trip to Sujin Lu. Cough cough. I'm going to look for senior brother Zhao Pu. Didn't he leave a token? Taking out Zhao Pu's piece of token and waving it around, Han Mai said aloud. Oh, go on, go on. Huang Lao Lu sat back in his big chair and began to close his eyes. That's how idle the sword watchers were when they weren't on a mission. It's a really light job with a lot of gas, but it's a bit of a lifesaver. After taking Zhao Pu's token, Han Mai didn't go to Zhao Pu's cultivation place first. He went to the Dharma Performance Building first. Maybe Chopper is there. Going to the Evolutionary Law Building, Han Mai sought out a quiet room, then left a message on the jade disc. Quiet room number 134 seeks to rehearse the second level of Iron Bull Strength, rewarded with 5 spirit stones. The Iron Bull Strength second level should only be known to Zhao Pu or a few people from their lineage. If Zhao Pu or someone from his lineage saw the message, they should come over. Unfortunately, the messages kept flowing and no one ever came. Collecting the message, Han Mai looked at the jade disc to see that there were other messages on it. Among them was the request to perform the third level of FA by bow, and the price had already been increased to 20 merits. Han Magne tried to reach out to pick up the quest when he suddenly froze. Quiet room number 11. Long-term request for the performance of the Law of Prairie Sword Technique, rewarded with 1,000 merit badges. 1,000 merit badges. That's a huge reward. 1 merit is 100 spirit stones, 1,000 merit, 100,000 spirit stones. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Moreover, this message showed that it was a long period of time, so it was obvious that the prairie sword technique, no one had performed the method long ago. With Mo Yuan explaining all sorts of general knowledge about cultivation, Han Moyo was now no longer a cultivation novice. The 5 Xian sword art was the topmost sword art circulating in the 9 Xian sword sect now. Above the 5 Xian, there might be more, but it could not be performed without a heaven realm cultivation, and it was equal to an extinct tradition. A prairie fire is the 5 Xian sword art. Fire pulse swordsmanship, Old Man Tauren. By obtaining the purple flame sword, Han Mai had obtained the inheritance of the fire vein. Raising his hand a little, he nudged the message away. At this moment, in the 11th quiet room, a 30-year-old sword cultivator who was originally drowsy suddenly shook and stared. Someone has taken on the mission arranged by Master. How could it be? No one has taken this quest for so many years, and now that the fire vein has fallen to this point, how could anyone come to take the quest? He stood up and was just about to walk out of the quiet room when he saw the door to the quiet room pushed open. A man wearing a white robe with a bronze mask covering his face walked in with great strides. You're the one who's going to perform the Law Prairie Sword technique? Bring the sword. A sword? Hearing that the other party really wanted to rehearse with a sword, the 30-year-old sword cultivator hurriedly bowed and said, I am Shun Muyang. This task was left by my master, Sword Sect Deacon Elder Suyuan. Not a mission issued by you? Han Mai was a bit disappointed and looked at Shin Muyang, who was bowing in front of him, and said, Then is there still a need to perform the law prairie sword art? To be or not to be? Shun Muyang froze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. A few years ago, his master was still often looking for chances in a couple of performing law buildings and the Doors Book Depository, but recently he has given up. That is, he sent them these disciples to take a look from time to time. In fact, everyone knew that the Fire Veins 5 Shen sword technique had been cut off with the ancestor's defection. Although the person in front of him was covering his face, he sounded young, so how could he start a prairie fire? Could it be that some other lineage has come to test the waters on purpose? Thinking of this, Shun Muyang's face sank slightly, handing the long sword in his hand to Han Mai. Okay. Please rehearse the prairie sword technique for me. As the words fell, Han Mai had already reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. Quran. The long sword is sheathed. Buzz. The sword light flashed, a fiery red like the sky, streaming clouds surging, blazing sword chi raging, making the face of a huge change in Shun Muyang footsteps retreated. Prairie. P.S. Thank you for the monthly vote support of the Book Friends over the Bookstone guest. The Death of Your Heart, the Book Friends 201912291249022216, as well as the reward of the Book Friends Kulapati. Thank you for catching up with the votes and comments. Currently has been ranked in the forefront of the list of new books of the metaphysical fantasy. I believe that tomorrow there will be a good recommendation. Thanks for the support. I will try my best to write a good story for you guys. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Tuoba Cheng's Appreciation. What a prairie fire. Although he had not practiced this sword art, Shin Muyang instantly recognized that the sword art demonstrated by the covered man in front of him was prairie fire. What is that endless stretch of fire, a point and break, the momentum of the beacon, not a prairie fire? Shun Muyang stood there with his back against the stone wall, his lips moving lightly as he muttered, What? Didn't see it? Han Mai shook his head, and the long sword in his hand gently probed out again. Just now, in the moment he held the hilt of the sword, he had already seen the memories contained in the sword. Shin Muyang had met Old Man Taoran back then. Back then, old ancestor Taoran had a pure fire vein sword art, and his strength was even above the other 3 old ancestors. Elder Taoran would sometimes instruct them, the junior disciples, comprehend the 3 Shen sword art, cloud and smoke. Comprehend the 2nd Shen sword art, ice flame. Long sword in hand, Han Mai looked at Shin Muyang in front of him. Shun Muyang's cultivation level couldn't comprehend the prairie. However, he could memorize it and then go back and tell his master, Suyuan. Han Makino handed out the sword in his hand, very slowly. Praetorian is a 5 Shen sword art, which involves a hint of sword momentum. Potential. It is condensed by sword intent. When the sword comes out, the heavenly tilt is unstoppable. Shun Muyang stared wide-eyed and perked up his ears, not daring to miss a single image, not daring to miss a single word. Han Mai's sword first gently probed out, and then it was mixed with the intent of wind and thunder. The wind fuels the fire, and a prairie cannot rest 1,000 miles without the wind. After the wind and thunder, the dry and hot air surged, and a fiery red flame came out from the sword light. Han Mai's whisper came, Prairie, what's burning? Go back and tell your master. Red flame connects the sky, grass and trees fall. One sword for 10,000 miles. Beacons start a prairie fire. Boom! Shun Muyang's eyes were once again filled with flames, and he had to raise his arms up to block the blazing heat in front of him. 1,000 merit badges, for starters. When the flames dissipated and the quiet room turned clear, there was no longer Han Mai's figure in front of him, and there was only a long sword, placed on a stone platform. Reaching out to retrieve the long sword, Shun Muyang let out a bitter smile. He couldn't get 1,000 merit badges. Even in the hands of his master, I am afraid that it is difficult to have 1,000 merits now. Fire Pulse, it's tough. Taking a deep breath, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he carried his long sword out of the quiet room. He was going to tell his master what he had just seen and heard. Perhaps this would further his own mastery. Han Mai, who had left the Dharma Performance Building, only felt relaxed. Passing the prairie sword technique to the person of the fire vein, the sword intent in his body that he had gotten from the purple flame sword seemed to be even more solidified. If the sword intent had a mind, I'm afraid it would also hope that the prairie sword art would not go extinct in the fire vein, right? I just don't know what that old Tauran ancestor was thinking in the first place, that he would rebel against the sect? It was useless to think about these long ago things. Han Mai still put his mind on the body refining technique. He was going to find Zhao Pu, an elite disciple of the inner sect.
Innergate, conceals.
The name of the master of Sanshurjai is Tuoba Chang, a top expert of the Middle Earth vein of the Nine Shen sword sect, a deacon elder of the real power of the sect. Zhao Pu was practicing under Tuoba Chang. Han Mai held the token that Zhao Pu had given him, and after the disciple at the entrance checked it, he was let in. How did this person come to my 3-stone fast? Han Mai walked into the gate court, and a young man in a white robe frowned and whispered at the entrance. Humph, it must be that guy Lin Shin who doesn't die. I confiscated this person as a disciple and he came to seek out other master brothers. With a cold smile on his face, the youth watched Han Mai walk into the attic. Impure in heart, and worthy of being a disciple under my 3-stone eye, I'll have you rolling out in a mess later. The inner gate is indeed different from the outer gate. Han Mai saw in the 3-stone lodge that every person wearing a white robe had an extraordinary demeanor. Sanshurjai cultivated the earth chakra, in which most of the disciples were robust. Most of these people were swinging their swords and practicing without any distractions. The swordplay is wide open and powerful. In the middle of the green stone courtyard, several people in white robes were dancing with swords and practicing boxing.
Han Mai.
Seeing Han Mai come, one of them spoke out in delight. Han Mai smiled and clasped his fists. Greetings, senior brother Zhao Pu. This bald and tall youth was none other than the elite disciple of the earth vein, Zhao Pu. The people around Zhao Pu looked curiously at Han Mai. You guys keep practicing. I'll take him to see Master. Zhao Pu laughed and greeted Han Mai as he walked toward the attic. Master said that you should go straight to him when you arrive. Zhao Pu is very cordial appearance, completely without the coldness of the time in the performance of the building. Reached out to pat Han Mai's shoulders, raised his hand, seems to feel too much strength and put it down. The two of them ascended to the attic, which was simply furnished with a hint of antiquity. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Master, Han Mai is here. Zhao Pu's voice was not small. The white-haired old man sitting in front of the long case holding an ink brush and tracing something there had his hand lashed, and the ink brush stained the paper. The old man put his pen and paper away with a sigh, then looked up. The body is as tall and strong as a bear, and although the face is suppressed, the ferociousness is still visible. It seems that this is the owner of the 3-stone Zai, sword sect elder Tuoba Chung. Han Mai stepped forward, bowed, and saluted. Han Mai has met Elder Tuoba. Tuoba Chang sized him up and nodded. I'm on good terms with your sword pavilion's Elder Gao, so it's fine if you call me senior uncle. Elder Gao? Only now did Han Mai realize that the original sword pavilion elder's surname was Gao. Greetings, Master Tuoba. He followed the good advice. Master and elder, that's quite a difference in affinity. Hearing him call, Tuoba Chang grinned, then said, Zhao Pu said that you are a genius in cultivation, and that the hidden secret of the Iron Bull strength was discovered by you. Han Mai was busy arching his hand. I don't dare to call it a genius. It was just a fluke. Hearing his words, Tuoba Chang glared. Your sword pavilion likes to play with falsehoods. If you can discover the secret, that's your skill. Okay, you're the boss, you call the shots. Han Makino bowed his head and didn't say anything. I've studied that Iron Bull strength and it really isn't simple. Tuoba Chang understood Han Mai's purpose in coming here and spoke in a deep voice. 80 spirit stones of Iron Bull strength that could make an elder say that it was not simple. It seemed that he had picked up a treasure. Zhao Pu, you will rehearse the Iron Bull strength follow-up technique that I, Sanshurjai, have deduced to this boy. Tuoba Chang turned his head to look at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu nodded his head, and without saying much, he directly split his feet, and a faint green-colored bull shadow condensed behind him. He sank his waist and threw punches, all of which were steady and accurate. The power swam, and a second green ox silhouette emerged. After that, it's the 3rd course, the 4th course, the 5th course. By the 8th green ox silhouette, Zhao Pu already had a grave expression on his face. Even Tuoba Chang sat up slightly straight. Han Mai's eyes were crystal clear, and he couldn't stop staring at Zhao Pu. There were images running through his mind, going back and forth. Boom! A tremor sounded, and the 9th green bull shadow emerged behind Zhao Pu, and once the 9 shadows came out, they kept shaking, then slowly dispersed. Zhao Pu and Tuoba Chang both showed a hint of regret on their faces. Zhao Pu whispered, 9 oxen taking shape should be the final form of this iron ox strength, but I always feel that something is missing from it. Something missing? A pale aura rose in Han Mai's mind as the changing faces flowed through his mind. His eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Tuoba Chang, who was at the top of the table. Senior uncle, the 9 oxen are united, and they are traveling against the grain into the body. What should we do? Boom! Tuoba Chang smashed the long case in front of him with a slap, stood up, and let out a long laugh, gathering form first and then condensing blood, returning to the ancestral pallor. This is the original way of the body refining technique. Kid, how about you come under my door? End of chapter. Chapter 39, The Origin of Iron Ox Power. Night on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. Tuoba Chang stared at Han Mai as if looking at a piece of beautiful jade. Zhao Pu, who was on the side, was also in awe and shock in his eyes at this time. They master and disciple deduced for several days and diffused the iron bull strength to the realm of the 9 bulls. Further up, it's always impossible to accomplish. What everyone means is that this gong method may be up to this point, the power of 9 oxen, the 7th level of Peiyuan. Tuoba Chang said that there should be a follow-up to the iron ox power, only the direction of the follow-up he could not conclude for a while. The reason for seeking Han Mai to come was because Han Mai had discovered the secret of the iron bull strength, a feat that naturally had to be passed on to him. Secondly, Tuoba Chang wanted to meet Han Mai to see what was so special about the person who could discover the secret of the iron bull strength. Unexpectedly, Han Muo Yi was able to bring him such a surprise. Seeing that Han Muo Yi seemed to be stunned by his words, Tuoba Chang grinned. Kid, the profound ones in the body refining techniques are all about eventually condensing a powerful bloodline and returning to the Mangu. What you just said, the 9 oxen united, this unusual 1,000 kilograms of strength of a green ox might be able to transform into an ancient mangy ox, or a blue water barbarian ox, and several other powerful bloodlines from the ancient times. With a gong method like this, not to mention Peiyuan, it's possible to build a foundation or even the earth realm. Speaking of this, Tuoba Chang gently rubbed his hands together and looked at Han Mai. Kid, with your enlightenment, under my door, within 10 years, you're bound to be a true disciple. True disciple. Tuoba Chang was a real power elder in the sect, and his true disciple was a prominent figure in the entire sword sect. Hearing Tuoba Chang's words, Zhao Pu on the side showed envy in his eyes. 10 years of authenticity, that's a promise, who wouldn't want that? Han Mai also didn't expect that Tuoba Chang would give himself such a high evaluation. Discovering the hidden secrets of Iron Ox power was just a coincidence, relying on his own golden finger as well. To become a body-refining cultivator and then constantly cultivate body-refining techniques? If he hadn't cultivated the 10,000 swords, mastered sword intent, and experienced the power of sword cultivation, Han Mai might have agreed. Now, he just wants to slowly cultivate in the sword pavilion until he cultivates 3,000 sword intentions, condenses into a sword momentum, and cuts out that unknown how strong a style of 10,000 swords returning to the throne. Senior uncle, I still want to be a sword watcher in the sword pavilion. Elder Gao has been good to me. Han Mai's reply made Zhao Pu's eyes widen. Being a sword watcher? Crazy to be a sword watcher who has trouble practicing, right? This Han Mai was so enlightened in cultivation. Why was he so unable to see clearly in his choice of cultivation path? At the top, Tuoba Cheng's gaze was fixed on Han Mai. A moment later, he let out a hefty laugh. It seems that senior brother Gao also holds you in high regard. He heard the meaning in Han Mai's words. The Sword Pavilion Elder also valued Han Mai. Although outsiders thought that the Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer had no achievements in his cultivation, but as a real power elder of the Nine Shen Sword Sect, Tuoba Chang knew more. In the Sword Pavilion, there are also methods of cultivation. It's just that the cultivation in the Sword Pavilion lies in the one-world rampage, not longevity. In fact, in the final analysis, there are thousands of cultivators in the world who can live forever. One armor for a world to cross. One sword can rival the heaven realm. Such smoothness, it is not impossible. The matter of cultivation is ultimately about karma. Tuoba Chang didn't persuade any further, only letting Han Mai be available at any time to come and practice the art of body refining under San Shizhai's door. This touched Han Mai. Zhao Pu was still a little reluctant when he sent Han Mai out the door. Since Master honors it, why doesn't this guy know how to cherish it? By the way, Brother Han, that iron bull strength was found in a relic in the western frontier, and it was originally only considered to be an unusual body refining technique, so I didn't care about that relic. Now look, there may be hidden secrets. Looking toward Han Mai, Zhao Pu whispered, when there's a chance, let's go explore. Exploring to discover the remains of Iron Bull power? Han Makino's eyes lit up and he nodded gently. A place that could have feats like Iron Bull strength was bound to have other good things. And the derivation of the Iron Bull strength down the road, according to what Tuoba Chung said, whether it is going towards the Aqua Barbarian Bull or the ancient Mangcow or those other ancient Fey bloodline paths, it is best to have a reference. There may be a follow-up to the Iron Bull power in that relic that would make the push less of a challenge. Well, after some time, before he finished speaking, someone not far away shouted, "Senior Brother Zhao Pu." Han Mai turned his head to look, only to see an inner disciple in white robes striding towards him. Su Ming, when introduced by Lin Shun, wanted Han Mai to worship under him. It's just that Su Ming can't look at Han Mai and reprimands and humiliates him and Lin Shun. Hehe. You're the one that Senior Brother Lin Shun introduced to worship under my door back then? Su Ming stepped forward and swept his gaze over Han Mai before speaking in a cold voice. He looked at Zhao Pu, then laughed softly. This person is said to have good qualifications and enlightenment, but his heart is too poor and impetuous. I rejected Senior Brother Lin at first. Senior Brother Lin's eyes are getting narrower and narrower as he hangs out in the outer sect. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Speaking of this, Su Ming laughed and said, "Senior Brother Zhao Pu, you wouldn't look at one like him, would you?" See? Zhao Pu's face was ugly. The person that his own master wants to take as a true disciple is so bad in your mouth. Doesn't that mean that his own master's vision is, well, narrow? Han Mai stood aside and coughed lightly before arching his hand and saying, "Senior Brother Zhao Pu, I'll leave first. I'll come back to visit Senior Uncle Tuoba in a couple days." After saying that, he turned straight around and headed out. Brother? Uncle? Su Ming's face showed bewilderment. What the hell? Wasn't this kid introduced by Lin Shun to seek a master under his brother's door to worship? How did this seniority go up so much out of nowhere? Also, his own master is very proud. Rarely let outsiders climb relatives. This kid directly call his own master uncle? Humph. Even the master appreciates his enlightenment and wants to take him as a true disciple. But you can't see it. Hehe. Assuming you really have high enough eyesight, even higher than master. Zhao Pu flung his sleeves and turned away. The master has taken you in as a true disciple. Master wants to take that kid as a true disciple? Su Ming stared wide-eyed at the back of the departing Han Mai. How is that possible? Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion, and Huang Laolu stretched and muttered, "Today is another day of confiscation. By the way, that white shopkeeper is here again. Knowing that you're not dead, very unhappy looking." Not happy? Han Mai looked at Huang Laolu's expression and smiled. This Huang Laolu is trying to set himself up with Mu Wan and is bent on guarding against Bai Suzhen. But a person like Bai Suzhen wouldn't dare to get too close by herself. Huang Laolu closed the door of the sword pavilion behind him and retreated back to the quiet room with his own wine gourd. Han Mai shook his head and went back to the quiet room to rest for a while, waiting for the entire sky to darken, stood up, straightened his clothes, and headed to the second floor of the sword pavilion. Today it happens to be the first day of April. It was the day the sword pavilion elders let themselves up to the third floor. Taking a deep breath and ascending to the third floor, Han Mai bowed toward the sword pavilion elder, who was sitting cross-legged. Disciple Han Mai pays his respects to the elder. The sword pavilion elder nodded and raised his hand to point to the futon in front of the long case. Seat. Han Mai had just sat down when the sword pavilion elder had already opened his mouth indifferently. Han Mai, why do you want to stay in the sword pavilion? Han Makino was shaken. Thank you for the Bookfriend Burger did not eat. Bookfriend Zelote monthly votes. Thank you to support the Chase Read comments, but also a little pigfoot that little red heart are helping me to increase the popularity of O. Good news for everyone. Next week's advancement substrong and new book selection recommendations are up. I have yards of energy now, my back doesn't ache or my legs don't hurt, my eyes don't glaze over, and I have a liver. End of chapter.
Chapter 40 Sword Nurturing Technique, Sword Bonne Condensation, Sword Elixir Formation.
The sword pavilion elder's question was not well answered. You can't answer randomly or truthfully. Elder, originally I wanted to be able to enter the sect and cultivate just fine. I didn't know that the position of sword pavilion sword watchers was a life-threatening errand. Han Mai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if he had known that being a sword watcher almost cost him his little life, he really wouldn't have come to the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion elder didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. Later, when rubbing the sword, there is sword chi entering the body, that taste. Han Moyo tried to recall Moyuen's expression at that time. The corners of his mouth quirked up, the corners of his eyes flicked up, and his fingers flicked. Imbecile. At that time, Mo Yuan said that it tasted like double cultivation. Cough. Just for that reason, you absorbed so much sword chi and let yourself nearly run out of lifespan? The sword pavilion elder couldn't even seem to resist Han Mai's expression. So he coughed lightly and opened his mouth to ask. Naturally, it can't be. Drawing sword chi into the body was an accident. Indulging in it, that was a weak heart. How can a sword cultivator not be tough? Be hard and firm. Back to the elder. I practiced a sword art under the outer sect Mo Yuan. The name is 10,000 Swords. Han Makino stood up and stared ahead. 10,000 swords to the sect? Outer disciples. The sword pavilion elder's face revealed a hint of eccentricity. Cultivating this sword requires sword chi to enter the body? An outer disciple. I'm afraid he hasn't condensed his chi yet? Without condensing chi, know about sword chi entering the body. Hearing his words, Han Mai shook his head, and there was admiration in his gaze. Master Mo Yuan watched the three sword pavilion ancestors strike. A sword across the sky, unrivaled by all, gathering millions of sword chi in one body. His heart felt something, and it took 200 years to finally create this 10,000 swords returning to the sect. With one hand behind his back and one hand with his fingers together, he looked ahead, and the enemy of thousands was but a sword. 10,000 swords, returned to the clan. Han Mai's finger pointed forward, and his eyes were full of refined light, as if a sword chi was bursting out of his body. The sword pavilion elder also seemed to be taken in by his aura, and pondered for a long time before nodding his head and saying, poverty of 200 years of work, condensing the power of a sword, this Mo Yuan has a few moments of perseverance. Seemingly remembering something, he added faintly, when my sword pavilion seniors make a move, the power of a sword is truly mesmerizing. Yes. Han Mai withdrew his finger, then sat back in his seat. Han Mai knew that his first hurdle was considered to have passed. As expected, the sword pavilion elder didn't ask Han Mai any other questions. Condensing sword chi for a sword is quite similar to my sword pavilion's inheritance. The sword pavilion elder had a scroll spread out in front of him, then faintly said, this is the sword nurturing technique. Take it back and comprehend it. If you do not understand, come to me. Raise a sword? Han Makino reached out and took it. Nurturing the sword of the sword pavilion, nourishing the sword chi in the body, and more on top of that, there is also the nourishment of the sword intention in the heart, nourishing the imperishable sword power of the 10,000 worlds. The sword pavilion elder said this, and bitterly laughed and shook his head. Don't think too much. You can't cultivate that kind of realm without 1,000 years. It's the same thing as the 10,000 swords returning to the sect created by your Mo Yuan master. Both are more empty thought than reality. In my sword pavilion, there has yet to be anyone who can condense sword momentum. In 1,000 years' time, those in the sword pavilion who could live more than a year were considered long-lived. Raising a sword for 1,000 years is a bit of a pipe dream indeed. I'll only pass on the art of raising a sword if you can pass the barrier of sword chi entering your body. Otherwise, it's just that the opportunity has not yet arrived, understand? As Han Mai descended the stairs, the sword pavilion elder suddenly spoke out.
Han Mui nodded.
Understand. If you can get sword energy into your body and not die, then you're one of us. If it's dead, it's dead. Back in the quiet room, Han Mai spread out the scrolls in front of him. The scroll was a yellowish silk cloth, and the writing on it was thick, each stroke as if it was engraved by a sword.
Sword nurturing technique.
The content contained therein is not much, but only elaborates on where the sword chi comes from and how it is warmed up. After reading the sword nurturing technique, Han Mai understood even more why the sword pavilion elder had to carry the sword chi into his body before passing on this technique. Without having perceived the sword chi, without the deep feeling of the sword chi pouring into the heart and chest, and without an unspeakable involvement in the sword chi, it was simply impossible to cultivate the sword skill. Turning the sharpness of sword chi into roundness, melting it in the dantian, and cultivating and condensing chi with sword chi. This kind of crazy thing could only be found in the inheritance of the sword pavilion. To cultivate the sword cultivation technique, to build the foundation, one needs to use the sword chi as the foundation, to survive the pain of the sword chi scraping the bones, and to condense into the sword bones. The body gathers sword bones and can raise sword intent. As for the earth realm cultivation, that required the use of sword intent to pass through the veins and enlighten the gods, forming a sword dan. A body of sword chi is a dan, and when the sword dan comes out, all the thousands of sword weapons bow down. In the sword nurturing technique, only the conjecture for the formation of the sword dan was left. Sword Pavilion Inheritance, the Sword Pavilion Elders one armor cultivated, but condensed into half of the sword bone only. From the founding of the Nine Xian sword sect until now, no one in the Sword Pavilion had managed to achieve great success with their sword bones. This gong method, it's very challenging. Reading through the sword nurturing technique once, a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. With this sword nurturing skill, it was easier to warm up the sword chi. As for condensing sword bones and forming sword dan, although it was far away, just thinking about it could make one's blood boil. Cultivating for a lifetime, of course, one should become the strongest sword cultivator. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, those 8 sword intentions in the sea of chi vibrated slightly. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Comprehend the sword raising technique. As the sword skill was comprehended, a trace of the sword chi scattered around Han Mai fluttered and probed into his body. Hiss! It's a bone scratcher. His face twisted. Han Mai clenched his teeth and insisted. This was the correct way for sword chi to enter the body. The broken and scattered sword chi was light and thin, and after entering the body, it ravaged the skin inch by inch, eventually penetrating into the meridians. This time, it hurt 100 times more than before. These uncontrolled sword chi pierced through the tendons and veins, seeming to slice open all the meridians. When a circumference was running, and all the sword chi fell into the dantian to walk in a circle and then merged into the chi sea, turning into a pale green sword chi that slowly rotated and warmed up, Han Mai was already drenched to the skin. This sword chi entering the body had to be tortured like this. Then to condense into a sword intent, wouldn't it be a torment of 128,000 times? Han Mai somewhat admired those Sword Pavilion seniors. It really is all masochism. Probing around, he found that the aura in his dantian had been absorbed by 0.5% by the sword chi. This sword chi was still a big eater of aura. However, he also noticed the difference between this one sword chi and the others. This sword chi was clearly more agile and clear, and the connection with him seemed to be more intimate. Not daring to absorb more sword chi, he followed the gongfu in the sword nurturing technique and carried that sword chi back to his meridians, traveling towards the dantian and the sea of chi. The sword chi had only left the sea of chi when Han Mai's face changed. Ah! Cool. At this time, the sword chi was as gentle as water, icy and moist, walking through the tendons and veins as if it was being caressed by gentle little hands. That taste. Double fix. Han Muoi remembered the word. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as the sword chi rushed into his dantian.
Pui Yuan.
Finally, this time he stepped into the Peiyuan stage with his sword chi, truly stepping onto the path of cultivation. This night, he slept comfortably. The next morning, Huang Laolu looked at Han Mai with a few strange gazes. The two of them washed and practiced, and after having breakfast, they sat in front of the long case and closed their eyes. This is the main business of Kenkaku. Watch over the Sword Pavilion. Senior brother, you've finally returned to the Sword Pavilion. At noon, a voice woke up Han Mai, who had closed his eyes in a false sleep. When he opened his eyes, the Sujin mansion master, who wore a white dress and had a face like a peach blossom, stood outside the Sword Pavilion. Han Mai subconsciously turned his head to his side. Huang Laolu stared. The rules of the Sword Pavilion. No one who is not a member of the Sword Pavilion may enter. At the doorway, Bai Sujin covered her mouth and smiled. This senior brother is really dedicated. I see that you have a yellow face and a hunched back. There are several good medicines in my store that can cure your waist. Should I bring you a few? Huang Laolu's face shifted red and white as he snorted coldly. 6 waist, really? Han Mai walked to the door and whispered, Don't talk nonsense. What is it that you seek me for? Bai Sujin smiled and spoke. Of course I miss you. Before she finished her sentence, Han Mai turned to leave, and Bai Sujin hurriedly changed her words. Want to do business with you. End of chapter. Chapter 41. The Sword Sect is about to get real. Han Magne also wants to talk business with Baek Sujin. A single sword chi sucked away half of the aura cultivation in his dantian, which made his heart a little weak. To nourish the sword chi, he needed more aura. It takes a lot of money to buy elixirs to make pills. A man can't be tough without money. Currently, one of the means by which he could make money was to go to the Dharma Performance Building to answer questions and earn merit and spirit stones. The other one was to refine the Cloud Chi Dan. The QA over at the Performing Law Building is not a regular occurrence, and the prices are not very high. The one that really made a lot of money was still refining the very best quality Cloud Chi Dan. An extreme Cloud Chi pill was 3,000 spirit stones. People are like this, taste over the taste of big money, 3 or 500 spirit stones, that kind of income, do not see. It's just that the woman in front of me is not a good person to deal with. Glancing at the peach blossom faced by Sujin, Hanmai said with a stern face, "Doing business is fine. Don't hit on anything in my sword pavilion." Bai Sujin let out a light laugh and said, "Are you talking about the sword? Or the person?" Hanmai didn't answer her words and walked straight down the steps toward the secluded mountain path in front of the sword pavilion. Bai Sujin smiled and chased after him. In the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu stretched his head and muttered under his breath, "Han boy 1TB so inconstant. This is drilling the grove." On the mountain path, Hanmai turned to look at Bai Sujin. "Shopkeeper Bai, I'll pay you spirit stones for those 2 types of elixirs." Bai Sujin nodded and didn't refuse. "Senior brother Han, when will you be able to refine that extreme Cloud Chi pill again?" Saying that it was about business, Bai Sujin really spoke directly. 10 Cloud Chi pills. I don't think it's that easy to sell out, right? I'm afraid there aren't that many rich and powerful disciples in my 9 Xian sword sect. Han Mai gave a light laugh and said indifferently, "Even if it was an extreme grade, it was ultimately a Cloud Chi Dan, an elixir taken from Chi condensation to the foundation establishment stage. Those who needed such pills were all inner disciples who had condensed their Chi or built their foundations. 3,000 spirit stones." Bai Sujun changed her hand and increased the price, starting at 3,350 spirit stones apiece. There weren't many inner disciples in the 9 Xian sword sect who had such a fortune, unless they were those of the 2nd generation of cultivators. It's really the 2nd generation of cultivators, and they're not very short on elixirs. Cluck, Senior Brother Han. Extreme Dan is a scarce item at all times, and there are quite a few who are willing to spend spirit stones to purchase it. Bai Sujin laughed lightly, then a crystal light flashed in her eyes as she whispered, "Besides, I didn't say that it would be sold right in the 9 Xian sword sect. Sure enough, behind this Bai Sujin, there are still huge forces. Even this power was big enough to place forces in the 9 Xian sword sect. It's one of the 9 sects of the western frontier." Han Makino's brows furrowed. "Is this considered betrayal of the Jiuxian sword sect? Senior brother, you yourself have only just set foot on the path of cultivation. So you're not worried for the clan yet, are you? Nowadays, it's only proper for you and I to get our business up and running, earn more spirit stones, and then raise our cultivation level. Bai Sujin is worthy of being a businessman." And in a few words, she made Han Mai's heart move. "Fine, I don't care if you sell the pills to other sects, but you're not allowed to sell them to the Tai Ling sword sect." Han Mai pondered for a moment and made his request. Bai Sujin didn't hesitate and agreed directly. With so many sects in the western frontier, any more extreme Cloud Chi pills could be digested, so why did they have to sell them to the Tai Ling sword sect? Besides, it's none of her business if people have resold it a couple times. "Going forward, I'll give you 100 Cloud Chi Dawn a month. All of them extremely high quality." Han Mai counted. After all, it was an extreme grade Dan. Releasing too many would definitely affect the price. 100 pills a month, no more. "You help me collect spirit medicines, and also, any news about longevity increasing pills and spirit medicines, tell me." Aside from not being too satisfied with the amount of 100 pills a month, Bai Sujin could be said to be fully loaded. However, the business of 100 extreme Cloud Chi pills a month was enough for her to consolidate her position in the sect. Not to mention that what she valued more was long-term business. When Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu scrutinized his neat clothes, then muttered, "So soon?" Han Mai was too lazy to bother with him, slowly warming the sword chi in his dantian to himself. At a peak of the 9 Xian mountain, underneath a steep cliff, several inner disciples wearing white robes waited nervously. In front of them, a short bearded middle-aged man in a green robe had his eyes closed, and the sword in his hand was constantly trembling. Boom! The middle-aged man swept out his sword, and 3 feet in front of him, flames appeared. "Prairie fire. Master teacher has comprehended prairie blaze." Seeing this sword light, a white-robed disciple exclaimed in an excited low voice. Several other people were also filled with joy. 5 Xian sword art. With this sword art one can fight beyond the ranks. Although he couldn't fight against the 3 supreme elders, he was at least capable of defeating the strongest members of the sect at the half-step Jedan stage of the Earth Realm. If Master Teacher comprehends this sword art, he will be able to hold up the banner of the fire vein. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of exhilaration and a hint of regret. Red flames even in the sky, grass and trees all fall. A sword for 10,000 miles. Beacons start a prairie fire. In my style, I'm missing the wind to fuel the fire. His words caused the group of disciples to freeze. Shin Muyang busily said, Master, do you mean that you haven't comprehended this style of sword art yet? All that he saw and heard in the Dharma Performance Building, but he spoke out word for word. There's no hiding at all. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. I have comprehended the prairie plain. Suyuan shook his head and laughed softly. But I haven't mastered the sword momentum that prairie plain implies. Saying this, he looked towards the nervous disciples. Don't worry. With this sword technique, my fire vein shall be able to pull through. The various rumors circulating in the sect about the fire vein to be annexed were certainly not empty. He had also thought that the fire vein was about to dissipate. I didn't expect to find a way out of a desperate situation, but my own disciple brought back the prairie sword art. Thinking of the masked man who practiced swordplay as described by Shin Muyang, Su Yuan's eyes narrowed. Who the hell is this? Prairie, is it true that apart from Master Taoren Elder, there is someone else who will? Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan held his long sword in his hand and looked at his disciple. Wu Tang and the others were killed by Qin Yuanhe. I'm going to avenge them. With the prairie sword art, I'm certain of victory. Speaking of this, he lowered his voice. If you can kill Qin Yuanhe, with this feat, you will definitely be able to gather the hearts of the fire vein. The fire vein was already scattered, and only if a supreme powerhouse came out could he subdue everyone. Su Yuan was trying to reunite the hearts of the fire vein by virtue of beheading Qin Yuanhe, both to avenge the disciples of the fire vein and to display his battle prowess. We'll follow Master. The disciples were busy clasping their fists and bowing. Su Yuan nodded, then looked at Shin Muyang and said, Muyang, you stay in the sect and go to the Dharma Performing Building to guard that Dharma Granting Senior. If you can meet him, you tell him that I, Su Yuan, would like to pay a personal visit and offer that 1,000 enough merits. Speaking of this, he let out a bitter smile and said, If I don't complete this mission, I really can't get 1,000 merit badges. The fire vein resources are there, but they are so fragmented that they can't be brought together, and there isn't much in anyone's hands. Shun Muyang bowed and said, Disciple understands. He couldn't imagine which senior in the sect was the one who had imparted him with prairie fire. But by the sound of the voice it seems not very old. Yang. The mellifluous sound of bells came from the mountains in the distance. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, I'm afraid that the sect elder's deliberation is about this matter. I'll go and take a look. As Han Mai, who was standing at the entrance to the sword pavilion, turned around, he saw the sword pavilion elder walking down the stairs. The elders are deliberating. I'm going to watch from the sidelines. You guys close the pavilion door. When the sword pavilion elder finished speaking, his body moved and took a 10-foot step. Han Mai's eyes narrowed. This was a body-refining tactic. It seems that one's method of dual cultivation of the spiritual body is correct. He looked off into the distance at the peaks. The sword sect is going to get real. I just don't know if I'll be able to see the 9-shen sword in all its glory this time around. Huang Lao Lu probed, muttering out under his breath. Han Mai frowned and said, Sixth brother, if you move the 9-shen sword, won't the elder's cultivation be ruined? The sword pavilion sword viewer had raised his sword chi for an aeon of time, only to catalyze the 100-breath 9-shen sword and transform it into the 100-breath heavenly realm. After one sword, the sword chi wore out, and the sword watcher's cultivation was nullified. Who said that moving the 9-shen sword would deplete your cultivation? Hearing Han Mai's words, Huang Laolu glared. As long as the sword is carried, who else would dare to move it? Does he want to die? P.S. Thanks to the book friend Smoke and Rain Sound Cold Reward. Thanks to the book friend Yuan Yuan's monthly votes. In all the book friends greatly chase red support. Next week the book will be on the classification of the strong push position. The book is updated, on time, at midnight and 12 o'clock noon, with stock releases, quality and quantity guaranteed. Everyone catch up lately, don't feed the book. Next week, the book is also going to be 100,000 words, and the subsequent episodes are definitely more exciting. The mountain wind wants to come the protagonist wants in the sword pavilion peacefully and steadily to the invincible, but the abominable author led a gang of cannon fodder villain supporting characters continue to do things, vowed to let the protagonist break the power. There are still so many good swords for the protagonist to observe and comprehend. Let's see who can't hold out first. End of chapter. Chapter 42. If you don't want the sword, you can leave. When the 9 Xian swords came out, the Sword Pavilion Elder's cultivation of 1 armor was spent. However, as long as the opponent was not in the Heaven Realm, then it could be cut down with a single sword. If someone really provoked in front of the Sword Pavilion Elder who had brought the 9 Xian sword there, they would have to be prepared to fall. Not many people in the world really don't care about their lives, do they? Huang Lalio's words left Han Mai speechless. It seems that the power of this 9 Xian sword's deterrent might still be on top of the actual battle power. This thing is a strategic weapon. Closed the sword pavilion and Huang Laolu went to bed by himself. Han Mai took the linen cloth and went back to wiping the long sword. He first wiped those long swords that had been infused with sword chi before, collecting a total of thousands of sword chi before re-infusing them into the other sword weapons. As he wiped down the long swords, Han Mai realized that all the long swords that contained sword chi had a slight increase in quality. This boost is minimal, but it can make a big difference over time. Maybe those semi-spiritual artifact level longswords had a chance to warm up into spiritual artifacts. Thinking of the spirit weapon, Han Mai returned to his quiet room. In his hands, he now had 3 sword weapons. Tao Ran Old Ancestor's Sword Purple Inflammation. This sword is a short sword, which can contain the old ancestor's sword intention, but not a spiritual weapon, purely relying on the old ancestor many years of warming up. The other long sword, the Green Underworld, was a sword chi raised by Mo Yuan for 200 years, which was similar to the Purple Flame. Both of these swords were carrying sword intent in mortal weapons. Sword intent infused the sword, flowing and surging through it, and Han Mai could feel the kindness coming from the sword. These 2 swords had an additional flesh and blood tie to him. It's a force of the underworld. This is the true utilization of the sword nurturing technique, isn't it? Feeling the changes in the sword intent in his sword body, Han Mai whispered to himself. At this time, the sword body was not infused with sword chi, but rather sword intent flowed through it, blending with water and milk. Raise your sword with your mind. It was believed that before long, these 2 swords would have more spirituality and a sharper sense with themselves. Just this tactic, I am afraid that not many people, even those who are strong in the earth realm, can do it. After all, who repair out of the sword intent, is not the baby has to hide in the Dantian Chi Si, constantly polishing? Who can cultivate excess sword intent, and then warm up sword weapons? And more than 1 sword? It's too extravagant. Putting away the 2 swords, Han Mai took out the long sword he had gotten from Qin Yuanhe. This long sword named Flowing Moon was a true spirit weapon. It didn't matter if it was the forging technique, or the spirit materials mixed in, or the spirit patterns engraved afterwards. Afterwards, this sword was warmed in the hands of the San Qin sword sex elders and Qin Yuan He, both of which were infused with sword chi. This made the spirit of this sword increase greatly. When Han Mai got the sword still had sword chi resisting. Buzz! A sword intent was poured into the sword, and the long sword began to vibrate. In front of Han Mai, the original 3-foot long sword slowly vaporized. The body of the sword shrunk from 3 feet and became a small sword like a hairpin that was no more than a foot long. This is a spiritual weapon, capable of changing size after refining. If it was a magic treasure like the 9 Xian sword, it was said that it could be directly transformed into a Dan pill, swallowed into the Dantian Chi Si, and hidden in the body to be warmed up. Pocketing the small sword, Han Mai let out a light sigh of relief. With the 3 sword intent dispersed, the pressure on him was a little less again. And these 3 sword artifacts would allow him to utilize his overwhelming battle power. Lying on the wooden couch, Han Mai had a smile on his face. The 10-foot Dantian opened up. The sea of chi hid the sword intent, and the spirit body double Pei Yuan. There was also the mastery of sword refining and alchemy means, and the comprehension of hundreds of sword arts. The current self was finally considered a qualified practitioner. Swordsmanship. This feeling of having power and cultivation is very fulfilling. This time, the elders' meeting did not know what to discuss, and it was already the middle of the night when the Sword Pavilion elders returned. Tomorrow a disciple will come to receive the sword. The Sword Pavilion elder opened his mouth to command as he went upstairs. By the time the second day rolled around, several inner disciples came to collect their swords starting in the morning. They were participating in the sword sect quest to qualify to receive a sword weapon. These inner disciples whose cultivation was not outstanding were only receiving the lowest level of swords in the first place. Such a sword weapon was fine for practicing in the sect on weekdays, but when it came to going out to fight, the quality was poor. Because it was a mission to receive a sword, several people all just registered and then went to pick their own sword weapons. Huang Laolu saw that there was no oil to scrape, and his face was a little unsightly. Senior. At the entrance of the sword pavilion, a surprise call suddenly came. Han Mai and Huang Laolu looked up and saw that it was 7 or 8 outer disciples in green robes standing there. The leader, Han Muyo, has met Zhang Han, the 100th one in the outer gate. Zhang Han's face was all joy as he bowed toward Han Mai and said, Zhang Han pays his respects to senior brother. Several people on his side were busy bowing after him. Huang Laolu showed an odd color on his face. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The few inner disciples in the sword pavilion who were still choosing swords looked up with mocking smiles on their faces. I'm sure it's the outer door that's so humble. Han Mai waved his hand and looked at Zhang Han. What, you want to lead the sword? The sword in Zhang Han's hand was handpicked by him and was perfect for Zhang Han. With Zhang Han's current strength, there was no need to change swords. Hearing Han Mai's words, Zhang Han shook his head and said, Senior brother. It's these senior brothers of mine who have taken up the conquest mission and want to come and collect a handful of sword weapons. With that, he turned his head and whispered, This is Sword Pavilion sword viewing senior brother. If you guys trust me, don't hide it. Those few people seemed to be convinced by Zhang Han's words, and they were busy coming forward, placing spirit stones on the long case in front of Han Mai and Huang Laolu one after another. 10 blocks. 10 spirit stones for one person. 8 people, that's 80 spirit stones, piled up there, shining with a halo of light. Huang Laolio's eyes widened. These outer disciples are so generous. Those inner disciples who were still choosing their swords also had shocked looks on their faces. Spirit stones are something that inner disciples only have 10 per month, which is not enough for cultivation. These outer disciples, so rich? Humph. Did you guys get your spirit stones from the wind? An inner disciple snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Han and the others. The sword pavilion receives swords and still has to pay filial piety. The rules of the sect, they've all been broken by you guys. After he finished speaking, he looked toward Han Mai and Huang Laolu and said with a sullen face, They're all just outer disciples. Every spirit stone is saved out, so you guys be careful about taking it and having an uneasy heart. Hearing his words, Huang Laolu narrowed his eyes and flipped the previously registered booklet open. Zhao Yoji, inner disciple. Just now I observed that you didn't seem to have bathed and meditated, and there is an odor on your body. You will not lead the sword today. Huang Laolu slowly opened his mouth, causing the faces of those inner disciples to change sharply. Senior brother Zhao, don't mind this idle business. Senior brother, the rules of the sword pavilion are out of control. Several inner disciples were coming forward to persuade them in a low voice. Zhao Yoji gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared at Huang Laolu. Huang Laolu sat behind the long case with a flourish, reaching out and sweeping all the spirit stones piled up on the long case into the drawer placed below. This kind of provocation made Zhao Yoji's eyes seem to be about to burst into flames. Senior brother Zhao, thank you for your concern. Over there, Zhang Han suddenly stepped forward and bowed towards Zhao Yoji before saying, We are not trying to honor senior sword watcher, but rather, we are asking senior brother to help us choose long swords while we can. Hearing his words, Zhao Yoji turned his head and glared at Zhang Han and droned, Bull, we sword cultivators don't choose the sword in our hands ourselves, and we have to pretend to borrow an outsider's hand? With this boneless look, your cultivation sword skills must be extremely poor. As Zhao Yoji's words came through, Zhang Han wasn't annoyed, but those other outer disciples who had come with him had already pressed on. Senior brother Zhang Han is in the top 100 of the outer sect, and his cultivation sword skills are top-notch in the outer sect. Elder brother is doing us a favor, you people are meddling. So what if it's the inner sect? When this mission is completed with merit and cultivation, we can all enter the inner sect. The disrespect in the words of a few people caused Zhao Yoji and the inner disciples behind him to glower with round eyes as their auras rose. You can go out if you don't want to receive the sword pavilion. There's still no room for you to be wild. Han Mai's words caused the entire sword pavilion to fall silent. He looked at Zhang Han. Where's your conquest mission going? Back to senior brother. The Sanqin sword sect betrayed the sword sect, and the sect has issued a conquest mission. Zhang Chen bowed and said in a deep voice, Punch it, trying to punch the new book list next week. XDM. Spell duck together. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Watching Swords, Watching People, Watching Sword Techniques. The Sanqin sword sect was issued.
Han Mui Nuded.
Back then, He had killed so many Sanchin sword sect people with a single sword, which was interspersed with Tai Ling sword sect disciples. Later, when the Sword Warrior Hall went to investigate, the matter would definitely come out. Since it's an outgoing mission, in which danger is inevitable, choosing a suitably good sword is indeed necessary. Han Mai looked toward the several bowing outer disciples before reaching out and pointing at one of them. First, you will demonstrate the sword techniques you usually practice, and I will see what sword suits you. The disciple named by Han Mai froze, then arched his hand in surprise. My name is Sun Daong. I pay my respects to senior brother Han. With that, he drew the iron sword in his hand, a starting stance, and then swung it. The other disciples all hastily backed away, making way for the already small space. Maybe it was because of the sword dance in front of Han Mai, or maybe there were still inner disciples watching, although Sun Daong was very serious, but that sword skill looked real miserable. By the time he finished his sword dance, he was a little embarrassed and stood there at a loss for words. No speed for speed, no power for power, eyes and shifting all can't keep up. At this level, how dare you go on a conquest mission? On Zhao Yoji's side, an inner disciple holding a long sword in his hand said in a cold voice. Sun Daong's face swelled red and he didn't dare to raise his head. That's a fair assessment, to be sure.
Han Mui agrees.
It's just that people are here to receive their swords. Can he comment like that? Sixth brother had taken the spirit stones away, so he naturally had to think of a way to do it himself. Sitting in front of the long case, Han Mai tapped his fingers on the desktop. The entire first floor of the sword pavilion. There is only knock knock knock, slow knocking sound. A picture flowed through Han Mai's mind as Sun Daong's sword practice was enlarged and then flowed over and over again. Move by move. Comprehend the Shen Yuan sword art. Wrong wood. When the sword technique was comprehended, the picture in Han Mai's mind changed again, and it wasn't Sun Daong's slow and steady appearance. A move of the board is correct in which the force and speed change, the sword light is much more magnificent. It's not a bad sword art, what it needs, some assistance and a correction to the sword art. Sun Daong, who was standing there, was jittery and couldn't help but look up. This way, on the left-hand side, the 31st wooden rack, the third row, the fifth sword. Han Makino suddenly spoke out. Sun Daong busily went over, followed the mark, took the sword, and held it in his arms. At this moment, he seemed to be placing all of his hopes on Han Mai's guidance. It was as if the sword that Han Mai helped him choose must be the most suitable for him. Seeing him like this, the few inner disciples frowned. Sword cultivator, without a firm heart, how can you become one? This sword is called Luo Yi and is 3 feet, 1 inch and 6 minutes long, with a blade 1 inch and 4 minutes wide, and a blood groove half an inch deep in the center. The sword weighs 13 pounds, 5 taels, and 1 cent, and the hilt is wrapped in lobe wood. This sword is very suitable for the wood vein sword stance. It is not considered thick and heavy, nor does it win with speed. It is valued for its composure. As Sun Daong walked back with his sword in his arms, Han Mai spoke. With every sentence he said, the astonishment on the faces of the people in the sword pavilion increased. This sword watcher could actually remember the weight and length of any sword in the pavilion of swords. Even the means by which he refined this sword, the strengths and weaknesses of which he was able to name. The look on Sun Daong's face grew more and more surprised as he hugged the sword even tighter. This sword can utilize 10% of the power of that sword art of yours. You practice it once more, move 3 times faster. Don't raise your head when you strike the sword, just look forward with your afterglow. Also, you don't seem to have enough strength in your wrists, so first tie the hilt to your wrists with a strip of cloth. Han Muoi then spoke. In the sword pavilion, Huang Lao Lu turned his head to look at him and muttered a few words under his breath. Sun Daong no longer had an ounce of doubt about what Han Mai had said, and was busy doing as he was told. Zhao Yoji and the others on the side all stopped choosing their swords, their eyes fixed on Sun Daong wrapping his wrist. The points that Han Mai had just said made sense to these inner disciples and them. With their eyesight, although they could see the drawbacks in Sun Daong's sword stance, they were unable to truly point them out. At this moment, hearing Han Mai said, he immediately felt a sense of seeing the sun through the clouds. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and Sun Daong stabbed out without lifting his head. This sword was 3 times faster than before. Just these 3 points instantly made the sword stance completely different from before. An icy killing aura instantly filled the air. Stab. The long sword swept across the room, bringing up a cold light that caused Zhang Han and the others to subconsciously retreat. Sun Daong also felt his sword moves change, Each sword was extremely attentive, a combination of the Tao of attention and speed. After the 12 moves of the wrong with sword art were finished, there was silence in the sword pavilion. Sun Daong held his sword in his hand and bowed deeply toward Han Moyo before stepping back a few steps, turning to look at Jiang Han and the others behind him, grinning a silent laugh. He himself could feel himself transformed. Looking at Sun Daong, who was standing there and seemed to have an extra trace of a strange aura about him, Zhao Yoji was shaken. He remembered what his master said. We cultivate swords, so of course we should trust the sword in our hands. With a sword in your hand, you have a sword in your heart. That was when sword cultivation began. At this moment, Sun Daong is not the sword in his hand, the sword in his heart? A sword in your hand, a sword in your heart. Zhao Yoji whispered softly to himself, and a crystal light shone through his eyes. Senior brother, my name is Tao Sherwu, and I cultivate the Xian Yuan sword art scoring, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Elder brother, I cultivate the willow leaf. Sifu. The remaining outer disciples all surged forward, bowing and saluting Han Mai as they excitedly opened their mouths. Han Mai smiled and waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry, one by one. Half an hour later, Jiang Han gratefully led all his brothers and sisters to bow to Han Mai before striding out of the sword pavilion. At this moment, on the first floor of the sword pavilion, aside from Han Mai and Huang Laolu, only Zhao Yoji and a few of their inner disciples remained. A few people looked at each other. Just now, Han Mai helped Sun Daong choose their swords and gave them pointers on sword techniques, and they watched the whole thing, and the shock in their hearts was just beyond words. Every outer disciple's sword-killing power had doubled after being instructed by Han Mai. Such tactics were not available to those late Foundation establishment deacon experts in the gate. I'm afraid that only powerful people of the Earth realm have this kind of vision and insight. Zhao Yoji took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, and bowed toward Han Mai. Elder brother, I was wrong. After he finished speaking, he arched his hand once more and said, I beg senior brother to help me choose a sword. Taking a step forward, he placed a merit voucher on the long case. A merit badge is worth 100 spirit stones. Huang Lalio's eyes stared at the merit voucher and couldn't move away from it. A few others were also busy coming forward, each presenting a piece of merit voucher. What's a merit voucher compared to a shared longsword and fencing pointers? 6 merit vouchers were 600 spirit stones. Huang Laolu turned his head to look at Han Mai. This guy, how come making money is like robbing? Looking at the merit vouchers in front of him, Han Mai gently shook his head. Zhao Yoji and the others' faces sank. Huang Laolu, who was just about to reach out, froze his hand in mid-air. That, Brother Han, you this are all fellow disciples well. Can help, you just help. Huang Laolu coughed lightly and said in a low voice. He couldn't afford to part with those 600 spirit stones. Zhao Yoji and the others cast a grateful look at Huang Laolu. Han Mai shook his head with a light smile and said, You guys go. Without waiting for the despairing Zhao Yoji and the others to open their mouths, Han Mai continued, Today, you have stayed in the sword pavilion for too long, and if you want to choose a sword, come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, not rejecting himself, but simply because he had already lingered too long today, and the sword was hurting him. Zhao Yoji and the others were busy bowing in delight. Thank you for reminding us, senior brother. We will come back tomorrow. Missing out on receiving the sword today is nothing. As long as I can receive a suitable longsword and be instructed by this senior brother Han, it's worth waiting for one day. Zhao Yoji and the others left, and Huang Laolu collected the 6 merit badges, then looked at Han Mai, looking him up and down. Brother Han, why do you know those swords so well? And how do you know those sword moves? Hearing his words, Han Mai leaned back and narrowed his eyes. 6th brother, when we are in the sword pavilion, we have to watch the sword as well as the people and the sword techniques. That's what this is, the sword pavilion sword viewer. When he finished speaking, he turned his head to the cascading wooden shelves. Every sword and weapon here is polished by our own hands. They are like our sons and daughters. Are you willing to entrust them into unsuitable hands? As if in response to his words, vibrations rose loudly in the sword pavilion. XDM. This week is important and it's up to you guys to top it. Pulled a few friends to recommend each other. Book shortage can be seen. End of chapter. Chapter 44. But a sword pavilion sword viewer, how can he be called a senior brother? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Huang Laolu's face. Then he muttered something under his breath and his face looked good again. Haha, brother. In that case, these spirit stones are the bride price for our daughter's marriage? He packed the pile into a small wooden box, his eyes full of crystals. That's what's real. Hearing his words, Han Mai stood up and brought the wooden box over. Huh, you? Huang Laolu froze, then grinned. I understand, Sanchiwell. Han Mai shook his head and said in a low voice, they've collected the inner doors, the outer door spirit stones are hard to come by, and it's an outward expedition, so there are many places that need to use spirit stones, so don't collect the spirit stone. With that, he chucked the wooden box under his armpit and walked straight out. You? Where are you going? Huang Laolu shouted from behind. I'll send the spirit stones back. Han Mai's voice came out. And send it back? Then isn't this daughter raised in vain? Huang Laolu muttered, and after a while, brought out the 6 merit vouchers, a smile spreading across his face again. These days, more and more promising. Jiang Han and the others had just told Han Mai where they lived. Han Mai went looking for them, but came up empty. Instead, a disciple who knew Jiang Han and the others told Han Mai that Jiang Han and the others had gone to drink. Outer disciples live in a place of 1,000 people. There are also around the handyman 0 total of small 10,000 people together, just like a small village town. Those few restaurants and stores were opened by the sect, specializing in places for the disciples of the sect to spend their money. That's kind of expanding domestic demand. Han Mai to but 100 feet of a small market. Behind the voice came, Brother Han. Han Mai turned around and saw Lu Gao, who was carrying a large stone pier, sweating profusely and grinning there. Brother Han, you came to this outer gate too. Han Mai in a white robe made the people on Lu Gao's side envious. I had heard that Lu Gao had a brother in the inner circle, and it was true. Han Mai swept his gaze around and saw Jiang Han and the others on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. He stepped forward and held the stone cairn Lu Gao was holding in one hand. After repairing the iron ox strength, his strength to support this less than 300 pounds of stone pier play-like. His strike immediately caused the surrounding area to gasp in amazement. Sure enough, it's an inner sect brother, so strong. Lu Gao was there rubbing his hands together, a hint of amusement and some embarrassment on his face. Let's go, I'll take you to drink. Resting on the stone pier, Han Mai headed over to the restaurant. Drinking, Lu Gao grinned and hurried to follow. Those miscellaneous disciples who were originally moving bricks with Lu Gao were all envious and jealous. Drinking is secondary to who you drink with. Senior Han, Jiang Han and the others in the restaurant also noticed Han Mai, and several of them called out in delight. They were busy going downstairs to cluster Han Muoi up the stairs. Sun Daong carried over the stone pier that Han Mai was holding in his hand. When they got upstairs, a few of them let Han Muoi sit in the main seat again. Even Lu Gao, who was dressed in the clothes of a handyman, mixed a seat in the same table with fear and trepidation. The other outer sect disciples at the surrounding tables saw the white robes on Han Mai and were busy staying away. This was the place where outer disciples gathered, and there might not be an inner disciple in the neighborhood for 3 or 5 days. The table was set with wine and food, and all of them toasted like Han Mai. Han Makino smiled and raised his glass. Only when the wine had passed the 3rd round did he put down his raised glass and look at the crowd. There are quite a few experts in the Sanchin sword sect. If you guys go, by the way, seek out the old 10,000 swords ancestor of the Mo family in Greenwood Town, and ask his old man to make a trip to suppress it. He has Earth Realm battle power, so he should be able to protect you guys.
Han Mai spoke faint Lu.
Earthbound? Jiang Chun and the others among them were all dumbfounded. Those outer disciples on the side with their ears sideways were all dumbfounded. They were all just outer disciples, and their cultivation level hadn't even reached chi condensation. With people like them, are they worthy of talking about Earth Realm powerhouses? Cough cough, senior brother. That we? Jiang Han whispered with a bitter smile. They went to invite an Earth Realm powerhouse to sit in on them, and an Earth Realm powerhouse could look them in the eye. Don't worry, that 10,000 swords ancestor has a deep connection with my 9 mysteries sword sect. You go and invite him, and tell him I gave the order. Han Mai spoke softly, his face calm. Although Mo Yuan had retreated to Greenwood Town under the pseudonym 10,000 Swords Old Man, the place was after all under the rule of the 9 Shen sword sect. Doing a few things for the sword sect that he could do and gaining the friendship of the sword sect would greatly help his own cultivation in the future. With Mo Yuan's experience, this time, even if no one from the Jiushen sword sect invited him to participate in the mission to conquer the Sanchin sword sect, he would still participate in it. Han Mai asked Jiang Han and the others to invite them, but to do a favor. coupled with the fact that they were all outer disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect, they still had more or less a flavorful relationship with the first person of the outer sect back then. Thank you, Senior Brother Han. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Jiang Chan and the others hurriedly bowed once again, shouting in delight. That's a surprise. Who dares to say that there is no damage when a clan is conquered? Moreover, if we were to say who would fall first, it would definitely be them, the outer disciples whose lives were the least valuable. Being able to have an Earth Realm powerhouse sitting in their midst, even if it was just to casually make a move to protect them, their situation would definitely be very different. Looking at Jiang Han and their happy faces, the outer disciples over at the other tables all had complex expressions. Who wouldn't want an Earth Realm powerhouse to protect them? Huh, it's Senior Brother Han? Suddenly, a voice came from the table behind Han Mai. Han Mai looked back, then smiled. So it's Qinger. The female cultivator who had spoken out was none other than Xiao Qinger, who had previously gone to the Dharma Performance Building in company with Han Mai. Xiao Qinger was at the same table with several people, mostly those who traveled with her that day. I haven't seen Senior Brother Han these past few days, and I was about to go looking for him. Xiao Qinger wore a smile on her face as she raised her wine cup and gestured toward Han Mai. Such a coincidental encounter. I salute Senior Brother. Han Mai brought his wine cup up and was just about to clink it when the youth sitting on the opposite side of Xiao Qinger said in a cold voice, "But a sword pavilion's sword viewer? Worthy of being called a Senior Brother? Sword watchers?" His voice was not small, and the crowd at the second floor location of the tavern heard him. Sword watcher? Isn't that the errand of watching swords in the sword pavilion, where 9 out of 10 people enter and die? Not so. It is said that sword watchers cannot practice sword arts, and only after surviving 10 years of immortality will there be a titular title of deacon, and only after surviving a year of immortality will they be able to make it out. Che, this person had such a big mouth just now, talking as if the strongest person in the Earth Realm had a good relationship with him, but it turns out to be nothing more than a sword watcher? There was an uproar all around. Those outer disciples turned all their original reverence for their inner disciple into contempt for the sword viewer, as a way to cover up the emotions they had just lost their temper. Do you really think that if you wear a white shirt, you're an intersect senior? Jiang Chen and the others' faces changed. So what if it's a sword watcher? Sun Daong stood up, his eyes glaring all around before glaring angrily at the youth opposite Xiao Qinger. How can you outsiders understand the skills of Senior Brother Han? That's right, Senior Brother Han is no ordinary sword viewer. A few other people spoke out, today's sword lead. They had seen Han Mai's methods, and they had all been convinced. Xiao Qinger turned her head and said with a cold face, "Huaping, what do you mean?" The opposite youth looked at Han Mai, then at Jiang Han and the others with a mocking expression. "I just don't want to see a bunch of cuties being mesmerized by a district sword watcher in an intersex clothing. It won't take long for me, Huaping, to put on these clothes." Boom! Sun Daong slammed his fist on the desktop and pointed at Huaping with a bellow. "Who are you calling a cutie?" Han Mai's face remained unchanged as he laughed softly. "Little cutie, says you. Cute little thing, says you." Xiao Qinger, who was sitting behind him, let out a pft of laughter. Yeah, cutie, talking about us." The people at Han Mai's and their table who were leading the swords today all laughed and opened their mouths. Huaping sank to his knees and clenched his fists as he slowly got up. His hand pressed on top of the hilt of the long sword at his waist. "Huaping, don't be impulsive. The one sitting over there is the outer sect former 100th Jiang Han Senior Brother." Suddenly, the youth sitting on Huaping's side reached out and pressed down on his arm, speaking in a low voice. "Jiang Chun, the 100th position in the outer sect." Huaping's eyes were shining brightly as he sheathed his long sword, pointing it forward and shouting, "Jiang Han, just in time. Today I'll make this outer sect's top 100 position change. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket support from Book Lovers. Change begins. Nollover, if you are looking for the bright moon to your heart, woo 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 woo, God-level readers why, suspenseful Taoist, thank you for the bounty tickets from Brother Two Dogs, Miss Bailey, and the brothers catch-up reads and comments for letting this book rush to the top 2 on the new Xianyi book list. Thank you. We rush together. My Kung Fu is global by the pen that never flew. Metro plus entertainment plus martial arts, entertainment literature. As you've never seen it before, everyone in this world can enter the dream world. Li Xing realized that the dream law in the Chinese region was related to martial arts, and that he could create all those martial arts from his memory, so End of chapter. Chapter 45. The outer sex 100th can't even receive one sword. This guy named Huaping is going to challenge the outer sex 100th. Jiang Han. Above the restaurant, there was an instant outcry. Challenges from fellow disciples are forbidden in the Jiu Xian sword sect. But for the battle of the rankings list, it is not forbidden. In sword cultivation, if one completely bans the desire to win, then how can one enhance one's battle prowess? How could a sword cultivator who didn't even have the courage to challenge and accept challenges become strong? The sword sect's internal and external battle strength rankings were originally set up to motivate a group of disciples. Jiang Han is the outer sex number 100. And this kid is so young that he wants to challenge? That's not necessarily. These few people I know are excellent qualifications, very much valued by the door. The inner door is the nail in the coffin, may really be able to have the outer door of the top 100 battle power. I didn't expect there to be such a good show. Maybe today we can really see the top 100 of the outer door change. We must know that Jiang Han didn't enter the top 100 based on his strength in the first place. There was a lot of discussion, and the faces of the surrounding outer disciples could hardly hide their excitement. It's never too big to watch. Challenging senior brother Jiang Han? Tao Shiwu stood up with a cold smile, holding his long sword in his hand and said, "That will have to pass me first, right? Not just anyone is qualified to challenge senior brother Jiang Han." The others rose to their feet. Jiang Chun raised his head and saw Han Mai looking at himself with a smile on his face. A movement in his mind. You know your own strength. These days, he could feel his battle power soaring rapidly. Skillfully practicing sword arts while changing his own drawbacks when striking out, and constantly grinding with the longsword Qinghe in his hand, he had the confidence to fight with the top 50 of the outer sect. After some more time, when this conquest mission is over, some sharpening, impacting the top 20 of the outer door, he also dares to fight. Originally, he had wanted to ascend step by step like this, waiting until his cultivation reached the chi condensation stage to naturally become an inner disciple. It's better to go out on a limb than to hide. But today, if you want to hide it again, I'm afraid it won't work. In that case, it's just a matter of not hiding it. How can a swordsman lose his sharpness? Senior brother Han, who was in front of him, also meant the same thing. "I'll do it." Jiang Han slowly got up and waved his hand, looking towards Huaping, who was pointing his long sword at him. "My Jiang Han's cultivation is a bit higher than yours, and the sword weapon in my hand is led by the sword pavilion, so it's not a good idea to win against you. In this case, if you can hold out under my sword for 10 moves, you can take this top 100 seat in the outer sect." Jiang Chen's voice was loud, not to mention on the second floor or around 100 feet, outside the restaurant pedestrians can be heard. "Jiang Han? The one from the outer sex 100th. Someone challenged the outer sex top 100? A group of figures gathered in the direction of the tavern. Jiang Han let out a long laugh, his figure moved, one step out of the second floor window. His body made a spin in mid-air, as if a falling leaf met a strong wind, straight up, and then landed on the roof of the opposite pavilion eaves. "Yes, elder brother Jiang Han has good stance." Jiang Han's hand drew a round of applause. Many of the people on Huaping's side had a grave expression on their faces. With this hand, it was already clear that Jiang Han's strength was extraordinary. "Humph, flashy." Huaping snorted coldly, stabbing forward with the long sword in his hand. His figure passed through the window and slammed straight towards Jiang Han, who was several feet away. "Awesome. Who is this guy? No wonder he challenged senior brother Jiang Han. This sword, it's extraordinary. There's something to see in this battle today." A low cry came from below. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Huaping dared to challenge Jiang Han. His hand kung fu was indeed excellent. This sword was fast and furious. The key was that the sword and the body merged, the standard path of human sword unity. At this level, I'm afraid it's not difficult to hold out for 10 moves in front of Jiang Chun. Right? 10 moves? Oh, by the looks of it, I'm afraid that the one who can't last 10 moves is Jiang Han. Everyone looked at Jiang Han, who was standing on the roof, to see how he would respond to the sword. If he could force Jiang Han back with one sword, this challenger would become famous in one battle. The long sword stabbed at Jiang Han's chest and abdomen with a cold light. 1 foot, 5 feet, 3 feet. Just then, Quran. The long sword was sheathed. Jiang Han's person followed the sword. The sword light caught the sound of wind and thunder. A rotation, the person and Huaping, who had stabbed the sword and arrived, directly switched positions. It's a short, quick, swift move. Stab. It wasn't until the two of them were on the wrong side of each other that the ear-piercing sound of long swords rubbing and stabbing came out. Jiang Han's body was like a wild goose, a step in the void, his body shape shook, and then into the 10 feet, landing back on the second floor of the location of the restaurant. He sheathed his long sword and bowed slightly toward Han Mai. Senior brother Han. That kid turned out to be just a flamboyant person. A shelf? Han Makino nodded with a light smile. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Flashy. The sword light had speed but less force. It was indeed flowery. This is because the base is too thin and the basics are not emphasized. Wow! On the opposite roof, Huaping stumbled and rolled down, bringing down pieces of green tile. Barely landing on the ground, the people around him saw that his face was pale, and in his chest position, there was a foot-long blood-seeping sword wound. The injury wasn't serious, but such a sword directly shattered all of Huaping's pride. Excellent qualifications.
Practicing fast?
The door in the lookout. He couldn't even catch a sword from the outer 600th. The crowd at Xiao Qing'er's and their table looked at each other and headed downstairs to be run away. Xiao Qing'er apologized and bowed to Han Mai, saying in a low voice, "Don't be offended, senior brother. Qing'er will make amends to you another day." Then she followed down the stairs. They helped Huaping away. This kid's means aren't bad. 100 in the outer sect, so strong. Watching Huaping and the others leave, someone muttered out. Huaping's sword was there for all to see, and in the outer sect, there weren't many that could take it. This is the outer sect 100? Such battle power. I'm afraid that I won't be able to catch up for the rest of my life. Someone with a complicated face looked at the second floor of the restaurant and turned around. On the second floor, those outer disciples who had whispered out earlier that they didn't look favorably on Jiang Han quietly descended the stairs and left. The rest of the people looked at Jiang Han with a look of amazement. Senior brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Sun Daong looked at Jiang Han and spoke out with emotion. That's something that a lot of people throughout the second floor wanted to say. Jiang Han shook his head and looked towards Han Mai, his face solemn. Without senior brother Han's guidance, without senior brother Han's help in picking out Green Harvest, I wouldn't be much better than you guys. Brother Han instructed. Senior Han chose the sword. Tao Shiwu and the others froze. Then they all looked at Han Mai in surprise. They've also received guidance from senior brother Han Ah. Their sword weapons were also chosen by senior brother Han. That meant that he himself could be as strong as senior brother Jiang Han if he practiced diligently. Those outer disciples in the surroundings were all looking toward Han Mai. Didn't I say this one was just a sword watcher? A sword watcher who can instruct the top 100 experts of the outer sect. At this time, quite a few people remembered what Sun Daong and the others had just said, that this sword viewer in front of them was no ordinary sword viewer. To senior brother Han. Sun Daong raised his glass and shouted. To senior brother Han. Several others at the table raised their glasses. Han Mai smiled and downed the wine in his cup, then got up and said, I've had my fun today, so we'll drink together again when you're triumphant. He stood up and pushed forward the small wooden box that had been sitting on the table. Here are your spirit stones. Take them back. Spirit stones to take back? Jiang Han and the others froze and hurried to speak, but Han Mai waved his hand and said, With this amount of spirit stones you have, I can't look at them yet. His words were not doubted by Jiang Han and the others. With senior brother Han's means, he definitely won't be short on spirit stones. Han Magne turned to go, and Lugo hurriedly got up after him. Jiang Han and the others wanted to send them off, but Han Mai shook his head and smiled. You guys are happy today. Have a few good drinks. It's best to get this Jiang Han guy drunk. Sun Daong and the others laughed. Jiang Han was first stunned. Then his face was full of bravado and said, That's not necessarily true. P.S. Thank you for the monthly vote support from Book Friends Bitch Sage, Chattering, Does Sword Art Have Extreme Realm, Tearful Heart, and Patchy Sun, as well as Book Friends 2021. 0.0621's reward. Thank you for reading support. We put our best foot forward together. Thanks to Pay 2 Dog, the first cause of all worlds, holding a tripod of violent food. The law student Yang Jie crosses over and opens his eyes to the world in a border town, where the departed gods and demons are about to return, the drought demon, the Kuei Xing, the green bird, the Tai Bai, the Pingtian, the Sumeru, and the Buddha. Silence, confusion, repression, until let out a shocking roar, want to be the first cause of that 3,000 worlds. End of chapter. Chapter 46 Sword Pavilion Handyman Lugo. Han Mai smiled and nodded without another word, turning to go downstairs, and Lugao picked up the stone pier and followed him. On the second floor of the restaurant, Those outer disciples looked at Han Mai and their backs with various thoughts in their eyes. This sword pavilion sword viewer was definitely a magical figure that had never been seen before. From the way the Jiang Han guys treated him with respect, it was clear that this one was not simple. Jiang Chun, they opened the wooden box on the table, which contained a piece of spirit stone. Everyone take it. Senior brother Han really doesn't see these spirit stones. Jiang Han looked at the crowd and said in a low voice. Everyone looked at each other and reached out to take their spirit stones back. This caused another jaw-dropping moment for those around them. They were all outer disciples, all of them poor, so many spirit stones made people drool. Senior brother Han doesn't want our spirit stones. We can't take advantage of this for nothing. Jiang Chun looked at the few people around him and lowered his voice. Let's inquire about what senior brother Han lacks and keep an eye out for him. That made a few people nod. It's not a deal, it's a favor. Business is good, but favors are hard to return. Han Mai and Lu Gao walked out of the small market. Lu Gao caught up a few steps and stood in front of Han Mai. Brother Han, will you accept me into the sword pavilion? Into the sword pavilion? Han Mai frowned slightly. Brother Lu, you want to be a sword watcher? It's not a good job. It's killing me. Han Muoi himself knew the danger. Could it be that Lu Gao is looking at his scenery and he's moved on? No, brother, you're mistaken. Your sword pavilion used to take in odd jobs, serving tea and water, sweeping the steps, cleaning the windows, and helping the sword watchers with their chores. It's just that later on, when the sword watchers became more and more impossible to collect, and the handymen were useless, they dispersed. Lu Gao lowered his voice and muttered. At that time, the sword watchers entered 9 deaths in 10, and the sword pavilion became a place where everyone went around. Turns out it's not as a sword watcher, it's as a handyman. Han Makino's heart fluttered. There were some things he really lacked help for. Success, I'll go back and ask about the situation, and if it's possible, I'll let you come to the sword pavilion, big brother Lu. Hearing his words, Lu Gao grinned, bent over and bowed, then headed for the mountain gate with the stone pier in his arms. Brother, you can hurry up. Recently my sword sect has called a gathering of the nearby sects, and we, the handymen, are tired of shedding our skin. Walking a few steps, Lu Gao turned his head and bitterly instructed. A party for a nearby sect? Han Mai took a few steps and remembered the image he had seen earlier from Qin Yuanhe's saber. Under the rule of the 9 Shen sword sect, but several sects had been turned against by the Tai Ling sword sect. The ones that are, will they come? What's going on? Turning his head to think about it, Han Mai shook his head again. The 9 Shen sword sect was one of the 9 sects of the western frontier, and not only were there many Earth Realm powerhouses in the sect, there were also 3 half-step Heaven Realm powerhouses in attendance. And there was also the Sword Pavilion Elder who was in charge of the 9 Shen swords. With this kind of strength, not to mention those sects that were turned, even if the Tai Ling sword sect came with all their nests, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the Tai Ling sword sect really had the strength to challenge the 9 Shen sword sect, it wouldn't have to do so many underhanded things in secret. Perhaps this gathering will be a problem, there will be people to add obstacles, but to say that with these people can shake the foundation of the 9 Shen sword sect, then the 9 Shen sword sect will not stand in the western frontier for countless years, the wind and rain do not fall. Thinking about this, Han Muoi couldn't help but laugh. He was a sword watcher who ate and drank, earning 10 spirit stones a month, but he was worrying for those clan elders and patriarchs. Isn't that what you get paid to do, what you sell? Returning to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu muttered a few times under his breath when he saw that the small wooden box that Han Mai had clipped on was indeed gone. Probably means that you don't know what's going on until you're in charge or something. Han Mai smiled and opened his mouth to ask Huang Laolu about the sword pavilion handyman. In the past, the sword pavilion did have handymen. Huang Laolu nodded and grinned. When my sword pavilion prospered, there were 7 or 8 sword watchers and 1 or 20 handymen. So, the sword pavilion is capable of recruiting miscellaneous disciples? Han Mai asked. If he could recruit, he would be willing to recruit Lu Gao to the sword pavilion. Recruit? Huang Laolu smacked his lips, froze for a while, and whispered with some meat pain. Our sword pavilion recruits handymen to cover expenses. The sword pavilion's odd job disciples, their salaries and task rewards, are covered by the sword pavilion? No wonder the sword pavilion's miscellaneous disciples had dispersed. Han Mai came before the time the sword pavilion in addition to the elders on Huang Laolu a sword watcher, so that Huang Laolu from their own salaries and oil and water to share some to support the miscellaneous disciples? The sun beating down on the west side is more like it. Then, why don't we recruit 1 or 2 first? Han Mai looked toward Huang Laolu, then smiled. The expenses will come out of my share. Huang Laolu glanced at Han Mai, and with a twinkle in his eyeballs, he came closer and said, Han kid, can you do the business of observing swords and people more often? Huang Laolu is very smart. Han Mai would be able to refine pills, but this business of refining pills was not something he could participate in at all. On the contrary, in the sword pavilion, but whenever he received a sword, as long as he scraped the oil and water, he would share his share. Today, Han Mai casually earned benefits that he couldn't even earn in a year in the past. He had been calculating for quite a while just now, and now he was asking, how can a man lack wealth if he wants to cultivate the land of wealth and dharma? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Don't worry, sixth brother, as long as I'm in the sword pavilion as a sword watcher, I'll naturally do my best to uphold the rules of the sword pavilion. Sword watching or human watching, it's all cultivation, Han Mai said in a very dry voice. He doesn't lose anyway. If you help choose a sword, you'll get benefits and expand your own network, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Good. Then the matter of the handyman is up to you. Throwing his hat in the ring, Huang Laolu immediately loosened his lips. No need to report to the elders? Han Mai asked. You still need to ask the elders about a fart? Huang Laolu slapped his chest. Sixth brother, how come I've been a sword watcher in the sword pavilion for 7 years, and if I stay up for another 3 years, I'll be a deacon. Han Mai did not drag his feet and recruited Lu Gao to Jianghe on the same day. Lu Gao's errand was to open the door to the sword pavilion every morning, sweep the stone steps in front of the door, and close the pavilion door at night. During the day, be a guard at the gate and run errands on the side. Han Mai was also generous and offered Lu Gao a salary of 3 spirit stones a month. This can be compared to the salary of an ordinary disciple of the outer door. Happy Lu Gao cannot stop talking. Besides, the errand of the sword pavilion seemed to Rugo play like too easy. The next morning, Lu Gao early to the door of the sword pavilion, will open the door sweep clean, and then stand in the doorway while basking in the sun, while looking at whether there is anyone to come. After not more than a few moments, he shuddered and looked toward a group of white-robed inner disciples walking from a short distance away. Are you senior brothers here to receive swords from my sword pavilion? Quickly please, quickly please. Subconsciously, Lu Gao bowed his waist down and greeted them with a smiling face. Being a handyman, get used to it. Is senior brother Han available? We've come to receive our swords today. The leader of the inner disciples was none other than Zhao Yoji, who had come yesterday, and he arched his hand towards Lu Gao and asked in a low voice. The inner disciple arched his hand and returned the salute. This kind of courtesy, Lu Gao, who was used to being a handyman, had never encountered it before. He was busy arching his hand in fear while saying, Yes, senior brother Han is here. He had called Han Muo Yi senior brother since yesterday, and he was afraid that he would lose Han Muo Ye's identity if he called his brother too close. Zhao Yoji and the others showed joy on their faces as they nodded and headed into the sword pavilion. After only a few steps, Zhao Yoji suddenly thought of something and raised his hand to hand a spirit stone to Lu Gao. Thank you, senior brother. When Zhao Yoji and the others walked into the sword pavilion, Lu Gao was holding 8 spirit stones in his hand. His eyes glazed over and the corners of his mouth twitched. Shifu. Hey, the sword court errand. It's so fat. Turning his head to look at the sword pavilion, Rugo's eyes shone with a bright light like a spirit stone. Senior brothers, we've come to receive our swords today. In the sword pavilion, Zhao Yoji and the others bowed their hands and saluted Han Mai and Huang Laolu. The 2 inner disciples following them stepped forward, each placing a merit voucher in their hands on the long case. Huang Laolu grinned and collected the merit badge, then hemmed and hawed. They're all on their own. This breaks the bank, doesn't it? Han brother, you help all the senior brothers to properly choose a good sword that fits. End of chapter.
Chapter 47 Sword Giver, Era.
To choose a sword, first observe the person. Han Mai watched Zhao Yoji maneuver a set of while-handed sword techniques, then sulked slightly. Zhao Yoji's sword technique was wide open, holding the sword with both hands with great force. The sword art of the earth and stone lineage Erkshuan Kaisan. After a trip of swordplay, Zhao Yoji stood there somewhat nervously. At this moment, it was as if he was facing the inspection of the elders in the sect. Zhao, senior brother. Han Mai felt he had to tug a little. Calling himself senior brother would make him seem more authoritative. Senior brother Han, please speak. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yoji opened his mouth. Those other inner disciples also pricked up their ears. The two new arrivals were even more filled with curiosity, their eyes fixed on Han Mai, who had a somewhat diffident demeanor. What kind of pointers do you really get in exchange for a merit badge? Senior brother Zhao, you're left-handed, aren't you? Han Mai asked indifferently. Lefty? Zhao Yoji himself, as well as a few more familiar inner sect disciples behind him, froze slightly before they all shook their heads. Senior brother Zhao isn't left-handed. An inner disciple spoke in a low voice, some disappointment in his voice. Could it be that this senior brother Han had enough level when instructing the outer disciples, but not enough eyesight when facing the inner disciples? The corners of Huang Lao's mouth twitched as he turned his eyes toward Han Mai. No way, this business has just opened. It's not open for business, it's open for business? Zhao Yoji arched his hand toward Su Chang and said, Senior Han, although I hold a sword in both hands, it's not. The words came to him in a lurch. Then he froze there, and the color on his face began to change. The inner disciples behind him all looked at him. What happened to senior brother Zhao? I remember when I was very young, I did have more left-handed dexterity, and then when I was 7 or 8, my parents forced me to change it. Zhao Yoji looked up at Han Mai with a deep look of admiration in his eyes. If senior brother hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I was once left-handed. After he finished his words, the first floor of the sword pavilion was silent. The inner disciple who had previously doubted Han Mai's eyesight was filled with a swollen red face. Huang Laolu cracked his mouth, missing his big teeth, and laughed silently. This Han kid is awesome. He can even tell when he's already changed his habits. Those two new inner disciples today had glowing eyes, their eyes full of anticipation. Han Makino's fingers gently fell on the desktop, pondering for a moment, and looked at Zhao Yoji. Senior brother Zhao, have you ever thought about changing your set of sword arts? Switching swords? Zhao Yoji had been completely baffled. What's wrong with you? Lots of questions? You've cultivated your sword art well. Your foundation is solid. If you single this sword art, just slightly modify a few minor details. Luckily, Han Mai didn't let him be confused for long and spoke again. But I think if you don't practice the flat and stable sword arts in the earth and with lineage and switch to the left-handed sword, you might be able to have an unexpected surprise. Fix the left-handed sword. What Senior Han meant was that he might be more powerful in battle if he cultivated the left-handed sword himself. Zhao Yoji was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Senior brother, I think sword cultivators should be upright. I like this kind of sword art.
Han Mui nodded.
This Zhao Yoji is a good-hearted, good man. 15th Platoon, number 9526, Golden Lion. The sword is 3 feet 8 inches long and weighs 31 pounds. Spreading out the booklet in front of him, Han Mai recorded directly. Zhao Yoji walked over and sought out the long sword, and his face was instantly delighted. The sword looked heavy and solid, calm in the hand, exactly the way he wanted his sword to look. Han Mai instructed Zhao Yoji a few more times, pointing him in the direction of improvement in his swordsmanship, and at the end, he voiced, if you want to change your sword at any time, you can come back. Switching swords? Holding the Golden Lion greatsword, Zhao Yoji grinned. This sword, never change. In half an hour, Zhao Yoji and the 8 of them all had their swords selected. All right, you guys can leave. This sword pavilion isn't a place you can stay for long. Han Makino waved his hand and said as he leaned back in the big chair. Zhao Yoji and the others looked at each other and bowed. Senior brother Han, when we return from our mission, we'll treat you and 6th brother to a drink. Zhao Yoji finished speaking and turned around. The others followed. All of you senior brothers good to go? All the way good to go ah? Came from the doorway, Lu Gao pulling his throat sincere shout. In the middle of the sword pavilion, Han Mai stood up, took a linen cloth and went to wipe his sword. It's time to collect the sword energy. This time, he collected 2,500 sword chi before pouring it into the other sword weapons once again. Collecting sword chi and comprehending sword arts in the process, this process Han Mai was happy to do. Huang Laolu, who was sitting in the distance, looked at Han Mai's radiant appearance and turned his head with his teeth showing. He didn't want to seek abuse with Han Mai. In the afternoon, 3 more sword-leading disciples came, 1 from the inner sect and 2 from the outer sect. Probably because Han Mai's reputation has not spread, these 3 lead the sword in a moderate way, even if Huang Laolu explicitly implied, or not on the road. A dime a dozen. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. For the next 2 days, Han Mai still polished his sword, collected sword chi, infused sword chi, and then comprehended a few more sword techniques. But Huang Laolu was bored sitting there. For 2 days, Jiang didn't even come with a dog. At the door, Lugo is napping again. Hey! Is my sword pavilion a place to raise idlers? To sleep home to go. Huang Laolu carried his hands behind his back and stared at Lugao, blowing his beard and eyes before walking out with a grunt of anger. Where is sixth brother going? Lugo wasn't annoyed and shouted after him. The entry of 8 spirit stones had made him fall in love with the errand of the sword pavilion gatekeeper. Gatekeeper, that was the name he pressed upon himself. Bored, go for a spin. Huang Laolu replied without a good mood and left straight away. Then I'll serve you food in the cafeteria later. Lugo shouted after him. Choose the rotten paste for the red meat. Huang Laolu paused in his steps, then hunched his back and walked away. Hearing the conversation between the two, Han Mai, who was polishing his sword, smiled and shook his head. Huang Laolu and his Jianguan NPC business went bust before it even officially opened. No one has come for 2 days, and there is still a freeloader at the door. Huang Laolu is certainly depressed. Brother Lu, help me go to Sujin Lu and bring these herbs. Han Makino walked to the door and handed a sheet of paper to Lugo. This was the list of those herbs needed to refine the Cloud Chi Dan. The Cloud Chi pill he had on him for the past few days had been depleted to refine it. Those sword chi, they were big eaters of aura. Lu Gao took the list and arched his hand. Don't worry, senior brother Han. I'll definitely get this done. Waiting for Lu Gao to go fetch the herbs, Han Mai sat down in front of the long case, squinting his eyes slightly as his mind familiarized itself over and over again with the sword technique he had just comprehended. Swordsmanship can only be refined if it is practiced regularly. Anyone? I'll return the sword. Suddenly, a voice came from the entrance of the sword pavilion. Returning the sword? And who has fallen? Han Mai raised his eyes to see a young man wearing the white robe of an inner disciple with a calm face, holding a long sword in both hands as he walked toward the sword pavilion. The rules of the sword pavilion: no one may enter unless they have received a sword. Do you not know the rules? Or are you simply not a disciple of my 9 Shen sword sect? Han Mai stood up and spoke faintly. The white shirt disciple was shaken. His probing footsteps paused, slowly retracted, and stood in the doorway holding his sword in both hands. Senior brother Su Yang, an inner disciple, has fallen, and I've come to deliver his accompanying sword. Sujin. The sword. The look of the sword weapon that had been thrust into the green-clothed woman's heart instantly appeared in Han Mai's mind, as well as the look of the outer sex 8th era that had fallen off the cliff. Epic. Raising his head, Han Muoi's body shook slightly. This person holding the sword in front of him, face-wise, was similar to Ji Yuan by 8 points. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Han, do you believe in fate? This person was Era, 8th in the outer sect, missing for a year that epoch. He didn't hide outside the 9 Shen sword sect, but instead came to the sword pavilion. Also, on him, he's wearing the inner sect clothes. Taking a light breath, Han Mai stepped forward with an expressionless face and raised his hand to catch the long sword. The long sword was cold to the touch, and there seemed to be a hint of fury on it. This sword, it's killed someone recently. Gripping the hilt of the sword, Han Muoi exerted a slight force. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and icy cold appeared at first. Today, I received a sword worn by an inner disciple, with no damage to the blade. The long sword was sheathed, cupped in both hands, and turned toward the wooden frame of the sword pavilion. His hand, gently resting on top of the hilt of the sword. Buzz! An image flashed in his mind, and a tyrannical aura rushed towards his mind, causing his face to turn white. In that image, the long sword-wielding Era's sword blade swung, and the powerful sword light swept through, bringing up a mist of blood. Disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect. The ones who were decapitated in that image were clearly the original Fire Vein disciple Wu Tang and the others. The murderer who killed Wu Tang and the others was really Ji Yuan. In the Sea of Qi, dark red sword intent surged, seemingly about to directly rush out and kill Ji Yuan standing at the doorway with a sword. It's just that Han Makino held it down. He calmly sent the long sword to the wooden stand, then turned to the long case and picked up the ink pen. The name of the person who sent the sword, and which line of cultivation. His words caused Ji Yuan, who was standing in the doorway, to freeze and speak. There's this procedure for delivering the sword? How come I didn't know? Han Muor held a pen in one hand and looked up at him. You've sent it before? Ji Yuan's face stiffened and he was busy shaking his head. No. After that, he spoke in a low voice. My name is Zhu Guangxing, and I am practicing under Elder Qin Lin of the Wood Vein. Han Mai put pen to paper and wrote it down, then nodded. It's done. Zhu Guangxing turned around and left. Zhu Guangxing, Qin Lin. Han Mai looked at his leaving back and gently put down his ink brush. Within his mind, a tyrannical aura continued to spread, seeming to take control of his entire being. Humph. With a low hum, the sword intent in his sea of qi shook. The tyrannical aura in his mind was instantly churned into pieces and turned into nothingness. It turns out that no one remembers why this sword was here last time, and it's because it has this scent on it that can erase the memories of the person viewing it. Even that one sword watcher who collected the sword was killed by this aura. A deep aura came out of his eyes, and Han Mai's face sank down. As a fellow sword watcher, he had a share of empathy. He wants revenge. Sujin, how did he die? Should we report this to the elders? Can, but it's not good. He couldn't explain where he got those judgments from. Directly striking out to decapitate Zhu Guangxing? Is not good either. Sometimes killing isn't the best solution to a problem. What was the purpose of this Zhu Guangxing, or Ji Yuan sending the sword back? The breakthrough, perhaps, is in the sword pavilion. Han Muoi turned his head to look at the stretched wooden frame. Those long swords, too, seemed to vibrate slightly, resonating with his eyes. By the door of the sword pavilion, a few dishes were set out on a small wooden table, and Han Mai, Huang Laolu, and Lu Gao were sitting around it. Lu Gao couldn't carry the sword energy erosion and had to eat by the door. Han Mai thought about his mind and didn't say anything. Huang Laolu went out for a trip to take a break, only to come back completely distracted. The atmosphere was a bit dull. Sixth brother, today's meat is rotten paste. I picked it specially. Lu Gao used his chopsticks to point at the large meat on his plate and whispered curtly. Can't I, Huang Zhenxiong, even eat a piece of meat? Want you to pick. Huang Laolu snapped the bamboo chopsticks on the table, then stood up and went straight back to the quiet room. Lu Gao opened his mouth and looked bitterly at Han Mai. Han Mai shook his head and said, just leave him alone. In the afternoon, Han Mai hunkered down in his quiet room and refined a few stoves of Cloud Qi Dan. Using sword qi to refine pills, every Cloud Qi pill obtained was of the highest quality. And for each furnace, 5 dawn were harvested. Maybe it's because of the cultivation to the Peiyuan realm, or maybe it's because of the body refining technique that has grown an afternoon of alchemy. Han Mai actually didn't feel tired at all. When the sun set in the west, Lu Gao closed the door of the sword pavilion, and Han Mai came out of the quiet room to see Huang Laolu, who smelled of alcohol. Huang Laolu only drank before going to bed on weekdays and rarely drank during the day. Sixth brother, did you encounter something today?
Han Moe frauned at Huang Laolu.
Huang Laolu is a good-natured person, although a bit stingy, but he has no words for himself. Huang Laolu raised his head, his muddy yellow eyes looking at Han Mai, then shook his head and said, AI Han boy, a little white boy like you with constant peach blossoms. How could you understand the bitterness in sixth brother's heart? The peach blossoms keep coming? Gigolo? In Huang Laolu's mind, is this what he looks like? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai wanted to retort, but think about Mu Wan, think about Bai Sujin who had asked Lu Gao to bring word and ask why he didn't go, and Chao Qinger who had only come to the sword pavilion yesterday to apologize. Is he, indeed, more womanly than Huang Laolu? Han Mai lightly coughed. Cough, cough, sixth brother. That you did not say that under the mountain. There is that 3 spirit stones? It seems that Huang Laolu has been holding it in for a long time lately and his heart is on fire. Got a leak. Han boy, am I such a person in your eyes, sixth brother? Huang Laolu's eyes glared.
No, no.
Han Mai was busy smiling and speaking. Huang Laolu shook his head, raised his hand to touch the wine gourd, grabbed it and shook it. It was empty. He sighed, then whispered, Han boy, do you believe in fate? Karma? I believe in karma. Han Mai wanted to shake his head, but suddenly his heart moved and he squeezed out a sincere expression on his face. I believe. A good gossip listener is skilled at matching. Sure enough, Huang Laolu instantly had a feeling of having found a confidant, reaching out to pat Han Mai's shoulder. I believe it too. Today, I saw her. Her? Han Mai's eyes were glowing, and he wasn't sleepy at all. Finding someone to talk to, Huang Laolu is no longer repressed. It turned out that his old home was in a small city several thousand miles away from the Nine Shen sword sect. More than 10 years ago, A group of young men of them went together to a cultivation sect to worship and cultivate. This is a mix of men and women. The story is very dogmatic. Huang Laolu fell in love at first sight with one of the women. It's just that the emotion, naturally, can only be pushed to the bottom of the heart. They visited several sects together, originally 7 or 8 people. Some stayed in the cultivation sects, some turned back to their hometowns. The woman stayed in the clan and Huang Laolu the one who was going back to his hometown. So, sixth brother, you had said that you wanted to become a heaven realm just for this, sixth sister-in-law? Han Mai came closer and asked in a low voice. Hearing him say sixth sister-in-law, Huang Lao's already swollen red face added another red cloud. The guy's still shy. I guess, saying that I was going to show her that I became a sky realm. Huang Laolu murmured under his breath. Speaking of this, his shoulders shook slightly. Then he looked at Han Mai and lowered his voice. Han boy, today, I saw Sister Ping. Only, she doesn't recognize me anymore. Disheveledly leaning towards the big chair, Huang Lao's entire body didn't seem to come to life. See? Seeing a man in the Jiuxian sword sect who worshipped in another sect more than a decade ago? Han Mai's heart stirred as he spoke out. They're here for the party, aren't they? Which sect is that sixth sister-in-law from? Qing Feng Guan. Now Sister Ping is an inner disciple of Qing Feng Guan. Hey! She is already an inner disciple. I'm still an obscure sword watcher. It's good to not recognize me. Huang Laolu sighed there again. Qing Feng Guan. This name, Han Mai had seen from the memory of Qin Yuanhe's saber. This sect has defected to the Tai Ling sword sect. Han Magne's eyes narrowed gently. End of chapter. Chapter 49. Do you really think that just because you're good-looking, everyone will take care of you? After sending the rambling Huang Laolu back to rest, Han Mai went to his own quiet room and practiced while pondering what Huang Laolu had said. Qing Feng Guan is not a big sect, and the only strong person in the sect is the master of the Guan Taoist moon. It seems to be a half-step to the Earth realm. Such a sect, even if it betrayed the Nine Xian sword sect, it would not be a great loss for the sword sect. Just will they do something this time when they come to the party? If these people really do something, the results can be imagined. Can't turn over much water. Originally, Han Mai didn't care what these people would do. Anyway, he was in the sword pavilion, no one could find him in trouble. I just didn't expect that these people would involve Huang Lao's first love. Nope, it's a crush at best. Even if it is a secret love, this one will be very sad if he has any injury in the sword sect. I am afraid that Huang Laolu will be very sad. It's not a good idea to tell Huang Laolu directly about this matter. It seemed that lately, he had to find a way to figure out the list of the party clans and do something about it in the meantime. What a worrywart's life. How come you know everything first? When he got up in the morning, in the small courtyard, Han Mai met Huang Laolu. A drunken-looking Huang Laolu was there pulling his waist and stretching his legs, selling his workout. Yell, sixth brother is early today. Han Mai carried a long sword and opened his mouth with a smile. Good morning. Huang Laolu turned his head while wearing a rough breath. Seeing the smile on Han Mai's face, Huang Laolu seemed to remember something and couldn't help but blush with his old face. Cough cough. That, last night I drank too much wine and said a lot of drunken things. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Huang Laolu was busy speaking with a red face. Han Mai waved his long sword in his hand and nodded. What drunken words did sixth brother say? Is it that becoming a heaven realm is drunken talk? Or is it that everything about sixth sister-in-law is drunken talk? Huang Laolu blushed the color of pig's liver, reached out and took the outer shirt hanging on the branch and left. Where's six going? Go eat breakfast. Not to look for your sixth wife? In the small courtyard, Han Mai smiled and swung his sword as the sword light began to become harsh. An invisible sword chi began to converge. With a cultivation level of the Peiyuan realm, even if he was only at the first level of Peiyuan, he was still considered a proper cultivator. This sword light, bright as it is. Sixth brother is settled in the sword pavilion as a sword watcher, so I hope you won't ruin his life. Han Makino whispered under his breath and stabbed out with his long sword. Stab! A faint sword mark appeared on the stone wall in front of him. In the morning, Huang Laolu sat behind the long case at the entrance of the sword pavilion, bored and distracted. 6. Why don't you go out for a spin? Han Muoi turned his head to look at him. Okay. Huang Laolu subconsciously agreed, then froze and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not going anywhere. Really not going? Han Mai stood up and said, If you're not going, then I can go for a spin. After saying that, he directly walked out of the sword pavilion. Huang Laolu opened his mouth and watched Han Mai walk out. Frozen for a moment, he also stood up and walked out of the pavilion door. Sixth brother, you're leaving too? At the doorway, Lu Gao hurriedly came up. I'll go around. Huang Laolu tilted his head and walked down the steps with his hands behind his back. Today's meat! Rugo shouted from the back. I want big bones. Huang Lao's voice came. There are no incisors, but still gnawing bones. Looking at Huang Laolu who left the sword pavilion, Lu Gao muttered in a small voice. He turned his head to look inside the door of the sword pavilion, only to feel the sword aura in it, and could not help but tremble, shrinking his head back, leaning against the door frame, dozing. This is what the errand of the sword court looks like. Plain and simple. Han Mai left the sword pavilion and went straight to the trading square in front of the Dan Hall. Standing at the entrance of Sujin Lu, he took a deep breath before striding in. This little Bai Sujin is not easy to deal with. When he walked into the Sujin building, there was a female cultivator wearing a pink martial arts uniform inside, in addition to Bai Sujin. Originally, the two were chatting hotly, but when they saw Han Mai walk in, the red-clothed female cultivator immediately shut up, and Bai Sujin looked up, her face showing joy. My senior brother Han, you're a rare visitor. Bai Sujin's eyes were all crystal bright, and she stepped out from behind the counter and moved toward Han Muoi. Only after taking only 2 steps, he saw the surprise in the eyes of the pink-clothed female cultivator beside him and stopped in his tracks. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. You get busy first. Han Mai waved his hand and turned his gaze elsewhere. He's a decent guy, and he's not used to flirting with Bai Sujin's bull. Well, there are some things you have to learn to get used to when you're in business for a long time. Bai Sujin nodded and turned her head to mutter in a low voice to the pink-clothed female cultivator. After a while, the female cultivator quietly took out a top-grade spirit stone and stuffed it into Bai Sujin's hand, while Bai Sujin handed over a jade bottle. It's really an excellent cloud chi, Dan. The pink-clothed female cultivator exclaimed lowly in surprise, then clutched the bottle tightly and looked at Bai Sujin. Sister Bai, do you still have this, Dan? I'll raise the price by another 1,000 spirit stones to collect it. 11,000 spirit stones apiece. That's quite a bit higher than the market price. The female cultivator's voice was not low, and Han Mai, who was pinching an herb in his hand on the side, had his arm tremble. 11,000 spirit stones and an extreme cloud chi pill. 3,000 spirit stones apiece to collect, 11,000 to sell, the middleman earns the difference. Adulterer. Turning his head slightly, Han Mai's gaze just happened to collide with the gaze of Bai Sujin, who was looking over. Bai Sujin turned her head away in some embarrassment, then looked at the pink-clothed female cultivator and whispered, Sister Yuxia, if sister still has this Dan, she would definitely sell it to you at market price. How could she possibly need you to raise the price? The female cultivator nodded and put away the jade bottle, then gritted her teeth and said in a hateful voice, I also don't know which person from this 9 Shen sword sect has, in a few words, broken my brother's Tao. Now that his cultivation has stagnated and he can't cultivate the sword path, without this extreme Dan to help stabilize his dantian tendons and veins, he's afraid that he'll be wasted. If I find out who that man is, I'll break his bones. Han Mai looked curiously at the pink-clothed female cultivator. This female cultivator had a heavy aura on her body, and her body exuded stern sword intent. Clearly an expert. Her brother, then, should be even better. A few words can break a man's heart? Who's so good? Hearing the pink-clothed female cultivator's words, Bai Sujin said softly, I didn't think much of your brother when he first cultivated what wielded his sword 10 million times, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. When he really swings his sword 1,000,000 times and realizes he's still the same, I'm afraid he'll be even more disheartened. Swinging a sword by the millions? Cracking rocks and destroying mountains? Isn't the one who fixes this thing the outer sect instructor, Instructor Lin Shenlin? A few words to break his Taoist heart. Ahem, this fairy's brother. Could it be the outer sect's Instructor Lin? Han Mai looked at the female cultivator and asked in a low voice. The female cultivator raised her eyes to look at Han Mai, then turned her head to look at Bai Sujin. Sister Bai, keep an eye on your senior brother Han. Don't hit on a female cultivator when you see one. After the female cultivator finished speaking, she squinted at Han Mai and walked out of the Sujin building in large strides. Do you really think that just because you're good-looking, everyone will hit on you? Lin Yuxia, don't eat this. Han Mai shook his head, then looked at Bai Sujin. Shopkeeper buy. This cloud chi pill? Should we set a new price? End of chapter. Chapter 50. If they really have other intentions, then just destroy them. The producer buys in at 3,000, turns around and sells it for 10,000, netting 7,000. This middleman eats. It's a little too dark, right? Seeing Han Mai's face, Bai Sujin walked over with a smile on her face. Senior brother Han, people are also earning hard-earned money. The market price of the extreme cloud chi pill is only 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones apiece. Sister Yuxia had an emergency before she increased the price to buy it. How about this? I don't make any money on this one of hers. I'll give it all to you, how's that? Bai Sujin somewhat reluctantly passed a top-grade spirit stone toward Han Mai's hand. Han Mai nonchalantly took the spirit stones and stuffed them into his arms before coldly saying, "Most of those who bought the extreme Dan back are in a hurry, right?" Bai Sujin had a stiff smile on her face and didn't answer. Han Mai pulled out 2 small jade bottles and placed them directly on the counter. "Let's go half and half, 5,000 spirit stones apiece, and you'll pay for all the medicinal consumables." 5,000. That's almost double the price. Bai Sujin grimaced bitterly and was just about to open her mouth when Han Mai put his hand away. "Do you want it? Don't want me to take it away and void our agreement." He turned around and was about to walk out of the Sujin building. I want to. Bai Sujin took him by the arm, her eyes full of thirst. "Elder brother, I want. It's all yours, okay?" A quarter of an hour later, Han Mai left Sujin Lu in satisfaction, carrying 11 top-grade spirit stones in his arms. He also asked Bai Sujin to keep an eye out and inquire about the clans that had come to the Jiuxian sword sect's gathering, and in the meantime pay attention to whether there were any that were plotting against the Jiuxian sword sect. This made Bai Sujin say again that he was worrying for the sect elders. Han Mai was too lazy to stay at Sujin Lu for too long, collecting the spirit stones and leaving. His pockets were heavy and solid, but he wondered if he should get a ring that could organize items like Bai Sujin did. It's not cheap. Why don't we find a way to smooth over the one from Bai Sujin? "You are that sword pavilion's senior brother Han?" Han Mai looked up at the sound and saw a female cultivator standing in front of him. Golden Edge. The same one who saw that he wouldn't live 7 days. Not to mention, Han Muo Yi felt that he had survived thanks to Jin Yuan's reminder. "So it's Fairy Golden Edge." Han Makino arched his hand. "You didn't die. Not. The problem of your longevity is solved." Jin Yuan sized up Han Mai and whispered under his breath. "Not dead." Surprised? "Cough cough, Fairy is concerned. The issue of my lifespan is worry-free for now." Han Mai opened his mouth and said, "If you couldn't balance your body with the power of your sword intent, your longevity would eventually go out the window. That is, it's still carrying the load for the time being." Jin Yuan nodded and whispered, "It's good to be worry-free. For the matter of your longevity, Senior Sister Mu Wan has worried a lot." "Wan." Han Mai busily said, "Does Fairy know how about the sect that Senior Sister Muin went to, and why she went there?" There were things where practitioners switched clans, but not many. Even if a Dan Dao cultivator like Mu Wan didn't care if she was valued in the sect, she wouldn't go and change sects for no reason. "You don't know?" Jin Yuan frowned, then said in a low voice, "The Mu clan is a Dan Dao family, and elder sister Mu Wan's full-fledged ancestor is a powerful Dan master capable of refining 6th grade Dawn. There's no restriction on the children of the Wood family practicing in the various sections. 6th grade Dan." Han Mai, who knew something about the Dan Dao, naturally knew how valuable a 6th grade Dan was. A 6th grade Dan was extremely valued even by the Heaven Realm. A Dan master who could refine a 6th grade Dan had a status that was no different from the Heaven Realm. No wonder the children of the Wood family were able to cultivate in the various sects at will. Which clan doesn't want to sell the face of the Wood family ancestor? Thinking of Huang Lao's previous matchmaking, Han Mai couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. The Wood family's old man is so bullish? How thick is this thigh? Mu Wan. What a nice girl. How did you miss it? Jin Yuan stopped talking and missed his body with Han Mai, walking straight ahead. Walking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head and said, "Senior Han, my master will definitely be curious about how you solved the longevity problem. So if you have the time, you can visit my pondwater residence. Residence by the water, Elder Awara." Han Mai nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me, Fairy. I'll be sure to go when I have time." This Elder Su Liang was the only one in the Jiuxian sword sect who could refine longevity-increasing pills, so pulling strings with her would always be useful. Leaving from the trading workshop, Han Mai headed straight for the inner gate. He didn't know many people in the Nine Xian sword sect. For now, the one with the highest status is probably Takumi-sung of the Three Stones, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. As for the Sword Pavilion elders, those who don't see down to the third floor for a few days can be in charge of the clan. When he arrived at Sanshizhai, Zhao Pu was not there, and he directly begged to see Tuoba Chung. Ascending the wooden building, the tall Tuoba Chung laughed. Han boy, is your sword pavilion too idle to stay up? Back then, when we were all practicing hard, it was just you high elders who kept shouting idle birds. The errand of the sword court is idle, but it is not nothing. At least Han Muyo was willing to rub his sword there every day and raise his sword energy. Senior uncle, I've come to report something. Han Makino arched his hand, then spoke the words he had made up. He was talking about the last time he went out of the clan with Mo Yuan. He encountered disciples of the Tai Ling sword sect intercepting him at the Mo clan, and a 10,000 sword ancestor came to his rescue. In this, they overheard the people of the Tai Ling sword sect say that they had already turned several sects. I didn't hear too much at the time. I only remember the name of a Cebu Sun sect. By the way, I wonder if their headmaster is called Lu Lisin. Han Mai adapted the message he had gotten from Qin Yuanha's saber and then narrated it. Lu Lisin, the head of the Suyang sect, is indeed him. Tuoba Cheng's brows furrowed, then a deep, refined light flashed within his gaze. But a few small clans that used to be dependent on my Jiuxian sword sect, seeing as they were well behaved, none of them moved. If they really have something else in mind, then extermination is the way to go. Tuoba Cheng's words didn't have any killing intent, as if he was talking about a small and ordinary matter. Senior uncle, when I was at the outer gate yesterday, I heard that my Nine Xian sword sect had called a gathering of the surrounding sections. That Suyang sect, someone has also come to the Nine Xian Mountains. Han Mai spoke in a low voice. Coming to the Nine Xian Mountains? An unspeakable power finally rose from Tuoba Cheng's body. Good, the matter is known to me. He waved his hand and spoke faintly. Han Makino arched his hand and turned to go downstairs. It's a done deal. As long as Tuoba Cheng himself made a move, or the sect made a move to directly destroy the Cebu Sun sect, then I believe that it would definitely be able to make an example out of them. The other participating sects would certainly not dare to move around. This way things would pass, and Huang Lalio's crush would not be harmed on Jiuxian Mountain. As for later, that will come later. Wandering around in a big circle, it was already the middle of the afternoon when Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion. Just as he arrived at the door of the sword pavilion, Rugo greeted him. Senior brother Han, just now several senior brothers from the inner and outer sects came to bid you farewell, and they left in your absence. Resignation? It seemed to be Zhao Yoji and Zhang Han who had gone out of the mountain gate to complete the task of conquering the Sanqin sword sect. Their mission this time is to conquer the Sanqin sword faction, and then leading the team is Deacon Elder Su Yuan. It is said that this time the Fire Vein has sent out a large number of experts, vowing to avenge the 13 fellow disciples who fell last time. Lugo told all the information he had inquired about. Thank you for the monthly vote support of Book Friends Foot Love, Dream Transformation Star, Book Friends 201707250842402287, Change Virtue for Wet, North Wind Blowing Music, 2017051720249213, 2019061211854778, Yunnan Fat Brother, 161211181830676. Sword Art Weather, there is an extreme realm of the monthly vote support of Book Friends 201906010264900465 reward. Thank you for catching up on the reading. The data is very good. Let's cheer together. End of chapter. Chapter 51. Only the sword nurturing skill is the true inheritance in the sword pavilion. Lu Gao is worthy of being used to being a handyman, and he is good at observing words and inquiring about news. All of this information was unknown to Han Muoi before. Han Mai nodded and reached out to pat Lu Gao's shoulder, saying, "Don't look at Big Brother Lu's stout figure, but this mind, it's very delicate. You can tell me all you want about any news from the gate in the future. Success, success." Receiving Han Mai's praise, Lu Gao nodded his head in delight. It seemed that it was indeed what Huang Laolu had said. The Nine Xian sword sect was going to make a big move this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a party on one side and a killing on the other. It was the Tai Ling sword sect that probably had the same mindset and might mess up the party. Looking at it this way, if he went to deliver the message to Tuoba Chung, he might really do the clan a great favor. Walking into the sword pavilion, Hanmai looked at the empty long case and said, "Sixth brother isn't here?" Lu Gao at the doorway hurriedly returned. "Senior brother Han, not long after you left, sixth brother went out." "Out the door? It seems that once that fire in your heart is lit, it's a man who can't sit still with his ass on fire." "Haha, Han boy, I'm back." Han Mai turned his head to see Huang Laolu running over with a spring in his step. He was steady on his feet, not bent at the waist, not hunched at the back, and had two eyes. "Is this like springtime?" "Brother Han, sister Ping, your sixth sister-in-law." She recognized me. Walking over to Han Mai's side, Huang Laolu couldn't help but rub his hands together and speak in a low voice. His words were tinged with an excitement that was hard to suppress. "Recognize? Congratulations, sixth brother. You didn't bring sixth sister-in-law to visit?" Han Mai asked with a smile. "Oh, it's not late," she said. "Come tomorrow." Huang Laolu hemmed and laughed, a face of complacency. "Come to Sword Court?" Disciple of Qingfeng Guan. The smile on Han Mai's face didn't diminish as he looked toward Huang Laolu, who was still elated, and a trace of deep light came through his eyes. "It's good that luck is happy. Hopefully all is well." The atmosphere at dinner tonight was unbelievably cordial. Huang Laolu very much told some interesting stories about Jiang'a for Lu Gao, who led the sword when scared to pee, which sword pavilion sword viewer did not live past 3 months, how the handyman in the sword pavilion that year did not want to do it again in the sword pavilion. Lugo grinned, concentrating on the large bone in front of him. Huang Laolu couldn't nibble. By the time they closed the door to the pavilion, Han Mai and Huang Laolu each returned to their quiet rooms. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden couch, Han Mai took out an extreme cloud chi pill. As the elixir entered the abdomen, a warm aura quickly traveled through the meridians before landing in the dantian. He had swallowed pills every day for the past few days, and the original 10-foot square dantian was slowly expanding, and there was already an extra half-foot of space. Don't look at it as just going up so much, that's a lot of total capacity expansion. Recently, he had deliberately supplemented his cultivation knowledge, and Han Mai also knew that this dantian of his was stronger than many chi condensation stages. It was just that for now, the sword intent under his control was too strong, and the physical body and aura cultivation to catalyze it was just like a 3-year-old child swinging a sledgehammer. It was too incongruous. Only when the physical body refining was cultivated to a certain degree and the aura cultivation at least stepped into the true chi condensation stage, would one be able to be flexible enough to catalyze those sword intentions. Buzz! Just as Han Mai was carrying his spiritual chi and then mobilizing his sword chi into his dantian to warm it up, there was suddenly a faint, soft sound outside the quiet room. Opening his eyes, there was nothing in front of him. "Sister Ping." The voice of Huang Laolu from the next quiet room came. "It's the sword. That sword weapon that was delivered today." In the beginning, this sword came to his quiet room and almost took his life. Han Mai was just about to get up when Huang Laolio's voice came from next door again. "Wouldn't it be nice if you just pretended to be her for a little while longer? Could it be that I can't even pretend to be me because I can't squeeze any chi or blood out of this dry body?" The sound of a sword chiming, followed by the sound of a longsword dropping. "Spoil sport, sleep," Huang Laolu muttered. Han Makino shook his head and laughed lightly. It was also true that Huang Laolu had lived in the sword pavilion for 7 years, so how could he not have been extraordinary himself? When he first drank, he made the longsword that was about to injure him vibrate and fall. It seems that Huang Laolu also has special abilities in his body. Figuring this out, Han Mai's heart was much lighter, and his attention was on himself as he began to polish his fleshly strength. When he first took the solid dan, although it was a fine product, it still didn't have any effect. Perhaps a higher grade of body refining elixir could help with body refining? Why don't you buy it one of these days and try it out? With 10 or so top-grade spirit stones in his pocket, Han Mai was full of confidence. While running the body refining technique, he absorbed another sword chi into his body. The sour taste that scraped his bones made him grin. I don't know who invented this cultivation method. The sword chi penetrates into the bone marrow. It's really a horse looking for abuse. It was good that this sword chi flowed through his body, and after a circumference in the dantian chi si, it transformed into gentle little hands that began to soothe his meridians. The relief, again, was overwhelming. Even, he felt as if his meridians had widened under the gentle sword chi caress. Perhaps, with the constant flushing of the sword chi, one's qualifications could be improved. A 9th grade qualification was indeed a great restriction on cultivation. Even if Han Mai wasn't cultivating aura with all his might as orthodox cultivators did, he still felt the constraints of qualifications on cultivation enhancement. Empty with a large amount of pills, the meridians were running slowly, and so much of the medicinal power and aura was escaping. It was a good thing that all this escaping medicinal power wasn't completely wasted. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Reiki medicinal power enhances the strength of the physical body and makes the tendons and bones more stable. After a night of cultivation, Han Mai was relaxed. Carrying his sword to the small courtyard, he saw Huang Laolu holding a hilt in his hand, slashing viciously there. The long sword slashed at the thick trunk of the tree, splattering wood shavings in all directions. Are you still coming to disturb my good dreams? You think I'm a vegetarian? 6, don't you? Next time, I'll throw you in the latrine. Turning his head to see Han Mai coming, Huang Laolu held the longsword in his hand and said, Brother Han, how did this sword come back? Yesterday, an inner disciple named Zhu Guangxing delivered it. Su Yang, who led the sword in the beginning, fell.
Han Makino whispered.
Sword in hand, Huang Lao's gaze fell on Han Mai. A moment later, he let out a laugh and said, Not bad. No wonder the elder has his eye on you. After saying that, he carried his long sword upside down and paced towards the sword pavilion. I cultivate the sword condensation skill, condensing a stream of sword chi with my own divine soul chi and blood. When the cultivation is complete, it will be able to carry the sword intent of the 9 Xian sword. Of course, it can only condense the power of one sword. Back when the elder passed on my sword condensation skill, he had said that I was not qualified to cultivate the sword cultivation skill. Only the sword nurturing skill is the true inheritance in the sword pavilion. Huang Laolu whispered, seemingly to himself, but also seemingly to Han Mai. The sword nurturing technique is the true legacy of the sword pavilion? Han Makino was slightly stunned. What he cultivates, isn't it the sword nurturing technique? 6th brother, I. Han Mai hadn't finished speaking when Huang Laolu had already waved his hand and said, To each his own. I would like to be that one sword heavenly realm. The path is chosen. I'm not sorry. After saying that, he carried his sword and walked into the sword pavilion. Han Mai's gaze fell on Huang Lao's back. Really no regrets? In the morning, looking at the anxious look of Huang Laolu beside him, Han Mai smiled and said, 6th brother, why don't you go out for a spin? Huang Laolu stood up and left. At the doorway, Lu Gao's voice came, 6th brother, are you bringing rice today? Bring a few portions, Do you want the meat in a rotten paste? You? Huang Lao's curses came from the distance. Han Mai almost laughed out loud as he turned around to wipe those long swords. He had fallen in love with this feeling of daily polishing and sharpening of his sword, and it was refreshing to have his sword chi mingling. Sword pavilion rules for receiving a sword, bathing and dressing, burning incense to meditate. Unconsciously at noon, the shouts of Lu Gao at the entrance of the sword pavilion came out at the top of his voice. Business? Han Makino sheathed his long sword and turned around.
I'm looking for Han Makino.
A hoarse voice came from the doorway of the sword pavilion. Thank you to the Book Friends Forbidden Domain Inc., Wang Zhongchen, He White Horse. Book Friends 20200211815350076. Counterclockwise Aberration. Book Friends 161007143631724 monthly vote support. Thank you to the Book Friends June Moore Crane and Unease Bounty. Thank you to catch up with the reading support. The current data is very good. The recommended position is stable next week. I am fully committed to telling a good story to return to you. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 52. My name is Lin Chongxiao. I pay my respects to you. Seeing instructor Lin Shenlin again, Han Mai almost didn't recognize him. Originally tall and robust, with a bold face, instructor Lin is now full of dry and thin, bearded, with deep-set eyes and raised cheekbones. That martial arts uniform was on his body, empty, as if it was going to float up. Instructor Lin, this? Han Makino blamed himself a little in his heart. If he hadn't been so nosy, Instructor Lin would still be the same Instructor Lin, drawing his sword millions of times, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. But with a few words of his own, he extinguished his Taoist heart, destroying the Tao that he had held on to for so many years. Although he knew that after wielding the sword a million times, Lin Shen's Tao would still be broken. In the end, it would still allow him to immerse himself for a few more years, wouldn't it? Oh, I don't blame you. Lin Shen let out a laugh, and a hint of blood color came through his parched face. I just, Wanted to come and seek you out for a chat. On Lin Shin, there was a faint smell of alcohol. Han Mai looked around and stepped out of the sword pavilion, then sat down on the stone steps. The rules of the sword pavilion are that no one may enter the pavilion unless he or she has received a sword. Lin Shin sat down next to him. Really, I don't blame you. I know. It was just a delusional thought. Lin Shin let out a low sigh, his gaze looking into the distance. I just use this method so I can keep myself from thinking too much. Han Mai nodded, then said, Instructor Lin, who told you about this cultivation method? Such means are not only means of asceticism, but also a torment to the heart. The Qi Lin Shin is not a cutie pie either. What kind of person's words would convince him? I'm afraid that even if his master told him, he wouldn't necessarily believe all of it. Remembering that Lin Shin and Su Ming as well as Zhao Pu were all from the same school, it would only be right for Lin Shin to be a San Shizhai disciple as well. Tuoba became a man of great bravado and shouldn't let Lin Shin practice any sword-wielding 10 million methods. It's my big brother. Lin Shin spoke the answer directly. You've only been in the sect for a short while and don't know the reputation of my big brother Lin Chongxiao. The reason that Shifu Sanshizai has no direct lineage to this day is because of my older brother. Lin Shin's voice was low and he said softly, Back then, my elder brother entered the inner sect as the number 1 in the outer sect, and he challenged 12 matches between one day and went straight into the top 100 of the inner sect. Master accepted him as a true disciple, saying that within 10 years, he would train him to become a direct descendant of the earth and stone lineage. A direct disciple is qualified to become a sect elder existence. Every direct disciple, without any surprises, would step into the earth realm. The disciples of the 5 veins of the 9 Shen sword sect, those who could become full-fledged, were few and far between. Then your big brother Han Mai said softly, has he become a direct disciple? It's not a good idea to ask something, but it's still a good idea to ask. How could Han Mai not have heard of the resounding reputation of the first lineage? If you haven't heard of it, naturally it's not. 12 years ago, during the battle in the blazing Demon Valley, my sword sect surpassed the Tai Ling sword sect and became the 3rd of the 4 great sword sects. Master Tuoba Chang opened the mountain with a sword intent of great completion, injuring the great elder of the Lai Demon Valley, Hu Taisheng, and beheading the elder of the Tai Ling sword sect who had the best chance of achieving the Jindan realm, Qin Ji. A halo flashed in Lin Shin's eyes. Han Mai seemed to see countless sword cultivators rushing to kill, sword light rushing to shatter the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers model. Sword cultivators cultivate that line of heaven. This heavenly opportunity is seized by the sword in the palm. Struggle with man, struggle with heaven. In that battle, my sword sect lost 3 earth realm deacon elders and 7 true disciples. Master's sword intent has been greatly damaged and has not recovered in 12 years. My big brother, he is one of the 7 true legends that fell. The muscles on Lin Shin's face twitched, and there were tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. Forcing back the sadness in his heart, he took a deep breath. At that time, I was right in front of Big Brother, and he requested that Master accept me as a disciple, and then tell me to swing my sword 1,000,000 times, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. Laying the great sword slung behind his back across his knees, Lin Shin rubbed his palm over the hilt of the scabbard. My qualifications, they're far worse than Big Brother's. I just want to cultivate hard all the way to be able to one day cultivate to the kind of realm that Big Brother is talking about. Speaking of this, he shook his head and let out a light laugh. Brother Han, thank you for waking me up. I should have just resigned myself to it. With that, he stood up and looked up at the 2 big words, Sword Pavilion, above his head. I'm not practicing my sword. Back then, I brought this Big Brother's sword out of the sword pavilion, and now, I'm returning it. Unwillingly stroking the long sword one more time, he cupped it in both hands and handed it to Han Mai. Han Mai stood up, pondered for a moment, and caught that long sword. He reached out and grasped the long sword he had once held, pulling it out with a kura sound. The sword is unharmed and meticulously maintained. Today I received a sword from a disciple of the sword sect, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lin Shun's gaze fell on the long sword. Then he took a breath and turned around. Instructor Lin, where are you going to go from here if you don't practice your sword? Han Mai asked out loud. Go home. My little sister's cultivation talent is better than mine, so it's better for me to go home to pass on my family's legacy and become a rich man. Lin Shin's body swayed and left in large strides. Only when he knew his back had disappeared down the mountain path did Han Mai turn back. Lu Gao, who stood at the entrance to the sword pavilion, landed his gaze on the long sword held in Han Mai's hands. Senior Han, I've heard the story of Lin Chongxiao. 3 stone green tigers have a great reputation.
Han Mui nodded.
Lu Gao carefully glanced at Han Mai's face, then whispered, things like cultivation. Sometimes you do have to resign yourself to fate. In my life, I never thought I could become an outer disciple. He cracked his mouth and pressed his hand to his chest. I just want to be able to earn more, so that when I'm old enough, I can go down the mountain, get a daughter-in-law, have a couple of brats, and then have them go back up to the mountain to practice. Han Muoi looked up at him. That, senior brother Han, you are blessed with great fortune and great talent. You will be able to have a straight path. Remembering that Han Mai was unable to worship at the sword sect due to his lack of qualifications, Lu Gao hurriedly changed his words. Comparing qualifications, Han Mai wasn't necessarily as high as him. He's given up. What about Han Magne? Big brother Lu, cultivation. It's not difficult. Han Mai spoke softly. Then without waiting for Lu Gao to reply, he directly walked into the sword pavilion. He held the long sword in his hand and took a step towards the depths of the wooden sword. Although this sword was not a spiritual weapon, it was a heavy sword with a lot of spiritual materials used in it. Walking over to an empty wooden stand, he placed his long sword on it. Looking at this heavy sword, Han Mai seemed to see a young sword cultivator whose sword energy was soaring to the sky, watching him sweep through the outer sect with a single sword, watching him enter the top 100 of the inner sect with a single sword. He watched this youth shine, and then watched him fall in a bloody battle. Unconsciously, Han Mai's palm fell on top of the hilt of his sword. Images came to his mind. The burly instructor Lin wielded his long sword and slashed with each sword, using all his strength. Xian Yuan's sword art cracking stone. Yishuan's sword art, destroy mountain. It was an image that Han Mai had seen back in the day. Tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, his sea of qi was infused with broken and scattered sword qi. Buzz! The long sword vibrated. A sword qi. 10 ways. 100 ways. 1,000 ways. Boom! The image in Han Mai's mind suddenly exploded, and then, a young man holding a large sword and standing tall like a peak stood there. I, Lin Chongxiao, pay my respects to fellow Taoist. Thank you for the book friends Moon Shadow listening to the sound. The wind does not speak of sadness. I throw just to support a little, the South China Sea Xiaobeilong 001 monthly vote support. Jianghu a person's reward. Thank you to read after the voting comments. Look forward to next week's recommendation. We cheer together. End of chapter. Chapter 53. Your big brother said that wielding a sword can crack rocks and destroy mountains is true. Lin Chongxiao, that 9 Xian sword sect genius true successor, the heavenly pride that made Tuobachang not accept a direct descendant for 10 years. The elder brother of the Lin sect head, let him 10 years to swing the sword, wasted into the empty Lin Chongxiao. I thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me break through deep brother's confusion, so that he still has a chance to turn back. In his mind, Lin Chongxiao once again turned toward Han Mai. Han Mai had watched thousands of swords, but it was the first time he had seen his own consciousness in the picture. Looking at Lin Chongxiao in the picture, he didn't know how to reply. You're really Lin Chongxiao? He spoke in a low voice, not knowing if Lin Chongxiao in his head could hear him. As his words fell, Lin Chongxiao in his mind nodded, then shook his head. I'm Lin Chongxiao and I'm not. I'm just a trace of Lin Chongxiao's obsession that can't bear to dissipate and is hidden in the sword. For so many years, I can survive for a long time and not be dispersed. It's deep brother's divine soul that warms me up, and the obsession that spawns me. Speaking of this, Lin Chongxiao whispered, fellow Taoist, you can think of me as the spirit of a sword weapon, or as a residual thought. I am no threat to you, Taoist, nor am I capable of threatening. If it wasn't for the fact that you inspired me with your sword qi, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with you even if I wanted to. This Lin Chongxiao was shrewd, knowing that for cultivators, the most tangible thing was their own safety and security. If this Lin Chongxiao would be a threat to Han Mai's safety, Han Mai would find a way to obliterate him at the first opportunity. Looking at the image in his mind, Han Mai's hand holding the long sword suddenly loosened. Lin Chongxiao wanted to say something else, but could only dissipate helplessly. The image dissipated and nothing remained. It seemed that Lin Chongxiao's words were true. He was only a remnant soul and was no threat to himself. Once again holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, his sword qi probing in, Lin Chongxiao smiled helplessly and bitterly as he arched his hand. Fellow Taoist, I am now relying on your sword qi to materialize, and when the sword qi is withdrawn, I will also dissipate. At this point, he looked up and bowed with a sincere face. Fellow Taoist, please also help me nudge my deeper brother. Don't let him break his path of cultivation. Nudging Master Lin? Han Mai pondered for a moment and whispered, how do I nudge it? He spent 10 years of hard cultivation, and once his Tao heart was shattered, I'm afraid he won't have a chance to raise his cultivation in this life. The current Han Mai wasn't exactly a cultivation novice. Cultivating the heart without one's own Tao in one's heart, then even if one spends many years, it is still empty. Lin Shin is like that now. Fellow Taoist, wielding a sword by the millions and cracking rocks and destroying mountains is not something I made up. Lin Chongxiao spoke in a low voice. Back then, I explored a secret place with a few of my brothers and sisters, and got some broken gongfa, which had such means recorded. I knew that deep brother he was underqualified, so before he fell, I entrusted him with the task of practicing this method to make up for his clumsiness with diligence. I left a wisp of my residual soul in the sword weapon, also because I wanted to help him cultivate. It's just that, Lin Chongxiao let out a bitter smile. I didn't think that Shindi would directly cultivate this method bitterly instead of supplementing it. He doesn't have enough cultivation to inspire the power of this remnant of my soul, and I, for one, can only love him. This is really shady. Lin Chongxiao went out of his way to stay in the sword with his residual soul, trying to help Lin Shin. As a result, Lin Shin was obsessed with practicing the 10 million sword swings that Lin Chongxiao had mentioned, and instead neglected his own cultivation, resulting in insufficient cultivation and an inability to stimulate the power of the residual soul. I had thought that with my strength, I would be able to help Shumdi forge the foundation of the Tao within 10 years and become a full-fledged Sanchez High. Thus, my heart's desire is done. On the screen, Lin Chongxiao's face flashed with despondency before he arched his hand and said, if you, Taoist friend, can condense such a thick sword qi, your sword cultivation realm must be heavenly. Chongxiao begs fellow Taoist to be able to take a shot at nudging deep brother. Looking at Lin Chongxiao in the picture, Han Mai didn't open his mouth. Although he wasn't as heavenly in sword cultivation as Lin Chongxiao thought, he had a full level of enlightenment and it wasn't difficult to enlighten Lin Shin. It was just that today's stimulation of Lin Chongxiao's residual soul in the sword artifact had caused him to be a bit surprised. There are tens of thousands of swords hidden in the sword pavilion. How many swords have residual souls residing in them? These remnants of souls, if they all have obsessions, ask him to fulfill them, and he agrees to them all one by one. He couldn't have done it. But Lin Shin Dao Xian was his point of breaking. Letting him sit back and watch Lin Shin break his cultivation path just like that, he couldn't bear it. Fellow Taoist, the secret place where I first discovered the remnants of the Gongfu scrolls was very somewhat divine. If you can help my deeper brother out, I would like to tell you the location of this secret place. In the middle of the screen, Lin Chongxiao once again spoke out. The only thing this remnant of my soul can come up with is this secret. Discover the secret place of feats. The method of wielding a sword for 10 million was not unusual, and there might be other good things in such a secret place. This sort of is the deal. Lin Chongxiao was able to pay the price, and it wasn't a wasted effort to help him out himself. In the future, if you go out for the remnants, there are rules to follow. Good. Han Mai nodded, reached out to grip his long sword, and turned around. When he reached the door, Lugo stared slightly as he saw him come out with his sword. I'll go around. Han Mai walked straight down the 9 stone steps. Watching his back, Rugo turned his head to look at Sword Pavilion. Then a trace of bewilderment flashed across his face. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. I'm just the gatekeeper of the Sword Pavilion, not a sword watcher. At the mountain gate of the 9 Xian Sword Gate, a green wooden carriage was parked under the mountain gate building sign. Lin Yuxia, dressed in a long pink dress, stood next to the carriage and looked at Lin Shun, who was sitting in front of the frame. Second brother, are you really willing to come down? Lin Yuxia looked at the wasting Lin Shun and whispered in a heartbroken voice. Hehe. What's wrong with going down the mountain? Lin Shin let out a laugh and turned his head to look at the tall gates behind him, a trace of piercing pain flashing through his eyes. Forget it. I'll go back and have a good time, and when you come home next time, you might get to hold your little nephew. Lin Shin grinned, just a little wet at the corners of his eyes. Remember, you said, when my boy grows up, you lead him to cultivate. Lin Yuxia bit her lip, tears in her eyes, and gently nodded her head. Having the path of cultivation broken in this life would be overwhelmingly painful for anyone. Then, second brother, are you really not going to say goodbye to Master Tuoba and the others? Lin Yuxia looked around at the cold and clear appearance and said in a low voice. Lin Shin quietly left without informing anyone, not even his master teacher saying goodbye. I'm not a big brother, master, he won't care. Lin Shin shook his head, raised his hand, and pulled the reins straight. Girl, the gathering of the 9 Xian sword sect is a good competition. This is a good opportunity to become famous. You don't want to be like me and crash the name of Big Brother 3-Stone Green Tiger back then. Lin Yuxia nodded, tears finally rolling down her face. Haha, my generation of sword cultivators are invincible at the same level. Swing your sword 1,000,000 times, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. 10 years of absurdity and waking up to a dream. With a shake of the reins, the carriage slowly moved forward. The ruts pressed and creaked against the lapis lazuli. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down in Lin Shin's eyes as he gently turned back to look at the tall gateway behind him.
Juxian Sword Sect.
In this life, perhaps for the last time, I will watch it. Instructor Lin. Just then, a voice rang out. Dressed in a white robe and holding a large sword, Han Mai walked as if he were flying, passing through the doorway and arriving before the carriage. Lin Shin tugged on the reins and laughed lightly. It's rare. I thought no one would come to see me off. I'm not here to see you off. Han Mai shook his head and raised the long sword in his hand. It's true what your big brother said about wielding a sword by the millions and cracking rocks and destroying mountains. You, still fixing it? Thanks to the book friends, we are all poor. Fascinated by AII, Whitingzhu, Silence is a Fool, Luoigao, Miss Once You, Who's Kai Pot Pot Pot, Love a Lifetime Treasure, Butterfly Love Flowers Cherish Parting, Origin and Origin. Book friends 20200 for 10231740132. Knife Crazy Like a Wave, Tie-By Robes, We Are All Little Slimes, Kong Urshian. The red cultivation of the monthly vote support. Thank you. All Dragon Skies reward. Thanks to everyone's catching up, commenting, and voting. This book's performance has skyrocketed. I read everyone's comments, you guys are too good for my ambush. You, still fixing it? I felt so good about writing this chapter myself today. Cheer up. End of chapter. Chapter 54 Lin Shin's Choice, Sword Pavilion's Rules. Swinging the sword by the millions, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. Lin Shin sat on the carriage, the corners of his mouth twitching, his shoulders unable to stop shaking. Still fixing it? Oh, swinging the sword by the millions, cracking rocks and destroying mountains. Brother Han, I have been so determined to never hold a sword again. Why do you need to do it? Lin Shin looked at the long sword in front of him and gently closed his eyes. His hands, clutching the reins tightly, his knuckles white and trembling slightly. Lin Chongshao entrusted me with this. The remnants of his soul are in this sword. Han Mai directly handed the hilt of his long sword to Lin Shin. Lin Shin's eyes opened abruptly, looking at Han Mai with disbelief. You seriously? Han Mai didn't speak. Just a sword chi infused the sword. A vibrating sound rose above the long sword. Whether it was Lin Shun or Lin Yuxia who was not far away, all of their bodies trembled, and a sense of the bloodline of their closest relatives arose. Big brother. Lin Yuxia was in tears. Lin Shin raised his hand shakily and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. An unspeakable aura wrapped around him, and he stared at it with wide eyes and a disorganized cackle escaping his lips. Han Mai held the scabbard in his hand, and a sword chi slowly infused the long sword. Lin Shin's face slowly changed as he held the hilt of his sword. Sadness. Blame yourself. Rejoice. Hesitation. Lin Yuxia, who had slowly walked closer, did not dare to make a sound, and quietly looked at Lin Shin, and the long sword held in Lin Shin's palm. After half a quarter of an hour, Lin Shin shuddered, then reluctantly let go of the hilt of his sword. Han Mai stopped infusing his sword chi. Lin Shun, who was sitting sideways on the carriage, suddenly jumped off. Without Brother Han's intervention, the remnants of Big Brother's soul sunk into the sword and never saw the light of day. With that, he fell to his knees with a bang and touched his head to the ground. Lin Yuxia on his side bit her lip and was about to follow suit and fall to her knees. Han Mai sighed softly and reached out to support Lin Shin's arm before adding, Instructor Lin, if I hadn't spoken too much, you may not have given up the cultivation method of wielding a sword for 10 million, and there may still be a chance to meet up with your brother. He was willing to help Lin Shin because the man's heart was faithful and pure, and also because he blamed himself for breaking Lin Shin's Dao heart with his own words earlier. Han Mai reached out to help, and only then did Lin Shin and Lin Yuxia get up. Handing the long sword to Lin Shin, Han Mai said softly, "Instructor Lin, take this sword back. In this sword, the remnants of Lin Chongxiao's soul survived. It's just that Lin Shin doesn't know. Now that I know, I definitely don't want to return it to Sword Court." Lin Shin glanced gratefully at Han Mai, then stretched out his hands and carefully received the long sword, holding it tightly. After sending the sword, Han Mai smiled and said, "Instructor Lin, are you still going?" Lin Shin grinned. "Not going." He looked up at the mountain gate of the Nine Xian sword sect with much more relief on his face and a hint of longing. Han Mai nodded and smiled. "That's good. I'll go back to the sword pavilion first, and we'll have a drink together when we can." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Yuxia beside Lin Shen, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Fairy Lin, you're afraid that you won't be able to hold your nephew for a while." After saying that, he laughed and turned to leave. "This, senior brother Han, is so special ah." Looking at Han Mai's back, Lin Yuxia whispered softly in a low voice, "Special." Lin Shin clutched his sword, and a crystal light came out of his eyes. More than special. On him, the previous disheveledness was swept away, and there was a lot more unspeakable bravado. Turning his hand to carry the long sword to his back, he let out a laugh and looked at Lin Yuxia. "Little sister, although Brother Han is a sword pavilion sword viewer, the realm of the sword Dao is definitely unimaginable. Big Brother is saying that he's a sword cultivator through and through." Hearing Lin Shin's words, Lin Yuxia couldn't help but look at the long sword that was carried behind Lin Shin's back, which contained the remnants of her elder brother Lin Chongxiao's soul. "Little sister, if you're interested, I'll help you set you up with Brother Han?" Lin Shin smiled and winked at Lin Yuxia. Lin Yuxia face a red, thought of Han Mu Yi, and by Suzhin relationship is absolutely shallow. The so-called friend's husband cannot be deceived, busy poo-pooed. "Second brother, you say what nonsense?" Then she looked at Lin Shan and said with a straight face, "Second brother, since you're not leaving, what should you do on the path of cultivation in the future?" Lin Shan wasted 10 years and wielded his sword millions of times, wasting all his own cultivation. Now even if I retake it, I don't know if I have a chance. Cultivation of this kind of thing is to compete with the sky to win, lost a line of precedence, and then want to properly cultivate will be difficult. Big Brother gave me 2 ways to go. Lin Shin's gaze was cast in the distant direction of the Jiuxian mountain, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "The first way, go to the 3-stone fast and beg the master. The master will definitely help me for the sake of my big brother. I will recultivate my body refining, and I will be able to accomplish it in 3 years. The second way." Lin Shin bowed his head slightly before saying, "Wield your sword 10 million times, cracking rocks and destroying mountains." Lin Yuxia was shocked, busy saying, "Then second brother, you go to pay a visit to Master Tooba. Master Uncle's face is cold and his heart is warm. He will..." "Surely." The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Before the words were finished, she had already seen the smile on Lin Shin's face. "Little sister, you know what I would have chosen for the second brother, don't you?" Lin Yuxia stomped her foot and said, "Second brother? Why are you still fixing this slim law? It's going around in circles, but it's still going back." Lin Shin shook his head and smiled. "It's not the same. Now that I have Big Brother's guidance and Brother Han's nudging, I can naturally cultivate." Lin Yuxia froze, and then she saw Lin Shin tugging on the reins and turning around to head towards the Jiuxian sword gate. "I've thought about it, resigning from my post as an outer sect instructor and going to the sword pavilion to become a sword protector. From now on, I'll be in the sword pavilion, close to Brother Han. So if you're interested, little sister, you can come to the sword pavilion often." Going to the sword pavilion, being a sword protector? The sword pavilion of the Nine Xian sword sect. Is there still a sword protector to speak of? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Lin Yuxia's face. "Intentionally? I wouldn't have meant it. Right, so the one who nailed the second brother's Dao heart was him? This guy is hiding deep. Next time." Humph. After sending the sword to Lin Shin, Han Mai felt relaxed as he returned to the sword pavilion. There was a meditative coziness about that. He could feel the joy of those sword intent in the sea of qi, as well as those sword qi that slowly traveled through the tendons in the dantian, which were also much more docile. It seemed that these sword intent sword qi were all extremely sensual cuties. If only those absorbed sword chi could be this gentle when condensing the sword bones. That scraping of the bones and the bones of the wrong people is so bad. When he returned to the entrance of the sword pavilion, Han Mai was slightly stunned. Huang Lao Lu, who had his hands behind his back, stood in front of the stone steps, and to his side was a female cultivator dressed in goose-yellow clothing. Sister-in-law?
Han Makino Koghed Light Lu.
Huang Lao Lu and the female cultivator both turned around. Greetings, senior brother. Han Mai saluted respectfully toward Huang Lao Lu in a very solemn manner, then arched his hand toward the female cultivator. Greetings, 6. Lu Qingping, senior brother Han. Just call her senior sister Lu. Huang Lao Lu panicked and spoke out. Han Makino was amused at heart. This guy has a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. Behind the scenes when Ping sister, 6 sister-in-law, really face-to-face, but is so raw. Meet senior sister Lu. Han Muoi opened his mouth. The female cultivator wearing a goose-yellow shirt lightly smiled and raised her hand to return the salute. This is brother Han, who brother Jin Xiong said had great skills? The female cultivator wasn't the pretty kind, just a light brow. Huang Lao Lu stood aside and smiled, as if the wrinkles on his face had stretched a lot at this moment. Brother 6, why don't you invite senior sister Lu in for a seat? Han Mai looked toward Huang Lao Lu. Huang Lao's face was whole, shook his head and said, Sword pavilion rules. No one is allowed to enter unless they receive a sword. Not to mention that senior sister Lu is not yet a member of my Nine Shen sword sect. All the more reason to not break the rules. Thank you to my book friends, Idiot Continent, and Kamado for their monthly support. And thank you all for catching up on your reading, commenting, and voting. I'm gonna go all out on the weekend to code and try to stock up on manuscripts. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Buying swords, exchanging swords. Rules.
Han Mui Noded.
Huang Lao Lu can still know to keep the rules of the sword pavilion under the powerful emotional impact of the reunion of his first love. So it seems that he has not been overwhelmed by love. There's still salvation. Brother Jin Xiong has already told me that the sword pavilion is an important place for your Nine Shen sword sect. If Brother Jin Xiong can gain the trust of the sect and take charge of this place, of course he can't break the rules. Lu Qingping was busy speaking from the sidelines. Ruling? Han Mai raised his eyes to Huang Lao Lu. Huang Lao Lu blinked. This bullskin of 6th brother, it's blowing a bit loud. Senior sister Lu, you can't enter the sword pavilion, but senior brother Han is quite knowledgeable about sword selection and sword cultivation. So if you go to the workshop market tomorrow to buy a sword, let him accompany you on your trip. Tomorrow, I still have to deliberate with the elders in the pavilion, so I won't accompany you. Huang Lao Lu turned around, sidestepped Lu Qingping's gaze, and said faintly. He looked at Han Mai, a pleading look in his eyes. Lu Qingping nodded and looked toward Han Mai. Then I'll be grateful to senior brother Han. Accompanying Lu Qingping to buy a sword? Han Makino's heart fluttered. Also good. This would give him a chance to touch the sword weapon in Lu Qingping's hand, from which he could find out if this Lu Qingping was approaching Huang Lao Lu with a purpose. Although he didn't want to break Huang Lao's beautiful dream of reuniting with his first love, Lu Qingping wouldn't have ignored Han Mai if she had another agenda. Senior sister Lu is polite. It's really because senior brother can't leave tomorrow. Otherwise his eyesight is 100 times better than mine. Han Mai nodded, arching his hand. Then I'll wait for senior sister at the mountain gate tomorrow. The workshop open to the public in the sword sect didn't have any good swords, and in order to choose a good sword, one still needed to go to the workshop 200 miles down the mountain. Lu Qingping nodded her head, then looked at Huang Lao Lu and softly said, Brother Jin Xiong, then I'll go back first. Huang Lao Lu grinned. Thinking of his missing incisors, he was busy shutting up again. He then stood on the stone steps and watched Lu Qingping disappear down the mountain path for a long time, still looking on. 6. You're becoming a lookout. Han Mai, who had already walked into the sword pavilion to take a turn and sit behind the long case, smiled and opened his mouth. Huang Lao Lu's face reddened as he turned around and walked into the sword pavilion. He came over to Han Mai, who was sitting on a large chair, and murmured, Thank you, brother Han, for helping me fulfill my lie today. Just now in front of Lu Qingping, Han Mai could be said to have given him enough face, and even went along with the bull he had blown to help him round out. Running the sword court? Let the cows fly for a while. Huang Lao Lu reached out to rub his thinning hair and muttered in a low voice, I'm quite the date here, but in front of Sister Ping, I'm just flustered. I, for one, am unconsciously trying to elevate my status. I just thought with her slightly. Huang Lao Lu lowered his head, a hint of despondency permeating his face. Sword cabinet sword watchers, 10 into 9 deaths, even if the salary treatment is comparable to the inner door, still even the handymen are not willing to come to the sword cabinet as a sword watchers. That spirit stone salary, you have a life to earn, but no life to spend. A sword pavilion sword viewer, suffering from sword chi day in and day out with a withered body, what qualifications did he have to match up with a Qing Fengguan's intersect elite? Han Mai wanted to comfort Huang Laolu with a few words, but thought about not opening his mouth. Huang Laolu knew everything himself. This hot energy he had now was also the reunion love with Lu Qingping. When some time passed, especially when the Nine Shen Sword sect gathering ended and Lu Qingping left, this matter too would be settled. Not to mention that Qing Fengguan betrayed the Jiuxian sword sect. It's a sinful relationship that's destined to never come to fruition. Han Makino shook his head slightly and raised his eyes to see Lugo, who had lunchboxes racked on both arms, sticking his head out of the doorway and looking around. Huh, where's sister-in-law 6? I've made a special effort to beat up the big, rotten meat to make sure 6 teeth can eat it. Lugo muttered under his breath with some regret. Huang Laolu turned his head, glared and gritted his teeth. I want to eat bones. Han Muoi laughed so hard that he almost fell off the big chair. The three of them sat around the small wooden table in front of the entrance. Huang Laolu had a good appetite and concentrated on the big meat, while Lu Gao whispered about some news he heard in the dining hall. The last few days have been very much about coming to some sects, mostly arranging to eat with the outer disciples in the outer dining hall. Quite a few of these people are a bit micromanaging. Lugo says microaggressions that are good to hear. Come to the party, only with the outer door together treatment. People do not curse the mother is a good connotation. It was just that since the Nine Shen sword sect had recruited the person here, why did they treat him so slowly? Humph, what's wrong with eating and living in the same place as the outer disciples? Huang Laolu finally came up empty, snorting coldly. The Nine Shen sword sect is one of the 9 sects of the western border. Not letting them pay out of their own pockets for food and lodging is already giving them face. Ahem, 6th brother. They paid out of their own pockets. Lugo coughed lightly. Out of their own pockets and still just arranging for the same food and housing treatment as the outer disciples. Han Makino narrowed his eyes slightly. Looks like this one is going to be a bad one. The last time the Nine Shen sword sect shocked the 4 directions was the battle in the Lai Demon Valley 12 years ago. It seems like the sword sect is trying to make something happen here. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Huang Laolu shook his head and reached out to the large meat again. Guess we're about to get busy too. A batch of swords will surely be returned before long. Sword returned? Han Makino froze and immediately understood. It is not the disciple who falls and the sword is returned. It's breaking down the door and destroying the enemy, seizing the swords and weapons and putting them in the sword tower. The sword sect is taking that Sanchin sword sect to make an example of them this time. I only wonder if Mo Yuan will be able to make a difference in this conquest. In the afternoon, Huang Laolu was sleeping on the long case, and Lu Gao was leaning against the door of the sword pavilion and dozing. Only Han Mai was in the sword pavilion wiping his long sword with a linen cloth. He polished his sword while collecting sword chi, then absorbed it into his body in the process. The sourness is painful and joyful. Sword court rules, bathe and dress. Get out of the way. Rugo's long howl at the doorway was directly interrupted. Han Mai frowned, placing the long sword back in his hand as he paced to the entrance of the sword pavilion. Over there, a tall young man in white inner disciple robes stood in front of the long case with a cold face. In the hand of Huang Laolu, who was sitting behind a long case, was a yellow paper scroll, slowly flipping through it. Did you do the math? I used the clan's mission completion record to exchange for a sword weapon. Can this matter still be faked? The tall youth spoke in a cold voice. Turning his head to see Han Mai coming over, he reached out and pointed at him. You're younger. Hurry up and help that old man read out the records from the mission book. Old eyes and still being a sword watcher. I guess I won't live long. The youth's words were vicious and his tone was cold, as if the sword viewer was not a fellow sword sect member, and life and death were ants. There was no change in Huang Laolu's facial expression, just his fingers roaming around that mission statement. Inner disciple Luo Tian, completing the clan scouting mission, accumulating 30 clan merits, which can be exchanged for vouchers and also for clan mission rewards. Luo Tian, this scouting mission of yours was completed a year ago. Why are you only redeeming it now? Our sword pavilion rules mission exchange within a year your mission book expired.
Rhoda?
The guy who practiced swordplay and broke his saber at point blank? The last time he asked someone to come and exchange swords he was rejected by Han Mai, and this time he was coming to exchange quest merit for sword weapons? Han Mai's gaze swept toward this Luo Tian, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. After spending a long time in the sword pavilion, he was cordial with all the sword weapons in the pavilion. Of the swords here, he was unwilling to hand over a single one to someone like Luo Tian who did not care for swords and weapons. Hearing Huang Lalio's words, Luo Tian let out a cold laugh. Last time Song Chang said that the sword pavilion sword viewer seemed to be targeting me on purpose. I still didn't believe him. So, there really is such a thing. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out, slapping it down on the long case. I'll change this sword today. Thank you for the monthly vote support from Bookfriend Bitch Can't Be Harry. Bookfriend 201712251830516999. Obsessed with AII, Xinjiang Nan Air, Silk Rain Stretches, and Knife Crazy Like a Wave, and thank you for the reward from Bookfriend Kulapati. Everyone's catching up. Voting and commenting has made this book more popular and better. It's all because of the bookworms that we've been able to do this. Thanks, I'm fully coding and saving up. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Watching the sword, watching people, and watching our own heart. That's still a mission statement. It's just that this mission statement is brand new and obviously recently issued. You read it to him. Luo Tian rushed Han Mai with a bit of his chin. Han Mai walked forward and picked up the mission statement. Luo Tian, an inner disciple of the Nine Xian sword sect, has completed a demon hunting mission, killing one escaped fox demon from the Lai Demon Valley, rewarding him with 30 merit honors. Han Muoi read out the text from the mission statement. Luo Tian snorted coldly. There won't be a problem with the timing this time, right? This is a mission that was only completed last month. Huang Laolu sat there with an unsightly expression on his face. Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer, this errand, people honor you, you are a senior brother, reach out and offer filial piety. People look down on you, and you are an existence that is inferior to even a handyman in the sect. This one in front of him, he looked down on the sword watchers. Han Mai took that mission statement and said indifferently, the demonic beasts that escaped from Blazing Demon Valley back then? This mission, it's not going to be easy to accomplish. At lunchtime, Lu Gao and Huang Laolu talked about the battle in Lai Demon Valley. The Blazing Demon Valley is 80,000 miles south of the Jiuxian sword sect, and there are great demons encamped in it. This place was already far away from the Nine Xian sword sect's mountain gate, and where it bordered the Tai Ling sword sect, the sword sect's power of control was almost non-existent. There, it's kind of a two-region zone. For hundreds of years, those demon clans whose cultivation had become climatic had gathered in the Lai Demon Valley, setting off no small battle. This also had the backing of the Tai Ling sword sect, which was still the third of the four great sword sects at the time. Until more than 10 years ago, the Blazing Demon Valley brutally killed the disciples of the Jiuxian sword sect, provoking the Jiuxian sword sect's cool retaliation. In one battle, he flattened the Lai Demon Valley, seriously injured its great elder who had formed the Demon Dan, blocked the disciples of the Tai Ling sword sect who had survived in the Lai Demon Valley, and beheaded the elite elders of the Tai Ling sword sect. In this battle, the Jiuxian sword sect had taken advantage of the human race's righteousness, and had torn the face of the Tai Ling sword sect, causing its prestige to drop greatly, and it was overtaken by the Jiuxian sword sect. It was just that, in a battle like this, the Nine Xian sword sect's payment was naturally large. And the aftermath has not subsided for a decade. Long Island Expressway, Demon Valley, square miles of land. Fleeing the scattered demon race, all kinds of jump back. Very much let the sword door, tired of conquest and suppression. Too far to whip. The army is out to kill the chicken. If a small number of disciples went, those demons might be able to eat a wave back, thanks to their talent and terrain familiarity. As a last resort, the Jiuxian sword sect issued a demon hunting mission statement, and as long as a ruling clan or disciple under their discipline killed a demonic beast, they would be rewarded with merit, just like the recently issued mission to hunt down Qin Yuanhe. Demon hunting missions were long-term and quite dangerous. Not many people were willing to take them on over the years, and not many were able to complete them. Even though this Luo Tian was an inner disciple, he didn't just say that he could accomplish it. A demon fox with a cultivation and battle power that wasn't bad. Humph. The time on the mission book is correct, right? Luo Tian impatiently turned his head to look at the rows of wooden shelves, a trace of color flashing in his eyes. If there is no mistake, I'm going to go choose my sword. Han Mai cupped the mission statement and nodded. No mistake. Go ahead and choose. Huang Laolu was silent with a sullen face. The sword viewer could make things difficult for the disciple leading the sword, but he couldn't do anything about it when they came prepared. You boys are a lot more sensible than this old thing. Luo Tian sneered and grabbed back that mission book in front of Huang Laolu before striding towards the wooden frame. He didn't linger on the wooden frame around him. None of his eyes fell on any of the swords. Huang Laolu frowned and stood up. Han Muoi shook his head. In a moment, though, Luo Tian walked back to the long case with a sword in his hand. Just this sword. I'll take it. Looking at the sword weapon in his hand, Huang Lao's face looked odd, pondered for a moment, and grinned. Okay. You can claim this sword. Luo Tian turned to leave when Han Mai suddenly spoke out. Wait a minute. The sword claiming procedure isn't finished yet. He walked over to the long case and flipped open the booklet, then reached out. Bring the sword. There's still a procedure that hasn't been completed? Luo Tian's brows furrowed with impatience as he handed the long sword to Han Mai. Han Mai held the long sword, pressed one hand on the long case, and flipped through the booklet with one hand. Luo Tian, the inner disciple, is to receive this long sword as a carry-on sword, right? Rhoda nodded. Han Mai spread the booklet out and looked up. What about your sword from before? Unless one goes out on a mission to receive a sword. Otherwise, when an inner disciple receives a sword, he needs to surrender the sword he received before. You've heard of this rule, haven't you? Luo Tian's face stiffened. It's a rule he's heard before. It's just that it's a rule that not many people really keep. An unusual sword weapon was of average value, but it could be exchanged for 12 or 24 spirit stones. The swords that the inner disciples carried with them, that would not be cheap, especially if they were mixed with spirit materials. Each one would cost thousands or even thousands of spirit stones. Many people dispose of their previous saber as soon as they have the opportunity to receive a new saber. It was something that the clan had turned a blind eye to. Anyone who dares to do that is emboldened. But now that Han Mai is more serious, he has no choice. I didn't bring my sword, so how about this? I'll send the sword tomorrow. Looking toward Han Mai, Luo Tian squeezed out a smile on his face and handed out a merit voucher in his hand. It all scrapes the bottom of the barrel. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Huang Laolu turned his head to look at Han Mai. This boy is a real talent. Whoever comes to lead the sword eats it to death. The eyes of Lugo, who had his head stretched out in the doorway, were full of admiration. Today I've seen Brother Han's methods. It's hard for someone like that not to get rich. Han Mai turned his head and gave Huang Laolu a wink. Huang Laolu nonchalantly reached out and took the piece of merit voucher. Han Mai smiled faintly, and the hand pressed on the long sword slowly raised. Luo Tian breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the sword. Pop! Han Mai's hand suddenly slapped down, pressing down on the long sword as he looked at Luo Tian with a cold expression. Inner disciple Luo Tian damaged a sword weapon without reason. He is not allowed to set foot in the sword pavilion for 3 years, and after 3 years he will receive double the sword weapon merit. This is something that my sword pavilion has a record of. The person who came to help you change your sword last time didn't make it clear to you? Han Mai's eyes were fixed on Luo Tian, a faint lingering look in his eyes. No qualifications to receive a sword, trespassing into the sword pavilion, go to the law enforcement hall yourself to receive the chastisement. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, Rugo grew his mouth wide. Huang Laolu cupped the merit vouchers in his hands with a blank expression. Luo Tian, who was arrogant just now, went straight from being a sword leader to trespassing in the sword pavilion. This instantaneous change was all in the hands of Han Mai alone. Turning the clouds over, Luo Tian's face changed red and white, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. He moved his gaze away from the long sword pressed in Han Moyo's hand. Then his eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared into Han Moyo's eyes. Good, you're good. He gritted his teeth and reached for the quest to hunt the fox demon. Han Mai reached out and pressed it down with one hand, saying indifferently, wait until you go to the law enforcement hall and receive your chastisement before you take this item. Luo Tian's hand clenched tightly, gritting his teeth. He took one step back and exited the sword pavilion, then turned around and left in large strides. Only then did Lugo at the doorway take a long breath. This, the sword watcher? Huang Laolu looked at Han Mai, his eyes cast to the long sword pressed in his hand, then muttered, actually, let him just claim this sword. Anyway, this sword, it won't take long to run back. This sword was none other than the previous 8th of the outer sect, Ji Yuan's saber. It was also the same handle that was led by inner disciple Su Yang. Even more so the one that was only just returned by Zhu Guangxing. It's the same one that almost killed Han Makino back then. 9 times out of 10, Luo Tian would be killed if he led this sword. Han Mai stood up, shook his head, took both the long sword and the quest book, and turned toward the stairs of the sword pavilion. I'm going to see the elders. Saying this, he paused and said, Luo Tian is arrogant, but he doesn't necessarily deserve to die. He deserves to die, but not at the hands of this sword. What's more, since we know this sword is evil, we should not let him lead it away. We're sword watchers. It's our duty. Watch the sword, watch the man, and watch our true heart. When he finished, he lifted his step and walked up the stairs. Watching him go up the stairs, Huang Laolu had a complex expression on his face and finally sighed lowly. No wonder the elders passed on your sword nurturing technique. You are the one who is qualified to be in charge of the Sword Pavilion's Sword Watchers. Thank you for the monthly vote support of Book Friends a Peak, Melancholy King, Chase Reading Pull a Pull. Next week Rushed 3 Rivers. Thank you brothers to help me hold up this book. End of chapter. Chapter 57 Sword Pavilion Elders Reaction. Walking slowly up to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, Han Mai held his sword in one hand and the mission statement in the other, and said in a loud voice, Disciple Han Mai, I seek an audience with the elder. On the 3rd floor, there was a soft Han Mai walked up to the 3rd floor in large strides, and the Sword Pavilion elders sitting in their seats looked up at him. What is it? Han Mai bowed and handed out the long sword in his hand and said, Elder, this sword is somewhat evil. Hearing his words, the Sword Pavilion elder's face remained unchanged as he lifted his hand and took the long sword, not drawing it, but simply placing it horizontally on the wooden table in front of him before looking at Han Mai. Tell me, how did you realize that there was something evil about this sword? Han Mai was busy telling all the strange things that this sword was a Jiuan sword before. Then Suyang claimed it, then it was sent again, and that the sword seemed to be able to quietly enter the sword watcher's quiet room. That Luo Tian was generally the same as Suyang when he chose his sword. Both took it straight. Han Mai handed over the quest book in his hand and said, Also, this quest book is strange. This trip to Blazing Demon Valley is 80,000 miles. Round trip not to mention, with Luo Tian's cultivation, I'm afraid that he's also incapable of hunting demon foxes. Since they can become demons, they are all cultivating demonic chi, so at least they are at the chi condensation stage. Demon fox is a demonic beast in the spirit of extraordinary existence, when the great elders of the Valley of the Demon is from the Demon Fox clan. Luo Tian's cultivation was only at the chi condensation stage. To kill demon foxes in the chaotic Lai Demon Valley and still return from 80,000 miles away within a month, it was a bit implausible. The Sword Pavilion elder nodded, and a trace of admiration grew in his gaze toward Han Mai. You have a fine mind. Also, you have a good heart if you can keep this sword in the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion elder raised his hand to hold the long sword in place before faintly saying, There are some things that you don't need to know too much about just yet. If you can watch the sword in the Sword Pavilion for 10 years, I will tell you what you need to know. After he finished speaking, his hand gently caressed the long sword, his eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, You only need to know that the Sword Pavilion is not just as simple as hiding swords. Standing up, he set his long sword on the wooden stand behind him. On that wooden shelf, there was also a black sword with a sheath. Cultivate the sword nurturing technique well. Only if your cultivation is high enough will you be able to see more of what lies behind the maze. The Sword Pavilion elder turned back to Han Mai, endless depth emanating from his eyes. By the time Han Mai went downstairs, Huang Laolu had already gone somewhere. Sitting behind the long case, Han Mai pondered what the Sword Pavilion elder had said to come. This was the world of cultivation, where anything weird was possible. Maybe the elder knows the secret of this sword, but just won't say anything. This sword oddity was not a big deal in the eyes of the sword sect powerhouses and the Sword Pavilion elders. It was also true that the sword would at most injure the lives of a few sword sect inner and outer disciples. In the elder's opinion, that Qin Yuanhe who had killed Zhou Yan, the deacon of the sword battle hall, and had killed and wounded the lives of 13 disciples, was still at large, so what was the matter of this sword? And this sword seems to be related to some hidden secrets of the Sword Pavilion. These hidden secrets could only be known if one had been a sword watcher for 10 years and had become a deacon of the Sword Pavilion. Han Muoi shook his head. How long has he been in the Sword Pavilion? It was good that Huang Laolu had already been a sword watcher for 7 years, and when he had completed 10 years, he would be able to know all sorts of hidden secrets of the Sword Pavilion. When the time comes, ask Huang Laolu, I'm sure he won't hide it. Spreading out his palm, Han Mai looked at a small bronze sword of less than 3 inches in his palm. This was handed to him by the Sword Pavilion elder. Said the official disciple of the Sword Pavilion to have this credential. In the sword sect, one is not allowed to show this object to anyone except in front of the elders. The sword didn't feel abnormal, and the sword chi was difficult to infuse into it, so perhaps it really was just an identity credential. Slowly closing his eyes, the sword intent in Han Mai's chi si trembled slightly. Only when he felt these tumbles of sword intent did he have peace in his heart. Strength. Without enough power, in the eyes of those powerful people, they were all just dispensable ants. Han Mai gently gritted his teeth, allowing the sword chi wandering around his body to infuse his body and condense into bone. He didn't want to be like those low-ranked disciples and become an insignificant existence in the eyes of the elders. Faint sword chi, permeating around him, induced the sword weapons on the first floor to gently vibrate. Huang Laolu returned to the sword pavilion already near the time of closing the door of the pavilion. He was clutching a small bundle, rather sneaky looking. That, Brother Han. Huang Laolu unwrapped the small bundle, and inside were 15 clear spirit stones. It didn't have the brilliance of a top-grade spirit stone, but it was much denser in aura than a lower-grade spirit stone. Medium-grade spirit stones, each when 100 lower-grade, these 15 pieces, that's 1500 lower-grade spirit stones. Huang Laolu has been hanging out in the sword pavilion for 7 years, and that's all I'm afraid of. Tomorrow you help Ping Mei choose a good sword. Huang Laolu pushed those spirit stones in front of Han Mai, then lowered his voice. If it's not enough, you help me pad it out first, and I'll save up to pay you back later. Han Mai smiled and collected the parcel, then said, "Sixth brother, this is a clean search of the wife's book? That's not true." Even Huang Laolu gave a slight start, his face flushed, waved his hand and said, "It's fine, not for your sixth sister-in-law after all. She has only been practicing for less than 10 years. One more good sword, the chances are better. If we can win a few more matches in this gathering, fight for a few points of fame, and get some resource rewards, it will be very beneficial for our cultivation in the future." Saying that, he reached out and patted Han Mai's arm, then sighed and said, "Brother, you don't know. Sixth brother, I have this in my heart. It's hot. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post." Han Mai let out a laugh and carried the package with him. "Okay. If it's not enough, I'll pay for the extra. Just consider it a gift for my great-nephew's weekly arrest." After saying that, Han Mai turned around and went back to the quiet room. "What great-nephew? This is not still." Huang Laolu's face flashed bloated red. Do not feel grinning in that stupid smile. The next morning Han Muoi got up early. It wasn't that he wanted to get up early. It was Huang Laolu who brought the breakfast in front of him and urged him to get up. Not only did Huang Laolu deliver breakfast, he also handed Han Mai 2 yellow talismans. Divine walking talisman. Stick it on your legs and you'll be able to run as if you're flying. This thing is not much expensive, after all. Pei Yuan 5 or 6 weights can take a step of 10 feet, as fast as a running horse. Anyone who needed to use this talisman paper was only a low-level Pei Yuan cultivator. Collecting the talisman paper out of the sword pavilion, when Han Mai arrived at the mountain gate, Lu Qingping, who was driving the carriage, was already waiting there. "Runes are saved. Senior sister Lu, let me drive the car." Han Makino stepped forward to greet him. Lu Qingping didn't refuse, putting down the reins and smiling. "Then I'll be grateful to senior brother Han." Han Mai got into the carriage and drove it down the hill. The location of the marketplace, Huang Laolu has already spoken in detail many times. "Senior brother Han, how long have you been in the sword pavilion?" Lu Qingping, who was sitting in the carriage, leaned against the door frame and asked. "Not long, either," said Han Mai in a loud voice as he flung his horsewhip. "It's all because sixth brother took care of it." Lu Qingping nodded and said softly, "Indeed, Brother Zhenxiong is a warm-hearted person who is good to get along with." Although Lu Qingping was an elite disciple of the inner sect of Qingfeng, she did not have any loneliness. Talking to Han Makino in a gentle tone, the two of them talked mostly about the yellow old six thing. When Lu Qingping talked about the time when she was with Huang Laolu and the others to seek out cultivation sects, there were many more sighs on her face. Brother Town Bear is a man of firm nature. When he didn't stay in Qingfeng as an errand boy disciple, he didn't want to fall behind. He told me when he left Qingfeng that he was determined to become a heaven realm powerhouse one day. At that time, he didn't even know what a heaven realm powerhouse was. He only knows that the celestial realm can fly in the sky and tread on auspicious clouds. something that Han Muoi knows. Which young man does not want to be in front of his beloved in gold armor, feet on the clouds, to see her cape shy and smiling? What teenager doesn't have a dream he doesn't want to wake up from? Leaning against the doorframe of the carriage, Lu Qingping raised her head to look at the streaming clouds in the sky, and then spoke out in a low voice, "Senior Han, how long can Brother Zhenxiong he still live?" With a tug of the reins in Han Mai's hand, the running carriage stopped on top of the avenue. Thank you for the book, friends. Knife crazy as waves, love of swallowing the sky, is forgotten. Chcluyid, night rain sipping tea to see the wind and moon, meow division, fireworks in the winter wind some, hellfish head, time like the wind away. Book friends 201701251108555074. Memory of the Heart, PLA Yong Siko, Piggy Phase. Bookworm 81 of the monthly vote support. Thank you for the book, friends. The Dark Future, the whole heavenly dragon of the bounty. Thank you all. The book can have the present results very touched, are the result of the support of the book, friends, greatly. I'll do a good job of coding and saving more for the outbreak. Early to bed tonight. Any unrecorded monthly votes and rewards will be recorded at noon along with a thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Neglecting the Earth for the Sake of Cultivation. The carriage stopped sharply, and the seated Lu Qingping's figure did not move. Senior Brother Han, the Nine Xian sword sect is the hegemon for 100,000 miles around. And how could I not have heard of the reputation of the Sword Pavilion's sword watchers? She let out a low sigh, then whispered, Brother Zhenxiong became a sword watcher, just for that 100-breaths heavenly realm, right? Lu Qingping knew about the 100-breath heavenly realm. It was also true that as an elite of the inner sect of Qingfengguan, it was only normal to know something about the Jiuxian sword sect's sword pavilion. Sixth brother has been a sword watcher in the sword pavilion for 7 years, and with 3 more years to go, he'll be a sword pavilion deacon. Han Mai lightly tugged on the reins, and the carriage slowly moved forward. But I saw his appearance. Can he last until he becomes a deacon? Lu Qingping's brows furrowed. To be honest, I really didn't recognize him when I first saw him. If I hadn't looked into his eyes, I wouldn't have recognized him. Han Mai didn't dare to be sure that Huang Laolu could last until he became a deacon of the Sword Pavilion. Although Huang Laolu had also cultivated the gongfu taught by the Sword Pavilion elders and could supposedly survive. Senior Brother Han, you all must have stories if you're willing to go be sword watchers in the Sword Pavilion. Lu Qingping looked at Han Mai's back and spoke softly. But Brother Zhenxiong, he's really just a normal person. Can you talk him down? Persuade him, resign this errand, even if it means just being a mortal, and live well for a few more years. There was a hint of choking in Lu Qingping's voice. 3 years ago, I watched as my senior sister, who also came from Jinyang County and practiced together, had her neck broken by a demonic beast. Lying in my arms, she said she was homesick. She said that if she hadn't practiced, she would have married her husband and raised her children. She said it's not worth it to be negative on Earth for the sake of cultivation. The carriage moved forward, leaving only silence except for the squeaking of the wheels. The practice is not worth it. Han Mai looked at the grass, trees, and mountains that were constantly retreating on his side, and there was a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. And what if you don't practice? Human, is it worth it? Senior Sister Lu, what about you? You should feel sixth brother's heart, right? If he returns to the countryside, will you go with him?
Han Mai språket fint Lu.
Behind them, no sound came. Silence signifies refusal. The Qingfengguan inner sect elites, whose cultivation had already stepped into the qi condensation stage, had at least 300 years of longevity left. How could such a man of the immortal way return to the countryside with Huang Laolu? In the end, all of this is just wishful thinking on Huang Laoyu's part. The carriage moved forward and the atmosphere was much more somber. Luckily, after reaching more than 100 miles below the mountain, he encountered quite a few cultivators along the way, some traveling in pairs, some with roaring carriages and horses, and others with swords in the air, so dashing. Within a 100-mile radius of the Jiuxian sword sect, one may not use a sword unless it is necessary. Han Mai had never seen this kind of imperial sword flying through the air in the sword sect. As he watched the sword light flicker across the sky, Han Mai's eyes were crystal clear. Having seen such scenes, how much of the world's prosperity remains? He spoke in a low voice. Behind them, Lu Qingping's low sigh came. The market is just a small village and town, the carriages and horses stop, and there is a fellow in the market to take care of it. Han Mai and Lu Qingping walked into the marketplace and saw that it was bustling with cultivators. Some were setting up stalls and yelling laboriously, while others were picking and choosing, haggling over the price of a spirit stone, half a spirit stone. These cultivators had mixed breaths and chaotic clothing, completely lacking the immortal intent that was present on Jiuxian Mountain. Han Mai was a little glad that if he hadn't tried his best to mix into the Ninexian sword sect, but had instead been a casual cultivator, then right now he would probably be in the same boat as these people. How can you practice properly with this kind of labor just to make a living? Senior Sister Lu, what kind of sword weapon do you want to choose? Han Mai turned his head and looked at Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping shook her head and swept her gaze around, reaching out to point to a small attic in front of her. Let's go to that potion store. A potion store? Instead of searching for a sword, you're going to an elixir store? Han Mai didn't say anything and followed Lu Qingping into the elixir store. The shopkeeper in the pharmacy welcomed him. Han Mai and Lu Qingping's clothing proved that they had extraordinary status. The eyes of the drugstore owner, who had been ushering in and out for years, lit up. Do you have pills to increase longevity here? Without waiting for the shopkeeper to inquire, Lu Qingping spoke directly. An elixir to increase longevity. The shopkeeper's face stiffened. That, fairy, how could I possibly have such a treasure in this small store of mine? The shopkeeper accompanied the smile and said in a low voice, the Ninexian sword sect was one of the 9 sects of the western frontier, and it was difficult to find a longevity-increasing pill in the sect, so how could there be one in the medicine store in the market under this mountain? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Qingping nodded and said softly again, then, are there any herbs for refining longevity-increasing pills? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and looked around before lowering his voice. Fairy, I do have 2 jade lotus branches in my store. This medicine is one of the important ingredients for refining longevity-increasing pills. When she walked out of the medicine store, Lu Qingping had an extra wooden box in her hand. 300 spirit stones for these 2 jade lotus branches. Then, the 2 of them searched for other medicine stores and bought 3 more types of spirit medicines needed to refine longevity-increasing pills. Lu Qingping had spent a total of over 2,100 spirit stones. This 6th sister-in-law doesn't know how much money she has, but she is quite generous to Huang Laolu. Come on, let's go check out the sword weapons. Walking out of the last medicine store, Lu Qingping finally let out a light breath before speaking. Han Muoi nodded. Previously, Lu Qingping had asked Han Mai to persuade Huang Laolu not to become a sword watcher, and he himself wouldn't accompany Huang Laolu to return to seclusion, making Han Mai more or less unworthy of Huang Laolu. Now that he saw Lu Qingping acquiring so many elixirs for refining longevity-increasing pills, his opinion of her changed slightly. Lu Qingping wouldn't give up her own cultivation, but she was willing to spend money on spiritual medicines for Huang Laolu, which was quite a bit of sentimentality. Let's take a look in the store over there. Han Mai reached out and pointed to the weapon store with the biggest signboard in the marketplace. Lu Qingping looked up, froze for a moment, and then shook her head. Forget it. Swords and weapons aren't meant to be much more expensive. It's better to take advantage of them. There were some stalls selling sword weapons at the street corner before. Let's go and take a look. We might be able to find a good sword weapon. Although Lu Qingping said this, her eyes did not move away from the signboard of that store. Han Mai knew that Lu Qingping didn't have many spirit stones on her. How much savings can an inner disciple of Qingfeng Guan have? If she was truly well off, she wouldn't have to search for a sword at this time without a good sword in her hands until now. Senior Sister Lu, what good sword weapons can be found at a roadside stall? Han Mai shook his head and looked toward the store in front of him, saying, a penny for a penny. This proverb is common to both immortals and mortals. Lu Qingping was going to say more, but Han Mai had already taken a big step forward. Don't worry, Senior Sister Lu. 6th brother gave me spirit stones when I left. Today, a good sword must be chosen for you. Han Mai's words caused the female Lu Qingping to shake her head slightly. Brother Zhenxiong was only a sword watcher. How many spirit stones could he have saved up? With that little spirit stone, what kind of sword weapon can you buy? Or is Senior Brother Han upset about what he said just now, and is deliberately trying to win back some face for them, the sword watchers? It seems that this Senior Han is still a bit shallow in his experience. Those who cultivate when the heart is like a rock. After following Han Mai to the front of the rather tall and brilliant store, he only heard Han Mai let out a loud shout. Bring out all your best sword weapons. Today, I need to choose a good sword for Senior Sister Lu. Thank you for the monthly vote support of book friends 160218004006807, E Yunxian, Fengmu, AIX 2013, 201711180310576646, and Spirit 2002. And thank you for the reward for the love of homoerotic dimensional novels. And thank you for the brothers catching up with their votes and comments. And I will definitely do my best to code and write a good backstory. Cheer up. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Nine Xian Sword Sect Inner Disciple. Sword Dao cultivation strong to this degree? The best sword weapons are out. Han Mai gave a shout, and everyone in the store's lobby turned around to look at him. Young and wearing a standard white shirt. Can't afford to mess with it. Most people backed away quietly. This was only 200 miles below the Jiuxian mountain. Who could not recognize the clothing of the inner sect of the Jiuxian sword sect? This senior brother wants to choose a sword weapon? Quickly follow me. I have a lot of good swords and weapons in this Jinling treasure shop. Senior brother doesn't know under which elder's discipline you are practicing? My third uncle's family's second brother's father-in-law's brother-in-law is also on Jiuxian mountain. The shopkeeper with a chrysanthemum smile came up and attentively guided Han Mai and Lu Qingping upstairs. Senior brother is choosing a sword for this fairy? Looking at the fairy's lofty aura. She must be a Taoist true cultivator with heavenly cultivation. The shopkeeper rambled on, leading Han Mai and Lu Qingping to disappear at the stairway. Boy, that's an inner disciple of the sword sect on Mount Jiuxian, isn't it? Otherwise, he pickpocket would never be so enthusiastic. A green-robed cultivator who was holding a sword weapon in his hand and couldn't let go of it whispered under his breath. That female cultivator shouldn't be from the Jiuxian sword sect. Rather, it looks like a disciple of a nearby Taoist temple for purification. Those who had seen more could recognize the identity from the clothes at a glance. An inner disciple of the Nine Xian sword sect buying a sword for an outer disciple? Isn't this afraid of the sect's punishment? What's wrong with that? Recently, the clans on the Nine Xian mountain have been gathering, and each clan is sending their elites to attend. So perhaps people are reuniting with their best friends. Yes, a few years have not seen. The year's slug has been a white shirt, suave, rich family, and then meet the year's big sister next door, throwing thousands of dollars, the sword to the beauty. This is not. In a few moments, though, various versions of the story were already floating around the lobby. The fire of the 8 trigrams does not distinguish between immortals and mortals. Rumors which stop with the wise are born in idleness. Those who had the heart to do so were quietly waiting to see what kind of sword this inner disciple of the Nine Xian sword sect would buy later on. The second floor of the store place is quite a bit narrower than the lobby below. However, it wasn't as noisy as the one below, with only a dozen or so cultivators with obviously extraordinary cultivation levels, their heads lowered to select the weapons they each needed. Quickly, bring me all the treasure weapons of my Jinling Bao Shop town store. My senior brother wants to choose a sword for senior sister. The shopkeeper let out a loud shout and rushed towards the wooden rack in front of him. A few store fellows busily went to help, each holding a sword weapon in their hands and sending it to Han Mai. Those cultivators around them who were picking out weapons were also startled and all turned their heads to look. Han Mai nodded and looked at Lu Qingping. Senior sister Lu, you choose a handle. Choose? A hint of difficulty flashed across Lu Qingping's face. Although these sword weapons had not yet been touched, but from afar, they felt that the spiritual light in them was flickering, and even if they were not spiritual weapons, they were still laced with spiritual materials. This kind of sword weapon might cost 8,000, 10,000 spirit stones for one. Can't afford it.
Senor Han, I.
Lu Qingping hadn't finished her sentence when Han Mai stretched out his hand. Senior sister Lu, hand over the medicinal herbs and the sword to me, and you go choose the sword. Lu Qingping hesitated for a moment and handed over the sword in her hand along with the herbs she was carrying. After all, it was Master Han's good intentions. He was entrusted by Brother Jin Xiong, and if he kept refusing, he would be refuting his face. As for whether or not he could afford this sword weapon, later on, the big deal was to just say that he didn't see it himself. Han Mai naturally caught the long sword in Lu Qingping's hand with one hand and held the medicine bag under his armpit, then walked over to the shopkeeper holding the long sword. Senior brother, this sword is called Clear Snow. It is made by the Chao family, a sword-casting family of which the shopkeeper came forward to introduce. Han Mai said indifferently, Junior sister Lu will choose herself. The shopkeeper muttered a few sarcastic laughs and took a step back. Lu Qingping walked forward and reached out to hold that clear snow sword with a firm palm. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and the light of the sword was like snow. A clear radiance scattered, causing the eyes of the surrounding cultivators whose gazes were cast to light up. What a great sword weapon! The blade has a spirit, clear snow and fast. It's a good sword. Holding the long sword in her hand, a trace of mesmerization also flashed across Lu Qingping's face. This sword, so bright. She gently pulled a few sword blossoms, then shook her head reluctantly and returned the long sword to its scabbard. No need to look, can't afford it. Senior sister Lu didn't fancy this sword? Then look at the next hilt. Han Mai spoke, signaling the next servant holding a long sword to come forward. His hand, at some point, quietly gripped the hilt of Lu Qingping's sword. In front, Lu Qingping went to pick a long sword. This is a store choosing a sword, but it doesn't have those rules of the sword pavilion choosing a sword. Han Mai's eyes narrowed gently as an image flashed in his mind. Lu Qingping's longsword was nothing more than an unusual sword weapon with ordinary refining methods. The sword art practiced by Lu Qingping was also not very profound. No wonder the Nine Xian sword sect treats these disciples of the sect who come to the party not very attentive. It turns out that the Qingfeng view of the elite of the inner door of the level of the sword can also be comparable to the Nine Xian sword sect outer door of the top 100 like. Lu Qingping was not much stronger than Jiang Han, who had gone to the sword pavilion to receive the sword in the first place, just in terms of swordsmanship. By the time Lu Qingping had looked over all 8 long swords, Han Mai's hand had already loosened from the hilt. Okay. He breathed a light sigh of relief. This pink sister, who made Huang Laolu unable to forget, did not have bad intentions towards the Zhouxian sword sect. Or rather, she can't reach that level yet. She had been practicing from cultivation, all of which was hard work, and with her good talent, the journey had been smooth. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Most of the memories in the sword artifact were about completing the various tasks of the sect, then exchanging resources and cultivating with all one's might. No wonder she couldn't afford to go back to her hometown with Huang Laolu. Her obsession with cultivation was even deeper than Han Mai had thought. After the 8 sword weapons had been looked at, Lu Qingping shook his head. Han Mai raised his head and said, "Boss, change another batch and bring all the ones from your town store." Hearing his words, the shopkeeper opened his mouth, then said with a bitter face, "Senior brother, this is the bottom of the box. It's really all there is? Senior brother, senior sister, why don't you take another look? This Zhenling treasure shop of mine has a collection of sword weapons that should be top-notch in this workshop." Those cultivators around them nodded slightly. What this shopkeeper says is true. This store's weapons were truly top-notch in this marketplace. Forget it, senior brother Han. Let's go. The matter of choosing a sword still depends on the sword's fate. Lu Qingping let out a slight sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "They were good swords, and a few of them were more than she could afford to part with. But none of these swords, none of them she could afford. Previously, when she bought spirit medicine, she had very few spirit stones left on her. Even if she didn't buy the spirit medicine, she couldn't afford these sword weapons. Senior sister Lu, don't go elsewhere. Just pick here." Han Mai walked forward and looked at those long swords in front of him. "Didn't sixth brother ask me to come and help you choose a long sword that's handy?" He probed his hand and gripped the clear snow long sword. The shopkeeper's face was pleased. "Senior brother chose this one? This clear snow sword is priced at 13,000 spirit stones. If senior brother wants to take it, he can get a discount. A discount." Han Makino gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand, loosened it, and then shook his head. "This sword is refined by the method of 1,000 hammers, in which drop-shen steel is added. The blade is clear and bright, but it is not soft enough, and the edge of the sword is a bit brittle. The sword is 3 feet, 1 minute long, 1 inch wide, and weighs 11 pounds, 5 taels and 3 cents. This sword is not suitable for female cultivators to use, not to mention that senior sister Lu Qingfengguan's sword art is known for its light traveling and spirituality. This sword is less light. 13,000 spirit stones, huh?" Han Mai's hand, reaching for the next long sword. On the second floor of the store, everyone stared in disbelief, forgetting to even breathe. Touching the sword with one's hand, all the messages in this sword were perceived. Who had ever seen such a means? This one not only knows swords, but also chooses them and matches them with people. Just by looking at it, I can see that this sword is not compatible with that fairy. An inner disciple of the Zhouxian sword sect, with a strong sword Dao connotation to this extent. Lu Qingping stood behind Han Mai, her face full of shock. This, the sword watcher? Could it be that, besides the 100 breaths of heaven realm, the sword watcher had other means that people never knew about? Brother Zhenxiong also has this kind of skill? Han Mai's gripped the hilt of the second long sword and then let go. Everyone on the second floor of the store looked at him. This sword. When Han Mai's voice rose, the shopkeeper took a step forward and held Han Mai's palm tightly with both hands. Senior brother. Pro-senior brother. Your review is really wonderful. I, Jinling Treasure Shop, have been in the marketplace for decades, and this is the first time I've seen a figure like Senior Brother, who has a deep culmination of the sword Dao. There was a hint of thirst in the shopkeeper's eyes, and there were tears flashing, as if he was too adored and moved. Thank you for the book, friends. 210-19070-2150-52361. The wind does not speak away from the sadness. Tarzan eating pancakes. Hula-san, the will of God is so. The fruits of the autumn. Algaha monthly vote support. Thank you to the book friends of the whole Heavenly Dragon bounty. The editor said that at present the chase to read almost 2,000 the next week. 3 rivers on the shelves or a chance to thank you for the support all the way. I am full of savings, the shelves on the outbreak. Believe me, when I explode, I'm scared of myself. Without further ado, I'll write well, and when I write well, people will come to see it, right? End of chapter. Chapter 60. Sister Lu, remember, it's sixth brother's sentiment. The shopkeeper's hand, clasping the palm of Han Mai's hand. Han Mai slowly drew his hand back, the aura in his palm flickering away. 1 medium-grade spirit stone, not bad. This sword is 3 feet 2 inches long and weighs 12 pounds 8 taels, which is mixed with white dyed gold. Han Mai's voice paused, and the shopkeeper looked at him nervously. White dyed gold is most resilient, and this sword's body can withstand heavy pressure, so it's considered to be the top grade among mortal weapons. It's just that Senior Sister Lu uses it. The sword blade is a bit longer, but it's suitable for a sword cultivator with a body size of 8 feet to use it, when it can take advantage of the sword's length. As Han Mai's words fell, the eyes of those cultivators among the onlookers who were up to 8 feet tall all lit up. The top of the line of mortal vessels. A sword weapon like this is very hard to come across. The shopkeeper breathed a long sigh of relief, and a hint of gratitude permeated his gaze toward Han Mai. 100 spirit stones, it still works. Cough cough. This Senior Brother. I wonder how much you think is appropriate to sell this sword for? A middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a greenish-gray martial arts uniform with a square face stepped forward and arched his hand toward Han Mai. Han Mai turned his head, and there was a hint of apprehension in the shopkeeper's eyes. In the Jiuxian Mountain, this kind of sword weapon needs 50 merits to exchange. In this workshop market, the price is naturally more expensive. 8,000 spirit stones might be out? Han Mai pondered for a moment and said indifferently, 8,000 spirit stones. A flicker of flesh pain flashed across the shopkeeper's face, but he still nodded. The big man who had spoken out had a happy face, arched his hand toward Han Mai, and offered a medium-grade spirit stone with both hands. Thanks for the guidance, Senior Brother. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I'll take this sword. 8,000 spirit stones to buy this sword. If there is no Han Mai critique, this sword Pipey dares to open the price of 18,000 yuan. Several other cultivators who wanted to buy swords had looks of regret on their faces before looking curiously at Han Mai, waiting for him to review the next sword again. Enter another medium-grade spirit stone. Lu Qingping, who stood behind Han Mai, could see clearly. It was only a moment ago that Han Mai already had 2 medium-grade spirit stones in his account. This sword watcher skill is also too lucrative. Could it be that Brother Jinxiong could be capable of this? She couldn't help but feel a heat in her heart. If Brother Jinxiong, with this means, is rich in wealth today, is he able to find a good sword? Just, if it really cost Jinxiong too many spirit stones, how can this favor be returned? For a moment, Lu Qingping only felt that her heart was cluttered with expectation and complexity. The shopkeeper did not expect Han Mai's sword did not choose, but first became a business, the face of the meat pain and joyful smile superimposed. The expression is very strange. Han Makino reached out to grip the next sword. Everyone on the second floor held their breath and waited. This sword is 3 feet long and weighs 9 pounds or 2. The blade is light and thin, mixed with Xian Ice Spirit Iron. The blade is sharp. It is a rare good sword. However, this sword is too cold and cold. It is also not suitable for young female cultivators, but for those male cultivators whose chi and blood are vigorous and then cultivate sword arts that are on the side of spiritually bizarre, this sword is a good choice. Just as Han Mai had finished speaking, 2 people had already come forward. One was an old man in his 50s, and the other was a young man in his less than 30s. Fellow Taoist, I am Lu Mingchuan, the head of the Lu family in Fuyuan County. I wonder if the sword is in the view of fellow Taoist at a geometric price? The old man arched his hand toward Han Mai and said in a low voice. On the other side, the youth in the black power suit bowed once and said, "Please tell me if this sword is suitable for me, senior brother." With that, he spread out his hand, and a green-colored bamboo root was revealed. "I see that senior brother has brought spiritual medicine with him. I have a root of the frost-transforming spirit bamboo here that I would like to give to senior brother." Frosting spirit bamboo, the name of this elixir. Han Muo Yi has an impression that it is a good elixir, and the price doesn't seem to be cheap. Senior brother Han, the root of the frost-transforming spirit bamboo is a spirit medicine that can be used. Lu Qingping, who was standing behind Han Mai, suddenly spoke out. "Can use. That is, in the middle of refining longevity-increasing pills, this medicine can be used. Increase the longevity of the elixir required, the price is not cheap, is one of the medicine also need hundreds of spirit stones." Han Mai nodded and accepted the elixir, then said, "If you trust me, you'll practice a few moves of your skillful swordplay for me to see." Both received people things cannot be perfunctory, have seen the sword moves and then choose the sword and the person in order to more match. Practicing swordplay? The youth froze slightly. Just rehearsing the sword technique once. There was no fear of someone stealing it. After all, there was no one in the world who had this kind of enlightenment, who could learn someone's sword technique just by looking at it. However, practicing sword arts in front of so many people, there was more or less a danger of revealing one's cultivation method. He pondered for a moment and drew the long sword at his waist, staggering lightly on his feet as he waved the sword in a dazzling fashion. That movement pranced between square inches, and there was a real sense of verticality at hand. After 7 or 8 moves, Han Mai suddenly said, "That's enough." The youth's longsword was put away and he looked toward Han Mai. The youth's sword light hadn't stopped in Han Mai's mind. The sword light was strewn with a dexterity, and the halo flowed until it turned into a roiling crystal explosion. Flowers blossom and fly and pick leaves. Comprehend the sword art, flying flower. The inherited sword arts of non-sword Dao great clans were not marked with a grade. The swordplay, though, was quite a bit more, well, pretty. Han Mai turned his head to look at the Lu family head who had just spoken out. "This sword should be sold for less than 10,000 spirit stones." After saying that, he looked at the youth who was practicing the sword art and said, "It's useless for you to just change your sword weapon. You're practicing this sword art wrong." Practicing wrong? The youth's entire body froze there. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Bewilderment flashed across the faces of all the cultivators on the second floor. Just now, they saw that the sword technique was truly splendid, and most of them were self-conscious that they were not this youth's opponent. Even Lu Qingping felt that her sword skills were not much better than her opponent's. But such a sword technique is wrong in the eyes of Senior Han? Does he really get it, or does he not and pretends to? Han Mai went to look at the rest of the sword weapons again, but in a moment, he looked at 2 more and casually commented on a few sentences. Just seeing that young man freeze, the others were hesitant even if their hearts were moved by the sword weapon. In the event that he himself was also so caught up in this, I'm afraid that his Dao heart would be damaged. Quran. On the next handle, Han Mai directly unsheathed his sword, and after pulling a few sword blossoms, he laughed softly and said, "Senior Sister Lu, let's go with this handle." Lu Qingping's eyes lit up. This sword felt particularly suitable when she chose it herself just now. It was just that this sword was extraordinary in its spirituality, and the sword light on it was translucent, clearly already a semi-spiritual artifact. Such a good sword is bound to have an unimaginable price. "Senior Han, I am afraid that this sword is not suitable for," Lu Qingping whispered under his breath. Han Mai's longsword returned to its sheath, then said, "This sword weighs 9 pounds and 5 taels, light and sharp, and it's rare that it's laced with light spirit iron, which can make the body of the sword even lighter in the matter of infusing it with spiritual qi. This sword is just right for your Qingfeng Guan's sword art heritage, Senior Sister Lu. Good sword for that." The smile on the shopkeeper's face grew even wider. Lu Qingping's complexion became even more complicated. "It fits, it doesn't always really fit, She couldn't even think of the price of this sword. "Senior brother Han, it's better to take another look." Lu Qingping's words were interrupted by Han Mai raising his hand. "This is the sword." Han Mai raised his hand, and 2 crystalline spirit stones landed in the shopkeeper's arms. "Don't raise the price, 20,000 spirit stones. You won't lose at this price." 20,000 spirit stones. Those 2 crystalline spirit stones were top-grade spirit stones, and one of them was worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. One long sword, 20,000 spirit stones. Now that's a throwback. The shopkeeper was holding 2 spirit stones in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitching as he squeezed a smile out of his face. Elder brother, your price? It's pressed hard enough, ah? Han Mai picked up the long sword and turned around to hand it to Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping subconsciously reached out to take it, touched the long sword, and then felt that the sword was hot, and wanted to push it back. But Han Mai had already let go of his hand, and then headed downstairs. The others upstairs looked at the swords that had been seen by Han Mai, and then at the black-clothed young man who stood still, his face changing colors, and were all a bit at a loss for words. The shopkeeper wanted Han Muoyi to critique the latter few long swords a bit more, and when he looked up, Han Muoyi and Lu Qingping had already left. This senior brother, really powerful, ah? The shopkeeper looked at the stairway and whispered softly in a low voice. The others nodded softly, until she left the store with Han Mai. Lu Qingping, who was holding the long sword, was still in a bit of a trance. 20,000 spirit stones to buy this long sword named Lu Hong. 20,000 spirit stones. How many years could one save up 20,000 spirit stones? Senior Han, this sword. Lu Qingping didn't know what he should say. This sword, she can't afford to return it. Senior sister Lu, remember? This is sixth brother's sentiment. Han Mai, who was walking ahead, didn't turn around and said indifferently. Behind her, Lu Qingping gripped her long sword tightly, biting her lip and not speaking. Just as he walked out of the store, a figure blocked in front of Han Mai. Thank you for the monthly vote support of the book friends. Shaoli students are not Li Mo Cloud Xian, a person of city 8620, 20180120214541113. Wu Xiao. Thank you for the book friends. Shaoli students are not Li. Xiao Air come to the spoon reward. Thank you for all the chase to read the comments and vote. The collection has broken 20,000. Rushed. End of chapter. Chapter 61. This is what the Western Frontier Great Clan is. Please tell me what is wrong with my swordsmanship. The one who stood in front of Han Mai was the same youth who had previously practiced swordplay and had been told by Han Mai that he had practiced swordplay incorrectly. At this moment, he was blocking Han Mai's body one zhang in front of him, his eyes red, gritting his teeth, his hand pressed on the hilt of his sword, as if he was going to pull out his sword if Han Mai didn't make it clear. Lu Qingping moved and blocked in front of Han Mai. In the Jinling treasure shop, those people were huddled in the windowsill position of the doorway, quietly sticking out their heads. Watch. Senior sister Lu, let me do it. Han Mai opened his mouth indifferently, then stepped forward. Lu Qingping pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked at the youth in front of her vigilantly. If this person dared to act differently, she would definitely draw her sword at the first opportunity. Han Mai stood 5 feet in front of the black-clothed youth, then stretched out his hand and said, "Bring the sword." Sword? Hand it over? The youth's face changed and his face changed color. For a sword cultivator, the sword in his hand is his life. To hand over the sword to a human hand is to give your life away in the hands of an outsider. Good, you don't want to swindle me. The youth sank his face and slowly handed out the sword in his hand. Han Makino reached out and gripped the hilt of his sword. Quran. The long sword is sheathed. The sword was very light, and the single thin blade bore the marks of a number of injuries. Gripping the hilt of his sword, a picture flashed in Han Mai's mind. Orphaned and adopted by swordsmen. Practice your sword and get the legacy. Unfortunately, the swordsman's legacy was cut off across the board before it could be taught. The youth escapes with his life, bent on revenge. With his incomplete sword art, not only could he not kill his enemies, he was even constantly being hunted down. Fortunately, recently he had some strange encounters, found some goods, thinking to change a long sword, his own combat power can be increased a little. That's the norm for casual cultivators in the cultivation world. There are as many people in the world as there are dust, and they are already lucky to have stepped into the world of cultivation. I am afraid that those who can worship in the clan and can be sheltered by the clan and cultivate without any worries are all blessed with 10 lifetimes of cultivation. After reading the memories contained in the sword weapon in his palm, Han Mai realized that the sword art flying flower mastered by the youth in front of him was not complete. It wasn't as complete as the sword moves he had previously deduced by relying on his full level of enlightenment, and the killing power was greatly insufficient. Holding his long sword in his hand, Han Mai turned his head. On his body, 2 pale red iron ox silhouettes floated up. Raising his long sword, he slashed straight down towards his side. What are you doing? The black-clothed youth roared in panic, but his figure was blocked by the slanting light of Lu Qingping's sword, and he could only watch as his own sword was viciously chopped on the stone steps by Han Mai. Yang! The stone steps were splintered out in a patch of rubble, and the long sword snapped in two. After slashing out this sword, Han Mai reached out and tossed the only remaining foot of broken sword in his hand toward the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth with red eyes probed his hand and grabbed the broken sword as his body rushed toward Han Mai. It was just that Lu Qingping's sword light wouldn't give him a chance to injure Han Mai, and the sword light rolled to block him. "Get out of the way!" The youth roared, the broken sword in his hand slashing down towards Lu Qingping. It was only when the sword slashed out that he remembered that it had broken. Subconsciously, with a stroke of his feet, his figure approached Lu Qingping's side by 2 feet before he once again broke his sword and stabbed out. An inch is short. An inch is dangerous. With a close stab, Lu Qingping's long sword would definitely be able to pierce the black-clothed youth if he picked it up. However, this sword of the black-clothed youth was also able to dislodge Lu Qingping's arm. Lu Qingping's brows furrowed as she took a step back. The black-clothed young man's figure followed in a move, not moving an inch away. The broken sword in his hand drew an arc and wiped towards Lu Qingping's neck. His next sword will be a left turn. Just as Lu Qingping was about to put out her sword to fend off, Han Mai suddenly spoke out. Lu Qingping didn't hesitate as her long sword slashed to the left position of her body. At this time, the black-clothed youth really moved and floated out from Lu Qingping's left side, handing over a sword once again. On the next sword, watch for the 3-point sweep in the ribs. Behind. This sword is false. Han Mai opened his mouth indifferently, and Lu Qingping's person followed the sword, calmly fending off the black-clothed youth's attack with a light pace and smooth movements. But at this moment, the attention of everyone around was not on Lu Qingping, nor on Han Mai. Everyone looked at the black-clothed youth whose sword light was like a shooting star and whose figure was like a butterfly wearing flowers. His broken sword of only a foot or so was bizarre and agile. His body was fluttering, and every sword was antelope and brilliant. A loose cultivator with a broken sword, suppressing a sect disciple. The images are incredible. How do I feel? This broken sword is the most suitable for this guy. Zhenling treasure store in the middle, poking out half a head of the shopkeeper, muttered out under his breath. The others beside him all nodded silently. This broken sword was actually an incomparable fit for the black-clothed youth's sword technique. The next sword, he's going to throw his sword in a flying spin. This is the killing move of this sword art. Han Mai suddenly shouted out. Lu Qingping took a step back at the sound of his voice, the aura around his body turning into a curtain of light, and the green-colored sword chi floating on the long sword in his hand. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Chi condensation stage. About 10 feet away, the black-clothed youth held the broken sword in his hand, and his face was filled with the color of pain. The move Han Mai said he had seen before, but couldn't execute it, because he has not grasped the essence of it. His arms trembled as he looked up at Han Makino. Why do you know this? You know my righteous father? Han Mai shook his head and said softly, this sword art of yours shouldn't have been so treacherous, but more agile and light. As for that last move, you can make it when you believe in your sword. Han Mai finished speaking and walked straight ahead. Lu Qingping sheathed her long sword and followed him. The black-clothed youth's face continued to twitch, and he turned around openly to look at Han Mai's back. I'm Tang Yunhao. Can senior brother tell me his name? Han Makino waved his hand and left straight away. Is this the inner disciple of the 9 Xian sword sect? Before the store, an old man with white hair looked into the distance, his face full of sighs. This is the Western Frontier Great Clan. Worthy of being the third of the 4 great sword schools of the Western Frontier, an inner disciple can have such means powerful. Before the Jinling treasure shop, all sorts of discussions slowly boiled over. The might of the 9 Xian sword sect was once again displayed in front of everyone. Tang Yunhao gripped the broken sword in his hand, bowed his head, took a few steps through the crowd, and disappeared into the marketplace. That, boss I'll take the harmonious wind sword that senior brother from the 9 Xian sword sect reviewed just now. Clear snow sword. How many spirit stones are you selling it for? Name a real price. That senior brother has already said that this sword is too brittle. In the middle of the Jinling treasure shop, several cultivators were gathered around the side of the shopkeeper, causing the shopkeeper's face fat to lighten by 3 points. This business today, big fire. At this moment, Han Mai, who had already walked to the entrance of the marketplace, suddenly stopped and turned his head toward a roadside stall. There, a few sword weapons lay. How can I sell this sword? Han Moyo said as he reached out and pointed to a sword artifact that was less than 3 feet. Fellow Taoist with eyesight, this sword I but only received yesterday. A total cost of 1,000 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, if you look on, I. Before the sword-selling black-robed old man could finish his sentence, Han Mai had already placed 11 medium-grade spirit stones on the stall before grabbing his longsword and turning his head to look at Lu Qingping. Senior Sister Lu, let's go back. Although Lu Qingping wondered why Han Mai was buying a sword weapon at a roadside stall, she didn't ask any more questions and nodded, heading out of the marketplace. Finding a carriage, the speed of turning back to Jiushan Mountain was quite a bit faster than when he came. In half an hour, already the mountain gate of the Ninshan Sword Gate was in sight. Shoo! In the sky, a stream of light streaked by, shining like a star and illuminating the dome of the sky. The imperial sword takes to the air. The Ninshan Sword Sect conquered the Sanqin Sword Sect. The guest elder Wan Jian Lao Zhu chopped Sanqin Sword Sect's Earth Realm elder Wang Liang with one sword, and seized the spiritual weapon pendant to return it to the clan. The Ninshan Sword Sect conquered the Sanqin Sword Sect. The Sword Battle Hall broke the Sanqin Sword Sect's Nanyuan branch, seized 6 pieces of semi-spiritual weapon sword artifacts, and sent them back to the Sword Pavilion. Yang! Yang! On Jiushan Mountain, the sound of a bronze bell rose. Welcome the sword into the cabinet. Thanks to the book friend Wang Zhongchen, Lucifer's Tears, Skeleton Knight, book friend 140124091940463. I am a blessed man, you Exine 1988, drunkenest Qingfeng, Qing Xiao Ko. This girl just a passerby, vacation airfield. I'm your thumping, the Jianghu person 13 Mr. Book friend 160910163118638. The vertical mountain small monthly vote support. Thanks to the I am a blessed man. Dropping blood sugar reward. Thank you for catching up on reading comments and voting. I'm going all out to code. Haha. Go for it. End of chapter. Chapter 62. That 10,000 swords ancestor is truly a peerless sword cultivator. Senior Sister Lu. I'll return to the sword pavilion first. Han Mai flew and jumped off the carriage, his figure flying, with a shadow of an iron ox emerging behind him. Is this the sword pavilion, sword viewer? Lu Qingping looked at Han Mai's departing back, her face shifting. She gripped the newly purchased long sword in her hand and drove the carriage slowly forward. At this time, the sky was filled with streams of light, and the Jiushan Mountain was dazzled with sword light, magnificent as if it was a fairyland. When Han Mai arrived in front of the sword pavilion door, the sword pavilion elders were already standing on the stone steps in front of the sword pavilion door. Behind him, Huang Lao's eyes revealed an apology. Further back, there were 2 more figures, Lugo and Sensei Lin. Han Mai walked to the sword pavilion elder in large strides and bowed. The sword pavilion elder didn't say anything, just waved his hand. Han Mai got up and walked to Huang Lao's side, turning his head to look at Instructor Lin. Lin Shen grinned at him. On the mountain path, a group of sword sect disciples wearing red robes had already come holding their swords. Deacon Xia Yang of the Sword Battle Hall. Send the sword into the pavilion. In front of the stone steps of the sword pavilion, an old man in his 50s held his sword in both hands and shouted out. Behind him, all of them were holding their swords with both hands, and there was a stern battle intent bursting out from their bodies. Huang Laolu stepped forward and reached out to receive the sword weapon in Xia Yang's hand, sending it to the sword pavilion elder. The sword pavilion elder unsheathed his sword and repeatedly observed it for a moment before saying, "The sword pavilion has included 1 spiritual weapon longsword. Send it to the 2nd floor." Huang Laolu held the sword and left, and Han Mai looked up at him to pick it up. Huang Laolu shook his head, whispered, "I'll do it," straight into the sword pavilion, ascending to the 2nd floor. Not long after, Huang Laolu came downstairs, his face a little pale. The sword battle hall was awarded 6 sword weapons in one battle and sent the swords to the pavilion. When that spirit weapon grade longsword was sent into the sword pavilion, Xia Yang once again spoke out. Behind him, several red-robed disciples stepped forward holding their swords. This time, the sword pavilion elder waved his hand and said indifferently, "You guys put your swords away." After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Yang. "Senior brother Xia, what is the cultivation level of that guest elder, old man Jian? Are there any injuries from this battle?" Han Mai collected his sword with Huang Laolu while listening to Xia Yang accompany the sword pavilion elders. conquering the San-Chin sword sect. The 15 Earth Realm powerhouses of the 9 Xian sword sect struck with a thunderous blow, directly disintegrating the fighting spirit of the San-Chin sword sect. Currently, the entire San-Chin sword sect only had the clan compound left to die, and it wouldn't take many days for it to be wiped out in a single battle. Now that's a thunderous sweep of the cave, showing off the tactics of a great sect. Only the great power of collapsing mountains and destroying mountains can stabilize the 4 directions in one battle. When Han Mai collected the 3rd sword, the red-clothed disciple holding the sword grinned and sent the sword to Han Mai's hand. Sun Daong. The last time he was with Zhang Han and the others, he spent 10 spirit stones to ask Han Mai to choose a sword, and was again instructed by the outer disciples. Afterward, Han Mai even drank with them and told them to seek out Mo Yuan for the conquest mission. This time, the San-Chin sword sect elder was killed by Mo Yuan with a single sword. As for Mo Yuan's guest elder title, Han Mai wasn't surprised. A strong person who possessed the combat power to kill the Earth Realm, it wasn't difficult to mix up a sword sect's guest secretary. When all the sword weapons had been sent into the sword pavilion, Han Mai, who had walked to the door, gave Sun Daong a wink, and the two of them stepped aside. Senior brother Han, that 10,000 swords ancestor, truly, Sun Daong's face revealed a look of emotion before he extended his thumb. Truly a peerless sword cultivator, ah. Sun Daong stretched out his hand and waved it in the air a few times, his face showing a flushed red color, and his eyes were all crystal bright. That San-Chin sword sect elder who dragged a sword out and made it impossible for all of us to lift our heads. Old man sword ancestor slaughtered him with a single stroke of his sword. That's awesome. After waiting for a while, seeing that Han Mai was still looking at himself, Sun Daong coughed awkwardly. Anyway, he's really good. I'm dumb-mouthed, so I know he's really good. Okay. Han Mai smiled and reached out to pat Sun Daong's shoulder, whispering, this kind of mission gets more treacherous the more you get to the end. You're still outer disciples, so in a real fight, lean back. Then how can we not move forward? Sun Daong didn't finish his sentence. Seeing Han Mai glaring at himself, he busily scratched his head and said, what senior brother Han said is true. Let's lean back. Over there. Xia Yang had already arched his hand to the sword pavilion elder and was ready to leave. Sun Daong took a step forward and whispered, senior brother Han? Is there anything you wanted? What do you mean? Seeing Han Muoye's confusion, Sun Daong lowered his voice. Senior brother Zhang Han and senior brother Zhao of the inner sect asked me to come back to deliver the swords. Just to ask. And if there's anything you need, we'll keep an eye out for you. He looked around and said quietly, breaking the San-Chin sword sect's mountain gate. There are a lot of good things.
Han Mui nodded.
Sure enough, regardless of immortal or mortal, war wealth is the greatest horizontal wealth. He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, if there are pills or elixirs that increase longevity, keep an eye out for them for me. Speaking of this, he let out a light laugh. Don't worry guys. I'm not bad with spirit stones. I won't let you guys work for nothing. Then how can? Sun Daong wanted to say more, and that side has urged. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai reached out and patted Sun Daong's arm, solemnly saying, be careful, all of you. Sun Daong nodded heavily and turned around. Watching Sun Daong and the others leave, Han Mai turned his head and looked at Lin Shun with a smile. Instructor Lin, why are you in the sword pavilion? Lin Shun laughed. Brother Han, I'm no longer sect leader Lin. He reached out and pointed to the sword pavilion behind him. I resigned from my post as an outer sect instructor, and from now on, I will be the sword pavilion's sword protector. The sword protector? Han Mai turned his head to look at Huang Laolu. Ahem, when my sword pavilion prospered, there was a sword protector, but then it was gone. Huang Laolu said with some embarrassment. Han Muoi nodded. Still true. Does the sword protector want us at the sword pavilion to shell out spirit stones to pay his salary? Han Mai asked curiously. Jiang has already raised an idle man in Lugao. If he raises another one, and there's not much coming in lately, it seems to be a bit of a sitting duck. Although it wasn't bad for spirit stones, it couldn't be wasted either, could it? That's not necessary. Lin Shin shook his head and said smugly, I'm taking a salary from the inner sect. With that, he looked at Lu Gao. Brother Lu, let's both go to the dining hall and bring back the food. Lu Gao nodded his head in a hurry. No matter who came, he was the one with the lowest status. Watching the two leave, Han Mai shook his head with a light smile. This choice of Instructor Lin was really high, coming to the sword pavilion as an errand boy and practicing sword arts to ask himself any questions. Presumably, this was an idea given to him by the remnant soul of Lin Chongshao hidden in the sword. Otherwise, with Instructor Lin's brain, he wouldn't have thought of this. "Brother Han, how's it going?" Huang Laolu quietly came over, a hint of apprehension on his face. "How could I not fulfill the task entrusted to me by sixth brother properly?" Han Mai let out a laugh and walked into the sword pavilion, heading for his quiet room. Behind him, Huang Laolu was as relieved as ever, a soothing smile hanging on his face. "I'm relieved that you're doing something, Brother Han. By the way, how many spirit stones were spent? I'll remember if it's not enough, and I'll be sure to pay you back." Behind Han Mai, Huang Laolu spoke again. Not much, not much. Consider it my accompanying gift." Han Mai's voice came from the quiet room, and Huang Laolu was as happy as a daisy. "What accompanying gift, yo? This is not yet 88 is not yet clear." In the quiet room, Han Mai sat cross-legged on a wooden couch, and in his hand, half of the blade of a broken sword appeared. The blade of Tang Yunhao's sword. Earlier in the marketplace, Han Mai had seen some secrets from this sword that surprised him. Thanks to the book Friends of the Sky Devil Black Wolf, Dudu 31, Ultimate Fantasy, Love of the Sky Xiang Wild Wolf, like to read novels plumbers, Small Lee students are not Lee so and so, Small Goku 12, Whitewater to come, 2020622110946402, Fly Fly Hee Hee, 1511302124354558 monthly vote support. Thanks to the breeze does not talk about the departure from the sadness. Learning cannot be, Ultimate Fantasy. Whitewater to come to the reward. Thanks to the brothers to catch up on the new chapter, voting comments are popularity. I will do my best to code and save the manuscript. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Transforming Cloud Golden Lotus Seed. A treasure to enhance qualification. Gently holding the blade of the broken sword, a picture surfaced in Han Mai's mind. Tang Yunhao's righteous father, the swordsman named Tang Zhe, was a casual cultivator. Not everyone is willing to be a casual. Being a dispersed cultivator, a small portion of it is a family legacy, guarding the family, which is more comfortable than being in a clan. Most of the casual cultivators were still not qualified enough or had delayed their cultivation time and did not have the opportunity to worship in a cultivation sect. Tang Zhe is not qualified enough, and Han Mai General are 9 qualifications. Several sects are not accepted before worship in a single line of sword cultivators under the door. In their lineage, the inherited sword art was that sword art flying flower, which was said to have come from beyond the western frontier. The biggest reason why Tang Zhe's cultivation hadn't even broken through to the foundation establishment realm in his life was because of his lack of cultivation qualifications. In order to change his cultivation qualification, he searched hard for various treasures that could change his cultivation qualification. Not to mention, he really found a secret place. The secret place of the cultivation world, that is where the aura is contained, the power of heaven and earth is aggregated and naturally born in a blessed place. There is such a place on Jiuxian Mountain. Tang Zhe and a few of the same casual cultivators unintentionally entered the secret land and saw a transforming cloud golden lotus. One lotus seed of the golden lotus of transforming clouds could enhance a cultivator's qualifications by 1 grade. The golden lotus, if it formed a lotus seed, in which a few lotus seeds were nurtured, could enhance the cultivator's qualifications by a few grades. If it is the 9 golden lotus which breeds 9 lotus seeds, and all of them are taken, it can make a person reach heaven in 1 step. This was a supreme treasure that could enhance the cultivator's qualifications. The latter goes without saying. The most precious treasure moves people's hearts. The original companion teammates turned into enemies, attacking and killing each other. Tang Zhe became the one who failed among them. This Tang Zhe is not really a good person. He has also made a move to kill his teammates, and he has also kept his hand on his righteous son Tang Yunhao, and the inherited sword art hides the last style. Moreover, to his death, Tang Zhe hadn't told Tang Yunhao about that golden lotus. That's the world of the casuals. 80,000 miles away, blazing Demon Valley. Opening his eyes, Han Makino whispered under his breath. The location of the secret place was surprisingly not far from the blazing Demon Valley. There, it's a land of demonic beasts. According to the date when that golden lotus blossomed in the first place, there are still a few more years before it will bear lotus seeds. I just wonder what will be there to pick when the time comes? Needless to say, the person who went picking was naturally the final winner of that assault. A glint of crystal light came out of Han Mai's eyes. A treasure that could raise the cultivation qualification of a grade in just 1, he also wanted it. There's no rush. There's still time. When he walked out of the quiet room, a small table had already been set up in front of the sword pavilion, with all kinds of meat and vegetarian food. Han Makino nonchalantly moved over. Hey, senior brother Han. When we went to the dining hall today, it was quiet and silent. Han Mai sat down, and Lu Gao immediately opened his mouth in triumph. Huang Laolu said in a bad mood. After beheading a San Qin sword sect Earth Realm elder, they are still ranting and raving. That wouldn't have been possible to start a sect and pass down the legacy for so many years. Indeed, today's welcome of the sword into the pavilion and the ringing of the bell on Jiuxian Mountain was a great shock. The Nine Xian sword sect moved in a real way no matter what sect you are, as long as you are not one of the 9 great sects, as long as you don't have a heaven realm sitting on your side, you can be flattened. How about an earth realm that can call itself an ancestor in unusual times? The sword is sent to Kensaku to come. This was the dominance of one of the 9 sects of the western frontier and the 3rd of the 4 great sword sects. Without equal strength, you'd better behave. Those clans that originally had various complaints all shut up now. Regardless of whether they hadn't betrayed the Jiuxian sword sect or they had. No one wanted to become the next San Qin sword sect. Han Muoyi was also somewhat glad that he had come to the Nine Xian sword sect. It's true that it's good to have a big tree at your back. At this moment, he was afraid that this meat he was eating was much sweeter than those who had betrayed the Nine Xian sword sect. In the afternoon, Lin Shin did seek out Han Mai to ask for some tips on how to exert force with the sword, and then he swung his sword and chopped on the green stone square before the sword pavilion. He used all his strength with each sword, as if there was a great enemy of life and death in front of him. Not to mention, at this time, his sword technique actually had some more indescribable meaning. After watching Lin Shun swing his sword for a while, Han Mai went to polish his sword himself, while Huang Laolu filled in the booklet for the morning's sword collection. Lu Go sat at the doorway again, eliminating his food. Listening to the handyman who was together before recently because of the many people who came from outside the clan, and also to prepare for the party to set up the venue, they were all exhausted into dogs. Those people from the outer sect didn't dare to offend the outer disciples of the inner sect of the Nine Xian sword sect, and they were not treated well, so they took their anger out on the handyman disciples. Imagining the suffering of others at this time, a smile appeared at the corners of Rugo's mouth. He reached out and touched his chest, feeling the rich spiritual qi coming from the spirit stone in it, only to feel that his entire being was about to ascend to immortality. It's a day that's really something to look forward to. In the afternoon, Han Mai, who was wholeheartedly warming his sword qi and polishing his longsword, heard Lu Gao's shouts from outside the door of the sword pavilion. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The sword pavilion leads the sword and requires bathing and dressing and meditation. Senior brother Lin, why are you here? Lu Gao's voice was interrupted by a surprised low cry. You guys know each other? Well, you guys talk. Rugo took one look at the 9-foot-tall bald man in front of him and shrank back. Hearing the sound, Han Mai stepped out of the sword pavilion. Chopper, elite disciple of Mishizai. At this time, Zhao Pu seemed to have heard Lin Shin tell why he was here, and his face showed a few excited looks. Seeing Han Mai, Zhao Pu arched his hand and said, "Thank you, brother Han." When Lin Chongxiao was under the door of Tuoba Cheng, the three-stone Zhai was in full force. Zhao Pu was on good terms with both Lin Chongxiao and Lin Shin. Senior brother Zhao, something's wrong? Han Muoi opened his mouth. Zhao Pu nodded, his eyes looking around before saying, "Let's go over there and talk." Zhao Pu didn't need to receive a sword, so he naturally had something to do when he came to the sword pavilion. Han Mai guessed that the probability was that the last time he went to Tuoba Cheng to snitch on him had worked. This is to deliver a reward. The two of them walked to the square outside the sword pavilion, and Zhao Pu turned around and said, "Brother Han, Master said that he kept what you said in his heart last time, but this time, the clan won't deal with it directly. Remember, it won't be dealt with directly?"
Han Makino fruse.
What do you mean? No reward for such great merit in reporting. Just an empty note? Zhao Pu somewhat apologetically looked at Han Mai, then whispered, "The sword sect has already enlisted a large army to conquer the San Qin sword sect, and the matter of establishing prestige is being done. Decide, it's not a good idea to move again or else it will make the clan suspicious. The clan means that this gathering will be treated as if it knows nothing. Don't know anything? That's a great achievement, isn't it?" Han Makino was a little depressed. "But we aren't doing nothing." Zhao Pu let out a grin, then said, "This time, my Sanchez High sect is responsible for hosting the party. Guarantee that not many people from that Cebu Sun sect will end up walking down Joshen Mountain in one piece. Han Muoi nodded. If you can't do it in the open, you can do it in the dark. It's just that the sects that came to gather on this Joshen Mountain are not the only ones from the Suyang sect that are traitors. Master asked me to come to the sword pavilion because he wants you to send a semi-spiritual artifact-grade longsword to the 3 stones Zai as the ultimate prize for this gathering. Don't pick a good one, just one that will fool the rednecks. Zhao Pu reached out to pat Han Mai's shoulder and smiled. But I've heard that the sword pavilion sword watchers have a knack for choosing swords, and that people with swords and swords with people can be arranged properly? Choosing a sword? This errand, is it difficult? Thank you for the monthly ticket support of Bookfriend 20180220123727552. Drunken Drinking Yellow Sand. Bookfriend 20170422003633419. Shua Shua Shenghui. Ghosts in the Deep Forest, Lizard Hippie Clams and Ha. Knife Madness such as a Wave PRK 335. Hidden with the Sea Denken Photon. The Fifth Space. Bookfriend 20201113183632761. Thank you for the monthly ticket support. And thank you for Junmore Crane, All Dragon Sky. I am a Bookfriend 2019. Thank you for the reward support, Brothers Chase. Reading gives strength, I plot must follow. You guys didn't think this clan gathering would be held so peacefully. Did you? End of chapter. Chapter 64 White Tiger Scroll. A half-spirit weapon, the value is not too high, but in an ordinary clan, it is also a treasure to take. The sword weapon doesn't want to be much better, and it's used as a party reward anyway. Zhao Pu leaves, and Han Mai goes back to the sword pavilion to tell Huang Laolu about it. That's not easy? Huang Laolu cracked his mouth and flipped open a tome. Sword weapon number 3854, Phantom Light. Han Mai went along the wooden frame and sought out the location of the sword weapon. On the wooden shelf, there was no need to look for it. A sword weapon with a glittering golden light all over its body and streams of light constantly surging was already in his eyes. This sword, colorful. Han Mai reached out to hold the hilt of his sword, and after a moment, a hint of eccentricity flashed across his face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Huang Laolu hadn't been a sword watcher all these years for nothing, and the sword that was chosen was so perfect for a party reward. The sword weapon was hammered with fine steel throughout its body. It was a treasure among mortal weapons now. The selling is even more unfussy. The sword, however, can really only be looked at. This sword was specially crafted and used for the disciples to perform martial arts during the original sect's grand ceremony. Sacrificing pliability just for the dazzling light of the sword came out as if a silver bottle had exploded. This sword was naturally considered a rare treasure in the hands of a low-ranked cultivator. But in the hands of a master, it's a total chicken. When the sword was infused, it was instantly in pieces. Carrying this long sword of phantom light, he walked over to the long case, and Huang Laolu hemmed and hawed. Pretty, isn't it? Nice. At the doorway, Rugo sticks his head out to look and lick his tongue. That's a damn fine sword. Han Mai smiled and gave Huang Laolu a thumbs up. Huang Laolu proudly registered while saying, "Sixth brother, I wasn't a casual eater in the sword pavilion all these years." At the doorway, Lugo tucked his head back. When Huang Laolu was registered, Han Mai loaded the longsword with the sword case and walked out the door of the sword pavilion. "I'll accompany you." Lin Shin stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I am now the sword pavilion's sword protector. Going to Sanshiji?" Han Mai nodded. Lin Shin should have wanted to go himself. The two men ran forward and back, taking big steps. On Han Mai's body, a chi and blood slowly coalesced and surged, then transformed into a faint iron ox shadow. It didn't take half an hour for them to arrive at Sanshiji. Lin Shin stood in front of the door of Sanshiji, a complicated look on his face. At this time, the 3-stone lodge was empty, and most of the disciples should have gone to deal with clan gathering matters. Han Mai reported at the door, and the 2 young disciples led him and Lin Shin to seek Tuoba Chung. These 2 young disciples didn't recognize Lin Shin. To the second-floor lobby, the gray-haired Tuoba Chung ambled on the long case, taking an ink brush, tracing something there. Han Mai has met with senior uncle Tuoba.
Han makino boved slightly.
Tuoba Chung raised his head as Lin Shin bowed and cupped his fists. Disciple Lin Shin, greetings to master. The 2 young disciples who led the way here were startled, and they were busy casting their eyes on Lin Shin. Never met Lin Shin, but I've heard of him as a person. Tuoba Chung didn't seem to expect Lin Shan to come, and his gaze lingered on him for a moment before he gently nodded his head. Cultivation should not be wasted. Lin Shan raised his head and nodded heavily with a somewhat agitated expression. Disciple honors the teachings. When he finished, he clasped his fists and exited the doorway. Han Mai held the wooden box in his hand in front of Tuoba Chung. Senior uncle. This is a sword weapon prepared for the clan assembly. He opened the sword case and let Tuoba Chung look through it. Tuoba Chung swept his gaze over the long sword with shining gold and grinned. Brat. There are quite a few doorways. When he finished speaking, he reached out and caught the wooden box, casually flinging it to the side. Kid. There's no way for the clan to reward you for anything this time. Tuoba Chung looked toward Han Mai. Han Mai was just about to speak when Tuoba Chung reached out and picked up the yellowed scroll of paper he had just plopped down on the long case to trace. I have a scroll of white tiger diagrams here. Take it and visualize it. It may be beneficial to you in refining your body and practicing your sword. Not waiting for Han Mai to look at the diagram carefully, Tuoba Chung had already rolled up the diagram and shoved it into Han Mai's hand. AI. There are a bunch of disciples under my 3-stone Zai, but there isn't even a single one who can comprehend this diagram. Back in the day, when Tuoba Chung spoke, his gaze went to Lin Shan, who stood in the doorway and shook his head, no longer speaking. Han Mai held the scroll in both hands before bowing and saying, Many thanks for the reward, senior uncle. On the way back to the sword pavilion, Han Mai saw Lin Shan's eyes looking towards the scroll in his hand. Instructor Lin recognizes this scroll? Instructor, this name is used to. Han Mai is also lazy to change. Hearing Han Mai's words, Lin Shan nodded his head, a complicated look on his face. The master cultivates the body refining art overbearing horizontal absolute. Like Demon Valley in a sword backfired. Their own cultivation is difficult to advance. The chi and blood has nowhere to pour. It will be day after day to depict the white tiger channeling. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In this white tiger diagram, it is said to conceal the inheritance of the master's body refining technique. A legacy? So precious? Han Mai's feet lurched, only feeling that the scroll was hot. But anything that involves heritage is hot. There are many masters under Mishizai's door. Seeing his appearance, Lin Shan smiled and said, Don't be afraid either. This inheritance, no one will come to rob it. This chart will be hung in the lobby of San Shizhai for 3 or 2 months every year. And for so many years, none of San Shizhai has been able to realize it. Back then Lin Shan shook his head. A trace of regret flashed across his face as he whispered. Back then, my elder brother was the one who was appreciated by the master because of his superb enlightenment. Lin Chongxiao. Just now in San Shizhai, Tuoba Chung should have also thought of Lin Chongxiao, right? Most of those who preferred to cultivate body techniques were worse in terms of enlightenment and were willing to make up for their mistakes with hard work. To be able to have 1 or 2 enlightened inheritance legacies, Tuoba Chung naturally liked it. Pity. Both men rushed on again, both somewhat silent. To far see the sword pavilion, already is the sunset light. Han Mai saw from afar a figure circling there at the corner of the mountain road in front of him. Senior Sister Lu? You're here to see 6, aren't you? Why don't you go? Han Mai's voice made the figure pacing in a circle over their jolt. Turning to look, who was it if not Lu Qingping? Senior Han. Lu Qingping looked toward Han Mai, and then nodded to Lin Shan, who was on the side. Senior Han. I am not here to seek out Brother Zhenxiong. Before Lu Qingping finished speaking, Han Mai had already taken a big step forward and rushed towards the sword pavilion, shouting, 6th brother, Senior Sister Lu has come to seek you out. In the sword pavilion, Huang Lao Lu swished out. Lu Qingping stood there, her face reddening as she gently stomped her foot and walked towards the sword pavilion. Han Muoyi walked fast and went to Huang Lao Lu, carrying Lu Qingping on his back and scowling at Huang Lao Lu. Huang Lao Lu made a stern face and glared at him. Senior sister, your clan gathering is about to begin, so prepare well. Huang Lao Lu carried his hands behind his back, his words official and incomparable. Lu Qingping nodded, but she didn't dare to look at Huang Lao Lu. The two were 3 feet away from each other, one at the top and one at the bottom of the stone steps. Han Mai waved his hand, signaling the watching Lu Gao and Lin Shan to follow him. Over there, Huang Lao Lu spoke again. Elder sister, have you chosen your sword weapon today? Hearing Huang Lao Lu say sword weapon, Lu Qingping's heart beat even harder, and she was busy raising the sword in her hand. Seeing the sword in Lu Qingping's hand, Huang Lao's face changed, turning his head to look at Han Mai and saying offhandedly, Is this the broken sword you helped your sixth sister-in-law choose? Han Mai opened his mouth slightly and looked toward the sword in Lu Qingping's hand. Lu Qingping stood there, her face as red as a burning cloud. Sixth sister-in-law. Thank you to the book friends. I am blessed. The Sky Devil Black Wolf, Under the Moon Gothic Love, Cold Bamboo monthly vote support. Thank you to the book friends Kuin Kuin Open Tank reward support. Brothers Chase reading comments voting to make this book popularity explosion. The author full strength yards to save manuscripts. Burst liver. End of chapter. Chapter 65 The Secret of the White Tiger Diagram. Huang Lao's repayment requesting commentary punching and voting recommendations. After Huang Laolu finished speaking, his entire body froze there. A shy red showed on his daisy face as he twisted his head, staring at Han Mai, but not daring to look down the stone steps. Ahem, sixth brother. This sword? I bought it myself. Han Mai used his chin to nod at the sword in Lu Qingping's hand. Huang Laolu turned his head mechanically. Lu Qingping busily lowered her head, then softly said, I just came to deliver this sword. Hearing her words, Han Mai busily walked up to take the sword and said, Many thanks. Sixth Lu senior sister. Lu Qingping turned her head and left. Disappointment flashed across Huang Laolu's face. Sixth brother, it's getting late. It's not safe for sixth sister-in-law to go back alone. There are many wolves in the mountains, Han Mai shouted out. Huang Laolu whispered, You're the one who's nosy. That being said, the person had already gone after Lu Qingping with his ass in the air. Sixth brother, do you want to bring dinner? Want bones or meat? Lugo came over with a tug on his voice. Han Mai glared at him. You're the one who's nosy. Lugo grinned. Practitioners are not too particular about what they eat. 3 meals a day is fine, 3 days and 2 meals is fine. When one cultivates to a high level, it is normal to drink dew and serve gas, and to cut off the grains. Han Mai hasn't seen the sword pavilion elders eat since. Holding the sword in his hand, Han Mai went straight back to the sword pavilion quiet room. Lin Shen looked at the sky and turned around. Lugo stood in the doorway, a blank look on his face. Are you all skipping dinner here? No. Then should I wait for sixth brother to return before closing the pavilion door? Or should I close it now? In the quiet room, Han Mai put down the white tiger scroll that Toba-chang had given him. His hand gripped above the hilt of his sword, a hint of hesitation showing on his face. This sword he was familiar with. Today in the marketplace, he recognized the sword at a glance. This is the one that Huang Laolu has in his possession. Usually, Huang Laolu is precious, rubbing constantly. Who in the world would not like to have a sword in his hand? Yesterday, Huang Laolu sold the sword in order to gather the spirit stones to buy the sword for Lu Qingping. Hesitating again and again, Han Mai loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword. Whatever secrets are in the sword are Huang Lao's own. Can't look. Placing his long sword on the tabletop, Han Mai slowly unfolded the white tiger scroll that Toba-chang had given him. This is a picture of a hanging-eyed white-fronted tiger descending a mountain. On a treacherous and lofty mountain peak, a white giant tiger seemed to be wrapped in wind and thunder, its mouth open to hiss, its eyes fixed on the front. The tiger hairs on this white tiger's body were one by one, slim. Subconsciously, Han Mai cast his gaze into the white tiger's eyes. The eyes of this white tiger radiated majesty and solitude, as if it was whistling at the mountains and forests, and all the beasts were subdued. Viewed a few times, the painting is indeed very impressive. That's it? It's not that bad. Is it? If it was that simple, Toba-chang wouldn't have been so precious to give him the painting and said that he should observe it. Slowly closing his eyes, Han Mai recalled the contents of the scroll. The picture emerged in his mind. White tiger figure. Where did this picture come from? Lin Shun said that this was traced by Toba-chang after he had been injured, in order to channel his own qi and blood that was difficult to suppress. How do you channel your qi and blood when you're tracing a scroll? Opening his eyes, Han Mai's gaze fell on the single tiger hair. He reached out and gently stroked the scroll. Boom! Roar! A roaring sound resounded lowly in the middle of the quiet room, and the entire quiet room was rich in soaring winds as a suspended dust was stirred up by the hair like sword qi. Each of the countless tiger hairs on that white tiger was a sword qi. At this moment, all of the sword qi in the scroll was aroused, and an unknown amount of sword qi was suspended and raging in the quiet room. Inside Han Mai's mind, a white tiger roared and clashed around, seemingly ready to choose someone to devour. That white tiger turned its head slowly, its eyes meeting Han Mai's gaze. At that moment, Han Mai felt like his body was freezing cold, as if he was going to be torn to pieces by the claws of this fierce tiger. Buzz! The sword intent shook in his chi, and the image of the white tiger in his mind shattered and dissipated. The sword chi that filled the room also collected and reformed into the tiger hairs on the scroll. Hanmai took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the white tiger figure in front of him. No wonder no one at Sanshijai could comprehend this picture. This is not at all a picture depicted by channeling chi and blood. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. All the people in the Three-Stone Lounge thought that this scroll was infused with Tuoba Cheng's excess chi and blood, which is hidden, all in the refining of the body. In fact, in this scroll, there was not a trace of chi and blood. What was there was endless sword chi. Tuoba Chang was not integrating his own chi and blood into the scroll, but rather, he was melting the sword Tao that he had cultivated, the sword chi that he had condensed into this scroll. Sword chi turns into silk, soft as hair. The white tiger comes out of the mountain like a crash. This scroll is sealed in the Tuoba Chang excess sword chi. These sword chi, if the royal command, completely able to kill the enemy against the battlefield, no less than a spiritual weapon. And most crucially, this scroll had how to condense the sword chi method, as well as the sword momentum that Tuoba Chang had condensed. Like a tiger whistling in the mountains, the wind and clouds are sweeping. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that there was enough sword intent stored in the chi to be strong enough, just by watching a glance at the sword momentum, Han Mai would have had his heart and soul crumble. However, Tuoba Cheng's sword power still had not been cultivated, and that white tiger had not yet gone down the mountain without returning to the great power. Essence shone through Han Muo Ye's eyes. This senior uncle Tuoba had actually tricked everyone. What sword path backfired, what heavy injuries and 12 years of failure to recover. He was clearly raising a sword momentum. When the sword's momentum is complete, under the heaven realm, it can be called invincible. Senior uncle, you really look up to me? Han Mai looked at the scroll and let out a light laugh. Tuoba Chang wasn't afraid that the sword power and sword chi on this white tiger scroll would directly finish himself off. Thinking of how the sword pavilion elder had saved himself from death, Han Mai shook his head slightly. Perhaps in the eyes of these powerful people, opportunities, all of them, go hand in hand with danger. If you want to get the chance, you have to bear the danger of it. If you want to receive its honor, you must bear its weight. If you really can't stand it yourself, then if you die, so be it. Hanging the scroll carefully on the wall of the quiet room, Han Mai took a few steps back and looked it up and down. Well, there's a little more elegance in the quiet room, and a little more pizzazz. Looking at the descending white tiger, a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. Regardless of whether it was the sword chi and sword power cultivation method on it, or the usefulness of this scroll against the enemy, it was all a treasure that could be of use to him. The reward from the cheap master uncle is really not cheap. Sixth brother, you're finally back. At the entrance of the sword pavilion, Rugo's grumbling voice came out. It's dark. Huang Laolu came back a little early. Han Mai took the sword from the table and was just about to walk out of the quiet room when a knock already sounded at the door. Sixth brother, this back early enough, ah. Sixth sister-in-law did not leave you. Han Mai squeezed his eyes twice. Huang Laolu shook his head, his face solemn as he looked toward the sword in Han Mai's hand. Han Mai smiled and handed the sword back. Sixth brother, you are also willing to give up for the sake of sixth sister-in-law. This sword has been with you for 3 or 4 years, right? Huang Laolu took the sword and rubbed his palms together, his face complex. 6.5 years, come to the sword pavilion half a year when the sword pavilion, the sword watchers died in addition to the elders only left me one. When I'm scared at night, I sleep with it in my arms. Huang Laolu gripped his long sword tightly, then looked up at Han Mai. Brother Han, I, Huang Laolu, am afraid that I won't be able to repay the debt of 20,000 spirit stones. There was repressed emotion in his gaze. I'll pass on the sword condensation skill to you. It's the only one I can come up with. P.S. Thanks to the book friend's greatly white rabbit milk candy, flowing between the landscape, garden belly stupid dog, floating sea bukun, Xiong duoda rongu, 202112101735148012965520, Hellfish Head, Mongflile Fei S monthly vote support. Thanks to I am blessed with the reward. Thanks to the brothers of the Chase reading support. New book period. Chase reading to decide the back of the recommended position on the back. This book is all about people helping to fight for the recommended spots, so thanks. I'll go all out to explode more when it hits the shelves. Like Old Man Yellow, it's the only one I can get. I'll also start a book group sometime and invite people to chat with me. End of chapter. Chapter 66. Condensing the sword into silk. Please follow the reading card. Do not raise a sword concentration technique. Huang Laolu received the inheritance from the sword pavilion elder. The sword condensation decision is not like the sword raising technique. But this was also a sword pavilion inheritance, an existence that could condense 100 breaths of a heaven realm sword. Such an inheritance was precious beyond measure. It was just that the private teaching of the inheritance, if it was discovered, the culpability that awaited Huang Laolu would be unimaginable, I'm afraid. Han Mai glanced at Huang Laolu and shook his head with a smile. Sixth brother, you're going to become a sword pavilion deacon and a sword pavilion elder, and you sold the sword condensation skill for 2 top-grade spirit stones? In the mundane world, it's hard to beat a penny. In the world of cultivation, this truth remains. 2 top-grade spirit stones would not be earned in a lifetime for the vast majority of low-level cultivators. And those who were able to take out 2 top-grade spirit stones already didn't look at this amount of wealth. I'm not selling the sword condensation skill. Huang Laolu looked solemnly at Han Mai, then said, I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay this favor. Still not on.
Han maki no frovnid.
Right at this moment, Huang Laolu suddenly cracked his mouth and spoke with a smug smile. Your 6th sister-in-law has already said that she wants me to accompany her back to Jinyang. Back to Jinyang? Huang Laolu and Lu Qingping's hometown. Lu Qingping is willing to accompany Huang Laolu to go back to his hometown? She figured it out? Han Mai nodded, a smile appearing on his face. 6th brother, congratulations. If Lu Qingping really left Qingfengguan, that might be a good thing. After all, Qingfengguan betrayed the Jiuxian sword sect. The wrinkles on Huang Laoyu's face stretched and he seemed to be quite young. Then, 6th brother, your cultivation? Han Mai asked in a low voice with some hesitation. Huang Laolu was the one who boasted of stepping into the heaven realm in the first place, even if it was the 100 breaths heaven realm. Cultivation is fine. Just go with the flow. What 100 breaths of heaven realm is no better than a wife and children in a hot bed. Rubbing his chin, Huang Laoyu's toothless mouth unconsciously grinned. When Sister Ping and I go down the mountain, I will pass on that sword condensation technique to you. Actually, even if I don't pass it on to you, the elders will still pass it on to you. You are the most suitable person to take charge of the sword pavilion. Reaching out to pat Han Mai's shoulder, Huang Laolu turned back to the quiet room and took out another small cloth bag. I don't seem to need these longevity-increasing elixirs. Keep them. These medicines were all bought by Lu Qingping during the daytime, and there was also a root of the frost-transforming spirit bamboo that Tang Yunhao had given to Han Mai. Han Mai wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he took it. These spirit medicines were not enough to refine pills when they were put in the hands of Huang Laolu. Han Mai himself still has the main medicine sent by Suzhen in his hand, and if he searches for some more matching medicines, he will be able to refine them into pills. The big deal is that when the time comes, we'll share a dan with Huang Laolu. Seeing Han Mai receive the elixir, Huang Laolu smiled and went back to the quiet room. Han Mai also returned to his quiet room, then lay down on the couch, somewhat lost in thought. Huang Laolu was about to leave the sword pavilion and the Ninexian sword sect. In the future, on the first floor of this sword pavilion, I'm afraid he'll be the only one left. Cultivation, it seems, is a lonely journey after all. It's a road where some fall and some turn back. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. Huang Laolu was happy to get what he wanted. It is a pity that I came to this world unattached. Han Moyo whispered under his breath, his gaze falling on the white tiger scroll hanging on the opposite wall. Nope, I still have you guys. In his sea of qi, a sword intent gently trembled. All of these sword intentions seemed to want to turn into sword qi and penetrate into his body, integrating into his dantian and becoming part of his body. Not only these sword intentions, but outside the quiet room, the sword qi infused in those long swords on the first floor of the sword pavilion seemed to sense Han Mai's mind as well, emitting a faintly undetectable tremor. At this moment, Han Mai was inexplicably at peace. Isn't the point of practicing to be able to have this kind of peace of mind? Early in the morning, Han Mai went to the small courtyard to wash up and practice his sword, and Huang Laolu had already gotten up early and was kicking around. 6th brother, slow down. Be careful of flashing your back. Han Mai smiled and joked. Bah, 6th brother, my waist is fine. Huang Laolu was there, hollering out punches and movements that were a match for Han Mai's intentionally invisible sword strokes. Han Mai's long sword was waved casually, and the various sword moves he had previously comprehended were at his fingertips. Although there was no aura infused in that sword, there was an unspeakable subtlety to it. The long sword gently vibrated as Han Mai took a deep breath and pointed the blade forward. The image of the white tiger descending from the wall of the quiet room emerged in his mind. In the small courtyard, the drifting wisps of sword intent slowly coalesced. The sword chi transformed into silk, like the endless tiger hairs in the scroll, each tiger hair, a sword chi. As the sword chi that seemed like rain condensed out, the small courtyard abruptly turned cold. Huang Laolu, who was kicking his legs there, gave a chill and was busy wrapping his robe tighter. Only Han Mai's sword chi had only condensed and then collapsed into nothingness. With his long sword in hand, his brow furrowed. This sword chi couldn't coalesce because he hadn't practiced enough. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. If he could cultivate sword momentum, he would be able to condense sword chi in an instant. Slightly pondering, he struck again. Since the outward sword chi didn't listen, it would be better to use the refined inward sword chi. These sword chi, obedient and after consuming it, can be regrouped. In the dantian, the scattered sword chi that had been floating around shook and rushed out along Han Mai's meridians. These sword chi were initially still light and gentle, and only once they were out of the body, they instantly turned into a clear and cold one. As Han Mai's intention drove him, the sword chi slowly solidified. Feet long, 3 inches. The sword chi swung and rejoined Han Mai's body. The image of the white tiger in his mind also dissipated. It seems that knowing and knowing are two different things. Tuoba Chang was able to use a soft ink brush to condense a sword chi into tiger hair. But Han Mai is now not to mention condensing into tiger hair. Condensing into a tiger whip is difficult. With a full level of enlightenment, it was too much to think that one could master the cultivation methods of an Earthrealm powerhouse like Tuoba Chang. Regardless of whether it was the sword chi transforming into silk or the white tiger sword stance, both of them could only be grasped by a strong person of the Earthrealm. Sure enough, cultivation is a tower piled up one step at a time. Han Mai slowly withdrew his sword and whispered under his breath. In his dantian, those sword chi were much more solid and agile than before. However, the aura that had originally filled his dantian was also depleted by a large margin. This was the amount of 10 extreme cloud chi dan piled up. Sword chi condensation, sword bone condensation, and sword silk condensation are all big eaters of aura. Han Mai's eyes were crystal clear. This is the halo of the spirit stone. When Huang Laolu turned back, he saw Han Mai's gaze and froze slightly. Brother Han, what kind of sword art do you practice? Why does it look like a tiger that wants to eat people? Halfway through the morning, no one came in the sword pavilion. In the square in front of the gate, Lin Shin swung his large sword with a tiger-like grip. Lugo, the janitor, was much more careful and leaned right against the doorframe, letting out a low snore. Lin Shin is the inner door to receive salary. How to make trouble is fine. He Lu Gao is eating the sword pavilion rice. Completely cannot be compared. Afternoon. 6th brother isn't going to see 6th sister-in-law today? Han Mai, who was wiping his long sword in front of the wooden frame and collecting his sword chi, opened his mouth curiously. According to the hot love time, should not be a day to see like 3 autumns. Today Huang Laolu sitting in front of the long case actually is not anxious. Tomorrow that clan gathering will begin, and Sister Ping will have to grind with the sword weapon in her hand, so she can't be disturbed. Huang Laolu shook his head. Speaking of this, he turned his head to look at Han Mai. Brother Han, that sect gathering, it's wonderful. You must go and see it. It's said that many of the young female disciples of the sect have extraordinary looks, so you can't afford to miss out. See? Watching those female disciples at the clan party. Is that what I am? Thank you brothers for the monthly rewards. The save draft is set to be posted. The list of monthly rewards is attached in the next chapter. Thank you for the catch-up comment punch. I'm saving up the draft. Really? End of chapter. Chapter 67. Is it really the main character's destiny? Han Mai looked toward Huang Laolu and said with a smile, I see, 6th brother, you're asking me to look at other people's swordsmanship tactics, then seek out the breaks and tell 6th sister-in-law. His means of observing swords and people and sword arts, Huang Laolu was naturally clear. I was going to get rich with this skill. Having his mind read by Han Mai, Huang Laolu's old face flushed and he whispered, Brother Han, you must help Sister Ping. For this gathering, she wants to compete for a good ranking and help Clear Wind View gain some face. After all, she has been practicing in the Clear Wind View for so many years. Even if she has to leave, she wants to be able to do something for the clan again.
Han moinodighet.
If Lu Qingping was going to accompany Huang Laolu back to his hometown to live in seclusion and leave Qing Fengguan, then rewarding him with a ranking in this gathering would be considered a reasonable choice. However, Qing Fengguan's inherited sword art was just that, and even if one cultivated it purely, one would not necessarily be able to make a name for themselves in the gathering. In order to help Lu Qingping win a few more matches, he really needed to observe the other sect's tactics and look for cracks. Success. Then when the party starts, I'll go check it out. Encouraged by Huang Laolu, he wanted to go and see what it was like for the elite disciples of the various sects to compete. Would the sword light be swung across the landscape, the Taoist arts surging and exploding, hitting him with a landslide? Really just curious about this, not for looking at female disciples. Putting the linen cloth for wiping the longsword away, Han Mai went back to the quiet room and brought out the cloth bag containing the medicinal herbs. 6, I'll go around. Hearing him say go out for a spin, Huang Lalio's eyes glanced at him for a moment before he said, that white shopkeeper is not one to be messed with. This eye of mine, 6th brother, can read people accurately. Seeing Han Muo Yi look back at him, Huang Laolu said softly, I think that it's still senior sister Mu Wan who suits you. Wan? Han Mai shook his head and said in a low voice, 6th brother, have you heard of the Wood family that can refine 6th grade Dan? Huang Laolu froze, then widened his eyes. That girl? Is she from that Mu family? Han Muoi nodded. Huang Laolu slapped his thighs, his face full of chagrin. If I had known she was from that family, you should have just. As the words came out, he waved his hand, then muttered, Wood family, sword viewer, the gap is a bit big unless. When he looked up, Han Mai had already walked out of the sword pavilion. Perhaps it was because there were quite a few more people from the outer sects. The Jiushen mountain looked a lot more lively. Carrying the medicine bag to the clan's workshop near the Dan Hall, people from the outer clans in various colors of robes abounded. There are really no good things in this small workshop prepared for outer disciples, but it can't be helped that these outer sect people have never seen the world. Can it? The Sojourn house was also crowded. 2 green-clothed young girls were there, sweating with greetings, selling various elixirs and pills. On the shelves, things are running low. Han Mai waited in the store for a while and saw Bai Sujin accompanying 2 youths in purple robes down from the 2nd floor. Bai Sujin's face was all smiles. Looks like this is another big deal. Senior brother Han Bai Sujin left the 2 youths behind and quickly walked over to Han Mai. Senior brother Han, you're not coming here yet. I'm going to go search for you. You really don't want me? Han Mai shook his head and said, I don't want to. Huang Laolu was right. Bai Sujin should not be messed with. Bai Sujin gave him a blank look, seeing that he was carrying a medicine bag in his hand. She busily lowered her voice and said, Senior Han, let's talk upstairs. After saying that, he led Han Mai straight up the stairs, nodding slightly as he met with the 2 purple-robed youths. Who is this person that Miss Bai attaches such importance to him? On the left, the youth with a more youthful face looked at Han Mai's back as he went up the stairs and spoke in a low voice. Another purple-robed youth shook his head and faintly said, Don't think too much, Miss Bai's identity. You can't afford to climb up yet. The green youth froze and put his head down. Upstairs, Han Mai placed the medicine bag on the small table and said, I'm still short of some elixirs for this refining longevity increasing elixir. Do you have any here? He gave out the names of the several elixirs he was missing. After hearing this, Bai Sujin nodded and smiled. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye out for you, senior brother. There. She heads to the 2nd floor shelves for a moment, and in a few moments hands Han Makino a few medicine packets. Han Mai took it and said, How many spirit stones you directly deduct from the next elixir shipment is fine. Next time. Bitterness appeared on Bai Sujin's face. I thought you had brought pills today. Good senior brother. Hurry up and refine a few more pots of Dan. This sect gathering, there are quite a few ingrates. Bai Sujin covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It seems like it's really earning its keep. However, Han Mai didn't believe that she would be able to sell out all of the extreme cloud chi pills she had previously concocted so quickly that she didn't even have any in stock. This Bai Sujin, she's smart. Shopkeeper Bai, I asked you to pay attention to the various sects that are coming to the sect gathering this time. Have you explored them? Han Moyo didn't dwell on the matter of the elixir and changed the subject. Bai Sujin also put away her playful face and nodded her head. I had the following people specially go to investigate, and there are 83 clans in total that came. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. So much. Han Mai knew that there were quite a few party clans, but he didn't expect it to be nearly 100 large and small forces. Seeing Han Mai's expression, Bai Sujin laughed. The Nine Xian sword sect is at least a hegemon for hundreds of thousands of miles around, and this time only less than 100 forces came, as there was no proclamation. Otherwise, it is unusual for 1,000 factions to gather. Do you really think that the 9 schools of the western frontier are comparable to ordinary sects? Hearing Bai Sujin's words, Han Mai was sure that the power behind her must be one of the 9 factions. That superiority in her words was buried deep in her bones. Bai Sujin explained some more about the gathering clans, which ones were stronger and which ones were here to play the game were mentioned. When Han Mai left with his medicine bag, Bai Sujin came over to mutter again, asking him to hurry up and refine a few more potions. Getting close, the faint aroma can be smelled. Han Mai felt that he must stay away from this goblin. Leaving Sujin Lu, Han Mai didn't go to the nearby Dan Hall. There were no Dan masters in the Hall of Dawn who could refine longevity-increasing pills. He was on his feet and left straight away. A quarter of an hour later, he had arrived at the Peng Shui residence, the place where Elder Asura lives. Some time ago, the female cultivator Jin Yuan told him that Su Liang was interested in how he could solve the longevity problem and invited him to come and meet Elder Su Liang. Han Muo Yi had come this time to take the opportunity to meet Elder Su Liang and beg her to help him refine pills to increase his longevity. The disciple at the door informed him, and sure enough, Elder Su Liang invited Han Mai in. Disciple Han Mai has met the elder. Han Makino bowed, and when he looked up, Su Liang's eyes looked up and down on him. You're an official disciple of the Sword Pavilion now? After a long time, Elder Su Liang said something that caused Han Mai to tremble. The Sword Pavilion elder was giving himself a small sword, saying that it was the identity mark of a Sword Pavilion disciple. This hasn't even been taken out yet, and Elder Su Liang guessed his identity? If you can survive the hurdle of sword chi entering your body, and still be able to complete your spirit and even condense sword chi, Senior Brother Gao will definitely accept you as an official disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Elder Su Liang shook his head and moved his gaze away from Han Mai, then whispered to himself, after 60 years, the Sword Pavilion is accepting formal disciples again. Is it my 9 Xian sword sect that is going to re-emerge? 60 years, and you've taken one for yourself? Han Magne panicked a little. Himself, is he really the protagonist's destiny? You found the bright origin bone and the marrow-turning fruit? Not a bad chance. Let me help you refine it into a life extension pill, as a congratulatory gift to you as a formal disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Elder Su Liang's voice rang out. Han Moyo was certain that he must be the protagonist's destiny. Are you refining a life extension pill that increases your lifespan by 1 year? Or 5 years? Elder Su Liang's gaze toward Han Mai was somewhat crystalline. Push 2 of my friend's books, haha. The first one is a light novel, Mikado Flight Accidentally Knocked Over a Magical Girl. The second book is I'm Proficient in Everything I Do. It's all new on the shelves, so check it out. Thank you for Book Club NetU. Book Club 201912232122264141. Chow Tian Clothes, Longbao Shadow, Caressing Dust 88, Happy Pigsty Wushao, Bear Paw Immortal Front Woodman, Emperor Release Void Burial Put to Death. I threw Heavenly Devil Black Wolf. Like to read novels of the plumbers. Zichu. This Girl on the Way Through. Book Club 201708301043455375. The Ocean. LF507617. Solzyoran Jimmy MSQZQFX 20200616173631409231092318434601 Didong Ong E is said to be very powerful. Ziunan Fish Music. Big Can You Take Me a Month vote support. Thanks to the book friend 2019120619551268. The Egg to Spread the Bounty. Brothers catch up with the reading voting comments. Don't raise the book. I'm afraid of it all. And so on the shelves I must explode. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Master gave you the White Tiger Scroll, didn't he? 1 year or 5 years? This multiple choice question, it's so hard. Elder, I want the 5-year life extension pill. Han Makino arched his hand and opened his mouth. The one who picks a year must have a bad brain. Su Liang nodded and reached out with a sweep of his hand, and all the medicine bags were taken away. Storage ring. This stuff seems to be standard for the rich. Han Mai looked toward the bronze finger ring that was attached to Su Liang's finger, and his eyes glowed. I can't refine a 5-year life extension pill yet. However, I can help you find someone who can refine a 5-year life extension pill. Looking toward the stupefied Han Mai, Su Liang smiled and said, I'll make a trip to Mushin City to pay a visit to the Wood Master in a few days, so you can travel with me. You know the Wood Master, right? It's the old ancestor of that girl Mu Wan's family. As he left the Pong Shui residence and stood beside the mountain path, Han Mai felt like a little cutie. Choose what 5 years of life extension pills directly let Elder Su Liang out of the refining out of 1 year. Their own stand aside will be the refining technique comprehension is not good. Along the way, Han Mai, who was full of chagrin, walked with some absent-mindedness. Senior Han. When he heard the call and looked up, the 2 figures in front of him were already close. These were 2 inner disciples wearing white martial arts robes. The 2 of them looked excited as they arched their hands toward Han Mai. Luo Chang and Qin Yi, meet senior brother Han. Han Mai smiled and arched his hand in return. These 2 were the only 2 outer disciples who saw Mo Yuan off when he left. At that time, Han Moyo flung his hand and gave the 2 of them a fine cloud chi dan each. They later met with Lugo and inquired about Han Makino's identity. Many thanks to senior brother Han for gifting us the pills that day, allowing us to make great progress in our cultivation and finally step into the chi condensation stage. Luo Chang had a look of gratitude on his face as he arched his hand toward Han Mai once more, and Qin Yi on the side followed suit with a salute. A fine quality cloud chi dan was worth 300 spirit stones, and if one's cultivation was stuck at a half step in chi condensation, this 1 dan would be able to directly help break through. Even if they didn't swallow this dan and sold it directly, it would still be a huge amount of money for the 2 outer disciples. It seemed that these 2 were still lucky to have both broken through. Both were now wearing inner door garments. Congratulations! Han Makino smiled and raised his hand. Senior brother Han, is senior brother Mo Yuan all right? Luo Chang opened his mouth and asked. They were considered close to Mo Yuan, and when Han Mai sent Mo Yuan back to his hometown, they certainly had to ask about the situation at this time. Master Mo has returned to his hometown, and his days are quite free. Han Mai nodded, then said, Since you guys have broken through and promoted to the inner sect, when will you go to the sword pavilion to receive your swords? And I'll help you choose one to take advantage of. With Luo Chang, Qin Yi and Mo Yuan's relationship, helping them choose a sword was nothing. Choosing swords is his forte. Hearing Han Mai's words, Luo Chang and Qin Yi's faces were delighted before showing a hint of embarrassment. That senior brother doesn't know, although we have been promoted to the inner sect, we haven't completed enough meritocratic tasks to qualify to receive the sword. Qin Yi's face swelled red as he spoke in a low voice. The sword is hidden in the sword pavilion, and the outer gate of 100 or more is eligible to receive it. Outer sect 100, which required battle strength and cultivation to stand out amongst tens of thousands of disciples, as well as accepting all sorts of challenges. As for the disciples who were promoted to the inner sect, theoretically the cultivation level was at least chi condensation, and the battle strength should be good. They only needed to complete simple promotion tasks and accumulate a symbolic 3 merits, and then they would have the qualification to receive the sword. 1 chi condensation stage, 3 merit badges. It's not hard, is it? Han Muoi didn't find it difficult. Seeing Han Mai's gaze, the 2 became even more embarrassed. The sword pavilion sword viewer who could fling out fine cloud chi dan with his hand couldn't look at 3 merits. But for people like them who had only broken through with the help of pills, the intersect mission, it was really difficult. Ahem, senior brother Luo Tian of the intersect has released a demon hunting mission, so let's go and apply for it, and I believe that we'll come back and gather enough merit to receive our swords from the sword pavilion at that time. Qin Yi coughed lightly and looked up. Stepping into chi condensation, their lives had changed drastically, and it could be said that the sky was the limit. All of this has a share of chance in front of Han Mai. Luo Tian? Hearing Qin Yi's words, Han Mai frowned and said in a deep voice, but the one who cultivates the golden vein sword technique and is the first son of the intersex deacon? It's that senior brother Luo. Luo Chang looked toward Han Mai and said softly, Senior brother Han, do you recognize him? His heart a thump, Han Muyi expression, not like happy look. Rhoda's demon hunting mission. Han Makino's brows furrowed. This Luo Tian had gone to the sword pavilion to exchange his sword, and it was that demonic sword. The sword was now placed on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, and even the quest letter had been collected, which Luo Tian did not ask for. When Luo Tian first switched swords, Han Mai felt his abnormality before reporting to the sword pavilion elders. Unfortunately, the elder was not concerned about this. Now this Luo Tian is releasing a demon hunting mission? Looking at Han Mai's expression, Luo Chang and Qin Yi exchanged glances. Senior brother Han, but what's your beef with this senior brother Luo? This person, senior brother Luo, is acting rather arrogantly, and his reputation in the sect is not considered good. Luo Chang spoke apprehensively. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai shook his head, looked at the two, and said in a deep voice, "Do you believe me?" The two were busy nodding their heads. "If you believe me, don't take this mission." Han Mai lowered his voice. The 10,000 Swords ancestor in the army that is now conquering the San Qin sword sect is a close friend of Master Mo. You go there and some quest merit is at your disposal. Old Man Sword ancestor was a close friend of Mo Yuan. Luo Chang and Qin Yi stared wide-eyed. To say that the person with the most popularity on Jiuxian Mountain right now was naturally that unknown name of the guest elder Wan Jian Laozu. Killing an Earth Realm powerhouse with a single sword, this one's powerful and mysterious, causing people to look sideways. Unexpectedly, this one also has such a relationship with Mo Yuan. Guest elder, the power of decapitating the strongest person in the Earth Realm is not a little cute. All know how to choose. Luo Chang and Qin Yi busily bowed. Many thanks for your guidance, senior brother. Han Mai nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. There will be a surprise when you go. After saying that, he left straight away.
Surprise?
Bewilderment appeared on Qin Yi and Luo Chang's faces. Senior brother Luo, then we'll go to the San Qin sword sect? Qin Yi looked at Han Mai's departing back and spoke in a low voice. If you don't hug the thigh of a guest elder, do you want to hug the thigh of a second-generation clan dude? Luo Chang let out a laugh, then said, but with this news, isn't it necessary to say something to senior brother Tang Ming? Qin Yi nodded. Elder brother Tang Ming is one of the top 200 strongest in the inner sect. If he is willing to go, we can also have more certainty. When Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion, he saw a small table set up at the entrance of the pavilion from afar. In addition to Huang Laolu Linshen and Lu Gao, there was a big bald man like an iron tower sitting there. Chopper. This is stepping on the meal time to come back. Ah. No one left you dinner? Huang Laolu saw Han Mai come back and yelled with a smile. Han Makino nonchalantly walked over and took a seat next to the empty seat Lugo had given up. Senior brother Zhao, I'm afraid you're not used to eating our outer sex food, Han Mai said with a smile as he started. Zhao Pu reached out and took the wine gourd that Huang Laolu had placed on the table, poured half a bowl and dried himself, then said, who hasn't been hanging around in the outer sect? The meal was a joyous one, and Huang Laolu's gourd of wine was drunk to exhaustion. Zhao Pu alone took out at least 80%. He also finished 80% of the meal. It's really different when you're refining your body, can eat and drink. When the wine was full, the crowd dispersed with a bang, leaving Lugo to clean up the mess. Elder brother Huang, don't worry, let brother Han watch over the clan gathering. Brother-sister compete well, I'll make sure she gets a top 10 ranking. Zhao Pu patted his big hand on Huang Laolu's shoulder, causing the corners of Huang Laolu's mouth to twitch lightly. However, his expression at this moment was tinged with a smile, as if a chrysanthemum had bloomed. With these words from senior brother Zhao, I am relieved. Huang Laolu breathed a sigh of relief and clutched Zhao Pu's big hand and shook it twice. Zhao Pu let out a laugh and turned to stagger away. Han Mai sent Zhao Pu down the stone steps. Zhao Pu's footsteps a little staggering, traveling a few steps, suddenly stopped. Brother Han, master, sent you the White Tiger Scroll, didn't he? End of chapter. Chapter 69 Sect Gathering beginning. Sure enough, it was for the White Tiger Scroll. Han Mai guessed that Zhao Pu would care about this. Senior brother Zhao. Han Mai was just about to speak when Zhao Pu turned back to look at him, his eyes shining brightly. Where was he half drunk? I've been mingling in the Dharma Performance Building, performing low-ranked body refining techniques all over the place, because I want to use it to realize the cultivation method and break through the barriers. There is no one in the Three Stone Lodge who is more eager than I am to comprehend the secrets in that 100-tiger diagram. Staring into Han Mai's eyes, a hint of suppressed emotion permeated Zhao Pu's voice. I am Grand Master Mishi Zai. There was truly no one who valued the legacy of Sanshi Zhai more than Zhao Pu. Han Muoi could well understand his feelings. Gently nodding his head, Han Mai said in a low voice, Senior brother Zhao, I could have given that White Tiger Scroll to you. In his opinion, the preciousness of the White Tiger Scroll, excluding its own killing power, was more about the sword chi and sword power condensing method on it. Having comprehended these 2 points, The value of the 100 Tigers diagram itself was only to the extent of a few sword intentions. The one thing that Han Moyo didn't lack was sword intent. His words caused Zhou Pu to faintly stare. Staring at Han Mai, Zhao Pu said in a deep voice, "Really?" Han Mai smiled and was about to turn back to get the white tiger scroll. "Brother Han, you're good." Suddenly, Zhao Pu let out a long laugh. He waved his hand, an expansive smile on his face. "Even if that white tiger scroll was more valuable, I, Zhao Pu, would not be so brazen as to ask for it. If the master gave it to you, then it's yours." Speaking of this, the look on his face turned sincere as he whispered, "Brother Han, as you know, Master wants to find someone who can comprehend the white tiger scroll and hand over the legacy of my 3-stone Zai. It was a pity that senior brother Lin was so well enlightened back then. Actually, I had the idea of introducing you to Sanshi Zhai from the moment you realized the Iron Bull strength technique." Lifting his head, Zhao Pu's burly mountain-like body became even more majestic. "Who asked me to be the eldest brother of Mishi Zai? No matter who it is, I'm happy as long as I can get the inheritance from my master. Master was injured all these years, his cultivation couldn't advance an inch, he could only trace the white tiger scroll every day, but he couldn't find someone who could comprehend the inheritance. I watched and my heart didn't feel good." He reached out and patted Han Makino on the shoulder. "You comprehend well. Don't let your master down." When he finished speaking, he turned around and took a big step forward. At this point, the pace was firm, all but gone from the drunkenness. Seriously injured, unable to advance an inch in cultivation, and wanting to find an inheritor? Uncle Takuma is really hiding deep enough, Han Mai shook his head and shouted behind Zhao Pu, "Senior brother Zhao? Do you really don't want the white tiger scroll? I've pretty much comprehended it. The comprehension is about the same." Jupe stumbled on his feet and almost fell. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Han Muoi's face, and said in a single word, "What you said is true."
Han Mui nodded.
"There's no way around it, the enlightenment is too good. Senior brother Zhao, that white tiger scroll won't be of much use to me if I put it here. Why don't I give it to you?" Han Mai also had a sincere face. "Zhao Pu has a good heart and is a worthy friend. Why don't I tell you about the true method of comprehending this white tiger scroll by the way?" Before Han Mai finished speaking, Zhao Pu raised his hand and said, "Don't." He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, turned and buried his head. "Tay grandma, I will go back to observe. I do not believe that this human and human enlightenment can be so different. Is this a stimulus?" Han Mai smiled and said, "Senior brother Zhao, you haven't taken the scroll yet." Around the corner of the mountain path, Zhao Pu's dull voice came, "Master traces a white tiger scroll in 3 months, and there's plenty of this stuff in the Sanshi Zhai." Han Mai's entire body froze there. It wasn't until Zhao Pu walked away that Han Mai turned around and walked toward the sword pavilion in a somewhat depressed manner. "I thought I'd gotten a rare treasure, but it turned out to be a raggedy thing, a roadkill." When he reached the stone steps, Lin Shin stood there holding his great sword. "That, Brother Han?" A tangle flashed across Lin Shin's face before he whispered, "Can you help my little sister look around as well?" Just now during dinner, Huang Laolu asked Han Mai and Zhao Pu to help Lu Qingping get a good ranking. Lin Shin wanted to speak, but eventually fell silent. He could have begged Han Makino, but don't want to beg Jupe. He has his pride. Han Mai smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Instructor Lin, isn't your sister my sister? I'll go to the party venue tomorrow and explore the bottom of those clan elites. Anyway, helping one person is helping two is helping." Shunsui. An excited look flashed across Lin Shin's face as he nodded heavily. There are some things that don't need to be said. Returning to the quiet room, Han Mai took out the Dan furnace that hadn't been touched for a few days. "Today, I forgot to bring back some elixirs from Bai Sujin's place, and at this time, there are not many elixirs that can refine the cloud chi Dan." A faint sword chi coalesced in the center of his palm, and then the sword intent in his sea of chi slowly flowed out, surrounding the Dan furnace. One flavor of elixir was put into the Dan furnace in a specific order. In the Dan furnace, the medicinal fragrance rose. Han Magne's movements were methodical. In total, he only refined 3 pots of Dan and obtained 15 extreme quality cloud chi Dan. Han Mai discovered that the sword intent alchemy, the sword intent quenched away the impurities in the elixir, making the medicinal power pure, before it was able to produce the very best of the best in every furnace. Just taking the sword intent that only an Earth Realm powerhouse could condense to refine a chi condensation stage elixir Would this kind of thing cause orthodox sword cultivators to vomit blood if they knew about it? The pills were refined, and after collecting his sword intent, Han Mai looked at the furnace in front of him. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. After so many times of refining pills, the Dan furnace in his hand was already covered in cracks. Jenny alchemy is good at everything, but it's just a bit of a waste of a furnace. I don't know if Bai Sujin's place still has any good Dan furnaces, so I'll go buy one next time. Putting away the Dan furnace, he spread out his hands, and in his palms were 3 extreme-grade cloud chi pills. An extremely high-grade Dan worth 5,000 spirit stones for just one. The cloud chi pill entered his abdomen, and the surging medicinal power transformed into aura that penetrated and impacted in his meridians. If it wasn't for the fact that his meridians had been condensed and flushed countless times by the sword chi, the surging and thick aura alone would be able to swell his meridians. The aura from the 3 extreme cloud chi pills poured into his dantian, and Han Mai's face flushed. A ripping pain blossomed. Mo Yuan had once told Han Moyo that the happiest thing for a cultivator was the fullness of aura in the dantian. Constantly filling and compressing the aura, while expanding the dantian, lifting the concentration of the aura. Do you know why those second-generation cultivators all have deep cultivation at a young age? There was an unspeakable indignation on Ma Yuan's face when he asked this. They have no shortage of aura, spirit stones, and elixirs from when they first practiced cultivation. Our low-rank disciples' little spirit stone emoluments can't even fill their dantian, and those of them in the second generation of cultivation enjoy the satiating feeling of their dantian tearing apart every day. It's so hungry and bloated. Han Mai, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing his energy, was a bit curious. If he let Mo Yuan know that he was now practicing in the same way that he was practicing with his indignation, I wonder what he would think. Although the cultivation style of the second generation of cultivators Han Mai also spurned it, he felt that having spirit stones and elixirs and not using them was petty cute. Buzz! With a faint vibration, his dantian expanded by another sliver. The aura cultivation level is Peiyuan Stage 3, Peak. The body refining cultivation is the Peiyuan Triple. Sword cultivation very strong. He felt like he could withstand a little more sword chi. There was also a slight decrease in the depletion of longevity. One more point of power that can be controlled. Down to earth. Early the next morning, Han Mai specially put on the new clothes that Huang Laolu went to receive yesterday. AI. This selling style really hasn't lost the face of my sword pavilion sword watchers. Huang Laolu muttered, then waved his hand and said, "Go, go, I'll watch here." Han Mai smiled and walked out of the door of the sword pavilion. Yang! In the distance, bells were ringing and the clamor was rising. The clan gathering, it's begun. Han Mai wasn't in a hurry, pacing slowly in the direction of the venue. At this kind of gathering, the first hour is expected to be filled with all sorts of canonical speeches, and it's a headache to listen to them. Only a few steps in, he suddenly froze and looked up. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded. First match. Zuyun of the Sanyuan Taoist sect wins. The chants spread. That's straightforward? Shaking his head, Han Mai accelerated his pace. It seems that I was the one who was shallow. P.S. A superficial plea for monthly votes. It's the end of the month and it sucks to not vote all.
Thank you for the bookmate 2019061314184802。行梦，军哥乱了梦。书友2019022517325785，孤独空虚。书友201711180310576646。老衲要扎完子头二 Strathfield， 只愿一起安好。握刀的狼。书友1411142313589844，长毛的 Potato。搭当当 Bookfriend 201708301043459575。Rookie Anna's Handsome Husband Bookfriend 131,291,5321,8320分 S Monthly Vote Support. Thank you for the rewards from Bookworms. Bookworms 202104031756277784 and readers 1432226396703940608. Thank you, brothers, for your support in catching up on your reading and punching in your comments. Please catch up on the new chapters as the big storyline is about to unfold. End of chapter. Chapter 70. If you are strong, you will bear the karma of the weak. The location of the clan gathering was located halfway up the mountain behind the mountain gate of the Nine Xian Sword Gate. A wide verdant square, 300 feet in circumference, surrounded by flashes of green light, was actually set up to protect the formation.
This halo of light was somewhat similar to the golden light that enveloped the outside of the sword pavilion, only much dimmer. There were Joxian sword disciples stationed around the verdant stone square to fully guarantee the security of the venue. When Hanmai arrived at the entrance of the venue, he saw that it was surrounded by cultivators wearing all kinds of clothing. Most of these cultivators were not very old, but they all had a rather grave aura about them. After all, they were the elites of more than 80 forces, and their cultivation was not bad. At this moment, everyone under the stage looked at the 3-foot-high, 5-foot square stone platform in the center of the square with different expressions. On the stone platform, 2 figures moved around and flipped like flowers. Competing at this clan gathering, the Joxian sword sect would guarantee the safety, and with everyone going all out, there was no fear that people would be killed. Above the ring, it was guaranteed that no one would die, and the Joxian sword sect still had this bottom line. Senior brother, please follow me. At the entrance, a 3-stone Zai disciple who had been waiting early guided Hanmai through the crowd and onto a stage with seats lined up. In the very center position on the stage was the master of the 3-stone Zai, the elder of the Joxian sword sect, Tuoba Chung. On his side was the tall, stout, apathetic bald man, Zhao Pu. In the position below Tuoba Chung and Zhao Pu, there were several other cultivators who were not from the Joxian sword sect by the look of their clothing, so it seemed that these were the strongest members of the various sects. Zhao Pu turned his head and nodded toward Hanmai, then whispered a few words to Tuoba Chang at his side. Tuoba Chang's expression moved, his eyebrows raised as he looked toward Hanmai. Hanmai was busy arching his hand, bowing at Tuoba Chang and saying in a low voice, "Greetings, Master Tuoba." Tuoba Chang nodded, his gaze falling back to the field of the bout. "If you can comprehend the White Tiger Scroll, you are not an outsider in my Sanshur Zhai, sit down." Zhao Pu pointed to the big chair beside him. "Sit here and see clearly." Indeed, Han Makino could really see very clearly when he sat on the big chair to watch the bout. This is the arrangement for the disciples of each clan who will participate in the competition at the clan gathering. I ordered the pairings reordered overnight last night. Zhao Pu placed a thick stack of books in front of Han Mai and said in a low voice that Lu Qingping and Lin Yuxia won't meet the true elites of the sects in the first 10 games. Han Mai looked up at him. Last night Lin Shen didn't tell Zhao Pu that his sister was also attending this clan competition party. Zhao Pu laughed lightly. "Master Lin didn't mention it to me, so I have to be on top of this, don't I?" Han Muoi nodded. I didn't see that Zhao Pu's heart was quite fine. Looking down at the booklet in front of him, Han Mai realized that the records on this booklet were much more detailed than what Bai Sujin had heard yesterday. The strength of each clan, the elite ranking of disciples in the clan, their cultivation level, and the means they specialize in are all recorded. According to the ordering of the matchups in this booklet, one could easily bail Lu Qingping and Lin Yuxia into the top 10 of each group. As for the sparring after that, that depends on the real level. Closing the booklet, Han Mai sighed softly. Sure enough, official cheating is the most deadly. With Zhao Pu arranging it, he didn't need to do anything to help Lu Qingping and Lin Yuxia. What? Is there a problem with the sequencing? Zhao Pu turned his head to look at him. Han Mai shook his head, looking at the figures fighting with all their might on the high platform in front of him, and said in a low voice, "It just feels like doing this, meddling in the karma of outsiders, and cutting off someone else's chance. One more victory in a competition, various rewards, and the insights from the battle are all opportunities, which will be of great help to future cultivation. Humph, if one is strong, one must bear the karma of the weak." Tuoba Cheng's voice suddenly rang out. "If you don't have this bit of courage to bear, what's the point of practicing? Go down the mountain before it's too late." Han Makino opened his mouth, then nodded. What Tuoba Chang said was the supreme truth of the cultivation world. Actually, Tuoba Chang was still being euphemistic when he said that. It should be that, in the eyes of the strong, the weak have everything at their disposal. This is the world of cultivation. The underdog. Looking toward the high stage, Han Mai's eyes took on a trace of depth. Zhao Pu glanced at him, a trace of complexity flashing across his face. Master really thinks highly of Brother Han. Xiao Lingshang of the Maoyang Sword School. A voice came from the high stage, and a young girl with a long sword and a slender figure stood on the stage, arching her hand in all directions. The man who fought against her was already lying on the ground. Among the row of cultivators sitting in front of Han Mai and the others, someone voiced a few comments to the effect of encouragement, as well as some comments on the sword skills of the female cultivator. To Han Moyo's ears, it all sounds like generalizations and empty words. When the comment was finished, The female cultivator bowed and flew as if she were a butterfly lightly jumping down. This hand immediately drew high-pitched cheers from countless male disciples around them. Possessed spirit Taoist sect He Dao Shen, Sibu Sun sect Miao Yuan. The Sanshizhai disciple presiding over the match on the high stage shouted, and two figures rushed onto the stage. The Suyang sect? Han Makino took one more look at the dry and thinly built youth. These two sects were both sects that excelled in arts and techniques, and the two disciples competed as if they were playing with fireworks. The high platform was filled with light and flames, water and fire. Han Mai's eyes were fixed on the two people on the high platform, and images continued to flow in his mind. Comprehend the water arrow technique of the Suyang school. Comprehend the spirit attachment Dao gate attachment fire dragon palm. In the middle of his mind, a faint aura flowed from the two figures before they transformed into water arrows and fire dragons colliding with each other. That's jutsu. After comprehending it, Han Mai's heart was enlightened. It was no wonder that among the lower-ranked cultivators in the cultivation world, the strength of sword cultivators far exceeded that of Dao cultivation. It's not unreasonable for a sword to break the law. Artistic cultivation looked like a strong and powerful means, but it consumed aura and was slow to execute, and one needed to be extremely proficient in the art that was being cultivated in order to execute it smoothly during battle. On the high platform these two, although the cultivation level is already chi condensation stage, but when casting spells there are still nervous mistakes and omissions was interrupted situation. A sword cultivator could completely suppress an art cultivator as long as he got close. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Rather, it was when the cultivation reached a high depth and the different paths were the same, then the battle power of sword cultivators and art cultivators would be balanced. One sword to break 10,000 laws, one art to subdue 10,000 swords. All are not unheard of. Boom! On the high stage, the flames exploded, and the Sibu-sun sect disciple was directly blown out of the room and fainted. Possessed spirit Taoist sect He Dao Shen win. Voices rang out from the high stage. Han Makino turned his head to look at Zhao Pu. The downfall of the disciples of the Suyang sect had all been arranged before this bout. Someone from the front voices a comment, and then the next one begins. Each bout was short, with victory or defeat coming in the blink of an eye. Han Mai watched with great interest, comprehending a set of sword techniques or arts from time to time. It was all low-ranked stuff, but he wasn't picky. Who wins this round? Suddenly, Tuoba Chang, who had been silent, opened his mouth. His voice was not small, and those experts from the various sects sitting in front of him turned their heads to look at him before looking at the high platform. On the high platform, the two sword cultivators staggered their figures and just fought for 3 or 5 moves. Who wins? Zhao Pu came with a blank look on his face. He flipped through the booklet in his hand and looked at the names of the two men in this bout, and was even more confused. These two people's cultivation, the strength of the clan behind them are similar. At this time the fight is also evenly matched. How to judge the winner? Senior, this I can't tell. I might be able to judge after a few moves.
Zhao Pu spoke honestly.
Tuoba Chang turned his head and looked at Han Mai. Han Mai's face remained unchanged as he softly said, Fire Ming sect's Zhou Wu is ranked 6th in the sect, and Qingling sword sect's Xiaxingzi sect is ranked 9th. Zhou Wu cultivates the Fire Inscription sect's Town Sword Technique Inscription Stone, and Xiaxingzi cultivates the Qingling sword sect's Ling Ice Rain Sword. With equal cultivation and similar enlightenment, the Town Sword art is certainly stronger than the unusual sword art. Turning his head to look at Tuoba Chang, a look of confidence flashed across Han Mai's face. This game, Zhou Wu wins. Yang. On the high platform, the long sword in Zhou Wu's hand chopped off Xiaxingzi's sword weapon with a single stroke, and the long sword rested against the pale-faced Xiaxingzi's chest. Ahead, several cultivators turned back, their gazes landing on Han Mai's face. Zhao Pu gently turned his head and looked at Han Mai. Brother Han, these, can they really be projected? Han Mai shook his head and faintly said, No, I just see that Zhou Wu's sword is worth a lot of money. Don't forget what I do. Sword watchers. Jupe muttered. What about this one? Takumi Sung's voice rose again. Zhao Pu opened his mouth. In this one, how can you judge when the person who is fighting hasn't even stood still on the stage yet? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Han Muoi. Crystalline light flashed in Han Mai's eyes. Takumi Chang was testing himself? It's kind of fun. Looking at the two people on the stage who were ready to draw their swords, Han Mai opened his mouth indifferently. This round, brothers beg to catch up on their reading. Otherwise, this is not a good game to win. Monthly vote and reward statistics attached at night. Monthly checks are going to suck, so drop me a line. End of chapter. Chapter 71. Actually, your defeat is a bit unfair. Reaching out and pointing to the young man on the left side of the high stage, Han Mai faintly said, "This game, Ling Jiezong Chi Tao, wins." Although his voice was not loud, the strongest members of the various clans in front of him who were paying special attention heard it. Hee, I wonder why little friend said that? In front, a Taoist in a green cloud-patterned Dao robe with white hair turned his head to look at Han Mai and opened his mouth with a smile. Poor Dao Ling Jiesx Chi Mingyuan. I'm curious as to how little friend could tell that Chi Tao could win. Old me is also curious as to how little friend could conclude that I, the China Sword Sect, was going to lose this game. Another old man with a simple and ancient face in good clothes also turned his head. His face did not look unhappy, but just bland. The others were more or less splitting their attention between Han Muoi. Han Mai also did not expect his review of these two elders are sitting in the front. It was a little awkward for a while. He turned his head and saw that Tuoba Cheng's face was expressionless, while Zhao Pu was looking at himself with a curious face, seemingly also curious as to why he was so sure. Since it was Tuoba Cheng's test, Han Mai no longer flinched. Neither of the two on stage are the top elites of their respective clans, and from the records, the qualifications and cultivation and enlightenment are similar. Han Makino pressed his hand on the pages of the book in front of him and spoke aloud. Jupe nodded. It was the fact that the gap between the two men's strengths could not be seen at all on the pages of the book that he dared not judge. Shame on you for not saying it. Shame on you for saying it wrong. But my generation of sword cultivators should have a sword chi and a sword bone. At this point on the stage, it's obvious that Chi Tao's stature and aura is superior. As senior uncle Tuoba said, he has more of the courage that a strong man should have. Zhao Pu froze and looked up at the high platform. As expected, just as the battle started, the two people who were originally supposed to be evenly matched, the battle was completely one-sided. Chi Tao of the Ling Jiesx longsword swung and closed with sword chi. The people on the opposite side were completely suppressed and lost every step of the way. Really? Zhao Pu whispered softly. Those experts from the various clans in the front row also nodded slightly. Ling Jiesx Chi Mingyuan turned his head toward Han Mai with a smile and arched his hand. On the high stage, the battle was without suspense. However, in 10 moves, Chi Tao's long sword rolled and picked off the sword in the opponent's hand. The outcome of this fight was truly as Han Mai had predicted. Ling Jiesx Chi Tao wins. The person presiding on the stage drank loudly. Many of the people seated in the front row turned their heads back and looked at Han Mai a few more times. Among the young disciples of the Nine Shen Sword Sect, those who could have such precise vision, this person was not simple. Hee, little friend. I wonder if I can comment a few words for Chi Tao's game? Chi Mingyuan stood up and looked at Han Mai with a smile before reaching out to point at the two men standing long and tall on the high platform. Is this pushing the business of reviewing incentivized winners on yourself? Han Makino was slightly stunned. The people who voiced their comments before were those strong people from various sects seated in the front row, and their cultivation level should be foundation establishment or even an expert of the earth realm. These people are so experienced and discerning that even generalizations are a bit dry. Compared to these people, Han Mai's qualification experience was as thin as white paper. Senior Han, say a few words. Zhao Pu spoke out and looked ahead. My Nine Shen Sword Sect is hosting this gathering, and if there are any elites that truly stand out, we are willing to vigorously cultivate them. Han Mai heard Zhao Pu say yesterday that for the young elites in the clan under his rule, really good qualifications and heart can be made. The Jiushen Sword Sect will have another reward. It's kind of an investment. When this person grows to be a master, he is bound to return the favor. Moreover, the experts in the ruling clan, cultivating a few more would be beneficial to the Jiushen Sword Sect. The cultivation world speaks of a cause and effect. Those who took the resources in the future, most of them are close to the Jiushen Sword Sect, for the Jiushen Sword Sect is considered to be pro-Jiushen faction. Hearing Zhao Pu's words, Han Mai smiled and nodded. Zhao Pu is telling him, feel free to critique anyway. In the end, it is still the actual resources that count. Even if you praise people as flowers now with empty words, they won't really appreciate you much. Ahem. Standing up and looking forward, Han Muoi coughed lightly. At once, the two people on the high platform, as well as those who were watching the battle around them, were all attracted to him. Chi Tao and the people around him froze. Such a young disciple of the Jiushen Sword Sect to critique this battle? The disciples of the various clans watching the battle below looked toward Han Muoyi, and various murmurs rose quietly. Han Mai looked about the same age as them, and although he was wearing the clothes of an inner disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect, was this qualified to comment on the battle? Who is this one? An inner sect expert in the Nine Xian sword sect. Someone whispered suspiciously. I don't know. I guess it's a strong person. Haven't you seen that the Nine Xian sword sect's inner gate elite Zhao Pu is sitting on an equal footing with him? Senior brother Han. Under the high stage, Lu Qingping looked at Han Mai, who stood up, and a trace of consternation flashed through his eyes. Ha, it's him. Lin Yuxia, who was holding a long sword in her hand, saw her eyes light up. It's him. Beneath the high stage, the youthful teenager who had seen Han Mai at the Suzhen building yesterday froze and let out a low cry. The eyes of the other youth behind him narrowed as he looked at Han Mai on the stage. Hee, senior brother Han is actually going to review this battle. Not far below the stage, where a group of Nine Xian sword sect's outer disciples were gathered, a curious Xiao Qinger opened her mouth with a smile. On Xiao Qinger's side, the pale-faced Huaping lowered his head, his palms gripping the long sword tightly, his fingers turning white. Ling Jie sect Qi Tao. Han Muoi opened his mouth. Qi Tao on the high platform was busy arching his hand. You cultivate your Ling Jie sect's town sword art, Jie Yun, right? Han Mai spoke again. Qi Tao looked up at Han Mai. All of these messages were recorded and reported to the Jiuxian sword sect before participating in the competition. A trace of disappointment flashed across his face. He had thought that he would be able to get some pointers, but now that he looked at it, it was probably impossible. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. This guy has some skills. He can tell what sword art Qi Tao is practicing. Under the high stage, someone spoke in a low voice. Che, that's recorded. This guy might not be able to say anything. Read from the record. Someone voiced out in disdain. The original noisy scene slowly quiet, all waiting for Han Mai to continue to comment. Han Mai looked at Qi Tao with both eyes, and in his mind, the sword art Jie Yun continuously flashed. You've cultivated your sword art well, and it's already reached the realm of Yun Tao gathering and dispersing. Han Mai's next sentence caused Qi Tao's face to change color. Qi Mingyuan, the Ling Jie sect powerhouse in front of Han Mai, also changed his expression. It's just that your foundation still isn't firm enough, and you're still short of fire if you want to reach the realm of the rising wind.
Han Mui spoke again.
Qi Tao stared at Han Mai with wide eyes, his clasped hands trembling slightly. Little friend, I wonder if it's possible to speak in more detail? Qi Mingyuan turned toward Han Mai and arched his hand, then whispered, Qi Tao is the son of a canine. Hearing his words, Han Muoi smiled gently. No wonder this one is so uptight. Waving his hand, Han Mai looked at Qi Tao. If you want to cultivate to the point where the wind rises, you need to practice your footwork diligently. Bache. Qi Tao nodded slightly and busily arched his hand, ready to give his thanks. Regardless of the truth of what Han Muoi said, he always gave advice. Right at this moment, Han Mai suddenly spoke out again. Of course, if you want to cultivate to the 3rd level of Wind Scroll, it's useless to just put in hard work. Qi Tao's mouth was open and his face looked blank. Qi Mingyuan trembled and bowed toward Han Mai. Little friend, can the absolute cloud sword art really be cultivated to the 3rd level? He looked up to see Han Mai smiling without saying anything, and busily whispered, if little friend can point out the 3rd essence of this sword art, I, Ling Jie sect, am willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones. Zhao Pu turned his head to look at Han Mai, as if he didn't recognize him somehow. Matters unrelated to the party bout will be discussed when it's over. Right at this moment, Tuoba Chang, who had been silent, faintly spoke out. Let's end it. Qi Mingyuan was busy arching his hand towards Tuoba Chang and sat back down. What's the situation? Under the stage, countless people were stunned. The sound of the question and answer on the high stage was not small, but anyone who had cultivated to the Qi condensation stage and had a keen sense of hearing could hear it. Han Mai not only pointed out the sword art, but also stated the obstacles to subsequent cultivation therein. This pointing, even the Ling Jie sect's experts had to pay 100,000 spirit stones for it. Doesn't this mean that being able to get a word of guidance from him is worth 100,000 spirit stones? Below the stage, the eyes of those disciples from the various sects who were preparing to go on stage were glowing. It'll be my turn to go on stage in a while. I'd like to see if he can instruct me. A youth with an upright figure held a long sword in his hand and whispered under his breath. This senior brother Han, he really does have some skills. Xiao Qinger whispered, drawing nods from many people around her. Only Huaping's color became even more ugly. Han Mai smiled faintly before looking at the two people on the high stage who were already preparing to step down. Broken Hua Sword Sect Fuzhou, you actually lost a bit unjustly. Han Mai's words caused the two on stage to turn back again. The defeated Fuzhou didn't expect to get a critique and looked toward Han Mai, bowing slightly. That old man from the Broken China Sword Sect sitting in front of him also turned back to look at Han Mai. And critique the losers? Off stage, everyone once again looked at Han Mai. Han Mai hadn't wanted to force additional drama. There was just something he had to say. Thank you for the book friends drop blood sugar. Book friends 202107181943245507. And writing it. Book friends 2020122413455180. Book friends 15092610225169 reward support. Was ready to count the monthly votes. The end of the month is really too much support for the brothers. 1-by-1 statistics is too slow. I'm just thanking you all together. Thanks for catching up. I'm fully committed to writing the plot and starting to break out. End of chapter. Chapter 72 Newly cast sword weapons enter the pavilion. In the front row, the old man from the Broken China Sword Sect turned his head and looked at Han Mai, a hint of a different color on his face. Hey, little friend can say why you say Fuzhou lost unjustly? First, he affirmed Qi Tao's strength, and now he said that Fuzhou lost unjustly. The crowd didn't know if Han Mai had really seen something, or if he was trying to clamor for attention. Han Mai looked at Fuzhou, reached out and picked up the booklet and laughed lightly. According to the records, Fuzhou and Qi Tao's battle power is indeed comparable. And in the battle just now, Fuzhou also showed his own strength. These words caused the disciples watching from the stage to nod their heads. Qi Tao is winning. Fuzhou defeat is not unbearable. Fuzhou glanced at Han Mai with slight gratitude. Han Mai added in a loud voice, You lost because you were timid in your heart. Fuzhou trembled, and just as he raised his head, he heard Han Mai faintly say, The Broken China Sword Sect and the Cebu Sun Sect are adjacent to each other and have a very good relationship. So I guess the tragic situation of the defeated disciples of the Cebu Sun Sect just now made you afraid. Speaking of this, Han Mai shook his head, seemingly speaking to Fuzhou, seemingly speaking to others, and seemingly speaking to himself. On the path of cultivation, it is most avoidable to be two-faced, to be unswerving in the heart, to be fearful, and in the end, to be unpleasing to both sides. On the high stage, Fuzhou's face was pale as he arched his hand and turned toward the stage. Some of the disciples on the stage nodded slightly, while others were filled with doubt. Han Makino's words were really spacey and generalized. But the meaning seemed to be knocking Fuzhou, saying that he was not able to be resolute in his cultivation of his heart. The old man from the Broken Hua Sword Sect turned around with a somewhat unsightly expression on his face. Han Mai turned his head to look at Zhao Pu and Tuoba Chang on the side. Zhao Pu's face was blank, and Tuoba Chang nodded slightly. Okay. Han Makino breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat. The Broken Hua Sword Sect, as seen in the memory of Qin Yuanhe's saber, was a sect that had defected to the Tai Ling Sword Sect earlier than the Suyang Sect. The Suyang Sect was turned by the Broken China Sword Sect. Just now on the stage fight, Fuzhou clearly battle strength is not much worse than Qi Tao, but fearful a dozen moves by Qi Tao picked long sword, obviously the heart without the intention to fight. Han Mai guessed that Fuzhou must be aware of the clan's choice. Knowing that the clan betrayed the Nine Xian Sword Sect, only then will the sword fight. The heart has a hang-up. After all, this was the Jiuxian Mountain, and if the Jiuxian Sword Sect knew about the betrayal of the Broken China Sword Sect, none of them who came this time would be able to escape. Seeing that this Fuzhou's heart is not really firm, perhaps it is a breakthrough. Just now, he took the opportunity to critique Fuzhou and also gave Tuoba Chang a reminder. The relationship between the Suyang Sect and the Broken China Sword Sect is good. This is said to be obvious enough, and also said that Fuzhou has two heads and two rats, and in the end, both sides are not pleasing to the eyes. Tuoba Chang has definitely already heard it. On the high platform, two more youths in white robes stood opposite each other. Tell me more about how this battle will go. Tuoba Chang's voice sounded again. Zhao Pu turned his head to look at Han Mai with a gloating expression on his face. This kind of thing is fine once or twice, but if you do it too much, don't you get tired? Han Mai sighed lowly in his heart and spread out the booklet in his hand. In this battle, I'm guessing that Guangyue's Sword Sect's Chen Kaixin will lose. In this battle, I'm afraid that the Cebu Sun Sect disciples have no fighting spirit in their hearts, so I'm afraid that they have no chance of winning. Sun Ming of the Sun family of Hefei City has a better chance of winning this battle. Every battle that followed, Han Makino was making guesses. Each battle turned out to be much the same as he said it would be. Those strong men from the various clans in the front row were already whispering about what exactly Han Mai's status was. Jup has also been confused the entire time.
Yang.
On the high platform, Lin Yuxia picked the sword in her opponent's hand with the sword, then turned to look in Han Mai's direction. Senior brother Han, tell me, how are my sword skills? On the stage, Han Mai shook his head and said indifferently, it's good to win, you're higher in cultivation than him, and your sword skills are much more refined, so what's there to show off? Lin Yuxia's face reddened as she sheathed her long sword and turned around. Han Mai looked up at the youth who had picked up his long sword and was preparing to step down and spoke out, your swordsmanship doesn't match your cultivation talent. If it was a set of swordsmanship with equal combat power, you wouldn't lose. Hearing Han Mai's words, the youth turned toward Han Mai and bowed, saying in a low voice, Tao Shan thanks senior brother for his guidance. Lin Yuxia, who went off stage, gritted her teeth even more. By the time the sun was in the west, today's competition was over. Tuoba Chang stood up and looked at Han Mai. Zhao Pu said that you have comprehended the White Tiger Scroll. Tell me, what have you comprehended? These words caused Zhao Pu, who had just stood up, to tremble and stare. Could it be that Master was deliberately using Brother Han's mouth to tell himself the secret of the White Tiger Scroll? Han Mai glanced at Zhao Pu and said in a low voice, I realize that since I want a tiger to roar in the mountains and forests, I need to have the strength to overpower all the beasts. There's still a bit of strength missing on this White Tiger Scroll. Almost strength.
Zhao Pu's eyelid fluttered.
It's provocative. This was in dissatisfaction with the constant testing of the Master today. Zhao Pu could feel that the Master behind him seemed like a fierce tiger that was suppressing its anger and seemed like it could explode at any time. Only, he didn't wait for Tuoba Chang to explode, but instead heard Tuoba Chang faintly inquiring, then, what do you say, what is considered to be strong? Han Mai gently bowed and said in a low voice, a fierce tiger descends from the mountain, the wind and clouds view from, and all the beasts submit, senior uncle still lacks an opportunity. Tuoba Chang had used the White Tiger Scroll to carry his own sword intent for so many years, clearly waiting for a chance to take a step forward and condense his sword power. It's just that there's no telling when this opportunity will come. Tuoba Chang's eyes narrowed as he silently looked at Han Mai, and after a moment, he laughed, then turned around and walked away. Pity. His voice came, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Zhao Pu was bewildered. He didn't know what his own master was pitying. Han Mai also didn't know whether Tuoba Chang was sorry that his chance hadn't arrived, or sorry that Han Mai hadn't been able to worship under Sanshir Zhai's door. Looking up at Han Mai, Zhao Pu whispered a bit apprehensively, Brother Han, the White Tiger Scroll, is it so difficult to comprehend? He hadn't understood a single word of the conversation between Han Mai and Master Tuoba Chang just now. This was a blow to him who was full of desire to comprehend the White Tiger diagram. It's not that hard. It's just that you might need to turn in a different direction to understand. Han Mai shook his head, then smiled and said, why don't I just tell senior brother Zhao your method? Zhao Pu's face changed color and finally shook his head. Let's wait until some time later. When Han Mai returned to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu impatiently came up. Well, Han Mai smiled and told him the ordering that Zhao Pu had arranged. Only when he heard that Zhao Pu had made all the arrangements and could guarantee that Lu Qingping would not lose in 10 matches did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Six brother, you go and watch for a few days. I'll take care of the sword viewing in the sword pavilion.
Anmuya pata Wang Laulius Schulde.
Huang Laolu was just about to refuse when Han Mai whispered, tomorrow morning there will be a competition for 6th sister-in-law. Huang Laolu shuddered and nodded his head gently. He really wanted to see it. Han Mai returned to the quiet room and looked up at the White Tiger Scroll, quietly observing it. The fierce tiger's aura in his mind was still monstrous, and just a light roar could cause his soul to tremble and induce the Qi Si's sword intent to surge. When he turned his head with a pale face, he found that although his divine soul was somewhat injured, there was an extra trace of condensation. Is this a method of cultivating the divine soul? Han Mai felt that it hurt like hell to have the sword nurturing technique draw sword qi into his body, and viewing the White Tiger Scroll shook his soul again. Is he or she practicing, or is he or she just looking for abuse? Sitting cross-legged on a wooden couch, he held out his hand. In the center of his palm, A pale greenish-colored ice-cold aura rose. Jutsu. The icy cold dispersed, and again the flames rose. The biggest gain today was comprehending so many arts. Flames, wind swirls, cloudy air, ice arrows, various spells transformed and eventually dispersed. How can 10,000 arts defeat one sword? Lying down on the wooden couch with his eyes closed, Hanmai slowly closed his eyes. On his body, a faint sword aura flowed. Unconsciously, the sword chi that he had warmed up in his own dantian, which could be continuously recycled and regenerated, had already reached hundreds. The bones of his body were also covered in a faint silver color. Sword bone. On the second day, Huang Laolu had his breakfast and went to the party venue to watch Lu Qingping fight. Han Mai, on the other hand, was in the sword pavilion polishing his longsword and collecting sword energy. The sword pavilion is an important place. No outsiders are allowed to enter. At the entrance of the sword pavilion, Lugo's voice rang out. The Chao family, a sword-casting family, has come to deliver 21 newly cast swords and weapons into the Zhou Xian Sword Sect's sword pavilion. Newly minted swords in the cabinet? Han Mai put back his longsword and turned toward the door of the sword pavilion. Come to business now. I'm really not watered down. Don't feed the book, guys. I'm going to rush the big episode. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Collecting the sword. Going up to the second floor of the sword pavilion again. Han Mai had just walked to the entrance of the sword pavilion when a voice sounded at the bottom of the stone steps in front of him. New guy. Where's Huang Laolu? Dead? About dead. Han Mai looked down. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a goatee wearing a gray brocade robe stood there with an impatient face. Don't worry. Even if you die, sixth brother won't die.
Han Mai spoke faint Lu.
The middle-aged man froze, glared and bellowed. Are all the new sword watchers so unruly now? Han Mai nodded, then shouted, Elder Gao. This one says you didn't teach the new sword watchers the rules. Sunny. The breeze is warm. The brocade-robed middle-aged man standing at the bottom of the 9 stone steps in front of the sword pavilion gate was sweating profusely. He stared, shivering. 10 breaths later, he went limp and sat on the ground. A small punishment is a big warning, and if there is any further disrespect to the sword pavilion, have Chao Anchuan personally come and deliver the sword. The sword pavilion elder's voice was light and fluttering, seemingly far above the clouds. Lin Shun and Lu Gao, who stood at the doorway of the sword pavilion, gently exchanged glances. With a playful remark from Han Muoyi, the sword pavilion elder really stepped in. How protective does that have to be? Also, Han Mai's weight in the hearts of the sword pavilion elders. It's not low. Chao Pei knows he's wrong. Thank you, elder, for not killing him. The middle-aged man who struggled to get up from the ground bowed towards the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion elder didn't respond. Han Mai looked toward those hemp-clad youths behind this Chao Pei holding the wooden box and spoke. Bring the sword. Chao Pei hurriedly turned around. Quick! Quick! Didn't you hear this, senior brother? A son of the Chao family came forward holding a long sword and stood at the bottom of the stone steps. Chao Pei reached out to unveil the wooden box, and with both hands carefully held out the long sword held by the red silk cloth therein. Senior brother, please check. Sending it to Han Mai, Chao Pei spoke in a low voice. He quietly raised his eyes to look at Han Muoi. He had been doing the errand of delivering swords to the sword pavilion for almost 20 years, and the number of people he had come into contact with the sword pavilion sword watchers was too many to count. Most of these sword watchers are seen once and never again, and the one who has dealt with them most often in recent years is Huang Laolu. Every time the sword was delivered, whether it was Huang Laolu or other sword watchers, they were all received with courtesy. Chao Pei had never imagined that there would be a time when he would be given a hard time by a sword watcher. If he was merely being given a hard time, he would just take it as the new sword viewer being reckless and not knowing the rules. But the sword pavilion elder was actually standing up for this new sword viewer. Looking at Han Mai, who had a bland expression on his face, Chao Pei suddenly remembered what the family head's old ancestor had said back then. The 9 Xian Sword Sect Sword Pavilion sword viewer was nothing, but a formal disciple of the 9 Xian Sword Sect Sword Pavilion should never be offended, because that's the next Sword Pavilion Elder. Could it be that this one is the next candidate for Sword Pavilion Elder? Thinking of this, Chao Pei's heart moved. The palm holding the long sword slightly retracted into the cuff, and when he extended his hand again, there were already 2 crystallized spirit stones in his palm. Medium-grade spirit stones, too. Han Mai's gaze fell on the spirit stone and he stretched out his hand. Grabbed the long sword. Brother Lu, take it away.
Han Mai spoke faint Lu.
Lu Gao walked forward and put away the spirit stone in Xiao Pei's hand. He was already convinced of Han Mai's words. He was certain that whoever came to the sword pavilion would have to be scraped a layer of oil by Han Mai. The corner of Lin Shin's mouth on the side twitched lightly. Xiao Pei breathed a soft sigh of relief. Luckily, it's not insensitive to be able to collect spirit stones. Looking toward the long sword held in Han Mai's hand, Xiao Pei spoke. Senior brother, this sword is called the Three Suns and is made from 1,000 hammers of refined iron, quenched several times, and meditatively polished. This sword, before he finished his introduction, Han Mai drew his long sword with a kangang sound, then gently pointed the blade diagonally and slowly turned it. The sword is 3 feet and 1 minute long, weighs 12 pounds and 5 taels, is 1 inch wide. The blood groove is half a minute deep. The entire body is beaten with rock elemental iron essence, and forged by the method of quenching by 5 fires. Han Mai's words made Xiao Pei's eyes widen. This sword is laced with a trace of triple yang gold, which is used to muyang spring water during quenching, and is ground with golden yang stone during the final polishing. Naming it triple yang makes sense. Han Mai slowly lifted the sword up and appraised it in front of his eyes. The corners of Xiao Pei's mouth shivered, and only a murmured whisper came out of his mouth. Yes, it is good. Quran. The long sword is sheathed. Han Mai threw the sword back into the wooden box, then faintly said, It looks like a good sword with 1,000 hammers, with the 3 yang powers superimposed on each other. And without the power of ice and cold to neutralize it, are you guys afraid that this sword won't break fast enough? Xiao Pei's face swelled red and he opened his mouth to speak. But Han Mai had already reached out and pointed at the second sword. The Chao clan's son who was holding the long sword brought the wooden box forward and then unveiled it. A bronze long sword rested in it, borne on a green and gray silk cloth. Without waiting for Xiao Pei's introduction, Han Mai had already reached out and gripped the long sword. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and the light was cold and discernible. Yo-yo? This sword is not bad, made of light and shadow stone. With a green blade of 3 feet, the force can penetrate gold and iron. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Gently waving the long sword around a bit, Han Mai placed the sword back in the wooden box. Xiao Pei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Makino reached down and took another sword. The wind spirit iron was added too much, and a good half-spirit weapon was hardened and refined into an unusual mortal weapon. The pleated steel is quenched too much. This sword, ruined. Beads of sweat started rolling down Xiao Pei's forehead again. Frost 7-fold steel? The broken abyss 3-fold forging method? This sword, it's good enough to be sent to the 2nd floor level. Han Mai held a 3-foot sword artifact in his hand, and a crystal light shone through his eyes. Ice Break? The name isn't bad, but it's a pity that when it was refined, it seemed to be poorly forged. Gently returning this long sword to its sheath, Han Mai turned his head to look at Xiao Pei. This sword seems to have come from a female refiner? Xiao Pei's face looked full of reverence as he stretched out his thumb to gesture. Senior brother is awesome. This sword was forged by my Chao family's Miss Sun herself. Old ancestors said that this icebreaker, Miss Sun's handle, can be considered a masterpiece.
Han Mui nodded.
Just now, he had already seen the appearance of the person who forged this sword from this sword artifact with few memory images. A maiden of great forging talent indeed. Of the 21 longswords, Han Mai ended up collecting 15. The remaining 6 hilts, in his opinion, were too problematic to qualify for inclusion in the sword pavilion. That, senior brother, please be more accommodating. Xiao Pei grimaced bitterly as 3 more pieces of spiritual light flashed in his palm. I've been doing this errand for nearly 20 years, and I have yet to bring back a sword weapon. These swords are flawed, but they are not unusable. Upon hearing his words, Han Muoye's face was complete. There's a flaw? It's not that it can't be used? He reached out and pointed to the sword pavilion behind him and said in a cold voice, Every sword here is to be handed over to the disciples of the 9 Xian sword sect. They need to be with this sword, practicing and fighting. A flaw in the sword threatens to give their lives away. Do you think that this mere spirit stone can buy back their lives? Xiao Pei froze there, opened his mouth, and finally arched his hand in shame and turned to leave. I don't know how I'll face the clan when I go back. Han Mai organized the included sword weapon registration, then held that sword weapon in both hands to break the ice and walked to the stairs. The disciple has included a top-grade semi-spiritual weapon sword artifact and is qualified to be sent to the second floor of the sword pavilion. Han Mai bowed with his hand resting on his long sword. A moment later, a faint response came from upstairs. Send it up. Han Mai bowed slightly and walked up to the second floor, holding his sword weapon. Finally, there was another opportunity to ascend to the second floor of the sword pavilion. With his head lowered, Han Mai's eyes were shining brightly. Push a friend's book. Every female disciple wants to kill me. Thank you all for your monthly support. It's just too much to register. Thanks. Thank you for the reward support from bookfriend 20200504094840113, Wind God Like Jade, and Sad Era. Guys, please catch up on your reading. I've been desperately trying to save up. Really? Don't raise it. End of chapter. Chapter 74, The Wind Fuels the Fire, starting a fire for 10,000 miles. The 3,000 sword weapons on the second floor of the sword pavilion, each of which was at least the very best of the semi-spiritual weapons. Such a sword weapon could directly increase the battle power of a chi condensation stage by several times, and even if it was the Earth realm, it could also increase the battle power by a lot. This was the depth of the 9 Xian sword sect. These 3,000 sword weapons were accumulated from the countless generations of inheritance of the 9 metaphysical sword sect. There are these 3,000 sword weapons, in order to ensure that when the clan encounters a major event, it will not be a rapid break in the battle force. Having been in the sword pavilion for such a long time, Han Mai understood the significance of the sword pavilion to the 9 Xian sword sect. Normally, the sword pavilion is a warehouse for the clan, and many people even ignore its existence. But when there is a big event, the sword pavilion is there, the Jiuxian sword sect's heritage is there. Even if it is a momentary setback, it will not affect the resurgence of the mountain. Each of the great sects of the western frontier had a place like the sword pavilion, which was a place of hidden treasures. Sending the sword up to the second floor, Han Mai looked at the eye full of swords in front of him, his eyes blazing. Placing the icebreaker on an empty wooden shelf, he reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of another sword weapon on the shelf. Isn't that why he came to the second floor of the sword pavilion? Buzz! Sword chi rushed to infuse the sea of chi, and images emerged in his mind. A Taoist man in a green robe waved his sword, and a green tree towered in front of him. This was a means of diffusing arts with sword arts, and belonged to the lineage of Dharma swords in the cultivation of the Tao of the sword. Comprehending the 3 Xian sword art, Cloudwood. Let go and reach out again. A cool female cultivator flew through the sky, the sword weapon in her hand transforming into a string moon flowing. Comprehend the March sword art of the Moonflower sword sect, Downward String. Moonflower sword sect, that was a sect second only to the 9 major sects in the western frontier, and I didn't know why the swords of the strongest members of their sect would be here. He had explored 5 sword weapons, comprehended 8 sword arts, collected 2 sword intentions, and 3 condensed sword chi. This time Han Mai didn't get greedy and turned away when he felt his mind stirring. The coming days are long. Walking down the stairs, Rugo stuck his head in the doorway of the sword pavilion. Senior brother Han, this. Lu Gao spread his hands, and in his palms were 2 crystalline spirit stones. Middle grade. From Chao Pei just now. You split it with instructor Lin. Han Mai waved his hand and sat down in front of the long case, registering the positions and various data of the sword weapons he had just delivered. At the doorway, Lu Gao's face was pleased and somewhat apprehensive as he turned his head to look at Lin Shen. If Brother Han says to split it, he can split it, it's not like he's bad at it. Lin Shen reached for a spirit stone and stuffed it into his arms. Han Mai, who was sitting in the sword pavilion, didn't raise his head, but just laughed as he wrote, Big Brother Lu, you can have all the spirit stones you posted for the meals these past few days. Lu Gao's face revealed a grateful color, nodded. Well, that a middle-grade spirit stone received, mouth murmured low. This is not should be well. Turning his head, another person came in front of the sword pavilion door. May I ask if little friend Han is here? A Taoist in green cloth Taoist robes stood in front of the door of the sword pavilion and spoke softly. Sword pavilion important place. Outsiders. Lu Gao opened his mouth and shouted. The words did not finish. The sword pavilion in the Han Mai light coughing sound came. So it's Elder Chi who's here. Han Mai put down his pen and ink and slowly stepped out of the sword pavilion. The one waiting outside the sword pavilion wasn't Chi Mingyuan of the Ling Jie sect? This one, yesterday, had offered a high price of 100,000 spirit stones to have Han Mai instruct the third level of the Jin sword art. This is big money. Little friend Han. Qi Mingyuan arched his hand toward Han Mai. Senior Qi, the sword pavilion is an important place, so I won't invite you inside. Han Mai took a few steps down from the stone steps before looking at Qi Mingyuan. Senior wants to know how the third intention of the absolute cloud sword art is condensed, right? Qi Mingyuan nodded and raised his hand, a small wooden box appearing in his palm. Uncovering the wooden box, in which 10 crystal clear spirit stones were neatly stacked. A top-grade spirit stone, one piece is worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 10 top-quality spirit stones flashed with a crystalline halo of light. Lu Gao, who was standing by the door of the sword pavilion, reached out and covered the one medium-grade spirit stone in his chest. No wonder senior brother Han couldn't look at this mid-grade spirit stone. He pricked up his ears and waited for Han Mai to tell him to collect the spirit stones. A top-grade spirit stone, he hadn't touched one yet. Han Mai, who stood in place, did not look at the wooden box, but raised his head to the distant sky, and over there were clouds rolling in. Elder Qi, you should understand that the third level of the sword art, condensing the sword Dao's sword intent, is no longer something that can be measured in spirit stones. Turning his head to look at Qi Mingyuan, Han Mai said indifferently, just like your Ling Jie sect, this Zhenzong sword art supplemented with a triple intent can bring your entire sect's battle power to a higher level. By the door of the sword pavilion, Rugo opened his mouth. What do you mean? 100,000 spirit stones. Not enough? Qi Mingyuan seemed to have expected this. His face remained unchanged as he raised his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. The name of this sword is Flowing Wind. It is the sword I have been using for nearly a year, a fine product among semi-spiritual artifacts, and is worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. A straight-up $50,000 markup. It's really a dare to shout and a dare to add. Lu Gao held his piece of medium-grade spirit stone and felt like his heart could barely beat. Turning to his thoughts, his mind moved. Senior Han made such a big deal with someone from a foreign sect. Is he seeing what he shouldn't see and hearing what he shouldn't hear? So, will he be silenced? Turning his head to look at Lin Shun, he saw that Lin Shun's face was unchanged, and only then did he let out a light sigh of relief. Elder Qi, I don't want this sword, and I don't want your spirit stones. Han Mai's words caused both Qi Mingyuan and Lu Gao to change their faces. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Qi Mingyuan was frowning and Lu Gao was disappointed. Little friend, the reason I can come here is that Elder Tuoba Chang has promised. Qi Mingyuan looked toward Han Mai and said in a low voice, my Ling Jie sect is a firm ally of the Nine Xian sword sect. The implication was that if they weren't firm allies, they would never have been allowed by Tuoba Chang to come here to find Han Mai. Han Mai smiled faintly and nodded. I want your Ling Jie sect's other set of Zhenzong sword techniques, swinging clouds. Qi Mingyuan's face changed slightly, and Han Mai had already spoken out. I'm only going to read it once, so I'll remember as much as I can. Don't worry, senior. I will never spread it out. I'm just doing it to corroborate what I'm thinking, to see if the directions being deduced are the right ones. One set of swordsmanship for another set of swordsmanship. And it's only rehearsed once. Qi Mingyuan had no way to refuse. He looked at Han Mai, pondered for a moment, then whispered, good. Han Mai nodded and turned his head. Instructor Lin, Brother Lu, please go to the dining hall and bring me a meal. The two men were busy arching away. Qi Mingyuan's rehearsal of the Ling Jie sect's Zhenzong sword art could not be seen by them. They understood. When the two left, Qi Mingyuan raised his hand and sheathed his long sword. Little friend, watch out. My Ling Jie sect's two sets of Zhenzong sword arts, Jieyun, Swinging Cloud. Since he was going to practice, he didn't hide it and directly rehearsed both sets of sword arts. The absolute cloud sword technique winds up the clouds and the sword light is like a wheel, and the swinging cloud sword technique is magnificent and vast, and the clouds and waves are like a gathering. In Qi Mingyuan's hands, the two sets of sword techniques were really like clouds that were repeatedly swirling, just waiting for the wild waves to pour into the sky. The sword light stops, the wind and clouds rest. The green-robed Taoist with a long sword in his hand was like an exiled immortal on earth. This is the sword cultivator. Qi Mingyuan raised his head and looked at Han Mai. Han Mai nodded and sighed softly. Sure enough. Senior Qi, your Ling Jie sect is still shallow. The wind does not roil with fire, nor does the water linger. It is too thin. You let Qi Tao worship under the fire vein of the Jiuxian sword sect, And within 10 years, the wind will help the fire, and the sword intent will be accomplished. Within 10 years, the wind helped the fire, and the sword's intent was accomplished. Chi Mingyuan's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and he pondered for a long time before he whispered, How can I trust you? Hearing his words, Han Mai smiled gently and raised his hands. In the middle of the sword pavilion, 2 sword lights instantly flew down. The long sword in his left hand, the green destiny. Short sword in right hand, purple flame. As soon as the dual swords were raised, the light in Han Mai's eyes seemed to shine through the void. The purple flame sword was on fire. The wind rolled over the green destiny sword. Elder Chi, watch this. The wind helps the fire to start a prairie fire. P.S. Release the book group number 7155444437. Welcome to the book group Talk Plot. Recommending a friend's new book, American Comics. Opening Guidance Batman. Very nice to look at. People are asking me about my book group, and now I'm posting the book group number 7155444437. Welcome to the book group Talk Plot. End of chapter. Chapter 75. Elder, would you like to have some? The wind helps the fire to start a prairie fire. Chi Mingyuan looked up to see that Han Mai's green long sword in his left hand had already transformed into streams of light, and his sword move was none other than Jieyun. Clouds and waves gather and scatter, and the storm rolls in. Without waiting for him to turn his head, a scorching heat blasted up. Right in front of him, green-colored wind scrolls swirled with fiery red streamers. Winds swirling and flames rushing to the sky. Wind and fire were born together, and the sword intent blended. Chi Mingyuan only felt a huge shock in his heart, with a layer of enlightenment that was about to set the clouds in motion. This was the 3rd level of the Jieyun's intent. In an instant, he felt like he was deposited in a boundless wilderness, with flames rising from the sky all around him, and all the ways out were blocked. If you don't punch, you will die. Quran. The long sword was sheathed, and he handed it out with a sword that swept up 10,000 wild winds. Dangling clouds. His swordsmanship. Boom! The wind rolled into the sky and the light and flame exploded. A sword swinging the clouds not only failed to suppress the fire, but instead caused the fire clouds to fill the sky. In front of Chi Mingyuan's eyes, there was nowhere to stay in the miles of fire plain, and he sighed lightly and closed his eyes as he put away his long sword. The wind, it turns out, is meant to fuel the fire. At this moment, he realized why Han Mai had said that the Lingjie sect was shallow. The sword art of the Lingjie sect was only a minor, not a true killing move. He, an Earth Realm powerhouse, could only bind his hands before this wind and fire. The wind and fire have cleared and the clouds are light. The light of the sword in Han Mai's hand dispersed, and his sword intent was put away. It wasn't like he really wanted to kill an Earth Realm expert. There was no need to waste precious sword intent. His voice rang in Chi Mingyuan's ears. Senior, do you understand? Jieyun or Swinging Cloud? It's all just an auxiliary sword art. In order to step into the 3rd level, 1 more water and fire sword art will suffice. By realizing this method, the Lingjie sect's day of rising to the top is not far off. I want Chi Tao to come to the 9 Xian sword sect. Do you understand what that means? As Han Mai said, the Lingjie sect's base is shallow, and the Zhenzong sword art is only a minor sword art. Han Mai let Chi Tao come to the Jiuxian sword sect, both to cultivate and to prevent the Lingjie sect from increasing in strength and having a heart of betrayal, so that they could take him as a hostage. Chi Mingyuan nodded his head with his eyes open and looked toward Han Mai, saying in a deep voice, Don't worry, little friend. My Lingjie sect will never betray the 9 Xian sword sect possibly. Han Mai gave a soft laugh and said to himself, There are some things, who can say them clearly? Chi Mingyuan opened his mouth, glanced at the lofty sword pavilion, and spoke in a low voice, Fine. I will have Chi Tao worship at the 9 Xian sword sect, and not be allowed to return to the Lingjie sect within 10 years. Just out of curiosity, why the fire vein? As far as I know, the Jiuxian sword sect fire vein, it seems to have declined. Han Mai looked at him and said, It was the decline of the fire vein that allowed him the opportunity to choose to leave 10 years later. If he goes to one of the water veins, with the old ancestor in attendance, it's a toss-up whether or not he'll return to the Lingjie sect 10 years later. 9 Xian sword sect gold, wood, water, fire and earth 5 veins of inheritance, of which the fire vein ancestor rebelled, the earth vein experts, although there are many, but there are no top experts. The remaining 3 veins, gold, wood and water, Each had a top Earth realm powerhouse that had formed a Jindan and a half-step Yuaning. With such a strong person sitting in the town, Qi Tao is not so free to leave after 10 years. Not to mention that a lineage with this kind of strong person sitting in the town has no shortage of resources, and Qi Tao really doesn't necessarily want to leave after 10 years. Qi Mingyuan nodded. After Han Mai instructed him, he realized the way to cultivate the third level of the Jiayun, and he didn't linger any longer. Watching Qi Ming away, Han Mai looked into the distance. If he could comprehend the wind and fire method, then the experts in the fire vein would naturally be able to comprehend it as well. That fire vein expert Su Yuan, who led the conquest of the Sanqin sword sect, had already learned the 5 Xian sword technique Prairie Fire, hadn't he? With this sword art, it was not impossible for the Jiuxian sword sect's fire vein to be revitalized. The prairie, the absolute cloud, the swinging cloud. Han Mai's eyes narrowed, and the light of the sword flashed within his hands. The left hand is green and dark, and the wind and clouds are absolutely swirling. The purple flames of his right hand start a 1,000-mile blaze. The absolute cloud fused with the swinging cloud sword art, and the sword stance instantly changed, transforming into no less than the existence of the 5 Xian sword art. The prairie sword technique, too, is 5 Xian. The 5 mysteries match the 5 mysteries, and the wind and fire start a fire for millions of miles. The endless sword light transformed into wind and fire, seemingly rushing out 10,000 feet in front of Han Mai. That wind is hurricane intense. That fire blazed. If the sword is completed, it will be a great power of wind and fire. Endless bravado radiated from Han Mai's eyes. It was only after a breath that his face turned white, and the 2 long sword chi dispersed with a vibration, flying back to the sword pavilion. Wind and fire great power, it really isn't something that can be performed easily. Sword power, huh? Whispering softly, the light in the pale Han Mai's eyes did not diminish. The absolute cloud swinging clouds merged with the 5 Xian sword art prairie, accomplishing a great wind and fire power that transformed into a supreme sword power. Unfortunately, even if his current self knew this method of condensing sword momentum, his cultivation and physical body were too weak to be able to execute it. Or maybe the price to be paid is too great to be worth it. But having already comprehended and mastered it, what's the fear of not having the time to execute this sword? Hey, that big gold master, senior, gone? Not stayed for a piece of dinner. Rugo, who returned with a variety of meals, looked around with a hint of regret on his face. Lin Shun's gaze looked around, and his expression radiated gravity. He was much more advanced in cultivation than Lu Gao, and could feel the sword intent that hadn't dissipated before this sword pavilion, and the kind of power that, well, made his heart quake. Could it be the legendary sword power? Han Mai shook his head and brought out the small wooden table and set out the meal. Elder, would you like a piece? He looked up to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. Lugo's hand reaching for the chicken leg paused, his face frozen. No need. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Sword Pavilion Elder's voice came out. Lin Shen raised his head and looked toward the open window on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion Elder, that existence that was comparable to the 3 old ancestors of the 9 Xian sword sect, was actually this approachable? The Sword Court Elders, will they really respond? Han Makino nonchalantly took that chicken leg that Lugo was aiming for. He had exerted his sword intent in front of the Sword Pavilion's door, and the Sword Pavilion's elders of course knew exactly what was going on. Even many of his small movements could be probed by the Sword Pavilion elders. It was just that, in the eyes of a strong person like the Sword Pavilion elder, these were just little tricks that didn't matter. In the evening, Huang Laolu returned happily. Along with Lu Qingping, there was also Lin Yusha. The very sharp-eyed Lugo not only brought back more meals, but also borrowed a large table from the dining hall and carried it back. Not many people in the cafeteria were willing to pay for extra meals, and Lugo was now the cafeteria's golden thigh, borrowing a table, a small matter. Under the setting sun, the Golden Sword Pavilion shone brightly. Huang Laolu and Lu Qingping sat together with their backs to the Sword Pavilion, while Lin Shen sat on one side with his own sister. Han Makino and Lu Gao each had one side of the table, surrounding a 4-sided table. This is a hearty meal. Brother Lu spent a lot. Han Mai looked at the table full of dishes and said with a smile, little things, little things. Lugo grinned. Today it's a direct entry of a medium-grade spirit stone. What's this table of food? Lugo reached out and suddenly looked up at Han Makino next to him. Han Mai let out a laugh and shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder, a piece of food? Huang Laolu shivered in fear. Well, there was no response from upstairs. The people were no longer polite and each reached out. Lu Qingping and Lin Yuxia didn't squirm either. Second brother, was it you who asked senior brother Zhao to arrange opponents for me? Are they all so weak? Lin Yuxia turned her head to look at Lin Shin while eating. Lin Shin froze and looked up at Han Mai across the room. Han Makino let out a laugh and focused on the meal in front of him. So, these two opponents of mine were also purposely arranged? Lu Qingping stopped her hand and looked at Huang Laolu. This? Huang Laolu's face swelled red, but he didn't know how to explain. In front of Lu Qingping, he couldn't tell a lie. AI, Brother Zhenxiong, I told you, I just want to have a good match to fight for some resources for my Qingfengguan, and then I'll accompany you back to Jinyang. Lu Qingping's face was slightly dimmed and she gently shook her head. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was momentarily sullen. Lin Shin turned his head to glare at Lin Yuxia. What? Huang Zhenxiong, you're not going to be a sword watcher anymore? Right at this moment, a voice rang out in the middle of the sword pavilion. Everyone's face changed and they got up in a hurry. Sword Court Elder. The food is good. Didn't Han Mai call me for dinner? How come this isn't waiting for me? There's no wine, luckily I brought it. Towards the seat that Huang Laolu and Lu Qingping had given up, the white-haired sword pavilion elder raised his hand and a small wine pot appeared. Seat. Thanks to the book friends Xian Li Li Li, book friends 201907270236126994, Jiangnan Onion, lovers unnamed reward support, thanks to the brothers of the monthly vote support too much. I cannot record all. Heart touched. Catch up, catch up, catch up. You catch up on your reading today, and I'll pop in for more when it hits the shelves. I said. End of chapter. Chapter 76 Reverse Sword Technique. Left-handed sword. The sword pavilion elder turned his head to look at the dumbfounded crowd, then faintly said, Old me has not dabbled in this mundane meal for 30 years. Seat. The sword pavilion elder reached out and pointed to the surrounding stools. Han Muoi gave the crowd a look and then sat down. The others looked at each other and took their seats as well. The sword pavilion elder waved his hand and several wine glasses appeared on the table. Han Muoyi was busy getting up, lifting the wine pot and filling the wine cups with wine. It's rare to be seated with an elder. Let's toast to the elder. Han Mai raised his wine cup and spoke. In his opinion, this sword pavilion elder was roughly at the management level of a large company. Although usually not very talkative, in fact, people are also people really want to get along for a long time, maybe there can be some friendship. It was probably because he hadn't come to the sword pavilion, to the cultivation world for a long time, and he hadn't yet developed that much awe for high-level cultivators. A toast to the elders? Huang Laolu and the others were busy following suit and raising their glasses. They had never thought of being seated with the sword pavilion elder, much less being qualified to toast the sword pavilion elder. In the Nine Xian sword sect, those who were qualified to give a toast to the sword pavilion elder were at least Earthrealm powerhouses. The sword pavilion elder smiled faintly, picked up his wine cup, and said indifferently, This wine is strong, so you guys just drink less of it. When he finished, he took a drink. Strong drink? Han Magne looked to the glass of wine he held in his hand. Is this wine unusual? He brought his glass to his mouth and took a gentle sip. The entrance was silky sweet, with a hint of aura that penetrated the intestines and entered the abdomen, then landed in the dantian, and then there was a hint of strange power emanating from the tendons and bones of the body. This would indeed be no ordinary wine, but a treasure that could stimulate the strength of the sinews and bones and enhance the longevity by a fraction of a millimeter. Although this enhancement was limited, anything that had anything to do with longevity was not an ordinary item. Turning his head to look, Huang Laolu and the others had already drained their cups. When everyone was seated, the sword pavilion elder picked up the bamboo chopsticks and chucked up a few meat and vegetable dishes. The dishes in the dining hall in this gate taste a lot better. Try a few dishes, he said lightly. That's not true. This is all special. A cup of wine down, full of red face swelling red Lugao words only halfway, suddenly stuttered, looked up, the body of the cold sweat of a stimulus, the wine woke up. He himself, a miscellaneous disciple, was seated at the same table as the elder, not to mention that he dared to rant in front of the elder. If the elder isn't happy, he'll lose his job. It's an errand that can't be lost. Fortunately, the sword pavilion elder didn't care about his words and turned his head to look at Huang Laolu. Huang Zhenxiong, you've been in the sword pavilion for 7 years, and there are still 3 years to go before you're a sword pavilion deacon, Do you really want to leave? Huang Laolio's face twitched lightly as he turned his head to look at Lu Qingping beside him, and then to Han Mai on the opposite side. He took a deep breath and was just about to open his mouth when the Sword Pavilion elder waved his hand. Forget it. I already understand your intentions. Raising his wine cup, a hint of a smile appeared on the Sword Pavilion elder's face. Whether it's on the Nine Shen Mountain or in the mundane world, wherever it is considered cultivation. Over the years, when the Sword Pavilion came and went, it was you who accompanied me the most. Huang Laolu hurriedly picked up his wine glass and stood up. Beside him, Lu Qingping also rose to accompany him. The Sword Pavilion elder drank a cup of wine, stood up, and walked towards the Sword Pavilion. Huang Xiaolu, who scared his pants in the Sword Pavilion back then, is also getting a wife and children. These words made Huang Laolu's face turn into a pig liver color, and Lu Qingping on the side also had a face like powder. After practicing for a long time, the desire for food and drink fades. Don't call me again at dinner. As the words fell, the Sword Pavilion elder's person had already disappeared at the stairs. These words were clearly spoken to Han Muoi. When he left, Rugo grabbed the jug that was sitting on the table. No, I've got to crush it. At his side, Lin Shen reached out and pinned his hand down. 1 cup of this wine is fine. More than that and you're afraid that your meridians will burst and die. Lin Shen shook his head and spoke in a low voice. Lugo flinched in fear and put down his jug. 6th brother. This wine should be a gift from the elders. Han Mai reached out and pushed the wine jug in front of Huang Laolu. In the jug, there was still most of the jug. For someone like Huang Laolu who had injured his longevity, this half pot of wine was indeed a precious gift. Huang Laolu nodded, his face complex. The atmosphere at the table grew duller and duller, but in a few moments, the people dispersed. Huang Laolu sent Lu Qingping back. Lu Gao sent the table and dishes back to the dining hall, and Lin Shen sent Lin Yuxia back to her quarters. Only Han Mai himself was left at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion. He looked up at the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion, somewhat understanding why the Sword Pavilion elder had come downstairs for this meal today. After practicing for a long time, the desire for food and drink fades, and so do human feelings. It had been extremely rare for him to make a special trip downstairs for a glass of wine this time. As the Sword Pavilion elder had said, Huang Laolu had been with him the longest. Shaking his head, he returned to the quiet room, where Han Mai sat cross-legged with a sword chi flowing through his body. In the sea of chi, the scattered sword chi began to coalesce and then condensed into sword intent. These days, he kept collecting and warming his sword chi, and had already collected tens of thousands of scattered sword chi. Today, on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, in addition to the 2 complete sword intent, there were 3 more that were broken and scattered sword chi that had failed to condense into sword intent. Now he split the 3 sword chi that hadn't yet condensed into sword intent and fused them with the sword chi of a compatible attribute, and the 128,000 sword chi condensed into a single line, gaining 2 more sword intent. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. With this, the total number of sword intentions he possessed was restored to 12. In addition to the 6 channels scattered in various sword weapons these days, in the Sea of Chi, there were also 6 channels of sword intent flowing and hovering. So much sword intent was a bit difficult to burden for his body's lifespan. It would be better to spread it out and infuse it into the sword weapon again tomorrow to rewarm it. Han Mai also understood now that these sword intentions in his Chi-Si were too strong for him to quickly refine, and could only be expendable. Now he collected it, storing it away as a safeguard for his own battle power and using it as a consumable. Whether it was alchemy or imperializing the 10,000 swords return, it would give him the capital to gain a foothold. The most important thing for him right now was to raise his aura cultivation, temper his muscles and bones and flesh, and use the sword nurturing skill to warm up more sword chi that was his own. These sword chi warmed up by themselves were the ones that were more obedient and gentle, and they could be repeatedly condensed without having to worry about imperial exertion. When the sword chi in the Dantian transformed into sword intent and possessed the qualifications to suppress the other sword intent in the Sea of Chi, only then would it be the beginning of his meteoric rise to the heavens. He just needed to bury his head in cultivation now. The large 9 Xian sword sect had countless powerful people. He's a Sword Pavilion sword watcher. When was it his turn to take a shot? Sword intent running, Han Mai began to count the rest of today's harvest. Watching the Ling GSX Qi Mingyuan sword art rehearsal, he was given 2 sets of the Ling GSX Zhenzong sword art, absolute clouds, swinging clouds. When the 2 sets of sword techniques were combined with the prairie sword technique, they could be transformed into a sword power that could rival the heaven realm. It was only for the time being that Han Mai was still incapable of exercising his sword power, and today's slight peek into the secrets of sword power had nearly injured his divine soul. Raising his hand, 2 green and purple sword weapons appeared, silently hovering in front of Han Mai. These 2 swords Han Mai warmed day after day, the sword body through the body of the spiritual light flashes. I believe that these 2 sword weapons will one day be transformed into spiritual weapons. Thinking of spiritual weapons, a foot-long short sword flew out of his sleeve, spiritedly rotating around his body as if it were a stringed moon. Go up to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion and get 8 sets of sword arts, all of which are absolutely powerful. 6 of the sets were owned by the Joseon sword sect, and the other 2, with 1 set of downward strings, were the sword arts of the Moonflower sword sect. The sword art of the Moonflower sword sect was to use clear and cold chi to simulate moonlight and turn it into flying swirling blades of light. This means was the means of the sword immortal's flying sword. Looking at the flying swirling sword light, Han Mai stretched out his left hand and held the small sword. Stab! The sword light reversed, hanging upside down and lightly lifting, transforming into a mournful cold glow. This arc of light was subtle and bizarre, agile to the extreme, and the killing intent in it sent shivers down one's spine. What a great left-handed swordsmanship! Letting go of his short sword, Han Muoi whispered softly. This style of reversed sword art, in which it was bizarre and spiritual, was the only one he had ever seen. Brother Han, are you there? At the doorway, Huang Laoyo's voice rang out. Thanks to Sibs, the first helmsman of the book. Thanks to the book friends 20200723022143791 for the reward. Thanks to the brothers for the hot pursuit of reading the monthly ticket. Catch up on reading the data relationship row recommendations, and tearfully beg to catch up. End of chapter. Chapter 77 10,000 Swords. Old man breaks 100 armors with 1 sword. Opening the door, Huang Laolu stood outside the quiet room. 6th brothers back quite early here. 6th sister-in-law didn't keep you? Han Mai smiled and joked. Huang Laolu's face reddened as he waved his hand and walked into the quiet room. Brother Han, you were born to be a sword watcher. Turning around, Huang Laolu had a solemn expression on his face. The elder has never sat with anyone today you called, and he came. It shows that he thinks highly of you. Han Muoi nodded. Regardless of whether it was the Sword Pavilion elder or Tuoba Chang, both of them belonged to the kind of powerful existences that stood high above the rest. They've been on high for so long that they've forgotten how to show kindness. It was already incomparably rare for the Sword Pavilion elders to be able to drink at the same table today. Brother Han, although the sword condensation technique can condense powerful sword intent, it injures the divine soul. Huang Laolu looked toward Han Mai, then whispered, Today I will pass on this sword condensation skill to you, to cultivate or not to cultivate, at your own discretion. Half an hour later, Huang Laolu left Han Mai's quiet room. In the middle of the quiet room, Han Mai sat with a grave expression on his face. Sword condensation technique. The divine soul condenses the sword. A slip-up is a divine soul injury and obliteration. Such a sword cultivation, is it a man who is the master of the sword, or is it the sword that is the master of the man? A glimmer of crystalline light shone through his eyes as Han Mai looked at the white tiger scroll in front of him. Other methods, one step at a time, cultivate sword chi, condense sword intent, and finally become sword power. In Han Mai's opinion, there was still a hint of an orthodox cultivator in the sword nurturing technique, and although the process of nurturing the sword chi was painful, it could still be supplemented with the cultivation of the aura, which complemented each other to condense the sword intent into a great Tao. But the condensed sword technique, which relied solely on the power of the divine soul to condense, directly accomplished sword power in one step. This kind of tactic could injure the divine soul if one was not careful. Moreover, this condensed divine soul sword was not able to merge with the cultivation. A sword that took an armor to condense can only be a sword. Han Mai deduced the condensed sword technique and discovered one more drawback. If the divine soul of the person who condensed the sword was damaged too much, that divine soul sword that was condensed would even reverse its control. Instead of being the master of the sword, he is the slave of the sword. No wonder Huang Laolu told him that it was up to him to fix it or not. In the beginning, Huang Laolu would not have practiced this sword condensation technique if he had any other way of cultivation, right? Looking at the various messy deduction images in his mind, Han Mai hesitated for the first time. Although the sword condensation technique was powerful, if you could not cultivate it, you should not cultivate it. In the following days, Huang Laolu and Han Mai took turns going to the sect gathering venue. Huang Laolu was for going to see Lu Qingping fight. Han Mai, on the other hand, memorized the means of seeing several elites from various sects, and then analyzed with Huang Laolu and Lin Shen on how to deal with them. They then go on to paraphrase and point. Although Lu Qingping and Lin Yuxia said that they did not want to be arranged, this instruction was still gladly accepted. When Han Mai went to the venue, he would be called out to the stage by Zhao Pu, and then from time to time he would help give a few comments to the winner of the bout. Regarding this mysterious guest whose words could be worth 100,000 spirit stones, everyone who participated in the competition was incomparably looking forward to it. There were whispers in the venue that Ling Jie sect powerhouse Qi Mingyuan had quietly returned to the sect. The reason for this was that he had received instructions on his own Jinzong sword art. It really cost 100,000 spirit stones. Han Mai commented again, and as long as he wasn't one of those clan disciples who betrayed the Jiuxian sword sect, he pointed with his heart, accurately stating the strengths and weaknesses in the sword art. Most people are helped in a tangible way. The atmosphere in the venue became more and more cordial, and many people were inquiring about who, exactly, this senior brother was. The might of the Nine Xian sword sect had unconsciously penetrated into people's hearts. Every time the bout ended, Tuoba Chang left with an indifferent expression, while Zhao Pu both patted Han Mai's shoulder in thanks. The bouts on the high stage became more intense and exciting the further back they went. The experts of the various sects met and really put their best foot forward. At this point, looking at it again, those previous arrangements by Zhao Pu did not have much effect on the loser, because the weak are not destined to make it this far. Watching this one fight, Han Mai also had a realization in his heart, and he became much more persistent on the path of cultivation. A day ago, his aura cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Peiyuan stage, and his Dantian space expanded by a few more points. The body refining technique has been exchanged privately with Zhao Pu for the past few days, and it has made great gains, and has already stepped into the 5th level of Peiyuan, and the qi and blood can be transformed into 5 iron ox shadows. The fleshly body condensed, allowing him to carry more sword qi in his body. Dang! The bell rang on Jiuxian Mountain. These past few days, the bells were ringing every 1 or 2 days, and the disciples of the various sects were already not surprised. The 5th defense of the Sanqin sword sect's compound was breached, and the guest elder of the Jiuxian sword sect, Elder Wan Jian, broke 100 armors with a single sword, collected 11 top-grade sword weapons, and sent the swords into the sword pavilion. Sword Battle Hall Deacon Elder Lin Che injures Sanqin sword sect law enforcement elder He Luyu, obtains a half-spiritual artifact sword weapon, sends the sword to the pavilion. The cries spread throughout the 9 Xian mountains. Han Magne rose from the stage. Senior uncle, senior brother Zhao, I'll meet the sword. Meet the sword. The battle situation on the side of Sanqin sword sect has become clearer and clearer. A defense was taken down, and the destruction is only in a matter of a few moments. The sword weapons that had been continuously sent back in the past few days not only highlighted the strength of the Jiuxian sword sect, but also deterred the various clans that were attending the gathering on the mountain at this time. The bouts at the clan gathering venue had been suspended, and everyone tilted their heads, watching the streak of sword light fly towards the sword pavilion. It's Elder 10,000 Swords again. This guest minister of the 9 Xian Mountain is making a big splash. In the meeting hall, someone whispered softly. Elder 10,000 Swords had truly distinguished himself in the battle to overthrow the Sanqin sword sect. Is this the strength of the 9 schools of the western frontier? Someone whispered out. Yes. None of the strength elders in the sect can exterminate and slaughter the sect without a single strike. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. What would happen if a truly powerful person from the 9 Xian Mountain were to strike? In the meeting hall, someone with a pale face opened his mouth in a whisper. The strongest in the 9 Xian sword sect were the 3 supreme elders. Everyone was at half-step heaven realm. The sword pavilion elders, 1 person and 1 sword, can take 100 breaths of the heavenly realm. In each of the 5 veins of the 9 Xian sword sect, there were quite a few existences at the 3rd level of the earth realm that had formed Jindan. So far, these people, none of them have made a move. Relying only on a guest elder, the 10,000 Swords elder, he had already crippled the Sanqin sword sect, and it was a matter of time before it was overthrown. This was the true strength of the Western Frontier Great Sect. In this way, it seems that without coming to the same strength, one can never speculate on how strong such great sects are. The Sanqin sword sect, which had provoked the Jiuxian sword sect, was about to be destroyed. In the meeting hall, many people looked at each other, with extremely complex expressions on their faces. On the high platform at the front of the venue, Tuoba Chung slowly raised his head. The Sanchin sword sect is about to be extinguished. It's time for someone to sit up and take notice. Isn't it? Kid Han is right. A fierce tiger descends from the mountain before it can become powerful. 10 years of sharpening the sword. A great power, finally. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, Han Mai and Huang Laolu took all the sword weapons into the pavilion. These few times of closing their swords, they had become lightly familiar with it. The best sword weapon this time was a semi-spiritual weapon, so it didn't need to be sent to the second floor of the sword pavilion, and it was quite a bit faster to collect. Back these spirit medicines. Tang Ming held out several packets of elixirs in his hands. These were the elixirs needed to refine the longevity-increasing pills, which Zhao Yoji Jianghan and the others had obtained in the Sanchin sword sect. Of course, the process of obtaining the elixir would not be known to outsiders. Han Mai reached out to accept the elixir and said softly, "Thank you, Senior Brother Tang." Tang Ming was one of the top 200 experts of the inner sect of the Nine Xian sword sect, and he had returned this time mainly to escort these spirit pills. Hearing Han Mai's words, Tang Ming smiled and shook his head. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Han's guidance, Junior Brother Luo Changqin Yi wouldn't have introduced me to Elder Wan Jian. Elder 10,000 Swords is very knowledgeable, and thanks to his guidance, my sword skills have grown greatly, so when I return from this mission, I will impact the top 100 of the inner sect. Speaking of this, he smiled and looked toward Han Mai. Senior Brother Jiang Han and the others said that you, Senior Brother Han, are capable of choosing and recognizing swords. So when the time comes, I still hope that Senior Brother will help choose a good sword. Han Mai smiled and nodded before handing over a small jade bottle. I can't let Senior Brother Tang and all the brothers work for nothing. This is a small token of my appreciation. Tommen froze slightly. He, a strong man of the top 200 of the inner sect, would care about the petty favors of a sword pavilion sword viewer? He came to see the face of Elder Wan Jian. Thanks to the book friend 20200807103218204 for the reward support, and thanks to the brothers for the monthly votes. Edited to say that catch-up reading has dropped recently. I was so panicked. There must not have been enough drama, not enough more people raising books. It should be on the shelves next Friday. I can't save many drafts either. It's hard to save enough for 100,000, I guess. Oops, so panicky. Ask for a catch-up read. You dare to chase, I dare to explode. End of chapter. Chapter 78 on Nine Xian Mountain. The bell rings loudly request for follow-up reading. Tang Ming was just about to refuse, when Han Mai took out another jade bottle. This bottle, please ask Senior Brother to pass it on to the 10,000 sword ancestor. Tommen nodded and reached out to take it. It didn't matter if it was his own. He couldn't very well refuse to pass it on to the 10,000 swords ancestor. The gift is light and the sentiment is heavy. The 10,000 swords old man may not value this elixir, but he values the sentiment. Senior Brother Tang, please tell the brothers to be more careful. The Sanchin sword sect is trapped and dangerous. Waiting for Tang Ming to put away the pills, Han Mai spoke again. When he put away his sword just now, he probed from his sword weapon that the Sanchin sword sect was indeed in a desperate situation. However, they were still prepared to fight to the death and escape far away from the Tai Ling sword sect. In this battle, there might even be a change of heart. Tang Ming nodded and followed the sword delivery team away. As he walked out of the mountain gate, he took out the jade bottle that Han Mai had given him. If you can't look at it, maybe the elixir can still be of some value? If the value is still good, then halfway to find the market to trade out, exchange some spirit stones, or the use of talismans and other things is also good. Turning his back on the others, he gently uncorked the jade bottle. To the eye, several round and crystal pills had a spiritual light flashing. This was a halo that only existed when the quality of the elixir was so good. Tang Ming had seen such an elixir halo at a first-degree Senior Brother's place, and that Senior Brother had hidden the elixir as a treasure. This Dan, it's superb. Corking the jade bottle and then placing it on his chest. Tang Ming pressed his hand to his chest, trembling slightly.
Yun Ki Dan.
If it was just the Cloud Chi Dan, he, an inner sect elite, wouldn't have had shaky hands. A single one would cost nearly 10,000 spirit stones, and it was also an unattainable, extremely high-grade Cloud Chi pill. He Tang Ming is also insightful, his wealth is not much, to buy one or two of such pills can still be bought. But nifty, this jade bottle was full of extremely high-grade Cloud Chi pills. This is something you can't buy even with spirit stones. Taking a deep breath, Tommen took a deep breath to calm his pounding heart a little. He hadn't taken it seriously when Zhao Yoji and the others had said how this senior brother Han was before. He was willing to come and deliver the spiritual pills, but he was also giving face to Old Man's sword ancestor. He thought that it was a reward from the 10,000 swords old man. It turned out that, in front of this sword pavilion senior brother Han, this was the deal. With these extreme cloud chi pills, exchanging them for longevity-increasing elixirs was enough and enough. It was only at this moment that Tang Ming realized that it was he who was too shallow. Whether it's delivering elixirs or searching for elixirs, not only will senior brother Han not take advantage of it for nothing, but he will return it several times over. This senior brother Han is worth befriending. Looking back in the direction of the sword pavilion, his heart was on fire. In the following 2 days, the San Qin sword faction's battle reports continued. The 10,000 sword ancestor shone, and the strength of the sword battle hall was revealed. All sorts of sword weapons and supplies were sent back to Jiushen Mountain with great fanfare. It was a scene that made the clan gathering lose its color. In the middle of the afternoon, the bell on Jiushen Mountain rang again. Han Mai went back to the sword pavilion from the meeting place again, collected a batch of sword weapons, and then went out towards the Dan Hall's outer workshop, the second floor of the Sujin building. Bai Sujin looked at Han Mai angrily. I thought that senior brother Han was here to deliver pills, but I didn't want to come looking for the elixir to refine the life extension pill again. She placed the 3 kinds of elixirs on the table, then looked curiously at Han Mai. Senior brother Han, you're also really powerful. The elixirs needed for the life extension pill are all scarce, and it's only been a short time since you found half a pair again. Together with the medicine in Bai Sujin's hand, Han Mai's share of the life extension pills required pills is almost complete. If he could, he was prepared to ask Elder Su Liang to refine this elixir into an elixir and give it to Huang Laolu. The cultivation of the sword condensation technique, the damage to the soul's lifespan were not small, and Huang Laoyu's lifespan was not much longer. Putting away the elixir, Han Mai shook his head and said, You're the one who's godly, shopkeeper Bai. Such a hard-to-find elixir. You've got it at Sujin Lu. Bai Sujin hummed and whispered, It's good to know. With that, she took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Han Mai. How about senior brother taking a look at this Dan? Han Mai reached out and took it, uncovering the jade bottle and seeing that there were 5 light red pills in the bottle. There was a faint spiritual light flickering on the elixir, and there was also a flow of blood chi.
Pui Yuan Rongling Dan?
It's good stuff. Han Mai's face showed joy. The Peiyuan Fusion Spirit Pill was the best pill to raise cultivation at the Peiyuan stage. One of these pills could raise the cultivation level of a layer below the 8th level of the Peiyuan stage. These 5 pills were a real blessing to him right now. I'm afraid the value of this Dan is tens of thousands of spirit stones apiece, right? Deduct it from the payment for the Cloud Chi Dan. Han Mai stuffed the elixir into his arms. Who's going to deduct your payment for the goods? Bai Sujin didn't finish her sentence and looked up. Han Mai had already placed the 2 jade bottles on the desktop before turning around and heading downstairs. Bai Sujin joyfully picked up the jade bottle and uncovered the cork. The joy on her face deepened. Senior brother Han, the extreme cloud chi pills have been off the market lately. You have to be more attentive. Han Mai, who had walked to the front of the staircase, had a lurch in his stance. He turned around with a grave expression on his face. You said that the Cloud Chi Dan is off the market? Bai Sujin froze, her face changing slightly. These people who came from the clan gathering alone aren't enough to make the extreme Cloud Chi pill go off the market, right? Han Mai stared at Bai Sujin, a wise aura coming through his eyes. The greatest function of the extreme Cloud Chi pill was to be taken as an elixir for impacting the guanxiao when advancing in cultivation. The medicinal power contained therein was calm and thick, and was a rare and good medicine in both the chi condensation and foundation establishment stages. Clan gatherings these people will need, and not many have the strength to take them. But this extreme Cloud Chi Dan also had another use. A short period of time to catalyze the potential and enhance the power of cultivation. The result of this was a great loss of cultivation, with no possibility of advancement in this life. Such tactics will be used to train dead soldiers. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The kind of dead man who has the power to destroy for a very short period of time. What, the forces behind you also want to go against the 9 Mysteries Sword Sect, and come to add to the chaos during the sect gathering? Han Mai's face looked cold. His dealings with Bai Sujin were mutually beneficial. He needed spirit stones, and he needed the spirit medicine to refine the life extension pill. However, he would not jeopardize the interests of the Jiushen sword sect in exchange for his own, because he knew that the 9 Xian sword sect was his backbone. Don't look at the fact that he was living a prosperous life now. It was because he had the 9 Xian sword sect as a big tree to ride on. Leaving the Jiu Xian sword sect, leaving the sword pavilion, becoming a loose cultivator, he didn't know how long he would live. Hee, senior brother Han, if the forces behind me really wanted to make a move, I wouldn't be staying at the 9 Xian mountain right now. Bai Sujin shook her head and looked toward Han Mai. Of course, I'll invite senior brother Han to go with you. An invitation? I'm afraid it's not an invitation by unusual means. Han Magne turned around and walked away. He was going to tell Takumi-sung about the unusual discovery. Although the sword pavilion elder status was high enough, he didn't care about anything in the sword sect. There are a lot of experts under the 3-stone Jai's door, and Tuoba-chung speaks and does things with more weight. He arrived at the clan gathering venue, and the suspended bout had already begun. Not many swords collected today, finished so soon. Zhao Pu smiled and spoke when he saw Han Mai coming. Only after the words left his mouth did he already realize that Han Mai had a grave expression on his face. Senior Uncle Tuoba, I have something to report. Han Mai bowed toward Tuoba-chang and spoke in a deep voice. Takumi-chang turned his head and looked at him. Is it your own business? Or the clan's? Tuoba-chang's words caused Han Makino to freeze. As a strong person, you should bear the karma of the weak. Are you prepared to bear the karma? Tuoba-chang slowly got up, his gaze looking towards the distant sky. Bearing cause and effect. Han Makino sighed softly and lowly. He's not qualified for that. Don't worry. My 9 Xian sword sect is not yet at a point where I need you little guys to worry about it. Tuoba-chang's facial expression revealed a hint of arrogance, and a faint sword intent emanated from his body. You little guys are not qualified to be in charge of these things. Yang, 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 yang. On 9 Xian Mountain, the bell rang loudly, for rings. Yang, 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 for more rings. 9 Xian Sword Sect Deacon Elder Su Yuan executed the 5 Xian Sword Technique Prairie Fire, breaking the San Qin Sword Sect's mountain gate with a single sword, decapitating 7 Earth Realms. San Qin Sword Sect, extinguish. Great Elder Hu Taisheng of the Lai Demon Valley gathered demons in Yuliang Mountain. 31 Jiuxian disciples were killed, and 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers were in demonic turmoil. Thank you for your support. If you have plot suggestions, you can leave a review or add Group O. I'll take time to talk to you about the plot in the group, and there will be red packet surprises. Come on, get in the bowl. End of chapter. Chapter 79 San Shi Zhai Tuoba Chang. Requesting an order to go down the mountain. San Qin Sword Sect. Extinguished. There was silence above the entire venue. A rather powerful clan was just wiped out. These days, everyone witnessed the San Qin Sword Sect being breached little by little, and everyone knew that the San Qin Sword Sect would be destroyed. But no one could have imagined that the San Qin Sword faction would be broken by an elder of the Joshuan Sword Sect with a single sword. This genuine intimidation made everyone afraid to open their mouths. Standing long and tall, Tuoba-chang looked up to the sky and laughed. He turned his head and looked at Han Mai and said indifferently, "These big events you can manage?" Han Muoi shook his head. He was unable to participate in a single one of these great events. Regardless of whether it was the San Qin Sword Sect or the demon race's great danger, he was not qualified to participate. Tuoba-chang turned to look at the red and black streams of light in the sky, and sword intent rushed out from his body. You can't control it, I will. Boom! 10 feet of sword light rose from his body, transforming into a whistling white tiger silhouette. Elder of the Earth and Stone lineage, Sanshir Zhai Tuoba-chang, requesting orders to come down from the mountain. Tuoba-chang's voice resounded through the clouds, and the clouds in the sky were smashed apart, and the light of the sky shone in all directions. That's sword power! Someone in the meeting hall exclaimed in shock. Elder Tuoba-chang has already cultivated sword potential? Wouldn't that be a step into the ranks of the strongest people in the Western frontier? Someone's eyes widened as they exclaimed in a low voice. It seems, it's still a little short. A cultivator, frowning, lightly relieved. Luckily, Takumi-sung hadn't stepped into that step yet. Granted, the void responded faintly. That voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, so that when one heard it, one's soul trembled. Thank you, Patriarch. There was an irrepressible bravado in Tuoba-chang's voice. Sanshis Hai's disciples. Follow this seat down the mountain to exterminate the demons. The sect gathering competition has been changed to a demon extermination trial mission for a period of 3 years, and the one with the highest merit will be rewarded with a divine soldier. Buzz. As the voice rose, a scroll was revealed around Tuoba Chung. The scroll unfolded, and on it was the shadow of a 10-foot-long white tiger with eyes. The white tiger manifested itself and endless pressure descended. That kind of gerius ferocity caused the lower-ranked disciples of the various sects in the entire venue to tremble. The might of the 100 Beasts King was as terrifying as it was. 36 scrolls and 36 white tiger silhouettes emerged. The dome of the sky was filled with the ferocious might of the white tiger. Regardless of whether it was the Earth Realm elders of the sects or those elite disciples, no one could raise their heads. This is the might of a great cultivator. Han Mai stared wide-eyed at the 36 shadows that were about to condense into sword momentum. Kid, you say this white tiger scroll is missing strength? In midair, Tuoba Chang looked down at Han Mai. Han Mai opened his mouth and didn't say anything. With this kind of power, who can say that there is no strength? Tuoba Chang eyes through the crystal-bright cold aura. The body shaped straight into the clouds, flying away as a stream of light. 36 white tiger silhouettes followed close behind, with a blinding white light that covered the sky. Tuoba Chang is coming down the mountain today to exterminate the demons, and will definitely behead Hu Taisheng. As if echoing his words, clouds and thunder tumbled and surged in the sky. The white tiger condensed into 100 feet of sword light, a whistling for 100 miles. Zhao Pu, who stood on Han Mai's side, took a step out, his body's battle intent rising. Under the Sanche's high sect, in a quarter of an hour, go down the mountain to exterminate the demons. After saying that, he looked towards the somewhat disorganized disciples of the various sects in the meeting hall and let out a loud shout. After 1 hour, each sect will descend the mountain on their own. After saying that, he raised his hand and clasped his fist, then flew away. One disciple under the 3 Stone Zai sect followed and left. These disciples of the earth and stone lineage did exactly what they were told to do, without dragging their feet. With one word from Tuoba Chung, more than 80 clans did not dare to stay. There was no negotiation, no questioning. That's the big denominations. Han Mai stood on a high platform, looking at the chaos in front of him. 2 messages just now, one happy and one sad. The first message was one of great joy. 1 sword to destroy a clan. Su Yuan, the Fire Vein elder of the 9 Xian sword sect, did not make a move, but once he did, he broke the mountain gate and beheaded 7 earth realms. 1 sword leveled the Sanqin sword school big trouble. This kind of battle power means was completely comparable to a top earth realm powerhouse. The 5 Xian sword art prairie is a direct transmission of the Fire Vein, and by mastering the sword art, Su Yuan would be able to condense the power of the Fire Vein of the 9 Xian sword sect. Zhoushan sword sect, the revival of the Fire Vein is in sight. This news is great joy, and the other news is great sorrow. When the remnants of the Lai Demon Valley resurfaced, Hu Taisheng, the eldest elder of the Lai Demon Valley and a strong Jedan realm practitioner, gathered demons to cause chaos. More than 30 disciples of the Zhoushan sword sect were killed, making it the deadliest disaster in recent years. If this matter was not handled well, it would cause panic to spread under the rule of the Zhoushan sword sect. Master Tuoba, is this the opportunity you've been waiting for? Looking up at the slowly dissipating streaming clouds in the sky, Han Mai whispered softly in a low voice. He didn't know whether Tuoba Cheng's descent into the mountains to exterminate the demons was really an instant decision, or whether he had already had such a mindset and had been waiting for such an opportunity. At this time, looking at the various clans that had scattered and left the field, Han Mai suddenly had the realization of Tuoba Cheng's words. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The strong take on the karma of the weak. That's strength to be able to afford it. It was not his turn to worry about the sect's major events. The hidden secrets of the sects that he possessed that betrayed the Zhoushan sword sect were irrelevant to the Zhoushan sword sect. As strong as Tuoba Chang was, they cared about life and death enemies like Hu Taisheng. What they wanted to condense was the great power of their own sword Dao. Whether it was the clans that participated in the gathering or the other clans, it was best to be obedient, and if they were not, a sword would destroy them. Moreover, even in the 3,000 miles of demonic chaos, the Zhoushan sword sect only produced 1 Tuoba Chang. Zhoushan sword sect, just how many other strong people whose cultivation is above Tuoba Chang? The 3 half-step heaven realm elders did not move, and the sword pavilion elders did not come out. That's the bottom line of the 9 schools of the western frontier, the 4 great sword schools. It turns out, I am also just a mole cricket Sighing softly, seeing someone in the chaos below looking at himself, Han Mai shook his body and turned around. Running back to the sword pavilion, the sword pavilion elder had already led Huang Lao Lu and the others in front of the stone steps, ready to welcome the sword into the pavilion. Sixth brother, sixth sister-in-law, and the others are going down the mountain to exterminate the demons. So go quickly. Han Mai let out a low cry, and Huang Lao Lu, who stood behind the sword pavilion elder, blanched. Han Mai turned his head to look at Lin Shun, who was standing behind him, and said in a low voice, "Instructor Lin, under the Sanchas High Sect, come down to the mountain to exterminate the demons." Lin Shun shuddered and clenched his fists. "Go on." The sword pavilion elder waved his hand, his gaze looking at the two teams, one red and one black, that were delivering the swords in the distance. Huang Lao Lu bowed gratefully to the sword pavilion elder and then ran wildly away. Lin Shun bowed to the sword pavilion elder, then turned toward Han Mai with a cupped fist. "Zhang Pu of the Sword Battle Hall, send the San Qin Sword Sect's town sword weapon into the pavilion." The middle-aged sword cultivator wearing a red robe in front of the stone steps shouted, interrupting Han Mai's thoughts. The sword pavilion elder reached out and caught the bronze-colored ancient sword weapon. A green light surged above the sword weapon, as if it was about to escape its grasp. In the sword pavilion elder's palm, a dark golden aura wrapped the long sword like a chain. Medium-grade spirit weapon, broken beam. The sword pavilion elder's face was bland as he softly said, "This sword, after all, has returned to the sword pavilion." After saying that, he turned around, and Han Mai stepped forward ready to receive the sword. Medium-grade spirit weapon level sword weapon, on which the original owner's resentment has not yet disappeared. Not to mention you, even Huang Lao Lu dipping his hand will lead to immediate death. The sword pavilion elder shook his head and held the sword in his hands as he said indifferently, "I'll collect this sword on the 3rd floor first, and you deal with the other sword weapons. Get your hands dirty and you're dead." Han Mai glanced at the bronze sword artifact and nodded gently. Back then, old ancestor Tao Ran's saber, Purple Flame, had nearly killed him directly. The sword pavilion elder collected the San Qin Sword Sect's town sword, and the rest of the sword weapons Han Mai received. The 3 Qin Sword Sect elder's sword, obtained by Elder Su Yuan. The red-robed disciple walked forward with his sword in both hands. Sword of the Elders. Han Mai extended his hand and gripped the hilt of the long sword. A flare of dazzling red light appeared in his mind. Wushuan sword art, Prairie Fire. Ha! Su Yuan, if you perform the Prairie Fire forbidden technique today, you won't be able to escape even if my San Qin Sword Sect is annihilated. What kind of person is your Jiuxian Sword Sect's Tao Ran old ancestor? But he didn't also rebel against Jiuxian Mountain? Thank you brothers for the rewards and monthly tickets. Catch up on reading yay. I'm going to explode. End of chapter. Chapter 80. I, Han Mai, will also surely step into the heaven realm. If I, Su Yuan, dare to cast a prairie fire today, I don't care if I live or die in the future. In the distance, the green-robed Taoist figure was in the air, and the sword light in his hand poured down with flames that filled the sky. It was the last memory that existed on the badly scorched and damaged sword weapon. If you start a prairie fire, you're in danger of dying? Han Muoi was a bit puzzled. The prairie sword technique was a fire vein mastery, so why couldn't it be performed? Today, there are too many swords in the cabinet. He did not have time to think about it. Just a little check and then collect it into the cabinet. After the battle sword hall sent the sword weapons to be collected, he looked over to the group of sword sect disciples over there wearing black robes. Red robes for joy, black robes for mourning. 31 disciples of the Jiuxian sword sect were killed, and less than 10 of their accompanying sword weapons could be recovered. Inner disciple Tao he took on the task of destroying the demons and unfortunately perished, and today his sword is sent back to the sword pavilion. The middle-aged man wearing a black robe and holding a broken sword had a solemn face as he stepped forward. The sword weapon is broken and the blade is mutilated. Han Mai checked it and solemnly put it away. Life is like dust, only this broken sword weapon witnessed that he had been in this world to fight the sword rampage. Even if they are just ordinary disciples, they should be honored for their fearlessness. Inner disciple Luo Tian, leading the team to complete the demon extermination mission, unfortunately perished. His sword was sent back to the sword pavilion.
Roda?
Han Mai's eyes narrowed as he reached out to grip the broken sword. Wait! A high cry came from the distance. My son wears a sword that is not claimed by the sword pavilion, and this sword does not need to be sent to the sword pavilion. An old man in his 50s wearing a navy blue robe with red eyes darted in, reaching out to grab the sword weapon in Han Mai's hand. Han Mai's eyes narrowed as his hand gently gripped the hilt of the broken sword. Stab! The broken sword was out of its sheath, its patches of rust and blood stained at the break. Seeing the sword so tattered, the old man's face was pained, and he looked up at Han Mai. This sword is not led by the sword pavilion. It's my son's relics, and I'm taking it away. Han Muoi didn't say anything. Holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, an image flashed in his mind. Brother Luo, I heard that Xian nephew doesn't have a good sword in his hand. My unused sword just happens to be a gift for him. A Taoist in a green robe with 3 short wisps of beard held a clear long sword in his hand and spoke indifferently. Senior Brother Qin, it's not good. After all, it's your saber. The person speaking on the screen was none other than the green-robed old man in front of him. What words, Brother Luo said. You and I, the gold and wood veins are already close, and I, Qin Lin, have no heir, so it would be better to pass this sword on to an outsider than to send it to Luo Tian's virtuous nephew. Qin Lin, 9 Xian sword sect wood vein elder. The scene shifted and the long sword went to Luo Tian, an inner disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect. Luo Tian practiced swordplay with this sword and smiled long and gladly. Leading the team to go down the mountain to exterminate the demons, Luo Tian led the team, and among the dozens of people in a team, there are even elite disciples who are ranked into the inner door of 300. They scouted everywhere and found traces of the demon race, and Luo Tian personally killed a snow-white demon fox. Demon fox. Han Mai was just about to take a closer look at that image when the green-robed old man standing in front of him was already impatient and tilted his head, looking toward the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. Elder Gao, Luo Yixing begged to take away my son's relics. Luo Yixing clasped his hands and opened his mouth in a high voice. Waiting for a moment, there was no sound on the 3rd floor. Luo Yixing's face turned into anger, and he shouted in a deep voice. Gao Chonggong, you and I have been friends for decades. Do you not give this face? Han Mai held the broken sword in his hand, his face unchanged. If the elder didn't speak up, he wouldn't hand over the weapon to Luo Yixing. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, the atmosphere was heavy. Luo Yixing's face shifted, eventually turning into mourning as he looked toward the sword weapon held in Han Mai's hand. Brother Gao, Luo Tian is my first son. This sword is his only relic. Above the sword pavilion, a faint response came. Take it. Han Makino reached out and handed over the broken sword. A trace of gratitude flashed across Luo Yixing's face as he nodded, holding the sword in both hands as he turned to leave, his body stumbling a bit. Han Mai watched him leave, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The latter few swords, some broken, some injured, retrieved from the sword pavilion, all of which could only be reported as damaged and then melted down. After all the swords were included, Han Mai made a record and checked the swords again. This 6th brother wouldn't have eloped with 6th sister-in-law, would he? At the doorway, Lugo muttered in a low voice. Han Makino was dumbfounded. Don't say, if Huang Laolu eloped with Lu Qingping, it would really be the best outcome. After all, Lu Qingping's Qing Fengguan had also betrayed the Jiuxian sword sect, and there was no telling when things would happen. At that time, it was difficult for both Huang Laolu and Lu Qingping. Sword pavilion heavy ground. Non patriarch. The voice of Lu Gao in front of the door of the sword pavilion made Han Mai freeze. You know the clan? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Guard it well. The sword pavilion is an important place for my sword sect. A warm voice rang out, and when Han Mai stood up, there was already a thin Taoist man wearing purple robes and a golden crown standing in front of him. You're the sword pavilion disciple chosen by senior brother Gao? Nice. The Taoist sized up Han Mai and nodded with a light smile before striding upstairs. With just this one glance, Han Mai only felt like his entire body was going to explode. On his body, a sword chi was uncontrollably going to fly out. What sword bone, what sword chi, the cultivation of hard cultivation, in front of this glance, thin paper. Buzz! The sword intent in the sea of chi vibrated, and those long swords infused with sword chi on the 1st floor of the sword pavilion responded, causing the sword chi on Han Mai's body to slowly tighten up. In the tendons and veins, all the shattered and scattered sword chi all turned into nothingness. With a single glance, Han Mai almost broke his meridians by inches and his body collapsed. That's the real powerhouse. Back-chilling Han Mai slowly sat back behind the long case, his hands and feet a little weak.
9 Xian sword sect patriarch in Ze.
It is called the golden one that transforms water. Earth Realm Jedon Stage Cultivation, cultivating the gold and water vein sword art. A top powerhouse who has shaken the western border for 300 years. Sitting behind the long case, a bitter smile appeared on Han Mai's face, and his expression slowly turned solemn. Today, he had just felt the importance of cultivation and strength. At Sujin Lu, he thought that his choices were important and could even affect the general situation of the sect. But when he stood in front of Tuoba Chang, he was directly hit in the head. Tuoba Chang rushes the sky sword intent. 36 fierce tiger shadows with him. One person subdues 83 clans, no one dares to raise his head. When he returned to the sword pavilion elder told him that with his strength, he couldn't even hold a medium-grade spiritual artifact level longsword. The resentment in that sword could break his soul. And just now, a gaze from the Jedin Realm Grand Cultivator, the Nine Xian Sword Sect Patriarch Jin Zhe, almost caused his tendons to break. This, then, is the world of the great practitioners. A casual glance from these people, a flippant wave of the hand, is a landslide, is the mountains and rivers turning upside down, is the stars falling like rain. It turns out that cultivation can be this enjoyable. Tread on the heights of the 9 heavens and look down on all things. Gently opening his palms, the sword intent in Han Mai's chi-si vibrated, and the sword weapons in the entire first floor of the sword pavilion shook. No wonder the sword viewer is willing to exchange a lifetime of cultivation for 100 breaths of heavenly realm. The heaven realm, after all, is the heaven realm. How can a mortal know that lonely cold above the 9 heavens? Opening his eyes, Han Mai's eyes flashed with endless spiritual light. I, Han Mai, will also surely step into the heaven realm, even if only 100 breaths. As if sensing his thoughts, the sword chi on those long swords in the sword pavilion seemed to be about to diffuse out. Han Muoi, come up here. The sword pavilion elder's voice suddenly rang out. Han Mai stood up, straightened his shirt, and strutted up the stairs. Thank you all for catching up on your reading and voting. I'm doing my best to code and save. I will also surely step into the realm of heaven. End of chapter. Chapter 81 on the 9 Xian Mountains. The bell rang 5 times. On the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, Joshen Sword Sect Patriarch Jin Zhe stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. On his side was the sword pavilion elder who was also staring into the distance. Han Mai ascended to the 3rd floor, looked toward the two, took a deep breath, bowed and said, Han Mai has met the patriarch, and has met the elders. The 2 men looked back at Han Muoi. A heavy aura pressed down, and Han Mai felt like he was having trouble breathing. That's what makes a great monk. Not the elder who was drinking with himself. It was only at this point that Han Mai had the awe of a great cultivator in his heart. Senior brother Gao, have you thought about it? A few moments later, Han Mai felt the pressure on his body lighten, and then he heard Patriarch Jin Ze's voice come through. Hee. It's rare to have a seedling with good understanding and heart. My sword pavilion hasn't flourished like this for many years. The sword pavilion elder's voice was still kind. Well, the mental enlightenment is indeed good. The patriarch seemed satisfied as well, then softly said, then it's settled.
Han Makino.
Han Makino looked up. This qualification of yours is still a bit poor. I have an elixir that can raise your qualification, so I'm giving it to you. The patriarch raised his hand, and a tiny jade bottle flew down into Han Muoye's hand. Elixir to enhance qualification. There wasn't a single one of these pills that was lower than the 3rd grade. Don't even think about such an elixir without 100,000 spirit stones. The point is, without enough strength, this kind of elixir you can't get even if you have spirit stones. Han Mai thanks Sovereign for the reward. Catching the elixir, Han Mai bowed in a hurry. With this elixir, even if he could only raise his qualification to the 8th grade, he would still be able to have the confidence to walk farther and more steadily on the cultivation path. Don't thank me. Sovereign shook his head and headed straight downstairs. If you want to thank, you thank senior brother Gao for his cultivation. Han Mai turned his head and looked at the sword pavilion elder. The elder of the sword pavilion smiled and waved his hand, then walked back from the windowsill to the back of the long case. On the wooden rack in front of him, 3 long swords were placed. A long dark sword, an ancient sword weapon. There was another one, the one that had just been placed on the wooden shelf, the San Qin Sword Sect's Zhenzong sword weapon. Have you ever seen a phallic treasure? The sword pavilion elder suddenly spoke. A magic weapon? Han Muoi shook his head. The best sword weapon he had ever seen was the one hidden in the sword pavilion. I haven't seen it either. The sword pavilion elder spoke indifferently. After all, magic treasures are precious and it's normal to have never seen them. Han Makino had just thought that, when he suddenly stared wide-eyed. How is that possible? The Sword Pavilion Elder was in charge of the Joshen sword sect's town sword weapon, the Joshen sword. How could he not have seen a magic treasure before? Joshen sword? Isn't it just a magic treasure? You're right in thinking that I haven't seen the Joshen sword. The Sword Pavilion Elder turned his head, his face calm. The Joshen sword is hidden under the Sword Pavilion, suppressing overwhelmingly great demons. If the Nine Shen sword comes out, I'm afraid that the Nine Shen mountain has also reached its most perilous time. The Joshen sword is hidden under the Sword Pavilion? The Joshen sword suppresses a great demon? These, I believe, are the top secrets in the Sword Pavilion. If he hadn't seen the might of Tuoba Chang and Patriarch Jinzei today, Han Mai wouldn't have been able to imagine what an overwhelmingly great demon was. Those who could be addressed by the Sword Pavilion Elder as an overwhelmingly great demon, could it be a Heaven Realm demon race? One step short of condensing into a sword momentum, Tuoba Chang had a sword for 100 miles, with a sword light of 100 feet, and 36 white tigers accompanying him, with the power of proudly whistling in the 9 heavens. Then how powerful would a true Heaven Realm powerhouse be? This kind of strong person was suppressed under the Sword Pavilion. If he stepped out, the entire Joshen mountain, would it still be there? The Nine Shen sword has suppressed the Sword Pavilion for 10,000 years, and that great demon, too, has lived for 10,000 years. Didn't you want to know why an evil sword weapon was sent to the Sword Pavilion? Reaching out, the evil longsword fell into the hands of the Sword Pavilion Elder. The demon clan will try their best to send the divine soul and blood chi of their descendant bloodline to feed that suppressed great demon. Souls, chi, and blood feed the great demon? Han Mai recalled that whether it was the sword or Luotian saber just now, both had killed demon foxes. A sword weapon beheads a demon race, sucks its chi, blood, and soul, and then renews the life of the great demon that the Sword Pavilion has suppressed? If the Sword Pavilion Elders knew, why didn't they stop it? By cutting off the feeding and letting the great demon die, the Nine Shen sword would no longer need to suppress it. Last time, because of the leveling of the Lai Demon Valley, the demon chi and blood wasn't delivered in time, and that great demon went berserk. The Sword Pavilion Elder's voice rang out. For 10 years, the Sword Pavilion has seen the deaths of nearly 100 sword watchers. Huang Laolu was the only one of that group who survived. Without the demon race's chi, blood, and soul to feed on, that big demon sucked the chi, blood, and soul of the Sword Pavilion's sword watchers. Han Mai recalled that when he first came to the Sword Pavilion, Huang Laolu said that the swords in the Sword Pavilion would suck blood. Turns out it's true. Looking at the sword weapon in the Sword Pavilion Elder's hand, Han Mai couldn't help but feel the corners of his eyes twitch lightly. He also searched for the secret of this sword weapon by all means. The true duty of a Sword Pavilion sword watcher is to watch over the Zhou Shen sword. If there is any movement in this sword, it needs to be reported quickly and responded to. The Sword Pavilion Elder spoke softly. That's it, Sword Watcher. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. You saw the sword artifacts hidden in the Sword Pavilion, on which the sword chi condensed out to provide the Zhou Shen sword with the power of sword intent to suppress the great demon. That's why the sword weapons in the Sword Pavilion are never less than 80%. The sword nurturing technique is also left for the 9 Shen swords to be nurtured. With those words, the Sword Pavilion Elder smiled and looked at Han Mai. Do you know the origin of my 9 Shen sword sect? I don't know. How could you possibly know? Now Han Mai had fully realized that he was really just a rookie entering the cultivation world for the first time, and many of the real secrets of the cultivation world were unheard of. It's not just him. It was that a strong person like Mo Yuan who had soared to the heavens and whose battle power could overwhelm an ordinary earth realm, in the eyes of a truly great cultivator, he was still just a low-ranking cultivator. It will always be difficult to reach the secrets of that class without setting foot in it. The Zhou Shen sword sect is named after the Zhou Shen sword. Our lineage is stationed here for the purpose of suppressing the great demon. So, the Sword Pavilion Elder paused and faintly said, even though I've been practicing for only a year, it's the clan's 3 Taishangs and the Patriarch who have to call me senior brother. The Sword Pavilion in the Zhou Shen sword sect actually had such an important identity. Han Mai raised his head and looked at the Sword Pavilion Elder, only to feel his heart skip a beat. He didn't want to be exposed to so many hidden secrets. As Tuoba Chang said, only the strong need to bear the karma of the weak. He wasn't strong yet, and he didn't want to be burdened with these secrets. There are actually 3 passages in the sword pavilion.
Sword nurturing technique. Sword condensation technique. Soldier sword technique.
The sword nurturing technique condenses sword bones with sword chi, condenses a wisp of sword intent, and the Azi can become a great power, capable of fighting the heaven realm. The sword condensation technique uses the divine soul to raise the sword intent, and when the sword intent is complete, it can be used for 100 breaths of the heavenly realm. The soldier sword technique, using a person as a soldier and a person as a sword, with sword intent infusing the body, this method is no longer complete. The sword pavilion elder reached out and pointed to the small wooden box placed on the long case and softly said, "The sword nurturing technique has been passed on to you, and the remnants of the sword condensing technique and the sword soldiering technique are both here." Hearing the sword pavilion elder's words, Han Mai couldn't hold back any longer and looked at him as he asked in a low voice, "Elder, why are you telling me so much today?" The sword pavilion elder let out a soft laugh and waved his hand. "Originally, these were to be told to Huang Lao Lu. But no, he's leaving, so if I don't tell you, who will I tell?" Han Mai frowned once and said, "Elder, you said that I need to wait 10 years for these hidden secrets. The last time Han Mai came to ask about that sword, the sword pavilion elder even said that he would only tell him the hidden secrets if he had to be a sword watcher for a full 10 years. How long has it been, and why are you telling him these things? Hee, if you receive its tolerance, you must bear its weight." The sword pavilion elder looked toward Han Mu, and the light in his eyes was deep. Tuoba Chang has been raising his sword for 10 years, and his great power has been realized. Su Yuan Prairie Sword, Fire Vein reunited. The 5 veins of the 9 Shen sword sect are flourishing, and with the addition of the sword pavilion, it will make people jealous. To become a great power of the sword sect, you need to break your own sword. The sword pavilion elder's face was calm, without a single fluctuation. The 5 veins are rarely reunited, and great prosperity is in sight, so if you want to break today, of course it's to break this sword of mine. Break your own sword. Dang.
Yang, yang, yang.
Dang. On 9 Shen Mountain, the bell sounded again. 5 rings. Great danger, second only to the fall of a heaven realm elder. Well, who said anything about a banquet in the first place? End of chapter. Chapter 82. This is what it means to be a great monk. On Joshen Mountain, the 5 bells had not rung for many years. Boom! 1,000 feet of golden sword light rushed through the streaming clouds and swept the 9 heavens. Boom! Another green-colored sword chi turned into clouds of smoke, obscuring heaven and earth. Boom! The sword light, condensed into a gigantic tree shadow of 1,000 feet, stood at the top of the 9 Shen Mountain, the might of the 3 Taishang elders. In an instant, 1,000 miles in the circumference of the 9 Shen Mountain, auric light exploded and endless sword chi streaked across. Each of these was the condensed sword intent of an earth realm powerhouse. Looking out from the windows of the sword pavilion, there were so many densely packed rushing sword lights that Han Mai couldn't even count how many there were. This is what the Western Frontier Great Sect is all about. Fire Vein Elder Su Yuan and his accompanying disciples are trapped 10,000 miles away in Deer Park Mountain, requesting Sword Pavilion's senior brother Gao Changgong to rescue them with his sword. The 3 Taishang elders went out of Jiushen Mountain for 1,000 miles to receive them. In the sky, the sovereign's voice came without the slightest emotion. The imperial sword is 10,000 miles away. Han Mai turned back to the Sword Pavilion elder. The Sword Pavilion elder stood up and reached out to point to the seating area behind the long case. "If I can't come back, here you sit." After saying that, without waiting for Han Mai to reply, he moved and rushed out of the 3rd-floor window of the Sword Pavilion. Gao Changgong leads the way. The Sword Pavilion elder's voice was soft. Then, his body transformed into a blood-colored long sword. The sword's light was so dazzling that one could not look directly at it. The sword light was magnificent, bringing up whistles. The sword light was overpowering, and only as soon as it appeared, it took away all the halos of the countless sword lights from the 9 Shen Mountain. Boom! A sword flew away. 10,000 feet of wild waves. All the sword weapons on 9 Shen Mountain vibrated, and the floating sword chi was collected by that blood-colored sword light, able to become a 1,000-foot sword that cut through the sky, all the way to the east. The 3 sword lights followed closely behind, flying for thousands of miles. A roaring sound, like thunder rolling over, shook heaven and earth. That's it, the great monk. On the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion, Han Mai looked up at the distance and whispered softly. This is the world of the great monks. One day, he himself would be able to transform into a sword like this and vanish for thousands of miles in a single breath. The Jiuxian mountain hadn't moved for many years, and when it did, it was a heavenly collapse. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later on Ninshan Mountain that all the sword chi slowly fell silent. Taking a look at the sword weapon that was still set up on the wooden rack, Han Mai turned around and left. When he walked downstairs, Huang Laolu had already returned. Only he was sitting behind a long case, his eyes a little glazed over. 6. Han Mai's voice woke Huang Laolu up. Oh. Huang Laolu turned his head to look at Han Mai. His eyes froze for a moment before moving. Without Han Mai asking, he had already squeezed a smile out of his face and spoke in a low voice. Sister Ping and the others are going to take part in the demon extermination trial mission, so they won't be able to leave for a while. We made an appointment to return to Jinyang when the mission is over. At least 3 or 2 years at that time, I'll almost be able to fill 10 years as a sword watcher and mix up the name of a deacon. Huang Laolio's face showed some more redness, and there was a glow in his eyes. When I remember the deacon status, I can choose whether to stay in the Jiuxian mountain or go out and subdue the mundane world. When I'm a deacon, I'll apply for externship. Huang Laolio's eyes had the desire and longing for the future. Come on, 6, wipe the drool. Han Mai laughed and joked. Lipstick? No, right? I have rubbed the... Huang Laolu hastily took his hand and rubbed his face, rubbing a few times, before he gave a beat, glaring at Han Mai. Han Mai smiled and shook his head, then whispered, The Sword Pavilion elders have gone 10,000 miles away to rescue Fire Vein Elder Suyuan. Aha! Huang Laolu nodded his head, his face looking much more grave. On Ninshan Mountain, I'm afraid the fastest recluse is the Sword Pavilion Elder who flies with a sword. I also don't know what power has struck, but it actually wants the Sword Pavilion Elder to go and relieve the siege. Huang Laolu sighed lightly and lowered his voice. Although the Sword Pavilion Elder has the power of one sword of the heavenly realm, it is only one sword. Within 100 breaths, the celestial realm can be fought. Under one sword, non-heaven realm could not be defeated. No one wants to face this sword, but it's not as if no one will put up a fight. A life for a sword. Thinking of the half-pot of wine that the Sword Pavilion Elder had sent him, Huang Laolu had a complex expression on his face. Elder of the Sword Pavilion, also from the Sword Watchers. 100 breaths of heavenly realm. A sword is urged, and after 100 breaths, it's immortal. Han Mai looked beyond the Sword Pavilion, and for a moment, he was also a bit bewildered. Which force was besieging Elder Su Yuan and his party? I'm afraid that only the higher-ups of the Jiuxian sword sect knew. The Sanqin sword sect Elder Saber claimed that the Praetorian performed by Su Yuan was a forbidden technique and that he was bound to die. Is it something to do with this? Tuoba Chung went down the mountain, otherwise it is possible to know the cause clearly. Other elders, Han Muo Yi only knows an Elder Su Liang who only refines pills and does not care about anything. Thinking about it, he didn't even know who he could ask for information. Does the Patriarch know about it and might go seek the Patriarch and ask? Can't get the news, so we'll wait. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It was good that Huang Laolu was not coming down the mountain for the time being, which was good news among all the news. At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, Rugo was still grinning in disbelief at being encouraged by the Patriarch. Huang Laolu sat behind the long case, fuming from time to time. Han Magne returned to the quiet room. In front of him, 2 jade bottles appeared. Uncovering that small jade bottle, one of the greenish-black pills flickered with a hint of light. 3 faint lines intertwined on the elixir. This was a 3rd-grade elixir, or the rarest of the 3rd-grade elixirs that could change qualifications. Holding this Dan, Han Mai was shaken. Don't thank me. If you want to thank Senior Brother Gao for cultivating you. That's what the Patriarch told him. Today, the Patriarch came looking for the Sword Pavilion Elder and asked him to rescue Elder Su Yuan. But if it was just a rescue, why would the Sword Pavilion Elder say something about breaking a sword on his own? He who chose to sacrifice for the clan. So, in exchange, it's this one Dan? Yes, maybe not. But this one Dan, too, must have been part of the exchange. Spreading out his hands, Han Muoi took a deep breath. What's the use of thinking about it? With his own strength, could he do anything to help a powerful person like the Sword Pavilion Elder? Boost your cultivation and strength. An icy cold bitterness filled the mouth of the elixir. That bitterness seeped into the body and began to flow along the meridians. Han Mai felt as if a short blade was traveling through his meridians. The pain at this moment was countless times more profound than absorbing sword chi into the body. Is this the kind of pain you have to endure to change your qualifications and go against the grain? If that's the case, come on harder. Gritting his teeth, Han Mai sensed the tearing pain that traveled faster and faster through the tendons all over his body. It really works. This speed of penetration was much faster than one's previous speed of carrying aura. 100 breaths. The potency hasn't waned. The quality of this elixir was still above Han Mai's imagination. It wasn't until the marigold tea time that the medicinal power dissolved into nothingness. 8th grade qualifications, even 7th grade. Feeling the speed and loss of the aura as it traveled through the meridians, Han Mai's eyes were filled with delight. The increase in the speed of aura penetration and the decrease in loss allowed him to perceive the importance of qualifications. With the same amount of aura, he was now absorbing and carrying it in half the time as before. And the wear and tear is much less than before. It was no wonder that all the sects placed such a high value on cultivation qualifications. A 9th grade qualification would consume several times the resources of an 8th grade qualification, dozens of times or even hundreds of times more than a 7th grade 6th grade. And if the speed of aura transportation through was too slow and too much depletion, one would literally not be able to accumulate the amount of aura for the foundation establishment realm cultivation for countless years. 9th grade qualification, unable to build a foundation in one's lifetime, is not a false statement. Good thing Han Mai is not a 9th grade qualification anymore. An increase of 1 or 2 grades in qualification can have such a change. If we can obtain that golden lotus seed and raise our qualifications to the extreme, the heaven realm, it's not the end of the line. Han Mai whispered under his breath, reaching out to unveil the other jade bottle, in which 5 pills, all of them, were poured out. An elixir that raises the cultivation level of the Peiyuan stage by 1 weight. His current aura cultivation level was the 3rd level of the Peiyuan stage. Could these 5 pills push his cultivation to the 8th level? End of chapter. Chapter 83. How to return to the clan if you don't cultivate the 10,000 swords. Peiyuan Fusion Spirit Pill. A treasure among the cultivation enhancement pills of the Peiyuan stage. As the elixir entered his stomach, Han Mai's body shook. This Peiyuan Rongling pill contained a thick spiritual qi, as well as vigorous qi and blood power. Reiki traveled through the meridians, and the depletion was obviously much lower than the previous 9th grade qualification. In the Dantian, the already full aura began to rise, and a feeling of fullness appeared. Reiki cultivation began to slowly increase, and as the qi and blood power gathered, an iron ox silhouette with a faint blood color rushed out behind Han Mai. After realizing that iron bull strength was not an unusual body refining technique, Han Mai had already majored in this technique. At this moment, an elixir was swallowed, and his iron bull strength made a direct breakthrough. Striking while the iron was hot, Han Mai didn't hesitate to swallow the remaining pills one by one. If it was an outsider, he would definitely not dare to swallow 5 Peiyuan Rongling pills at once. Han Mai was the fact that his own Dantian space was vast and he had enough sword intent and sword chi to regulate his body, so he dared to directly swallow 5 pills. It took him nearly a day to digest the medicinal power among the 5 pills. It was only in the early morning of the 2nd day that the medicinal power completely melted away. At this moment, behind him, there was a 9-headed green ox shadow floating. 9 oxen. This was the ultimate in body refining at the Peiyuan stage. It was also feats like the iron bull strength that could condense the power of 9 bulls at the Peiyuan stage. For other body refining techniques up to the 9th level of Peiyuan, it would be good to have 5 oxen of strength at most. The power of the 9 bulls coalesced, and Han Mai felt his body's qi and blood rushing through his body, and when he raised his hands and feet, there was a surge of power rushing through his body. The iron bull strength had been cultivated to this point, and the rest depended on how it was deduced. For the time being, Han Mai didn't have the leisure to deduce the iron bull power. Zhao Pu had asked him to go with him to explore the secret place where the iron ox power was discovered in the first place. But this time he was delayed by the demonic chaos, and he didn't know when he would be able to go. It was a surprise to see the body refining cultivation raised to the 9th level of Peiyuan. Reiki cultivation had only reached the 6th level, making Han Mai a bit depressed. 5 spirit melting pills were supposedly able to raise the cultivation level 5 times. He was at the 3rd level of Peiyuan before, and there was no problem in directly raising it to the 8th level. But he overlooked 2 things. One was that he himself did not cultivate a good enough cultivation technique. Previously, with the 9th grade qualification, not many of those feats in the evolutionary law building were something he could cultivate. Of course, even if he had cultivated a decent technique, 5 spirit melting pills would not be able to make his cultivation soar directly to the 8th level of Peiyuan. The Dantian is too vast, so it turns out it can be a headache too. The divine thought looked inward, and in the Dantian, which was 2 square feet square, aura tumbled. Such an expansive Dantian was comparable to an unusual early stage of qi condensation. Because of the vastness of the Dantian, the 5 spirit melting pills only raised the cultivation level by 3 levels. And next time, even if there was a spirit melting pill, I'm afraid that 3 of them wouldn't be able to raise it to the 7th level of Peiyuan. If I could have the formula for the spirit melting pill and refine it myself, I wouldn't have to worry. Han Mai's eyes glowed as he whispered to himself. Having been accustomed to swallowing extreme cloud qi pills, he had high requirements for the quality of the pills. I wonder if Elder Su Liang of the Pond Water Residence has the formula for the spirit melting pill in his hands. Han Magne was ready to take the time to go there. In the meantime, I'll poke around the situation outside of Jiuxian Mountain. Although Elder Su Liang didn't care about things, after all, he was an elder and had more or less some channels of understanding of the general situation of the sect. And then in the small courtyard in the morning exercise, Huang Laolu was in a strong suit, swinging his fists and kicking his legs there with great passion. It seems that, in order to be able to stay with Lu Qingping for a long time, Huang Laolu is ready to work out and try to live longer. Han Mai held his long sword in his hand, his sword light messy. His physical body strength was now elevated to the Peiyuan extreme, and his control over sword art moves was even greater than before. Without mobilizing the spiritual qi in his Dantian, his sword strokes still had enough killing power. Brother Han, you'd better go to the acting law building to find a sword art to practice. Turning his head to look at Han Mai's messy sword strokes, Huang Laolu shook his head and said, "You have such a good eye for enlightenment yourself, so why do you cultivate this sword art that sucks to such an extent?" Sucks. Han Makino opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Each of these moves, at the very least, was a disassembled move from the 3 Shen sword art. Too lazy to bother with Huang Laolu, Han Mai had both hands and both swords, waving them around in the small courtyard, sword light scattering all over the place. "I think it's still Sister Ping's swordplay that looks good." Huang Laolu, who had been forced into a corner by the sword light, muttered a few times, pulled his shirt, and walked back to the sword pavilion. When he left, Han Mai's sword light grew colder and colder. Every move and every style was permeated with subtlety. Often, it was only when he made a starting move of the Sanshin sword art, followed by a killing move from the outer sect sword art to follow. Sometimes a sword move changes midway through all 3 or 4 Shin. Such a sword stance was naturally unintelligible to Huang Laolu. "The next time I meet Master Moyuan, he'll be surprised." Han Mai, who had collected his sword and stood still, whispered softly, 10,000 swords return to the clan. How can I return to the clan if I don't practice the 10,000 swords? Mo Yuan had been hanging out in the outer sect for 200 years, practicing the outer sword art of the Jiuxian sword sect almost to the fullest, condensing it into a style of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It was the coalescence of one's own sword cultivation. Han Mai was now observing swords and comprehending more sword arts than Mo Yuan could. The 9 Shen sword sect's outer door sword arts, inner door sword arts, and even those secret sword arts above the 3 Shen, he was able to cultivate all of them. Not only the 9 Shen sword sect, he also had access to various sword arts outside of the 9 Shen mountain. If one day one could really realize all the swords and return to one, that kind of sword stance, I'm afraid that it could really cut through the heaven realm. The sword pavilion elder was absent, and Lin Shun went down the mountain to exterminate the demons. The sword pavilion went cold all of a sudden. "Hey, I used to sit here alone and not feel it, but now I guess it's kinda hard." At the doorway, Lugo was there sighing. Huang Laolu slapped the table and was about to curse, but Lu Gao had already stood up with a jolt. "The sword pavilion is an important place. No outsiders are allowed to enter," Rugo shouted at the top of his lungs. At the doorway, an old voice came out. "Please pass the word. Little friend, Chao Anchuan of the Chao family has come to deliver the sword."
Cho Ong Chun.
The head of the Chao family? Han Mai and Huang Laolu both froze, looked at each other, and stood up. The two of them walked out of the sword pavilion, and saw that at the bottom of the 9 stone steps, an old man with white hair and white beard, wearing a short linen shirt, stood there. Behind the old man, Chao Pei, who had come to deliver the sword last time, led a team of green-robed sons and daughters who bowed low and held wooden boxes in their hands. On the side of the old man, a young girl in a light red dress also stood side by side with a green-robed, gold-crowned young man. This young girl Han Mai has seen before. In the middle of the memory screen of the extreme semi-spiritual artifact Icebreaker. This was a young girl with an excellent talent for refining weapons. Family Master Chow. This is too much trouble for you to personally deliver the sword. Huang Lao's face piled up with smiles as he quickly walked down the stone steps and greeted Chow Anchuan. The Chow family was a weapon refining family and had been refining weapons for the Nine Xian sword sect for many years. Chow Anchuan, the head of the Chow family, was a renowned expert in refining weapons, with no less than 10 spirit weapon longswords in his hands. The elder is not here today, or else I would have definitely enjoyed a drink with the Chow family master. Huang Laolu came forward, piling on the smiles and bowing to Chow Anchuan. For such a famous refiner to come to Jiuxian Mountain, it was the Sword Pavilion elders who treated him with kind words. I'm not here to seek senior brother Gao. Chow Anchuan shook his head and swept his gaze to Chow Pei behind him. Chow Pei raised his eyes and looked toward Han Mai standing on the stone steps. So, the one who returned my Chow family's sword weapon last time was this little friend? Chow Anchuan looked toward Han Mai, his face unchanged as he spoke faintly. His words caused Huang Lao Lu's face to stiffen. The young boys and girls standing on Chow Anchuan's side all looked up and stared at Han Mai. Family Master Chow, I'm responsible for collecting the swords, and naturally, sword weapons that don't pass the inspection can't enter the sword pavilion. Whether it's the Chow family or the Lu family. Han Mai's face remained unchanged as he spoke softly. Humph, tiny sword viewer. You're also qualified to discuss swords. As Han Mai's words fell, the teenager on Chow Chun's side had already let out an angry shout. The calm before the raging storm. How do you explode without pressure? Pushing a friend's book. The villain. I'm really pulling down the favorites. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Yu Chow family wants face. I Sword Pavilion want it too. Han Magne stood there, ignoring him. The last time Chow Pei came, he could just call out to someone. This time, the Sword Pavilion elder was not present. Han Mai suspected that this old man from the Chow family had come on purpose because he knew that the Sword Pavilion elders weren't here. Seeing that his words were ignored by Han Mai, the anger on that youth's face increased. Today, my Chow family's old ancestor personally came to deliver the sword. If you don't check out the reason why, in the future, your sword pavilion will never want to enter another sword weapon from my Chow family. The youth stepped forward and reached out to point at Han Mai. The smile on Huang Lao Lu's face tightened and he slowly straightened his back. He looked at Chow Anchuan, who had his hands behind his back in front of him, and then looked at the group of sword-holding youths behind Chow Anchuan. Family Master Chow, this giving away of the sword, is it for real? Huang Lao's face became gloomy. In the absence of the Sword Pavilion elder, he should be at the front in the middle of the Sword Pavilion. Chow Anchuan nodded and looked at Han Mai on the stage and said, check it out and send it. Han Mai also narrowed his eyes and looked toward the wooden boxes that were being held. Even through the wooden box, he could feel the rich sword chi in it. Such a sword aura signaled that each of these swords was a treasure. It also means that these sword weapons are powerful, and the sword energy in them flourishes. Last time, the Sanchin Sword Sect's town sword weapon, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Sword Pavilion elder said that no matter if it was Han Mai or Huang Lao Lu, they couldn't carry it. These sword weapons in front of us, do they have that level? This senior brother, my Chow family relies on refining weapons for a living, and sword weapons are our face, our lifeblood. The young girl standing on Chow Anchuan's side looked toward Han Mai and spoke in a low voice. When the Nine Xian sword sect returned my Chow family's sword, they are slapping my Chow family in the face and cutting off my Chow family's lifeline. The young girl's face also looked grave, looking at Han Mai, lowering her voice. Today, if you can admit your fault in front of my grandfather and return justice to my Chow family, this matter can't be passed. Your errand as a sword watcher in the sword pavilion will also be preserved. Admit fault. Recognize that you're looking at it wrong. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Mai's face. It's not hard for him to admit he's wrong. But what he represents now is the sword court. This is Miss Sun of the Chow family, right? I heard that Miss Sun is a genius in refining weapons and is the Chow family's brightest pearl. Just as Han Mai was about to open his mouth, Huang Lao's voice rang out. Huang Lao Lu glanced at Han Mai and shook his head, then took a step to the center position of the stone steps and raised his hand. Miss Chow, when you know that your Chow family wants face, I, the sword pavilion, also want it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chao Anchuan in front of him, arched his hand, and faintly said, since the Chao family sent the sword, then I, Huang Jinxiong, will welcome the sword into the pavilion. The sword comes. Chao Anchuan narrowed his eyes at Huang Laolu and raised his hand to wave lightly. Chao Pei, who was standing behind him, came forward holding a wooden box. Sixth brother, take it easy. Chao Pei glanced at Huang Laolu and whispered. Huang Laolu grinned and reached out to unveil the wooden box in front of him. The wooden box was unveiled, in which an overpowering sword chi instantly erupted. That clear and cold sword aura made the surrounding air seem to chill. Good sword. Huang Laolio's eyes flashed with light. He took a deep breath, then reached out and slowly gripped the long sword in front of him. The sword looked ancient and atmospheric. Its body was bronze in color, and the scabbard was interlaced with faint cloud patterns. Huang Laolio's body trembled as he held his long sword in his hand. A sword weapon laced with ice-cold stone quenching. Even if it's rotten, it can still be a meditative ornament. Huang Laolu spoke indifferently, then put his hand on the hilt of the sword and gripped it with force. At this moment, on his body, a strange aura rose.
Sword concentration technique.
Buzz. In a 3-foot radius, all the swords and weapons gently vibrated. The few pieces of sword weapons placed in the wooden box seemed to be about to jump out of it. A rare sword watcher. No wonder senior brother Gao can feel at ease to escape far away. Chao Anchuan looked at Huang Laolu and spoke in a low voice. Huang Laolu looked at him and let out a soft laugh before exerting force with his 5 fingers. Quran. The long sword was slowly sheathed. An icy cold aura filled the air. It seems that not only was the ice-cold stone used when quenching, but when quenching, it was even infused with the water of a 1,000-year-cold pool 9 times. The icy cold emanating from above the sword weapon caused frost to cover the back of Huang Laolu's hands. His face remained unchanged as he pulled the long sword out of its scabbard. Buzz! The long sword shook as he slowly released his grip. The long sword hung silently in front of him, with green light flowing from it. Han Mai recalled that Huang Laolu had told him about the means of practicing the condensed sword technique. Concentrate on the sword. Divine Soul Royal Sword. No wonder Huang Laolu was able to be a sword watcher in the sword pavilion for 7 years. His divine soul power was already able to imperialize sword weapons. With this kind of means and a good sword, crossing the ranks to challenge was easier than drinking water. Chao Anchuan and the teenage boys and girls around him all had slight changes in expression on their faces. All of them played with swords, so they naturally knew what the means of the divine soul imperial sword meant. Huang Laolu turned his head and grinned at the youth who had previously reached out and pointed at Han Mai. Kid, do you know that sword watchers such as myself, who can live a long time, will kill you like a chicken? As the words fell, the sword weapon moved. Shoo! The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The ungrasped long sword flashed and grazed past the youth's neck, bringing up a few broken hairs and a trail of blood. Quran. The long sword is sheathed. Huang Laolu placed the sword back and said indifferently, upper grade in mortal weapons. The youth on Chao Anchuan's side was pale, reaching out to touch a handful of his neck, his fingers trembling a little. Shake what? Huang Laolu said coldly. In front of your master, can I still kill you? That's all the heart. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chao Anchuan again, a smile on his face. Chao family head. It's not that I'm saying, your Chao family or Miss Sun's heart talent is not bad, and she can definitely become a great atmosphere in the future. The young girl standing at Chao Anchuan's side did not have the slightest change in her expression. Chao Anchuan didn't say anything, just waved his hand again. Another sword was delivered to Huang Laolu. Huang Laolu hemmed and hawed and raised his hand to grab his long sword. The fiery sword chi stirred up his tousled, flower-white hair, causing his hand, which was grasping the sword, to turn a miserable white. The long sword vibrated with a flick of his outstretched finger. Huang Laolu closed his eyes, and his breath wrapped the long sword around his body. Awesome, this sword is already the top grade among the semi-spiritual weapons, a hair's breadth short of being sent up to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. He opened his eyes, and the divine light in his eyes was deep, only for his face to grow a few shades paler. Again, the long sword was returned to its sheath, and he let out a loud cry. Another wooden box was delivered to Huang Laolu. Sixth brother. Forget it, you can't carry it.
Gao Pei whispered softly.
Huang Lao Lu narrowed his eyes, his gaze looking towards the Chow family head who had closed his mouth in front of him. Heh, I, the sword pavilion sword viewer, can't carry anything. The only thing I can carry is the sword. Uncovering the wooden box, Huang Lao Lu reached out and grabbed the green-colored sheathed long sword. 6, I'll do it. Right at this moment, Han Mai, who had never spoken, took a step out and blocked in front of Huang Lao Lu. Huang Lao Lu shook his head and whispered, "It's okay. 6 brother, I can still hold up. The big deal is to go back and sleep for 2 days after the incident." When he finished, he reached for his sword. Han Mai stopped his arm, then looked at the swords and weapons in front of him and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, there are 6 swords here that were all returned to me, right? I'm also curious as to what means you used to be able to turn a few ruined swords into treasures." As the words fell, his hand gripped on the hilt of the green-colored sheathed long sword. "Thank you, brothers, for catching up on your reading and rewarding your voting support. I'll stop babbling. Yardage to go. By the way, I'm pushing a friend's book. Don't Come Over, Demon Girl by Timmy Mirror. I, Jiang Yang, have lived an honorable life. Why do I always push this kind of demon on me? Ouch, that's nasty. Don't come over, Demoness. Don't try to tempt me with your beauty. Bold Demoness, I can tell at a glance that you're not human, so don't help me cultivate." Before the beginning of time, there were thousands of great paths, all of which could be certified as immortal. Now that the source of all evil has been opened, the entire world is tainted with darkness and the transcendental pathways are all creating problems. This also means that the source of cultivation of all kinds of monks has created problems, and the process of cultivation is accompanied by serious uncertainty. Where there is transcendence, there is a price. Thousands of paths, only martial arts, internal repair itself, all laws do not invade, martial arts outside, all for the evil cultivation, fearful and chaotic world, only martial arts alone. End of chapter. Chapter 85. One mistake, 10,000 spirit stones. Before the stone steps of the sword pavilion, there was silence. Huang Lao Lu moved his gaze away from the sword weapon held in Han Mai's hand and looked toward the Chow family head in front of him, who looked much more grave. If Han Mai hadn't opened his mouth, he, Huang Lao Lu, would have nearly capsized in the gutter. Checking these sword weapons, his soul is greatly injured, not to mention. Really, will Han Mai return sword weapons collected? The sword pavilion's face is also lost. Just as Han Mai said, a few ruined swords, how did they manage to achieve this kind of sword chi and aura? The key was that even when his divine soul threw itself into the sword body, it didn't hinder it in the slightest. It was indeed a precious sword weapon. Going back to the furnace and reworking? It won't. If the Chow family was returning to the furnace to re-refine it, then there was no need for the Chow family head to personally send it. Today, they sent their swords in order to beat down the face of the sword pavilion. Before the sword pavilion, everyone's gazes were directed toward Han Muoyi, toward his hand that was slowly loosening the hilt of his sword. Oh, it's still the same ruined sword, green grapefruit. A ruined sword is a ruined sword, played out, it's still ruined. With his hands behind his back, Han Mai's face was as cold as water. If the Chow family master only wants to take this kind of ruined sword and send it to the sword pavilion, then going forward, your Chow family really doesn't need to come back. His words caused all of the Chow family to change their faces. Chow Anchuan's expression grew more and more gloomy. The young girl on his side had a curious look on her face, and the young man was furious to the extreme. By what right do you say it's a ruined sword? I spent 2 months refining this sword, and the old ancestor tempered it, so how can it be ruined? Before the youth could finish his words, Chow Anchuan raised his hand to stop them. Little friend, tell me, where's this sword ruined? Chow Anchuan looked toward Han Mai and spoke softly. Han Muyi let out a laugh and shook his head. Chow family master, although the 6 swords from last time were made by different people, the mistakes and omissions were much the same. After that, I probed the various sword weapons that your Chow family used to send, and many of them had the same problem. If you could have discovered and solved these problems, Family Master Chow, you wouldn't have come today, would you? Without waiting for Chow Anchuan to speak out, Han Mai has already reached out and pointed at those swords, infusing the sword body with sword chi to temporarily make up for the lack of hidden dangers in it. This kind of tactic is also good to take out? So it is. Huang Lao Lu's face sank. No wonder he didn't check out the flaws in the sword weapon. It turned out, it was this Chow family head who did the trick and used his sword chi to temporarily patch up the sword weapon flaws. This senior brother, since you said so, Then please also point out where the shortcomings are in these sword weapons. The young girl on Chao Anchuan's side spoke in a low voice, her gaze looking at Han Mai. Hearing her words, a faint smile appeared on Han Mai's face. Empty words, I, Han Mai, will help you point out where your Chao family's refining flaws lie. Chao family refining cons. Empty words. The young girl's eyes widened and she bit her lip to keep quiet. Chao Pei trembled and lowered his head, not daring to look at Han Mai in front of him. That anger-filled youth's complexion kept changing as he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared angrily at Han Mai. Chao Anchuan's eyes stared at Han Mai, and after a long time, he sighed softly and said, "Little friend, I don't know what you're going to do before you're willing to talk." Han Mai carried his hands behind his back as his gaze fell on the sword holding disciples behind Chao Anchuan. One mistake or omission, 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. Lu Gao, who had been standing at the back, felt that this time, senior brother Han's opening price was really merciful. Last time, that Ling Jiesek guy had directly offered 100,000 spirit stones. Fine, 10,000 spirit stones is 10,000 spirit stones. Chao Anchuan nodded, waved his hand, and a top-grade spirit stone appeared in his palm, flashing with spiritual light. Han Makino turned his head to look at Lu Gao. Lu Gao's figure shook as he stepped forward and reached out to take the spirit stone from Chao Anchuan's hand. Top-quality spirit stones. Finally, I've touched this thing in my life. Seeing Lu Gao collect the spirit stone, Han Mai reached out and pointed to the green-colored long sword in front of him and said, "This sword is called Green Pomelo, 3 feet and 1 minute long, and weighs 11 pounds and 5 taels. This sword was created from greenwood feng iron mixed with jade xian steel, refined by the method of 1,000 hammers, and sealed with the green feng spirit pattern." With every word Han Mai said, that Chao clan youth's face became heavier. Chao Anchuan and the young girl beside him nodded slightly. "I'm guessing that your Chao family should have a Xian Yu steel deposit, right?" Han Mai asked with a smile. What does this have to do with the drawbacks in this sword?" That Chao clan youth's face changed as he said in a low voice. Han Mai shook his head and said, "It's okay. It's just a sentiment that your family is really rich." Without waiting for the youth to speak out in annoyance, Han Mai had already opened his mouth again. "There are several other swords in this sword, and it looks like there's no problem with either the spirit material ratios or the refining techniques. But the fault is in not having a problem." When he said this, the light in his eyes shone through, as bright as an awn. The green grapefruit sword artifact Xian Yu steel is laced with 3 taels and 5 coins. The maple red sword Xian Yu steel is also 3 taels and 5 coins. Ink deep, broken jade a few other handles. Xian Yu steel portions in no particular order. The forging methods inherited from your Chao family are truly brilliant. Below the stone steps, the faces of the Chao family changed color. It was clear that Han Muo Yi seemed to be praising them, but they didn't feel the slightest bit good when they heard it. A flash of bewilderment flashed across that youth's face. "That's a precise ration. Isn't that good? I understand the mistakes and omissions mentioned by little friend." Chao Anchuan nodded and said softly, "I thought that the family inheritance was fine, but I didn't want it to be a fetter to the younger generation of children. Alchemy is like alchemy, more 1 point broken, less 1 point waste. Chow Mao back to the family. We'll let the children at home to practice hard eye, never read from the book, rote memorization. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post." After Chao Anchuan finished speaking, he took a deep breath and looked at Han Mai. "Little friend, is there more?" Han Makino laughed softly. "Of course." Chao Anchuan's eyes flashed crystal brightly as he directly flipped out 2 top-grade spirit stones in his palm. Han Makino waved his hand, and Lu Gao stepped forward to collect it. "Your Chao family refines weapons, preferring to use cold pool water, and that's how the 3 Yang attribute sword chi were scrapped. With the 9 Shen sword sect at your back, your Chao clan is not lacking in spirit materials, and there are a few sword weapons that are purely stacked with spirit materials, but I don't know that it's counterproductive. The Chao family's refinery, sword weapon seal engraving spirit pattern is too homogeneous to satisfy the needs of different cultivators." Han Mai said one, and Chao Anchuan took out a top-grade spirit stone. Lu Gao nonchalantly accepted the order. However, in a moment, the spirit stones on Lu's master were no longer cupped. "Impossible, my Chao family's art of refining has been passed down for thousands of years. It is a famous refining family, our art of refining. How can it be so bad? No. Wouldn't it be better to add more spiritual materials? That Chow family youth had been bewildered and stood there mumbling. The young girl on his side, on the other hand, had a fine light in her eyes as she looked at Han Mai, listening word for word. The last point, the deadliest point of your Chow family's refining. Han Mai reached out and pointed at the girl in red. If your icebreaker hadn't been unable to continue after forging it 35,300 times, breaking the folding rhythm, it would be a spiritual weapon. Yes, senior brother is right. I am physically exhausted. The young girl's face swelled red and spoke in a low voice. Your Chow family's body refining technique isn't strong enough, and after forging 30,000 times, there will be a pause.
Han Mai spoke softly.
When he finished, he made no more noise. Under the stone steps, the Chow family members did not make a sound either. What Han Muoi said was really a mistake and omission that they had, but had never considered. Little friend, I wonder how to remove this fatal flaw? Chow Anchuan looked up at Han Mai, took a deep breath and said, Little friend, you make a bid. Lu Gao looked around and quietly came over to Huang Laoyo's side, pushing the top-grade spirit stones cupped in his hands into his arms. People are letting Brother Han make the bid. That's a natural way to make a big buck. I want that sword you brought. Han Mai reached out, pointing to the wooden box held in the hands of the youth standing in the last position of the Chow family's children. Impossible. That's a spirit weapon. Chow Anchuan's face changed, and before he could finish his sentence, he was already staring in disbelief. In front of him, behind Han Mai, a shadow of an iron ox floated up. 1 head, both ends, 3 heads, 9 heads, 9 oxen. Good. I'll change. Chow Anchuan stared at the 9 bulls silhouette and spoke in a deep voice. It hits the shelves on Friday, so don't feed it for the next 2 days. I'm fully stocked up and will pop it all at once then. By the way, I'm pushing a friend's book. My next life simulator. How about a, well, otherworldly life? End of chapter. Chapter 86. Rules of the Sword Pavilion. The world's body refining techniques, Peiyu on stage can condense the flesh. 5,000 pounds of strength is considered good. 8,000 pounds is a superior body refining technique. Most of those with more than 8 kilograms of strength were stepping into the chi condensation stage. For the vast majority of cultivators, there wasn't much difference between 3,000 pounds or 5,000 pounds of physical strength. Instead of spending time condensing the strength of his physical body, it would be better to spend his resources and time on raising his aura cultivation. By the chi condensation stage, when the aura is in motion, there is a huge force of 30,000 to 20,000 pounds. However, for refiners, physical strength was important. It was because refining a weapon could take days of pounding and forging. Reiki cultivation, in many cases, cannot be sustained. And there are quite a few spiritual materials that can't be tainted with spiritual chi when they are forged and smelted. That's why most smiths are strong and a handful of tendons. The Chow family was a weapon refining family, and there were naturally body refining techniques in their inheritance. It's just that, as Han Mai said, the Chow family's body refining technique is still a step weaker, and weapon refining falls off at critical times. For a strong person like the Chow family head, this was a small problem. However, for most of the refiners in the entire Chow family, it was a difficult problem that could not be ignored. It was also for this reason that in the face of Han Mai's body refining technique that gathered the strength of 9 oxen, Chow Anchuan was willing to exchange it with a spiritual artifact-grade longsword. This technique is called Iron Bull Strength, a body refining technique passed down in the 9 Xian sword sect. Han Mai's words caused Chow Anchuan to blush. This iron ox strength can condense the power of 9 oxen, so it must be extraordinary. He's an outsider who can get this technique in the 9 mystery sword sect. If you can't get it, the spirit weapon level long sword, give or not give. On his side, the girl in red also frowned. This feat is listed for 80 spirit stones in the Dharma Performance Building. Han Mai's next sentence almost caused Chow Anchuan to turn pale and curse. Behind Han Mai, Lu Gao opened his mouth and finally chose to shout in his heart. Brother Han, awesome. An 80 spirit stone feat was sold for the price of a spirit weapon. A spiritual weapon was, at the very least, 200,000 spirit stones or more. Performing the law building in the Gongfa, 80 spirit stones, that is the most garbage existence. This kind of outer disciples do not necessarily look at the garbage merit law, but can be sold for such a high price. With the Chow family master's identity, it won't be difficult to obtain this technique. I will pass on the follow-up of this Gong method's derivation to the 9 bull stage to your Chow family. By the way, this Gong method I deduced to the strength of 3 oxen, and the back of it was deduced by Master Uncle Tuoba of the Three Stones Eye and the disciples under his door. Han Mai didn't care what expressions the Chow family had on their faces, and opened his mouth. San Shizhai? Elder Tuoba Chong.
Cao An Chun nốt đét.
Senior brother Tuoba is indeed the most researched person in the body refining course on Nine Shen Mountain. Speaking of which, he looked up at Han Muoi. Tuoba Chang was lonely and proud, and those who could climb into a relationship with Tuoba Chang were not mediocre. It was also true that the boy in front of him had a vision and a heart that he had only seen for himself. If its enlightenment was even stronger, it would be common sense for that Tuoba Chang to be able to look at it. Little friend, this sword is called Lone Abyss, and it is a spirit weapon that I refined with my own hands. Turning around and holding that wooden box over, Chao Anshuan looked toward Han Mai. I'll go search for the Iron Bull strength technique, and come back to the sword pavilion to find you when I have any problems with cultivation. With that, he turned his head to look at the teenage girl at his side. This is my Chao family's first grandson, Chao Jianong, and first granddaughter, Chao Yi. I will have them come to you for advice on feats. As the head of the Chao family, it was by no means possible for Chao Anshuan to come to the Nine Shen Mountain on a regular basis. He let his first grandson's first granddaughter come, and in fact did not have the intention of pulling strings with Han Mai and the sword pavilion. Don't worry, family master Chao. I will definitely never hide anything about the merit law. Han Mai nodded and said. The Chao family had been refining sword weapons for the Jiuxian sword sect for many years, and it was good for the Jiuxian sword sect for their family's refining methods to improve. Not to mention that what Han Mai said about not hiding anything was about the Iron Bull strength, and it wasn't like it meant the subsequent feats that would be deduced in the future. Senior brother, I will need more guidance in the future. The young girl named Chao Yi graciously arched her hand and saluted. That Chao Jianong, on the other hand, was a bit squirmy, swelling his red face to clasp his fists and twisting his face away. Seeing that the business seems to be a success, Lu Gao rubbed his hands together and went forward to take the wooden box in Chao Anshuan's hand. I'll do it. Huang Lao Lu pulled him back, his face looking grave as he said, This sword is not something you can catch even if it is sealed across the wooden box. After saying that, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and a trace of sword chi surged from his body before he held the wooden box. Brother Han, I'll send you directly into the quiet room. With that, he turned and walked away. Little friend's surname is Han? Little friend Han is deeply immersed in the Tao of sword and weapon refining, so he must come to my Chao family as a guest someday. Chao Anshuan looked toward Han Mai and said with an arch, You're welcome, family master Chao, sure. Han Mai smiled and arched his hand in return. Chao Anshuan waved his hand and said, I have offended today. Next time my Chao family will definitely send a batch of fine swords. After saying that, he led those sword-holding children to turn around and leave. Chao Yi bowed toward Han Mai and followed suit. By the time Huang Laolu walked out of the sword pavilion, the Chao family had already left. I've been dealing with the Chao family for so many years, and it's the first time I've scraped off the oil from them. Huang Laolu looked at the verdant square in front of the sword pavilion and let out a low sigh. At the mention of oil and water, Lu Gao hurriedly stepped forward and offered those top-grade spirit stones. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Huang Laolu also took out those spirit stones that Lu Gao had stuffed earlier. 13 pieces in all. Top quality. It's worth 130,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The bright spiritual light dazzled the eyes, making it almost impossible to move them. I've kind of touched a top-grade spirit stone in my life. Holding the spirit stone with both hands, Lu Gao grinned. Huang Laolu nodded, and a hint of dissimilarity came through in his gaze. This was a top-grade spirit stone, one worth 10,000 lower grades. Previously, when he bought a sword for Lu Qingping, Han Mai offered 20,000 spirit stones, and Huang Laolu felt that he couldn't afford to pay it back in his life. At this moment, 13 top-grade spirit stones were right in front of him. Sword Pavilion rules. See what you can see. Han Mai reached out and took a spirit stone and put it in Lu Gao's coat pocket, then took 8 of the remaining 12. There are still 4 pieces left in Huang Laoyo's hand. Senior brother Han, I also have. Lu Gao's face swelled red as he trembled and opened his mouth. This was a top-grade spirit stone, a piece worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Lu Gao just couldn't earn that much even if he was on duty in the sword pavilion for the rest of his life. Huang Laolu looked at the 4 top-grade spirit stones in his hand, and a trace of trance permeated his face. For top-grade spirit stones, Big brother Lu, this spirit stone is enough for you to go searching for a technique to cultivate, and I'll get it for you if you lack pills later. Han Mai looked toward Lu Gao and spoke with a smile. Ru Gongzhong clutched the spirit stone and nodded his head heavily. Hey, I'll go. There were crystalline tears welling up in his eyes. Sixth brother, it's not often that a fat sheep like the Chow family comes along, so keep it. Han Mai turned his head to look at Huang Lao Lu and spoke with a smile. Indeed, ordinary disciples lead the sword. How can not scrape so much oil and water is not it? Huang Lao Lu nodded and carefully put away the spirit stones before looking at Han Mai and saying, You're a big moneymaker, so I'll be polite. You should be careful with that spirit weapon level longsword. It's best to wait until you have enough cultivation down the road before refining it. Having a spiritual artifact level sword weapon to protect you, your cultivation will also be much smoother. Hearing his words, Han Mai's eyes shone with crystal light. Haha. Sixth brother is right. I need to go look at this sword of mine. Spirit weapons, rare. Holding the spirit stone, Han Mai drilled headfirst into the sword pavilion and headed for the quiet room. Huang Lao Lu turned his head to look at Lu Gao, who was a picture of an anxious cord, and let out a laugh. Go on. Hurry up and seek a book of feats. Speaking of this, he whispered. You memorize the method after people perform it, and come back and ask Brother Han if you don't understand. His enlightenment oddly high. Push a couple of friends' new books. My wife can catch demons. The spirit pearls of the nations. Summoning the knights of the Genkai. Rebirth to the Diva concert. Book dudes who like to read new books can check it out. End of chapter. Chapter 87. If the elder falls, I'll still take care of the sword pavilion. Hey, good. Rugo rubbed his hands together, straightened his shirt a bit, bowed to Huang Lao Lu, turned and ran. Huang Lao Lu shook his head and let out a laugh, reaching out to press his hand against his chest, standing in front of the sword pavilion door and looking into the distance, his face revealing bewilderment. When you don't have spirit stones in your pocket, save a few dozen or so hundred spirit stones to rejoice in your heart and sink into the fullness of your heart. Right now, he was carrying 4 top-grade spirit stones in his arms, but he didn't know what he could do with them. Perhaps we can go searching for 2 pills to enhance our physique. Last time when we were at the bottom of the mountain, I heard that there is that kind of good dan that replenishes the waste when you eat it. In the middle of the quiet room, the wooden box in front of Han Mai had been uncovered. In the wooden box was placed a 3-foot-long, gold and iron aura emanating, cold and bone-chilling longsword. Reaching out, he slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Buzz! A faint sword sound rose. The thick sword chi rushed straight into Han Mai's meridians and infused the sea of chi. This long sword contains up to thousands of strands of sword gas. If it were someone else, light this sword gas into the body. I'm afraid that the meridians will be broken. As soon as the sword chi rushed into the sea of chi, there was a sudden swing. In Han Mai's empty sea of chi, a sword intent occupied the 8 directions, and the thick power caused these sword chi to obediently tighten up and be fused into the attribute-compatible sword intent. At the same time as the sword chi charged, images of when this sword was refined surfaced in Han Mai's mind. An old man with a tanned half-shoulder wielded a hammer and smashed it again and again. Iron splashed and fire exploded. Comprehend the method of 10,000 forges and 1,000 condensations. Comprehend the pleated harmonious spirit technique. Comprehending the charge of the spirit forging technique. On this long sword, Han Mai had actually comprehended 5 forging means. That Chow family head was indeed a master refiner, with all sorts of refining techniques at his fingertips. Having comprehended the forging technique, Han Mai let go of the long sword and returned it to the wooden box to put it away. As Huang Lao Lu said, for the time being, it would be best for him not to refine this sword yet. He already had 3 good sword weapons in his hands. Any more would be a burden. This spiritual armament grade sword weapon can be exchanged for something you need when the time is right. Pills, feats, whatever. When Han Mai walked out of the quiet room, Huang Lao Lu and Lu Gao stood at the entrance to the sword pavilion, talking in low voices. Huang Lao's face looked a bit grave. Seeing Han Mai come out, Lu Gao hurriedly whispered, Senior Brother Han? I've inquired about news from Elder Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan and his disciples are trapped in Deer Park Mountain, 10,000 miles away, and the Sword Pavilion elders go to the rescue. Han Mai and the others were completely unaware of which force had stepped in to stop Su Yuan and the others. One must know that the 9 Xian sword sect ruled over a radius of 100,000 miles, and 10,000 miles away, it was the hinterland of the 9 Xian mountains' power. For one's own elder to be surrounded in such a place was a provocation to the majesty of the Jiu Xian sword sect. Nine Xian sword sect patriarch Jin Zhe ordered the sword pavilion elders to go to the rescue with the intention of destroying the enemy with a single sword and shocking the four directions. By the way, folding the sharp sword of the sword pavilion elder also put the hearts of all the major powers at ease. These were all things that Han Muoyi had surmised from the sword pavilion elder's confidences. It's the Tai Ling sword sect. The Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyang led several strong men from the sect to stop Elder Su Yuan. If it wasn't for Elder Su Yuan and Elder 10,000 Swords teaming up to block Mu Taiyang's sword, I'm afraid that the Fire Vein would have suffered a great loss this time. Mu Taiyang took out a voucher that the San Qin sword sect had pledged with their town spirit weapon to have my sword sect return the sword weapon Broken Beam. Returning that medium-grade spirit weapon? A mid-grade spirit weapon was a treasure in any clan. Actually, that Broken Beam was really from the spirit sword sect in the first place. Huang Laolu shook his head and said softly, 12 years ago, in the blazing Demon Valley, the Tai Ling sword sect's first Kai Shin Qinji was decapitated by Tuoba growing elder. Broken Beam. That's the sword Qin Ru's wearing. The San Qin sword sect paid an overwhelming price in exchange for this sword to go. By the way, the head of the San Qin sword sect is called Qin Broken Cliff. Han Mai didn't realize that there was so much more to the story. It was just that a Tai Ling sword sect Taishang had come within 10,000 miles of the sword sect, and the sword sect didn't have any countermeasures? AI, the sovereign is also ruthless enough, this time. I'm afraid that he has moved to behead Mu Taiyang. Huang Lao Lu sighed lightly and turned his head to look at the sword pavilion behind him. The Kenkaku gleams in the sunlight. The 9 great sects, the elders at the level of Tu Hai, have not fallen in the last 100 years. If Mu Taiyang is beheaded, I'm afraid the western frontier will be in chaos again. Huang Lao Lu shrunk his head, muttering under his breath. Back then, the sword pavilion had 3 elders fall in a row, and the western border was all beaten into a sieve. Not knowing what came to mind, he looked up at Han Muoi. Mo Yuan had told that for 200 years, 3 elders of the sword pavilion had struck. The sword light was like a meteor, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. The Tai Ling sword sect, determined to go against the 9 Xian sword sect? Han Mai frowned and said in a low voice, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. That's not necessary, is it? At first it was beheading one of their experts, it was robbing them of the 3rd position in the sword sect, but there is no need to be so serious, is not it? Brother Han, the difference in strength between my Jiuxian sword sect and the Wind Spirit sword sect, the second of the 4 great sword factions, isn't that big. Huang Lao Lu spoke up. The second of the 4 great sword schools? This major power stepping in? Aren't the 3 Taishang out of the 9 Xian mountains by 1,000 miles to suppress the 4 directions? Huang Lao Lu shook his head and said softly, I just don't know if the sword pavilion elder will still be able to return peacefully this time. Lugo shook his head and muttered. Anyway, when I inquired about the news, they all said, Han Mai's eyes narrowed as he cast his gaze into the distance. This time, it was actually everyone who wanted the sword pavilion elder to make this sword strike. The Jiuxian sword sect is going to bide their time and prepare to lose a sword to themselves. The Wind Spirit sword sect and the Tai Ling sword sect were going to press the Jiuxian sword sect to lose their own strength. No wonder the sword pavilion elder would have a meal with everyone. That meal was not his farewell for Huang Laolu. It's for himself. Han Mai clenched his fists, only to feel a surge of emotion in his heart that was hard to suppress. Cultivation. That is, as in the case of the sword pavilion elder, the 100 breaths of heaven realm. In the end, you still can't control your own life and death. Brother Han, this is the life of our sword watchers. The day will come when you beg for that 100-breath heavenly realm. Huang Laolu shook his head and reached out to pat Han Mai's shoulder. If you don't want to go down that road, leave, it's not too late. If the elder falls, the sword pavilion will still have me to take over. Huang Lao's look was sincere. Han Muoi knew what he said was true. As long as Han Mai retreated, Huang Laolu would definitely top up the position in the sword pavilion. Even if the promise of returning to the countryside with Lu Qingping falls through. 6th brother, it's not like we haven't gotten there yet. Han Mai squeezed out a smile on his face, then took a deep breath. I'll inquire how the elder is doing at present. Lu Gao's news all came from the outer sect and the handymen, in which it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Han Mai felt that he'd better go seek out Elder Su Liang to ask for clarification. This was the elder he was more familiar with. No matter what, we should do something. We can't watch the elder fall. We are all sword watchers. Hanmai returned to the quiet room, holding a small wooden box in his hands, and spoke in a low voice as he walked to the door of the sword pavilion. When he finished, he left with a big stride. Brother Han is the real sword watcher. Elder didn't look at the wrong person. Huang Lao Lu looked at his back and sighed softly in a low voice. With such adversity, he can still fight without losing his fighting spirit. Senior Brother Han. His heart is as firm as iron. Lu Gao clenched his fists, lowered his voice, and spoke in a low voice. End of chapter. Chapter 88. The first sword cultivator of the Western frontier. Residence by the water. The female cultivator, Jin Yuan, glanced at Han Mai, who was holding the wooden box in front of her, with a complicated expression. Sword Pavilion Elder out of Nineshan Mountain. Many rumors in the door. Most people felt that this time the Sword Pavilion Elder was afraid of falling. At this time, this Sword Pavilion sword viewer came to seek out his own master. What did he want to ask for? To leave Sword Court? Senior Han. Although my senior is an elder, he doesn't care about anything in the sect. She never asks about the placement of disciples in the sect. There was a hint of impatience and a faint boredom in Golden Edge's words. Since you've become a sword watcher, shouldn't you be guarding the sword pavilion at this time? At the slightest danger, they seek to avoid it. How can a practitioner have such a weak heart? I know. Han Mai, who was walking forward on one side, nodded his head, not caring about Jin Yuan's words. Seeing his expression, Golden Edge shook his head and did not speak again. In front of Elder Su Liang's wooden building, Jin Yuan reported, and then Han Mai walked in. You've come because of Senior Brother Gao's matter, right? Su Liang looked up at Han Mai, then asked softly. Han Mai nodded and said, Elder, I wonder what the situation is like at Deer Park Mountain now. There was a flash of a spiritual light in Su Liang's eyes as he looked at Han Mai and faintly said, My sword sect and the Tai Ling sword sect are still at loggerheads. The fact that they were still confronting each other meant that Mu Taiyang of the Tai Ling sword sect was fine, and the Sword Pavilion elders hadn't made a move yet. That's kind of good news. Han Mai lightly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Elder, if we were to give away that San Qin sword sect's Zhan sect sword artifact Broken Beam, I don't know if we might be able to put this matter to rest? Everyone else was looking forward to the Sword Pavilion elder beheading Mu Taiyang and raising the prestige of the sword sect. But Han Mai really didn't want the Sword Pavilion elder to make a move. A major event that involves the 9 schools of the western border and the 4 great sword sect. And you come to ask me about it? Elder Su Liang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Other than alchemy, I am not involved, nor am I capable of being involved. Even Elder Su Liang said that he was powerless to intervene, which was actually saying that there was almost no possibility of this matter changing. Elder Gao struck out with 100 breaths of the heaven realm, beheading Tai Ling sword sect's Taishang elder Mu Taiyang with a single sword. Then the Nineshan sword sect had one less elder who was comparable to the heaven realm, and the Tai Ling sword sect had one less Taishang who was a half-step of the heaven realm. The 2 clans had suffered a great loss of strength, and were still ranked 2 places behind the 4 great sword sects, which could put the other great clans at ease. But in this, the 5 veins of the Nineshan sword sect gathered together, it should be earned. Sending back the Broken Beam sword will break the face of the sword sect. I'm afraid that neither the Patriarch nor the 3 Supreme Elders have ever thought about it. Seeing Han Muoye's silence, Elder Su Liang looked at him and said, You came to Pong Shui residence just for this? Jin Yuan, who was on the side, looked at Han Mai. I guess after hearing that his own master, Elder Su Liang, was powerless to intervene. This senior Han asked the elder to help him leave the sword pavilion? I just don't know how he's going to say it. Sure enough, Han Mai held out the wooden box in his hand. Most of these wooden boxes are used to hold spirit stones. Disciple would like to ask Elder for one thing. Holding the wooden box, Han Mai spoke softly. Elder Su Liang looked at the wooden box and didn't say anything. Han Mai unveiled the wooden box, in which 20 radiant spirit stones. 20 top-grade spirit stones, that was most of his fortune. Jin Yuan looked at the wooden box held in Han Mai's hand in amazement. She hadn't expected that Han Mai's family was actually rich to such an extent. A sword pavilion sword watcher could have so many top-grade spirit stones? Su Liang also frowned slightly and was just about to open his mouth when Han Mai already bowed and said, Elder Jr. would like to ask Elder for the formula of the Peiyuan Rongling pill. Peiyuan Rongling pill, the best pill to raise the cultivation level of Peiyuan stage. Shouldn't you be begging the Elder to transfer out of the sword pavilion? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Jin Yuan's face. Just for this? Elder Su Liang pondered for a moment, then faintly asked.
Han må nog det.
Just for this? Elder Su Liang looked at Han Mai again with some surprise, nodded his head and whispered, Senior Brother Gao is not wrong. She stood up and walked to the wooden shelf behind her, looking for several kinds of spirit medicine, picking and choosing as she said, Last time, that girl Mu Wan said that you were very perceptive and gifted in the Dan Dao. I'll refine it twice for you to look at it, and then ask again if there is something you don't understand. Finding all of the spirit medicines, Elder Su Liang raised his hand, and a flurry of green and red flames rose up. Boom! Right at this moment, in the sky, a roar came from the sky, causing Elder Su Liang's face to change as he put away his flames. Han Mai turned his head to look beyond the wooden building. In the sky, a sword light rose up, then rushed towards the bottom of the Nine Xian Mountain. Above the dome of the sky, streams of light flashed as a thin curtain of light enveloped the entire Nine Xian Mountain. What's the matter? The Mountain Protection Array is up. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Elder Su Liang's brow furrowed, and just as she got up, an aura pierced directly into the wooden building and landed in front of her. Reaching out to hold that spiritual light, the expression on Elder Su Liang's face changed, eventually turning into solemnity. Putting the aura away, she looked toward Han Muoi and Jin Yuan. The Tai Ling sword sect's Qin Yuanhe intercepted and killed Chao Anshuan, the head of the Chao family of the alchemy family, 100 miles below the Jiuxian Mountain, and the Chao family's head's life is in danger, so I'm going to make a trip to the Chao family. Intercepting Chao and Chun, the head of the Chao family? The expression on Han Mai's face also changed. Only a moment ago, he had dealt with the Chao family head and his party. The Chao family is a weapon refining family, and nearly 30% of the sword weapons in the sword pavilion were sent by the Chao family. If something happened to the Chao family, it would greatly affect the Jiuxian sword sect. This time, the patriarch is going to make a real move. Elder Su Liang sighed softly as a spiritual light rose from his body. The patriarch himself paid a visit to the Tai Chi sword sect. Mu Taiyang, dead. Tai sword sect, the third of the 9 sects in the western frontier, the first of the 4 great sword sects, the supreme elder of the sect, Tu Sun Shi, was the #1 sword cultivator in the western frontier. Heavenly Realm Yuanying stage. The Jiuxian sword sect patriarch visited the Tai Yi sword sect. Is this to endorse the killing of Mu Taiyang? If Mu Taiyang dies, I'm afraid Elder Gao won't be able to come back either. This is a few Den formulas that I have collected in my Peng Shui residence. Take them and comprehend them. Ask Golden Edge if you don't understand. Spirit stones are not necessary. I'm not that bad. Elder Su Liang raised his hand and tossed a jade slip to Han Mai, then flew away in a green cloud of light. Jade slips, which store messages and can be probed with divine thoughts, are the most commonly used means of recording and storing messages in the cultivation world. Han Mai held the jade slip in his hand and sighed softly. Senior Brother Han, Jin Yuan looked at him with a complicated expression on his face and bowed his head. I'll refine a furnace of spirit melting pill for you. I can't come up with much of the spirit medicine needed for the spirit melting pill at the pond water residence. The spirit melting pill was precious. Not only was it difficult to refine, the spirit medicine required was also difficult to obtain. Jin Yuan was a little ashamed that he was the one who thought too much of this senior brother Han before. Han Mai shook his head and tucked the jade slip into his bosom before carefully putting away the elixir on the table. Fairy gold? I'll study it myself. How many spirit stones are needed for these 2 furnaces of spirit medicine? I'll leave them with shopkeeper Bai and have her come to the pond water residence to settle the bill. After saying that, Han Mai turned his head and left. The elixir for the 2 furnaces of Dan, which he himself refined with his sword chi, might be able to get several more of okay quality. Refine it for the golden edge, and when it's ruined, there's no place to cry for yourself. Looking at Han Mai's back as he left, Jin Yuan bit her lip and didn't say anything. Han Mai ran with great strides, and when he returned to the sword pavilion, Huang Laolu and Lu Gao were waiting at the door with anxious faces. Chaotic. This one is chaotic. Seeing Han Mai, Lu Gao greeted him and hurriedly spoke. The Tai Ling sword sect is blatantly provoking. This is truly forcing Elder Gao to die. Standing on the steps, Huang Laolio's face was gloomy as he said in a low voice. Just now, the inner door deacon came to tell me that Elder Gao had already reported before, and that when I had completed 10 years of being a sword watcher, I would be externally released as a deacon. Elder Gao, help me with my last concern. Thanks to my brothers for their support. I'm saving up my manuscripts and fully preparing for the shelves to explode. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Every Sword Pavilion sword viewer has a heavenly realm dream in his heart, right? The last time they ate together was the first time that Huang Laolu and the Sword Pavilion Elder were seated together. He thought that the Sword Pavilion Elder had come to send him off with half a jug of wine. Now that he thought about it, the Sword Pavilion Elder was eating a mundane meal once more after 30 years, probably because he himself wanted to taste it one last time. Brother Han, is there a way to save the Elder? Huang Laolu looked toward Han Mai and asked in a low voice. Han Muoi shook his head. The current him, although there were 8 sword intentions residing in his sea of consciousness, these 8 sword intentions could not help the Sword Pavilion Elder even if all of them inspired the 10,000 swords to return to the clan. That kind of strife between the big cultivators, as Su Liang Elder said, related to the Western frontier situation, not to mention his Han, my small sword viewer, is 3 or 2 Earth Realm Enlightenment God, and even Jedan Masters are powerless to participate in. This is a game between great powers. Betting is the chi. Guard the Sword Pavilion. Didn't you say, 6th brother, that this is the destiny of sword watchers? Han Mai bowed his head and walked toward the Sword Pavilion. Huang Laolu nodded, then said, Brother Han, you stay in the Sword Pavilion. I'll make a trip to the Chow family. With the Chow family's relationship with the Sword Pavilion, we should pay a visit. A faint sword chi surged from his body as he raised his hand. There was a soft thud in the Sword Pavilion, and the sword weapon that had been with him for 6.5 years fell into his hand. At this time, Huang Laolu, there is no more old age twilight, a stern, eyes flashing light. With the departure of the Sword Pavilion Elder, he acted with a lot more bearing. I'll accompany 6th brother. Han Mai turned around. If you go down the mountain to the Chow family now, you may encounter an ambush. Since the Tai Ling sword sect made their move, they might be crazy. Hee, Brother Han, you stay in the Sword Pavilion. You can't put eggs in one basket. Huang Laolu waved his hand and turned his head to glance at Lu Gao. Guard the door. Lu Gao let out a hefty laugh and reached out to tap the doorframe. Huang Laolu left with large strides, and Han Mai took a look at the mountain protection formation in the sky that was still flickering with spiritual light and walked into the Sword Pavilion. Going to the quiet room, he put away the spirit stones and put down the spirit pills, then meditated for a few moments and took out the jade slip that Elder Su Liang had given him. There was no time when he was more eager to raise his cultivation level than at this moment. The jade slip lightly touched his brow, and a message was probed by his divine mind. This jade sketch did not only contain the formula for the spirit melting pill, but also several other formulae for the cultivation of yuan, qi condensation, and even the foundation establishment stage. However, the most precious among them should be the formula for the spirit melting pill. The words in the Dan formula transformed into alchemy images that appeared in his mind, and Han Mai closed his eyes, constantly observing and comprehending them. Comprehend the method of refining the Peiyuan Rongling Dan. Other than this Dan formula, the other Dan formulas were only refined above Peiyuan, so Han Mai just memorized them and didn't spend any time figuring them out. The Dan formula was comprehended, and he directly took out the Dan furnace. His palm sword chi surged in, and the green light flashed. One after another, the spirit medicine was thrown into the furnace. The flames transformed by the sword chi wrapped the furnace, and Han Mai's strength was collected to the extreme. His aura cultivation catalyzed the Dan furnace, and his sword chi probed into it to harmonize and purify the elixir. A soft, vibrating sound came out from the Dan furnace. Half an hour later, Han Mai's palm lifted. The lid of the furnace flew up, and 3 spiritually flickering pills flew out. At the moment the pill flew out, the already cracked furnace popped into pieces. Sword chi alchemy was simply too damaging to the furnace. It was a good thing that the elixir was refined without wasting this furnace of rare elixir. Han Mai looked at the elixir in his palm, only to see that it was translucent and crystalline, clearly of extraordinary quality. Too superb, one fine, still not skilled enough. Shaking his head, he put away the elixir and gathered the rest of the elixirs. Su Jinlu should have a Dan furnace. When Huang Laolu comes back, he can go over there and ask for one himself. Huang Laolu hasn't returned yet, and at this time, there is no one in the Sword Pavilion, and he can't swallow the elixir. Collecting the remaining spirit pills and pondering for a moment, Han Mai walked out of the quiet room and looked toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. He walked slowly up the stairs, and when he reached the 2nd floor, he paused briefly and went straight up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, the windows were wide open and the light was translucent, a faint golden halo flickering in front of them. This was the protective formation of the sword pavilion, which had been turned on directly when the mountain protection formation was activated. Walking slowly to where the sword pavilion elder was sitting, after taking a deep breath, Han Mai gently sat down. The sword pavilion elder had said that if he couldn't come back, the seat would be Han Muyo's. Han Makino didn't sit here for this position. He was trying to see if the sword pavilion elder had left any wills and backhanders. If he expected that he wouldn't be able to return, Han Mai believed that the sword pavilion elders would leave something behind. His eyes fell on the long case in front of him, and Han Mai reached out to uncover the wooden box that the sword pavilion elder had entrusted to him to put the sword secrets in. 2 scrolls, 1 jade slip. Sure enough, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Picking up the jade brief and touching it to his brow, the white-bearded sword pavilion elder appeared in front of Han Mai, with a smile on his face and kind eyes. Knowing that you boys will read this jade slip, I wonder if I'm dead or alive at this time. In the middle of the screen, the sword pavilion elder's expression remained unchanged as he spoke softly. Every sword pavilion sword viewer has a heavenly realm dream in his heart, right? Seeing Huang Laolu the way he is now reminds me of myself back then. I'm not as blessed as he is. After 60 years of hard cultivation, I have condensed the sword of divine soul and possessed the power of the 100 breaths of heaven realm. Unfortunately, this sword of mine is destined to have no chance to be performed in front of the person who wants to show it. The sword pavilion elder in the picture didn't have that hegemony of flying 10,000 miles and crossing the sky with a sword. Instead, he had a lot more rambling. Oh, get down to business. You have to cultivate the sword nurturing skill. The only way to save your life is to cultivate the sword nurturing skill, so that you can protect your body with your sword bones after casting the divine soul imperial sword. I fixed it too late. I'm afraid it's not much use. From 200 years ago to a year ago, there were 3 elders in the sword pavilion who cultivated the sword nurturing technique, the sword condensing technique, and the sword soldiering technique. It's said that the 3 techniques can have unexpected changes when they are united. But you brat don't think too much. Those great clans in the western borderlands won't let you have the chance to cultivate the 3 secrets. 100 years ago, 2 sword pavilion elders who cultivated the sword nurturing skill and the sword condensation skill each fell. As a last resort, the old ancestor of the sword pavilion, Zhu Shen, came down from the mountain with half a volume of the sword of war technique, and with a single sword chopped off 3 Jet and 8th grade people and perished himself. That half volume of soldier sword technique is nowhere to be found. After that, the suppression of the various great sects against the 9 Xian sword sect was greatly reduced. You do understand the reason for this, don't you? Today's situation is so similar. In the jade slip, the sword pavilion elder analyzed the general situation very thoroughly. This made Han Mai's heart even more helpless. After a long time, he let out a low sigh and put the jade slip down, then reached out and took out a small bronze-colored sword. This was handed to him by the sword pavilion elder, the credentials of a formal disciple of the sword pavilion, and also the key to open the sword pavilion formation and the sword pavilion underneath, towards the 9 Xian sword seal town. This is also the credentials of one of His Excellency the Sword's elders. Putting back the jade slip, Han Mai reached out and spread out the half volume of soldier sword technique. He was familiar with the sword concentration technique and the sword nurturing technique, 3 techniques, only missing the soldier sword technique. However, the soldier sword technique had been mutilated, so the other half, according to the sword pavilion elder, must be in the hands of whichever of the 9 sects of the western frontier. Using a sword as a body and transforming your body into a soldier? End of chapter. Chapter 90. I'll guard this door. This half volume of soldier sword secrets recorded on the record is simple, refining a sword weapon at least spirit weapon level, and then all rely on this sword. Chi, blood, soul, and even spiritual chi are used to nourish this sword. This is considered a true human sword unification. The benefit is that you can quickly increase your cultivation and battle power. The bad thing is, the sword is in the man, the sword is out of the man. Only half a volume of sword secrets, the second half of how to command a spiritual weapon longsword does not exist. With such a sword skill, it would be difficult to roll out even if one wanted to deduce it later. Unless, of course, that half of the sword skill is taken back. This matter, I'm afraid, is not much easier than deducing a sword technique. Putting back the sword trick, Han Mai breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. The sword pavilion elder confided in the middle of the jade slip that once he fell and the sword pavilion shook, he would have to quickly travel to the place where the 9 Xian sword was suppressed. After communicating with the Jiuxian sword by virtue of the sword raising skill, with the power of the sword pavilion formation to protect his body, He could borrow the power of the Joshin sword when he was inside or outside of the sword pavilion for 100 feet. Only in this way can you ensure your own safety. Even the Joshin mountain was not a good place. To be able to be one of the 9 great sects of the western frontier, how could it be a good place? Turning his head to look at the 3 sword weapons on the wooden rack, a glimmer of light flashed in Han Mai's eyes. There is no Xian Yang sword in the world. That's what the sword pavilion elder said. What it meant, Han Mai hadn't figured out yet. The broken beam of the sword weapon was the reason for the Tai Ling sword sect's siege of Fire Vein elder Su Yuan this time. Han Mai wanted to send this sword in exchange for the return of the sword pavilion elder. But it's impossible. No one will say yes. That somewhat bizarre sword weapon the sword pavilion elder had delivered. If he doesn't come back, he'll send the sword weapon back to the first floor of the sword pavilion. The demon chi, blood, and souls tainted in this sword could appease the great demons suppressed by the 9 Xian sword. When will Han my divine soul condense out the sword to have the qualification to not be harmed by that great demon? Looking at the 3 sword weapons, Han Mai reached out and probed the hilt of the linked sheath longsword. Why did the sword pavilion elder say that there is no Xian Yang sword in the world? The sword pavilion is an important place. No disciple who is not a sword leader is allowed to enter. Downstairs, Rugo's voice came from the doorway of the sword pavilion. Someone's coming? Han Mai withdrew his hand, straightened his clothes, and walked down to the 3rd floor. This senior brother, we are precisely here to receive our swords. At the doorway of the sword pavilion, a voice rang out, a little hoarse, and to Han Mai's ears, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Outer sect clothing, why haven't I seen it before? Lu Gao's voice raised a few points as he droned. Don't be someone from the outer sect pretending to be you? Outer sect? Impersonation. Han Mai froze, and suddenly his face changed dramatically. Qin Yuanhe. That hoarse voice was Qin Yuanhe. Qin Yuanhe of the Tai Ling sword sect. The trick is so smart, so dig in. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, a cold voice rang out. Brother Lu, be careful. Han Mai rushed toward the stairs with an arrow step. When he rushed to the 1st floor and dodged and stepped out of the sword pavilion, the scene in front of him caused his sword chi to instantly mess up. In front of the stone steps in front of the door of the sword pavilion, Lu Gao's face was full of blood, only empty at the eyes, and his hands were tightly grasping the door frame. In front of the stone steps, 2 people in green robes were side by side, and one of them had a hand with blood-stained fingertips. Brother Han, quickly go. This door, I'll guard it. Lu Gao gritted his teeth and roared low, his arms flailing about. Where his eyes were, blood was pouring out. Han Mai only felt like his body's chi and blood were about to explode as he reached out to hold onto Lu Gao's arm and gripped it tightly. Big brother Lu, I'm here. Lu Gao grinned, trying to break free from his grip. Brother Han, I'll guard it. Han Mai turned his head, gritted his teeth, and looked at the 2 men at the bottom of the stone steps. Qin Yuanhe, you are seeking death. On his body, sword chi and sword intent were intertwined. Behind them, the flashing golden light on the sword pavilion began to vibrate. Recognize? Senior brother Qin, you really do have a lot of acquaintances in the 9 Xian sword sect. Isn't Zhou Yan the one that senior brother Go killed last time? This one, why don't you do it yourself? The green-robed man whose hands were stained with blood raised his eyes to look at Han Mai and laughed out coldly. On his side, Qin Yuanhe, who was also wearing the robes of an outer disciple of the 9 Xian sword sect and carrying a long cloth bag on his back, changed color as he stared at Han Mai and said in a low voice, It's you. Boom. A roaring sound came from the location of the top of the 9 Xian mountain. Then a halo of light rose. The dense golden halo outside the sword pavilion vibrated and seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. Don't dawdle. The dead warriors over there have already impacted the spiritual land, leaving us little time. The green-robed man on Qin Yuanhe's side droned lowly. Hearing his words, Qin Yuanhe's figure moved and turned around. Instead of charging into the sword pavilion, he turned and ran. The green-robed man's face changed, and just as he was about to yell and curse, his eyes glanced at Han Mai in front of the sword pavilion's door and raised his hand. Stab! A sword light flew out, transforming into a mournful string moon. Flying sword, spirit weapon, sword intent. How could there be such a person in the sword pavilion? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Didn't Brother Go say that all the hindrances have been transferred? In the sword pavilion, How could there be a strong person who condensed sword intent and commanded a spirit weapon flying sword? It was the last thing on his mind. The light of the sword cut through the neck, bringing up a spray of hot blood. Han Muyo will kill anyone who dares to hurt Lu Gao. Qin Yuanhe, who had run 10 feet away, stopped in his tracks. A small, foot-long sword hung silently in front of him. What a surprise! You're in this sword pavilion. It's so humanly possible. Qin Yuanhe reached out, gripping the cloth bag behind his back, then slowly drew it out. It was a miserable white long sword. White bone for the handle, white bone for the blade. Qin Yuanhe's figure disappeared into thin air. Miserable white sword light appeared from Han Mai's left side. Stab! The string moon's small sword blocked the miserable white blade. Then with a shock, it retreated back sharply. Holding the white bone sword, Qin Yuanhe appeared under the 9 stone steps, his long sword pointing forward. That's awesome. You can even figure out where my sword will land in this sword of extinction. Otherwise, you would have already died under this fox bone sword of mine just now. Qin Yuanhe looked at Han Mai, his gaze falling on the stringed moon. The moonflower sword sex sword art? Who the hell are you? Han Mai didn't answer his words, but instead looked at the sword weapon in Qin Yuanhe's hand. A mid-grade spirit weapon? A sword that shook back his spirit weapon small sword and dispersed one of his sword intent was at least a mid-grade spirit weapon. A spirit weapon? You could say that. Qin Yuanhe let out a laugh and his figure rose again. His figure flickered away like a clear wind, and when he reappeared, he was already a step away from Han Mai's side. A sadness emanated from the body of the white bone sword's blade, almost instantly freezing Han Mai's divine soul and causing his entire body to almost completely stiffen. This was divine soul suppression from a powerful spirit weapon. Tragic white sword light, stabbing at Han Mai's chest. This sword weapon, strong to the extreme. Looking at the approaching longsword, Han Mai slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Han Muyo bounding to his death, Qin Yuanhe revealed joy on his face, his bone sword 1 point faster. The last time Han Mai was so powerful in controlling 3 sword intentions in one body that it sent chills down his spine, and he didn't even dare to snatch back his accompanying sword when it was taken from him. This time, it's different. The sword blade advanced and was already approaching 3 inches in front of Han Mai's chest. Right at this moment, Han Mai's eyes suddenly opened and he whispered under his breath, "Clear kill." Without waiting for Qin Yuanhe to understand what it meant, he felt a pain on his left side under his ribs as a sword intent exploded between his chest and abdomen, shattering his sea of qi and dantian, and his arm that was originally holding the sword instantly lost its strength. The aura on his body dissipated abruptly, and his body went limp, falling down in front of the stone steps. In Han Mai's left hand, blood dripped from the blade of his short sword. Left hand, bucking the trend down the string. In the distance, a figure darted in. Golden light flashed on the sword pavilion. Recommended the same period of metaphysical a good book. The opening a few chapters when I was very optimistic and really with me on the 3 rivers. Who says sleeping is not a practice? End of chapter. Chapter 91 Heaven Realm Great Demon. Brother Lu, don't worry, it's fine. Han Makino reached out and held Lugo's arm that was gripping the doorframe tightly as he spoke softly. Guarded. Lugo cracked his mouth open, blood still running down his face. Guarded.
Han Mai nodded.
Lugo's body went limp and he directly fainted. Han Mai wrapped his arms around his torso and turned his head to look at those people of the sword sect standing in front of the stone steps. He was injured for the Sword Guardian Pavilion, and I hope the clan will do its best to save him. Hearing his words, a green-robed old man standing at the bottom of the stone steps nodded and waved his hand. You guys send him to the Dan Hall and heal him properly. The 2 inner disciples stepped forward and caught Lu Gao, sending him towards the Dan Hall. Han Mai looked at it with a complicated expression, and a look of self-reproach flashed across his face. If he had guarded the entrance to the sword pavilion just now, he would not have let Lu Gao lose his eyes. My generation of cultivators should have seen through life and death a long time ago, so there's no need to be sad. The sect has been struck by this great calamity. The disciples in the sect should all strive to be the first to contribute to the sect's rise to greatness. The green-robed old man glanced at Han Mai, then turned his head to his side. A few inner disciples who were inspecting Qin Yuanhe and the other man walked up and whispered a few words. The old man's eyes flashed with essence. Waving his hand, 2 disciples carried away Qin Yuanhe, who was not out of breath, and then someone else wrapped the other person, who had already lost his life, in black cloth and carried him away. Senior Nephew Han. These two are both Tai Ling Sword Sect Earth Realm experts. The green-robed old man looked at Han Mai and said softly, "Did you make the move? Land boundary. One dead and one wounded. Both wounds are dry and harsh." With such an injury, even as an Earth Realm, the old man did not dare to say that he could do it. Without speaking, Han Mai reached out and took out a small bronze sword, gently inserting it into his hair. The green-robed old man froze, his gaze fixed for a moment. Then he looked up at the golden-lighted sword pavilion and nodded. A formal disciple of the sword pavilion, borrowing the power of the sword pavilion formation. Within 100 feet of the sword pavilion, even a Jedan can resist. It seems that the High Elder of the sword pavilion had arranged everything before his departure. Old Mi Pao Su, one of the deacon elders in charge of the defense of Nine Shen Mountain. In the future, if there's anything on the side of Master Nephew's sword pavilion, you can directly mobilize the Guardian Hall disciples. The old man arched his hand toward Han Muoyi and raised his hand to take the bone sword that had fallen from the ground into his palm. He took a closer look and his brow furrowed. This sword is built in a strange way, and there is no special power in the sword. It seems to be only winning in hardness. With that, he cupped the long sword and handed it over to Han Mai. Senior Nephew Han can first put this sword into the sword pavilion, and when this sword identifies its grade, then he will issue the imperial reward for his senior nephew. Han Mai defeated a strong member of the Tai Ling Sword Sect outside of the sword pavilion and obtained a long sword, which was considered his seizure, and the sword pavilion received it in exchange for a corresponding merit reward. Reward for meritorious service. This is a swordsman rule. Han Mai accepted the bone sword with both hands and nodded. "Please ask Elder Pao to take more care of Big Brother Lu's injuries." Pao Su nodded, glanced at the sword pavilion behind Han Mai, and turned to lead the disciples away. On the dome of the sky, the Golden Mountain Protection Formation light curtain slowly dissolved. The sword light at the top of Nine Shen Mountain had also long since disappeared. Holding the white bone longsword, Han Mai's gaze fell on it. The greenish-white and gray sword was covered in faint lines. This was not a seal-engraved spirit pattern, but a demonic pattern that came with the bone sword. It was a sword weapon made from a demonic beast bone. Among the swords hidden in the sword pavilion, there were quite a few non-golden and non-iron sword weapons, including several made of bamboo and wood. There were a few of these bone swords, too. As Pao Su had said, there was nothing special about the long sword in his hand. However, this sword had just chopped back Han Mai's imperial flying sword with a single stroke, dispersing one of his sword intent. This sword definitely has its own extraordinary features. The palm of his hand moved lightly to grip the hilt of his sword. A faint sword chi entered his body. The sword aura wasn't dense, and it wasn't at all what a spiritual artifact-level longsword should be. Images came to mind. An old man in a white robe kept grinding a piece of the morose white bone and reciting words under his breath. The longsword was made and someone placed the weapon in a deep, secluded cave. When Qin Yuanhe obtained the longsword, he was just wrapping it carefully, and there was no picture of him wielding this sword in an exercise. From the means of making the sword to the longsword being handed over to Qin Yuanhe, the images were all flat and uneventful. Could it be that, as Pao Su had said, this sword really had no other special features besides being hard? Holding the white bone longsword, Han Mai turned his head and walked into the sword pavilion. While walking towards the wooden rack where the sword weapons were placed, in his palm, he infused his sword chi into the sword. Together, 10 ways, 100 ways, 1,000 ways.
Mundo.
A hint of a different color appeared on Han Mai's face. 10,000 sword chi entered the sword body, in which there was not even the slightest change. This sword, by no means unusual. The name of the sword is Foxbone. Could it be made from the demonic bones of a certain great fox demon? The Foxes, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. That demonic sword weapon on the 3rd floor had killed a white fox. Han Mai was shaken and stood still. Luo Tian's saber, which had decapitated a white fox. His gaze fell hard on the white bone longsword in his hand. By which sect was the sword pavilion elder transferred out of the sword pavilion? Why was the Chao family attacked? It was an act of certain death for a dead man to storm a spirit land. Why did Qin Yuanhe and his companions come to the sword pavilion? Why didn't Qin Yuanhe refine and rehearse this sword when he got it? Han Mai tried to draw back the sword chi that had been infused into the sword, but found it empty. Sword chi disappeared. Han Mai held the hilt of his sword in his hand and only felt chills running through his body. It's all a reckoning.
The Tai Ling sword sect had set this up at the cost of a Taishang, several Earth Realm powerhouses, and countless lower-ranked disciples. The Sanshin Sword School is the bureau. Qin Yuanhe is the bureau. The end of this bureau is the sword court. The great demons suppressed under the sword pavilion. The Tai Ling sword sect wanted to pull the rug out from under them, releasing the great demon and destroying the Jiuxian sword sect in one fell swoop. What are you thinking about, young Lang? A warm and gentle voice sounded behind Han Muoyi. Han Mai slowly turned around and looked at the white-clothed female cultivator leaning against a wooden frame. This female cultivator he recognized. The first night he came to the sword pavilion, they almost double-crossed each other. The green silk is like a waterfall, and the almond eyes are full of spring. Lang Jun, so look at the slave. Why, this sword pavilion in the lone man and woman, is it you? Female cultivator laughed softly. The body shape in the original place dispersed. Appearing again, he was already behind Han Muoyi, coming up to his ear and gently blowing a breath. The breath is warm, but it sent icy chills through Han Makino's body. How this female cultivator disappeared in front of him, he could not perceive in the slightest. Even if he had empty sword intent, he didn't know where to inspire it. Heaven Realm Great Demon, the great demon that was suppressed under the sword pavilion. This one, it's not for him to deal with. With a movement of his body, Han Mai rushed toward the outside of the sword pavilion. Only when he moved his feet, his body was suddenly fixed. His body not waiting to move an inch. It was a suppression from the mind to the body. The power of the heavenly realm? A small white hand pressed against Han Makino's shoulder. Little Lang, you've ruffled someone's feathers and this is how you want to leave? The female cultivator raised her hand and passed it through Han Mai's armpit, holding the white-boned sword weapon he was holding in his hand. If it wasn't for you, Lang Jun, making a move, how could I have gotten back the tailbone I chopped off back then? The female cultivator's figure appeared in front of Han Mai, and the white-bone long sword held in her hand slowly softened and transformed into a section of snow-white fox tail. Holding the fox tail in her hand, a trace of remembrance flashed across the female cultivator's face, and in her eyes, a hint of madness and hatred was revealed. Oh, the 9 tails is a misnomer, and the red face is a scourge. I cut off my tail and vein for you, shedding my demonic roots to become a human. But you used the Zhou Xian sword to suppress me for eternity. Yeah, well, I'd better be a demon then. You want peace in this world. I will not give it. In the female cultivator's hand, the foxtail re-transformed into a white-boned sword weapon, which then condensed into a small 3-inch sword, as crystalline as jade. In the midst of her eyes, green light flickered as she took a step forward, meeting Han Mai face to face, only a few inches apart, her 4 eyes facing each other. Little Lang, am I beautiful? End of chapter. Chapter 92. Taking a heaven realm great demon divine soul, condensing it into a divine soul sword. I don't want to die. Strangely enough, Han Mai looked at that stunning face, but this was the thought that came to his mind. His figure was fixed in place, unable to move an inch, and his entire heart and mind seemed to crack open. One, bound by a strange force, had to stare into the eyes of the female cultivator. The other, hovering in his mind, was doing his best to mobilize the sword chi and sword intent in his sea of chi and dantian, wanting to fight to the death. Han Muoyi didn't say anything, and the smile on that female cultivator's face grew even wider. No wonder it's the person chosen by the 9 Shen swords. It's really something, at least this determination. Not many people in the sword pavilion can do it. The female cultivator raised her hand, her small, gentle hand climbing onto Han Mai's shoulder, following his cheek, stroking the top of his head, and then gently clasping the small bronze sword he had inserted in his hair. Buzz! That small sword shook and shook the female cultivator's palm away. For the first time, amazement permeated the female cultivator's face. Turning, she laughed softly. Good. Good, you're not controlled by me, I can control him. As the words fell, the small, crystalline 3-inch sword in her hand lifted up and stabbed straight into Han Mai's brow. The sword light transformed into a cocoon of light that wrapped Han Mai, and the female cultivator's body dissipated. Submission. A thought of wanting to bow down and kneel flooded Han Mai's heart. This female cultivator was absolutely beautiful, and she should be guarded by herself for the rest of her life. This thought, instantly taking root, grew into a huge tree in the bottom of his heart. Yell, still cultivating the sword bone. Ah, just in time. This demon bone of mine is compatible with the method of sword bone condensation. It's cheap for you.
The female cultivator's gentle voice sounded in Han Mai's mind. Then he only felt a tingling pain that was like the bone marrow of his body was going to be drawn out. His heart and mind were shaken, his legs and feet were weak, and he wanted to fall to his knees. All of this was feedback from the mind in that body. But his other mind at that moment was awake and watching, waiting. A greenish-white aura infused his body, adding a layer of spiritual light to his bones that were originally glowing with a hint of jade color. Spiritual light gathered and surged, and at his back, a section of his spine was transformed into the form of a blinding white jade. The female cultivator's figure appeared in his mind. Submit to me and go take out the 9 Xian sword that suppresses my main body. In her mind, the female cultivator's voice was endlessly seductive. Han Magne's divine soul seemed to be about to unconditionally give in and agree. It's now. His watching divine soul fell straight down. The originally motionless Han Mai's body shook. His sea of qi, and all the sword qi and sword intent in his dantian exploded. Buzz! In this instant, around him, the sword qi condensed into a jade of light and shadow, using the sword intent as a screen, rejecting all divine soul aura perceptions. Within his mind, the female cultivator figure stared wide-eyed. You cut off my senses from my essence? With your cultivation, how many breaths can you suppress me? The female cultivator revealed a playful look on her face and raised her hand, pointing to the nothingness in front of her. With this fragile divine soul of yours, do you want to directly fall and become a living dead man? Originally, there were 8 sword intentions in Han Mai's Qi Sea. There were still nearly 10,000 condensed sword Qi in the Sea of Qi. Just now, at the entrance of the sword pavilion, he beheaded that Tai Ling sword sect's Earth realm, consuming a sword intent. In the battle with Qin Yuanhe, 2 sword intentions were consumed. At this moment, the 5 remaining sword intent and tens of thousands of scattered sword Qi on his body all exploded at once. His divine soul couldn't even catalyze such a powerful force. Just as a sword viewer who cultivated the condensing sword skill could only catalyze the power of the heavenly realm for 100 breaths, Han Mai could catalyze these sword qi and sword intent for no more than 10 breaths at this time. After 10 breaths, his divine soul collapsed, and even if he didn't die, his divine soul would turn into nothingness, becoming a living dead man with a body but no soul. Good. When your divine soul dissipates, I will take over this body and refine it into an avatar. At that time, the main body will be hidden, the incarnation will control the 9 Xian sword, and be a supreme sword immortal. Interesting. The female cultivator's eyes flashed with essence. Han Muoi didn't bother with her. There's no time. 10 breaths, 2 breaths have passed. Concentrate on God as a sword. With God, imperial sword. A low voice resounded in Han Muno's mind. The female cultivator's face changed sharply. You want the divine soul to condense the sword? Cultivate the sword condensation technique. With this weak divine soul of yours, you can still condense a sword? I'm afraid that before the sword is condensed, your divine soul will collapse. For the first time, Han Mai gave the female cultivator a response. It's not my divine soul condensation sword. It's yours, senior. As the words fell, an endless sword light lit up in Han Mai's mind. The female cultivator's figure tried to retreat, but she was surrounded by the sword light. Then a stranglehold turned her into pieces. This was within Han Mai's body. This was within the divine collection where his divine soul resided. Everything here, he said. It wasn't true that the female cultivator was a heaven realm great demon divine soul. But it was only a divine soul that was separated. Her main body and the Jiuxian sword suppressed it. If Han Mai hadn't taken that bone sword to the sword pavilion, this female cultivator's divine soul power wouldn't necessarily have been able to be inspired. Just now, Han Mai exploded all of his own sword intent, instantly transforming it into a barrier that, within 10 breaths, severed the connection between himself and the outside world. This also simultaneously severed the connection between the great demon's divine soul bilocation in the divine deposit and the main body. In the divine collection, sword light rose. All the fragments condensed into a small, clear sword. The sword was 3 inches long, haloed with light and gently spinning. Sword of the Spirit.
Han Makino whispered softly.
The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Condensing the sword with the divine soul. The small sword in his divine stash had already condensed into a solid body. Han Mai's own divine soul cultivation. To condense such a divine soul sword, it would take an aeon. However, The split soul of a heaven realm great demon was much thicker than his divine soul condensation of one armor. Sword condensation technique. Using a heaven realm great demon divine soul, condensing the divine soul into a sword. With this sword, one can fight against the heavenly realm within 100 breaths. Buzz! The sword chi barrier around Han Muoyi began to return and dissipate. He shook his body and collected the scattered sword chi towards his body. By the time all the sword chi landed in the Dantian and Chi Sea, there were already only 2 sword intent left and less than 3,000 sword chi. In his sea of chi, the fire-based sword intent of Old Man Taoran that he had obtained from the purple flame sword vibrated, and another sword intent that was like a clear wind swirled along with it. A body of sword intent lost most of it. Worth it. A smile appeared on Han Mai's face, although he was now weak and pale due to his divine soul shock and sword intent depletion. If I can exchange it for the sword in the divine collection, even if my sword intent is consumed, it's worth it. A crystalline divine light emanated from Han Mai's eyes as the power of the divine soul sword in the divine collection infiltrated him, causing his divine soul to improve rapidly. What a mean little guy! On the first floor of the sword pavilion, a voice floated. Han Mai snorted coldly, and the divine soul sword in the divine collection gently vibrated. Buzz! Throughout the sword pavilion, countless sword weapons responded. The great demon's voice, if there was one, gave a lurch and dissipated into thin air. At this time, Han Mai was no longer afraid of the great demon that had been suppressed by the 9 Xian sword. Brother Han! Outside the door of the sword pavilion, Huang Laoyu's anxious voice rang out. Han Mai turned around and walked over. Huang Laolu scampered into the sword pavilion in 2 steps, reached out and grabbed Han Mai's arm, looking up and down and back and forth, seeing that he was only pale and there was nothing going on with his body, before he let out a sigh of relief. I heard about the attack on the sword pavilion when I arrived at the mountain gate, and that someone was injured. Han Mai nodded and whispered, Brother Lu, hurt both eyes. Huang Laoyu's hand trembled. My sword pavilion raised him. Huang Lao Lu spoke in a deep voice. Even if Lu Gao had no eyes and couldn't do anything else in the middle of the sword sect, the sword pavilion could support him. Han Mai's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion and he nodded gently, then whispered, What's the situation with the Chao family? The Chao family carried a lot of weight to the sword sect. Hearing Han Mai ask, Huang Laoyu's face looked a bit gloomy. The head of the Chao family was seriously injured and broke an arm. I don't know when he'll wake up. Elder Su Liang said that even if he wakes up, I'm afraid that his skill in refining weapons will be ruined. I'm afraid that with a broken arm, no more than 30% of a refiner's skill is left. Also, the first grandson of the Chao family was taken captive by people from the Tai Ling sword sect. That's the trouble. Han Mai also had a gloomy face. The first grandson of the Chao family was in the hands of someone from the Tai Ling sword sect, and the Jiuxian sword sect threw in the towel. The Chao family, too, is held back, and will always be a hidden danger in the future. Hey, my Jiuxian sword sect is the 3rd of the 4 great sword sects and one of the 9 sects of the western frontier. How could it be like a sieve? Huang Laolu shook his head, his face complex. As a disciple of the 9 Xian sword sect, he had enjoyed the supremacy of a disciple of a large sect. But at this moment, it was as if the tiger skin of the 9 Xian sword sect had been torn open all at once, revealing a body full of holes. This was hard to accept in Huang Laoyu's mind. A hint of coldness came out of Han Mai's eyes as he whispered, 6th brother, I'm going out. Without this sword, how could Han Mai be qualified to participate in the great events of the clan? Without this sword, how can we save the sword pavilion elder? This sword would change the pattern of the Western Frontier Great Sect. It goes up tomorrow at noon, exploding 10 times to start. 1 chapter will be posted as usual tonight, and new chapters will be posted all at once at noontime in the future to avoid having to stay up late to catch up on your reading. End of chapter. Chapter 93. I'll bring the elder back. Hearing him say go out, Huang Laolu froze. Han Magne left straight away, running at a great pace. Behind him, a blood-colored iron ox silhouette emerged. These iron ox silhouettes solidified, almost turning into entities. This was the enchantment of the power of the great demon's demonic bone, and it was considered a windfall for Han Mai. Walking at a fast pace, Han Mai was already standing outside the workshop not far from the Dan Hall when he stopped. He was covered in chi and blood rushing to the sky, with a cold and stern look, plus white inner door clothes, so that people did not dare to get close to him. Walking outside the Suzhen building, The oppressive aura of Han Mai's body had already caused the people at the entrance to subconsciously back away. Han Makino was standing right outside the Sujin building. The people picking various pills and elixirs and spiritual materials in the Sujin building quietly stepped out and dispersed in all directions. Senior Han. Bai Sujin walked out of the store and froze slightly when she saw Han Mai. Looking up at the expression on Han Mai's face, Bai Sujin was shaken. Bai Sujin, I want you to give me an answer.
Han Mai språk feintlu.
For some reason, when she heard Han Mai's words, Bai Sujin only felt her body go cold, as if an icy coldness was pressing toward her. Sword chi, or sword intent? Isn't this Senior Han a sword watcher in the sword pavilion? How can he cultivate sword chi? Turning her head to look around, Bai Sujin lowered her voice and said, Senior Brother Han, you might have misunderstood something. Let's go into the store and talk. Seeing that Han Mai didn't answer, Bai Sujin said softly, Senior Brother Han, there are some things that it's better for outsiders not to know. With that, she turned and walked into the store. Han Makino walked into the store with a sullen face and stepped onto the second floor with her. Senior Brother Han, do you think I was the one who provided those dead soldiers with pills? Bai Sujin turned back to Han Mai.
Hen Mui lukta here.
Bai Sujin shook her head and sighed softly. Senior Brother Han, that extreme Dan business can make me a fortune. So why would I risk an overwhelming amount of danger to do something that jeopardizes the 9 Xian sword sect? It wouldn't do me the slightest bit of good. Han Makino still looked at her fixedly. Bai Sujin grimaced bitterly and spread her hands. Senior Brother Han, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. If you really don't believe me, I'm at your mercy. With that, she closed her eyes and raised her head, exposing her snow-white neck. Han Mai's eyes narrowed as he pondered for a moment and said indifferently, Today, there are Earth Realm powerhouses who wish to break into the Sword Pavilion. Land boundary. Bai Sujin shuddered and stared wide-eyed. How dare they? When the words came to this point, astonishment suddenly penetrated her eyes and she whispered, No wonder Patriarch Jin he went to the Tai Sword sect. So, it's for the great demon suppressed in the Sword Pavilion
Taihi Sword Sect.
The head of the 4 great sword sect. Bai Sujin unexpectedly knew about the Sword Pavilion's suppression of the great demon, and said that this matter was related to the Patriarch's departure. Han Mai's brows furrowed as he stared at Bai Sujin. You're saying that all of this was done on purpose by the Patriarch? The Sword Pavilion elders were 10,000 miles away at Deer Park Mountain to save the day. The 3 Taishangs are thousands of miles away to meet the town. Patriarch visited the Tai Chi sword sect. The entire Jiuxian mountain was at its emptiest. If the great demon was released at this time, was everything a coincidence? Impossible. There are countless disciples on Jiuxian mountain. How could the Patriarch allow a great demon to come out? Han Mai shook his head. He, a great demon wreaking havoc? Bai Sujin let out a light laugh, her face calm. At this time, the Tai sword sect's supreme elder, the Western frontier's first swordsman, might have already arrived tens of thousands of miles away. The first swordsman of the Western frontier, Tu Sun Shi, the supreme elder of the Tai sword sect. If this person made a move, he might actually be able to kill a heaven realm great demon. After all, that great demon had been suppressed for 10,000 years, and was definitely extremely weak. There's no reason for the Patriarch to do this, is there? There was less certainty and more hesitation in Han Mai's voice. The Sword Pavilion elder fell. The gate of Mount Jiuxian was broken by a great demon. Countless disciples died. And the Patriarch of the Jiuxian sword sect personally sacrificed the Jiuxian sword that subdues the demon. Is that excessive? Bai Sujin spoke softly, looking toward Han Mai. The 5 veins are gathered together, and Patriarch Jin Zhe, who is known as Jin Li Feng Shui, is personally in charge of the 9 Xian sword. With this kind of might, I'm afraid that in the entire Western frontier, only 3 sects can suppress it. 3 families, 3 heavenly realms. All calculations in order to sacrifice the 9 Xian sword. Just for the sake of this sword weapon that can cut down the heaven realm, you can let Jiuxian Mountain bleed to death? Han Mai's eyes narrowed gently. Break off your love and embark on the path of immortality. In the eyes of those great cultivators, besides their own strength and cultivation, what else could not be sacrificed? Perhaps only such an explanation could explain why the Jiuxian sword sect, one of the 3 of the 4 great sword sects, was rising up in all directions like a sieve today. Some people are scheming, some people are going along for the ride, and some people are pushing the envelope. All the calculations are for the sake of the Western frontier's greatness. Those who sacrificed among them, disciples or elders, are not worth mentioning.
Senior Brother Han. How many of those powerful people in the cultivation world who have lived for countless years are not cold-blooded? Bai Sujin looked at Han Mai's eyes, just like Senior Brother Han. One day when you want to kill me for real, will you hesitate? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Kill Pak Suyong? Han Makino bowed his head and didn't answer. Who knows what goes on in the world of cultivation? Seeing Han Mai's expression, Bai Sujan let out a laugh and took a step forward. Senior Brother Han, if you and I are enemies in the future, I will let you off the hook. Han Muoi raised his eyes to look at her. Bai Sujan's eyes were penetrating. I'm going to Deer Park Mountain, so you might help me?
Han Mui suddenly spoke again.
His words stunned Bai Sujin. I want to rush to Deer Park Mountain before Elder Gao can get his sword out. Can you do that?
Han Mui spoke again.
Bai Sujin looked up at Han Mai. Han Mai raised his hand and an elixir appeared in his palm. Crystalline and round. Spirit melting pill. Excellent. You should know that even if you send the San Chin Sword Sex Broken Beam Sword, this battle cannot be avoided. You can't stop it. Bai Sujin's face showed a struggling color as she looked at the elixir, then whispered, the elixir is a good elixir, but if I send you to Deer Park Mountain, will you be able to come back alive to make the elixir? In this world, who else can save the Sword Pavilion Elder? At least in the Western frontier, there won't be anyone else to save, right? Even if Han Mai had more secrets on his body and more means in his hands, would it be useful in front of that kind of great cultivator? Looking at Han Mai's face again, Bai Sujin felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart. In this world, I'm afraid that the one who is willing to go to Deer Park Mountain in person and wants to save the Sword Pavilion Elder is really the only one in front of me. The entire Western frontier was waiting for the Sword Pavilion Elder to strike his sword. Don't worry, I'll come back alive. Han Mai's voice had a firmness in it that one couldn't refuse. Bai Sujin nodded, took a light breath, and whispered, half an hour later, I'll be waiting for you outside the gate of Nine Shin Mountain. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Mai's face as he placed the elixir in his hand on the table and softly said, 50-50. When he finished, he turned around, striding away. Bai Sujin stood there, holding the elixir in her palm, biting her lip, and didn't open her mouth. It took less than a quarter of an hour for Han Mai to return to the Sword Pavilion. Huang Lao Lu, who had been waiting at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, was busy welcoming him. Han Mai walked up and patted Huang Laoyu's shoulder with a smile. This made Huang Laolu puzzled for a while. He walked into the quiet room, put away the white tiger scroll on the wall, and put the violet flame green underworld sword behind his back. Then he straightened his clothes and walked out. When he reached the wooden frame of the Sword Pavilion, he was shaken, and a blast of sword chi emanated and crashed into his body. The sword intent hidden in the sword artifacts on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion was directly withdrawn by him in 3 ways. After collecting his sword intent, he walked out of the Sword Pavilion in large strides. When he reached the door, Huang Laoyu's face changed when he saw that he was carrying 2 swords. 6th brother, the Sword Pavilion is yours. Han Mai walked out of the Sword Pavilion in large strides and walked down the stone steps. Where are you going? Huang Laolu hurriedly caught up. I'll go bring the elders back. Without turning his head, Han Mai spoke in a loud voice. P.S. Welcome to the book group to discuss the plot 715544437. Guys, it goes up tomorrow at 12 o'clock. First order, please. End of chapter. Chapter 94 Testimonials on the Shelf. Book Club 715544437. Brothers, this book will be shelved tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. As you think, first directly explode 10 times, in order to show sincerity. Thanks to the brothers who have been reading the book. It is you who have made the book Sword Pavilion View Sword all the way up in popularity. Rush to the 3 rivers, reach the starting point of a dragon recommendation. First booking, do not need to ask, all the way to support the brothers as long as there are all will give. All I can do is frame the plot behind it, write the story, and pop it when I can. After the shelves, every day guaranteed 3 more. There is a surplus of stock of manuscripts on 4 more 5 more unlimited. Punch a first order and bash a bonus rule first. First booking over 3,000, plus 1 more chapter for every 100 increase. Rewards total to allies plus 2 more chapters. Silver Bud, 20 chapters to hit the bottom. If there is a Gold Master Big Brother Bold, first add the group to communicate real money, we all have to be cautious. 500 monthly votes plus 1 more chapter. If you can't explode on 1 day of the extra shift, you'll flush it on the next few days.
After it hits the shelves, 3 new chapters a day timed at 12 o'clock noon. I don't bull too much here, so I might as well go yard more. Nor in the testimonials to pull thanks to whoever, right, they do not necessarily see, rather than more practical in the future. A couple of offerings from brothers who write books together and are short on books to check out. Zhao Shanghan, the strongest pit bull in the starry sky. A certain 2-dog. Are you crazy? You call this a trainee lawyer? Timmy Mirror. Don't come over, demon girl. Snowy champagne comedy, I'm serious. The pen that couldn't fly, my martial arts global pop. Wu Jianxian, the irregular musician. 10 steps to kill a fairy. The stage crossing, I exploded. Polar wind blade. I have a fortune-gathering formation. Guanchong. The little sheriff in the police station. The band's summer. The divine phoenix struggles for ferrying the world of gods rising from the worms. Piggyback 7, my spy years. Hadadi. The days of drawing cards at Hogwarts. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The strongest of the strong Xing Daorong, general of the 3 kingdoms. I slept until I woke up in the afternoon, and I got into that Maybach at the beginning of the Dragons. It goes up at 12 o'clock noon, guys. I'm counting on you. End of chapter. Chapter 95. In front of Deer Park Mountain, 10,000 swords return to the sect request first order. Bring back the elders? Huang Laolu hadn't regained his senses for a moment, and it was only when Han Mai had already walked out dozens of feet that his eyes widened. You're going to Deer Park Mountain. The elders of the Sword Pavilion are at Deer Park Hill. Han Makino is going to Deer Park Mountain? Clenching his fists, Huang Lao's face shifted in color, and he finally droned lowly, I'll go too. Hearing his words, Han Mai's footsteps lurched as he turned back and smiled. Didn't you say, 6th brother, that you can't put eggs in one basket? It's all gone. That's a real basket case. Hearing his words, Huang Laolu glared and said, Then I should go too. You guard the Sword Pavilion. Han Makino shook his head, his eyes aghast. Huang Lao's body was shaken, and he only felt his eyes dim. By the time he came back to his senses, Han Mai's figure was no longer in front of him. Sword concentration. You kid. In the end, you still repaired. A trace of confusion appeared on Huang Laolu's face as he looked at the distant mountains, and in his eyes, he didn't know whether it was sadness or helplessness. We are all mortals, to cultivate in order to feel free of heaven and earth, not to cultivate, for the sake of red dust and love. But in the end, why do they all seek and fail? Han Mai walked outside the mountain gate of the 9-Xian Sword Gate, where a small green wooden cart was parked. Senior brother Han, let's go. Pak Suyung stuck her head out of the car window and waved at him. Han Makino nodded and walked quickly to the car. The driver sitting in front of the frame wearing a bucket hat turned his head, and when he saw Han Mai, his face froze slightly. Han Mai was also not expecting it. Boss Ho. Boss He of the Jinling Bao shop in the workshop market under the mountain. So the dear friend that the young lady is talking about is little friend. Elder He looked toward Han Mai, a smile coming to his face. Indeed, it's a person that Miss looks up to. It's extraordinary. At this time, Boss He did not have half of the mercenary air on him, but rather a trace of a strong sense that people did not dare to look directly at. Uncle He, you know each other? That's better. Bai Suzhen laughed out loud, then said to Han Muyi, Only if Uncle He makes a move can we get to Deer Park Mountain the fastest. Han Moyo nodded and arched his hand toward Boss He. Thank you, senior. Hearing his words, Boss He waved his hand and said, Mock thank you, you're a close friend of the young lady. Speaking of this, he grinned, in the future, little friend, it would be good if you come to my Jinling Bao shop more often to take care of business. Han Mai nodded, lifting his foot to step onto the carriage, bending down to enter it, and sitting opposite Bai Suzhen, who was seated in it. Senior brother Han, Uncle He is an Earth Realm expert and has a spirit weapon flying boat in his hands that can get us to Deer Park Mountain, 10,000 miles away, before sunset. As the carriage started, Bai Suzhen looked toward Han Mai and spoke in a low voice. 10,000 miles and a day. This speed was quite a bit faster than Han Mai had expected. He looked up at Bai Suzhen. I'm afraid the identity of this white shopkeeper is really not simple. She herself opened a small store on Jiuxian Mountain, and the Jiuxian sword sect turned a blind eye. There was also an Earth Realm powerhouse arranged at the bottom of the mountain, mastering a spiritual weapon that could vanish for 10,000 miles in a day. The forces behind her should be the top 3 or 2 in the western frontier. Seeing the glint in Han Mai's eyes, Bai Sujan let out a laugh, then moved forward a bit closer and softly said, Senior Brother Han, there's only so much I can do to help you. Neither you nor I are of the Earth realm, and we are not yet able to participate in such great events of the Western frontier. After a pause, she looked at the twin swords behind Han Mai and said in a low voice, It's already rare for you, Senior Brother Han, to have the heart to rescue the Sword Pavilion Elder with all your might. Han Muoi nodded and sat his torso upright. He understood what Bai Sujan meant. Being able to help him get to Deer Park Mountain was already the limit of what Bai Sujan could do. He, Han Mai, was not yet qualified to make Bai Sujan use the forces behind him. Unless, of course, he had stepped into the Earth realm. Perhaps an ordinary Earth realm, too, didn't have this kind of treatment. The carriage traveled on for no more than a quarter of an hour before stopping directly at the edge of the road. Miss Little Friend Han, please get off. Bossie's voice rang out. Han Mai and Bai Sujan got off the bus, and Bossie raised his hand, and a walnut-sized bone boat in his hand transformed into a 2-foot-long green felt canoe that hung 10 feet above the ground. Bossie flew and landed in front of the canoe, and Bai Sujan's figure flashed and landed outside the cabin. The Iron Ox shadow floated behind Han Mai, and with one step, he jumped onto the canoe. Take your seats in the cabin. It's windy out there. Bossie opened his mouth, and the canoe began to slowly drift forward, getting faster and faster, bringing up a strong wind that made it impossible to open one's eyes. Han Mai and Bai Sujan drilled into the cabin, and there were channels of dark golden streams of light flashing around the cabin, so they couldn't feel the presence of the strong wind at once. Han Mai sat with his eyes closed, causing Bai Sujan, who had wanted to talk to him, to only close her mouth. At this time, Han Mai's divine mind projected itself and began to investigate the changes in his body, calculating how many means he had. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Reiki cultivation is Peiyuan 6, although the Dantian width is comparable to Qi condensation, but in places like Deer Park Mountain it can be ignored. The strength of the 9th level of body refinement Peiyuan was also better than nothing, and even if he had an extra sword bone, it wouldn't increase his battle power greatly. Controlling hundreds of sword arts of all levels, and catalyzing them with the sword Qi refined in the aura and Dantian, the purple flames and green meditation of the palm of the hand can block the foundation for a moment. There were 5 sword intent in the Sea of Qi, and quite a few scattered sword Qi. Sword intent could support him to perform the 10,000 swords return several times, urging the spirit weapon flying swords in his sleeves to be able to fight with the Earth Realm passage vein. The white tiger scroll that was carried on his body could also foe an Earth Realm for a moment. But none of these could save the Sword Pavilion Elder. The only chance was the sword of the divine soul that the sword condensation technique had condensed. In the divine deposit, the divine soul small sword shone, constantly quenching the power of the divine soul. In just this half day, Han Mai was already able to notice that his divine soul power had increased 100-fold. If this small sword resided in the divine collection for a long time, he felt that he could condense another divine soul sword. The sword of the divine soul can fight the heavenly realm within 100 breaths. This was all the cards Han Makino had left. With these, can we save Elder Gao? If the only one who wanted Elder Gao dead was the Tai Ling sword sect, Han Mai was confident. But this western frontier, at this point in time, how many people want Elder Gao to die in Deer Park Mountain? The flying boat shook, and Han Mai opened his eyes. Hee. Nothing, the Nine Shin sword sect has an elder inquiring. Say hello? Boss He's voice came from outside the cabin. With the strength of the Nine Shin sword sect, with an Earth Realm imperial weapon spanning 10,000 miles, it would be strange if no one came to investigate. Obviously, the forces behind Boss He and Bai Sujan were not in a hostile relationship with the Nine Shin sword sect. This is considered good news for Han Makino. A few moments later, the canoe rose again. This time, no more obstacles. The wind whistled, instantly traveling thousands of miles. Boom! At some point, the flying boat suddenly trembled. Arrived. Outside the cabin, Boss He's voice was a little hoarse. Han Mai took a step out and stood above the bow of the ship. Ahead, the sheer green hills, under the setting sun's afterglow, were pale and verdant. The mountains and rivers are vast. A long sword holding up the sky, its light competing with the setting sun. Are we late? Bai Sujan, who walked out of the cabin, looked toward the long sword and whispered softly. The long sword holding up the sky, slowly stabbing forward. Behind the long sword, a Taoist in a green robe stepped forward with his hands in the air. Although I have wasted my time on Jiuxian Mountain, the grace of the Jiuxian sword sect in teaching me the art and preaching the way cannot go unrewarded. Sword cultivators of my generation should use the sword as their bones and the sword as their heart. Gather endless sword chi and get a fast and vertical sword. This sword is called 10,000 Swords, Returning Clan. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Kid, how about this sword of mine request for first order? 10,000 swords return to the clan. Han Makino clenched his fists and stood on the bow of the boat. That's Master Mo Yuen. 10,000 swords old man. With the cultivation of chi condensation, the imperial sword intent, condensing thousands of sword chi, shaking the 10-mile radius, the sword outpouring into the sky. This sword was called the 10,000 Swords. This sword, it's strong. However, it was by no means a match for the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder, the Jedan perfection powerhouse Mu Taiyang. Han Moyo knew why Mo Yuen had made this sword strike. To return the favor of 200 years of support from the Jiuxian sword sect. For the last journey of the elder of the sword pavilion. In order to be able to use the 10,000 swords to curry favor with the half-step heaven realm. Also to let the world know that my generation of mortals can battle the heaven realm with a mortal sword. 10,000 swords return. Watching the sky supporting long sword move forward, Han Mai whispered in a low voice. 10,000 swords returning to the sect? Bai Sujin's eyes were crystal bright, slightly standing on her tiptoes to look into the distance. That's the 10,000 swords ancestor? What a great style of returning 10,000 swords. There was an aura surging from Boss He's body, and his gaze was fixed on Mo Yuan, who was walking forward with his hands folded. This is how my generation should cultivate. Bai Sujin nodded. Although the peak of the earth realm was in front of him, he did not bend or break, and held his sword forward. That's it, swordsman. Boom! Before the giant sword, there was a bronze sword light rising. The light of the sword was ancient and simple, yet it had a grandeur that made it difficult to look directly at it. The sword, creepy. The clear, cold and icy sword light dyed the afterglow of the setting sun into an icy blue. The sword light and the illusory giant sword resisted each other, and the sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. 10 breaths later, with a long sigh, the illusory giant sword crumbled, and Mo Yuan's body inverted, falling downward. It's weak after all. Boss, he shook his head and spoke with regret. Weak. That was a half step to the heaven realm, the peak of the western frontier, and no matter how strong the sword technique of the 10,000 swords old man was, he was powerless to resist it. To be able to withstand 10 breaths is already the limit. The sword light condensed by the 10,000 swords old ancestor shattered, and the bronze sword light flew after the 10,000 swords old ancestor and chopped down. Han Mai's eyes narrowed, and he was just about to fly out when he suddenly paused. Behind him, the purple flame and the green underworld quaked. In his sleeve, the flying sword rattled lightly. Beside him, on Bai Sujin and Boss He, the sound of swords rose. It's not just them here. Ahead of them, a sound of a sword sounded as if it was the sound of heaven. For 100 miles around, 10,000 swords vibrated. All the swords and weapons, as if they had met their king, bowed down with long cries. A sword light condensed into a flying rainbow, crossing heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Mo's sword is not bad. 100 years of dedicated training can cut through the heaven realm. An old voice rang out, the sound overshadowing all the sword sounds. Dressed in a green robe with white hair and an upright sword-like sword, the sword pavilion elder took a step onto the sword-light rainbow bridge, hanging in the 100 feet of emptiness. He reached out, probing through the void. Mo Yuan's huge sword that was shaken apart slowly condensed into shape. On that sword, it emitted brilliant to the extreme sword light. Gao Chonggong of the Jiuxian sword sect's sword pavilion invites fellow Taoist Mu Taiyang of the Tai Ling sword sect to die. The voice of the sword pavilion elder seemed to descend from the heavens, and there was a roar for 100 miles around. This is the sword pavilion elder, the might of the 100 breaths of heaven realm. With these 100 breaths, he could fight with the heaven realm. When he strikes his sword, he can be cut down under the heaven realm. Han Mai stood at the bow of the boat, anxiety flashing across his face, but his body couldn't move a bit. Boy, watch this. This sword. The old man has raised it for 1,000 years. The sword pavilion elder's voice resounded in Han Mai's ears, gentle, with a hint of relief and incomparable arrogance. The divine soul sword in Han Mai's divine collection shook, and it couldn't rush out. He thought that if he rushed to Deer Park Mountain, he would be able to stop the sword pavilion elder from making this sword strike. He thought that the divine soul sword in his divine collection would be able to make that sword strike in place of the sword pavilion elder. But standing here, he realized that this divine soul sword of his, in front of the sword pavilion elder, he didn't even have the qualifications to make a sword. The sword of the divine soul that had been warmed up for an armor was not in how solid the sword intent was. This armor raised a sword, raised the essence, the great power of a sword to kill. Good. I have no regrets in life and death if I can receive a sword from fellow Taoist Gao. In front, an old man in a black robe held a bronze ancient sword in his hand, facing off against the sword pavilion elder. The long sword in his hand pointed towards the sword pavilion elder, and on his body, the shadow of a rushing mountain floated. Sword power. Although illusory, it has become a half-step great power. Half-step sword power, peak of the earth realm. Can this kind of battle power withstand the 100 breaths of heaven realm? At this moment, everyone's gazes were cast on the two people in the void in front of them. Not only is this 100 miles in a radius, it is 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles away. There are countless people's hearts and minds were pulled, landing on the battlefield at this time. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Today's sword will determine the future of the western frontier for 100 years, and the two great clans for 100 years of destiny. Han Mai looked ahead with a fixed gaze. At this moment, his mind slowly calmed down instead. Just as Master Mo Yuan was going to make the sword pavilion elder had waited countless years to make this sword. Wasn't the divine soul raising sword for a year just so that it could fight a strong man like Mu Taiyong and fight for a point of chi for the great power of the clan? Apart from practicing cultivation, sword cultivation and longevity, it's all about killing, isn't it? To be able to kill a half-step heaven realm, no regrets. The very moment Han Muoyi figured it out, all the suppressive forces on his body dispersed. In front, the sword in the hands of the sword pavilion elder stabbed out. The sword's light shone brightly, bright over the evening sunset, as if the light of the sky was reversed. The blade of the sword was so clear and cold that it seemed to instantly freeze thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, causing the grass and trees to wither. Quick, this sword, between flashes, was faster than a meteor. Yang! The sound of long swords clashing rang out. The voice seemed like it was in my ear, and like it was 1,000,000 miles away. The sword light dimmed down, and the setting sun disappeared into the sky at some point. In the void, there was a sad sound of sword sounds. The sword pavilion elder stood in the void, his hands unmoving. In front of him, the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyong held a broken sword and pressed one hand to his chest. There's no way back. Mu Taiyong's figure fell, and several figures rushed out from below to catch him. No one opened their mouths as a single Tai Ling sword sect disciple flew away and retreated. The sword chi around the sword pavilion elder began to dissipate as his figure slowly fell. Han Mai took a deep breath and said faintly, "If you and I are enemies in the future, I'll let you off the hook." After saying that, his body moved as if a sword light flashed, and he had rushed off the flying boat. Above the flying boat, Bai Sujin's gaze flickered and eventually turned into a light smile. This guy, he's kind of funny. On her side, boss, he turned his head to look at, and then looked at the flying down Han Mai and finally did not speak. Let's go. If someone from my Shangyang demon sect shows up here, there will always be words left behind. Bai Sujin whispered and turned around to step into the cabin. Shangyang demon sect, the second of the 9 sects in the western frontier, and the leader of the demonic path in the western frontier. The Shangyang demon sect patriarch, Li Mu Bai, was the #1 expert of the western border demon Dao, the heaven realm. Boss, he nodded. His body spirit light wrapped the flying boat, muttering softly under his breath. In fact, this kid is really good. Han Mai flew down above the mountains, and there was a warning flash of sword light that retreated back. He was wearing the inner sect clothes of the 9 Shen sword sect, and there was no killing intent surging from his body. Landing on top of the mountain rocks, Han Mai flew forward and ran to the top of the mountain in big strides. At the top of the mountain, a Jiushen sword sect inner disciple held a sword to protect each other. And in the center, there was Mo Yuan who was sitting down, the sword pavilion elder who was standing on the green stone looking into the distance, and the fire vein elder, Su Yuan, who was wearing a green robe. Kid, how about this sword of mine? The sword pavilion elder turned his head and looked toward Han Mai, who was running towards him. Brilliant heavenly might. One sword can swing the world's demons and ghosts.
Han Mai spoke alod.
The sword pavilion elder laughed out loud and reached out to point at Han Mai. Did you come just to watch me strike this sword? Han Mai shook his head and walked forward, locking eyes with Mo Yuan before raising his head and saying, I came, in order to bring you, Elder, back to the Sword Pavilion. Go back to the Sword Pavilion. The expression on the face of the Sword Pavilion Elder changed, turned around, and looked toward the place where the last remaining light faded away. Okay. Back to the Sword Pavilion. End of chapter. Chapter 97 Ma Yuan's Choice Seeking First Order. Deer Park Mountain Joxian Sword Sect Residence. The disciples scattered all over the place were talking with joy. In today's battle, the might of the Sword Pavilion Elder's heavenly sword stirred one's heart. What's even more exciting is that today's battle has made the decline of the Tai Ling Sword Sect a foregone conclusion. Maybe the position at the bottom of the four great sword factions of the Western frontier would have to be replaced by another power. The Joxian Sword Sect, with the victory of today's battle, will once again shake the Western frontier and establish 100 years of power. Being in such a great sect that was about to rise strongly, who could not be happy? At the top of the layers of protection were several green tents. In one of them, Han Mai and Mo Yuan sat opposite each other. At this time, Mo Yuan's face was a bit pale, but his eyes were translucent. Kid Han, do you know that I was 100 feet away when Elder Gao made his sword today, and I saw it clearly? Mo Yuan lightly waved his palm, his face looking excited. I see what's missing from my 10,000 swords. He clenched his fists and waved them fiercely. What's missing is the real 10,000 swords. 200 years. And I still wasted it. The sword arts circulating in the outer sect are too ineffective in condensing sword intent. Mo Yuan seemed to be a little crazy at this moment, repeatedly recounting his epiphanies and talking about his deduction of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Elder Gao is right. After 100 years of submerged cultivation, the heaven realm can also be chopped. He clenched his fist and whispered, as if he were speaking to Han Muoi, and as if he were speaking to himself. 100 years of submerged cultivation. But with that sword today, Ma Yuan's lifespan will be less than 100 years, right? When Ma Yuan was able to break through in the first place, the sword intent that Han Mai had sent was the foundation. If the sword intent was plet today, Ma Yuan's lifespan would be reduced by at least 70%. Ma Yuan looked up and grinned when he saw Han Moyo's gaze. Kid, I know what you're thinking. Sword cultivators of my generation look down on life and death. I've thought it over. I'm going to the East Sea. Tomorrow, the East Sea among the 5 boundaries of Tianxian world, where the swordway is most prevalent, it is said that there is a heaven realm sword cultivator who can cut mountains and break the sea with one sword. Senior, the East Sea is too far away, and you're now depleted of sword intent, so why don't you recuperate for a while longer? Han Mai spoke in a low voice, the East Sea millions of miles away. Hearing Han Mai's words, Mo Yuan laughed and waved his hand. It's fine. The big deal is that there's no regret in dying on the road. He looked at Han Mai, his eyes bright. With my meritocracy, the Mo family has no worries. With your legacy, the 10,000 swords returning sect should be able to flourish. If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Han Mai nodded and didn't advise any further. Mo Yuan can cultivate and practice the sword for 200 years, and this kind of mentality, outsiders cannot persuade. He reached out and placed a small jade bottle on the table. This was the life extension pill that Ma Yuan had given him back then. It extends your life by 1 year. After a moment of contemplation, Han Mai took out a small sword from his sleeve and placed it on the tabletop. Spiritual weapon, Quicksilver sword. Master, after 100 years, come back. Han Mai spoke in a low voice, and after that, he stood up and bowed to Mo Yuan before turning around and walking out of the tent. Mo Yuan watched him leave, and after a long time, he looked down at the spiritual weapon, small sword, and longevity extension pill placed on the table in front of him. His expression changed as Mo Yuan reached out and picked up the elixir and the small sword. Bastard! Do you think I care about this stuff of yours? Mo Yuan smiled and let out a low curse before raising his hand and waving his hand. 3 long swords surrounded by sword chi appeared in front of him. Never has war been the most profligate. To destroy the Sanchin sword sect, Mo Yuan was the first one to go. How could he be missing a spiritual weapon? There were several spirit weapon longswords that he had seized and sent to the sword pavilion alone. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Yuan took out a green and black ring and reached out. 2 spirit weapon long swords fell into it. He took out another pile of crystal sparkling spirit stones and various spirit material treasures and put them into the spatial ring. Brat, was going to leave it to the Mo family, now it's cheap for you. When I return in 100 years, I'll show you the might of my 10,000 swords return. Han Mai left Ma Yuan's tent, took a deep breath, and looked toward the tent in the middle of the mountaintop before striding over. When he had just arrived at the Sword Pavilion Elder's tent, a middle-aged man in a green robe stood outside. Su Yuan, the newly risen powerhouse of the 9 Xian sword sect's fire vein. With a single prairie fire, he broke the mountain gate of the Sanqin sword sect. Although Han Mai had never met Su Yuan's prairie sword art was taught by him, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Speaking of which, Han Mai is still Su Yuan's debtor.
Su Yuan sent and muye 1,000 merits. Han Mokna.
Su Yuan looked at Han Mai and spoke in a low voice. Han Mai has met Elder Su. Han Mai bowed and arched his hand. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, "Call me senior uncle." When he finished, he turned around and slowly made his way up the verdant hillock. Han Magne followed. Senior brother Gao could have stayed out of this sword. I told senior brother Gao that since I cast the prairie fire, I'm prepared to bear all the consequences. Standing on the green stone, Su Yuan carried his hands behind his back and looked into the distance where the bright moon shed its clear light. Han Muoi didn't say anything. The fire vein of the 9 Xian sword sect had been silent for too long, and was already about to fall apart and be annexed by several other veins. Su Yuan wanted to reunite the fire vein, cast prairie fire, and gather people's hearts, which was beyond reproach. Just from the memory of that Sanqin sword sect elder's saber, Han Mai knows that prairie seems to be a forbidden technique that can't be performed. Uncle Su, the elder didn't make that sword out all for your sake. Han Mai looked at Su Yuan and said in a low voice, "He's doing it for the clan." Or rather, it was the great power of the clan that forced the Sword Pavilion Elder to make that sword strike. But in the end, it was still the Sword Pavilion Elder who was willing to make that sword strike. Otherwise, no one would be able to make him do it. Su Yuan shook his head and looked into the distance, a trace of gravity in his eyes. This time, the credit for destroying the Sanqin sword sect can keep the fire vein intact for 10 years. If a person capable of controlling the fire vein hasn't appeared within 10 years, it can only be said to be the will of heaven. Su Yuan turned his head to Han Mai and said in a deep voice, "Remember, no matter what happens, you have to escort senior brother Gao back to the 9 Xian mountain. Today, the 9 Xian sword sect won a great victory, and the Sword Pavilion Elder beheaded the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyang, causing the Tai Ling sword sect's strength to directly lose 30% of its strength. After today, the 9 Xian sword sect's reputation was greatly enhanced, and it should be a rapidly rising existence among the western border. But Su Yuan, the battle to destroy the 3 Qin sword sect, not only did not have the color of joy, but instead seems to be a big problem." Han Mai looked at Su Yuan and whispered, "Uncle Su, is it because of the prairie sword art?" Hearing Han Mai ask, Su Yuan nodded and said, "Not bad." Han Mai frowned. "Senior uncle, why can't this sword art be performed?" Su Yuan did not reply, but instead turned his head to look at the Zhou sword sect disciples gathered in various places under the mountain. "Since there are untoward calamities associated with the execution of this sword art, why did you still execute Prairie Blaze, Senior Uncle Su?" Han Mai looked at Su Yuan and asked in a deep voice, "If he didn't execute this sword, Elder Gao wouldn't need to make a move today. Without performing the prairie sword technique, the Sanqin sword sect would just be destroyed later. It was the Patriarch who told me to cast it."
Su Yuan spoke softly.
"Patriarch Kanazawa." Han Mai wanted to ask again, but Su Yuan had already moved his body and disappeared in the same place. Han Mai watched him leave and pondered for a moment before turning around and heading for the Sword Pavilion Elder's tent. There are many things that the Sword Pavilion Elder that will have the answer to. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Everything for the rise of the sect request first order. Komein. Only when he reached the outside of the tent, the voice of the Sword Pavilion Elder had already sounded. Han Mai walked into the tent and saw the Sword Pavilion Elder in plain white robes sitting in front of a long case, holding a pen and writing something there. "Xin Mo Yuan? Is he trying to leave the western frontier?" The Sword Pavilion Elder put down his pen, raised his head, and looked toward Han Mai.
Han Mui nodded.
"This sword of mine today is almost considered the pinnacle in the western frontier. He can only leave the western frontier if he wants to surpass it." The Sword Pavilion Elder let out a laugh, then sighed lowly and said softly, "Don't say that. These few days of exploring with him, see his style of 10,000 swords returning to the clan. It's really extraordinary. Diving into cultivation for 100 years.
The heaven-slaying realm is not a falsehood. Mo Yuan's talent in the sword path was truly astonishing, with the fusion of mundane sword arts, condensing a style of 10,000 swords to return. He could battle against the strongest of the earth realm. This was to open up a path for lower-ranked sword cultivators. Even if this path is thick with thorns, it is a path that leads to the far side of cultivation. Too many low-ranking practitioners have no way out in their lives. Kid, to be honest, I didn't expect you to come. The Sword Pavilion Elder looked toward Han Muoyi, a hint of a smile on his face. I'm the Sword Pavilion's sword watcher, so even if the entire world expects the Elder to fall on Deer Park Mountain, I should still come, shouldn't I? Han Mai's gaze was fixed on the Sword Pavilion Elder's face. The Sword Pavilion Elder's complexion slightly dimmed as he sighed softly. You still have too few days of cultivation. The days of cultivation were too short, and he had not yet cultivated the kind of heart that breaks off love and sex. Han Mai didn't know if he'd treat the lives of outsiders like ants when his own cultivation level was higher. Read my message to you? The Sword Pavilion Elder looked at Han Mai and said with a light smile. His gaze fell on the small bronze sword that Han Mai had stuck in his hair. Read the jade slip and cultivate the sword of the divine soul. Just how it was cultivated, the Sword Pavilion Elder was also curious. How could Han Mai cultivate a sword art that had been accomplished in one armor in just a few days? Elder, I read the jade slip. Han Mai nodded. Then the divine collection shook, and the divine soul sword penetrated the top of his head, transforming into a small, crystalline sword. On this small sword, there was also a white fox silhouette that flashed. When the Sword Pavilion Elder saw the small sword, his eyes narrowed and his face changed. Heaven Realm Divine Soul? This is that one? Han Mai gently nodded his head and explained in a low voice what had happened in the Sword Pavilion. The head of the Chao family was attacked. The secret land of the Mountain Gate was stormed by dead soldiers. An Earth Realm expert forced his way through the door of the Sword Pavilion. When he heard Han Mai say that His Excellency the sword suppressed the appearance of a great demonic divine soul and nearly seized Han Mai's body, the Sword Pavilion Elder's face looked a bit odd. When Han Mai finished speaking, after a long period of silence, the Sword Pavilion Elder spoke in a low voice. Kid, there are some things that may truly be the will of heaven. Providence? Seeing his incomprehension, the Sword Pavilion Elder smiled bitterly and said, Back then, a great power stepped in and used the 9-Xian sword to suppress the great demon for 10,000 years. And now, the 10,000-year period has already passed for more than 9,900 years. The Zhou Xian sword has suppressed great demons for 10,000 years. The 10,000-year period is almost up. At that time, will a great demon come out, or will a great demon fall? Would the Zhou Xian sword that suppressed the great demon be retrieved, or would it remain in the Zhou Xian sword sect? When that time really came, would the various sects in the western frontier come to seize the 9-Xian sword? Too much uncertainty. For ordinary people, these uncertainties are things that can't be helped, and it's good to go against the grain and accept the results. But for the sword sect patriarch Jin Zhe, who was in charge of the 9-Xian sword sect and had control over the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of disciples, he couldn't wait. Even if there was a glimmer of possibility, he had to lay out his full strength and fight. Han Mai recalled Bai Suzhen's words. For the sake of the Zhou Xian sword, the patriarch was able to have half of the Zhou Xian sword sect disciples buried with him. Is that why the patriarch went along with it and lured the people of the Tai Ling sword sect to release the great demon? If it was true that the great elder of the Tai sword sect was just 10,000 miles away, the great demon would come out of the world, and what awaited it would inevitably be an annihilating blow. Just inviting the number 1 sword cultivator in the western frontier to make a move, the cost of which, I'm afraid, is not small. In the eyes of this Heaven Realm Grand Cultivator, I'm afraid that the only thing he could see was the 9-Xian sword. However, no one had thought that Han Mai, a small Sword Pavilion sword viewer, had actually blocked 2 Earth Realm powerhouses from outside the Sword Pavilion. What was even more unexpected was that countless people's calculations to invoke the great demonic divine soul ended up cheapening Han Mai, being condensed into a divine soul sword. In the end, the great demon failed to come out, and the 9-Xian sword naturally remained suppressed under the Sword Pavilion. Han Mai had a feeling of crying and laughing. It turned out that the one who had ruined the patriarch's grand plan was himself. But on the other hand, if this matter came to pass and the great demon came out, would he, as a sword watcher, be the first to die? Shaking his head, he once again looked at the Sword Pavilion Elder and spoke in a low voice. Elder, that style of Elder Suyuan's prairie fire, why can't it be performed? Prairie.
The Sword Pavilion Elder's eyes narrowed as he concentrated on the bookcase in front of him. Because this technique did not originally belong to my Jiuxian sword sect, half of the sword intent came from the Wind Spirit Sword sect. Wind Spirit Sword sect, the second of the 4 major sword sects. Could it be that the one who prohibited the Jiuxian sword sect from performing the prairie sword technique was the Wind Spirit Sword sect? Also, why is it that half of the sword intent of the Jiuxian sword sect's sword art is from another family? Han Mai didn't say anything and looked at the Sword Pavilion Elder. After a long time, the Sword Pavilion Elder spoke softly. 10,000 years ago, the western frontier only had the Jiuxian mountain that suppressed the great demons, and there was no Jiuxian sword sect, the most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Until 1,000 years ago, the Jiuxian sword sect was just an unusual sect in the western border, relying on the Sword Pavilion that suppressed the great demons, and was able to barely defend itself. There was a hint of remembrance in the Sword Pavilion Elder's voice. For 1,000 years, several of my Jiuxian sword sect's old ancestors have plotted, and have continued to build up their strength by moving from side to side between the Taoist sect, the Sword sect, and the Devil sect. The effort involved is unimaginable to outsiders. The world of cultivation is not as clean as the world thinks. Practitioners, too, are mostly fly-by-night. Between cultivation sects, there were many open and secret battles. Cultivate, fight with the sky, fight with people. The rise of the 9 Shen sword sect didn't have so many coincidences. It was more of a clear-cut plundering and secret plotting, and more of killing against the heavens. Whether it was feats or resources, not much of it came clean. For example, the 5 Shen sword art prairie. Elder ancestor Tao Ran of the 9 Shen sword sect took the name Tao Yuha and practiced in the Wind Spirit sword sect for decades, comprehending the wind attribute sword art before mastering the way of wind and fire. From 300 years ago, the 9 Shen sword sect finally coalesced the power of the 5 veins, 5 half-step heaven realm, 3 elders in the sword pavilion. The strength of the sect reached its peak. With such strength, it was impossible to lurk any longer. The strength of the 9 Shen sword sect was displayed little by little, shocking the western frontier. At first, one of the 9 factions, the Moonlight sword sect, was directly crippled by the 9 metaphysical sword sect in a single battle and withdrew from the 9 faction position. The 9 Shen sword sect was as good as new. In the cultivation world, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Since you have risen, you can't even think of not competing. The unseen heavenly realm is still a pawn after all. Stretching over 200 years, today this family provokes, tomorrow that family contradicts, and behind it, it's nothing more than those few great sects of the western border. The Sword Pavilion Elder's face revealed a trace of pained expression. 200 years of strife. My 9 Shen sword sect's 3 Sword Pavilion Elders fell. The Sword Pavilion's inheritance was crippled, and the 5 veins were incomplete. If it wasn't for the clan's peril, I wouldn't have gone to the Sword Pavilion. Han Muno looked toward the Sword Pavilion Elder. Sacrifice. From the words of the Sword Pavilion Elder, he saw the sacrifices of countless people. Everything for the clan to rise. Would the Sword Pavilion Elders not be able to see through the patriarch's scheming? No way. Han Muoi shook his head. With the wisdom of the Sword Pavilion Elder, how could he not see through it? However, he still came to Deer Park Mountain and willingly made that sword. What he was doing for was the greater good of the 9 Shen sword sect for 1,000 years. In fact, the patriarch has long since taken a half-step to the heaven realm. The Sword Pavilion Elder said indifferently. Half-step heaven realm. The 9 Shen sword sect patriarch, Jin Zhe, was a half-step heaven realm, peak Jedan powerhouse. The 9 Shen sword sect didn't just have 3 supreme elders half-steps into the heaven realm, there was also a 4th. Patriarch Jin Zhe was actually hiding so deeply. But even if the patriarch shows his own cultivation, what can he do? Can the strength of the 9 Shen sword sect today be compared to what it was 300 years ago? The Sword Pavilion Elder bowed his head and said softly, "Can't." Han Muoi shook his head. End of chapter. Chapter 99 GRYLL like disciple request first order. Elder, even if the sword sect's strength isn't as strong as it was 300 years ago, but with the 5 veins gathered together, along with your 100 breaths of heaven realm, Elder, you'll be able to fight against the Wind Spirit sword sect, right? Han Mai asked in a low voice. Why did Patriarch Jin Zhe break his own sword in such a great situation? Hearing Han Mai's words, the Sword Pavilion Elder shook his head and said, "Who is the strongest of the 9 factions in the Western Frontier? Who's the strongest?" The 9 factions of the Western Frontier, the 9 Shen sword sect, ranked in the middle and bottom, and the three that were close to the front, each of them had a Heaven Realm powerhouse in attendance and several half-step Heaven Realm experts. The third of the 9 factions, the Tai Sword Sect, Grand Elder Tu Sun Shi, the first sword cultivator in the Western frontier. The second of the 9 factions, the Shangyang Demon Sect, Patriarch Li Mubai rules over the Western Border Demon Sect, a great cultivator of the Heaven Realm. These 2 factions were both extremely powerful, but among the 9 factions, they were incapable of challenging the number 1 sect in the Western Borderlands, the Spiritual Path Sect. Spiritual Dao Wanhua Sect, Patriarch Wanhua Jinjin, Taoist True Cultivator, the only great cultivator in the Western Border who stepped above the 3rd level of the Yuaning stage of the Heavenly Realm. The Spiritual Dao Sect was also the top of the Taoist sects in the Western Borderlands, and all practitioners of arts and crafts cultivation adored the Spiritual Dao Sect and regarded it as a holy place. Although the ranking and power of the 9 factions of the Western frontier are constantly changing, the top 3 factions have remained unchanged for 1,000 years. The Taoist sect, the Devil sect, and the Sword Cultivator, the 3 forces tend to be balanced. Could it be that the prairie sword art was still involved with the Spiritual Dao sect? Han Makino didn't feel a chill in his heart. The existence of a Western border hegemony like the Spirit Dao sect was simply not something that the 9 Xian sword sect could challenge. Elder, the prairie sword art, is it related to the Spirit Dao sect? Han Mai couldn't help but lower his voice and open his mouth to ask. If it really had something to do with this great sect, then it was no wonder that Su Yuan was so solemn in his dealings. Even back then, when the sword sect's supreme elder, Elder Tao Ran, rebelled, there was a reason for it. Old man Tao Ran had to defect from the sword sect because he was afraid of implicating the clan. The Sword Pavilion elder shook his head and said, "If it were truly related to the Spirit Dao sect, my 9 Xian sword sect wouldn't have lasted so many years. However, the Spirit Dao sect has always been an ally of the Wind Spirit sword sect, which has always been known for practicing both arts and sword arts. Taishang Elder Tao Ran cultivated the prairie sword power back then, but was asked by the Wind Spirit sword sect to ask the Spirit Tao sect to issue a Dao order so that he would not be allowed to perform prairie in this life. Old Ancestor Tao Ran fought against 3 powerful men from the Wind Spirit sword sect and didn't dare to perform prairie, and it was only when the Patriarch stepped in and announced that he would be expelled from the 9 Xian mountains that the Spirit Dao sect's powerful men were able to call it quits. The Sword Pavilion elder sighed softly and handed a broken sword to Han Mai. It was an ancient bronze-colored sword, and the sword was broken, with only a foot or so of sharpness remaining. This was the sword of the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyang, chopped off by the Sword Court elder. Why do you think Mu Taiyang is blocking here? He's just waiting for the Wind Spirit sword sect to come. I made a move to behead him because I also didn't want to end up going up against the Wind Spirit sword sect, but leave the strongest members of the Tai Ling sword sect on the side. The 9 Xian sword sect fought against the Wind Spirit sword sect. Behind everything and anything was the behemoth that was the Spiritual Path sect. All the calculations revolve around such great clans. Patriarch Jinzei would rather break one of his own swords than go up against a great sect like the Spirit Dao sect. Then, why did the Patriarch allow Elder Su Yuan to perform the prairie sword technique? This question was what Han Mai wanted to know the most. Hearing Han Mai's question, the Sword Pavilion elder pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Kid, why do you need to worry too much about these things? You're just a small Sword Pavilion sword watcher, and I've now damaged the sword of the divine soul that was condensed out of that one armor. How much more does the great events of the clan have to do with us? Wouldn't it be nice if we just went back to the Sword Pavilion and ate meat and drank wine? Or Huang Jinxiong smart, wife and children hotbed, how good? What to seek immortality longevity?" Han Makino couldn't refute it. The Sword Pavilion elder's divine soul warmed up for an armor's worth of soul condensation, 1 sword, 100 breaths of Heaven Realm, and decapitated the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder. What he could do, he had done. In the future, whether it was the sect's major events or the cultivation of the immortal path, it had nothing to do with him. It was hard enough to live well. Regardless of whether he was truly bearish or fake bearish, at this point, Han Mai could only nod his head. When Han Mai bowed and exited the tent, the smile on the Sword Pavilion elder's original face slowly tightened. The pale aura on his body condensed into a stern sword intent. The intensity of this sword intent was actually no less than before he had made the sword. "Brat, that's quite a lot of control. Hey, if you don't come, how good would it be for me to leave Jiuxian Mountain and the western frontier in peace?" Walking out of the Sword Pavilion elder's tent, Han Mai held the bronze-broken sword in his hand and walked toward the foot of the mountain. His palm gripped the hilt of his sword. A picture appeared in his mind.
The life of the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyang was the enviable look of countless cultivators. The sword art cultivated was the strongest town sword art of the Tai Ling sword sect. All resources are provided by the entire clan. Cultivating the sword at a young age with a great talent. Youthful arrogance. A sword forcefully suppressing his peers. The sword in his hand will meet all the heroes of the western frontier, and he will not fall below the heavenly realm. Comprehend the three-spirit sword art of the Tai Ling sword school. Return to the underworld. Comprehend the four-spirit sword art of the Tai Ling sword school. Qing Yao. Comprehending the five-spirit sword art of the Tai Ling sword school. Yang Killing. The broken sword in Han Mai's hand shook gently, seemingly in mourning. The sword had broken, having fallen from the realm of medium-grade spirit weapons to half-spirit weapons. But there seemed to be an inexplicable aura flowing through this sword weapon. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Images flowed in his mind. The Tai Ling sword sect seemed to be in a big crisis, and Mu Taiyang, who was the supreme elder, was arguing with the other two elders. This was also mixed with the argument between the demon race and the wind spirit sword sect. Unfortunately, the memories on the broken sword were incomplete, and many of the images were flickering, so there was no way to explore them clearly. In the palm of Han Mai's hand, Dao Dao sword chi infused the sword, causing a dull aura to churn on the sword. Together, 10 ways, 100 ways, 1,000 ways.
Mundo.
The broken sword shook, and Han Mai's footsteps paused. Inside his mind, the thin old man figure wearing a black robe looked at him with a complicated expression. A small, clear, and bright sword hovered and blocked the old man. Sword of the Spirit? The sword cultivated by Gao Chonggong has been consumed, and on Jiuxian Mountain, there is still someone who has condensed the sword of the divine soul? In that case, it seems that your Jiuxian sword sect is hiding really deep. I, Mu Taiyang, didn't lose unjustly.
Mu Tian.
The residual soul of the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder. Or obsession. Han Mai didn't expect the sword chi to inspire the remnants of Mu Taiyang's soul in the broken sword. But being able to see Mu Taiyang's residual soul, Han Mai really had quite a few questions he wanted to ask. Senior Mu, I'm curious, with your cultivation status, why would you have today's death-seeking battle? Seeking death. The western border cultivation world knew that the Jiuxian sword sect's sword pavilion elder was able to stimulate the power of the Jiuxian sword with 100 breaths of heavenly realm. Even if Mu Taiyang's cultivation was profound, he was only a half-step in the heaven realm. Taking a sword from a sword pavilion elder hard was no different from seeking death. Hearing Han Mai's words, Mu Taiyang was slightly silent, then whispered, "If I can stay alive under the 9 Xian sword today, my Tai Ling sword sect won't be annexed." Annexation. Annexed by whom? Han Mai was about to ask again when Mu Taiyang's remnant soul shook its head and dissipated. The sword injury was too much, and there was only a sliver of Mu Taiyang's residual soul left. To inspire it again, it needed to be infused with more sword chi and rewarmed and condensed. Hiding the broken sword in his sleeve, Han Mai looked toward the Jiuxian sword sect disciples sitting around in the distance. They rejoice, and think of the future. Han Makino couldn't help but laugh lightly. Mu Taiyang of the half-step heavenly realm begged for death, and the sword pavilion elder of the one-sword heavenly realm was willing to turn half a lifetime of cultivation into nothingness. There is also the sword sect patriarch, the great powers of each family. Although they control the lives and deaths of countless people, they are not in a position to do anything about it, and their hearts are not in a position to do anything about it. Instead, they were not as good as these mole-like disciples, who were full of hopes and dreams for cultivation and for life. Senior Han. Up ahead, someone turned their head, then spoke out in surprise. Sun Daong. Sun Daong, an outer disciple of the Jiuxian sword sect. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Muyuan's gift-seeking first order. It's senior brother Han. Senior Han is here. River cold. Zhao Yoji. Tomboy. Han Mai smiled and walked over, reaching out his hand. How come there's no wine for such a great victory today? There's wine. Sun Daong rubbed his hands together and turned around to fumble a small wine jar out. Good for you, Sun Daong. Yesterday you said the wine was finished. Jiang Chun scolded out loud, but his face was all smiles. Senior brother Han, why are you here? Zhao Yoji looked toward Han Mai and spoke softly. As soon as he finished his question, everyone stiffened. Tang Ming, who stood to the side, sighed softly and said in a low voice, Senior brother Han is here for the Sword Pavilion Elders, right? Sword Court Elder. Today,
No one was not shocked by the power of the Sword Pavilion Elder's sword. But this sword was condensed by the Sword Pavilion Elder's lifelong cultivation. From then on, the Sword Pavilion Elder was a dying mortal. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and the atmosphere sank. Hanmai stepped forward, laughed, and lifted the wine jar in Sun Dayong's hand. My generation of sword cultivators, but seek a sword to get away, to be able to chop the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder with a single sword. The Sword Pavilion Elder's sword, it's worth it. Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer. A year's worth of cultivation, not just for this sword? He raised his wine jug toward the crowd. Today's great victory is to be celebrated. With that, he tilted his head, raised the wine altar, and took a large gulp of wine before passing it forward. I don't know who took it and took a sip. One hand reaches out, takes the altar, and takes a big gulp of wine. Turn around and the wine altar is empty. Out of booze. I have. Tay grandma. One is hiding deep enough. By the time Hanmai woke up, he was already in the creaking forward carriage. As he tried to recall, he only remembered drinking and bragging with a group of disciples from the Nine Shen sword sect. It seemed that he also practiced the 10,000 swords returning to the fatherland taught by Mo Yuan, shouting that he would open up a path for the ordinary sword cultivators in the world. Awake! Your 10,000 swords return last night was powerful enough, almost splitting half of Deer Park Mountain. The gentle voice of the Sword Pavilion Elder rang out, and then Hanmai shuddered and sat up. Nah, it's from Murakumo to you. He's gone to the East Sea, saying he'll definitely return within 100 years. The Sword Pavilion Elder reached out, and in his palm was a dark ring. Space ring. 2 spirit weapons, 300,000 spirit stones. All sorts of spiritual materials and medicines took up roughly 3 feet of space. The space of the ring was only half a square foot in total. The divine mind probed in and was able to take out the contents of the ring. I've looked at it for you. Everything is worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Your kid's current fortune is richer than most of the elders on Nine Shen Mountain. There was more than a hint of emotion in the Sword Pavilion Elder's voice. Nine Shen Mountain elders' cultivation battle power can be as strong as Mo Yuan, really not many, can have the ability to slaughter the door to destroy the faction is even less. I'm afraid that the one who gained the most from this sweep of the Sanchin sword faction was Mo Yuan. Sitting up straight and looking beyond the carriage, Hanmai was somewhat chagrined. Last night's mood was too chaotic, really drank too much, and actually missed seeing off Master Mo Yuan. As the carriage traveled forward, Hanmai studied the ring in his hand, and the Sword Pavilion elders instructed him from time to time on how to use his divine mind to place items and take them out. According to the Sword Pavilion elder, carry-on items could be placed in the ring, but the most handy sword weapon should never be placed in it. Great cultivators could have the means to influence the power of blocking space. Moreover, when sword cultivators fought, life and death were in an instant. Distracting the divine thoughts from among the rings to take the sword was looking for death. You properly comprehend Mo Yuan's 10,000 swords returning to the soul, if you are able to chop with the sword of the divine soul. The Sword Pavilion elder's face flashed with a hint of longing, and he whispered, perhaps the heavenly realm can be injured, using the 10,000 sword returning sword art to catalyze the sword of the divine soul.
Hanmui nodded.
He deduced that it was feasible. On the way, there were disciples reporting news from time to time. The spread of the results of the battle at Deer Park Mountain was much faster than their forward speed. They had only turned back a few hundred miles, and 1,000 miles away those sect lords and elders of the sects under the rule of the Nine Shen Sword Sect had already come to greet the Sword Pavilion elders. Zhang Changhe of the Twilight Cloud Sword Sect leads his disciples to pay their respects to Elder Gao of the Sword Pavilion of the Nine Shen Sword Sect. Elder Heavenly Might. One sword to cut down a half-step heaven realm. The world shook. The green-robed Taoist who stood in front of the carriage was full of fawning, and the disciples behind him all had faces of reverence. This is the 5th wave of such a welcoming procession. Sect Master Zhang is too polite. We still have to rush back to the sword sect, so we won't stay much longer. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. If sect leader Zhang has the heart, he can lead his disciples to help my sword sect's elder, Su Yuan, eliminate the rebels. The Sword Pavilion elder spoke faintly, his voice dripping with majesty. That Zhang Changhe was busy bowing in agreement. The clans along the way came to visit, but they were merely expressing their attitudes, and they didn't really want to climb into friendship with the Sword Pavilion elder. Half a quarter of an hour later, the Jiuxian Sword Sect convoy continued on its way. These dozens of large vehicles, except for a few that were occupied, were mostly loaded with treasures obtained from the Sanchin sword sect. A faction's heritage lies here. Both the carriage and the warhorse pulling it are enchanted with formation talismans, allowing them to travel thousands of miles in a day. At noon, an urgent report came from a disciple. Shocking news. The Tai Ling sword sect merged with the Wind Spirit sword sect. The two supreme elders of the Tai Ling sword sect served as the supreme elders of the Wind Spirit sword sect, and all the disciples were merged into the Wind Spirit sword sect. The former Tai Ling sword sect's headmaster and several Earth Realm elders were nowhere to be found. A good unknown On top of the carriage, the Sword Pavilion elder's face was calm and spoke in a low voice. Is it possible that the patriarch of the Tai Ling sword sect, one of the 9 sects of the Western frontier, and several Earth Realm powerhouses altogether are nowhere to be found? The Tai Ling sword sect merged with the Wind Spirit sword sect. Is that why Mu Taiyang fought to the death to come to war? Han Mai looked at the Sword Pavilion elder and opened his mouth to ask. The Sword Pavilion elder shook his head and nodded again. If it weren't for the great calamity of extinction, neither the Tai Ling sword sect nor Mu Taiyang would have chosen so. Extinction, just as the Jiuxian sword sect chose to do this time? The 9 Xian sword sect is the 10,000-year period of demon suppression is about to end, and what is the great difficulty of the Tai Ling sword sect? Han Mai recalled what Mu Taiyang's remnant soul had said, that if he could survive the sword of the Sword Pavilion elder, he would be able to stop the Tai Ling sword sect from being annexed. Unfortunately, he's dead. Full speed ahead. Right at this moment, the Sword Pavilion elder suddenly shouted out in a low voice. The whole convoy picked up speed at once. The Wind Spirit sword sect annexed the Tai Ling sword sect, and I'm afraid the first thing they'll do is avenge Mu Taiyang. The Sword Pavilion elder narrowed his eyes and looked toward Han Mai, who was seated in front of him. The Wind Spirit sword sect wants to appease the people. The best way to do this was to avenge Mu Taiyang and behead the Jiuxian sword sect's Sword Pavilion elder Gao Chonggong. Kid, you remember to keep your little life. A strange aura lifted from the Sword Pavilion elder's body, and his gaze was cast into the distance. The 9 factions of the Western frontier directly became 8 factions, and the 4 major sword factions were missing a faction. This great event was accomplished under the sword of the Sword Pavilion elder. It was only at this point that Han Mai deeply felt the importance of a great cultivator. The words and actions of these great cultivators all concerned the entire Western frontier. The survival of countless people is at their fingertips. In the carriage, Han Mai reached out, holding the hilt of the broken sword hidden in his sleeve. A sword chi quietly infused the sword. A few breaths later, in the divine stash of his mind, Mu Taiyang's obsessive residual soul coalesced. Han Mai spoke directly. The Tai Ling sword sect has merged with the Wind Spirit sword sect. The residual soul that had just coalesced froze and stood there, with a trace of consternation on its face, followed by a sadness that was hard to hide. Sure enough. Good thing, too. Mu Taiyang's remnant soul muttered to himself and lowered his head. The Tai Ling sword sect's patriarch and several Earth Realm elders are nowhere to be found.
Han Mui spoke again.
End of chapter. Chapter 101. Give me Tuoba Chang for 100 years, and I'll kill you like a butcher's dog begs for first order. This time, Mu Taiyang's remnant soul looked up, and in his eyes, there were many more emotions. What do you want to know? He raised his head, looking at the Divine Soul sword gently rotating in the Divine Collection, and asked indifferently. What made your Tai Ling sword sect would make such a choice? Han Mai's voice resounded within the Divine Collection. Mu Taiyang's Divine Soul pondered for a moment and whispered, I'll tell you everything, but you have to promise me that if there's a chance to do so, you'll keep my Tai Ling sword sect's legacy intact. Deal. Han Mai didn't hesitate. Mu Taiyang's remnant soul sighed softly and said in a low voice, The Wind Spirit sword sect patriarch has stepped into the heaven realm. At the cost of my Tai Ling sword sect's town spirit sword, the sword breaks and the spirit fades. The sect leader wanted to join forces with the Southern Wasteland Demon Clan to fend off the annexation of the Wind Spirit sword sect, but now it seems that it has failed. Mu Taiyang's words caused Han Mai to tremble. Heavenly Realm, the Southern Wasteland Demon Race. As expected, every hidden secret from the mouth of a great cultivator was capable of shaking the world. Mu Taiyang's remnant soul whispered under his breath and began to recount the hidden secrets he knew. The convoy was sharply ahead. Boom! In the sky, a sword-light golden lotus exploded, and then another one. Jiuxian sword sect's beacon order. there's a big enemy invasion. All the disciples escorting the entourage were nervous about holding their swords in their hands. Elder Gao Jiushen Mountain has sent a message that the two Tai Ling sword sect's great elders have led a large army in a long drive and have already entered 30,000 li of my sect's rule. The patriarch asked the elder to return to Nine Shen Mountain first. In front of a disciple flew away and arrived, hands holding a green ruler, long spiritual light shining wooden boat, bowed and opened his mouth. Go back to Jiushen Mountain first. Give up these supplies. Give up these disciples. The sword pavilion elder narrowed his eyes and looked behind him, suddenly speaking, "Where is the patriarch now?" The disciple froze and said in a low voice, "Disciple doesn't know." The sword pavilion elder waved his hand, not picking up the wooden boat, and turned his head to look at Han Mai. "Kid, are you afraid of this game today?" "Fear. As when I first stepped into the sword pavilion, I was truly afraid. Fear of death." Han Mai looked around at the disciples of the Jiushen sword sect who were running quickly. "Elder, what other cards do we have?" Hearing his words, the sword pavilion elder froze, then burst into a long laugh. "Good boy, that's interesting." The sword pavilion elder looked towards the sky, a hint of arrogance appearing on his face. "There's no undercard, it's just a bet. Gamble." The caravan goes on, day and night. 7,000 miles outside of Jiushen Mountain. The Tai Ling sword sect army to 70,000 miles away. 6,000 li outside of Jiushen Mountain. The Tai Ling sword sect's army to 60,000 li away. 5,000 miles outside of Jiushen Mountain. The Tai Ling sword sect army to 40,000 miles away. 3,000 miles outside of Jiushen Mountain. The Tai Ling sword sect's army had reached 10,000 miles away. The rushing blood color of the sky, even from a distance of 10,000 miles, could be felt as the clouds in the dome of the sky changed. That was a half-step heaven realm great cultivator's chi, blood, and aura influencing the heaven and earth's clouds and waves to change. Boom! 1,000 miles ahead, there was sword light rising. That's the direction of Jiushen Mountain. The three rushing sword lights echoed each other as they slowly moved forward. The three Taishangs of the Nine Shen sword sect. The Nine Shen sword sect is not a small sect. It is the force to suppress the Tai Ling sword sect, one of the 9 sects in the western border. If the sword pavilion elder, who had already depleted his cultivation, was beheaded by the Tai Ling sword sect today, then the morale of the disciples on Jiushen Mountain would be cut by at least 70%. Yang, 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 yang. On the Nine Shen Mountain, the sound of bells rang out and could be heard for 3,000 miles. 6 rings. All of the Jiushen sword sect, 3,000 miles out to welcome Elder Gao Chonggong of the sword pavilion back to the mountain. A voice came from the top of the clouds. Boom! 10,000 miles away, 3 streaks of rushing sword light rose up, cutting the clouds apart. The Wind Spirit Sword Sect's supreme elders Zhu Quan, Deng Yuan, and Jiang Tianshang invite the Jiushen Sword Sect's sword pavilion elders to be guests at the heavenly wind cliff. Boom! Within 1,000 miles, the stray clouds in the sky exploded, revealing the pale blue dome of the sky. This was a collision of chi veins between 8 half-step heaven realm great cultivators, causing the heavens and earth to shift. Under such might, it was already rare for a cultivator under the earth realm to be able to barely stand still. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The Jiushen sword sect's convoy stopped at a flat wasteland. Can't walk. The pursuers have arrived and are blocking the enemy. Elder Jianga stood up, walked out of the carriage and stood on the frame. Han Makino stood at his side. All the disciples of the Jiushen sword sect slowly leaned in to protect the carriage. Han Makino looked down. Scared? Fear. He could see that Jiang Han and those outer disciples of theirs were all holding their swords and weapons tightly in their hands, looking nervous. Sun Daong turned his head, saw Han Muyo looking at them, and grinned. Only the tense face involved with this grin was always a bit strange. But this strange look made Han Mai's heart suddenly loosen. This look was too much more cordial than those great cultivators who were not surprised by the changes. In the direction of the Nine Shen Mountain, 3 brilliant sword lights pressed forward. One as light as water, but swept away the clouds and the sky. This is the water vein elder ancestor half-step heaven realm Zhang Jihe. A lush, green, rolling grass merges with the mountains. This is the wood vein ancestor peak Jedan Wu Ziyuan. The last one, the golden light is clear and cold, flickering, as if the flash is heaven and earth is divided. Golden vein ancestor, peak Jedan Lu Hao. The 3 half-step Heaven Realm members of the Nine Xian Sword Sect greeted the 2,000 li outside of the Nine Xian Mountain and fought against the 3 Taishangs of the Wind Spirit Sword Sect. Before making a move, the auras had already exchanged blows. Looking at the entangled and colliding Cloud Chi, the Sword Pavilion Elder said softly, "It seems that the Wind Spirit Sword Sect also wants to be the one playing chess and doesn't want to be the pawn. It's the man who plays chess without actually making a move, but can manipulate the big picture. The real pawns, then, were the 2 supreme elders of the Tai Ling Sword Sect. That's enough." 2 streams of light cut through the sky, carrying the roar of the astral wind as they flew towards the wasteland caravan. A Jiedan powerhouse, a half-step to the Heaven Realm, unstoppable. Xia Yunyang of the Tai Ling Sword Sect, Zhang En, invites Gao Chonggong of the Jiuxian Sword Sect to his death. The same words had been said by the elders of the Sword Pavilion. A few days ago, the Sword Pavilion elder chopped Mu Taiyang with a sword, causing the Tai Ling Sword Sect to change overnight and merge with the Wind Spirit Sword Sect. Today, the 2 Tai Ling Sword Sect Taishangs arrived in unison to return the words. The Sword Pavilion elder stood on the frame of the car, his hands behind his back, and his face was open as he looked towards the sky. "If you want me, Gao Chonggong, it's enough to send a big, strong man, but I'm flattered by today's battle." The Sword Pavilion elder's voice was calm to the extreme. "Killing my Sword Sect's supreme elder Mu Taiyang and violating the ban to perform the prairie sword art. Today Gao Chonggong will die, and the Jiuxian sword shall be handed over to the seat to take away." In the sky, the astral winds were blistering, and the sword light transformed into a rainbow, as if it was possible to directly chop mountains and rivers with a single sword from a distance of thousands of miles. Roar! Hundreds of miles away, a white tiger silhouette rose up into the sky. That white tiger transformed into sword light and met a sword shadow in the sky dome and crashed into it, the roar resounding for thousands of miles. Meng Meng's sword light exploded without any fancy, yet each strike shocked the hearts of the people. Takumi Neru, Elder Tuoba Chang of the Nine Xian Sword Sect's Earth Vein Sanshirjai, with the enlightened God Realm, condensed his sword momentum and fought against a half-step Heaven Realm without retreating in the slightest. Xia Yunyang, how about this? The kid who couldn't even lift his sword in front of you back then can make it difficult for you to advance an inch today. Just with you want to kill the Sword Pavilion Elder and take away the Nine Xian sword? Bull. Give me Tua Chang for 100 years, and I'll kill you like a dog. End of chapter. Chapter 102. The 4th Heavenly Realm of the Western Frontier Request First Order. Tuoba Cheng's voice was high-pitched, and it was hard to hide the exhilaration in it. The sky was filled with roaring sounds and sword lights intertwined. Condensing into the white tiger sword power, one could battle with a half-step Heaven Realm. The 4th great cultivator of the Nine Xian Sword Sect who was comparable to a half-step of the Heaven Realm. At this moment, the originally nervous and fearful Sword Sect disciples had many more expectations in their hearts. That's what a great Western frontier sect is, with unlimited depth. Han Mai stood at the side of the Sword Pavilion Elder, looking at the sword light that shot across the sky. Jiuxian Sword Sect, do you have any more cards? A half-step Heaven Realm was not scary. The scary thing was the Wind Spirit Sword Sect behind it. Patriarch Jinzei calculated everything. Did he calculate that the Wind Spirit Sword Sect Patriarch had stepped into the Heaven Realm? The 4th Heavenly Realm in the Western Frontier. In front of such a strong man, all the calculations useful? Taking a light breath, he stepped forward and stood in front of the Sword Pavilion Elder. It's useless to think about it. Today's crisis can be overcome. In the sky ahead, sword light roared and chopped. A faint sword light rose from Han Mai's body. A hint of a smile appeared on the Sword Pavilion Elder's face. "Kid, it's not your turn to strike yet." Boom! As if responding to the Sword Pavilion Elder's words, there was a roaring sound coming from the void. A Taoist in green robes held a long sword, and with a flash, he was already within 100 miles. Seeing this person, Han Mai froze. He turned his head to look at Su Yuan, who was full of excitement not far from the frame, and then to the Sword Pavilion Elder on his side. "Hihi, it's been a long time, Elder Taoran." The Sword Pavilion Elder spoke with a light smile. Taoran Elder Ancestor. Back then, the Fire Vein Ancestor Taoran who had rebelled from the Nine Xian Mountains. "Master." Su Yuan stood there, his face agitated, his breath churning as he whispered under his breath. "The Patriarch really didn't lie to me. So it is." It was only at this point that Han Mai's mind was enlightened. The patriarch had asked Elder Su Yuan to perform the prairie sword technique not only to lure in the wind spirit sword sect, but also to lure in Elder Tao Ran. Old me has been waiting for this day for decades. Old ancestor Tao Ran laughed up to the sky and swung down with a sword in his hand. Yang! The sound of long swords striking each other came out, shaking thousands of miles of clouds and waves. The Tai Ling sword sect's supreme Elder Zhang and was knocked back by a sword strike and fell back 100 miles. The strength of Old Man Taoran was as terrifying as it was. Disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect, escorting the sword pavilion elder back to the mountain. Patriarch Jin Zhe's voice resounded for thousands of miles. Nah! Countless figures rushed towards the wasteland, forming a sword formation and protecting the caravan in the center. Elder, we've come to fetch you back to the sword pavilion. Huang Lao Lu, who was holding his long sword tightly, stood in front of the frame and spoke in a low voice. Behind him, Lin Shun, who was carrying a large sword, held Lu Gao, who had layers of white veil wrapped around his face, in one hand. The sword pavilion elder's gaze fell in front of him before looking in the direction of the Nine Xian mountain in the distance. Over there, Patriarch Jin Zhe, dressed in purple robes, had a grave expression on his face as he hung still in the sky. Thousands of miles of sky, 10 half-step heaven realm powerhouses fought, churning up the clouds in the sky and the aura of heaven and earth. The wind was raging, and even big trees that were bowl-thick were directly broken. The scattered sword light in one strike was 100 feet of mountains shattered. However, all of this did not concern Nine Xian sword sect Patriarch Jin Zhe in the slightest. His gaze fell to the distant sky, watching the churning and rushing windswept waves. Boom! Zhou sword sect Elder Tuoba Cheng's white tiger sword light exploded and his figure retreated sharply. He was weak in the end, relying only on his sword power. He was able to withstand just half a step of the heaven realm. Elder Tuoba, Su Yuan will help you. Below, a flame rose, prairie sword art. Although it failed to become a sword momentum, it also has a few beacon images. Tuoba Chung laughed. The white tiger behind him condensed again, and the sword light rushed forward, clashing with the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder. Humph, your Zhou sword sect violated the ban and performed the prairie sword technique. Is this an iron will to go against my wind spirit sword sect? A voice rang out in the distance. It was one of the wind spirit sword sect's supreme elders who was confronting the 9 metaphysical sword sect's supreme elders who spoke. Opposing. Elder Tauron's voice carried a boom, as if there was infinite repressive power that he wanted to release. Then it's a good idea to make a pair. Old me will show you what the true prairie sword art is. As Old Man Tauron's voice fell, a thumping hot aura came from the void. The breath power was so thick that it dyed the dome of the sky golden red. Zhang En, the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder who was fighting against Old Man Tao Ran, retreated sharply. If you don't retreat, you won't be able to catch this sword. You guys keep saying that prairie is borrowed from your wind spirit sword sect's sword fusion. Today, I'll let you guys see how to prairie without borrowing wind power. The Tao Ran old ancestor's voice was filled with dominance, and the sword light in his hand chopped down with a roar. Without borrowing wind power, it starts a prairie fire for 1,000 miles? A deep spiritual light emanated from Han Mai's eyes as he stared intently at the sword light in Old Man Tao Ran's hand. So. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Endless flames rolled and tumbled as the sword light swung. There was no wind, but the flames lingered, windless. Alone, the fire becomes a great power. Han Mai slapped his palm fiercely and drank lowly. This is using flames to become the Tao. The sword pavilion elder on his side turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Kid, has a few eyes. Elder Tao Ran has been practicing for 1,000 years, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the earth realm, beyond compare. If he hadn't been hindered by the wind spirit sword sect, decades ago, it would have been possible for him to take a step further with the help of the flame way. The sword pavilion elder carried his hands behind his back, a hint of sighing on his face. Unfortunately, this wasted time. I'm afraid this life is difficult. In the sky, the flames covered half of the sky, and the clouds and smoke intertwined, causing the mountains and rivers to change color. The Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Zhang'an, who had retreated 100 miles, landed in the midst of the flames with a huge change in color. Around him, the sword light was like a wheel, tearing through a cloud of smoke, but he couldn't get away. That clear and cold sword light seemed to be melting under the flame scorching. Is this the flame extreme? Han Mai spoke in a low voice. This kind of power, he had felt it on certain sword art derivations. It was a power on par with sword power and could be categorized as a technique, yet not quite. Old ancestor Taoran used his sword to enter the Tao, and then used his sword to exit the Tao. This style of prairie fire is no longer a sword art, but a Tao art. The sword pavilion elder looked at the red cloud light that filled the sky and slowly opened his mouth. Taoism. Worldly cultivation is prioritized by the Great Way. In terms of killing, the sword cultivator is number one. In terms of perception, Gongfu study or Tao cultivation was better. Old man Taoran's flames blazed, directly suppressing the opposing Zhang En. In today's situation, the Jiuxian sword sect unexpectedly had the momentum of turning defeat into victory and settling a battle. Below, the countless disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect had their eyes shining through. If old man Taoran could behead Zhang En after today, the Jiuxian sword sect would definitely become the second of the four great sword sects. No, the three major sword schools. Patriarch, save me. In the sky, the Tai Ling sword sect's supreme elder Zhang En, who was surrounded by flames, suddenly raised his voice and shouted, Sovereign, their patriarch is not unknown. Han Makino was shaken. What Zhang En called out was not the Tai Ling sword sect patriarch, but the Wind Spirit sword sect patriarch. Heavenly realm great cultivation. Boom! A fierce wind blew between heaven and earth. The raging flames were instantly extinguished, and the clouds in the sky turned into green mist. Elder brother Yu He, long time no see. A middle-aged Taoist wearing a green robe and a golden crown stood in the void, looking at Elder Tao Ran as he spoke indifferently. If you return to my Wind Spirit sword sect and be Tao Yuha, I will leave you alive. After all, it was you who taught me to cultivate back then. Otherwise, this seat wouldn't really be where it is today. The Taoist's words were calm, without the slightest hint of fireworks. Zhang Chang, you stepped into the heaven realm? Old ancestor Taoran looked at the person in front of him, and a trace of uncontrollable throbbing emanated from his eyes. Zhang Chang, sect leader of the Wind Spirit sword sect. End of chapter. Chapter 103. The wind helps the fire, starting a 10,000-mile prairie fire seeking first order. Hearing the words of old man Tao Ran, Zhang Chang revealed a faint smile on his face and nodded his head gently. Boom! Within 1,000 miles, the flow of clouds is reversed. Heavenly realm. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, the great Tao of heaven and earth was within his grasp. Regardless of whether it was the lower-ranked disciples or the half-step heaven realm powerhouses who were facing off and engaging in battle, they all had to step back at this moment. Before a true heaven realm powerhouse, no one would still have the courage to make a move. Heavenly realm. The Wind Spirit sword sect's sectmaster was actually in the heaven realm. There were only 3 heavenly realms in the western frontier, ruling the 3 major forces and suppressing the clans in the western frontier for countless years. At this time, the Wind Spirit sword sect patriarch stepped into the heaven realm, becoming the 4th heaven realm powerhouse in the western borderlands. No wonder the Tai Ling sword sect, which was also one of the 4 great sword sects, had merged with the Wind Spirit sword sect. No wonder Mu Taiyang would seek death in a battle, but ultimately failed to change the end of the clan. In front of the heavenly realm, all scheming was futile. As of today, the Jiuxian sword sect had all their cards in hand and thought that the situation would be finalized. But what kind of great power can't be overturned in front of a heaven realm powerhouse? The disciples of the Nine Xian sword sect were all pale. Who could not be afraid of the might of the heavenly realm? It's a pity that I taught you too much back then. Old Tao Ran shook his head and spoke coldly. Hearing the words of old man Tao Ran, the smile on Zhang Cheng's face grew even more. Yes, back then, senior brother Yuha, you taught me so much, letting me know that when wind and fire overlap, they can be transformed into a great power. And also let me know that you only need to condense into the wind and fire great power, and if you go up one more layer, you'll be in the heaven realm. Looking at the cold face of the old Tao Ran ancestor, Zhang Cheng's smile slowly tightened. I've gone through a lot of trouble to prevent you from having the chance to step into the heaven realm. Having the Spirit Tao sect agree to step in and ban the prairie sword art, my Wind Spirit Tao sect, that is a lot of blood that has been shed ruthlessly. How about it? Senior brother Yuha is still satisfied with senior brother Yuha's gift, right? Old man Taoran didn't open his mouth again. A group of half-step heaven realm powerhouses from the Nine Xian sword sect flew away to surround them. Zhang Chang raised his head to look at the distant Jiuxian mountain, then looked at the Joseon sword sect patriarch Jinzei who flew down in front of him. You've got a hard-on? Can't you remember how you groveled back then? Zhang Chang spoke softly, contempt emanating from his eyes. Jinzei's expression on his face remained unchanged as he arched his hand and said, Patriarch Zhang stepped into the heaven realm and achieved the 4th Yuaning Great Cultivator of the Western Border. This is really something to be congratulated. Since we want to congratulate you, then let's use the 9 Xian sword as the congratulatory gift. Zhang Chang let out a cold smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd of the 9 Xian sword sect in front of him. Anyone who violates the injunction to perform the prairie sword technique will have all of their cultivation wasted. The person who made the move to kill Mu Taiyang is given to this seat. Zhang Cheng's gaze fell on Jinzei and said indifferently, These requirements are much simpler than they were back then. I don't think you'll refuse, Sovereign Jin, right? The year. Back then, only 3 of the 5 veins of inheritance on Joseon Mountain were left to support. Zhu Shen, the elder of the Sword Pavilion, cut off his own legacy with a tragic battle. This pain the Joseon sword sect could never forget. The situation today is even more difficult than it was then. Heaven Realm Great Cultivator in person. Joseon sword as a congratulatory gift. The person who performs the prairie sword technique abolishes his cultivation. The Sword Pavilion elder who killed Mu Taiyang was handed over to the Wind Spirit Sword sect to take away. If one of these 3 requests was granted, the hearts of the 9 Xian sword sect would be scattered. Patriarch Jinzei shook his head, a hint of regret showing on his face. Patriarch Zhang, the 9 Xian sword sect, really can't do what you're asking. The Joseon sword, I promised to give it to someone else. Hearing his words, Zhang Cheng laughed instead of being angry. Someone else. Tai Chi sword sect, right? He looked down in the direction of the caravan below, then laughed softly. Jinzei, here's where you're not as good as Gao Chonggong. He can be ruthless enough to enter the sword pavilion himself and condense the power of the 100 breaths of Heaven Realm. You can't do it. Without entering the Heaven Realm, you will never know what the Heaven Realm really is. Boom! As his words fell, endless astral winds rushed forth. The sky and earth were pale, and the clouds were vast. The sky was covered with clouds, covering the dome of the heavens, so that it was hard to see 5 fingers in the dim darkness. Heaven Realm Yuaning. Words follow the law. Earth Realm Jedon. Mere ants. Do you really think that Elder Tu Sun Shi will stand up for your 9 Xian sword sect? Without the Heavenly Realm in attendance, your 9 Xian sword sect doesn't have the qualifications to speak with the Heavenly Realm yet. Zhang Cheng's words made Jinzei change color. A spiritual light flashed on Jinzei's body and he shouted, Late generation Jinzei, please ask Master Elder Tu Sun to do justice. 10 breaths, 20 breaths. His face grew harder and harder. There was no response from the void. The great elder of the Tai sword sect, the number 1 sword cultivator in the western border, did not come as promised. Zhang Chang smiled faintly and opened his mouth. You let your disciples cast forbidden techniques to provoke my Wind Spirit sword sect, and you depleted Gao Chonggong's 100 breaths of Heaven Realm with a single sword, so as to make the seat's heart feel at ease, and lured the seat here. All of this is to ask Master Tu Sun to make a move. You think the Tai sword sect won't be willing to see a Heaven Realm come out of my Wind Spirit sword sect? As long as we take the 9 Xian sword, Master Tu Sun will surely step in. When the words came to this point, Zhang Chang let out a light laugh and said, Jinzei, you are known as Jin Li Feng Shui, able to create something out of nothing. Why did you miscalculate this time? Hearing his words, Jinzei shook his head, turned his head to look in the direction of the 9 Xian mountains, and said in a low voice, I miscalculated how ruthless a Heaven Realm great demon would be in order to protect himself, and I also miscalculated that the Heaven Realm, after all, is the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm great demon hadn't come out, and the 9 Xian sword was still at the bottom of the sword pavilion. Failing to hand over the 9 Xian sword to Master Tu Sun, Master Tu Sun's original promise to make a move was nullified. In the end, Zhang Chang was already in the Heaven Realm, and Master Tu Sun was unwilling to fight a Heaven Realm expert for the Joseon sword sect for nothing. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Without Master Tu Sun's intervention, facing Zhang Chang, who had stepped into the Heaven Realm, the Joseon sword sect's life and death were hard to predict. The expression on Zhang Cheng's face returned to calmness as he looked towards Old Man Tao Ran. Senior brother Yu He, come back to Sky Wind Cliff with me. What answered him was the flames tumbling around Old Man Taoran's body. The flames, transformed into a giant palm, slammed into Zhang Cheng before being stirred up by the astral wind around Zhang Cheng. Hands on, Old Man Taoran made a direct move towards a heaven realm. Above the dome of the sky, all the silent hanging figures instantly moved. Regardless of whether it was the three supreme elders of the Zhoushen sword sect or the people from the Wind Spirit sword sect's Tai Ling sword sect, they all flew and rushed towards their chosen opponents. In the eyes of the Tai Ling sword sect and the Wind Spirit sword sect, since the Zhoushen sword sect would not submit today, they would be exterminated. And the people of the Nine Shen sword sect knew that today, the only way to have a last chance was to fight. Zhang Cheng raised his hand, and with a clear wind, the flames around Old Man Taoran burst in an instant and turned into nothingness. Mantis! He had a disdainful sneer on his face. Patriarch Jin Zhe let out a loud shout. It's already happened, so let's fight. A long sword of green light in his hand, the water light on the sword fluctuated, and he chopped out with a sword. A 10,000-foot wild wave crashed toward Zhang Cheng. Half-step heaven realm. At this point in time, the Nine Shen sword sect, even with Jin Zhe, had actually reached 6 strong men who could have half-step heaven realm combat power. Such strength was already comparable to that year's peak era. No wonder Jin Zhe was calculating 100 times to compete with the Wind Spirit sword sect. Unfortunately, the Wind Spirit sword sect had produced a heavenly realm. Zhang Cheng laughed coldly and raised his hand. The watery light in front of him exploded. Half-step heaven realm Nine Shen sword sect patriarch Jin Zhe trembled, blood spilling from his mouth as he withdrew 1,000 feet away. The sword light turned into powder. Gold lifetime water? Nothing more than that. Zhang Cheng's gaze looked at Tao Ran in front of him, and his expression was no longer the slightest bit gentle. I'll give you one last chance. Let me see how much battle power your prairie sword art has. Don't hold back. This is your last chance in this life. Upon hearing his words, a brilliant light erupted from the eyes of Old Man Taoran, and he said with a long smile, "Good!" The flames around his body rose once again, and Old Man Taoran turned his head to look at his disciple Su Yuan, who had been pushed out 1,000 feet below by the mighty pressure of Zhang Cheng's heavenly realm. Su Yuan, watch this. This style of prairie is cultivated to a great extent, and the heaven realm is not yet stepped on. On his body, there were wind tendrils and flames twisting at the same time, blazing aura rushing to the sky. Su Yuan nodded, gritting his teeth and glaring. No matter how strong Old Man Taoran's prairie sword art was, it was no match for a heaven realm powerhouse. This style, prairie fire, would be the last time that Old Man Taoran would cast it. Not only Su Yuan, but all the disciples of the Zhoushen sword sect below were staring wide-eyed and deadpan at Old Man Taoran, who was transformed into a fiery flame. Sad or not, sad or angry, in the world of cultivation, it's all about strength. The heavenly realm is the heavenly realm. Han Mai turned his head and looked at the Sword Pavilion Elder. The Sword Pavilion Elder's gaze looked at the wind and fire in the sky before looking in the direction of Nine Shen Mountain in the distance. In his eyes, there was a hint of lingering. It's a pity that in this life, after all, I wasn't able to leave the Nine Shen Mountain. He turned his head to look at Han Mai at his side. Kid, when you go to the Central State in the next day and meet a woman named Xiao Yuli, you tell her that Gao Chonggong wants to leave everything behind and leave with her. After the Sword Pavilion Elder finished speaking, his body shook as he took a step out. On him, the endless sword light instantly exploded and scattered. I, Gao Chonggong, have been in the Sword Pavilion for a year or so since I joined, and this western frontier has forgotten my name of Wanli Tianfeng? Old Ancestor Taoran. Back then when you and I were training in the prairie sword art, how did we deduce it? Above the celestial dome, Old Ancestor Taoran laughed long and loud. The wind helps the fire to start a prairie fire for 10,000 miles. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Condensing Sword with God. 10,000 swords subjugate. The 10th shift on the shelves. The wind fuels the fire. On the Sword Pavilion Elder, vigorous sword intent rose up to the sky. In the midst of that sword intent, it carried a wind scroll whistling. Sealing the sword intent for an armor, my old bones are almost immobile. The Sword Pavilion Elder raised his hand, and in the center of his palm, the blade of a green-colored longsword was clear and cold. Gao Chonggong, that's why this seat says you're ruthless. Seeing the Sword Pavilion Elder who flew up, Wind Spirit Sword Sect Master Chang said with a smile. If you don't seal your own cultivation into the Sword Pavilion, the position of Sovereign of the Nine Shen Sword Sect is within your reach, and you might even be able to make a dash for the Heavenly Realm. Impacting the Heaven Realm? The Sword Pavilion Elder's figure was side by side with Elder Taoran, and the clear wind on his body intertwined with the flames on Elder Taoran's body, transforming into a roaring fire dragon. If I really dare to impact the heaven realm, I'm afraid that the entire Nine Xian sword sect will be buried with me, right? Speaking of this, his gaze turned to Zhang Cheng, his eyes shining brightly. I am curious as to how Patriarch Zhang had the opportunity to impact the heaven realm. Hearing the Sword Pavilion Elder's words, Zhang Cheng's eyes surged with light as he faintly said, "If you don't die today, I can tell you." The Sword Pavilion Elder laughed long and hard, and the Tao Ran Elder ancestor flew forward, palming the fire dragon and crashing into Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng's eyes narrowed as sword chi flowed from his body, and the rushing cold aura seemed to freeze the space around him. In his hand, a 3-foot sword appeared. Soldier sword skill. Han Mai, who was standing on the carriage, looked at Zhang Cheng and whispered out of his mouth, "What?" Huang Laolu, who was standing beside the carriage, turned his head and asked. Han Muoi shook his head. The means used by Zhang Cheng was the soldier sword technique that the Sword Pavilion had lost. Zhu Shen's ancestor died at the hands of the Wind Spirit Sword Sect. Divine light flickered in his eyes, and images continued to flash in Han Mai's mind. The soldier sword technique, which originally only had half of the feats, was deduced. Comprehend the soldier sword technique. The 3 inheritances of the Sword Pavilion, the sword nurturing technique, the sword condensing technique, and the soldier's sword technique, were assembled. It turns out that he used a magic treasure-level sword artifact to condense the soldier sword technique and step into the heaven realm. Han Mai looked at Zhang Cheng, who raised his hand and slashed down with his sword, and whispered softly in a low voice, "Boom!" In the sky, the fire dragon collided with the sword in Zhang Cheng's hand. The flames scattered in all directions, each sword light, were brilliant and flashing, making heaven and earth lose color. The power of wind and fire crosses heaven and earth. The Sword Pavilion Elder and the Tao Ran Elder ancestor joined hands in a strike that stretched the wind and fire to transform into a dragon, and their battle power exceeded the peak of the Earth realm and had reached the Heaven realm. With this sword, the Wind Spirit Sword Sect's sect leader Chang, who was a Heaven realm powerhouse, didn't dare to take it lightly. Good swordsmanship. He let out a long cry and the sword flew and rolled in his hand. The sword light was so powerful that it turned into a wind scroll to wrap the fire dragon. The wind scrolls collided with the fire dragon, and the flames that ravaged the heavens and earth were blocked by the sword light. The heavenly realm, after all, was the heavenly realm. With every swing of Zhang Cheng's sword, the fire dragon was cut down a layer. Behind the red dragon, the Sword Pavilion Elder and the Tao Ran Old Ancestors' faces turned 1 point paler. After 10 swords, the fire dragon exploded, and the 1,000-mile sky dome was ravaged by endless wind and fire. The sky and the earth were filled with beacons, making it impossible to open one's eyes. With this sword, one is invincible under the heaven realm. Your Nine Xian sword sect really does have a deep heritage. Zhang Cheng's voice came. Senior brother Yuha, Gao Changgong, blame it on the fact that you are from the Nine Xian sword sect. It's a pity that you have such enlightened talent. Although it was impossible to see the exact battle, the wind scrolls whistling in the void, the mighty pressure churning, and the flames dissipating let everyone know that in this battle, the Tao Ran ancestor and the Sword Pavilion Elder had lost. Defeated, Huang Laolu, who was standing by the frame, spoke in a low voice. Han Mai's eyes flashed with refined light. Defeated. The combined power of the Sword Pavilion Elder and the Tao Ran ancestor couldn't withstand a true Heaven Realm powerhouse. In today's situation, the Heavenly Realm is invincible. The Nine Xian Sword Sect, its demise is imminent. The survival of my Nine Xian Sword Sect lies in this day. There is only death. In the sky, the voice of the Nine Xian Sword Sect's patriarch, Jin Zhe, rang out. The roar exploded, dispersing most of the beacon smoke. A golden light-drenched patriarch Jin Zhe stepped forward, his feet stepping into the void, and with every step he took, the aura on his body won 1 point. By 10 steps, the aura on Jin Zhe's body was already only slightly worse than Zhang Cheng's. Shattered pills. Zhang Cheng froze and laughed lightly. I take back my previous words. You're just as ruthless as Gao Changgong. 1 blow to the shattered Dan, and all of your cultivation in this life is wasted. Jin Zhe, you've been cultivating for hundreds of years. Is it worth it? Cultivating to the earth realm to form a Jin Dan, condensing one's hard-earned cultivation into substance, is a Jin Dan. The Jin Dan contains all the cultivation insights and aura accumulation of the practitioner in this life. To the extreme of earth realm cultivation, the Dan breaks into an infant and steps into the heaven realm, as if it were a newborn. Before the first baby and broken Dan, a lifetime of cultivation into running water, this life cultivation is cut off. Cultivators who reach Jedon, the peak of the earth realm, have hundreds of years of cultivation and hundreds or thousands of years of longevity. Claiming the clan as an ancestor, proudly shouting on one side. Shattering of the Dan, total loss of cultivation and depletion of 90% of lifespan. And in return, there was only a sharp spurt of power from the moment of the shattered Dan. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. However, this bloom of power would never reach the heaven realm. How can we know the beauty of the heavenly realm before we break the cocoon into a butterfly? I, Jinzei, joined the Joshin sword sect at the age of 13, entered the inner sect from the outer sect, built the foundation in 3 years, and was regarded as the hope of the sect. At the age of 32, foundation building was complete, stepping into the earth realm, invincible at the same level, known as Jin Li Feng Shui. I was in charge of the essence of both veins, and was cultivated by the sect for 100 years to become the youngest patriarch of the 9 Xian sword sect. On Jin Zei's body, it condensed into a long sword of 2 colors, gold and water, and the light of the sword was dazzling, transforming into a 100-feet-long blade. On his side, Tao Ran and the sword pavilion elder stood supporting each other, their auras obscure and uncertain. I, too, was once so bold as to say that I would reach the heavenly realm in this life. It's a pity that the sect is drifting, and there isn't even a chance to dive into a retreat. I was also ambitious and vowed to build the Joshin sword sect into a powerful sect in the western border. Oh, these 100 years are nothing but wasted time in the end. Raising his head, Jin Zei's gaze was fixed on Zhang Chang as he spoke softly. If you don't have the chance to touch the heaven realm in this life, then let's fight against the heaven realm. Above his head, the 2 colors of gold and water sword intent merged, transforming into a greenish-gray sword light. This sword light seemed to have endless vitality, able to soothe the heavenly dome that had been scorched by the previous flames. Looking at Patriarch Jin Zei, who had condensed his life's cultivation into a sword, all the disciples of the Joshin sword sect below clenched their teeth and clenched their fists. If I, Huang Zhenxiong, have a heaven realm sword, I will chop that up. Huang Laolu glared and shouted. The great power of the clan is at stake. There was a faint halo rising from Han Mai's body. Divine Soul Sword Qi. Huang Laolu froze and hesitantly said, Sword of Divine Soul? How long have you been practicing this sword condensation technique? Is it useful? This kind of big cultivator battle, Han Mai's little divine soul crashed into it, afraid that not even a bubble is missing. If I don't do this, how can I be satisfied? Han Mai spoke in a low voice, slowly sitting on the frame and closing his eyes. Huang Laolu nodded his head and muttered to himself, Te Grandma, consider this cultivation returned to the 9 Xian sword sect. His eyes widened as he let out a loud cry, Condense the sword. An arcane sword light rose above his head and rushed into the sky, landing on top of the sword light above Patriarch Jin Zei's head. At that very moment, the sword light in Han Mai's divine stash flickered and had collided with the great sword in the sky. For 100 miles around, the swords and weapons vibrated. The sword of concentration. Condense the sword with God, and all swords submit. On Deer Park Mountain, the sword pavilion elder used this sword to decapitate half-step heaven realm Mu Taiyang. Today, I see this sword again. Bastard. Really giving it up. The sword pavilion elder turned back, looking towards the position of the frame, and whispered under his breath. This is the sword pavilion heir you trained? Not bad. Old ancestor Taoran said softly as he looked at Han Mai on the frame and Huang Laolu in front of him. Is that the sword pavilion sword viewer? The disciples of the 9 Xian sword sect, countless people looked at Huang Laolu and spoke in low voices. That's right, senior brother Han. The one in the sword pavilion who can instruct the sword skills of the lead sword disciples. Looking at Han Mai, who was sitting cross-legged on the frame, someone whispered softly. I recognize him, he's the sword pavilion sword viewer. I even received a sword weapon from him last time. Someone stared with wide eyes at Huang Laolu, who opened his arms and threw his head back to shout. It turns out that senior brother Han is truly deep in hiding, holding the long sword that was constantly vibrating in his hand. Lin Shun spoke in a low voice. Brother 6, awesome. In the distance, The bald Hulk Zhao Pu clenched his fists and looked at Huang Laolu and exclaimed lowly. Huang Laolu turned his head in some bewilderment and looked toward Han Mai, who had his knees crossed and eyes closed on the frame of the car. His sword condensation technique, so strong? Brothers, do you see my sincerity? Thanks for the support. I'll report back on the results and add more or less for a tally. Punch, punch, punch. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The True Controller of the Sword of Concentration. Monthly votes over 500 plus more.
Sword concentration technique.
This sword skill Zhang Chang naturally knew well. He was able to become a heavenly realm with the help of the soldier sword skill from the Zhou Xian sword sect's sword pavilion inheritance. Back then, the Wind Spirit sword sect besieged the sword pavilion elder Zhu Shen and obtained the remnants of the soldier sword technique. This soldier sword technique was crippled without a complete condensation method, and he had to consume the assistance of the Tai Ling sword sect's town leading sword, the sword spirit, before he could use the sword as his body and step into the heaven realm. At this moment, once the sword pavilion inheritance's sword condensation skill came out, it was difficult for him to move all over. He looked at the sword weapon in his palm and covered his chest with one hand, his face ugly. The soldier sword technique condensed his body with a divine weapon, and his body was equivalent to a sword. In front of the sword light condensed by the divine soul, his body, too, vibrated and trembled. Sword pavilion, sword of the spirit. Staring up at the huge sword, Zhang Chang gritted his teeth and spoke. If we don't fight now, when will we wait? A faint voice rang in Jin Zhe's ears. Jin Zhe's eyes widened as the voice clearly came from the long sword above his head.
Sword condensation technique.
On Nine Shen Mountain, there was someone else who had condensed a divine soul sword. Jin Zhe's body trembled, and his face looked excited to the extreme. As the patriarch of the Jiuxian sword sect, facing a great enemy of the heavenly realm, he had thought that the destruction of the sect was imminent today, and that he was going to be the ancient sinner of the Jiuxian sword sect. He was already prepared for his Dan to shatter and fall. I didn't expect that just when I was fighting to the death, I would be assisted by the condensed God One sword. With this sword in place, 100 breaths of heavenly realm. Above Jin Zhe's head, the greenish-gray sword light instantly exploded, and the two colors of gold and water poured into itself, and a long sword that rushed through the sky stood in the void. The power of the shattered Dan infused itself, and his body's strength skyrocketed. No more hesitation. Jin Zhe raised his hand, and the sword light complied with his palm as he slashed down. This sword does not have before Tao Ran Old Ancestor and the Sword Pavilion Elders combined power of the Sword of the Fire Dragon of the Magnificent, even less than Tuoba Chang that the White Tiger transformed into the sword light condensed. But with just this sword, for 100 miles around, all the sword cultivators could hardly raise their heads. A sword that presses down on 100 miles of mountains and rivers. Zhang Chang, who was before the long sword, moved his body in a continuous motion, his body's sword intent rushing to the sky. A foot-long silhouette emerged, holding a short golden glittering sword in both hands, the firstborn. When the Dan breaks into an infant, it is in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and is the favorite of heaven and earth, and is a great cultivator of the heavenly realm. Good timing! Zhang Chang roared out furiously. The short sword of golden light in that tiny Yuaning's hand chopped out, colliding heavily with the illusory sword shadow. Boom! Above the 10,000 feet of emptiness, it was as if a meteor had exploded, and golden light and clear wind shattered clouds stirred and scattered for 10,000 miles. Jin Zhe spat out blood and fell back, his sword light disorganized and coalesced. Zhang Chang withdrew 10,000 feet, his face slightly swollen and red. Jin Zhe, whose breath was scattered on his body, looked up to the sky and laughed, raising his hand to point the large sword above his head. Heaven realm, so this is the power of the heaven realm. He looked toward Zhang Chang, who was 10,000 feet away, with a proud smile on his face. Patriarch Zhang, the heavenly realm, is nothing more than that. The sky-supporting sword transformed into a clear sword light and slammed towards Zhang Chang once again. Zhang Chang's face changed color and he let out a cold snort. His body's collected breath exploded, and the void space was imprisoned by a trace. The power of the heaven realm Yuaning transformed into golden streams of light, blasting against the great sword held by Jin Zhe. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and the disciples of the Jiuxian sword sect watching from below couldn't even stand. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads once again to look at Han Mai, who was standing on the frame with a pale face and trembling shoulders. as well as Huang Laolu, who had his mouth wide open in front of the frame. Senior Brother Han. Someone lowered his head. Sixth Brother, someone said with tears in their eyes. The divine soul swords that Senior Brother Han and Sixth Brother had condensed were so strong that they were fighting for their lives. In this life, I, Zhang de Hammer, will obey no one but the Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer. Someone clenched his fist and roared out in a low voice. Han Mai, who was seated on the frame, narrowed his eyes as his gaze fell on Zhang Chang and Jin Zhe, comprehending the Wind Spirit Sword Sect's Town Sword Art, Wind Shattering. Comprehend the Wind Spirit Sword Sect Sword Art of Cutting the Wind. Comprehend the 9 Xian Sword Sect's 4 Xian Sword Art, Jingo. Comprehend the Jiu Xian Sword Sect's Zhanzong Sword Art, Water Moon. If it were any other time, Han Mai couldn't wait for the two men above his head to keep fighting so that he could see through more powerful sword techniques. But at this point, he couldn't wait. 100 breaths could battle the Heaven Realm's divine soul with a sword, and now most of the time had passed. Although Patriarch Jin Zhe, who was holding a huge sword, was able to temporarily draw with Zhang Chang, after 100 breaths, he would really be powerless. Jin Zhe's cultivation was profound and his sword skills were pure, but unfortunately, after being a patriarch for a long time, he was still a step behind in sword training. Jin Zhe, after 100 breaths, this seat will see how you die. Zhang Chang shouted violently, the sword light on his body condensing into substance. Boom! The two swords struck each other, and Jin Zhe retreated 1,000 feet, blood spurting from his mouth. Not being in the Heaven Realm, one could not block the power of a Yuaning after all. Below, the hearts of the crowd of disciples of the 9 Xian sword sect were hanging in their throats. Huang Laolu clenched his fists, his face looking a little pale. The sword chi condensed by his divine soul had been depleted in a hurry long ago. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Tay Grandma. The big deal is death. Huang Laolu slammed his fist and bellowed. Han Mai shook his head, his eyes closing gently. He was the one in control of the sword of concentration. Han Mai, who had seen through the Wind Spirit Sword Sect's sword techniques, was certain that Zhang Chang would stay here. Buzz! The originally silent sky supporting longsword was instantly animated. The sword light, condensed into a line, cut through the void and appeared directly above Zhang Cheng's head. Receiving the power of heaven and earth and condensing a line of sword light, this was the true power of the Heaven Realm. With this sword, Zhang Chang could not dodge at all. Zhang Chang, who had a huge change in color, just raised his sword to block, but the sword grazed his sword in a pan and stabbed him in his armpit. Boom! The astral energy protecting the body of the Heaven Realm powerhouse burst out, blocking the longsword. Zhang Cheng's face turned pale and he backed away sharply. This sword was actually looking for the place where his sword technique was broken, and he directly struck out. Without waiting for Zhang Chang to withdraw 100 feet, the sword light flashed again and swirled lightly above his head. Stab! Zhang Chang tried to block the sword, but he lunged and was struck on the shoulder by the huge sword. Again, where the breaks are. How? Boom! With another sword, the long sword viciously stabbed at Zhang Cheng's chest, knocking his protective astral aura away. Zhang Chang, who had spat out blood and retreated sharply, stared wide-eyed. How can? Fear came through his eyes. This sword is too weird. In the distance, the 9 Xian sword sect patriarch Jin Zhe looked at the sword, his face constantly changing. He turned his head and looked down at Han Muoi. Could it be that he manipulated this sword? Just how strong is his sword Dao cultivation? How can he have such means? Not far away, the Sword Pavilion elder also nodded slightly. He had valued Han Mai's enlightenment in the first place, and he hadn't expected him to comprehend a way to manipulate the condensed god's sword so quickly. On his side, Old Man Taoran was filled with envy and turned his head to look at the frame below. You, the inheritor of this legacy, are truly, superbly enlightened. Beside the frame, someone suddenly yelled lowly, Senior Brother is mighty. To his side, the others were also clenching their fists, rushing toward Han Mai on the frame and Huang Laolu, who was looking up at the sky, chanting, Senior Brother is mighty. Huang Laolu grinned and glanced at Han Mai, then swung his fist at the long sword above his head. He didn't know why people were shouting, but he knew that in this moment, his own brother was fighting for his life. Boom! The giant sword chopped down again. Zhang Cheng's figure had just risen, but suddenly his face changed dramatically. Cracks emerged from the sword in the palm of the illusory figure above his head. Soldier sword technique. Just now, that giant sword sought out his brokenness and struck out, not only injuring his Yuaning's body, but also his condensed body sword that condensed the heaven realm. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Cheng turned around and flew away. The sword weapon refined by the soldier sword technique was comparable to the grade of a magic treasure, and if it resisted one more sword, the sword would be shattered. When the sword is there, the person is there. When the sword is gone, the person is gone. At that time, he would also be dead. Zhang Cheng turned around and left, and the 3 Taishang elders of the Wind Spirit Sword sect and the 2 Taishangs of the Tai Ling Sword sect hurriedly followed. If we don't leave, who can block the 9 Xian Sword sect Patriarch Jin Zhe's God Concentrating Sword? The first booking is now over 2,000. The last chapter was broken, so now I'm adding more to protect my character. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Heaven's Realm. Escaped. Before the eyes of countless Jiuxian Sword sect disciples, the Heaven Realm Great Cultivator, the Wind Spirit Sword sect Master, fled. This instantaneous change in the battlefield is really unexpected. A Heaven Realm powerhouse was actually injured by a sword and ran for his life 3,000 miles outside of the 9 Xian Mountains. The 4th Heavenly Realm in the western borderland was unexpectedly defeated by the 9 Xian Sword sect Patriarch outside of the 9 Xian Mountains with a single sword of God concentration, and fled with serious injuries. This injury will last a lifetime. After today, the only western frontier sect under the Heavenly Realm is the 9 Xian Sword sect. For 300 years, the glory of my Jiu Xian Sword sect has returned. Jin Zhe's eyes were filled with tears, and he shouted with a long whistle. The Jiu Xian Sword sect has endured humiliation, lying in wait for 300 years. He, Jin Zhe, wasted 200 years, his path was broken, and he finally became the great cause of the Jiu Xian Sword sect. Today, the 9 Xian Sword sect behead the Heaven Realm, Chopper Realm. All of the people up and down the 9 Xian Sword sect were all displaying maniacal expressions. The power cuts through the Heavenly Realm. The Heaven-Shattering Realm. The Heaven-Shattering Realm. All the Earth Realm powerhouses flew up and formed a sword formation, following behind Patriarch Jin Zhe and chasing after the Wind Spirit Sword sect's people in the direction of their defeat. In today's battle, the Jiuxian Sword sect shall rise. Watching a group of experts from the sect flying away to chase the enemy, the disciples of the Jiuxian Sword sect below were all boiling with blood. Senior Han, 6th brother, are you guys all right? Lin Shen looked towards Huang Lao Lu in front of the frame and spoke in a low voice. To his side, Rugo, who had a wooden staff in one hand, also grinned. Around the frame, countless disciples cast their gazes toward Han Mai and Huang Lao Lu, their eyes sizzling to the extreme. In today's battle, the ones who saved the day were the 2 lesser-known sword watchers in front of them. Senior brother Han of the Sword Pavilion, a genius of the Sword Dao. Someone reached out and pointed at Han Mai. More than a genius, it's almost like a sword fairy-like figure. His name is Huang Lao Lu. He is the Sword Pavilion's sword viewer. A disciple looked at Huang Lao Lu and spoke in a low voice to the excited fellow disciples around him. Sure, his name is Huang Zhenxiong. He should be called Senior Brother Zhenxiong. 6th brother, in the future we must honor 6th brother. Huang Lao Lu had a somewhat strange look on his face. Just now, that sword chi condensed by his divine soul merged with the sword above Patriarch Jin Zhe's head, and it really seemed as if he had transformed into a giant sword, with its light shining so brightly that heaven and earth could be cut down. But the family knows its own weight. His little sword chi, not to mention decapitating the Heaven Realm, was not strong enough to tickle a Heaven Realm powerhouse. How could you help the Patriarch injure the Wind Spirit Sword sect's Patriarch, a great cultivator of the Heaven Realm? Unconsciously, he turned his head to look at Han Muoi, who was sitting cross-legged on the frame of the car. At this moment, Han Mai's face was pale, and his shoulders were slightly trembling. Boom! In the distant sky, the booming body came. Under one sword, 100 miles of mountains and rivers were split apart. Zhang Cheng escaped one step ahead of him, and the several half-step Heaven Realm behind him could not escape, so they could only turn around and combine their efforts to catch the sword light before spitting out blood and retreating in defeat. Only at this point did the magnificent sky supporting long swords slowly turn into nothingness. 100 breaths, over. Han Mai shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. 6. In front of him, Huang Lao Lu came closer, a puzzled look on his face. Brother, this body of yours, quite weak ah? Void? Can you not be vain? The sword condensed in his divine soul was consumed, and even Han Mai's own divine soul was involved, nearly collapsing from the shock. At this point, his muscles and bones were sore and he had a headache. The entire divine collection had been empty. "Kid, are you all right?" The equally pale-faced sword pavilion elder stepped forward and looked at Han Mai. He naturally knew that Han Mai had consumed so much that it might affect the solidity of his divine soul and cause his body to collapse. Elder Tao Ran, who had also followed him, looked at Han Mai, turned his head to Huang Lao Lu, who was huddled in front of the frame, and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. "Good boy, good. Not bad." Huang Lao Lu swelled red and nodded. He didn't know how he was good. Han Mai, who was seated on the frame, looked at the sword pavilion elder and let out a light laugh. "Elder, do you still want me to carry a message for you to that senior Xiaoyuli?" His words caused the sword pavilion elder's face to stiffen, and a trace of redness flushed across his rare pale face.
Brat.
Before the sword pavilion elder could finish cursing, he only saw a mouthful of blood spurting out of Han Mai, his body intersecting and exploding with sword chi, and his entire body falling onto the frame of the car, fainting to death. The power of one person to save the waves from falling, the power of one sword to save Jiuxian from the fall of the heavens. Worth it. When Han Mai woke up, he was already in the quiet room in the sword pavilion. "Han. Senior brother Han is awake." A 13 or 14-year-old child whimpered, then turned and ran out. "Grandpa Gao, Grandpa Tao. Senior Han has woken up." The child's voice echoed in the middle of the sword pavilion. However, in a moment, Lu Gao, who was leaning on a wooden stick, and Lin Shun, who was carrying a large sword, both rushed into the quiet room. Then, the sword pavilion elder and old man Taoran walked in as well. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. "How long have I, elder, been asleep?" Feeling that his head was still a bit heavy, Han Mai looked at the sword pavilion elder and asked in a low voice. 1 month and 7 days. The sword pavilion elder looked at Han Mai and said softly, "I thought that you wouldn't be able to wake up again. 1 month and 7 days.
Han Mui nodded.
He also didn't expect to be hurt so badly. "It's good to be awake. It's good to be awake." Lin Shen and Lu Gao both looked excited. Han Mai looked toward Lu Gao, who was in the position where the black veil was covering his eyes, and whispered, "Big brother Lu, your injury." Lu Gao grinned. "There's no harm in it. I can eat and drink," and sixth brother said that from now on, "I'll retire in Jiang'a."
Han Mui nodded.
Sixth brother has been invited to a banquet by Elder Lu of the inner sect. Should we go and tell him the news of senior brother Han's awakening? The child who had been yelling earlier asked as he stuck his head out from the doorway of the quiet room. Han Mai turned his head to look at the child, and his eyes flashed as he shook. In the child's hand, he was holding a small snow-white fox, and was raising his eyes to look at him. Han Mai didn't come back to his senses until the little child left with the little fox in his arms. "Elder, him and it, where did it come from?" Han Muno looked toward the sword pavilion elder. "Gao Shaoxian, this kid is a distant relative of the elder of the sword pavilion. The elder specially sought out and took care of you." Leaning on a wooden stick, black veil-masked Lu Gao did not lose his eyes and disheveled, and still had a loud voice. "This kid is pretty good, hardworking and knows his stuff." Lu Gao seems to have a fondness for kiddo. Gao Shaoxian. Only when Lu Gao and Lin Shen walked out to continue guarding the sword pavilion did Han Mai look at the sword pavilion elder. "You kids still can't guess?" The sword pavilion elder waved his hand and sat himself down in front of the long case in Han Mai's quiet room. The quiet room was that big, and there was only one wooden chair, so the old Tao Ran ancestor who came with him could only stand. Still aching and powerless, Han Mai raised his head and nodded to old ancestor Tao Ran before whispering, "Old ancestor, is this the sword spirit of the 9 Xian sword?" There is a spirit in the sword. In fact, a sword weapon at the spirit weapon level already has a sword spirit bred in it. But even if it was a top-grade spiritual weapon, the spirit of the sword spirit in it was not high, and was no different from an ordinary small beast. After warming it for a long time, it could connect with the sword owner's mind, but it still couldn't do too much complicated communication. Only to the level of the magic treasure, in which the sword spirit wisdom divine soul is not weaker than a human being, and can even be transformed into a human form, self-cultivation. The little boy Gao Shaoxian that Han Mai saw was clearly a body condensed by a sword spirit. The reason he could tell was because he had cultivated the sword pavilion's inherited sword condensation skill. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would be just like Lu Gao and the others, and really only consider Gao Shaoxian to be a distant relative of Elder Gao. The patriarch lured Master Tu Sun of the Tai sword sect here, and originally wanted to use the Nine Xian sword as a reward for asking him to deal with the Wind Spirit Sword sect's patriarch Zhang Cheng. To take the Nine Xian sword, we must destroy the Great Demon. In order to escape the calamity of extinction, the Great Demon's divine soul escaped and condensed into a small white fox beast, while the Jiu Xian sword transformed the sword spirit into a small child. The two of them were already there when we got back to the sword pavilion. Just the sword spirit ignorant, that little beast directly is completely give up 10,000 years of cultivation and memory. The two phases are in harmony. Patriarch said that the great demons suppressed by the Jiu sword are ruthless. How is the Jiu sword not ruthless? Old ancestor Taoran sighed softly in a low voice. The great demon was so that it would not be exterminated by Master Tu Sun, and the Nine Xian sword was so that it would not be refined and taken away. One gave up his 10,000-year-old true body and memories, and the other shed his sword body. Han Makino was a bit stunned. I'm afraid that the great demon's ability to come out of his soul still has something to do with him. Doesn't it? For shifts today. End of chapter. Chapter 107 3 Secrets in 1. Xian Yang Secrets 2-4. At this time, his divine soul perceived that on the jade-colored sword bone behind him, it had dimmed a few points. The great demon divine soul was attached to the sword bone before escaping. At the cost of part of his divine soul being condensed into a sword, he escaped the suppression of the Nine Xian sword. This great demon was truly ruthless enough, and moreover, his mind was cunning to the extreme. Giving up their true body cultivation and being accompanied by the clueless sword spirit, these two deposited in the sword pavilion, which was really considered the safest. How could the sword pavilion, which was meant to guard the existence of the Jiu sword, not harm the little child who had incarnated Gao Shaoxian? How is the Wind Spirit Sword sect patriarch? Did he get away? What was the outcome of that battle? Han Mai was unconscious because his divine soul was too depleted. When the imperial envoy condensed a sword and chopped it out, 100 breaths of time arrived. The divine soul sword crumbled, and what the final result was, Han Mai didn't know. Zhang Cheng was not lightly injured, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover for a few years. But in the end, he's a heaven realm, so he still got away. The sword pavilion elder said in a low voice. This was not a surprise to Han Mai. Heaven realm, if it was that easy to be beheaded, it wouldn't have become the top existence in the western border. Zhang En of the Tai Ling sword sect has fallen, and the 3 Tai Shangs of the Wind Spirit sword sect are more or less injured. Old ancestor Taoran spoke. This news made Han Mai's eyes light up. The Wind Spirit sword sect's patriarch was seriously injured, and 3 of the supreme elders were injured, so at this time it could be a good time to beat up the dogs. Operate properly, the Wind Spirit sword sect will be greatly injured if it is not destroyed. So the patriarch is leading the clan's strongest men to attack under the rule of the Wind Spirit sword sect? Han Muoi opened his mouth and asked. Patriarch Jin Zhe was known as Jin Li Feng Shui, and although he had made a mistake in his calculations before and almost caused the destruction of the Nine Xian sword sect, his wisdom and determination were truly not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. With Jin Zhe's power of determination, he would certainly not let go of such a great opportunity. Hearing Han Mai's words, the sword pavilion elder and the Tao Ran old ancestor glanced at each other and shook their heads, regretful expressions on their faces. The patriarch is in seclusion, old ancestor Tao Ran said in a low voice. Although he didn't use up too much of his shattered Dan power in this life, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to advance his cultivation by an inch. When Han Mai inspired the concentration 1 sword, he used the power in the sword to press Jin Zhe's self-crushing Jin Dan back into his body. Unfortunately, in the end, he could only preserve his Jin Zhe cultivation, but his path was broken. Han Makino was a little ashamed. He was the one who disrupted Patriarch Jin Zhe's layout. Otherwise, one could imagine the image of the number 1 sword cultivator of the western border, who had taken the 9 Xian sword striking out and killing the Wind Spirit sword sect leader Chang with a single sword strike. Unfortunately, Master Tu Sun did not have the 9 Xian sword and chose not to make a move. The 9 Xian sword sect had poured their efforts into a battle with the Wind Spirit sword sect, but they were also nearly destroyed by a Heaven Realm powerhouse. If Han Mai hadn't inspired the Sword of Concentration at the crucial moment, I'm afraid that the 9 Xian sword sect would really have been annihilated. Pity, Han Muoi said softly. There's nothing to be sorry about. Before the patriarch's seclusion, the spiritual Dao sect had already sent a decree ordering a truce. Hearing Han Mai's words, the sword pavilion elder smiled and said, Truce? Han Makino froze, his brows furrowing. Why didn't you call a truce when the Jiu sword sect was almost exterminated? preferring the Wind Spirit Sword sect to have a truce when they were going to be beaten at the door. The pulling of the plug is just too obvious. 2. The Tai Ling Sword sect's patriarch has lured the Southern Wasteland Demon Clan's great clan into the Western borderlands and has already slaughtered several clans. Spiritual Tao sect's Manhwa realist decree: all sects in the Western border, above the Earth Realm Enlightened God stage, are not allowed to fight internally and strike. Within 3 months, each clan will draw experts to guard the Fengsho Mountain vein on a rotational basis. Old Ancestor Taoran lowered his voice. Before repelling the foreign enemies of the Southern Wasteland, there can be no infighting at the Jeden stage or above the Jeden stage. Above Jeden are all pillars of the Western border cultivation world, and they cannot fight internally. As for below Jeden, just fight casually. Han Mai understand, in the eyes of the big cultivators not formed Jindan are not to see life and death, nothing to worry about. The Tai Ling Sword sect patriarch, but he is also decisive. Han Mai said in a low voice. He had long ago known from Mu Tianyang's remnant soul that the Tai Ling Sword sect had a connection with the great demon of the Southern Wasteland. It's just that I didn't expect that this time they would do such a desperate thing and directly lure the Southern Wasteland Demon Clan to attack the Western border. Since the fate of being annexed cannot be changed, it would be better to rebel against the Western frontier. The Southern Wasteland is the world of the demon race, and in the past, there was constant friction with the Western frontier, but there was no direct attack by large armies. This one actually set off such a big fight. Zhang Chong of the Wind Spirit Sword sect must have known about the Tai Ling Sword sect's collusion with the Southern Wasteland for a long time before he dared to break through to the Heaven Realm at this time. The Sword Pavilion Elder turned his head to look at the white tiger scroll hanging on the quiet room and said in a low voice, "If it was the usual time, whoever dared to impact the Heaven Realm would definitely be ostracized and crushed by the 3 major clans of the Western border. Only when the Southern Wasteland attacked in force, and the Western border was in dire need of strong support, could the Wind Spirit Sword sect escape the censure of the 3 major sects. Perhaps Zhang Chang had planned this matter long ago and hard pushed the Tai Ling Sword sect patriarch into betraying the Western frontier. None of these great cultivators, none of them were oil-saving. What could they not do for the sake of cultivation, for the sake of the clan? Han Mai had only just awakened. An elder Tao ran, and the Sword Pavilion elders didn't stay in the quiet room for long. Only when the 2 left did Han Mai gently lean back on the wooden couch, looking at the white tiger scroll in front of him in a slight daze. Lying on this side of the small quiet room, he felt immensely at peace. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, countless sword weapons gently vibrated within the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. The corner of Han Makino's mouth curled up. He didn't go back on his word and brought back the Sword Pavilion Elder. The 9 Xian Sword Sect, still the 9 Xian Sword Sect, did not disperse. In the future, he could still peacefully be a sword watcher in the middle of the Sword Pavilion. Divine thoughts wandered through his body, probing his current condition. The divine residence was still empty, and the divine soul that had naturally recovered while sleeping was still thin. But this divine soul is tough. The Qi sword intent was still there, and the sword Qi in the Dantian was slowly flowing. The aura cultivation was also not injured, and the physical body cultivation was still there. The body is not in any serious trouble, just waiting for the soul to recover. All count as good news. It was just a pity that the concentration one sword, which could be 100 breaths of heavenly realm, had been consumed cleanly. But it was all worth it. Inside Han Mai's mind, images of the sword nurturing technique, sword condensing technique, and soldier sword technique cultivation techniques continued to intertwine and flow. The complementary soldier sword technique seemed to have an inexplicable pull with the other 2 techniques. Buzz! With a tremor, the 3 sword skills Gongfu cultivation images crashed together, constantly intermingling. Use God as a guide, Qi as a pulse, and body as a sword. The 3 secrets are united, and only then is the true cultivation method. Comprehend the Xian Yang sword technique. The moment he comprehended the Xian Yang sword technique, Han Mai's body shook, and the divine soul in the divine deposit couldn't help but be consumed as the images in his mind dispersed. This sword skill comprehension was actually a drastic drain on the divine soul. He looked down, a little dazed in front of him. Xianyang, heaven and earth of the supreme Yang Avenue, this sword skill cultivates the divine soul sword body, to the time of the great completion, the formation of sword Dan into a sword baby, the divine soul for the sword. Such supreme techniques far surpassed the top cultivation methods in the Jiuxian sword sect that Han Mai knew of. Moreover, this Gong method was purely based on sword Qi, complementing the aura cultivation, and did not rely too much on cultivation qualifications. It's just a bit of a drain on sword energy. Sword chi being in the sword pavilion would be lacking? Brother, after hearing Xiao Xian say that you've woken up, even Huang Laolu rushed into the quiet room like a gust of wind, just in time to see Han Mai's face pale and sitting on his knees. Why are you so weak? Huang Laolu hurriedly stepped forward to hold Han Mai up, muttering in a low voice. Both of us have been depleted by our divine souls condensing our swords. I'm not in trouble at all. How did you get into this state? End of chapter. Chapter 108. 1,000 years of planning, all in this day 3-4. Huang Laolu carefully took a small jade bottle out of his coat pocket and handed it to Han Mai. This Dan is a great tonic, try it first. Huang Laolu's 3 large tonic pills for 1 spirit stone. Han Mai didn't eat. He only let Huang Laolu help him, moved a big chair, and sat in front of the door of the sword pavilion to sunbathe. This day was already a bit sunny, but Han Mai, who had been lying down for more than a month, felt positively cozy. Brother, don't worry, you wake up here, good wine and meat in the future. It won't take long to be alive and well. Squatting in front of the big chair on the stone steps, Huang Laolu looked really good. In the future, when you're on the Jiuxian Mountain, if there's anything you want to do, report the name of the sword viewer. Guaranteed to be good. Huang Laolu turned his head towards Gao Shaoxian, who was cowering by the threshold with the little white fox in his arms. Little Xuanzi, do you think so? Gao Shaoxian nodded and quietly said, the dining hall side knows that 6th brother wants rotten paste for his meat, and every time I go to beg for food, they pick the most rotten meat for me. They said that it was you and 6th brother who saved the Jiuxian sword sect. You guys are big heroes. Gao Xiaoshuan's eyes were filled with little stars as he looked toward Han Mai. Senior Han, do you know what a big hero is? Hearing him ask, Han Mai turned his head to look at Huang Laolu, then to Lu Gao, who was leaning against the threshold of the sword pavilion, and said in a low voice, a great hero is like Brother 6. When the clan is in trouble, the cultivation of several years of cultivation can be given up without hesitation. A great hero is one who, like Big Brother Lu, loses his eyes when guarding the sword pavilion and doesn't take a step back. Lu Gao's face twitched slightly by the threshold, clutching the wooden stick in his hand. Huang Laolu's face flushed with a hint of red and he grinned a few low laughs. Gao Shaoxian turned his head to look at the two and nodded with seeming understanding. I know, in the future, I'll help Big Brother Lu guide the way more, and serve more meals for 6th brother. The black-veiled Rugo turned his head and grinned. What's heroic or not? Isn't that just a matter of a hot head? Huang Laolu looked toward Han Mai and said softly, your kid didn't also exhaust his sword chi. Han Mai smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to be in the sword pavilion and be a sword watcher who could bask in the sun. At the entrance of the sword pavilion, Han Mai leaned on a big chair. Huang Laolu squatted next to him. Behind him Lu Gao and Lin Xin, who carried a big sword. Gao Shaoxian, who was holding the little white fox. A few people were just chatting over there while basking in the sun. During these days when Han Mai was sleeping, none of the Jiuxian sword sect disciples were idle. Strong men from all veins led some of their disciples to the various places under the rule of the Wind Spirit sword sect to grab resources, while some took advantage of the Tai Ling sword sect's original territory being empty and directly moved in. Just in the end, the Wind Spirit sword sect and the Tai Ling sword sect were both large forces on one side, and although they were suppressed by the 9 metaphysical sword sect, they were not directly routed. Moreover, the Jiuxian sword sect wasn't too peaceful under its own rule. Previously, the Sanchis High sect led all the sects to exterminate the demons together. Because this time the great battle outside the Jiuxian mountain was delayed, many demonic beasts took advantage of the chaos to scatter in all directions. Hu Taisheng, the great elder of Blazing Demon Valley, whom Tuoba Chang was bent on beheading, also escaped. Elder Tuoba went back to Jiuxian Mountain and went into seclusion. It's said that the last time he fought against a half-step Heaven Realm powerhouse, his vitality was greatly injured. Huang Laolu said in a low voice, in the last great battle, Tuoba Chang was as imposing as a rainbow and fought a half-step Heaven Realm alone. But in the end, his cultivation had not yet reached Jedan, and he was still barely able to do so with only his nascent sword power. But Tuoba Chang, this guy is an old fox. When he could pretend to be injured to concentrate on condensing sword power, this time it is not possible to say that he is playing what idea. Han Mai felt that this Master Tuoba didn't even look like he was a cultivator of physical arts. Because of the chaotic warfare, the disciples of the various veins on the Nine Shen Mountain were constantly on task. Whether it was the inner sects Zhao Pu, Tang Ming and the others, or the outer sects Jiang Han Sundaeong and those guys, they all went down the mountain with their missions.
They all came to see you a few times when we returned to Jiuxian Mountain, and let me send them away. Huang Laolu waved his hand and said, breaking down a door and destroying a sect is the most profitable thing you can do. If you don't take advantage of this time to make a hard profit, how can you cultivate in the future? Sitting squatting on the stone steps, Huang Laolu waved his hand, seeming to see through the big picture. My Jiuxian sword sect after this battle set the momentum for 100 years. In the future, the western frontier removes the 3 major sects. That is, the Wind Spirit Sword Sect will have to let my Jiuxian Sword Sect have 3 points. When this time comes, it is a good time for the Jiuxian Sword Sect to expand. 1,000 years of planning are at hand. Han Mai turned his head, looking at Huang Laolu, who had an uplifted face and a sparkle in his eyes, and then at Gao Shaoxian, who was full of adoration, as well as Lin Shen and Lu Gao, who were listening with fascination. Sixth brother, what are you, enlightened? Han Mai was curious. It had only been a month or so since then. How did Huang Laolu have this kind of insight?
Bull enlightenment.
Huang Laolu pooh-poohed, raised his eyes to the 3rd-floor window of the sword pavilion, and whispered, it's that old man Tao who catches the opportunity to nag me in the ear. He doesn't know what's wrong with him, but he always thinks that I have clear bones and am blessed with great opportunities. Patting his buttocks and standing up, Huang Laolu looked towards the figure walking on the path ahead. Sensei, no matter how he pours on the psychedelic soup, I'm going back to Jinyang with your 6th sister-in-law anyway. Huang Laolu mentioned his 6th sister-in-law Lu Qingping, and Han Mai recalled that her Qingfeng Guan seemed to have secretly defected to the Tai Ling sword sect. But the good thing is that now Tai Ling sword sect is in decline. As long as the head is not kicked by a donkey, those elders and masters of Qingfeng Guan, they all know whose thigh is thicker, right? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Rather, we should also pay attention to it. If Qingfeng Guan dares to have any hint, in advance we have to let Huang Laolu pick up 6th sister-in-law. Han Mai looked up to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion overhead. Although old ancestor Tao Ran returned to the Ninshan sword sect, he did not return to the fire vein again. He lived on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, and he studied Gongfu with the sword pavilion elders on weekdays. Although the sword pavilion elders' divine soul sword condensed in one armor was depleted cleanly, his own sealing cultivation was actually strong and powerful. According to what Huang Laolu and the others had heard, back then Wanli Tianfeng and Jinli Fengshui were equally famous characters. It's just that Patriarch Jinzei is more adept at running a business, while Elder Gao Changgong, who solely supports the Tianfeng lineage, sealed his own cultivation and sat down in the sword pavilion for a year after the fall of the last elder of the sword pavilion, Zhu Xin. It was really like what Wine Spirit Sword Sect Patriarch Cheng said. They were all ruthless people. Han Mai felt that these 2 old men on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion would not be able to get something together. Ahem, sword pavilion rules for receiving a sword, bathing and dressing, meditating and burning incense. Huang Lalio's voice rang out. 3 youths dressed in sword sect's intersex clothes stood under the stone steps, their faces respectful. 6th brother, we're here to claim our swords. The 3 men raised their hands, which held bright yellow scrolls. Mission statement. Recently, the sect's quests had been constant, and there were many people who completed the quests in exchange for the sect's various rewards. Regardless of whether it was pills, talismans, sword weapons, or Gongfu spirit materials, the sect was open to supply. The last time they broke the door of the Sanqin sword sect, the sect was already full of pots and pans. The recent attack on the Tai Ling sword sect's territory had again scraped an unknown amount of oil and water. Of all the places in the gate that supplied supplies, the most popular was still the sword pavilion. Even if they don't receive the sword, many of them have come to see the power to save the world. Huang Lugua. Collar sword ah. Huang Laolu rubbed his fingers and looked up at the sky. It's not meal time yet. It's even earlier before dark. It didn't rain either. 6th brother. I also hope to help us find a good sword. Those 3 inner disciples looked at each other and each took out a spirit stone and pressed it underneath the mission statement. End of chapter. Chapter 109, the most suitable person to cultivate the sword skill of warriors 4-4. Worthy of being an inner disciple, they were generous, each with a medium-grade spirit stone. 3 people is 300 lower-grade spirit stones. Huang Laolu coughed lightly and waved his hand. All of you are fellow disciples, so naturally, 6th brother, I will help you guys pick out your sword weapons properly. Seemingly already familiar with the way, Gao Shaoxian put down the white fox he was holding and went forward to collect the mission book and spirit stones. Huang Laolu, on the other hand, looked down twice at the 3 people in front of the stone steps before turning around with Gao Shaoxian to enter the sword pavilion.
and in a short while he came out holding 3 long swords. Du Shang, this sword is called Jade Wood, suitable for those who cultivate wood-based sword arts, just in time for you to use it. Hao Jin Lin, the blade of this white moon sword is clear and cold. With ice-cold qi infused in it, it's appropriate for you to use. Jiang Lu, this sword is laced with heavy elemental gold. It should fit what you need. 3 swords were handed over to the 3 inner disciples. The 3 of them explored some, and drew their swords and practiced a few moves. All felt that the swords were extremely handy, and their faces were full of surprises. Thanks 6. Sixth brother's choice of sword is true to its name. Sixth brother, you recuperate well. We'll take our leave and come back to see sixth brother next time. The 3 men left gladly clutching their swords and weapons. Waiting for the 3 to walk away, Han Mai turned to look at Huang Lao Lu with some curiosity. When did sixth brother learn this sword watching and people watching technique? The 3 swords chosen by Huang Lao Lu just now really fit with those 3 sword sect disciples, and when the control is familiarized, it can really greatly enhance the battle power. Han boy, don't think you're the only one who knows how to observe swords. Huang Lao Lu smiled smugly and brought out 3 medium-grade spirit stones. One was tucked into his pocket, one was handed to Han Mai, and the last was shoved into Gao Xiaoshuan's hand. This kid's sword-watching skills are no less than yours. Gao Xiaoxian. His eyes fell on Gao Xiaoxian, who was gripping the spirit stone tightly, his eyebrows smiling without slits. Han Mai opened his mouth and didn't speak. This kid was originally the body of the 9 Shen sword spirit, the sword pavilion to choose the sword. That is not a natural ability. Instructor Lin, Brother Lu, you guys can take these spirit stones on site. Xiao Xuanzi, let's go. We scored a lot of money today. Let's go to the dining hall and get a good table. Huang Lao Lu stuffed a few spirit stones onto Lin Shun and Lu Mao's hands, then raised his head, shouting at the top of his voice. Elders, meat or fish? Meat. On the 3rd floor, the voice of the sword pavilion elder came out. Fish. Elder Tao Rant's voice rang out. Huang Lao Lu hemmed and hawed. Leading the also ran Gao Xiaoxian in the direction of the dining hall. Han Mai looked at their backs, his face all smiles. Now that's the day of a sword watcher. Huang Lao Lu and Gao Xiaoxian returned quickly. Behind the 2 were 2 handyman disciples coming over with large food boxes and wine jugs. Right in front of the door of the sword pavilion, tables and chairs were set up, and with a wave of Huang Lao Lu's hand, Gao Xiaoxian very smartly flung out 2 spirit stones. The 2 handymen were busy reaching out to take it, their faces all delighted. Sixth brother. How can this be good? The 2 held the spirit stone and rubbed their palms together. Take it if it's given to you guys. Am I the one who lacks spirit stones? Sixth brother? Huang Lao Lu waved his hand and set up his own bowls and chopsticks. The 2 handymen cheerfully collected the spirit stones and then arched their hands to Lu Gao, who was on the side. Brother Lu, we're leaving first Lu Gao hemmed and hawed twice and said, no send off, no send off. Lu Gao is a handyman origin, after the battle of the sword pavilion although lost his eyes, but has become a worshipful presence among the handyman disciples. After all, there weren't many miscellaneous disciples who could make the sect provide for them. The bowls and chopsticks were set up, and there was no need to shout. The sword pavilion elders and the Tao Ran old ancestor upstairs had already come, and went straight to the table. The people sat around and were not polite. Han Muo Yi was also really hungry after being out for these days. Gao Xiaoxian was so busy feeding the little white fox with meat, while he was giving food to Lu Gao's bowl, that he didn't take a few bites himself. Enough, enough. Little one, you're growing your body, you need to eat more. Although Lu Gao couldn't see, he could feel Gao Xiaoshuan's care. After a few bites of food, Rugo reaches out and fumbles with his hand, lifting the glass of wine in front of him before standing up. Elder ancestor, sixth brother, Brother Han, Instructor Lin. Holding his wine glass high, Lu took a deep breath and whispered in a somewhat choked voice, Lu Gao toasts you all. After this drink, I'm going down the hill. Downhill? Hearing his words, Huang Lao's face changed and he said in a deep voice, what are you saying, Brother Lu? Didn't I say that from now on, the sword pavilion will be your home? You're not going anywhere. Han Mai also frowned and looked at Lu Gao. Big Brother Lu, you'll be on the mountain. Lu Gao shook his head and held his glass, a slightly agitated look on his hooded face. It's already a blessing of several lifetimes for me, Lu Gao, to be able to work as a gatekeeper in the sword pavilion, and to be able to sit with the elders, the old ancestors, and all the brothers. Originally, I was ready to leave a month ago,
But I was just thinking that you hadn't woken up, Brother Han. So I waited. Brother Han, you are a blessed man. It's just fine. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Lu Gao grinned, bringing the wine cup to his slightly trembling mouth. I'm going down the mountain. There's no shortage of spirit stones, and it's quick to be a rich man. When he finished speaking, he tilted his head and drained his cup. Little Xuanzi, you're still young, you can't drink. In the future, be diligent and listen to your old ancestor. Lu Gao reached for the stick and turned around in his grip. He took one step down the stone steps, then turned back, bending gently and bowing. Who wouldn't want to cultivate peacefully on Jiuxian Mountain? But having lost his eyes, he can only be an idler in the Sword Palace. Lu Gao knew that no one would dislike himself. But he wouldn't. Everyone has a future in the Sword Court. Elders and ancestors don't talk about it. Huang Laolu will go back to Jinyang with his 6th sister-in-law and make peace. And Brother Han that has a great chance and an unlimited future. Lin taught the art of drawing swords by the millions, and eventually he had a chance to make his mark. There really is no need for a blind gatekeeper in the sword pavilion. Lu Gao turned back and leaned forward on his stick. Big Brother Lu, you really don't want to cultivate? Suddenly, Han Mai's voice rang out. Cultivation? Who wouldn't? Lu Gao stopped walking and shook his head. Without your eyes, even if you practice, what can you practice? Brother Lu, my sword pavilion has 3 inheritances. The sword nurturing technique, the sword condensing technique, and the soldier sword technique. The sword nurturing technique uses sword chi to condense the bones of the sword, and when cultivated in one armor, it can condense the power of a sword in the heavenly realm. The sword condensation technique uses the divine soul to raise the sword, and one armor condenses into the sword of the divine soul, which can likewise become 100 breaths of the heaven realm, and sweep under the heaven realm with a single sword. The soldier sword technique uses the divine soldier to melt into itself. The human sword is one, the human is the sword is the human. When the sword is in the person, the sword dies and the person dies. That Wind Spirit Sword Sect Patriarch is the one who used my sword pavilion soldier sword technique's sword melting technique to step into the heaven realm. Han Mai's voice rang out slowly, making Lu Gao's feet unable to lift up again. Old ancestor, elder, as I recall, when you break through the heaven realm, you can repair your body and reshape your physical body with the body of a Yuaning, right? Big Brother Lu, in fact, if you cultivate the sword of warrior technique, you are 100 times more suitable than that Wind Spirit Sword Sex Zhangcheng.
Soldier Sword Technique.
Step into the heavenly realm and remake your physical body. Han Mai also did not expect that after comprehending the Shenyang sword technique, and then looking at the 3 techniques to split the cultivation, the most suitable one among the sword pavilion was Lu Gao. Although he was blind, using his sword instead of his eyes could increase his battle power by 1,000 times. Cultivating the sword of soldiers technique, Lu Gao could really become a heavenly realm. Lu Gao turned around trembling, choking and whispering, "Really? Can it be done?" From now on, they will be released regularly at this point, and will be informed of any special circumstances first. 3 shifts a day. The first booking 4100, the sentiment said more than 3,100 plus 1 more chapter, owed 11 chapters. The monthly votes are about to pass 1,000, and yesterday's 501 chapter has been added, counting 1 chapter still owed. Rewards past 600, said allies add 2 more chapters. Now first count 1 chapter owed. A total of 13 chapters are owed. Today 1 chapter was returned first, and there are 12 chapters left. Slip away. End of chapter. Chapter 110 Pavilion 2 Elders 1-3.
Soldier Sword Technique.
Using the sword as a body, the heavenly realm, remodeling the physical body. All of these are completely unimaginable things for Lu Gao, and never knew that there are such magical means in the world as remodeling the flesh. He was a journeyman disciple who had only just barely stepped into the Peiyuan stage. But he believed. He believed that Han Muoi wouldn't lie to him. Just that, such a magical means, such a strong sword skill, was it something he could cultivate? Is he, worthy? The soldier sword technique is indeed using divine weapons as bones and condensing the body into a sword. The sword pavilion elder's voice rang out with a hint of sighing. At first, the elder Zhu Xin used this gong method to achieve great success, and chopped several sword cultivators of the same rank horizontally, until his strength was exhausted. Elder Tao Rant's voice came out. If Elder Zhu Xin had condensed his body with a Dharma treasure sword artifact in the first place, he would have been able to achieve the heavenly realm as well, just like Zhang Cheng. Humph, that half volume of sword secrets is in the Wind Spirit Sword Sect, when the siege of Elder Zhu, Zhang Chang of the Wind Spirit Sword Sect was cultivating the sword of warrior technique, condensing his body with a magic sword weapon. Then it was self-evident where the lost sword secrets were in the first place, and who killed Elder Zhu. Han boy, I don't have a problem with you wanting to pass on Lu Gaobing's sword technique. After all, he also injured his eyes for the sake of guarding the sword pavilion. The sword pavilion elder looked toward Han Mai, then lowered his voice and said, "But that's soldier's sword technique. But there's only half a volume left. Half a volume of soldier's sword technique, capable of condensing the body sword, but without the means of battle sword techniques. Lu Gao, even if he repaired it, would be useless in battle and a waste of a good sword. Also, with Lu Gao's cultivation, the sword chi of the spiritual weapon is too prevalent, making it difficult to melt into the body, and the mortal weapon has no spirituality, so I'm afraid it's not easy to cultivate the soldier sword technique." Old Ancestor Taoran clearly understood the soldier sword technique as well, speaking softly from the side. The soldier sword technique wasn't that easy to cultivate either. The words of the sword pavilion elder and the Taoran elder caused the face of Lu Gao, who was standing there, to constantly change color, and his grip on the wooden stick tightened and tightened again. A glimmer of hope. Is it ultimately impossible? If there was a glimmer of hope to stay on the mountain and cultivate, how could he possibly give up going down? If he didn't really like this plain and comfortable day of guarding the door of the sword pavilion, how could he fight to the death to guard the door of the sword pavilion? There's no harm in it. I've already deduced roughly half a volume of the soldier sword technique. Han Mai had a smile on his face and a soft voice. Hey, I, Old Six, am the first to believe in Brother Han's enlightenment. Huang Lao Lu let out a hefty laugh from the sidelines and said, "If he says it's fine, it's naturally fine." Gao Xiaoxian, who was on the side, raised her eyes to look at Han Mai, and the little fox she was carrying in her arms also looked up, with a hint of a crystalline halo flickering in her eyes. As for the problem of the sword weapon being difficult to fuse, Han Mai turned his head to look at Gao Xiaoxian, the smile on his face unabated. "Zayok Xuanzi, are you willing to help Big Brother Lu?" Gao Xiaoxian hurriedly nodded his head, then shook his head and softly said, "But I don't know how to help ah." Han Mai let out a laugh and reached out to touch Gao Xiaoxuan's head and said, "Simple. You tell that sword to obediently help Big Brother Lu cultivate. And when Big Brother Lu's cultivation is high, he can make it transform into a magic treasure." Han Mai looked down at Gao Xiaoxian. "They'll listen to you, right?" In front of the door of the sword pavilion, the sword pavilion elder and old ancestor Taoran exchanged glances as their gazes landed on Gao Xiaoxian. Huang Lao Lu looked bewildered, reached out and pressed his hand on Gao Xiaoxuan's shoulder, moved closer to Han Mai, and whispered, "Don't make things difficult for this little guy. Talking to the sword, it's just a child's game, isn't it? If it works out, everyone is happy. In case Lu Gao didn't cultivate the sword skill, wouldn't he have to let this kid Gao Xiaoxian take the blame? Sixth brother, it's not hard. They all listen when I speak." Gao Xiaoxuan's voice came with a hint of relief. "I'll make that sword obediently listen to Brother Lu and be his eyes." Until the afternoon, Huang Lao Lu looked at Gao Xiaoxian with somewhat odd eyes. "So many times I wanted to say something." Lu Gao decided to stay, but for the time being, he was unable to cultivate the sword of soldier's technique. According to what Han Moyo said, he had to wait for Han Moyo to recover on his own, stabilize his divine soul, and help him deduce it a few more times. Plus, Lu Gao's cultivation was too low, and he had to cultivate a little deeper before he could do so. At least open the Dantian. Lu Gao last time is in the evolution of the law building to change the cultivation method, spend more time to practice, coupled with Han Mai hands of pills, to open the Dantian Peiyuan stage 3 very quickly. In the afternoon, a few more inner disciples came to receive their swords, all of them politely greeting Huang Lao Lu and then offering spirit stones. Sixth brother's reputation, it's pretty loud. Gao Xiaoxian was also a small fortune hunter, cooperating with Huang Lao Lu to make proper arrangements for the sword-leading disciples. Han Mai felt that he was about to become the one in the sword pavilion who had the most free time, taking spiritual stones for nothing and not working. Sword pavilion leader sword, the doorway. Lu Gao's voice is loud and clear, only to rise, is already lowering his voice. "Fairy Jean is here, Fairy." Senior brother Han woke up. "At noon we also drink together." At the doorway, the voice of the female Dan Dao cultivator, Jean Yuan, was crisp. "Awake. Just woke up and you're drinking?" Jean Yuan was just about to step into the sword pavilion when Han Mai had already walked out. "The sword pavilion is an important place. Do not enter unless invited." Hearing Han Mai's words,
Jin Yuan swept his gaze up and down his body and muttered, "Still really woke up. Really hard life. Last time he survived the longevity depletion. This time again?" Han Mai felt that this golden edge fairy was afraid that she had come just to see if she was dead through. Ahem. Fairy gold? You have something? Before Jin Yuan could open his mouth to reply, Lu Gao on the side had already spoken out. "Senior brother Han, Elder Su Liang sent Fairy Jin to visit you once in 2 days. That quiet room of yours. She frequents it." Han Makino froze and turned his head to look at Golden Edge. This female practitioner or her own attending physician. The key was to enter one's own quiet room, not only to get permission from the Sword Pavilion elders, but also to suffer the danger of sword chi injuring one's body. "Fairy Jin, it was me who was abrupt." Han Mai arched his hand toward Jin Yuan and said in a low voice. Golden Edge shook his head and said, "No harm done." She looked at Han Mai's face, then said, "Although you've woken up, this wine is still less to drink. Your divine soul is seriously injured. There's nothing I can do about that. An elixir that can cure divine soul injuries and replenish the divine soul is at least a 4th grade. 4th grade pills, no one on Jiuxian Mountain could refine them. You recuperate. I'll go report to Master." Jin Yuan turned around and left. "Good day to you, Fairy Jin. Come often." Lu Gao's voice was quite a bit louder. Watching Golden Edge leave, Han Mai turned his head and said, "How did you know it was her who came?" Rugo grinned. "Smells like it. That medicinal odor. Dog nose." Han Mai shook his head and walked into the Sword Pavilion. Golden Edge was right. His divine soul injury really needed to be recuperated. However, the best way was still to condense the divine soul with the sword condensation skill, stimulating the enhancement of the divine soul's power and rapid cultivation. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. It would be even better if he could then seek the aid of refining pills to enhance the divine soul. With Huang Lao Lu and the others guarding the Sword Pavilion, Han Mai, a sick man, logically went to the quiet room to rest. Returning to the quiet room, Han Mai gently sat in a coiled position, a faint sword chi stirring in his body.
Xuan yang teknikue.
Divine soul flesh body sword chi was mobilized at the same time, beating up the sinews and bones, condensing the sword bones, absorbing the sword chi and taming the drive. The sword chi absorbed around Han Mai's body was completely insufficient, and the sword chi in the sea of chi flowed rapidly and rolled backwards into the dantian. Originally, when cultivating the sword skill, the pain of absorbing the sword chi into the body was unbearable, but at this time, transforming into the Shenyang skill, that kind of pain had long since disappeared. That's what a practice looks like. What kind of practice relies on self-mutilation? This cultivation took Han Mai nearly 3 days. In total, it cost 1 top-grade spirit stone and 3,000 sword chi. In these 3 days, his Shenyang technique was initiated. 1,000 docile sword chi was condensed in his dantian. A hint of jade color was condensed in his fleshly sword bones, and a hint of divine soul sword chi was once again condensed in his divine stash. The Shenyang skill of the 3 techniques in unison had a balanced power boost, and it also consolidated the physical body and dantian aura, increasing the speed of cultivation. At this time, Han Mai's aura cultivation was also finally on the verge of stepping into the 7th level of Peiyuan. There was also an extreme spirit melting dan and a fine product in his hand, and when he stepped into the 7th Peiyuan, he was going to swallow these 2 dan and see if he could directly rush his cultivation to the 9th Peiyuan. Sure enough, cultivation is really a resource-consuming thing. Not to mention the unusual Peiyuan stage, even for the cultivation 2nd generation in the sect, how many of them could spend a top-grade spirit stone on a single cultivation session? There are also those sword chi elsewhere which can be hard to find, all of which have to be warmed up over the years to collect a trace of it. If Han Muoyi consumed sword chi cultivation like this, he was afraid that Patriarch Jin Zhe couldn't afford to play. When he walked out of the quiet room and arrived at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, Han Mai slightly froze. At the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, the old man standing alongside the Sword Pavilion elder and the Tao Ran old ancestor was the head of the Chao family, Chao Anchuan. Only at this time, Chao Anchuan only had 1 arm left. Right arm broken. Little friend Han. Chao Anchuan turned his head to look at Han Mai, and when he saw Han Mai looking at his broken arm, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Little friend, I brought Xiaoyi here, just as I was about to look for you to instruct me on body refining techniques." At the bottom of the stone steps, the Chao family's first granddaughter, Miss Chao Yi, who had lost a lot of weight, bowed slightly toward Han Mai. The Chao family had also suffered a great hardship this time. Chao Anchuan broke an arm, and the first grandson of the Chao family was taken captive, and his whereabouts are unknown to this day. This matter was also embarrassing for the Nine Xian sword sect. After all, the Chao family had always been the sword sect's hardcore, providing the sword sect with sword weapon forging refining for generations. Han Muyo clasped his fists toward Chao Anchuan and nodded to Chao Yi with another smile. This is the difference between a big power and a small family. Even if the Chao family was a refining family, it was still a vassal of the Nine Xian sword sect. Chao Anchuan broke his arm and the Chao family suffered. Knowing that he was implicated by the Zhou Xian sword sect, he didn't dare to complain to the Zhou Xian sword sect. On the contrary, because he had broken his arm and was unable to refine a top-grade sword weapon, Chao Anchuan had to worry that the Nine Xian sword sect had thoughts of abandoning the Chao family. He had sent Chao Yi to seek out Han Mai to deduce the Iron Bull strength, and had come to the Sword Pavilion to catch up with old ancestor Tao Ran and the Sword Pavilion elders, all for the sake of climbing up the friendship ladder. Chao Yi was practicing her boxing skills right in front of the Sword Pavilion on the verdant stone square, with a green cow shadow floating behind her. The strength of 5 oxen is rare enough. It can be seen that this Chao family's Miss Sun is really not bad in terms of cultivation and enlightenment qualifications. After a set of boxing moves, Chao Yi bowed and saluted, waiting for Han Mai to comment. Miss Chao's enlightenment qualification is excellent. To be able to cultivate the power of 5 oxen in such a short period of time, this is a rare character in the Zhoushan mountain. Han Mai had already practiced his commenting words during the last clan gathering. Sure enough, this opening sentence made Chao Anchuan and Chao Yi's faces look a lot slower. With Miss Chao's enlightenment, if she cultivates this Iron Bull strength for another half a year, she might reach the 8th level of Peiyuan, the strength of the 8 bulls. Chao Yi had practiced the Chao family's body refining technique before. It was just that that body refining technique was poor, and her own body refining base wasn't bad. According to Han Mai's projection, it wouldn't take long for Chao Yi to cultivate to the strength of 8 oxen. What does little friend Han mean? It's still a bit difficult for little Yi to reach the power of 9 oxen. Chao Anchuan was an old hotshot after all, instantly understanding the meaning of Han Mai's words. Hearing Chao Anchuan's reminder, Chao Yi's face, which had a hint of joy, slightly stiffened. Actually, there's no big deal. It's just that Miss Chao practiced more on her lower plate roots, and probably in a year or so, she'll be able to cultivate the power of the 9 bulls. Han Mai's comment was extremely euphemistic. This made both Chao Anchuan and Chao Yi breathe a sigh of relief. It is not necessary to repair the power of 9 oxen, but can be to the power of 9 oxen, indicating that this Gongfu repair right in the future Chao family inheritance can also be a few more points of thickness. Chao Anchuan sent out another invitation to Han Mai and Sword Pavilion elder Tao Ran Laozu to visit the Chao family before leading Chao Yi down the mountain. When they left, old ancestor Tao Ran turned his head to old ancestor Jianga beside him and said, "Chonggong, this body refining technique, can you see anything?" Hearing his words, Gao Chonggong nodded his head and said, "It's like the military body refining technique of the imperial dynasty over in Central State. It's just that the Central State body refining art inheritance system is rigorous, unlike this iron ox strength which is only 9 oxen. Middle States. It was the strongest place in the cultivation world with the most number of great cultivators." End of chapter. Chapter 111 June 6th, Sunshine Sword 2-3. The Tianxian world was countless thousands of miles in size, and there were countless cultivators. But the recognized place where cultivation flourishes is the Central State. The other 4 domains, even the East Sea, which was known to be filled with sword cultivators, were not qualified to be compared to the Central State. The Central State was rich in resources and prosperous in cultivation, and it didn't have many intersections with the 4 domains. In order to go to the Central State from the western frontier, one needed to travel through the Heavenly Wall, and even an Earth Realm Jeden cultivator couldn't just go there if he wanted to. In the past, some cultivators from the Central State had come to the western frontier, only to dislike the desolation of the western frontier and the thinness of its spiritual qi, not even leaving much of their inheritance behind, and left directly. "I'm used to living in Zhongzhou, and outside of Zhongzhou, it's all barren and savage land." Han Mai also didn't expect that this iron bull strength would be related to the body refining techniques of the Central State. He would tell the 2 elders what Zhao Pu had told him, how this iron bull strength was obtained, and some other possible hidden secrets. Put it this way, that relic secret realm, there's a real possibility that it was left behind by a Central State cultivator. Old ancestor Taoran nodded and looked at Han Mai and said, "I've traveled through the western frontier, and I've also come across a few secret ruins, so when I have the chance, I'll take you to explore them. Cultivation is not just burying your head in the sand." Speaking of this, he turned his head to look at Huang Lao Lu on the side, Huang Zhenxiong is good, not arrogant, not impatient, but also ready to red dust to cultivate the heart. In the future, once the epiphany, the future is unlimited. Huang Laolu grinned, then closed it again. It seemed like a compliment, it just sounded, well, not very flattering. Han Mai looked at Huang Laolu, then at old man Taoren. The old man doesn't seem to be working. There's something wrong with the vision, ah yes. For more than a month since his awakening, Han Mai had mostly retreated to his quiet room to cultivate. This was the most peaceful time he had ever had since he set foot on the path of cultivation. Every day at mealtime, naturally good wine and meat, as well as the Sword Pavilion elder and Tao Ran old ancestor to talk about some cultivation illusions, all kinds of never heard of cultivation rank things. On weekdays in the Sword Pavilion have led the sword disciples to come, the outer door of the inner door filial piety a lot, Huang Laolu and Gao Shaoxian received, are divided into Han Mai a share, never less. In 1 month, Han Mai collected nearly 1,000 spirit stones just from various filial piety. Huang Laolu said proudly, wait for some time, the clan in the selection to go to Fengshu Mountain disciples to lead the sword, but also can get some more oil and water. He was already calculating whether to go back to Jinyang and build a big yard or plate stores. It's a proper rich man look. In a month's time, Han Mai's qi practicing cultivation had finally stepped onto the 9th level of Peiyuan, and his body refining had long since reached the peak of Peiyuan, and he had deduced several follow-up techniques for Iron Bull strength, which he could cultivate when he broke through to qi condensation. His Shen Yang technique was also a small success, and in his Dantian, more than 30,000 sword qi were gathered. For these 30,000 sword qi, he had used up more than several times the sword qi he had collected. But it was worth it. The 30,000 sword qi in the Dantian can be circulated and used, and even if it is exhausted, as long as a trace of seed is left, it can still be warmed and regenerated. Unlike the sword qi and sword intent absorbed in the sea of qi before, when it was depleted it was gone. The sword qi condensed by the divine soul was also much thicker, hovering and flowing in Han Mai's divine collection. These sword qi could stabilize his divine soul and also continuously condense it, making the power of the divine soul even tougher. Brother Liu, the injury is greatly healed. I brought Qingling tea. Try it when you're not on duty. Instructor Lin, the elixir you said last time to toughen the muscles and bones, I have it here and brought it today. Xiao Xianzi. Sister brought you candy. Oh, you give Xiao Bai to sister to hold it. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, a soft voice came. If you don't give it, you're trying to buy my white. No sale, little white is not for sale. Gao Xiaoshuan's voice carried a note of caution in it. As Han Mai walked out of the sword pavilion, he saw Bai Suzhen handing a handful of candies to Gao Shaoxian. Gao Shaoxian had longing in his eyes and a wary look on his face, but the hand holding the white fox slowly reached out. Senior brother Han, have you recovered greatly from your injuries? Seeing Han Mai, who had walked out of the sword pavilion, Bai Suzhen smiled like a flower and raised her hand. Will you eat my candy? Han Mai naturally wouldn't snatch candy from a small child. Besides, he didn't want to eat Bai Suzhen's candy. Knowing that Bai Suzhen had come to find herself, Han Mai accompanied her as she paced the path outside the sword pavilion. Thanks to shopkeeper Bai for coming to see me. This injury of mine is considered greatly healed. Han Mai walked slowly and spoke faintly. Without Bai Suzhen transferred Zenlingbao store he shopkeeper 10,000 miles to send, he could not rush to Deer Park Mountain. Without Bai Suzhen's channel, he could not gather accumulated wealth resources. Hearing his words, Bai Suzhen laughed softly. You are sleeping and hurt these days. My store's income is less than half. Can't you often come to take a look? Han Muoi knew she was joking. Being able to mobilize a strong Earth Realm member to see her off, would Bai Suzhen be short on spirit stones? Opening a store on Jiushan Mountain, I guess there are other plans. It's just that now Han Mai has also looked away and doesn't care about what identity or purpose is behind Bai Suzhen. It really wasn't his turn to worry about the affairs of the clan. Patriarch Jin Zhe's layout that is interlocked, pulling one hair to move the whole body. Jin Li Feng Shui's name is not false. Sword Pavilion Elder, also an old fox, a bunch of backhanded, but also really let Han Mai thought that he was going to die generously. Miles rescue. The other powerhouses, including Tuoba Chung, were all good at calculating, and none of them were oil-saving. Of course, Han Mai wouldn't really think that Bai Suzhen meant anything special to herself. One is not a man who lives by his face. This time, the Jiushen sword sect has raised its prestige in one battle, and in the future, tens of hundreds of years from now, the 9 sects of the western frontier, I'm afraid that it's up to Jiushen to fight with Wind Spirit. Bai Suzhen smiled and spoke. Senior Han was involved in that entire battle, and is considered a direct descendant of the Sword Pavilion Elders. I think the road to cultivation in the future will be a straight path. The 9 sects of the Western frontier, excluding those 3 immovable great sects, the Wind Spirit Sword sect was supposed to be the sect whose patriarch stepped into the heavenly realm and forcefully suppressed the other sects to become the 4th sect in the Western frontier. But who would have thought that the Wind Spirit Sword sect, which was so ambitious to annex the Tai Ling Sword sect, would almost have its spine broken outside of the 9 Xian mountains? In the 4th heavenly realm of the western border, the Wind Spirit Sword sect's sect leader Cheng was so close to falling under the 9 Xian mountain. As Bai Su Zhan said, after this battle, the name of the 4th largest sect in the western border was really Wind Spirit Sword sect and 9 Metaphysical Sword sect competing against each other. This time, the 9 Xian Sword sect's sword pavilion was also once again famous in the western frontier. 1 armor condenses 1 sword, and 1 sword beheads the heavenly realm. The 9 Xian Sword sect's grandiose words of decimating the heaven realm had shaken the western frontier. The mystery of the sword pavilion's sword viewer, powerful, was even spread throughout the western border cultivation world. Various stories about sword watchers circulate in countless versions. Regardless of how outsiders speculated, among the 9 Xian Sword sect clans, the sword pavilion elders had profound cultivation, and the sword pavilion's inheritance was vast. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. In this great battle, it was all up to the sword pavilion inheritance to save the day. The sword pavilion status on the Jiushan mountain would naturally rise. Now that Elder Tao Ran also lives in the sword pavilion, 2 elders in 1 pavilion can be considered exalted. This is good for Han Muoi. Thinking about only coming to Jiushan mountain, he could only go to the sword pavilion to be a sword watcher who was unwilling to be even an odd job disciple because of his limited qualifications. Today, sword watchers have become a hot commodity. It was true that things in the cultivation world were all about chance.
Krisishun.
Bai Suzhen knew quite a lot of things, and with the sword pavilion elders they were in a different position, and quite a few points of view differed. Han Makino listens and thinks. The southern wasteland invaded the western frontier, which was a critical situation for the great sects. However, for many small clans, many experts under the Earth Realm Jiedan, it was not an opportunity to rise. Just as the 9 Xian Sword sect fought with the Wind Spirit Sword sect, the injuries and losses of the lower ranked disciples were inevitable, and the ones who killed out of them and became strong were bound to be more. Senior brother Han, you have to get better quickly. Bai Suzhen looked at Han Mai as if she was looking at a pile of extremely high-quality spirit stones, her eyes shining. Soon each sect will have to deploy their experts to station at Fengshu Mountain, and the lower-ranked disciples are open to cultivation. The prices of pills at the Peiyuan stage and Qi condensation stage have increased by 30%. Lowering her voice, Bai Suzhen couldn't hide her delight. Extremely high-quality Dan. The price can go up by at least 50%, and it's still in short supply. In fact, Extreme Dan has always been in short supply, alright. It's just that this time around, with the Great War on the horizon, there really is a greater need. Han Mai also wanted to make pills, but it was just that, after his divine soul was depleted, he wanted to stabilize it first. Wealth is ultimately imaginary, only one's own strength is real. Bai Suzhen's brows furrowed as she said softly, I'll try to think of a way to see if I can help you find 1 or 2 pills to replenish your divine soul, senior brother. Bai Suzhen is still really bold, even this kind of elixir, there is a way. When Bai Suzhen left, Han Mai wandered back to the sword pavilion. Brother Han, where is this white shopkeeper? He is concerned about you. Huang Lao Lu stood in front of the stone steps with his hands behind his back, seeming to see through everything. It's just that you have to know that you are now the only person of the sword pavilion's inheritance, and behind you are the 2 old ancestor figures, so you have to respect your own identity. Han Mai recalled the time when Huang Lao Lu encouraged to set himself up with Mu Wan. This guy himself didn't even have the courage to confess in front of Lu Qingping, but when it came to other people's matters, he was headstrong. 6th brother, 6th sister-in-law hasn't written lately? Han Mai raised his head and asked. Huang Lao Lu's face stiffened. Han Mai smiled and walked over, asking in a low voice, 6th brother, your condensed sword chi is depleted? Are you still repairing it? This question caused Huang Lao Lu's face to constantly change color. Eventually, he shook his head. I'll just muddle through 3 years peacefully. Be an outgoing deacon. The sword pavilion inheritance. Having you is enough. When your great-nephew grows up in the future, I'll let him worship under you and you'll teach him to cultivate. There was a gleam in Huang Laoyou's eyes. Many of the world's practitioners do not have this luster in their eyes. June is like fire, outside the sword pavilion is already incomparably hot, inside the sword pavilion it is still cool. A white-clothed Han Mai and Huang Laolu stood side by side, with Gao Shaoxian standing behind the two. Lu Gao and Lin Shen stood outside the door of the sword pavilion. In front of them, the sword pavilion elder had a solemn face. Sword cultivators like me should have reverence for the sword weapon in our hands. A sword weapon, not just a weapon to kill, but also a companion that we depend on. The sword pavilion elder's words caused Lu Gao, who was bowing in the doorway, to reach out and press his hand to his chest, while Lin Shen, who was on the side, tightened the greatsword behind his back. Sword Court Rules, June 6th, Sunbathing Swords. Open the windows and close the door. With the words of the sword pavilion elder, Lu Gao and Lin Shen reached out and closed the sword pavilion door heavily. Han Mai and Huang Laolu, who were in the middle of the sword pavilion, went to the window and pushed the window that hadn't been opened for a year. End of chapter. Chapter 112. There are still people in the world who use sword chi to make pills? 3-3. The rows of windows pushed open, and the dry hot breath collided with the cool sword chi in the sword pavilion, stirring up the slightest whisper. Within the eyes of Gao Shaoxian, who was standing there, a trace of confusion permeated through his eyes. Opening the window, Han Mai and Huang Laolu pushed one of the wooden racks holding the swords in front of the window. These strength work Han Mai did easily, has given up cultivation. Huang Laolu did not move for a while, already panting. 6. I'll do it. Behind Han Muyo, the faint shadow of a cow rose up and easily pushed the wooden frame up. He moved quickly, but in a few moments, he had already pushed all the wooden frames in the middle of the first floor to the surrounding windows. Then, with a full set of clothes, Han Mai headed for the second floor. Huang Laolu and Gao Shaoxian wanted to follow, but he refused. The second floor sword chi is much more severe than the first floor. Huang Laolu is now condensing the sword skill, is also unwilling to repair, without the divine soul sword chi protection. He is immortal in general, cannot block the sword chi of the second floor. As for Gao Shaoxian, Han Mai didn't let him go upstairs. Naturally, because he didn't want him to see him touching the long sword and absorbing the sword chi. This guy is a curious baby, and when he encounters something he doesn't understand, he always breaks the mold and asks questions. Stepping onto the second floor, Han Mai's face was solemn as he straightened his clothes, walked up, and pushed all the windows open. Buzz! The rich and cool sword chi collided with the blazing sun outside the window, stirring up a roar. Endless sword chi rushed out of the window on the second floor of the sword pavilion and crashed towards the sky dome. The pervasive sword chi intertwined, tugging at the sword pavilion's protective formations and causing the entire Nine Xian Mountain's mountain protection formations to tremble. On the Nine Xian Mountain, countless disciples turned their heads and looked toward where the sword energy was rushing into the sky. There, it's the sword pavilion. This is June 6th, the sword pavilion sword tanning. This kind of vigorous sword chi rushing can only be seen when the sword is tanned on June 6th. The sword chi that had been accumulated in the sword pavilion for a year was released, intersecting with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on Jiuxian Mountain and inducing the flow of heavenly phenomena. Such a sword intent rushes through the sky and makes people boil. It also put the hearts of all the disciples of the Jiuxian sword sect at ease. With a powerful sword pavilion guarding the sect, the Nine Xian sword sect was flourishing. At this moment, Han Mai, who was standing on the second floor of the sword pavilion, took a deep breath, and all the aura on his body operated. Boom! The escaping sword chi from the second floor of the sword pavilion seemed like a torrent, pouring into his body. A flood of sword chi infused his body, causing him to tremble. The surging sword chi filled the meridians and poured into the dantian, dyeing the sea of chi with colorful colors. Sword tanning only happens once a year, and Han Muoi wants to accumulate more sword energy. Recently, cultivating the Xianyang technique had consumed a lot of sword chi. Half an hour later, he walked down the stairs with a turbulent red face, as if he were drunk. Huang Laolu and Gao Shaoxian hurriedly greeted them. Han Mai waved his hand, refusing their assistance. I'm going to go lie down for a bit. Call me when you close your sword. Huang Laolu was nothing, but if Gao Shaoxian touched his body, he would definitely be able to find something fishy about him. Now not only was his chi si infused with more than 10 sword intent, even his dantian and meridians and body were hidden with sword chi. Returning to the quiet room, Han Mai's body shook as his sword chi vibrated, and he operated the Xianyang skill, beginning to rapidly refine it. By the time he closed his sword in the afternoon, he had condensed thousands of sword chi and digested the stored sword chi in his body's meridians. When he walked out of the quiet room, he was glowing again. This made Huang Laolu unable to stop muttering that it was better to be young. Retracting his sword, Han Mai didn't absorb much more sword chi. Right now, the sword chi and sword intent in his body was already enough for him to condense for a very long time. Any more and his longevity wouldn't be able to hold out again. Just now, with so much sword chi and sword intent in his body, the depletion of his longevity was also very great, making him have to turn his sword intent into sword chi in the name of polishing his sword and infusing it into those sword weapons on the first floor. An empty quiet room on the first floor of the sword pavilion. Han Mai stood in front of a wooden couch, and Lu Gao, whose eyes were covered with a black veil, bared his upper body and sat cross-legged. Brother Lu, this sword weapon is the one that the Chow family's head personally refined in the first place. It is a good spirit weapon. This sword weapon, since it was only refined not long ago and there was no previous master to refine it, is just the right sword for you to cultivate the military sword technique. In the past month or so, Lu Gao had been practicing desperately every day, and with the addition of the several Cloud Chi Dan that Han Mai had sent him, he had finally opened up his Dantian yesterday. Lu Gao's qualifications were not considered good, and the Dantian that was opened was only 1 foot square. Lu Gao, who had opened his Dantian, couldn't wait any longer and came to seek out Han Mai. Han Mai certainly knew how he was feeling, and after letting him meditate for a night, he arranged for a quiet room and led Gao Shaoxian to come with him. Hearing Han Mai's words, the corners of Lu Gao's mouth moved lightly as he nodded heavily. Spiritual weapons are expensive. He can't afford to return the favor, but his life can be used to pay back slowly. Little Xuanzi, this sword is yours. Han Mai held the sword weapon in both hands and handed it over to Gao Shaoxian. Gao Shaoxian received the long sword and lightly caressed the blade with his palm. A strange power began to emanate. The little white fox lying on the long table to the side looked up. In Han Mai's eyes, Gao Xiaoshuan's figure seemed to vaporize and reappear as a long sword with a shining essence. The style of this long sword was exactly the same as the small sword stuck in his hair. You have to be good and be Big Brother Lu's eyes. Holding the sword with both hands, Gao Shaoxian uttered a low voice. Then, holding the sword, he walked over to Rugo and placed the sword in Rugo's spread-out palm. Use the sword as your body. Condense the sword into your body. Lu Gao, what are you still hesitating for? Han Mai gave a low shout, and Lu Gao's hands instantly gripped the sword, blood spilling over the blade. Buzz! With a soft sound, the long sword began to vibrate and vaporize.
Soldier sword technique.
The illusory sword weapon transformed into a stream of sword chi that penetrated into Rugo's bared chest. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden couch, Lu Gao's forehead was bruised and he was trembling. Han Mai certainly knew what it was like to have sword chi enter one's body. Scraping bones, breaking tendons. Brother Lu, if you're in pain, just shout. It'll be more comfortable if you do. Six told me. Gao Shaoxian spoke softly. It doesn't hurt. Lu Gao gritted his teeth, a few words bursting out from between them. That being said, how can he not be in pain when he's trembling like that? It really doesn't hurt. This is the soldier sword technique. It was passed down in the sword pavilion of the Jiuxian sword sect, one of the 9 schools of the western frontier. Its a gong method means to ascend to the heavens in one step by integrating a spiritual weapon into one's body. I, Lu Gao, have the opportunity to practice such a technique. How could it hurt? As Rugo spoke, his trembling body slowly regained its composure. The sword chi that was traveling inside and outside of his body was as if it didn't exist. He grinned and reached up to press his hand to his chest. There, a small sword shadow coalesced. Man, from now on we're stuck with each other. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Eat meat, drink and sleep with women, you name it. Tapping his chest, the drooping Rugo raised his head. Brother Han, I see you. When Lu Gao, covered in sword chi and with a stiff body, walked out of the quiet room and headed out of the sword pavilion, Gao Shaoxian, who had picked up the little white fox, came up to Han Mai. Senior Han, what is sleeping with women? Han Mai gave him a blank look. Don't be good and not learn from the bad. After saying that, he walked straight out. In the quiet room, Gao Shaoxian muttered, forget it if you don't say it. I'll ask 6th brother later. 6th brother is the best to me, he will definitely say. Han Mai, who had walked to the entrance of the sword pavilion, saw Huang Laolu and Lin Shin surrounding Lu Gao. Rugo grinned, his sword aura still filling his body. He couldn't govern his own sword chi yet. I'm afraid this is going to take a long time to get going. Huang Laolu and Lin Shin had some envious looks in their eyes. Only the 2 of them didn't end up saying that they wanted to cultivate this soldier sword technique. Lin Shin reached out to touch his great sword, while Huang Laolu skimmed his lips and looked into the distance. Everyone has a path that they want to take and should take. Recently, Han Mai's cultivation had risen rapidly, and the sword chi condensed in his body was sufficient. The sword chi and sword intent he absorbed while basking in the sunlight of the sword was too much, filling up his sea of chi, but his physical longevity was depleted and increased. The problem of not having enough longevity still needs to be addressed. Elder Su Liang had already made a deal with him to go down the mountain to Mushin City together 10 days later to visit the Wood family's old ancestor. Elder Su Liang had promised to ask the Wood family's ancestor to help refine a 5-year life extension pill. With this Dan, and if he comprehended the refining techniques, Han Mai believed that he would no longer be troubled by longevity. But to visit the Wood family ancestor, how could he not be empty-handed? A gift for visiting the Wood family ancestor? On the second floor of the Sujin building, Bai Sujin pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid that an unusual gift won't be able to impress the senior. It just so happens that there's a not-so-small auction in Loyuan City's workshop market 2 days later. I'm going to go help you find a divine soul enhancement pill. Why don't you come along and take a look?" A workshop auction in the cultivation world? Han Makino was still really interested. "I just wonder if it's a good idea to find something good?" According to Bai Sujin, excluding some of the most precious treasures, most of the other items the participants were allowed to touch. There were also a number of sword weapons among them. "Senior Brother Han, if you're preparing to go to the square market auction, are you refining a few more extreme pills?" Bai Sujin's eyes were all crystal bright. Han Mai spread his hands and said, "The Dan furnace blew up last time and is gone." "I have." Bai Sujin flipped her palm, and a small green-colored bronze furnace appeared. "This Dan furnace is something I treasure." Bai Sujin handed over the Dan furnace to Han Mai with some reluctance. The Dan furnace was slightly heavy in his hand, cold and warm. Obviously, this cauldron was too much better in quality than the previous one. Satisfied, Han Mai put the furnace away, then had Bai Sujin pick out the elixirs for refining the spirit melting pill and the cloud chi pill. Senior Brother Han really does have deep chances and a rich family. As she watched Han Mai sweep all of the Dan furnace elixirs into her storage ring, Bai Sujin sked and sighed softly under her breath. A rich and powerful family?
Han Myeo glanced at Bai Sujin.
Although Mo Yuen had left him millions of his fortune, it was no match for the tycoon in front of him. That's something he's self-aware of. Returning to the sword pavilion from Sujin Lu, when he had just arrived at the door of the sword pavilion, he saw Su Yuan, the newly promoted deacon elder of the Fire Vein, walk out of the sword pavilion with a happy face. Seeing Han Mai, Su Yuan smiled and nodded, then left with a big stride. Ever since old ancestor Taoran came to the sword pavilion, Su Yuan had come to pay his respects every now and then. Old ancestor Taoran also felt some guilt towards this disciple, and would always answer some cultivation difficulties for Su Yuan every time. This made Su Yuan run harder. Han Mai is a little depressed. Su Yuan is 1,000 merits short of his own. He is Su Yuan's debtor, but today's situation he is really not good to ask for. After all, he didn't want outsiders to know that he had comprehended the secret of the prairie. However, when there was time, the acting law building could be visited more often. The more sword arts one needs to comprehend to practice 10,000 swords, the better. Returning to the quiet room, Han Mai took out the tiny green-colored Dan tripod, cupped his hands in his palms, and with his spiritual chi pouring into it, he began to slowly refine it. This small tripod already had a hint of the spirituality of a spiritual weapon. Han Mai's aura infused it, and the small tripod seemed to be nourished, vibrating softly. Dang! There was a soft thud, and Han Muoi's body shook as he stared wide-eyed. Sword chi. In this small cauldron, there was actually sword chi. In the world, besides him, there is someone else who uses sword chi to make pills? Boom! An image tumbled and floated in his mind. I'm not a debtor. 3 big chapters to punch up the achievement numbers during the new shelf period. Oh, I remember. Slip away. End of chapter. Chapter 113. This kid is qualified to discuss the Dan Dao with me? 1-3. A thin old man wearing a black robe, with various elixirs in his hands, threw them into the Dan tripod. However, a moment later, a pill took shape in the Dan tripod and was then collected. Another fine Dan. The old man sighed softly and whispered, then began to refine pills again. The image was flat, and Han Mai saw the same elixir, the same alchemy technique over and over again. Each furnace, in good condition, is also a fine Dan. Comprehend the clear snow pill refining technique. Comprehend the formula of the clear snow Dan. This clear snow pill was an elixir that purified the physique and got rid of all kinds of toxicity, and according to the grade, it belonged to the peak of the 7th grade. Such an elixir, even among the Dan Dao practitioners in the Nine Shen sword sect, it was estimated that there were not many who could refine it. However, in Han Mai's opinion, the old man really didn't have bad Dan Dao skills, at least the entire alchemy process was flowing. It was just that the old man seemed to be very dissatisfied with his own alchemy, and as he refined one furnace at a time, his face began to change, becoming more and more impatient. Boom! When the furnace of fine pills was put away, the old man finally became impatient and kicked over the furnace. That's it? Well, the images began to flow again, and the old man was once again making pills. This time, he chose to infuse his sword qi into the danding. Anyway, Jiangming is not the material to cultivate the sword. This point of sword qi to stay useless, used to alchemy, is not heartbreaking. The old man's eyes were translucent, and his fingertip sword qi infused the Dan tripod. The Dan tripod shook, and the spirit medicine in it turned into mincemeat. Unwilling to do so, the old man infused his sword qi again and again until his body ran out of sword qi. If Jiangming, can't refine the extreme clear snow pill in this life, what's the use of studying the Dan Dao? At the end of the scene, the old man named Jiangming sold that Dan furnace to a black-robed man and turned to leave. Yulin Valley loose cultivator, Jiangming. Han Muoi whispered, memorizing the name. Studying the Dan Dao so far, he had a realization of why the Dan medicines he had refined had excellent phases. Sword qi was the purest, and when one used sword qi to refine pills, the pills would naturally be flawless. As for other Dan Dao practitioners, although they also tried with all their might to improve the quality of their pills when refining them, most of them were unable to do so to the extreme. Extreme Dan is rare, it is this extreme purity that is rare. After viewing the memories of the Dan furnace, Han Mai had almost cleansed the Dan furnace once more. The Dan furnace was now surging with spiritual light, and a crystalline halo was translucent from it. Buzz! Spiritual qi infused. The Dan Ding transformed into a half-foot square, vibrating and rotating. In Han Mai's hand, golden red sword qi rose up and threw itself into the Dan Din. The sword qi entered the Dan tripod, and clear streams of light came out from the Dan tripod. A variety of elixirs were thrown into the Dan tripod, and Han Mai's movements were methodical. Regardless of whether it was the cloud qi pill or the spirit melting pill, the refining process was already pure to the bone for him. In the spirit medicine Dan furnace, it was wrapped in sword qi, slowly grinding and turning into powder. However, in a moment, the medicinal power in the Dan tripod had begun to expand and merge with each other. The whole thing, smooth and perfect. By the time noon rolled around, Han Mai had already refined 5 stoves of Cloud Qi Dan and 2 stoves of Spirit Melting Dan. The elixir of the Cloud Qi Dan is good to find, the elixir of the Spirit Melting Dan is much more precious, and by Su Zhan that does not have much. Each of the Cloud Qi pills that Han Mai had refined was 5 of the finest quality. There were 3 Spirit Melting pills in each furnace, and at least 2 of them were of the very best quality. Not a single one of the ordinary quality. When he walked out of the quiet room, Huang Laolu and the others sitting around the doorway had already started. Han Mai walked over and unceremoniously squeezed himself next to Huang Laolu. Old ancestor Taoran, who was gnawing on a pig's hoof, looked up and frowned. "You're studying the art of alchemy?" Han Muoi nodded. "Guess it smells like medicine on you. There's not 1 or 2 dog-nosed ones in this sword pavilion." Placing the unchewed bones on the table, Old Man Taoran wiped his mouth and turned his head to look at the sword pavilion elder and said, "This is what I'm going to say about you. The most taboo thing about cultivation is to be greedy. It's like these pig's feet, you have to cook them low and slow, you have to work at it or you won't be able to gnaw on them. When you teach a disciple, don't you teach him these truths early on?" The sword pavilion elder opened his mouth and looked toward Han Mai. Han Muoi shook his head. The sword pavilion elder hadn't told himself that. "What kind of Dan did you refine?" Old ancestor Taoran looked at Han Mai. "Cloud Qi pill and spirit melting pill." Han Mai opened his mouth honestly. Hearing Han Mai's words, Taoran old ancestor shook his head and said, "You see, haste makes waste, alchemy, also need to talk about gradual progress. Your 2 kinds of Dan span is too big. How can it work? You're refining these 2 types of Dan because the price isn't bad and they're in high demand, aren't you? Chonggong, it's not that I'm talking about you, your means of teaching your disciples is poor." Said this, Tao Ran old ancestor looked to raise his head and looked dumbfounded Huang Laolu. "Shinxiong is still good, the heart is stable, Han Mai felt a bit blocked by this meal. After eating, Han Mai, who was ready to continue refining pills, was called by Old Man Taoran. Bring your Dan furnace and elixir to the 3rd floor. What do you mean? This old man knows how to make pills? Seeing Han Mai's eyes, old ancestor Taoran proudly said, when I first joined the clan not long ago, I was shy, so I used alchemy to feed my cultivation. The 2 types of Dan you refined, I could have refined them with my eyes closed. Han Mai turned his head to look at the sword pavilion elder on the side. This old ancestor practiced alchemy as soon as he entered the sword sect. Is he on a crooked path? Going back to the quiet room to pack up the elixir and Dan furnace, Han Mai went up to the 3rd floor. The sword pavilion elder didn't seem to be interested in Elder Tao Ran teaching Han Mai the Dan Dao and went off to cultivate himself. Old ancestor Taoran stood in front of the window of the sword pavilion and looked toward Han Mai. Is there a refined elixir? I'll take a look. Han Makino froze. There are, but they are all superb and at worst they are fine. I knew you hadn't been able to refine the pills yet. Although you have a medicinal flavor on you, you are missing the fireworks. So naturally you can't refine the pills. That little girl called Jin Yuan is full of smoke and fire. And it looks like the level of Dan Dao is not bad. Han Makino didn't bother to retort. Bring the Dan tripod. I'll refine 2 furnaces for you. Old Man Taoran reached out and the Dan furnace fell into his hands. Buzz! The Dan furnace swirled lightly, and a flurry of spiritual fire rose. The Dan fire rose, and a solemn expression rose on the face of Old Man Taoran. His body's aura converged, and he raised his hand to put the elixirs in Han Mai's hand into the Dan furnace one by one. Refining pills is like practicing a sword. The heart must not be restless. Controlling fire is like controlling a sword. Don't be afraid. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Elder Tao Ran wasn't bragging, his alchemy skills really weren't bad. But in half a quarter of an hour, a furnace of Cloud Chi Dan was refined. 3 pills of Dan came out and all of them were fine. How is it, see? After the Dan Dao is mastered and realized, every furnace can produce fine Dan, and 3 Dan in a furnace. In the beginning, the old man was able to cultivate all the way without having to worry about spirit stones by virtue of having more pills and more fine pills than others. Raising his head, Old Man Taoran looked at Han Mai in triumph. Han Muoi was busy nodding his head. Good. The spirit melting pill is slightly harder to refine, so you have to look at it carefully. Under Han Mai's meaty gaze, Old Man Taoran took away the spirit pills for refining the spirit melting pill one by one. Han Muoyi only had 3 copies of the spirit melting pill's elixir on hand right now. This is still by Sujin's means to search for it. Spiritual fire rose in Old Man Taoran's hands, and a streak of spiritual light flashed out. This furnace took Old Man Taoran 2/4 of an hour to refine. 2 Dan, 1 fine. Look, that's 1 more fine Dan. How much more money do you have to make than someone else's alchemy? Handing over the pills and furnace to a tearful Han Mai, Old Man Taoran spoke triumphantly. This Dan Dao is still good as a miner. Look at this little while. I've already helped you earn thousands of spirit stones. 2 extra fine Cloud Chi Dan, counting 60 spirit stones. A fine quality spirit melting pill was worth thousands of spirit stones. In old ancestor Taoran's opinion, this reward of his was already generous for a minor cultivator like Han Mai. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Mai was a direct descendant of the Sword Pavilion Elder, he wouldn't have bothered to step in and instruct the Dan Dao. A hint of bitterness flashed across Han Mai's face. Doing the math, he had lost tens of thousands of spirit stones by allowing Old Man Taoran to refine these 2 pots of Dan. At least. And you refine a furnace and I'll take a look. Looking toward the remaining spirit pills in Han Mai's hand, Old Man Taoran spoke out. Refining pills in front of Old Man Taoran? Han Muoi was a little hesitant. That old ancestor, let me ask, when refining pills, can they be incorporated with sword chi? Han Mai wanted to make sure, first, of old ancestor Taoran's opinion on sword chi alchemy. Sword chi integration? Old ancestor Taoran froze for a moment, then laughed and said, it's possible. Incorporating sword chi can greatly enhance the quality of the elixir. Even the very best have a chance. Elder Tao Rant's words caused Han Mai to rejoice. It was true that he was an old ancestor figure, and he had studied the Tao of Dan profoundly. But have you ever calculated such an account? Old Man Taoran looked at Han Muoyi and said indifferently, a strand of sword chi. How much is it worth? What is the value of the sword breath? Han Makino really didn't do the math. Seeing his expression, Old Ancestor Taoran shook his head and said, in the cultivation world, there are sword chi stones that are specially sold for people to absorb, and a sword chi stone that contains a strand of sword chi is worth 1,000 spirit stones. A wisp of sword chi, worth 1,000 spirit stones? So expensive? Each strand of sword chi is the result of sword cultivation painstakingly cultivated, and is actually not something that can be measured in terms of spirit stone value at all. Old Ancestor Taoran's face was much more solemn as he spoke in a low voice. That's something that Han Makino believed. A sword intent of 128,000 strands of sword chi condensed. Mo Yuan had cultivated in the outer sect for 200 years, and had not even cultivated his own sword intent. Most of those half-spirit artifact longswords on the second floor of the sword pavilion were elder-level swords, and there were very few of them that contained sword intent. It was evident that sword chi and sword intent were rare. It was only after being told this by Old Man Tao Ran that Han Mai realized the preciousness of sword intent. Wasn't it too extravagant to splurge like that on yourself before? Kid, don't dawdle. It's fine if you can't refine a pill. I'll see what your problem is. Old Ancestor Taoran spoke out with some impatience. This is something I still appreciate about Huang Zhenxiong. Never squirming and saying he won't practice. Han Mai felt that this person, it was all about eye contact. I'm afraid that he and Old Man Taoran are every bit as good as each other. Or, was it that he had coveted his handle of purple flames, causing him to ostracize himself in the dark? Having no choice but to take out the Dan furnace, Han Mai prepared to cast a wisp of aura into a spiritual fire to refine the Dan. Conventional methods of refining, the loss is definitely a loss. Lu Gao pays his respects to Patriarch. Just then, Rugo's yell came from downstairs. Lu Gao? Loyalty and bravery are commendable. Patriarch Jin Zhe's voice came. After a short while, Jin Zhe, who had walked up to the third floor of the sword pavilion, was slightly stunned when he saw Old Man Tao Ran and Han Mai. Seeing the Dan tripod held in Han Mai's hand, Jin Zhe lightly laughed. This is a discussion on the Dan Dao with Old Ancestor Taoran? Elder Taoran still has some study in the Dan Dao. You guys, when you can have a common language. Explore? This kid is qualified to discuss the Tao of Dan with me? Elder Taoran frowned, and before he could speak, he heard Patriarch Jin Zhe speak out. Han Mai, those extremely high-quality Dan you refined are only for sale to one of the Sujin Lus, and a few of the elders in the Dan Hall have an opinion about it. Extreme Cloud Chi pills are just that. If the Chi condensation stage pills are also sold exclusively by Sujin Lu, it will be difficult for this patriarch to do so. Push a book. Go in a weird world as a poisoned milk. Evil spirits run rampant in the abandoned world. Where the streetlights don't shine, the night is filled with animals. Survive here. When it's dark, be sure to stay inside. And watch out for everyone who tries to get you to open your mouth and invite them in. Evil spirits are in the mix. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Senior Brother Han. Mr. Ning is convinced 2-3. Excellent.
Cloud Kidan.
Looking at the few pills he had refined in Han Mai's hands, Old Man Taoran wanted to kick the floor. See, ompered to the extreme Dan, the pills that he had refined himself were scum. He turned his head and saw the sword pavilion elder walking slowly. Chonggong. This kid can make pills, you know? The sword pavilion elder nodded, his expression bland. It's a good thing for young people to be self-reliant and use the Dan Dao to supplement the sword Dao. Han Makino almost didn't laugh out loud. These words, it seemed as if Old Man Taoran had said them before. He had previously said that the sword pavilion elder's vision was not working. Old Ancestor Taoran's face rarely swelled red as he turned his head to look at Han Mai. Extreme Dan? The look. It's a little creepy. Han Mai smiled and nodded. A fluke. It wasn't a fluke, as far as I know. You've traded at least hundreds of Extreme Dan with Sujin Lu. Jin Zhe's voice rang out. Han Mai felt that this old boy was deliberately mending his words. Sure enough, a stern aura rose from Old Man Taoran's body. He fixed Han Mai with a deadly stare, and a brilliant light shone through his eyes. 100 Extreme Grade Dan. If it's not the accumulation of a large number of Dan, it's the mastery of a method that can refine Extreme Grade Dan. You're in the second category, I think. That's a guess, 8 or 9. Old Ancestor Taoran had a stern look on his face and said in a cold voice, this kind of person is usually not allowed to go down to the Nine Shin Mountain for the rest of his life. Anxious. He was in a hurry. Han Mai had no fear on his face as he said aloud, Old Ancestor, that method of mine is very simple. Refining pills with sword chi, is it? After saying that, he turned around, held the Dan furnace and went downstairs. Old ancestor Taoran shivered a few times at the corners of his mouth there, and finally did not open his mouth again. Sword energy alchemy, is this a profit or a loss? Does anyone in the world really do that? Watching Han Mai walk down the stairs, Patriarch Jin Zhe's complexion slowly sank. Old ancestor, senior brother Gao, the battle over at Fengshou Mountain isn't looking good. The army drawn from my Jiuxian sword sect is going to leave earlier. Hearing his words, both Old Man Tao Ran and the Sword Pavilion elders' faces became grave. The Southern Wasteland demon race is exceptionally powerful. As far as I know, the Southern Wasteland doesn't have many interactions with my Western frontier, and as for encroaching on territory, it's even more unnecessary. Old Man Tao Ran frowned and looked toward Jin Zhe and Gao Chonggong. The Southern Wasteland is vast, quite a bit larger than the Western frontier, and it's filled with demonic races, and the demonic beasts on it are so strong that the Heaven Realm has to avoid them. When a demonic beast cultivates to the Earth Realm, it will be able to transform into human form. A great demon of the Heaven Realm was even able to cross the demon infant tribulation and be reborn as a human. The Southern Wasteland Great Demon Clan was even more powerful than the Western Borders Great Clans. Perhaps, the Southern Wasteland Demon Clan is asking for something. Jin Zhe whispered, turned his head, and looked at the Sword Pavilion elder. Gao Chonggong didn't say anything. He knew that Jin Zhe was talking about the great demon suppressed by the Sword Pavilion. It's just that, in this situation now, I'm afraid that it's not just handing over the great demon that will make the Southern Wasteland retreat. Let's see if they will continue to send divine soul blood chi to feed. Gao Chonggong turned his head and pointed to the long sword on the wooden shelf at the back. Han Mai said that there are a few people in the sect who seem to be involved with the demon race, and these people are currently under the mountain to get rid of the demons, so let's wait and see what exactly they are up to later. A few days ago, Han Mai mentioned lightly that there seemed to be some anomalies in the door's elder Qin Lin and his subordinates, as well as the matter of that inner door deacon Luo Yixing. Both Gao Chonggong and Old Man Taoran had quietly probed. There's also that Bai Sujin, the eldest miss of the Shangyang demon sect, just placed on Jiuxian Mountain. He, Li Mu Bai, has a big heart. Old Man Taoran didn't have the good sense to glance at Jin Zhe. If something happens to this girl, I'm afraid that Demon Li will be the first to break your bones. When Patriarch Jin Zhe walked out of the Sword Pavilion, there were some strange expressions on his face. Greetings, Sovereign. Huang Laolu and Han Mai and the others were at the door, and they were busy saluting him. Tomorrow the first batch of disciples heading for Fengshou Mountain will depart and need to come to the Sword Pavilion to receive their swords, so help them pick out a good handful of sword weapons. Patriarch Jin Zhe said as he handed Han Mai a black waistplate. This is the belt tag of the sect's direct lineage, and in the future, remember that half of the pills are traded with the Dan Hall. I'll have the Dan Hall send someone to meet you. Without waiting for Han Makino to respond, Jin Zhe had already left straight away. Boy, a direct lineage. Huang Laolu showed an envious look on his face and reached out to touch the sign in Han Mai's hand. Like? Here. Han Makino handed the sign over. Huang Laolu was busy shrinking his hand. Don't. Your sick sister-in-law is still waiting for me. Han Mai shook the sign off twice and put it into his storage ring. Half the business of the elixir for such a sign, he was the one who suffered. With that sign, you'll be able to take a trip to a secret place every month to practice. Also, there are several places in the gate where the inherited canonical books are hidden, and only the direct lineage tags are qualified to enter. Sword Pavilion Elder's voice came out. Turns out it's not a looker and has some benefits. This balanced Han Mai slightly in his heart. Whether it's a secret place or a place to collect a tome, it's a good place to be. The Sword Pavilion Elder reminded him of this, presumably because he was afraid that he would throw the cards around randomly and lose them. Han Mai quietly went back to the quiet room and refined those remaining spirit medicines into pills. This time, he moved even less, fearing that Elder Taoran would look for him again. In front of the door of the Sword Pavilion, 3 gray-robed old men and dozens of white-robed inner disciples stood solemnly. Senior Brother Gao, Senior Uncle Tao Ran, Sun Mu is honored to receive a sword weapon. The person who spoke looked to be in his 80s and dying. You can't age in the cultivation world based on physical appearance. But with this kind of appearance, it was definitely a stagnant cultivation and a short lifespan. Indeed, this elder Sun Mu, who had led the team to Fengshou Mountain, had already stagnated in his cultivation at the second level of Jedon for 200 years, with less than an aeon left in his lifespan. Such an elder's battle power would decline a lot, but he or she was experienced and had survived the storm for hundreds of years. The reason why such an elder was sent to Fengshou Mountain in the sect was because Sun Mu had been involved in the entire war between the Nine Xian sword sect and all the other sects, and secondly, he was nearing the end of his lifespan and had taken the initiative to utilize his spare time for the sect. Senior brother Sun, take care. The sword pavilion elder nodded and went back to the second floor of the sword pavilion, holding a spiritual artifact grade longsword a few moments later. Sun Mu took the sword and bowed with a light smile. Disciple He Xuanqi pays his respects to the old ancestor elder. In front of the sword pavilion door, the leader of the inner disciples stepped forward and bowed to the sword pavilion elder, and old man Tao ran before looking at Huang Laolu again. Greetings, sixth brother. He Xuanqi, ranked 10th in the inner sect, the elite of the elite. His cultivation has already reached the second level of the earth realm's passing vein realm. This time he went to Fengshou Mountain so that he could sharpen himself and quickly master the power of the earth realm. The top 100 of the inner sect were all truly those with exceptional talent and qualifications. To be able to reach the top 10 of the inner sect, every single one of them was a true genius. Such a genius, as long as he didn't fall in 100 years, he would be a pillar of the clan. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The sword pavilion elder and Tao Ran nodded their heads gently, and Huang Laolu grinned. You're welcome, brother. Even if the sword watchers were now rising in popularity, they were not qualified to tug in front of such elites as the top 10 of the inner sect. Trouble sixth brother to help us choose a good sword. He Xuanqi held out a crystal bright spirit stone with both hands. Top quality spirit stones. It's a public bribe. Should I take it or not? A difficult look flashed across Huang Laolu's face. Hee. I've often heard from the disciples that the sword pavilion's sixth brother Huang and senior brother Han are both masters at choosing swords. So we might as well let us see them today. Good choice. And this spirit stone you have taken as a matter of course. Sun Mu, who was holding his sword in both hands, smiled and spoke from the side. Huang Laolu grinned and looked toward Han Mai. Han Mai nodded, and with an arch toward Sun Mu and He Xuanqi, he said, It's only natural for Uncle Sun and all of you to choose a good sword when they head to Fengshou Mountain to fend off the demon clan. We'll keep this spirit stone and take it away to set up a celebration banquet when the senior brothers return in triumph. Hearing Han Mai speak, Huang Laolu raised his hand and took the spirit stone from He Xuanqi's hand before shouting, Little Xuanzi, get to work. Han Mai also looked in front of him. Which senior brother will come first? The inner disciples looked at each other, and a tall, thin, white-clothed disciple stepped forward, arched his hand at Han Mai and said, Ningyu applies for senior brother Han to choose a sword. Han Mai nodded and said, I'll also ask senior brother Ning to rehearse his most skillful swordplay. Practicing swordplay? Is there such a procedure for choosing a sword? Not only was Ning Yushin a bit bewildered, but Sun Mu, who was standing by the side, also had his brows furrowed. The sword pavilion to receive the sword, in the end, is to get the sword by chance. Sword watchers don't play a big role in sword selection. Elders such as Sun Mu, who had led swords in the sword pavilion not once or twice, never had this procedure of practicing sword arts. There are nearly 100 inner disciples here. If they were to practice their sword skills one by one, how long would it take? Are we still going to leave today? He turned his head to look at old man Tao Ran and the sword pavilion elder who were standing with their hands in front of the sword pavilion's door, and saw that the two of them were calm, and there was a hint of interest in their eyes. Is this tacit approval? Since the sword viewer has asked you to practice your sword arts, then practice. Sun Mu spoke in a deep voice. He was just an unusual sect Jedan elder whose lifespan was about to end, whereas Elder Tao Ran was a half-step heaven realm powerhouse, and the sword pavilion elder was even on par with the patriarch. What these two had tacitly agreed to, he, Sun Mu, would come and spoil the fun. Elder Sun, who had lived for hundreds of years, was not blinded by old age. Hearing the words of the leader, Elder Sun, Ning Yushin nodded and raised his hand to draw his sword, its light as clear as a wheel. Strong inner sect members, their methods are truly extraordinary. Han Mai's eyes flashed with refined light as he watched Ning Yushin's sword light, images flowing through his mind. Comprehend the second Xian sword art, Golden Blade. After dozens of sword drills, Ning Yushin returned his long sword to its sheath and stood with both hands holding his sword. Lead the sword and return it. It's nothing to claim a sword in private and covet the sword weapon you claimed before. This kind of collective collar sword, before the elders, cannot be allowed to be privatized. Everyone looked toward Han Mai, who was standing at the bottom of the stone steps of the sword pavilion. Huang Laolu reached out and patted Gao Shaoxian, whose eyes showed the color of curiosity. Watch.
This is the Sword Pavilion Sword Viewer. You kid learn. What senior brother Ning cultivates is the second Xian sword art golden front. Han Mai raised his eyes to Ning Yushin and spoke faintly. It's not surprising that you can recognize swordplay, but it also showed that this sword watcher in front of him had some skills. Ning Yushin nodded, a hint of anticipation flashing across his face. 27 sword strokes of the golden blade sword art. Senior brother Ning has already familiarized himself with 20 strokes, and when he reached the 21st stroke, there was a pause in the sword light. Especially at the 23rd move on the ground, the sword light obviously dispersed by 1 point. 25th stance, strike 1 line slower, speed 3 points slower, sword light direction, off. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, it was silent, and everyone listened in silence. Ning Yushin face color constantly changing, to say that the direction of his sword light bias look when instantly face color a white. Senior brother choose the sword weapon numbered 384-4, named Lu Yao, on the 781st wooden shelf on the first floor of the sword pavilion. This sword is a semi-spiritual weapon, which has the integration of gold yuan iron into the sword weapon. The initial move sword light condensed, after 10 moves, stimulate the power of gold yuan, help sword moves rounded. Holding this sword, senior brother Ning is able to use the golden front sword art to the 25th move in one breath. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, Han Mai spoke eloquently, and all the inner disciples' faces went from blank to eager, with divine light blooming in their eyes. Senior brother Han, Ning is convinced. Ning Yushin bowed and stepped into the sword pavilion in large strides. He Xuanqi, who was standing in front of the sword pavilion, turned his head and said, "Who's next? Push a book. I'm a healer, you could die. Dude. Why is this healing spell of yours still glowing green? Well, because of the added spice, why don't you try it?" Su Rin carries a magic fusion panel and travels to a parallel world where magic is universal. Various materials can be added to magic to mutate it and obtain different effects. Healing plus intense poison equals poison milk. Fireball plus spirits plus nitro equals must rain fire. Missile technique plus old hen plus egg equals chicken and egg technique. Light healing plus croton equals diarrhea technique. Corruption plus human foot skin equals super cure. Water archery plus ice siren skull plus heart of the ocean equals super spell siren singing. End of chapter. Chapter 115 Marginal Sword, Double Sword 3-3. Take advantage of it. When Ning Yushin practiced the sword art Jin Feng with his newly collared sword weapon Lu Yao, everyone could only feel their eyes light up. That sword light, completely different from before. It was heavy, sharp, and astral, making it difficult to look directly at it. Moreover, this sword light was several times more rosy than before, and there was no sense of dullness between the flow of sword light. The sword and the man are in harmony. This sword, at least, can enhance the battle power of senior nephew Ning by 30%. Sun Mu looked at Ning Yushin, who had withdrawn his sword and stood still, with a look of emotion on his face. Hearing Sun Mu's words, the crowd of disciples who received swords all looked excited, wishing to go up and receive a sword right away. In front of the door of the sword pavilion, Han Mai stood with his arms folded, and as long as he made a sound to point out the selection of the sword, it was bound to be a human sword fit. Huang Laolu stood on the side, now and then asking Gao Shaoxian to fetch the sword over. Gao Shaoxian chose slowly, but the sword he chose wasn't bad either. Lu Gao, whose eyes were covered with a black veil, and Lin Shen, who was carrying a large sword and had a tall and sturdy figure, stood at the entrance of the sword pavilion, both with smiles on their faces. Look at those inner disciples as if the vegetable market to grab the cabbage scene, which still have half the appearance of the strong inner disciples. Old ancestor, what do you think of Kid Han's eyesight? The sword pavilion elder's face didn't move as he stood there, speaking faintly. Eye power. Old ancestor Taoren looked strange and whispered, "Is this something that can be achieved with good eyesight?" He turned his head and looked at sword pavilion elder Gao Chonggong. "You said, letting you choose? You remember the respective characteristics of those sword weapons in the sword pavilion?" The sword pavilion elder shook his head. "I told you, this isn't good eyesight at all." Old ancestor Taoren's eyes were translucent, his eyes fixed on Han Mai. "In my opinion, he was born to be a sword watcher." It seemed time-consuming to rehearse the sword art and then choose a sword, but in fact it was even more time-consuming to save the disciple the process of choosing a sword in the sword pavilion. However, in an hour, nearly 100 disciples,
All had already chosen their handful of sword weapons, only He Xuanqi had not chosen. He did have a few inner sect powerhouse demeanors and was able to resist the temptation until everyone had finished choosing their sword weapons before smiling and arching his hand toward Han Mai. Senior brother Han, it's my turn. Han Mai nodded and watched as he drew his sword to perform a sword art. Buzz! He Xuanqi's long sword had only been sheathed, and the sword light in front of him had already exploded like wild waves. Good sword technique. Someone from the rear disciples let out a low cry. They were not all acquainted with each other even though they had enlisted to go to Fengshou Mountain. There are 3,000 inner disciples of the Zhoushan sword sect. How can they all be familiar with each other? Most of the top 10 powerhouses of the inner sect like He Xuanqi were only known by their names. Seeing it today, it really does have the strength of the top 10 of the inner sect. That sword light, no one in the field of inner disciples could catch a sword. Even the 2 inner sect elites who had a small reputation were also looking confused at this moment. Strong. Sun Mu nodded slightly. He was the leader of this Zhoushan sword sect's reinforcements, and it was certainly a good thing to have more strong men under his command. The other 2 deacons of the Earth Realm were also elated. With strong people among the disciples, their pressure would certainly be quite a bit less. Reinforcing Fengshou Mountain is not a game, of course the stronger the better. Han Mai's gaze was fixed on the sword light in front of him, and the images in his mind changed. Comprehend the sanguine sword art, marginal wood. This 10th of the inner sect turned out to be a Woodvane disciple. When He Xuanqi finished practicing his sword art, everyone all looked up at Han Mai. This time, Han Mai didn't directly state the strengths and weaknesses in the sword art like he did before, and directly pointed out the sword weapon that needed to be collared. He closed his eyes slightly and hung his head there in thought. He Xuanqi didn't rush. Everyone is waiting. Han Mai's ability to choose a sword before had already convinced everyone. They now wanted to know how much they could increase He Xuanqi's battle power through senior brother Han's sword selection. Not bad. Not bad. Sun Mu looked at He Xuanqi and nodded his head softly. When I was this old, my cultivation and battle power was not even half of yours. He's not being self-effacing. In the cultivation world, those with strong qualifications and talents have cultivation and battle power that far exceeds that of their peers. A top inner sect powerhouse like He Xuanqi really had few peers who could compare. The sword technique is not bad. There are no major breaks. Elder Tao Ran spoke softly. Hearing his words, He Xuanqi breathed a light sigh of relief. To be critiqued like this by his old ancestor, he was already content. Throughout the entire Zhoushan sword sect, there were very few sword arts that could receive a sentence from the old ancestor that did not have any major breaks in its evaluation. Chonggong, what do you think? Tao Ran turned his head to look at Gao Chonggong. Gao Chonggong shook his head and didn't speak, instead looking ahead. Old ancestor Tao Ran laughed. You're still of this nature, not refreshing. With that, he looked ahead to Huang Laolu. Xinxiong, you tell us. Hearing old ancestor Tao Ran's words, Huang Laolu turned his head to glance at Han Mai, then faintly said, Old ancestor has said that there are no cracks. When he saw the corner of Han Mai's eyes flickering, he instantly understood and let out a laugh. I'm afraid this no break is a break. He had been working with Han Mai for a long time, and with just half a glance, he knew what the other party meant. With this tacit cooperation, they hadn't earned a lot of spirit stones before. No breakage is the biggest breakage? What kind of far-fetched reason is that? He Xuanqi looked up at Han Mai. The other disciples also looked up. There has to be a reason for this comment, right? Old ancestor Taoran's brow furrowed as he wanted to voice out a rebuke to Huang Laolu, but he suddenly paused. Sixth brother really does have a sharp eye and hit the nail on the head. Han Mai raised his head to look ahead, a brilliant light surging in his eyes. I was just wondering how to word it appropriately. No break is the biggest break. Without waiting for He Xuanqi to open his mouth, Han Mai had already spoken out again. Senior brother this trip to Fengshou Mountain is a battle with the demon race. Most of the demon race is strong and powerful, and your sword move, which is layered and continuous, but easily broken by the sword move, will be a great disadvantage. Like this, Han Mai's reasoning was such that He Xuanqi couldn't even open his mouth to refute it. Sun Mu, who was on the side, frowned and said, There are a few truths in what senior nephew Han said. It's just that with senior nephew Crane's swordsmanship tactics, there's no big problem when it comes to it. If He Xuanqi's sword technique was against a human expert, the sword light streak could leave one powerless to resist. But the demon race, thick skin and flesh, and do not meet with you, but instead violent horizontal kill. This kind of barbaric battle method was He Xuanqi's shortcoming. Elder son, I have two suggestions. Han Mai looked at Sun Mu and said in a deep voice, either that, or a different intersect powerhouse will travel to Fengshou Mountain. Change one? Sun Mu hastily shook his head. Right now, most of the disciples under the sect's Jeden are under the mountain, and it is already rare to have a call from He Xuanqi. If we can't replace them, then we'll add one. The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. Han Mai looked at He Xuanqi and said, among fellow disciples of Senior Crane, there are bound to be those who cultivate the sword of the seeking fish, aren't there? Marginal wood. Double swords together. More than double the battle power. 2 swords in one. He Xuanqi nodded and said in a low voice, I do have a senior brother who has cultivated fish seeking. It's just that his cultivation, it's weak. Han Mai laughed. Senior brother should know that with your cultivation, you only need him to cooperate, and don't really need him to go out and kill the enemy. He Xuanqi nodded. Good, senior nephew Crane. Go and seek that fellow disciple of yours to come here. We'll wait for you at the mountain gate. This battle is perilous. The technique of combining the 2 swords will double your battle power and provide many more guarantees for your safety. Sun Mu did not hesitate to speak out. He Xuanqi arched his hand and turned his head away. Sun Mu, on the other hand, led the group of intersect disciples who were in high spirits to leave in great strides. But a moment later, He Xuanqi led a fellow disciple named Wang Hui. Han Muno chose a good sword weapon for each of them. Senior brother Crane, senior brother Wang, you two can practice the art of combining 2 swords more often, and good luck with the flag. Han Mai sent him to the door of the sword pavilion and spoke with an arch. Thank you, senior brother Han. He Xuanqi and Wang Hui busily arched their hands before turning around and heading towards the mountain gate. Woo! A long horn sounded, and the sword light outside the mountain gate rose up and went off into the distance. Standing at the entrance to the sword pavilion, Han Mai was quietly lost in thought. Senior Han, what are you thinking? Gao Shaoxian, who was holding the white fox, walked over and asked in a low voice. Turning his head, Han Mai looked at the curious Gao Shaoxian, then at the white fox he was carrying in his arms and said softly, I was thinking, so many swords are being given away today, I wonder how many will be returned in another day. Hearing his words, Gao Shaoxian let out an ah and said, they won't return it? Aren't we losing money if we don't pay it back? Han Moyo reached out to touch his head and shook his head. I'd rather that none of their swords be returned. 2 days later, Han Mai and Bai Sujin met up to go to Luo Yuan City's workshop market to attend the auction. Unfortunately, the flying canoe was filled to capacity. Boss He, who was driving the boat, was outside with a bitter face. In the cabin, besides Bai Sujin and Han Mai, there was also Lin Shin, who was going to be Han Mai's escort. And the fact that Old Man Taoran was sitting cross-legged in the cabin was making the atmosphere in the entire cabin very, very disharmonious. It wouldn't be good for Han Mai's dealings with Bai Sujin to be known by Old Man Taoran. Although Old Man Taoran also knew about their pills trade, he only knew about the Extreme Cloud Chi pill, but not the Extreme Spirit Melting pill yet. Little girl, back in the day, your father and I had a few meals at the same table. Your father, this person, although outsiders call him a devil, he actually still has his own principles of acting. It's just a shame, and I've heard, that your mother's unexpected passing has changed your father's temperament. Old Man Taoran knew quite a lot. Han Makino listened with great interest. The eldest young lady of the Shangyang demon sect, who ran away in anger and took charge of the various businesses left behind by her mother at the beginning. Although the Shangyang demon sect patriarch Li Mubai is guilty, but because of the death of his beloved wife, his temperament has changed greatly, and he seldom asks about this daughter. The relationship between father and daughter, it's stagnant. Han Mai sat on the sidelines listening to Tao Ran's old ancestor rambling with all kinds of emotions, and looking at Bai Sujin's face, he felt that if this old ancestor wasn't in deep cultivation, he would have definitely been kicked off the flying boat at this point. That's a total scarring of a person. Old ancestor, I heard that you rebelled against the 9 Shen Mountains back then, and there's a story in that? Bai Sujin's words finally shut up old ancestor Taoran. The flying boat sped for more than a day before stopping outside a small city in the mountains. This was Luo Yuan City, one of the several neutral trading cities under the rule of the 9 Shen sword sect. Eldest Miss, the god-nourishing pill you asked us to focus on will be auctioned this time, and most of the other items have already been displayed. The flying boat descended, and an old man in purple robes greeted him. He bowed and whispered to Bai Sujin, and looked up, slightly stunned. Elder Taoran? The deacon pup of the Shangyang demon sect. Old man Taoran let out a hefty laugh. Old ancestor, let's split up and go to the workshop. Han Mai, who hadn't said anything, suddenly turned his head to look at old ancestor Taoran. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy anything. These words made the Taoran old ancestor's face stiffen, the corner of his eyes twitching to continue, humming, his sleeves flung out, and his figure transformed into a clear wind, disappearing into the original place. You know why this guy lives in the sword pavilion when he returns to the sword sect, right? People are so bad. Bai Sujin covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Han Mai nodded, his face unchanged. Let's go and see how the display lots are. Good. I've heard of senior brother Han's ability to observe swords. There are quite a few sword weapons being auctioned over there. I wonder if senior brother might pick out a good sword? Bai Sujin's eyes lit up. Originally supporting the boat to support a little tired he shopkeeper look moved, came to energy. The Shangyang demon sect's deacon who came to greet him flashed a glint in his eyes before whispering, "Please follow me. The auction was really good. Det? For now. I'm out of here." End of chapter. Chapter 116 Bladeless Heavy Sword. Horizontal Fortune. 1-3. Quite a few good things are being auctioned this time. The Devil Sect deacon leading the way glanced at Han Muoyi and Lin Shun and whispered toward Bai Sujin. Many of them are treasures from the Tai Ling Sword Sect's secret treasury. Han Muoyi knew why he was looking at himself. After all, the one who destroyed the Tai Ling Sword Sect was the Nine Xian Sword Sect. The one who made the most money this time, besides the Wind Spirit Sword Sect, was the Nine Xian Sword Sect. The secret vault treasures that could flow into the workshop auction were basically the ones that the Nine Xian Sword Sect and Wind Spirit Sword Sect couldn't look at. But just because the big clans couldn't see it, it didn't mean that other clans couldn't see it. For this auction, the clans had long been rubbing their fists. There was a faint trace of superiority in the words of this demon sect deacon as he said these things. The Shangyang demon sect, one of the three major sects in the western frontier, belonged to an existence that couldn't look at these treasures. Han Mai didn't have a high demand for treasures, so it was good to choose one that could be sent to the Wood family's oldest ancestor. As for other treasures, take them as they come. The city of Luoyuan was situated in the middle of the mountains, which were mainly filled with cultivators. The green mountains were rolling, in which mazes were laid, and those who hadn't practiced cultivation wouldn't be able to discover that there was a city in them. That Shangyang demon sect deacon named Shang Ku walked while introducing the pattern in Luoyuan City in a low voice. This kind of trading city, in which the forces of various parties are intertwined and complicated. As a rule of the western frontier, the trading workshop is neutral and does not participate in the fights between the various parties. In fact, if you're not allowed to do it explicitly, secretly, which market is not a place to sell stolen goods. Recently, all the markets under the Jiuxian Sword Sect have been on fire. But isn't it because the Jiuxian Sword Sect attacked the Tai Ling Sword Sect and the Wind Spirit Sword Sect and made war money? Luoyuan City had people from all the 9 major sects of the western frontier, and hundreds of other large and small sects and forces, so it could be described as a mixture of dragons and snakes. The rules of the marketplace are that the Jedan stage is not allowed to be resident, and the Earth Realm is not allowed to make a move. As long as there were no Earth Realm powerhouses fighting, the others couldn't make any big mess. In a few moments, however, the crowd was already standing outside a verdant, stone-strewn city. In the cultivation world, years and years of time were the least conspicuous, and only the moss at the head of the city showed the longevity of this city. Walking along the green stone into the city, it was more lively than the marketplace on Jiuxian Mountain. Because of the various sects, this marketplace was not as peaceful as the marketplace under the Nine Xian Mountain. On this stretch of road to the pavilion where the auction was to take place, Han Mai had already seen no less than 3 instances of strong-armed business. There are those who strike at the drop of a hat, and then there are those who are bullied and have to deal with the pain. Scattered cultivators, and some of them are small sections. Lin Shun, who was following behind Han Mai, spoke in a low voice. My Nine Xian Sword Sect store is called the Nine Xian Heavenly Pavilion, and it is one of the largest few stores in this marketplace. Although this auction was not hosted by the Nine Xian Heavenly Pavilion, many of the lots were brought by the Nine Xian Heavenly Pavilion. Lin Shun's words were not small. The corner of Han Makino's mouth curled up. Only loose cultivators and small clans would be bullied in this workshop. The big clans, they have their own brand of cards. This was deliberately said to Shanka. The Shangyang demon sect was one of the 3 great sects, and under the 3 great sects, the Nine Xian Sword Sect was at the front of the line. The momentum can't be weak. Shingek looked back and let out a hefty laugh. Boss He, who was following by Sujin, shook his head and told him to stop talking. Yuntai Immortal Pavilion, the store of the Yuntai Dao sect. Not bothering with Lin Shen and Shang Ke don't have a clue. Bai Sujin raised her head to look at the store in front of her and spoke softly. The Cloud Terrace Dao sect can be ranked in the middle of the 9 sects, and its strength should be on top of the Tai Ling Sword sect at the time. This time, the auction is hosted by the Cloud Platform Dao sect. Speaking of this, Bai Sujin paused and said in a low voice, the Yuntai Dao sect's mountain gate is only a few tens of thousands of miles away from Fengsho Mountain. So if the Southern Wasteland's army comes, they will be the first to bear the brunt of it. Han Mai understood what Bai Sujin meant. Prepare for war and famine. The Cloud Platform Dao sect was also preparing for the great battle behind them. It seems that this Southern Wasteland invasion, the great clans are not optimistic. Ms. White. There were a few youths in green and white robes at the entrance of that store, and when they saw Bai Sujin, their eyes lit up. Han Makino consciously took a step back. The stupid to walk alongside Bai Sujin and pull hate. Bai Sujin turned her head to look at it as if she was aware of it, let out a light laugh, and slowly walked forward. It's really Ms. White. I didn't expect to meet the Bai family's little god of fortune. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Miss Bai came to this auction today. Could it be that there will be a supreme treasure here? Those youths all had light in their eyes. The Bai family, Bai Sujin's mother's family, is a large western border clan that started out as merchants. Among the younger generation of the Bai family, Bai Sujin's cultivation and talent were all first class. Rumor has it that Bai Sujin holds nearly half of the Bai family's business in her hands. Young, golden, and beautiful. For the elites of the cultivation world, it wasn't a matter of lusting for beauty or a lack of that little bit of spirit stone. It's the lack of a confidant you can talk to. Miss White is the top choice. It was just that there seemed to be something different about Bai Sujin today. In the past, the long-sleeved Miss White family was very unapologetic today. After exchanging a few pleasantries with those cultivators who greeted him, he was invited in by the head shopkeeper of the Yuntai Immortal Pavilion who hurriedly arrived. By the way, who are those 2 guys following Ms. Bai? The youth who was blocked at the doorway showed a strange color on his face. Just that left one, it's not bad looking. Never seen it. I guess it's a follower. Not much cultivation and not much aura. Who would pay attention? Not many people really cared about Han Mai and Lin Shen who weren't wearing the Jiuxian sword sect's standardized clothing. Miss Bai, most of the treasures to be auctioned this time are here. Are you going to take a look here first? Or are you going directly to the secret room to take a look at those finale treasures? Luring Bai Sujin and the others up to the 2nd floor, the shopkeeper spoke in a low voice. At this moment, in the hall on the 2nd floor, many people were surrounding one of the wooden platforms to take a look, and some people even reached out to pick up the sword weapons and magic weapons that were placed there. Those who are qualified to come to the 2nd floor are all of status and are not afraid that they will do something to steal. The real treasures, of course, are kept elsewhere. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Bai Sujin turned her head to look at Han Mai. Shopkeeper Bai, why don't we do it this way? You go take a look at the secret vault, while Instructor Lin and I take a look around here. Han Mai felt it was better for him not to get too close to Bai Sujin. Just for a moment, there were already quite a few gazes cast. That Pantai Dao sect's shopkeeper had quietly glanced at him several times. Good. Bai Sujin nodded and said softly, if senior brother Han has his eye on any treasures, he can make a note of them later and little sister will help you take them. Although the items placed here were also precious, they weren't worth mentioning compared to the value of the pills Han Mai had refined. On the way just now, Han Mai had already given Bai Sujin both the refined Extreme Cloud Chi pill and a few Extreme Spirit Melting pills. With just these pills, Bai Sujin would be able to make tens of thousands of spirit stones backhandedly. Han Muoi nodded and turned around to walk towards those wooden platforms. Miss Bai, how can you even a few Extreme Dan for the old man today? The most new small novel in 6-9 book bar first post. The Dan in your hand, Ms. Bai, has a stores scrambling for our heads. Behind him, the voice of the Pantai Immortal Pavilion's shopkeeper slowly walked away. Han Makino laughed lightly and shook his head. It seemed that this Bai shopkeeper had not only earned spirit stones with the Extreme Dan, but had also earned a lot of connections. But these he did not care. Even if he went out and sold it himself, he wouldn't make more than if he gave it to Bai Sujin. It will also take more energy and time, delaying the practice. In front of Han Mai, on the wooden platform was a 3-foot-long wooden staff. This wooden staff had a greenish-colored spirit pattern flashing on it. There were several practitioners gathered around the wooden staff, commenting in low voices. Han Mai perceived that the spirit light on this wooden staff wasn't very strong either, even if it was refined into a magic weapon. I'm afraid it would still be the lowest grade, about as good as a half-spirit sword weapon. For Han Mai, he usually didn't study sword weapons of this level too much. Look around, most of them are displaying such treasures. Although the treasures were rather unusual, it was the chatting of the cultivators that made him feel interesting. This Qingdao wood is quite some years old, used to refine magic weapons and cast wood-based techniques. It can definitely enhance one's battle power by quite a bit. An old man in a black robe stroked his beard and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, it's worthy of being a treasure in the secret vault of the Tai Ling sword sect. A Qingdao wood of such vintage, if it were in my family, it would definitely have to be a legacy item. Hush! All of you keep your voices down. Don't be overheard. It's not good to press the price later. The speaker's gaze clearly swept over Han Muoyi and Lin Shen. Seeing the crowd looking over warily, Han Mai smiled and turned to walk away. It's good not to be an eyesore. There were dozens of treasures placed on the second floor, and Han Mai had seen 30 to 50 of them in just a few moments. There was some emotion in his mind. If he hadn't been in the sword pavilion to feed his appetite, he would have been able to look at a few treasures. There were 2 well-refined sword weapons that could barely be considered semi-spiritual weapons. There were also a few spells and a few talismans with good effects. Several of the pills were of fine quality, and the eyes of the people gathered around them were shining with eagerness. Standing in front of a wooden platform, Han Mai pondered. Brother Han, this is the auction outside the sect. Lin Shen came forward and spoke in a low voice. My 9 Xian sword sect is a great sect in the western frontier, and the sword weapons claimed by inner disciples are to be held as treasures here. This arrogance of Lin Shen's, Han Mai had also felt it from Huang Laolu. This was the arrogance of the disciples of a great clan. It was the clan behind them that gave them the backbone. This gentleman has taken a fancy to this Fengless sword? A small, thin old man in his 50s saw Han Mai standing in front of the wooden platform for a long time without moving, and walked over to ask. On the wooden platform was a less than 3-foot, bladeless, heavy sword. This sword was sent for sale by a loose cultivator, and after identification, it was laced with giltstone to increase the weight of the sword. The old man looked at Han Mai and smiled. Don't look at the ordinary style of this sword, but it weighs 300 pounds. 300 pounds? Han Mai didn't expect the sword to be so heavy, so he couldn't help but curiously extend his hand. Gongzi, be careful. Before the old man could finish his words, he saw Han Mai holding the hilt of his sword in his palm and gently picking up the long sword. The old man's eyes flickered, and his face remained unchanged. There was no fluctuation of aura, indicating that Han Mai had picked up the longsword purely with his physical strength. 300 pounds of sword weapon can be so easy to hold the hilt and stand. The hand at least need thousands of pounds of strength. It's practicing good body refining. The old man swept his gaze over Lin Shen behind Han Mai and became even more certain of his judgment. Lin Shen's stout figure, with a large sword on his back, was obviously not weak in body refining. At this moment, images were constantly flickering and looming in the mind of Han Mai, who was holding a heavy sword. Strangely enough, the sword he saw in his mind's eye was not the bladeless heavy sword in front of him, but a clear long sword. The sword was in the hands of an old man in a green robe, constantly waving it around, its light clear and cold. Comprehend the sword art Broken Willow. This Broken Willow sword art wasn't considered to be much of a powerhouse. It was only about the level of the 9 Xian sword sect's 2nd Xian sword art. That loose cultivator named Su Mingfeng had never stepped into the earth realm in his lifetime cultivation. Eventually, this sword of his fell to the bottom of the lava lake with him during one of his explorations of the lake. For an unknown period of time, the sword was fished out, polished, and transformed into a heavy sword without a blade. The screen ended, and a glint of crystal light flashed through Han Makino's eyes. The sword was not built with giltstone mixed in, but, rather, fell in a vein of giltstone. In that magma lake where Su Mingfeng fell, there were quite a few scattered giltstones that rolled down and were obtained by the people of the Tai Ling sword sect before they inadvertently found this sword. Giltstone, which was also considered quite a superior spirit material, was worth tens of spirit stones for 1 or 2. A vein of, or horizontal wealth. This sword is good. As Han Mai placed the long sword back on the wooden stand, a voice sounded behind him. Pushing a book run by Ms. Bailey's sister Ha. Comedy I'm serious. Songwriting comedy is included. End of chapter.